Chapter 1 of my Sheru. Doctor, I would like to request a complete anesthesia package. Complete anesthesia? Sir, you do realize this is merely a simple procedure to remove excess skin tissue. Is that not an option? It is, but it will incur additional charges. After settling the payment, the doctor produced a slender syringe and injected it into Yuan's gluteal muscle. Subsequently, Yuan peacefully closed his eyes. In the world of Dragon Ball, within the mountainous forests near North City on Earth, concealed within a hollowed-out mountain was a secret laboratory, and deeper still, in an even more clandestine chamber. Computers whirred rapidly. In a vessel filled with nutrient solution, cells from Earth's martial arts masters, Psions, and Namekians had been fused together, forming an embryo resembling an insect. A white-haired old man clad in a brown jacket, with his hair receding to the back of his head, gazed at the embryo in the vessel with a countenance full of reluctance. At this time, Dr. Gero had not yet transformed himself into an android. It has taken too long, I can no longer wait. According to the computer's calculations, the complete fusion of these cells would require at least 2 to 3 decades to reach maturity. These were the cells of the strongest beings from various races across the universe. Even Dr. Gero, with his extraordinary intellect, could not accelerate the fusion process. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Although he was relatively healthy, he certainly would not live to see such a length of time. Unless, Dr. Gero shook his head, even considering such a course of action. He was unwilling to wait that long. He had long since grown weary of the presence of Son Goku in his life. He could not bear to witness Son Goku and his companions frolicking on Earth. Son Goku, the one who had destroyed his life's work, deserved to descend to the depths of hell sooner rather than later. Dr. Gero cast a lingering gaze at the embryo, turned off the lights, and prepared to depart. He decided to abandon this place. Yet he hadn't entirely relinquished his ambitions as he left the computer running, allowing it to continue its research. However, his own thoughts would no longer dwell upon this endeavor. Additionally, the transformation of the pair of twin siblings had nearly reached its conclusion. This was the closest he had come to success in his human experiments over the years. Furthermore, in this experiment, Dr. Gero had concentrated all functionalities on a permanent energy core and enhanced strength capabilities. These would undoubtedly surpass the previous androids in power. If successful, even without this ultimate android, Dr. Gero was confident he could thoroughly eliminate Son Goku. With this thought, a smile returned to Dr. Gero's face as he closed the door and ambled away. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he shut the door, a faint glimmer flickered within the vessel, then melded into the embryo. Once the glimmer integrated into the embryo, the various racial cells within it suddenly appeared to lose their boundaries, instantaneously fusing together. Moreover, the embryo has entered a phase of rapid growth. Even its initially worm-like form has gradually transformed with its development. However, all of this remains shrouded in secrecy. Even Dr. Gero has never set foot in this place since then. Time flows swiftly, like a galloping steed. 5 years have slipped by in the blink of an eye. The subterranean secret laboratory has not changed much compared to 5 years ago. The computer continues to operate, and most of the surroundings remain unchanged. The only notable transformation is the embryo within the culture dish. After 5 years, the worm-shaped embryo has vanished. In its place is a charming little boy, seemingly around 4 or 5 years old. He possesses soft, light purple hair, with a pair of smallish-shaped horns protruding from either side of his head. At the base of his spine, a robust tail has sprouted. This tail is neither akin to the scion monkey-like appendage nor resembles the dinosaur-like tail of Frisia, but rather is covered in light purple scales identical to his hair, culminating in a flame-shaped fin at the end. Aside from these peculiarities, he bears a striking resemblance to an ordinary human. The little boy is entirely bare, curled up within the culture dish. Huh, why am I in water? Wasn't I undergoing surgery at the hospital? They even administered a full anesthesia package. Yuan find himself unable to control his body. His eyelids feel as if they are welded shut. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot open them. It feels akin to being held down by a ghost. His mind is acutely aware, yet his body is completely unresponsive. Although he cannot open his eyes, he senses that he is enveloped in water. Strangely, despite not wearing an oxygen mask, he does not feel as though he is drowning. Has the hospital become this advanced? Yet, surely such high-tech equipment is unnecessary for the surgery I underwent. As Yuan laments internally, a torrent of memories floods into his mind, as sudden and unexpected as an unwelcome visit from an ant. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Frisia, King Cold, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien. During these 5 years, the computer has also collected cells from Frisia and his father, King Cold. The memories encompass not only information about these individuals, but also their various martial arts techniques, his own evolution methods, and a directive to eliminate Sunday. Wukong, have I traversed into the Dragon Ball world and transformed into that monstrous being, Cell? Yuan correlates the memories that have materialized in his mind with the character Cell from Dragon Ball. Though he has adored the Dragon Ball anime since childhood, often playfully mimicking the Kamehameha or gathering a spirit bomb above his head, this is entirely beyond his expectations. Come on. I merely enjoyed watching it. Why have I been thrust into this scene as a mere bystander? I still have hundreds of acres of land and 20 houses awaiting my rental income. Most importantly, my browsing history on my computer and phone remains intact. Therefore, I implore you to relinquish this precious opportunity to others. Moreover, the tales of others traversing dimensions often involve either heroic rescues leading to tragic accidents or the affliction of terminal illnesses. Yet here I am, merely having undergone a minor excision of superfluous skin tissue, and I am thrust into such a bizarre scenario. Have the prerequisites for dimensional travel become so absurd in this age? In the depths of his heart, Yuan seethed with frustration. It is essential to recognize that this realm is none other than the world of Dragon Ball, a domain fraught with peril. In comparison, the neighboring realms, such as those depicted in The Legend of the Eyes or the whimsical adventures of Bikini Bottom, seem almost juvenile. Furthermore, to add insult to injury, I have been transformed into a villainous creature. This is undoubtedly a harbinger of my impending demise. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Yuan. He had encountered numerous narratives concerning dimensional travel in novels. Most of these travelers emerged alongside their indispensable partner system. And what of those who possessed such systems? Were they not invariably ascending to heights of success, acquiring CEO positions, marrying affluent beauties, and basking in the zenith of existence? His aspirations were not overly ambitious, a mere 10 pulls at the onset, and perhaps an SSR would grace his presence, endowing him with godlike combat prowess. Such desires seem modest, do they not? Unable to articulate his thoughts verbally, Yuan fervently summoned, in his mind, a tone of reverence. System, how could I possibly survive without you? Chapter 2, Vitality. Yuan found himself engulfed in a profound darkness, contemplating that his existence, perhaps even that of the creature he had become, was devoid of purpose. The absence of a system was already disheartening now. He could not even command his own body. His sole desire was to escape this tumultuous locale and retreat to a desolate wilderness where he could live incognito. Remaining in the laboratory presented two possibilities. Yuan remained uncertain of the temporal plane in which he currently resided. Should he find himself in a future timeline, he might endure until he regained control of his body and could then depart. However, if he were situated in the primary timeline, it would not be long before he attracted the attention of Krillin and Dend, leading to his inevitable obliteration. Yuan was not inclined to surrender his life to the whims of fate. Thus, he was determined to swiftly regain mastery over his body and vacate this contentious environment. As for the directives implanted in his mind by Dr. Gero, he had no intention of adhering to them. Why would he, in a state of desperation, oppose a being of such caliber? Did he wish for the sweet release of death? Even if he possessed a system, he had no desire to confront Son Goku. After all, to survive, he would need Goku to mitigate future threats. Is it not preferable to have Goku shielding him from the impending calamities? Otherwise, he could hardly guarantee his survival beyond the saga of Buu. Moreover, the notion of absorbing the life energies of others to fuel his evolution was utterly repugnant to him. Although he may not currently resemble a human, he remained, at his core, one. As a product of a peaceful era, the thought of consuming human lives, or even taking a life, was profoundly unsettling to him. Yuan strained to open his eyes, yet his eyelids remained obstinately stilled. He felt as though he were a paralyzed being, trapped beneath his own scalp, with only consciousness remaining alert. "Let me out!" With a furious cry echoing in his mind, his eyes still refused to open. Yet, he could see that Yuan found himself immersed in a peculiar state, one that was enigmatic and profound. From an alternate perspective, akin to that of a deity, he perceived the entirety of the laboratory with clarity. He noticed the young boy in the cultivation vessel appeared somewhat perplexed, though predominantly filled with joy. Despite the presence of horns upon his head and a tail trailing behind, he still resembled a human to a considerable extent. In the original narrative, Cell was depicted as an insect. Even after his evolution into a more humanoid form, he remained a rather unattractive being. The drastic alteration in appearance, Yuan speculated, might stem from the changes incurred during his transference to this world. The original cell's visage was largely influenced by the genes of Frisia and Piccolo. Now, it seemed as though his form had shifted to be predominantly based on Earthlings and Scions due to his arrival in this realm. Moreover, a crucial point to note was that Frisia and Piccolo species were characterized by their asexual nature. And now, Yuan gazed with satisfaction at the early formation of his masculine anatomy to a man, born with two heads, one for intellect, the other for courage, embodying both valor and strategy. This is the essence of true manhood. Each of these heads was indispensable. The absence of one would lead to dire consequences. Without the intellect, one would perish. Without the courage, one would falter. Thus, both were equally vital. In addition, Yuan observed the energy particles suspended in the air. The majority were white, with a smaller portion exhibiting a bluish-white hue. From his recollections, he understood that the white particles represented the so-called qi. This energy would enter the bodies of cultivators during their training, becoming a force they could command. The bluish-white particles, however, signified Yuan qi. When speaking of Yuan qi, one could not help but think of the spirit bomb. This technique harnessed energy drawn from plants, humans, animals, and even atmospheric elements. Yet, only those with a benevolent heart could wield it, inflicting tremendous harm upon the wicked. The more malevolent the individual, the greater the damage sustained. Conversely, those virtuous and just would endure minimal injury from it. This was precisely why, in the original narrative, Cell and Black Goku had never employed the spirit bomb primarily. They were uncertain of their ability to successfully execute it. Furthermore, even if they did manage to unleash it, the damage would likely pale in comparison to a casual energy blast they could conjure at will. This technique, conceived by the North Kai, although seldom utilized, consistently yielded significant results. That it even became the key to Goku's manifestation of Ultra Instinct during the Tournament of Power. Yuan was astonished to discover that his body was automatically absorbing qi, albeit at a rather sluggish pace. Is it possible to accelerate the absorption of energy? As this thought crossed Yuan's mind, the energy particles in the air began to flow swiftly, gathering around his body. What astonished Yuan the most was that not only the qi converged, but even the primordial energy also flowed towards him, which his body absorbed. As he gradually absorbed the primordial energy, Yuan sensed a faint connection with his body, though it was merely a slight bond, and even the smallest movement of his pinky finger remained unattainable. This minuscule connection ignited a glimmer of infinite hope within him. Previously, he felt as though he were shackled by countless chains within this body, and the emergence of this connection was akin to a key unlocking one of those shackles. Having glimpsed hope, Yuan wasted no time. He focused intently on absorbing the primordial energy from the air, striving for an early escape. Time flew swiftly, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Yuan appeared somewhat matured compared to a year ago, having spent that time incessantly absorbing primordial energy. However, the energy in a single location was finite. Once depleted, it required a period before new energy would gradually manifest. Thus, it took Yuan an entire year to amass sufficient primordial energy to fully regain control of his body. With a resounding crack, the last shackle within him shattered as he absorbed the ambient primordial energy. After assessing his body, Yuan opened his eyes, his amethyst-like irises sparkling with joy, and a smile graced his cherubic face. It has been a year. Do you know how I have endured this time? In this realm devoid of day and night, the solitary and monotonous cultivation had nearly driven him to madness. Yuan vowed that upon his departure, he would indulge in delightful feasts to compensate for the losses of the past year. Although the nutrient solution continuously catered to his bodhi's needs, rendering hunger moot, as a true gourmand, Yuan recognized that the desire to eat was not solely driven by hunger. After a year in this place, his palate had nearly dulled to a bland taste. It is time to leave this place. Clenching his right fist, he exerted a slight force. Boom! A surge of purple energy erupted from Yuan's fist, shattering the cultivation vessel before detonating against the laboratory wall, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom boom! The fierce blast triggered a chain reaction, igniting the machinery within the laboratory. In an instant, the air was filled with the relentless sounds of explosions as smoke billowed around him. Yuan stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. Come on, I merely wished to sneak away from here. It could only be said that Yuan had underestimated the power within his own body, for in this world, a mere 10,000 combat power was sufficient to obliterate the earth. Chapter 3. The Awakening of Subjects 17 and 18. Above the subterranean laboratory stood a frail old man, with one wrist severed, awkwardly made his way into the laboratory. This man was none other than Dr. Gero. Having transformed himself into a cyborg, Dr. Gero had attained eternal life and formidable power. Originally, with the assistance of his creation, Android 19, he believed he could vanquish the likes of Son Goku and his companions. To his utter astonishment, their strength proved to be far greater than he had anticipated. Now, with the laboratory exposed, he found himself at a dead end. He was resolved to exhaust every resource at his disposal to annihilate Son Goku and his allies, for failure and death awaited him otherwise. If it were possible, I would prefer not to awaken these individuals, but circumstances have left me with no choice, Dr. Gero thought, gripping the controller tightly as he stood before the two recovery pods labeled 17 and 18. Hoping they have been restored, Dr. Gero gazed through the glass at the occupant of Capsule 17, murmuring softly to himself. He pressed the adjacent button, and with a whoosh, the capsule slowly opened. Dr. Gero observed the figure within with utmost caution, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A strikingly handsome youth emerged. Clad in a black t-shirt and an orange scarf, his straight black hair framing his face. Dr. Gero feigned composure, inquiring, "Have you awakened, number 17? The youth, indeed number 17, turned slowly, catching a glimpse of the controller in Dr. Gero's grasp. With a compliant expression, he greeted, "Good morning, Dr. Gero," surprised by number 17's response. Dr. Gero felt a rush of elation. "Are you addressing me?" Unfazed, number 17 replied, "Of course, you are my creator." Overwhelmed with joy, Dr. Gero thought to himself, "It appears the restoration was successful. Now, let's see if you can withstand the challenge ahead." Without hesitation, he opened Capsule 18. Feeling slightly more at ease, Dr. Gero relaxed his grip on the controller. As the capsule opened, number 18 awakened, her blue eyes revealing a strikingly beautiful yet expressionless face. She noticed her brother standing rigidly beside her, resembling a sentinel. A fleeting gaze exchanged between the twins conveyed an unspoken understanding. Turning to Dr. Gero, she observed the controller in his hand. "Good morning, Dr. Gero," she greeted, her tone calm and robotic. This was precisely the response Dr. Gero had anticipated. "Even you are greeting me," he exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Number 18 replied with unwavering tranquility, "That is quite normal." It seemed both of them had automatically resumed their functions. Observing the compliant demeanor of the twins, Dr. Gero assumed an authoritative stance. "This time, you must diligently follow my commands. Sun Wukong's companions will soon arrive. Prepare to deal with them immediately, understood?" "Yes, understood," they replied in unison. Number 17 and number 18 obediently nodded. Shortly after Dr. Gero's words echoed, a series of loud knocks resounded from outside the laboratory. Upon learning that Dr. Gero had returned, Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin forcefully banged on the laboratory door. I found myself utterly bewildered. They seemed anxious, yet their urgency was not overt. "They have arrived. Those foolish beings, oblivious to their impending doom, are at the door. It is your time to shine. Go and make them regret their choices." Dr. Gero cackled with delight. At that moment, number 17 unexpectedly appeared behind Dr. Gero, snatching the controller from his hands. "17, what are you doing?" Dr. Gero stared in astonishment at 17, completely taken aback. He never anticipated that the obedient demeanor of 17 and 18 was merely a facade. Alas, it was too late for words. Without the controller, Dr. Gero lost his authority over them. Unless he could fabricate another controller, which 17 and 18 would undoubtedly not allow him to do. With the controller in hand, 17 and 18 no longer needed to maintain their charade. "This device is capable of severing our energy supply, is it not? It serves as a precaution, I presume? I must destroy it." As he spoke, 17 gently crushed the device that governed their very existence. "17, what are you planning? You cannot be serious." "I have no desire to return to a slumber, you wretched old man." 17 regarded Dr. Gero with a scornful gaze. Meanwhile, at the laboratory entrance, Vegeta listened to the exchange within, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Merely androids. They are nothing but a trifling challenge before me, the proud prince of all Psiots." "Vegeta," he addressed Piccolo, who was poised to obliterate the laboratory along with its contents. "If you still harbor thoughts of destroying the androids, I implore you to abandon such notions. Do not be so rash. You have no inkling of the android's true power." As Trunks from the future, he was acutely aware of their might. The deaths of loved ones and the devastation of his future world flashed vividly before his eyes. Trunks hoped that this timeline would not descend into the chaos that plagued his own. "Silence!" Vegeta snapped, turning sharply to Trunks. "Step aside, you imbecile." Vegeta raised his hand towards the laboratory door. Trunks, pleading, implored Vegeta, "I beg you, let us temporarily retreat together. Once Mr. Goku has recovered, we can devise a strategy that stands a chance." Unfortunately, Trunks remains unaware that the proud Scion Prince, Vegeta, loathes nothing more than being compared unfavorably to Goku. He need not concern himself with such matters. Whatever Kakarot can achieve, I, Vegeta, am equally capable of, and I shall surpass him. Ignoring Trunks' pleas, Vegeta directed his palm towards the laboratory door and unleashed a powerful energy wave. The formidable door, which had resisted the efforts of Piccolo and the others for some time, crumpled and collapsed under the force of the energy blast. As the smoke dissipated, 3 figures emerged from the laboratory: a striking blonde girl, a handsome dark-haired boy, and a frail, panic-stricken old man. Unlike the old man, the expressions on the faces of the boy and girl bore faint smiles. Chapter 4. The Death of Dr. Gero. Trunks. These individuals are indeed as you described, are they not? Vegeta inquired. Why, yes, Trunks stammered, his muscles tensing at the sight of the familiar faces of androids 17 and 18, ready to strike at any moment. Are those truly androids 17 and 18? Krillin mused, struggling to reconcile their appearances with the monstrous beings that Trunks had depicted as nearly annihilating humanity. We must not be deceived by their looks. They are ruthless and merciless. Trunks cautioned, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on 17 and 18, refusing to relent even slightly. They are what I previously referred to as Goku's lackeys. Do not underestimate them. They not only defeated Android 19 but nearly took my life as well. Despite his confidence in the androids he had created, Dr. Gero remained exceedingly cautious, treating the situation as a grave threat. You even constructed another android? 17 inquired. Indeed, Trunks replied. Ah, I see. The doctor intended to use him to enhance himself into an android, 17 deduced, glancing at Dr. Gero's mechanical body. He then continued, is Android 19 designed to absorb energy? Precisely, Trunks affirmed. But why revert the new model's functionality back to the old energy absorption type? 18, who had been silent until now, expressed curiosity. Before Dr. Gero could respond, 18 tilted her head and teased, is it because the unlimited energy type androids are too powerful for you to control? Indeed. Dr. Gero replied curtly. It goes without saying. Had I been able to control them, I would have obliterated you both already. Thus, you were defeated. The mischievous voice of number 18 echoed once more in Dr. Gero's ears, causing his expression to darken instantaneously. Despite this, he still valued his dignity. Could she not wait until there were no witnesses to speak? Dr. Gero seethed with indignation. Unable to maintain control, the conversation between number 18 and Drive. Gero left Piccolo and the others astounded. Trunks finally grasped why the androids from the future derived pleasure from killing. It was due to their lack of control. Dr. Gero had created the androids solely to eliminate Goku and his companions, with no intention of world destruction. This revelation rendered everything comprehensible. There was no point in dwelling on this matter. Shouldn't you hurry and deal with those individuals? Provoked by a sensitive subject, Dr. Gero, in a fit of rage, temporarily forgot his precarious situation and barked orders at numbers 17 and 18. Old man, have you rambled enough? We only kill when we feel like it. What did you say? Upon witnessing number 17's nonchalant demeanor, Dr. Gero felt as though he had been doused with cold water, and his agitation subsided abruptly. Without his controller, he was now as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board, exposed to slaughter. Dr. Gero seethed with fury. Yet he was now too afraid to voice his resentment, nearly grinding his own teeth to dust. How infuriating. He glanced at the damaged controller on the ground. If only the controller had not been broken. Number 18, arms crossed, took a few indifferent steps forward and inadvertently stepped on the remote lying on the ground. With a crisp crack, the remote shattered into a pile of fragments. Number 16? Number 18 approached a recovery pod lying flat on the ground, marked with the number 16. She turned to Dr. Gero and inquired, is this also of the unlimited energy type? However, it seems different from us. Its size appears quite large. I wonder what sets it apart? Number 18 scrutinized the individual within the recovery pod. Noticing her interest in number 16, Dr. Gero shouted urgently, do not touch him. Number 18, absolutely do not touch him. Number 17 remarked, he looks quite intriguing. Number 18, why not let number 16 out? Initially disinterested. Number 17's curiosity was piqued by Dr. Gero's alarm. Stop. No. Dr. Gero exclaimed, realizing that number 18 was about to release number 16, and he hurriedly intervened. Do you wish for the entire world to be destroyed? Dr. Gero was acutely aware that the bomb within Android 16 possessed the catastrophic potential to obliterate the entire planet, reducing it to cosmic dust. Moreover, Android 16 was a flawed experiment, characterized by an erratic temperament. Who could predict whether he might whimsically decide to detonate the bomb within himself? By then, it would be far too late, and the Earth would face utter destruction. Thus, Dr. Gero was resolute in his determination to prevent their release of Android 16. With a grave expression, Dr. Gero implored Android 17, Android 16 is a failed specimen. He must not be activated. However, Androids 17 and 18 dismissed Drive Gero's warnings entirely, their desire to release Android 16 only intensifying in response to his objections. Stop. Do not touch him. As Android 18 prepared to act, Dr. Gero hastily rushed to grasp her arm in an attempt to thwart her actions. Do not take advantage of a lady. Yet, the frail, elderly Dr. Gero was no match for Android 18, who effortlessly shook him off, sending him sprawling to the ground. Since he is a failed creation, why is he preserved in such pristine condition? I heard you disposed of Android 15, Android 18 remarked. Dr. Gero replied, I plan to recreate him at a later time. In any case, you must not proceed. If he activates, he could annihilate both you and me. Dr. Gero's agitation was palpable, bordering on fear. Are you suggesting he might kill us? Android 17 activated a scanning device to assess Android 16. The data indicated that their capabilities were indeed superior. Forget about him. Activate him. Android 18. Android 17 insisted, feeling that he could no longer waste time with Dr. Gero. You continue to defy my orders. Like Android 16, you are both failed creations. Do as you wish, but I will ensure you have no energy to act, Dr. Gero declared in a fit of rage, his words becoming increasingly reckless. Android 17 remained unfazed, but the controller is no longer present. We can simply create another. Upon hearing the sound of the rejuvenation chamber being opened behind him, Dr. Gero panicked. He turned to Android 18 and shouted, After all I've said, do you still not understand? Android 16 must not be activated. Unbeknownst to him, when he mentioned the possibility of creating a new controller, Android 17's expression shifted. No one wished to be controlled by another. Thus, as Dr. Gero turned to address Android 18, Android 17 sprang into action, swiftly maneuvering behind Dr. Gero with claws poised to strike at his back. In disbelief, Dr. Gero watched as Android 17's hand pierced through his back and emerged at his chest. Android 17, why? I am the one who created you. How could you treat me this way? However, the only response to him was a powerful kick from number 17. With a formidable strike, number 17 forcefully kicked Dr. Gero's neck, severing it completely and sending his head flying to land before Krillin. You ungrateful wretches. Dr. Gero, having transformed himself into an artificial human, could continue to survive as long as his head remained intact. Ungrateful? Upon hearing Dr. Gero's words, a surge of fury ignited within number 17. He leaped into the air, his foot descending towards Dr. Gero's head. At that moment, a tremendous explosion resonated from beneath the ground, accompanied by a palpable yet not overwhelming aura emanating from below. Ha! It's him. He has succeeded. And he will surely exact revenge on me. Ha! Upon hearing the commotion from below, Dr. Gero erupted into laughter. However, his mirth was short-lived, as number 17 crushed his head underfoot. Chapter 5. Danger. Number 17 stared at the pile of shattered fragments mixed with brain matter beneath him and grimaced. TCH. I was just about to ask him something, but I lost my chance. Nevertheless, number 17 remained unconcerned. After all, the aura was still underground. As long as he could locate the entrance to the subterranean realm, he would proceed. If no entrance existed, he would simply blast one open. After all, a great man once proclaimed, there is no path in the world. When enough people forge it, a path will be created. Lu Xun, I shall not allow you to succeed. I must not permit the proliferation of artificial humans. Trunks trembled, unable to contain himself any longer. First, there was the emergence of number 16, and now the aura from below, though not particularly potent, was still weak compared to his current state. However, the image of Dr. Gero just before his demise rang alarm bells in Trunks' mind. After all, a hidden aura could be deceptively powerful, and although the one from below seemed feeble, it might not truly be so. Trunks was acutely aware of the formidable strength of number 17 and number 18. Number 16 was claimed by Dr. Gero to possess the power to eliminate both number 17 and number 18, even to annihilate the world. Thus, the entity lurking below could potentially surpass number 16. With such a significant variable at play, Trunks felt overwhelmed. A golden aura enveloped him, and his purple hair instantly transformed into a towering golden mane. His green eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Trunks harbored but one thought: to eradicate the yet-to-awaken number 16. As for number 17 and number 18, Trunks was well aware that even with all his might, he could not prevail against them. A massive energy coalesced in Trunks' hands, radiating a terrifying presence. Before anyone could react, the energy wave he conjured surged forth, targeting number 16's recovery chamber. Boom! Under the relentless assault of the Qigong wave, the entire laboratory, along with the mountain itself, was instantaneously reduced to rubble. If you were going to make a move, you could at least have informed us, Krillin remarked with a hint of reproach. Although they had managed to escape in time, everyone except Vegeta had suffered some repercussions. They were unharmed but appeared quite disheveled. Foolish beings. To engage in such a meaningless act, Vegeta scolded. What do you mean by meaningless? Just take a look over there, Trunks retorted, directing his gaze towards the area Vegeta indicated. As the billowing smoke dissipated, they beheld androids 17 and 18 standing enscathed atop the flattened peak. The capsule containing android 16 remaining unharmed under 18's protection. That level of attack was merely a trivial waste of energy, Vegeta scoffed. Trunks remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. The previous assault had failed to eliminate android 16, and now it seemed even less likely, unless Vegeta was willing to engage both androids. Leaving Krillin and the others to destroy 16, such a strategy was impossible. Vegeta would never consent to that. He would merely watch as 17 and 18 release 16. In fact, if Trunks attempted to intervene, Vegeta would undoubtedly obstruct him. Thus, Trunks could only watch helplessly as 16 was freed. Soon, 18 activated the recovery capsule, and a man with an orange mohawk and clad in green battle attire slowly emerged. Standing at over 2 meters tall, android 16 remained silent, exuding an immense aura of intimidation towards Krillin and the others. Hello, 16. This is the first time I've seen you in action. You haven't been outside in years, have you? 17 inquired, but 16 offered no response, simply standing in silence. Unperturbed, 17 continued. Dr. Gero never wanted you to move, did you know that? He said you might endanger me in 18. That's why we're eager to understand what's going on, 18 added. Yet 16 remained mute, casting a fleeting glance. Do you have any objections? Or would you prefer to remain silent? 18 pressed. In my opinion, he is simply inherently taciturn, 17 remarked, crossing his arms without concern. Enough. Let us move on and see that individual underground who can aid Dr. Gero in his vengeance. After a pause, 17 turned to 16 and asked, Is there another laboratory underground? Do you know where the entrance is? Upon hearing 17's words, 16's gaze shifted momentarily before returning to its calm state as he shook his head and replied, I am not certain. Finally, you've spoken. Your response mirrors the commands Dr. Gero programmed into you. 17 exclaimed. On the 18th, an unexpected revelation emerged, a being of such exquisite perfection. Yet Dr. Gero had chosen to confine him. After a thorough search in the vicinity, the trio finally discovered a profound underground passage. Without hesitation, they soared into its depths. Should we not descend together to investigate that individual? Krillin expressed his trepidation upon gazing into the abyss. Vegeta, observing Krillin's trembling demeanor, smirked with disdain. If you are frightened, then remain here. After all, your insignificance would render you of no use down there. With that, Vegeta leaped directly into the chasm. Trunks, mouth agape and poised to voice a protest, was taken aback by Vegeta's swift descent and thus closed his mouth, choosing to follow suit. The remaining members exchanged glances, and ultimately they too ventured into the unknown. Yuan was engulfed in a sense of urgency. Moments ago, he had heard a resounding explosion from above, accompanied by 2 terrifying presences, each at least 100 times more formidable than himself. The commotion above led him to suspect that it was indeed the awakening of number 17 and number 18. The ruckus he had just caused below, along with his own aura, had undoubtedly been revealed. Although he had attempted to suppress his presence, the individuals above were certainly aware of him now. Venturing outside might result in an ambush, while remaining hidden could mean that the individuals above would soon descend. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance. Leisurely yet deliberate. Number 16, number 17, and number 18. Through his awakened ability, known as the third eye, Yuan perceived the 3 figures at the door. This ability had manifested when he was unable to control his body, allowing him to see everything within a kilometer radius. As his strength grew, so too did the extent of his vision. Initially, he could only encompass the confines of the laboratory. Now, his reach extended to a full kilometer. However, in this subterranean environment, the land beyond the laboratory within that kilometer was entirely barren, limiting his ability to absorb vital energy. As for whether the third eye possessed other functions, Yuan remained uncertain, needing time to explore its potential. Observing the three figures drawing nearer, he braced himself. Swiftly scanned his surroundings, searching for a place to conceal himself. However, the entire laboratory had been rendered starkly desolate by his own explosive actions, leaving no nook for refuge. Moreover, he was not the original cell and lacked the ability to burrow. Besides, attempting to do so now would be rather too late. What to do? Was he truly destined to meet his end so soon? Chapter 6. Clinging to number 18's leg to his surprise, a laboratory lay hidden deep beneath the ground. Number 18 gazed at the iron door before her, astonished. This was a prized creation of Dr. Gero, who still intended to utilize it for his vendetta. Nevertheless, number 17 spoke in a tone devoid of concern. With a resounding crash, numbers 17 and 18 simultaneously kicked the door open. The laboratory, ravaged by the explosion, bore no resemblance to its former self, with the power systems obliterated. Inside, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility non-existent. Yet, such obscurity posed no challenge for the artificial beings, number 16, 17, and 18, whose vision remained unaffected by the shadows. So dark, not a single light. Following closely behind, Vegeta and Trunks arrived. Upon witnessing the abyss within, Vegeta concentrated energy into a luminous sphere, launching it above the laboratory. The radiance of the sphere, akin to a miniature sun, instantly illuminated the entire space. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to a small figure huddled in the corner of the laboratory. When the surroundings illuminated, understood that his fate was sealed. His tail, trembling with fear, swayed restlessly behind him. In that moment, number 18 beheld huddled in the corner and could not help but be charmed, letting out a soft laugh. Ah, so he is but a mere child. Vegeta, observing his timid posture, expressed his disdain, remarking that he could effortlessly vanquish 56 such children in one breath. The sight of his frailty instantly extinguished Vegeta's interest. As the proud prince of the Scions, he deemed it beneath him to engage with someone so weak. 17 and 16 were equally astonished. Encountering a burly man over 2 meters tall would have seemed entirely ordinary. Yet, they found themselves curious about whether this diminutive child could truly avenge them, as Dr. Gero had claimed. However, this child was distinct from them. 16 was entirely mechanical, while 17 and 18 were modified from human bodies. Despite their differences, they shared a significant commonality: the absence of a life force. In stark contrast, possessed a tangible essence, marking the most profound distinction between them. The weakness of Yuan also allowed Klin and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. If another formidable enemy were to appear, they would truly be on the brink of collapse. Trunks gazed at Yuan, and after exhaling a breath of relief, his eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Unlike the others, he could not afford to lose. He had no more stakes left to gamble on. Thus, he sought an opportunity to eliminate Yuan before he grew stronger. Although Yuan appeared feeble at present, the reaction of Dr. Gero before his demise made it impossible for Trunks to underestimate him. Simultaneously, he felt a deep concern. So many years had passed in the future timeline. If Yuan were to awaken at this moment, what could possibly explain the absence of his presence all those years? Had he perished? Or was he lurking in the shadows? If he were indeed concealed in the dark, what level of power could he have attained by now? A cascade of questions flooded Trunks' mind, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging precariously above him. He could scarcely fathom the arduous journey he had undertaken. Returning to the future only to annihilate androids 17 and 18, only to have Yuan emerge from an unknown corner. Grown to a point beyond his ability to resist. Trunks, what is wrong with you? Klin shook Trunks, a hint of worry in his voice. Trunks' eyes, filled with murderous intent, remained fixated on Yuan, his aura becoming chaotic and violent, resembling a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. The transformation in Trunks did not go unnoticed by androids 17 and 18. In an instant, the three vanished from their previous locations, appearing beside Yuan to shield him. Although Dr. Gero had mentioned that Yuan would seek vengeance, Android 17 was unconcerned, just as they had released Android 16, despite drive. Jero's warning that he would kill them. Their reasoning was simple. They were of the same kind. Though Android 17 had once been human, the difference now was undeniable. Hence, their desire to protect Yuan aligned with their earlier decision to unleash Android 16. Damn it, do you wish to kill us all? Vegeta slammed his elbow into Trunks' abdomen, scolding him fiercely. It was crucial to recognize that they were underground, in a confined space. If Trunks were to suddenly attack, none of them would escape unharmed. Vegeta could accept death, but it must not be in such a cowardly manner. Trunks doubled over, gasping, nearly expelling his bile from the blow. After being struck, he finally regained his composure. He had indeed lost control momentarily. "I'm sorry," Trunks murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Tianjin Han patted Trunks on the shoulder, offering silent support. "Trunks, do not place too much pressure on yourself. Once Goku recovers, everything will improve." Krillin offered words of comfort. Indeed, Mr. Goku is still alive, and there remains a glimmer of hope. The mere thought of Son Goku brought a noticeable change to Trunks' demeanor. Humph. Upon hearing Krillin mention Goku, Vegeta let out a disdainful snort and retorted, "If Son Goku is dead, then so be it. Today, I shall eliminate all these puppet dolls. I am the mightiest Super Saiyan." With the immediate crisis averted, Yuan exhaled in relief. Although he had been concealed in the shadows, he had keenly observed everything that transpired. When androids 16, 17, and 18 stood protectively before him, Yuan felt a profound sense of gratitude. "Hey, kid, are you also a human-modified android? You seem quite different from us," inquired Android 17, crossing his arms. "First of all, I do not respond to hey." Suddenly, the memories of the deceased began to assail Yuan. Yuan shook his head, casting aside the peculiar thoughts that plagued him. He then turned around, his large, watery eyes fixated on number 17, and gently shook his head, saying, "No, that is not the case." "Oh, then are you a robot?" Number 17 paused momentarily, shook his head, and murmured to himself, "No, that cannot be right. A robot could never possess a breath of life." Yuan nodded slightly, not denying. "Indeed, I am not a robot." Cast a fleeting glance at the individuals before him, refraining from divulging the secrets of his origin. He was certain that if he revealed his background, apart from Vegeta, the others would stop at nothing to obliterate him, even at the cost of their own lives. 17 discerned apprehension and chose not to press further, deciding that it would be prudent to converse in private when the opportunity arose. "Have you all spoken enough?" Vegeta interrupted their discourse, his impatience palpable. Since his transformation into a Super Saiyan, the immense power coursing through him had inflated his ego to the point where he considered himself invincible. His gaze was fixed intently on the trio of 16, 17, and 18, while he regarded with disdain. However, Trunks' attention was riveted on, fully aware of the formidable prowess possessed by 17 and 18. He realized that annihilating them today was an unattainable goal, thus his sole ambition was to eliminate. A chill ran down spine as he felt the weight of Trunks' scrutiny. This was dire. He had become the target, in a desperate bid for survival, resolved to secure a powerful ally. Scanning the surroundings, his gaze landed on a striking blonde maiden. He hurriedly approached and latched onto her leg, his voice a childlike plea. "Sister, hold me." Chapter 7, A Spicy McChicken. Children can be such a nuisance. 18's face contorted with a look of disdain. Oh no. What if she kicked him away? The tone of her voice sent a jolt of fear through. Just as he grappled with uncertainty, a sweet fragrance enveloped him. To his astonishment, 18 bent down, scooping him up and cradling him in her arms. Before Yuan could react, darkness enveloped his vision, and he felt a soft sensation against his face as he was unwittingly introduced to the facial cleanser from number 18. With an impassive expression, number 18 embraced Yuan. Although her ears, nestled within her golden locks, had already turned a vivid crimson, number 18 thought, "Ah, how soft and delightful. I long to nibble on his cheek. But I mustn't, for I would be perceived as a predator." Yet, the temptation is overwhelming. If Yuan were privy to number 18's musings, he would emphatically urge her to indulge her desires. After much internal conflict, number 18 ultimately relinquished the notion of taking a bite. However, she tightened her embrace around Yuan, a subtle smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Although she is an artificial being, she embodies the essence of a young girl, inherently defenseless against all things adorable. Earlier, she had found the little bald head nearby quite charming. But in comparison to Yuan, that little head was hardly worthy of mention. In truth, from the very first moment she laid eyes on Yuan, She yearned to cradle this exquisite little treasure and shower him with affection. Yet, fearing she might startle him, she hesitated to act. Little did she anticipate that the situation would turn, and the little darling would willingly fall into her embrace, determined not to frighten him. Number 18 resolved to exercise restraint for a while longer. When the opportune moment arrived, she would seize it. As she held Yuan tightly, her mind wandered, her fingers playing with the tail that sprouted behind him, a charming smile involuntarily gracing her features. Yuan found it rather peculiar. Although number 18 clearly exhibited disdain towards him, she clung to him so tightly. Furthermore, she incessantly played with his tail, creating a rather ticklish sensation. After much struggle, finally extricated himself from the fragrant steamed bun. Fortunately, his abilities from the Frisia lineage allowed him to breathe without difficulty. Otherwise, he might have suffocated. Upon breaking free, immediately lifted his gaze and was met with the peculiar smile on the face of Android 18. For reasons unknown, he felt something was amiss with this woman. As she sensed his scrutiny, the smile on Android 18's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a demeanor of utmost seriousness, as if the previous grin had never existed. "Let us go," Android 17 remarked dismissively, ignoring Vegeta. Their purpose for being here had been fulfilled, and now it was time to eliminate Son Goku. The group completely disregarded Vegeta and the others, brushing past them without a second glance. Aside from Vegeta, the others tensed up, muscles coiled in anticipation of a sudden attack. However, nothing transpired. Android 17 and his companions passed by as if they were mere bystanders. "How dare they ignore me, Prince Vegeta?" Vegeta seethed, nearly grinding his teeth to dust at the sight of Android 17 and his companions walking away without acknowledging him. His eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on their retreating figures, vowing to himself that he would surely eliminate these puppet-like creatures today. The more he pondered, the more his anger escalated, and he struggled to maintain control. "Trunks, I have a feeling that child is not a bad person," Krillin whispered to Trunks. "Indeed." Tien and Piccolo agreed, sensing the aura surrounding was not malevolent. Rather, it exuded tranquility, even evoking an instinctual desire to draw closer to him. One's aura often reveals their inner nature. For instance, Frisia, Vegeta, and even Piccolo emanate a somewhat sinister energy. Meanwhile, Androids 16, 17, and 18 possessed no detectable aura, making it impossible to determine their intentions through energy alone, leading them to conclude their malevolence based on future timelines. Conversely, it could be said that aura was even purer than Goku's. In comparison, Vegeta appeared more villainous. If Goku were present, he would undoubtedly assert that was a good person, for Goku could keenly sense the abundant vitality emanating from him. No one understood vitality better than he did, not even the King Kai, who had the capability to create the spirit bomb. An individual with a wicked heart could never harness vitality. Even he could only borrow it rather than absorb it for cultivation. The King Kai, the creator of the spirit bomb, found it exceedingly challenging to wield such a powerful technique with a low success rate. In truth, what Krillin and the others could perceive, Trunks could likewise sense. Yet, he was fearful. He had too much at stake. What if this was merely a ruse? After all, Dr. Gero was capable of creating artificial beings even stronger than Super Saiyan's, so it was not inconceivable that they could also mask their energy signatures. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Vegeta, consumed by rage, had already set off in pursuit of Android 17 and his companions. Concerned that Vegeta might act recklessly, Trunks and the others hastily ceased their discussion and followed closely behind. As for Yuan and his group, upon exiting the underground laboratory, they took to the skies without hesitation. Android 17 and his companions were on their way to seek out Son Goku. Although Yuan's combat prowess is not particularly formidable, he is still capable of flight. However, upon emerging, number 18 continues to hold him tightly in her embrace. Was quite content to be embraced by number 18. One was eager to embrace, while the other was willing to be embraced. Although the two remained silent throughout their journey, the atmosphere grew remarkably subtle and unexpectedly harmonious. Suddenly, number 17, flying ahead, descended. Following suit, number 18 and number 16 followed him down. Moments later, the three landed upon the road below. Surrounded by lush green mountains and clear waters, the refreshing air and the melodious chirping of birds uplifted their spirits. Number 16, taking in the beautiful surroundings, couldn't help but break into a warm and inviting smile. "Why did you suddenly land, number 17? Number 18 inquired. Number 17 leisurely replied, What is the point of rushing? Let us enjoy ourselves while we make our way. With his nonchalant demeanor, he seemed as if he were off to a spring outing. Are you suggesting we walk? We could drive. Soon enough, vehicles will pass by on this road, and we can hitch a ride, remarked number 18. Men often engage in such trivial pursuits. It's surprising you still possess a hint of humanity. Nonetheless, number 18 did not reject number 17's suggestion. Such minor matters did not concern her greatly. The group stood in the middle of the road, waiting for a car to pass. Suddenly, an unmistakable and powerful aura approached them at an astonishing speed from behind. Before long, a figure radiating golden light descended nearby. Yuan also lifted his head in the embrace of the 18th. Gazing at the newcomer while sensing the powerful aura that emanated from him, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration within. It is truly their loss for not having you as their spokesperson. Upon observing Vegeta's hairstyle, especially the resplendent golden locks that adorned him after his transformation into a Super Saiyan, contemplated addressing him. I would like a spicy McChicken, please. Chapter 8, Vegeta vs. Android 17. I never anticipated that you would still be lingering here, he remarked, astonished. After emerging from the depths, Vegeta had been unable to locate them. The absence of the android's energy signatures, coupled with the fact that was being embraced by Android 18, had concealed their presence effectively. This left Vegeta floundering like a headless fly in search of them. To his surprise, he ultimately found them near the laboratory. You appear to exude a different aura than before, he noted. It was not merely the aura. Vegeta's tone remained neutral, yet his expression seemed to proclaim, I am about to showcase my prowess. Nestled in Android 18's arms, felt an overwhelming sense of security and turned to watch Vegeta's impending display with keen interest. I ask you, where do you intend to go now? Vegeta inquired with an authoritative tone. We are off to find Son Goku. Our aim is to eliminate him. Android 18 unabashedly declared her intentions, seemingly indifferent to being overheard. Just as I suspected. However, you shall not meet him, for you will perish at my hands first. Thus began the spectacle. Vegeta was poised to put on a show, could hardly bear to witness the forthcoming scene. The current arrogance of Vegeta would soon be met with a woeful fate. Android 17 and 18 exchanged knowing smiles. Is it amusing? The only opportunity for laughter lies in moments like these. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, the immense power coursing through Vegeta's veins filled him with an overwhelming sense of invincibility. He regarded the androids with utter disdain, convinced that he alone could vanquish them all. It appears that such hubris is a characteristic of the Saiyans. Son Goku exhibits similar traits, often overestimating his abilities in a futile display of heroism. A folly that seldom leads to longevity. Arrogance, inadequacy, and the urge to play the hero seldom result in a long life. The words of 17 pierced Vegeta's pride like sharp blades, each syllable igniting a fiery rage within him. The golden aura surrounding Vegeta surged with intensity, his fearsome presence growing ever stronger. Angered, he clenched his jaw, so tightly that veins resembling the character bulged on his forehead. Good heavens! 2 individuals have entered the Golden Arches. The phrase Golden Arches firmly lodged itself in his mind. Silence! How dare you, a mere puppet, speak so foolishly? I shall ensure your demise, leaving no trace behind. Who among you wishes to volunteer for death? Vegeta erupted in fury, bellowing at them. Is it the insufferable brat? The woman cradling the child? Or perhaps the towering figure? Shall I send you all to the afterlife in one breath? Yet. The only response to Vegeta's wrath was the light laughter of 17 and 18. Android 18 remarked nonchalantly, How amusing. What did you say? Her calm tone made Vegeta feel like a capering clown. However, 18 paid him no heed and turned to 16, saying, 16, I wish to witness your strength. Please deal with him. 16's expression remained impassive. I refuse. Both 17 and 18 were taken aback by 16's unexpected refusal, momentarily stunned. This fellow possesses a clear mind. He has been intimidated by my prowess. The naive Vegeta, surprisingly, felt a sense of pride. Little does he know that if they truly decided to engage, he would likely not last 2 minutes. According to the original storyline, it would not be long before 18 would personally intervene and unleash a brutal assault on Vegeta. Yuan had prepared to depart from this haven of tenderness. However, the 18th gave a glance to the 17th. The 17th, upon noticing the gaze of the 18th, looked back at her, then at Yuan cradled in the arms of the 18th. Understood. My twin sister has cherished adorable things since childhood. And even after being transformed into an artificial being, this fondness remains. At this moment, she evidently wished to remain undisturbed. Therefore, as her brother, it falls upon me to resolve this minor inconvenience. The 17th stepped outside. Confronting the formidable Vegeta, the 17th stood as still as the tranquil sea, devoid of any aura. If Vegeta were to close his eyes, he might not even perceive the presence before him. The 17th beckoned to Vegeta with a mere flick of her finger. Observing the complete disregard with which the 17th treated him, Vegeta's eyes began to glow with a furious green light. Throughout this day, Vegeta had either been ignored or was on the verge of being overlooked. The simmering anger within him had reached its boiling point. The gesture from the 17th acted like a trigger, igniting the bomb of Vegeta's wrath. Consumed by rage, Vegeta could no longer endure such humiliation. His golden aura blazed fiercely, transforming him into a streak of golden light that surged toward the 17th. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared beside her, delivering a powerful kick aimed at her head. With a resounding thud, the 17th lifted her right arm, effortlessly blocking Vegeta's strike, the clash emitting a deep, resonant sound. Vegeta's pupils constricted. Though this kick was not executed with full force, he had exerted a significant amount of power, yet it was deflected with such ease. Nevertheless, Vegeta remained undaunted. Rather, he felt exhilarated. If his opponent were too weak, even a victory would hold little meaning for him. The warrior spirit of a scion was vividly embodied in Vegeta. With a swift turn in midair, Vegeta supported himself with his hands, propelling his feet forcefully towards the 17th's abdomen. The 17th reacted with remarkable speed, blocking Vegeta's kick and using the momentum to soar into the sky. Vegeta pushed off the ground, rapidly closing in on the 17th. His speed was so great that his figure was nearly invisible, leaving only a golden streak racing towards the heavens. Sensing the immense power radiating from Vegeta, the 17th's lips curled into a slight smile. The strength of this Vegeta far surpassed the information provided by Dr. Gero. How intriguing! The figure of Android 17 swiftly vanished into the air, engaging in a fierce skirmish with Vegeta. In an instant, the sky and the earth transformed into their battleground. A golden streak of light intertwined with a dark silhouette, darting across the heavens and the ground, colliding incessantly. Each clash reverberated with a deep, thunderous sound, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently, unleashing waves of invisible energy. The clouds above were torn asunder, trees were snapped in half, and even the once solid concrete ground succumbed to a spiderweb of cracks. Concerned for the safety of Yuan, Android 18 erected a protective green shield around them. Although Vegeta's power exceeded the data provided by Dr. Gero, even matching that of Android 18, she remained unfazed. After all, they were artificial beings endowed with limitless energy and stamina. No matter how formidable Vegeta was, there would come a time when he would exhaust himself, while they could maintain their peak condition indefinitely. Furthermore, her brother, Android 17, possessed strength that far surpassed her own. Meanwhile, nestled in Android 18's embrace, Yuan was astonished to discover that the lightning-fast movements of Vegeta and Android 17, which were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, were laid bare before him. As if time itself had slowed dramatically, he observed their every action with clarity. Most importantly, he etched their techniques into his memory, assimilating and transforming them into his own combat experience. Yuan closed his eyes, absorbing the invaluable combat experience like a sponge. Chapter 9. Let us put on a quick performance for everyone. Vegeta felt an increasing sense of dread as he fought. Though he initially held back, only exerting half of his power, he had now escalated to 80%. Yet, number 17 remained as composed as ever, effortlessly countering his attacks. Could he truly be stronger than I? Impossible. I am the mightiest Super Saiyan in the universe. I absolutely cannot be defeated by this puppet. With a furious roar, Vegeta's muscles tensed, and his aura surged to its maximum. Grasping number 17 by one hand, he yanked him forward, then struck down with both hands in a hammer-like motion against number 17's back. Boom! Number 17 plummeted like a meteor, creating a massive crater upon impact. Vegeta concentrated his energy into orbs and unleashed a complete series of royal techniques toward number 17's descent. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted, deafening all in the vicinity. The trees surrounding number 17 were shattered into splinters, and those further away were snapped in half by the shockwaves. In the midst of a once lush forest, a barren wasteland emerged. The forest. Thank you, Tony Vegeta, for your Mediterranean hairstyle. I appreciate your entire family. Trunks and the others, having arrived at some point, stood in stunned silence at the scene before them. Has it been resolved? Trunks, feeling Vegeta's overwhelming energy, was deeply astonished. If he possessed such strength, he could certainly contend with the androids 17 and 18 from the future. However, unable to sense the android's energy, he could not ascertain whether No. 17 had been defeated. Nevertheless, Trunks noticed 18's expression. Far from fear, it bore a hint of mockery. Alarmed, Trunks shouted to Vegeta, "Father, be careful." As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta caught a glimpse of a shadow flickering through the smoke. Cough cough. It was number 17, and scathed. Emerging from the haze, he moved at lightning speed to Vegeta's front and delivered a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. The force of the blow left Vegeta feeling as if his insides had turned to mush, and he could not suppress the blood that surged forth from his mouth. Clutching his abdomen, Vegeta curled into a tight ball, his golden aura flickering erratically, struggling to maintain his levitation technique. He teetered precariously in midair. Sensing Vegeta's imminent fall, No. 17 seized him by the hair. Number 17 remained silent, merely emitting a soft sigh. Yet, to Vegeta's ears, that sound was more jarring than any harsh words could ever be. It trampled upon his pride and self-esteem, crushing them beneath its weight, as if grinding them into the ground. Unforgivable. The humiliation he felt ignited a surge of rage within him, and he sensed a shackle within his being loosening slightly. A wave of heat emanated from his back, rekindling the golden aura that had nearly extinguished, now flaring up with even greater intensity. The explosive energy instantaneously propelled number 17 away, and as Vegeta broke free, he charged toward him with relentless fervor. He had completely forgotten his wounds. Disregarding the searing pain coursing through him, his singular focus was to annihilate number 17. Fists, feet, knees, and elbows transformed into lethal weapons, unleashing a tempestuous assault upon number 17. Vegeta's base combat power was originally 10 million, but upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he gained a 50-fold increase, elevating his power to 500 million. Now, although his base power remained unchanged, his Super Saiyan form had been amplified from 50 times to 55 times, resulting in a combat prowess of 550 million. Oh, it seems he has grown somewhat stronger. Number 17, sensing the force behind Vegeta's strikes, felt a flicker of surprise. However, he paid it little heed, for such power was still insufficient to harm him. If one were to quantify number 17's strength and combat power, it would amount to a staggering 700 million. As Vegeta and number 17 clashed head-on, Vegeta's slight increase in strength paled in comparison to number 17's overwhelming might. Each of Vegeta's attacks was deftly countered by number 17, who handled them with ease. How infuriating to be so vastly outmatched. Vegeta was utilizing every ounce of his strength, yet each strike proved futile. His heart was as clear as glass. He understood that he still fell short of number 17's prowess. However, the pride of a Saiyan would not allow him to concede defeat, even at the cost of his life. Number 17, having no interest in toying with Vegeta any longer, unleashed his full power. With boundless stamina and energy, he remained in peak condition throughout the battle. Under the relentless assault of number 17, Vegeta found himself steadily retreating. Before long, he was battered and bruised, his battle attire in tatters, though his trousers remained remarkably intact. Trunks watched in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the sheer terror of this world's androids. With the strength Vegeta had displayed, he could have easily vanquished the androids from the future. Yet, in this timeline, he was being utterly overpowered. Could we truly withstand such formidable androids? Trunks murmured to himself, a flicker of fear glimmering in his eyes as doubts about his own abilities crept in. The battlefield was ever-changing, and Krillin and the others could scarcely have anticipated that the once vigorous Vegeta now lay battered like a lifeless dog. Although a sense of trepidation gripped him, Trunks could no longer remain a mere bystander upon witnessing Vegeta's dire state. He unsheathed the long sword from his back and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Brandishing his sword, he charged towards Android 17, determined to rescue Vegeta. "Sister, aren't you going to help?" Android 18 pondered for a moment before glancing at Android 16. Yet, Android 16 remained completely unmoved. Understanding that it was futile to expect any action from him, Android 18 let out a silent sigh, reluctantly entrusting the care of Moya to Android 16. Take good care of him. Found himself somewhat perplexed. Initially, he sensed a disdain from number 18, yet now it seemed she was reluctant to part ways. "Sister, please ensure your safety," he called out to her retreating figure. Upon hearing his words, number 18 paused, and a radiant smile blossomed on her previously icy visage. Akin to a flower blooming amidst the snow, captivating and impossible to look away from. Meanwhile, Krillin, who had been secretly observing her, felt his typically bright head flush with color, his heart racing uncontrollably. A singular thought consumed him. How could such a delightful girl possibly be a villain? Surely, Trunks had erred. After number 18 departed, perched himself on number 16's shoulder. Intriguingly, despite being a pure robot, number 16's exterior was not cold. Rather, it possessed a warmth akin to that of a human. Had a fair understanding of number 16. This seemingly formidable giant was, in truth, gentle at heart. Were it not for Dr. Gero's programming to eliminate Goku, he might never have entertained the notion of violence. Number 16 regarded its actions with indifference. His kind gaze fixed on the distant birds, a benevolent smile gracing his rugged face. Thus, one observed the birds in the distance while the other watched the aerial combat. And the atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious. The distance was too great for senses to grasp fully. He could only rely on his instincts and sight to perceive the distant clash. The battle was short-lived. Vegeta was already battered by number 17, barely able to exert half of his strength. Trunks fared no better. With a combat power of merely 400 million, utterly outmatched by the 500 million in boundless energy possessed by number 18. In less than 5 minutes, Vegeta and Trunks had put on a swift display of Saiyan defeat. On the ground, Piccolo's face turned pale with fear, yet despite his trepidation, he and Tien rushed to the aid of the fallen Vegeta and Trunks. Only Krillin remained, paralyzed with fear, lacking the courage to intervene. Chapter 10, The Proud Number 18. Could it be that they were defeated so swiftly? Just moments ago, Piccolo and Tien had charged in to assist, only to be brought down by a few swift strikes from number 17 and number 18 in under a minute. The battlefield was left with only number 17 and number 18 standing, while the others lay defeated. Krillin gazed at the motionless forms of his comrades, a mix of astonishment and dread flooding over him. These individuals were among the strongest on Earth. Was there truly no hope for their world? Fear enveloped Krillin, rendering him ice-cold as an involuntary tremor coursed through his body, cold sweat instantly soaking his garments. Suddenly, number 17 and number 18 turned their gazes towards him. In that moment, Krillin felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast of the wild, a chilling dread creeping up his spine. He stumbled back 2 steps, attempting to evade their piercing stares. Number 17 soared towards him, while number 18 merely cast a cursory glance in his direction before turning to fly away. As number 17 approached, Krillin was struck by the impending sense of doom. If even a Super Saiyan could not withstand a few exchanges, what hope did he, a mere earthling, possess? Panic seized him, leaving him flustered and disoriented. Observing Krillin's demeanor, number 17 found no interest in engaging in battle. Rest assured, they are all still alive. Hurry and provide them with senzu beans. They will recover swiftly, he remarked. Krillin, momentarily taken aback by 17's words, realized that everyone was indeed alive. A sudden revelation washed over him. Perhaps these androids were not as malevolent as he had initially perceived. Once they had honed their skills further, he would gladly welcome their challenge again. With that, number 17 departed, leaving Krillin in a state of stunned silence. Meanwhile, number 18 returned to stand beside number 16, her gaze fixed intently upon Yuan. Yuan felt a chill run down his spine under the unwavering gaze of number 18. He couldn't shake the impression that there was a hint of resentment lurking within those eyes. Believed he ought to express his feelings towards his thigh. Thus, he greeted number 18 with a sweet smile. Sister, you're back. Were you injured? No. They could never hurt me. Number 18's eyes remained fixed on with a skeptical gaze. Could it be? A sudden and fanciful notion emerged in Yuan's mind. Regardless, he resolved to give it a try. Under such an unwavering gaze, one might feel utterly foolish. Thus, Yuan opened his arms wide and, in a sweet and childish voice, pleaded with number 18, Sister, I wish for a hug. Upon hearing this, number 18 promptly soared into the air, since number 16 was rather tall, and Yuan was perched upon their shoulder, gently lifting Yuan down from 16's shoulder. As she did so, she pouted slightly, expressing her mild disdain. Humph, little ones are such a bother. My Yuan, women, you cannot hide anything from my discerning heart. Thus, is this what they called Sundara? Under my Yuan's keen observation, the demeanor of number 18 was laid bare. Though she spoke of trouble, her eyes betrayed a glimmer of joy and contentment. Ah, women, has thoroughly seen through the character of number 18, who was merely a little Sundara. Believing that could not discern her expression while held in his embrace, number 18 revealed a smug smile. Number 16, perplexed, observed her, finding this woman quite peculiar, oscillating between disdain and delight. Noticing number 16's gaze, number 18 shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, this woman is troubled. Number 16 silently diverted his attention, focusing instead on a distant bird. allowing his expression to soften. Indeed, small creatures are delightful. Before long, number 17 approached. It appears there are scarcely any vehicles passing through here. Shall we venture to a more lively area? The suggestion was met with unanimous agreement from the group, and they soared into the sky, leaving Krillin standing there, gazing blankly at their receding figures. It was only after they vanished into the horizon that Krillin regained his senses. Right, I must go rescue everyone. Finally recalling those who had been knocked unconscious, he hurriedly leaped into the ravine created by the residual impacts of the battle. He produced the sins of beans and administered them one by one. Krillin hesitated for a moment before deciding whether to give a Senzu bean to Vegeta. Ultimately, he chose to do so. Although Vegeta was exceedingly arrogant and somewhat of a lone wolf, he remained one of the most formidable fighters on Earth. His survival would be of significant assistance in combating the androids. Instantly upon consuming the Senzu beans, the injuries of the group healed as if they had been mere illusions. Trunks gazed solemnly at the sword that lay shattered in two pieces beside him. This sword had accompanied him through countless battles, having even cleaved Frieza in half. Throughout the years of fighting the androids in the future timeline, it had remained unscathed. Yet today, after merely one swing, it lay broken. The strength of the androids in this timeline was overwhelming, pressing down on Trunks like a colossal stone, making it difficult for him to breathe. Once everyone had recovered, Krillin recounted the events that transpired while they were unconscious. What? They even knew about our Senzu beans? Upon hearing that the androids were aware of the beans, Piccolo's face turned ashen. Knowing the efficacy of the Senzu beans, why had they not been exterminated? Were they fearless or simply overconfident? If their arrogance were the only concern, it would be manageable. However, the fear of their potential trump cards instills a chilling apprehension in Piccolo. He silently resolves to take action. Meanwhile, Vegeta, listening to their discussions about the formidable nature of the androids, feels his anger intensifying. The memories of his previous boast strike him like a series of resounding slaps across his face. In this moment, Vegeta's pride and dignity seem to transform into a mere joke. In a sudden outburst, his immense energy swirls around him, stirring up a whirlwind of sand and dust. In an instant, he transforms into a beam of light, vanishing into the horizon. He is determined to grow stronger, to the point of vanquishing these androids and reclaiming his pride and honor. Moreover, during this battle, he has glimpsed the possibility of transcending the Super Saiyan form. He is confident that it will not be long before he attains a strength that renders him untouchable by all. Witnessing Vegeta's departure, Trunks feels compelled to follow, but is restrained by Piccolo. Trunks, do not pursue him. Allow him some solitude. Trunks turns to Piccolo, who calmly explains he is transformed into a Super Saiyan. Reclaiming his once absolute pride and dignity, yet he was easily defeated by the androids this time, which must have dealt him a significant blow. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Trunks regains his composure. Indeed, as his mother said, such a proud individual as his father would undoubtedly be profoundly affected by today's defeat. It is best to let him reflect in peace. Chapter 11. Names. After soaring leisurely through the sky for over 10 minutes, the group finally spots a vehicle in the desolate wilderness. It is a small truck, perfectly suited to accommodate Android 16. As a regular car would not suffice for his considerable size, the owner of the truck is nearby, shopping at a convenience store. Following a friendly exchange, the owner graciously agrees to lend him the vehicle without demanding its return. In gratitude, Android 16 kindly assists in unloading the cargo from the truck, moving the owner to tears. After they depart, the owner, concerned about their potential disorientation in the wilderness, even calls the authorities on their behalf. Such kindness is truly heartwarming. Bidding farewell to their benefactor, they embark on their quest to find Goku. Inside the vehicle, Android 17 takes the driver's seat, while Android 18 cradles Moya in the passenger seat. Due to his large size, Android 16 can only occupy the rear compartment. With no distractions, Android 17 finally begins to inquire about Moya's origins. Hey, kid, tell us about your background. First and foremost, I am not called Hey. I am known as Yuan. As soon as the words left his lips, Yuan realized that everyone was gazing at him in astonishment. Even the driver. Number 17 had diverted his attention from the road. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Yuan felt somewhat perplexed. After all, it was merely a name, wasn't it? What was there to make such a fuss about? Yet, there was indeed an issue at hand. All artificial beings were devoid of names, assigned only numerical designations. Even Dr. Gero, upon transforming into an artificial entity, adopted the designation of Android number 20 for himself. Android number 18 regarded Yuan with a curious expression. And you, however, possess a genuine name. Yuan suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is. In fact, I chose my own name, perhaps because Dr. Gro deemed the success rate of creating me too low, and thus, he has yet to assign me a number. A low success rate? I recall you mentioned that you are neither a robot nor a cyborg created by humans. So how did you come into existence? I was conceived through the fusion of cells from martial arts masters on Earth and cells from cosmic powerhouses. Thus I am neither a robot nor a mere artificial being modified from an ordinary human, divulged his origins to the trio, albeit with discretion. He refrained from revealing certain truths, such as the assimilation of entities numbered 17 and 18 to achieve a complete form, or the enhancement of his powers through the absorption of humanity. Such matters were best left unspoken, as he had no intention of absorbing humans, let alone them. And voicing such thoughts would only serve to complicate matters further. Thus, you were also created with the purpose of eliminating Sun Wukong? Nodded in acknowledgement, indeed. Nevertheless, he was not mentally prepared to confront Sun Wukong. Apart from his reluctance, his own prowess was woefully inadequate. He was uncertain about the calculations of combat power. Yet he could distinctly sense that his energy was roughly a mere tenth of that of a standard Vegeta. Such meager combat capabilities rendered him incapable of defeating Piccolo, let alone attempting to vanquish Sun Wukong. It was akin to searching for excrement with a lantern in a latrine. Moreover, a formidable threat loomed, Cell. The whereabouts of Cell remained unknown, yet according to the original narrative, he would soon emerge to wreak havoc upon humanity. His ultimate objective was to absorb androids 17 and 18. Without assimilating them, Cell would find it exceedingly challenging to evolve into his perfect form. An unevolved Cell posed little threat. According to the original storyline, one must remain wary of Cell as well as Vegeta. After all, it was due to Vegeta that Android 18 fell victim to Cell's absorption, leading to a poignant display of paternal affection with Trunks. Ultimately, the outcome was quite favorable, as Vegeta once again transformed into a Super Saiyan, found himself perplexed. How was it that every time Vegeta grew stronger, he was met with an equal measure of humiliation? One could say that Vegeta's entire existence has been characterized by a reckless pursuit of power. He has indeed grown formidable. Yet he has not escaped the repercussions of his arrogance. In moments of hubris, he has often been outshone, and for this reason, would deem Vegeta the strongest in terms of irony. Nevertheless, understood all too well that within a few days, Vegeta would undoubtedly ascend to new heights once again, reaching a level of strength that even androids 17 and 18 would struggle to match, let alone the mature form of Cell. Thus, resolved to strengthen himself. For as long as Cell remained a threat, there would be no avoiding confrontation. Cell would certainly not spare androids 17 and 18. Even if Cell were vanquished now, Vegeta would seek retribution, as he could not bear the shame inflicted upon him by their existence. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on. It would not be long before Vegeta returned. With this thought, furrowed his brow in contemplation. The only place that could swiftly enhance his power was. Just then, a gentle, warm hand reached out to smooth the furrow of his brow, and though the voice was calm, it carried a hint of concern. Yuan shook his head and replied, "It is nothing." It was not that he was unwilling to converse with them. Rather, he found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly reveal to them that he would eventually come from the future to absorb their essence, could he? By the way, sister, I recall you mentioning that you were transformed from humans into artificial beings by Dr. Gero, correct? Swiftly shifted the topic. Well, do you still remember your former names? He inquired. Upon hearing's question, a flicker of hatred flashed in the eyes of number 18, only to be replaced by profound sorrow. She reminisced about the years gone by. Once, she and number 17 were mere inhabitants of a village on the outskirts of North City. Everything changed from that fateful day. On that day, Dr. Gero, accompanied by several artificial beings, invaded their village. Faced with these formidable creations, their firearms proved utterly ineffective. In the face of overwhelming power, they could only succumb to their fate. In a mere half hour, Dr. Gero captured them all, leaving not a single soul to escape. What followed was a descent into a hellish existence. Dr. Gero commenced his inhumane experiments on human subjects. Number 17 and number 18 watched helplessly as their loved ones fell victim to his cruel whims. They witnessed their parents kneel before Dr. Gero, pleading to cooperate with his experiments, hoping against hope that he would spare their lives. Yet, Dr. Gero required no such compliance. The two artificial beings incapacitated their parents and dragged them away. From that moment onward, they never laid eyes on their parents again. They were acutely aware that failed test subjects would be dealt with by Dr. Gero, leaving no trace behind. Hatred, when harbored for too long, does not fade, it intensifies. The gravest error made by Dr. Gero was concentrating their enhancements solely on physical strength, resulting in a lack of control. Retaining their past memories, number 17 and number 18, having been transformed into powerful beings, found that their foremost desire was not to fulfill Dr. Gero's commands to eliminate Sun Wukong. Rather, it was to exact vengeance upon the man who had wrought such suffering upon their family, Dr. Gero. Yuan suddenly sensed a heavy atmosphere enveloping the vehicle. Regretting the moment, he posed the question. Clearly, his inquiry had evoked some unpleasant memories for both the 17th and 18th individuals. For a moment, silence pervaded the interior of the car. After a while, the 18th sighed, her expression gradually softening, as if she had released a burden she had long carried. "I am Lazili," she announced. Upon hearing her words, the 17th relaxed his grip on the steering wheel. Letting go? Perhaps it was indeed time to do so. "I am Lapisai," he replied. Seated in the rear, number 16 wore a benevolent smile. In Chapter 12, The Time Machine and the Eggshell, the act of revealing their names symbolized the complete relinquishment of the past by number 17 and number 18. Henceforth, they would no longer be known as Android 17 and Android 18. They had transformed into twins, the sister Lazuli and the brother Lapis. Though they had let go of their prior identities, it did not imply that they harbored no intentions of seeking out Sun Wukong. Dr. Gero had modified them into androids with the sole purpose of eliminating Sun Wukong. Thus, they still bore a semblance of resentment towards him. Even if they did not intend to kill Sun Wukong, they felt compelled to give him a thorough beating. Such were the thoughts of Lazuli and Lapis as they leisurely drove towards Sun Wukong's abode. Meanwhile, Krillin and Trunks piloted an aircraft to Sun Wukong's residence. They intended to escort the ailing Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi to Master Roshi's sanctuary, safeguarding them from the potential threat posed by the androids. Sun Wukong served as a stabilizing force for them all. As long as he remained alive, they felt an unwavering sense of hope. This sentiment resonated even with Bulma from the future, who deemed Sun Wukong far more dependable than Vegeta. Aboard the aircraft, Krillin called Bulma to recount the events of the day. During their conversation, Bulma informed him that in the western suburbs, a derelict time machine had been discovered. Upon viewing the photograph Bulma had sent, Trunks was taken aback. The machine, overgrown with weeds, was none other than the time machine he had once used. Yet, he distinctly remembered having his own time machine, miniaturized and contained within a capsule, still upon his person. Moreover, it was inconceivable that two time machines could exist in the future timeline, especially amidst the rampant destruction wrought by the androids. The creation of a single time machine had already depleted all resources. Nevertheless, the time machine depicted in the photograph unmistakably resembled the one he had operated. Trunks was certain he could not be mistaken. This revelation led him to ponder that this timeline might diverge entirely from the history he had known. From the formidable abilities of the androids to the emergence of Android 16 and the subterranean laboratory creations, this timeline was rife with unknowns. These uncertainties weighed heavily upon him, pressing down like a massive stone upon his chest, rendering him nearly breathless. He resolved to investigate the machine personally. After inquiring about its precise location, Trunks arranged to meet Gohan and Bulma there. After a brief passage of 10 minutes, they convened in the western suburbs. Upon gazing at the time machine before him, Trunks could almost confirm that it was indeed the one he had once used, for emblazoned upon it were the letters he had inscribed: Hope. Regardless of its position or the inscriptions upon it, the time machine bore an uncanny resemblance to that which adorned his person. However, the exterior of this contraption suggested that it had languished in neglect for an extended period. If Trunks' future timeline possessed but a singular time machine, then this particular device could only belong to one possibility, another timeline. But what of his counterpart in that alternate reality? A chill suddenly coursed down Trunks' spine. Moreover, the gaping hole at the top of the machine was certainly not a result of his handiwork. This machine represented the hope of their timeline. He would agonize for an eternity should it suffer even the slightest scratch, making it impossible for him to have damaged it. Thus, who had traversed through this machine into their timeline? An android? Or perhaps another individual? The more he pondered, the more his trepidation grew, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. To validate his suspicions, Trunks activated the machine. Inside, he discovered two purple, hemispherical objects of indeterminate origin. What are these? He mused, noting their dissimilarity to coconut shells. Gohan regarded the peculiar items with curiosity. What are they? Show me. Bulma chimed in, equally intrigued. Gohan handed the objects to Bulma, saying, "Take a look." Bulma examined the items meticulously, turning them over in her hands. "I see now. These must be the shells of some kind of creature's egg. Eggshell? Yet I have never encountered such a shell before," Gohan remarked, having grown up in the vicinity of Mount Pozu and having seen an array of bizarre animal eggs. However, this particular form was entirely unfamiliar to him. Suddenly, it seemed they had an epiphany. They all gazed at the damaged aperture atop the time machine. The edges of the hull bore remnants of a purple hue, identical to that of the eggshell. Gohan's expression turned grave, indeed. Perhaps the being that created that hole emerged from this egg. Trunks hastily examined the machine, hoping to uncover any valuable information. The residual energy was nearly depleted. The entirety of the time machine's power almost exhausted, allowing it to barely display the time. After a brief wait, the machine finally revealed the date. The year was 788? 3 years behind my future. How can this be? Trunks gazed incredulously at the time displayed on the machine. This was the future, 3 years after his departure. If this were indeed the case, then his earlier conjecture had been validated. A third timeline had indeed intruded. Trunks examined the time machine once more to ascertain the temporal coordinates of this particular timeline. As he beheld the time machine's readings, a sense of dread began to envelop him. Approximately 4 years prior, this individual had arrived a year earlier than Trunks had during his last visit. Who could this person be? Why had they come here? Could it be that the numerous alterations in history were all orchestrated by this individual? Moreover, with such a lengthy passage of time, why had they yet to reveal themselves? What events had transpired in this third timeline? What had become of himself in that reality? Would he too encounter similar circumstances 3 years hence in his own timeline? Fear emanated from the unknown, much like darkness enveloping Trunks. Suddenly, Gohan noticed something peculiar behind a nearby rock. "What's wrong?" Bulma inquired. "It's nothing. I'm just pondering what that object could possibly be." Gohan approached the strange object. "What is it? Where is it?" Upon seeing the object, Gohan was taken aback and shouted to Trunks and Bulma, "You too. Come quickly and take a look." "What did you find, Gohan?" "Look at that thing." Gohan pointed at the odd object. Trunks and Bulma followed Gohan's gaze and were equally startled, unable to suppress their gasps. What lay before them was an elongated entity, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, resembling the form of some insect. Initially, they presumed it to be the carcass of a large bug. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was not a corpse, but rather the exoskeleton shed by some creature. An empty shell? Are there cicadas of this size in this vicinity? Bulma inquired, astonished. Not just in this area, perhaps on the entire planet, such a cicada could hardly be found. There are no cicadas of this magnitude, Trunks interjected. Nodding in agreement with Gohan's speculation, it is likely the shell of a creature that emerged from the time machine's egg. Yes, Gohan affirmed. The creature must have shed the shell after maturing. What on earth is happening? What creature does the shell belong to? Bulma questioned. No one knows, Gohan replied. For no one has ever encountered it. How did this come to be? Is it possible that someone in the future placed an egg within the time machine to arrive here? Or did a certain individual accompany this egg to this place? I truly cannot comprehend which scenario it might be. Trunks gazed at the shell, perplexed. He reached his hand inside, only to be met with a viscous, sticky sensation. Hastily withdrawing his hand, he discovered it coated in a purple slime. The shell had only recently been shed. The Supreme Kai observed the unfolding events with a newfound understanding of the unease that had plagued him for the past 4 years. He resolved to merge with Piccolo at last. Chapter 13. Divided Paths. Apologies, esteemed listeners, for this unexpected interruption. We return to our previously reported news. An hour ago, the city of Jenga, located in the western outskirts, which had been shrouded in silence, has now been investigated by a team, and reports have just come in. It is said that the local inhabitants vanished in an instant, leaving the city eerily desolate, devoid of any souls. In the vehicle, Yuan absorbed this report, realizing that they could no longer afford to delay. Cell had made his appearance, and time was of the essence. If they did not grow stronger promptly, they would only become sustenance for Cell's evolution into his perfect form. Sister, could you accompany me in my training? I wish to grow stronger. Training? What has prompted this notion? She inquired softly. There is no one in this world who can challenge us, interjected Lapith dismissively before Lazili could respond. In his mind, they were invincible. Characters like Goku and Vegeta were mere trifles in comparison to his prowess. With such strength at his disposal, what need was there for further training? They could simply indulge in leisurely pursuits. Cough. Xiaoyuan, What has inspired this sudden desire for strength? Lazuli asked gently. You are aware that I possess the cells of Goku and Vegeta, who were scions. Vegeta's transformation into his golden form today is a manifestation of their race's unique ability. Known as Super Saiyan, Ma Yuan stated with utmost seriousness. Oh, sounds rather flamboyant, Lapith retorted, still unimpressed. And what of transformation? Does it not lead to defeat regardless? Do not underestimate the Saiyan transformation. Achieving Super Saiyan status can amplify one's combat prowess by 50-fold. 50-fold? Both Lazuli and Lapith expressed a measure of astonishment, nodded and said, Indeed, 50 times. Thus, if they merely enhance their base combat power a little more, they could vanquish you using the transformation into a Super Saiyan. The most crucial aspect is that Scions possess a unique trait. Each time they return from the brink of death, their combat power experiences a significant increase. Although Vegeta has been defeated by you this time, he has not reached the threshold of death, yet he has sustained considerable injuries. Once he recovers and trains for a while, his combat power will undoubtedly rise, making the outcome of your next confrontation unpredictable. Rappies, observing the serious expression on his face, suddenly recalled their previous battle with Vegeta, during which Vegeta's combat power had noticeably surged. While he could still not surpass Rappies if such enhancements occurred a few more times, he might soon find himself at a disadvantage. Is what you say truly genuine? Rappies inquired earnestly. He had already begun to believe, after all. Had no reason to deceive him. Noticing that his words had struck a chord with Rappies, decided to intensify his assertions. Indeed, moreover, I can sense a more terrifying power lying dormant within the Scion cells, waiting to be unleashed. The transformation into a Super Saiyan is far from the zenith of their potential. They possess even deeper transformations. At that point, the multiplier of 50 times their base combat power will pale in comparison. Perhaps it could be 100 times or even 1,000. Imagine enhancing combat power by a mere point, yet through transformation, it could escalate by 50 points. This would equate to a training speed 50 times that of others. And with deeper transformations, it might reach hundreds or even thousands of times. Many perceive Goku and the other Scions as overly reliant on transformations, considering that they are not sustainable and their bodies can barely withstand the strain after a short battle. However, they fail to recognize that the foes Goku and his companions face are exceedingly formidable. Without relying on transformations, they would stand no chance. At that moment, survival would take precedence over endurance. The formidable transformations grant them the means to confront powerful adversaries, even surpassing and defeating them. Thus, it is not a matter of excessive reliance, but rather a lack of alternatives. Given sufficient time for training, they would not feel compelled to pursue transformations excessively. And what of you? Rappies gazed at and inquired. You also possess Scion cells. Can you not transform into the Super Saiyan you speak of? Indeed. Paused momentarily before continuing, but my strength is still far too insufficient. I have yet to reach the minimum threshold required for transformation. It is essential to understand that the minimum threshold to transform into a Super Saiyan is a combat power of 3 million, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of rage. To achieve this transformation effortlessly, one must possess a baseline combat power that far exceeds this figure. Consequently, Yuan currently remains rather feeble. Although he is unaware of his exact combat power, you can estimate it to be around 1 million based on the energy emanating from others. A combat power of 1 million, a decade ago, would have been significant on Earth. However, in the present day, it merely qualifies him as a larger-than-average expendable. Lazuli inquired, Is it too late for you to cultivate now? Yuan shook his head and said, Under ordinary circumstances, it would indeed be too late. However, I am aware of a certain place where one can cultivate for an entire year, yet only a single day passes outside. Oh, Lazuli Labai. And even the ever-composed number 16 were somewhat astonished. Such a wondrous place exists in this world? Labai fixed his gaze upon Yuan and inquired. But how do you know of it? As fellow artificial beings, none of us are privy to this information, not even that old curmudgeon. Dr. Gero. S. eyes flickered with a hint of panic, yet he swiftly found an excuse. I harbor the cells of Sun Wukong, a fact gleaned from his cellular memories. He once cultivated within me for a month during his youth. Oh, is that so? Lapis regarded with a contemplative expression. To be candid, he held a degree of skepticism towards explanation. However, it mattered little, for he sensed no malice emanating from him. Everyone possesses their own secrets. And he had no desire to delve deeper. It sufficed for him to know that harbored no ill intentions towards them. Sister, what do you think? Shall we go together? Yuan gazed at Lazuli with hopeful eyes. Naturally, Lazuli yearned to spend a year in the delightful company of her charming companion. However, a hint of shyness crept over her as she cast a glance at her younger brother. Lapis replied, "You should go with him. He is still too weak. I fear he might encounter unforeseen dangers alone. I can manage just fine with number 16 regarding the situation with Sun Wukong." Lapis was well aware of his twin sister's sentiments. "All right, I concede to your wishes," he sighed. Lazuli spread her hands in a gesture of resignation, though inwardly she was already celebrating with fireworks, nearly bursting into a joyous song of good fortune. Chapter 14. Borrowing. "Sister, I can fly by myself." At this moment, Yuan and Lazuli had already parted ways with Lapis and number 16. Yuan and Lazuli proceeded towards the temple to practice within the time chamber. Meanwhile, Labisi and number 16 continued their journey towards the residence of Sun Wukong. After dealing with Sun Wukong, they would reunite with the two at the temple. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yuan was once again embraced by Lazuli, prompting him to make a modest suggestion. Lazuli, with an expressionless demeanor and a hint of disdain in her voice, remarked, "You fly too slowly." "Oh, very well," he replied. Yuan felt a tinge of melancholy as he buried his head in the snowdrift, seeking solace in the soothing embrace of facial cleanser. Lazuli playfully toyed with Yuan's tail, a triumphant smile gracing her face. "You little rascal, do you still wish to challenge me?" Yuan tightened his grip, and with a reminder from Lazuli, he summoned the energy within him and began to accelerate. With great reluctance, lifted his head from the comforts of warmth and addressed, "Sister, let us first make our way to West City to retrieve something." Without further inquiry, simply altered their course. A few moments later, they arrived at the residence of Bulma in West City. Their purpose for visiting Bulma was, of course, to acquire the gravity chamber for training. After all, S combat prowess was still far too insufficient. To rapidly enhance his strength, merely relying on the tenfold gravity of the hyperbolic time chamber was inadequate. It is noteworthy that Goku, with a combat power of 90,000, could withstand 100-fold gravity. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, gravity already exceeds 10 times that of Earth, and utilizing the gravity chamber within would yield effects surpassing that of Earth's tenfold. Mrs. Brief, witnessing the two unfamiliar figures descending from the skies, unusually opened her eyes wide and inquired, "Whom are you seeking?" Gazed upon the enchanting blonde woman before him, instantly recognizing her as Mrs. Brief, the mother of Bulma. "Good day, Mrs. Brief. We are here to see Miss Bulma. Bulma is out at the moment. Is there something you require from her?" Mrs. Brief replied, her tone warm and inviting. The adorable little brother. Despite the horns adorning his head and the tail trailing behind him, his undeniable charm was irresistible. His delightful visage swiftly captured Mrs. Brief's heart. Noticing the affectionate tone in Mrs. Brief's voice, Razli's eyes flickered with a glint of coldness. Instantly, Mrs. Brief felt a chill run down her spine, her body prickling with goosebumps. "How peculiar," she thought. "Why do I feel a bit cold?" Rubbing her arms to alleviate the sensation, her gaze shifted towards Razli standing beside. "We seek to borrow the gravity chamber from Miss Bulma," stated. "The gravity chamber, you say?" Mrs. Brief pondered for a moment. "I know where it is. I shall have someone fetch it for you. Bulma seems to have some pressing matters to attend to, and I am uncertain when she shall return." Without delay, Mrs. Brief made a phone call. Before long, a robot appeared, carrying a small box. Inside the box lay the gravity chamber, conveniently shrunk into a universal capsule. Yuan never imagined that he would acquire it so effortlessly. He had anticipated a series of threats and temptations instead. Are the characters within the Dragon Ball universe truly so innocent and naive? Could they be swayed by mere words? Perplexed, Yuan expressed his gratitude to Mrs. Brief before departing with the universal capsule and Lazuli. While he found it difficult to comprehend, securing the items was indeed a fortunate outcome. Unless absolutely necessary, Yuan had no desire to resort to force against them. Not long after and departed, returned piloting an aircraft. Upon entering her home, she was greeted by the sight of her mother, visibly shaken. "Mom, what is the matter? What happened?" "Two individuals came looking for you. They sought to borrow the gravity chamber." "The gravity chamber? Who were they? Did you give it to them?" "I'm not certain of their identities, but the girl bore the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army on her attire. So I handed over the gravity chamber that Vegeta frequently uses." "What? The Red Ribbon Army? Could they be androids? They didn't cause any trouble, did they? Are you hurt?" Upon hearing the mention of the Red Ribbon Army, felt a jolt of anxiety. She had received alarming news from Vegeta, along with the future Trunks, Piccolo, and struggled to contend with the androids. If these individuals were indeed troublesome, the robotic security at her home would stand no chance against them. Likely reduced to mere scrap metal in an instant. Everything is fine. They took the gravity chamber and left, reassured her daughter. In fact, had hastily handed over the gravity chamber to prevent any potential harm too, fearing that a meeting with such individuals might be detrimental. Otherwise, Given's charming demeanor would likely have insisted on hosting them for a meal. That's a relief. Upon hearing that all was well at home, felt a wave of relief wash over her. I must inform the others immediately. The gravity chamber is primarily utilized for training. And if the androids are already so formidable, they must be training diligently. As reached out to contact, the urgency of the situation weighed heavily on her mind. Yuan and Lotzi Li have arrived near Kalinta. At this moment, within the temple, only Bobo, whose body is as dark as a lump of coal, remains. As for Bic, after merging with the deity, he departed from the temple in search of the monstrous entity that devours humans indiscriminately. Bobo, still mourning the departure of the deity, was startled and thrown into a state of panic upon seeing Yuan and Lotzi Li. Despite many speculating in previous lives that Bobo might be a concealed formidable boss, the truth remained shrouded in mystery. Yuan once entertained similar thoughts. However, upon witnessing the coal ball before him, utterly petrified, he completely dispelled his previous fantasies. Yet, as a model youth of society, he graciously greeted Mr. Bobo. "Hello, Mr. Bobo. We would like to request the use of the Spirit Time House." Being closely associated with the deity, Bobo was well aware of who Yuan and Lotzi Li were, having spied on their activities in the temple alongside the deity. The events that unfolded below were vividly clear to them. Nevertheless, their combat prowess was regrettably inadequate, rendering them powerless to assist. Consequently, Bobo firmly declined Yuan's request. Following this rejection, Lotzi Li silently rolled up her sleeves. After a cordial exchange, Bobo was ultimately persuaded, graciously allowing them entry into the Spirit Time House. Of course, Lotzi Li did not resort to excessive force, however. It seemed that Bobo might remain unconscious for a considerable time. Chapter 15. The Spirit Time House. As soon as the door to the Spirit Time House swung open, a wave of scorching air enveloped Yuan. Upon entering, both he and Lotzi Li felt an oppressive weight descend upon them. The tenfold gravity was far more complex than merely increasing one's body weight tenfold. It exerted pressure throughout their entire being, affecting not only their physical surface but also their organs and, indeed, every cell within their bodies. Thus, gravity could stimulate every cell, which elucidates why cultivation under such conditions proves to be exponentially more effective. This experience was incomparable to mere weightlifting, which only targets superficial muscle and fails to engage the internal organs or, more critically, each individual cell. The environment bore a striking resemblance to Yuan's memories of the Spirit Time House. Tenfold gravity, temperatures ranging from 50 degrees to negative 40 degrees. An air that was a mere quarter of the density of what they were accustomed to. The landscape was a vast, wide expanse, devoid of day and night, enveloped in a profound silence. This was not merely a test of physical endurance, but also a trial of mental fortitude. For those with weak willpower, even if their bodies could withstand the strain, their spirits would likely shatter. However, for Yuan, these challenges posed little concern. The issue of air was negligible, as he possessed Frisia's cells, allowing him to survive in the vacuum of space. A lack of air was of no consequence. The temperature, at least for now, did not adversely affect him even at the scorching 50 degrees. As for his mental state, there was no cause for anxiety. He had endured an entire year in an underground laboratory, remaining motionless. Now, at least, he could move, and moreover, Yuan noticed the adjacent storeroom, which was brimming with provisions. It is worth mentioning that he had not consumed anything for an entire year and had previously contemplated indulging in a grand feast upon his emergence. However, opportunities had consistently eluded him. At last, he found himself with the time to savor a meal. Yet, an absence of pressure is not necessarily advantageous. In the realm of cultivation, it proves to be detrimental. The essence of cultivation lies in the relentless pursuit against the current. Only through greater adversity can one unleash a more formidable strength. Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief for having ventured to West City to acquire the gravity chamber. Otherwise, relying solely on the environment within the hyperbolic time chamber would likely fail to impose significant pressure upon him, since the challenges were insufficient. He resolved to create difficulties for himself. After a brief period of acclimatization to tenfold gravity, he found it to be rather unchallenging. But what about 100-fold? Or even 1,000-fold? It is worth noting that the gravity chamber crafted by Bulma could achieve an astounding 500 times the gravitational force. Within the confines of this hyperbolic time chamber, the effects were magnified tenfold, culminating in an extraordinary gravity of 5,000 times that of Earth. Could not guarantee that. Within the span of a year in this spirit time room, he would truly be able to cultivate to withstand the pressure of 5,000 times gravity. Beyond this concern, what delighted him the most was the remarkably high concentration of vital energy within the room, even surpassing that of the outside world. It could be said that practicing in a place abundant in vital energy would inherently enhance one's physique, even if one did not consciously absorb it. The energy would subtly improve the body through the natural process of inhalation and exhalation. If this were the case, it would elucidate why training under the mere tenfold gravity here yielded results incomparable to that of the external 500-fold gravity. In the original narrative, prior to entering the spirit time room, Gohan's battle power was insufficient to transform into a Super Saiyan, having yet to reach the minimum threshold of 3 million. Yet, after a year of training within the spirit time room, his battle power soared dramatically, not only achieving the full power state of a Super Saiyan, but also surpassing even Goku. Aside from his inherent potential, the vital energy within certainly played a significant role. As for, the situation was even more advantageous. He could absorb vital energy effortlessly, thriving in this environment like a dragon returning to the sea or a fish in water. With this abundance of vital energy, felt increasingly confident in facing Cell and Vegeta. Contemplating this, a smile of excitement spread across face. "What is the matter? Why are you so happy?" Lazuli questioned, puzzled by his exuberance. This eerie place, with its thin air, tenfold gravity, and sweltering temperatures, only served to irritate her. Yuan nodded with delight and remarked, "Indeed, this place is extraordinary. I am certain that I will grow immensely powerful within a year. By the way, sister, you must be capable of cultivating as well, correct?" Yuan suddenly realized that the power of the artificial beings was derived from modification rather than from self-cultivation. Although the old bird had mentioned that artificial beings could indeed cultivate, he, being merely a comic artist, understood little of the intricacies of Dragon Ball. Lazuli tilted her head in contemplation, expressing uncertainty, as she had never undergone any form of training. Being an ordinary human girl, she had no prior exposure to martial arts. The strength she possessed was granted to her only after Dr. Gero's enhancements, while Dr. Gero had also implanted some combat-related memories within them. Lazuli remained only partially informed about the nuances of cultivation. "Let us try it after we finish our meal." Yuan gazed at the adjacent storage room, reminiscing about the delectable dishes from his past life. He could hardly suppress his drooling. As for Lazuli, ever since she was transformed into an artificial being by Dr. Gero, she had not tasted a morsel of food, subsisting solely on water at most. They no longer required sustenance to sustain their bodily functions. After years of abstaining from food, she had nearly forgotten the flavor of nourishment. It struck her as peculiar that Yuan, also an artificial being, would harbor such a desire for food. However, at that moment, Yuan could no longer contain himself. He scurried toward the storage room on his short legs. Before long, he emerged, cradling a veritable mountain of provisions that dwarfed his own physique. In his previous life, Yuan, though a landlord with no concerns about food or finances, found himself solitary after the untimely demise of his parents. This solitude compelled him to self-master the culinary arts. While he may not rival the prowess of renowned chefs, his skills surpass those of the average individual by leaps and bounds. The energy akin to that found in Dragon Ball is, in essence, omnipotent. With a mere thought, Yuan manifested a knife from this energy in one hand, while the other conjured flames, expertly roasting a leg of lamb nearly the size of his own body. The knife in Yuan's hand continued its relentless motion, gliding across the leg of lamb, slicing through the skin and flesh, before generously applying the sauce he had just concocted. As the flames danced and crackled, the leg of lamb sizzled, releasing its savory juices, while the spices he had brushed on mingled with the essence of the meat, creating a unique and rich aroma. This fragrance gradually permeated the confines of the temporal hall. Although Razali found it peculiar that Yuan was preparing a meal, the moment she inhaled this sumptuous scent, her stomach, which had not felt hunger for years, suddenly seemed to awaken with emptiness. This transformation filled Razali with astonishment, as she realized that she had, in that instant, reverted to a semblance of her former humanity, capable of feeling hunger, capable of feeling fatigue, meticulously separated the roasted leg of lamb from the bone, breaking it down into small pieces and placing them in a large basin. He also prepared an assortment of vegetables as side dishes. Once everything was ready, he noticed Lazuli nearby, her gaze fixed intently on the food laid out on the table. Her eyes sparkled with a single word: craving. It was rather endearing. "Sister, come and eat." At this call from Lazuli snapped out of her reverie, realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Chapter 16. The Escape of Cell. After merging with the god, Piccolo's combat power surged dramatically. Without hesitation, he departed from the temple and arrived at the location in the goddess' memory where Cell was said to exist. After an intricate performance, Piccolo successfully extracted Cell's origins from him. However, the tale of Cell's origins was terrifying to Piccolo, to the point of inducing a pallor upon his face. The being that emerged from the underground laboratory was not Cell, and according to Cell's account, he wouldn't emerge for another 24 years. There were only two possibilities. Either Cell in this timeline had mutated, or there existed another underground laboratory. The known laboratory was essentially a ruin, devoid of life save for that small creature. That creature was unlikely to be Cell, as Cell's essence was a fusion of countless beings, while the small creature's energy was unique and unfamiliar. Moreover, its tail bore no resemblance to Cell's, which was akin to a syringe. Instead, the small creature's tail resembled that of a fish. Cell consumed humans using his syringe-like tail, drawing them in gradually as if drinking water. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that the small creature possessed a similar ability, albeit through a different means. Piccolo had resolved that once he vanquished Cell, he would also eliminate that small creature along with several other artificial beings. Having gleaned the necessary information, Piccolo decided not to prolong the charade any further. It was time to eliminate this monster. With that, Piccolo forcibly extracted his withered arm from where Cell had drained it. With a mighty roar, a brand new arm sprouted forth from the severed limb. "Thank you for providing me with the information. You were trying to extract information from me?" Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. Piccolo's gaze was laced with a hint of malice. "How could I allow you to achieve your perfect form? Given that you possess my cells, you should have known that my arm could regenerate, you fool." As Piccolo and Cell were on the verge of another confrontation, Trunks and Krillin, sensing the peculiar energy emanating from Cell, arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the monstrous form of Cell, both Krillin and Trunks were somewhat taken aback. Faced with three adversaries, Cell felt a flicker of hesitation. After all, he struggled against Piccolo alone. Although Krillin's combat prowess was negligible, Trunks could still pose a modicum of challenge to him. In a swift motion, Cell ascended into the sky, his silhouette merging with the sun, arms spread wide on either side of his face. Solar flare. Instantly, a blinding radiance erupted from Cell, engulfing the world in a brilliant white haze. Piccolo and the others were rendered momentarily blind by the searing light, unable to open their eyes. In that fleeting moment, Cell concealed his energy entirely and swiftly darted into the forest, using the trees as cover to elude capture. Frustrated, Piccolo and the others found themselves powerless against Cell's escape. They could neither see him nor sense his energy, leaving them bewildered as to which direction to pursue. Once their vision returned, it was too late. Cell had vanished. The trio soared into the air, scanning the surroundings, but the dense forest offered no sign of Cell. With no clear path to follow, they reluctantly abandoned the chase. Piccolo regretted having engaged in lengthy dialogue with Cell. He should have annihilated him in one fell swoop. Now, having allowed him to escape, finding him again would prove arduous. After today, Cell would undoubtedly proceed with greater caution until he felt confident enough to confront them all. After a while, Vegeta and Tien arrived, having sensed the energies of Piccolo and Cell. Once everyone gathered, Piccolo recounted Cell's origins. What? That underground laboratory was merely an incubator? How did he transform into such a monstrosity? Everyone present had visited the underground lab and were astonished. By the way, I just received a call from Bulma. She mentioned that the androids came to her home and took away the gravity chamber that Vegeta uses for training. Vegeta exclaimed, "What? What is happening? I step out for a moment, and my home is robbed? Damn it. If it weren't for my current limitations, I would relish the opportunity to obliterate those thieving scoundrels." However, considering the androids' formidable strength, it was astonishing that they would resort to stealing a gravity chamber for training. Is this truly the state of affairs now? The news reached Bic with a mixed sentiment. On one hand, if the androids grew stronger, it would become more challenging for Cell to absorb them. However, should the androids become excessively powerful, they would face the dual threat of both the androids and Cell. Fortunately, The whereabouts of the androids remained elusive, rendering it a laborious task for Cell to locate them. Ultimately, Trunks and Krillin resolved to return to the underground laboratory for a thorough inspection, hoping to uncover any overlooked details. Alas, the laboratory had been reduced to ruins, yielding nothing of value for Trunks and Krillin. In the original narrative, they had discovered the blueprints for Android 17 there, which Bulma successfully utilized to create a controller. Regrettably, those blueprints had turned to ash in the explosion. Consequently, Trunks and Krillin spent the better part of the day in vain, leaving with heavy hearts. On their way back, Trunks recalled Vegeta's words to surpass the Super Saiyan. He made the decision to train alongside Vegeta. Thus, he parted ways with Krillin, who returned to Kame House to watch the news, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of Cell's whereabouts. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Yuan reclined comfortably against the chair's backrest, patting his protruding belly with satisfaction after a hearty meal. Possessing Scion cells, a mere leg of lamb was hardly sufficient for him. He indulged in grilling and feasting, ultimately consuming 10 legs of lamb to satiate his hunger. Meanwhile, Lazuli, already stuffed to the brim, could only watch in envy as Yuan savored his meal with delight. This was inevitable, for although she was an android, she remained fundamentally human, lacking the insatiable appetite characteristic of Scions. Tears of frustration welled at the corners of her mouth as she touched her slightly distended stomach, realizing she could accommodate no more. It must be said that Yuan's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Had she not reached her limit, Lazuli would have yearned for more. She felt utterly deprived of a complete meal. Lazuli remained thoroughly astonished by Yuan's cooking prowess, considering he was an android born from nothing, rather than one modified by humans. Surely, Dr. Gero had not implanted culinary memories within him. After all, Dr. Gero had no intention of creating a caretaker-type android, and such an endeavor would be rather mundane. Although the origins of culinary skills remain a mystery, had no intention of inquiring further. She shared the same sentiment as, everyone harbors their own secrets, and it is unnecessary to delve too deeply. As long as one is assured that the individual poses no threat, that is sufficient. Chapter 17. Cultivation. The cultivation method of Dragon Balls is rather peculiar. Unlike the elaborate techniques found in fantasy novels, it is refreshingly simple. Exercise. How does one exercise? Much like an ordinary individual would at the gym, engaging in activities such as push-ups and sit-ups. When compared to the legendary prowess of a certain individual with remarkable eyes, the training regimen of Dragon Balls seems almost child's play. Yet, it yields extraordinary strength, allowing one to effortlessly shatter stars. Might even contemplate removing her own eyes in envy. What use is your? However, it must be noted that while the Dragon Ball training method is straightforward, introducing gravity transforms the experience entirely. Yuan retrieved a small treasure from his pocket, pressed it once, and tossed it away. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke enveloped the space, and a 200-square-meter house materialized out of thin air. This was none other than the gravity chamber, compacted within the universal capsule. The tenfold gravity within the spirit-time house posed no challenge to Yuan. Thus, he was compelled to rely on external forces. Yuan did not immediately set an excessively high gravity level. He first adjusted it to 10 times the normal gravity, which, when multiplied by the gravity within the spirit-time house, resulted in a staggering 100-fold gravity that instantly descended upon him. At that moment, Yuan felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, as if an immense mountain were pressing down on him. Even though he had been prepared, he still stumbled slightly under the pressure. Beside him, Razali, under 100-fold gravity, merely swayed for a moment before quickly acclimating, which demonstrated her formidable prowess. However, for Yuan, even 100-fold gravity was somewhat insufficient. It could only be said to have a slight effect, but not significantly so. Thus, Yuan proceeded to increase the gravity further. When the gravity was adjusted to 20-fold, equivalent to 200 times that of Earth's gravity, he felt an even greater challenge. Yuan finally began to feel the weight of pressure. The immense strain made it almost impossible for him to maintain an upright posture. Meanwhile, Lazuli remained largely unaffected. Although she was engaged in cultivation, her initial focus was not on training under gravity like Yuan, but rather on sensing the qi. She is omnipresent, existing within the human body, albeit in varying degrees. The first step in cultivation is to sense this qi. Only by perceiving it can one's training yield meaningful results. Without this awareness, even the most rigorous practice would merely result in physical enhancement. Having never encountered martial arts before, Lazuli quickly began to sense the qi within her body under Yuan's guidance. She concentrated the qi in her hand, which, though minuscule compared to the energy within her, filled her with a sense of exhilaration as it was a product of her own cultivation. The chi emanating from her hand glimmered faintly, reminiscent of the soft glow of fireflies. The force she could project might only create a small dent in the ground. Yet it represented her ticket into the realm of martial arts, a ticket that some spend their entire lives seeking. Moreover, Lazili was not like ordinary individuals. Her body, having undergone transformation, was even more formidable than that of the average half-human. It was fair to say she was impervious to blades and fire. Thus, once she commenced her training, it would not be long before she could wield impressive combat prowess solely through her chi. At that point, combined with the innate energy she possessed, she might well surpass even a year-trained Vegeta emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber. Thus, the journey began. Yuan and Razali were sweating profusely in the gravity chamber. Although they were merely engaging in simple exercises such as push-ups, the challenge was significantly intensified under the weight of 200 times the normal gravity. Razali, however, found it relatively manageable, as 200 times the gravity was not particularly daunting for her. Yuan found himself in a predicament. Each push-up felt as though he was lifting an immense mountain. Every movement required nearly all of his strength. Beads of crystalline sweat trickled down his face, pooling at the tip of his nose before cascading to the ground. Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the aching pain in his arms as he gasped for breath, resolutely persisting in his efforts. He could not comprehend the reason behind his relentless pursuit of cultivation. Was it for the sake of survival, or perhaps for some other elusive purpose? The answer eluded him. Yet, deep within, he harbored an inexplicable foreboding. If he did not strive fervently to grow stronger now, he would be plagued by regret for the rest of his life. Though the path of cultivation was arduous, its results were undeniably remarkable. Yuan gazed with his inner eye, perceiving the surrounding energy and vital essence coalescing around him, akin to devoted guardians safeguarding their sovereign. Subsequently, these forces entered his being in an orderly fashion, assimilated by his corporeal form. As the energy and vital essence flowed into his body, Yuan felt a gentle warmth enveloping his body, while the aches that had plagued him began to gradually diminish. Further discerned that the efficiency of absorbing energy while simultaneously cultivating surpassed that of mere energy absorption alone. Moreover, under the repetitive trials of physical wear and recovery, his body grew increasingly resilient. In contrast to, experienced a significantly easier endeavor. With her formidable prowess, training under 200 times the gravitational force felt as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Furthermore, she possessed boundless stamina. However, the sweltering atmosphere within the mental time chamber rendered her drenched in perspiration. Her garments were thoroughly saturated, clinging to her delicate form, accentuating her exquisite silhouette for all to behold. Alas, although within the purview of his spiritual sense, was wholly consumed by a singular focus on cultivation and the pursuit of strength, thus neglecting to observe in detail. Had he been more attentive, he might have found his concentration on training severely compromised. Time, during the process of cultivation, seemed to elapse with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the pair had engaged in their practice for several hours. The resounding protest of Yuan's stomach echoed distinctly within the tranquil space. Several hours of cultivation under gravity had drained an immense amount of energy from his body. The meager sustenance he had consumed earlier had been completely expended. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Yuan sensed a growing fatigue enveloping him. Thus, he chose to relent, understanding that one must be adequately nourished to facilitate more effective cultivation. The art of cultivation emphasizes a gradual progression. It is not something that can be achieved in a single leap. As deactivated the gravity, he instantly felt a lightness enveloping him. Walking felt akin to gliding through the air, his entire being buoyant. After several hours of cultivation, sensed that the energy within him had surged by more than half, and his body had become remarkably resilient under the cleansing force of vital energy. Moreover, he was nearing the ability to adapt to the 200-fold gravity, suggesting that he could incrementally increase it during his next session. Upon concluding his training, identified a rather pressing issue. There are no garments available for a change. After hours of practice, her clothes were thoroughly soaked, leaving her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Longed for a soothing bath. However, she possessed only one set of clothing. It would be impractical to don the same attire post-bath. Though, this predicament posed little concern. Turned his gaze towards, poised to utter a few words. The allure of her drenched attire clung to her skin, accentuating her exquisite figure. Although the scenery ahead lacked grandeur, it harmonized splendidly against her slender waist. Her slightly flushed face, reminiscent of a rose about to bloom, exuded a captivating beauty. found himself momentarily entranced. Chapter 18. Revealing one's true nature. Ah, what a remarkable discovery. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Lazili's eyes. With a graceful sway of her waist and a feline stride, she approached step by step. Her figure swayed elegantly, and on her strikingly beautiful face rested an enchanting smile, reminiscent of a playful little wildcat. A slender, delicate finger gently lifted its chin, her beguiling voice lingering in his ear. "Darling, do you find me beautiful? The faade has been dropped. I, Lazili, shall no longer pretend. After all, we are destined to remain in the spirit time house for a year. Where could you possibly escape? Surrender to me, darling." Yes. You are beautiful. Yuan spoke haltingly, as if his soul had wandered off to an unknown realm. How endearing. I wish. Gazed as Lazili's face drew ever closer to his eyes widening in astonishment. What was she intending to do? A gentle peck echoed in the air. Yuan merely felt a soft and damp sensation against his cheek, followed by a sudden pull. Originally, Lazili intended to plant a gentle kiss, but upon encountering Yuan's delicate visage, she could not resist taking a hearty sip. How delightful. She even lingered to lick her lips, as if savoring something exquisite, embodying an insatiable demeanor reminiscent of a mischievous vixen. On Yuan's delicate, fair cheek, a small strawberry soon blossomed. Touching his own face, he gazed at Lizzie in disbelief. Pointing at her, he exclaimed, You lack chivalry, ambushing a young comrade of merely 5 or 6 years." Infuriated, Yuan turned his back, unwilling to cast another glance at Lizzie. How vexatious. After living 2 lifetimes, it was his first experience of a girl's kiss. Was his precious first moment lost just like that? How could she do this? Why could she not have bestowed a few more kisses? Anger? That was simply out of the question. Felt a twinge of shyness. In his previous life, despite his wealth, he had never indulged in frivolities. He preferred the comforts of home, venturing out solely for the purpose of collecting rent. With the advent of online payments, even that necessity vanished, as groceries were delivered directly to his doorstep. Spending each day in solitude, he had not encountered even a female creature, let alone a girl. As he traced the spot on his face that had been kissed, his mind began to wander. Suddenly, he felt a lightness envelop him as he was embraced by a warm, fervent hug. The intense heat of 50 degrees in this place was undeniably stifling. "Are you upset, my dear?" "Humph. How about I kiss it better for you? Your abacus beads are bouncing off my face." Upon seeing the face of Lazili extending towards him, was rendered speechless. Lazili waited for a considerable time but received no response. Has my dear little one grown to dislike her sister? Oh, how heartbroken I am. Gazed at Lazili's feigned sorrowful demeanor, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. Is she trying to amuse a child? Such clumsy theatrics. Nevertheless, since it is so. Yuan feigned panic, executing the plan flawlessly. "No, I love my sister the most." Lazili embraced Yuan with one arm, while pretending to wipe away tears with the other. "Is that true?" Yuan nodded eagerly. "Indeed. I won't believe it unless you grant me a kiss." Was taken aback. The map of the Yin kingdom is astonishingly brief. As he gazed upon the charming visage of Lazili, her skin as translucent and delicate as the finest porcelain, he felt an unexpected wave of nervousness and couldn't help but swallow hard. The sound echoed distinctly in the hushed atmosphere. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lazili's eyes. Yuan gradually leaned closer to Lazili's face, his nostrils filled with the faint, enchanting fragrance that emanated from her. In his previous life, he had encountered a saying, in the realm of biology, if one can perceive another's natural scent without the application of perfume, it signifies a genetic affinity. The veracity of this statement remains uncertain. As for Lazili, Yuan found himself at a loss for words regarding his feelings. Undoubtedly, he harbored affection. Who among Dragon Ball enthusiasts could resist the charm of Lazili? Nonetheless, this fondness pertained solely to the character itself. To speak of love, however, seemed rather premature. The aroma that enveloped Lazili was unlike anything Yuan had encountered throughout his extensive existence. It bore a hint of milky sweetness, yet was not cloying. A delicate floral note, subtle and not overpowering, reminiscent of the winter plum blossoms and the lotus after a gentle rain, refreshing and invigorating. Yuan's lips gently brushed against Lazili's face. Soft, springy, and slightly sweet. The contact was fleeting, as if they were thieves caught in the act. Yuan is the quintessential embodiment of a thief with grand ambitions yet lacking the courage to act. His theoretical knowledge is boundless, while his practical experience is non-existent. In his past life, he has perused countless scenarios and postures, yet when it comes to actual execution, he finds himself utterly speechless. Nevertheless, his bashful demeanor only endears him further in Lotzi Li's eyes. Of course, this fondness is not of a romantic nature, but rather akin to an affection one holds for a child. After all, Lotzi Li simply delights in adorable things and harbors no perverse inclinations. Observing Mo Yuan's shyness, she refrains from teasing him further. However, she does not release him from her embrace, continuing to carry him out of the gravity chamber. It then strikes Lotzi Li that she had become so preoccupied with playfulness that she entirely overlooked a pressing matter. Shouldn't they venture out to procure some clothing? Mo Yuan shook his head and replied, "No need. I can resolve the issue with the clothing myself." Within Mo Yuan resides the cells of Bic. He possesses all of Bic's techniques, including his extraordinary abilities. Creating a few garments is merely a trivial task for Mo Yuan, much like the attire he currently wears, which he conjured himself. Otherwise, he would likely face social embarrassment, having to run naked before such a crowd. Oh, Lotzi Li gazed at Mo Yuan, her expression tinged with curiosity. A peculiar energy manifested in Mo Yuan's hand, and almost instantaneously, a set of garments materialized before him. Well, oh, Lotzi Li gazed at the suddenly appeared attire, her eyes widening in astonishment, and the expression of surprise adorning her face rendered her extraordinarily endearing. Such a remarkable ability is truly enviable. Mo Yuan leaped from Lotzi Li's embrace, proudly patting his chest. "Sister, I can conjure any attire you desire." Lotzi Li pondered for a moment. Something suitable for exercise, and perhaps a touch more aesthetically pleasing. His mind began to whirl rapidly. However, his knowledge regarding women's clothing was regrettably limited. Ultimately, he managed to assemble a simple black tracksuit. While it was not unattractive, it could only be described as ordinary, lacking any distinctive features. Lotzi Li held the outfit up for comparison and found it to be a perfect fit. Yet, she soon noticed another issue. With a playful glint in her eye, Lotzi Li looked at and said, "My dear, you seem to have forgotten a few items." What items? For some reason, felt a twinge of apprehension at Lotzi Li's expression. For instance, a bra. And Mo Yuan's face flushed instantly. He hastily conjured two mysterious items and then dashed off to the storeroom. "I went to prepare a meal." Lotzi Li watched Mo Yuan's panicked retreat, covering her mouth as she laughed. She then called out to his disappearing figure, "Would you like to join your sister for a bath? It could save some water." Mo Yuan staggered momentarily, nearly losing his balance, but steadied himself before hastening out of Lotzi Li's sight. After entertaining the little ones, Lotzi Li picked up the items conjured by Mo Yuan and measured them against her own form. To her surprise, they fit rather well. A thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to take on a rosy hue. Chapter 19. Ah, it is indeed the 19th chapter. One must admit, the appeal of clothing largely depends on the wearer. What was merely an ordinary sports outfit appeared remarkably distinctive when adorned by Lotzi Li, strikingly beautiful. After finishing her bath, Lotzi Li emerged to find that Mo Yuan had prepared several dishes. The enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air, stirring the hunger within her. Mo Yuan floated before the stove, wielding a spatula longer than his own arm, deftly stirring the contents of the pot. In no time, yet another dish was prepared. After serving the food, he lifted the lid of the adjacent pot. With a bubbling sound, a plume of white steam wafted into the air, and an enticing aroma swiftly permeated the entire space. How delightful! Lotzi Li quickened her pace towards him. Inside the pot, a thick broth simmered, with cubes of pork belly and eggs, fried to a tiger skin texture, transformed into a tempting crimson hue by the sauce. Gazing at the visually and olfactorily appealing meat, Lotzi Li could not suppress a swallow, eagerly anticipating a taste. "Darling, what delectable dish is this?" she inquired, maintaining a facade of composure while her eyes covertly darted towards the pot. "Sister, this is braised pork and tiger skin eggs," replied in a soft voice. "What is the method of preparing braised dishes? What is the flavor like? Is it sweet or savory?" There seemed to be a hidden meaning in Lotzi Li's words. "Are you referring to me?" Mo Yuan was undoubtedly aware of what Zili desired. It was simply a matter of wanting to indulge, yet feeling too shy to express it. Moreover, the sound of her swallowing was quite pronounced. However, Mo Yuan would not allow her to achieve her aim so easily. After having been teased for so long, it was only fair that he returned the jest. As Mo Yuan's eyes twinkled, he feigned an expression of innocent charm. The red braised dish, characterized by its vibrant hue, is achieved through the caramelization of rock candy, complemented by the delicate balance of light and dark soy sauces. resulting in a flavor that is savory with a hint of sweetness. He then deftly picked up a piece of pork belly, about the size of half a palm, enveloped in a rich, thick sauce, which was undeniably appetizing. Sister, behold, I have chosen the finest piece of pork belly, 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean. This ratio offers the most exquisite flavor, neither greasy nor dry. Furthermore, after simmering it gently for an hour, the excess fat has rendered away, and the lean meat has become tender and succulent, melting in the mouth. Now, observe the pork skin. After a lengthy simmer, it has transformed into a delightful, bouncy texture, tender and glutinous. With each bite, the springy, soft pork skin combines with the luscious, rich fat and the tender, flavorful lean meat, creating an explosion of taste in the mouth. With that, Yuan promptly stuffed the pork belly into his mouth, closing his eyes in sheer delight, letting out a satisfied hum. La Zili, how infuriating. My fists are clenched. What once appeared to be an adorable face now seems utterly detestable. Though kept his eyes closed, his inner perception remained alert. Noticing clenching her delicate fists, he promptly opened his eyes and, in a soft, childlike voice, said, Sister, why not take a taste and see if it suits your palate? Swiftly produced a small dish, elegantly presenting a piece of braised pork accompanied by a tiger-striped egg, drizzled with a spoonful of savory sauce. He then offered it to. She gazed vacantly at the plate in her hands, a peculiar sensation lingering in her chest, an uncomfortable tightness that left her in a state of disquiet. With no other recourse, she transformed her ire into a craving for sustenance. With a delicate motion, she lifted the braised pork, parting her lips to take a bite. The texture was delightfully tender and yielding. The long-simmered pork melted in her mouth, requiring no effort to chew, merely dissolving under the caress of her tongue. The harmonious union of fragrant spices and the rich essence of the pork tantalized her senses, and she felt as though every taste bud had been awakened in a burst of flavor. Such exquisite deliciousness compelled to close her eyes in sheer bliss, savoring the moment. As Yuan observed Lot Li's reaction, he inwardly celebrated his success in nipping the crisis in the bud. The thrill of the moment was invigorating. With the danger averted, he intensified the heat, allowing the sauce of the braised pork to reduce further. Yuan had prepared quite a substantial pot of braised pork, for his hearty appetite necessitated a larger quantity. Otherwise, he would spend an excessive amount of time merely cooking each day. His purpose for entering this spiritual time chamber was to cultivate, not to hone culinary skills. After swiftly stir-frying a couple of simple side dishes, it was finally time to dine. Lot Li, unable to contain her eagerness any longer, had already devoured the piece of braised pork and a tiger skin egg in just a few bites. The tantalizing cravings awakened could not be quelled. Lot Li resolved to indulge in an extra bowl of rice this meal. Yuan had steamed an ample amount of rice, for braised pork without rice lacked soul. The rice, now infused with the rich, crimson sauce, appeared even more delectable. Yuan lifted a bowl larger than his own head, entering a state of extravagant indulgence. In an instant, the sounds of clashing chopsticks and the continuous rhythm of chewing and swallowing filled the air. Determined to honor her vow, Lot Li also indulged in an extra bowl of rice, consuming 2 generous servings in total. Naturally, she utilized a standard-sized bowl for her meal. Initially, she felt no discomfort, but upon finishing, Lot Li realized her belly was increasingly distended. She gently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, her face etched with concern. If she continued to eat in this manner, she feared she would gain weight. Had Yuan been aware of what Lot Li was fretting about, he would undoubtedly have burst into laughter. Given their day's physical exertion, it was inconceivable that they would gain weight. In fact, maintaining their current figures would be remarkable. After their meal, Yuan sensed a distinct drop in temperature. If it had initially been around 50 degrees, it now hovered at approximately 30. Moreover, the temperature continued to plummet at an alarming rate. In less than 10 minutes, it had plunged to minus 50 degrees. The remnants of their meal and the uncollected dishes had already frozen solid within this brief span. Fortunately, they had feasted sufficiently. Otherwise, they would have been left to dine on icy fare. Lot Li appeared somewhat apprehensive of the cold, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Observing this, Yuan decided to use his extraordinary abilities to conjure 2 warm garments. Sister, please put this on, he said. Extended the garments to Razali. Yet she shook her head in refusal. Indeed, minus 50 degrees is exceedingly frigid. However, for a cultivator, such a temperature is not severe enough to cause bodily harm. It merely induces discomfort and serves as a formidable test of one's willpower. Since she had come to cultivate, Razali was reluctant to rely on external aids to evade the harshness, for this too is an integral aspect of the training process. Yuan comprehended Lotzi Li's intentions and neatly folded his garments. "Sister, shall we engage in battle?" After a hearty meal, Yuan felt an abundance of energy yearning for expression. The temperature had dropped, and a bit of movement would also serve to warm Lotzi Li's body. Moreover, cultivation is not solely about physical training. Combat constitutes an essential aspect of it. It enables one to gain better mastery over their own power. If training is akin to enhancing one's strength, then combat is about controlling that strength. Having undergone a day of cultivation, Yuan sensed a significant increase in his abilities, and he was now prepared to solidify his power through combat. Only that which can be fully controlled can be deemed one's own power. Chapter 20. Combat. In a pristine white expanse, two figures, one large and one small, floated in midair. A solemn expression adorned Yuan's face, for this marked his inaugural battle. Despite possessing countless memories of past confrontations, the recollections of those he had not personally experienced served merely as references. Observing Yuan assume a battle stance, Lotzi Li's lips curled into a subtle smile. With her arms crossed loosely over her chest, she hovered effortlessly in the air. The disparity between the two was colossal, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, rendering any notion of seriousness on her part utterly implausible. "Sister, be careful," she warned. And scarcely had the words left her lips when Yuan instantaneously summoned the entirety of his energy. Is not like Sun Wukong and his companions, who revel in testing their limits and indulging in reckless behavior, secure in the knowledge that the Dragon Balls can bring them back to life. Otherwise, this anime would conclude in less than 12 episodes. When facing off against Lazuli, dares not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. With a swift motion, vanished from his original position, akin to a specter, only to reappear behind. His diminutive fist, imbued with the might of a raging tempest, swung menacingly towards the nape of his neck. It is no exaggeration to assert that the force of this strike could transform a towering mountain into a profound valley. In the face of his onslaught, remained remarkably composed, effortlessly pivoting her head to the side without the slightest shift in her stance, deftly evading the formidable blow. The force of Yuan's fist stirred the golden strands of Lotzi Li's hair. Failing to land a blow, Yuan remained unfazed. It would truly be a stroke of misfortune if that strike had connected. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan launched a punch with one hand towards Lotzi Li, while simultaneously executing a swift kick with the other. Despite the barrage of fists and feet from Yuan, Lotzi Li merely crossed her arms over her chest and swayed her body gently a couple of times, effortlessly evading the attacks. With swift and fluid motions, S hands and feet transformed into mere phantoms, akin to a torrential downpour of pear blossoms relentlessly assaulting. Each punch and kick was imbued with immense power, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of space itself, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. The surrounding air was agitated, coalescing into a colossal whirlwind. Yet, at the heart of this tempest, moved with an air of tranquility, as if ambling through a serene park. After 5 minutes, finally ceased his assault. Despite his relentless efforts, he had failed to graze even the hem of his garment. Such a futile struggle bore no significance, as he gleaned no knowledge from it. Therefore, he earnestly addressed, "Sister, please attack me. Strike me." The adage that one must endure blows to master martial arts is not to be taken lightly. It is only through enduring hardships that one can truly comprehend various techniques and accumulate wisdom. "Oh," SK sharpened. "Are you serious? It will hurt, so please don't cry." Nodded firmly, declaring, "Let us do this. I am not afraid." His eyes were filled with determination. Initially, Lazuli had no intention of engaging in combat, for the thought of making the little darling cry would surely tug at her heartstrings. However, witnessing his resolute demeanor compelled her to take the situation seriously. "Then you must be cautious," she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her left ear, her gaze fixed intently on. A white aura erupted around her, forming a translucent, ethereal flame that enveloped her being. The menacing presence instantly lowered the atmospheric pressure in the entire space, rendering the air almost palpable. This energy was the result of Lazuli's rigorous training that day, granting her a strength 20-fold that of in just a few hours. Yet, she understood that wielding this power required careful mastery. Unlike the boundless energy of artificial beings, which could be squandered at will, this energy was cultivated through her own efforts and would deplete during battle. Thus, she needed to rely on combat to harness this newfound strength. Striving to overcome her habit of recklessly expending energy, and to apply each ounce of power judiciously. Under the weight of this formidable aura, found his breathing becoming labored. Is she using energy? Yuan began to comprehend Lotzi Li's intentions. This aura was perhaps 20 times his own. To be frank, he felt a twinge of envy. Despite having devoted the same amount of time to cultivation, Lotzi Li had amassed a power that far surpassed his own by several multiples. However, this was to be expected, as Lotzi Li's body resembled a parched lake, where even 20 times his strength would scarcely fill its depths. In contrast, he was akin to a small puddle brimming with water. To accommodate more, he would need to expand his confines. If it were merely a matter of 20 times his own power, then perhaps he could attempt that technique, the 20-fold King's Fist. Yuan silently declared within himself. A colossal, ferocious energy surged forth from the depths of his being, enveloping his body in a crimson flame-like aura. This red haze flickered as if ablaze, distorting the surrounding air. In an instant, this potent aura pushed back against Lotzi Li's presence. The two energies standing in fierce opposition. Such formidable strength. Yuan flexed his limbs, and indeed, the extraordinary strength of 20-fold was remarkable. Yuan felt that he could easily defeat his former self with a single blow, a strike that would render him unable to evade. However, in addition to the surge in strength, he sensed a rapid depletion of his stamina, and his body began to show signs of wear. Indeed, the power borrowed came at a significant cost. Open your mind's eye. Yuan discovered that after activating the 20-fold Kaioken, the range of his clairvoyance had also expanded 20-fold. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? It appears quite distinct from Vegeta's version. Lazili, observing Yuan engulfed in crimson flames, felt a surge of curiosity. Not quite. Yuan shook his head. This is the Kaioken, a formidable martial art learned by Sun Wukong from the North Kao. Kaioken? How intriguing. A smile crept upon Lazili's lips, her interest piqued. Let us begin. In unison, the two vanished from their initial positions as if preordained. In a contest of equal might, Lazili could no longer toy with Yuan as she had previously. Under the scrutiny of Yuan's enhanced perception, every motion of Lazili was laid bare. Although Yuan had once possessed a similar ability, the disparity in their strengths had rendered him ineffective, despite seeing Lazili's actions clearly. His slower speed meant he could never land a blow. The scenario now differed, with their powers and speeds aligned. Yuan effortlessly parried Lazili's assaults while simultaneously striking back with ease. Lazili found herself retreating under the onslaught of Yuan's attacks, materialized behind Lazili like a specter. Delivering a powerful kick, Lazili hastily raised her arm to defend herself, but in her moment of panic, she was sent flying. Observing Lazili's trajectory, chose not to pursue her. Instead, he positioned his hands at his waist in a flower petal formation. Kamehameha wave. Yuan held nothing back, channeling all his energy into a vibrant purple orb that materialized between his palms. The pristine white space was instantly transformed into a captivating hue of violet. With a powerful thrust of his hands, a colossal beam of light shot forth from Yuan, swiftly catching up to the airborne Razali. Her pupils constricted in alarm as she sensed the chilling breath of death approaching. With her current strength, confronting it head-on would spell her demise. No longer holding back, Razali summoned the energy of the androids, halting midair to face the Kamehameha wave directly. Then, she raised her arm and forcefully swept it towards the oncoming energy. In an instant, the violet beam bent in the air, redirecting itself towards another trajectory. After a considerable pause, a deafening explosion erupted in the direction the Kamehameha had flown, resonating throughout the entire expanse. Yuan released the King's Fist and gazed towards the direction of the explosion. Suddenly, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. Cautiously, he turned his head and found Lazili glaring at him with a menacing gaze. You little rascal, do you wish to end my life? Sister, I assure you, it was not my intention. Do you believe me? Yuan's voice grew increasingly timid, diminishing with each word. I believe, whatever my adorable little one says. I wholeheartedly believe. Yuan, if you weren't gritting your teeth, perhaps I would believe you. No. Please, sister, I was wrong. Sweetheart, I didn't mean to. Surely you believe me. Lotzi tightly clenched her fists, pressing them against the sides of Yuan's head, vigorously twisting. Pain mask equipped. Chapter 21. Away from the bald. The following day, Yuan awakened from the embrace of soft jade, enveloped in the warmth of a pair of delicate arms and the rich fragrance of milk that lingered with each breath. He hesitated to move, fearing the disturbance might awaken Lotzi Li. It was certainly not due to the presence of Yuki. Absolutely not. Closing his eyes felt akin to strolling amidst the clouds. This exquisite indulgence was a treasure, and every fleeting second felt like a gain. However, fate took an unexpected turn. The temperature within the temporal chamber began to ascend once more. In a mere 10 minutes, the warmth surged by 100 degrees. Lazili, too, was roused from her slumber by the sweltering heat. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself bathed in an oppressive 50-degree warmth, causing beads of perspiration to form on her skin, which had become slightly damp. Is he still asleep? Lazili mused, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Yuan with a tinge of envy. His remarkable resilience to both cold and heat was truly admirable. Just yesterday, in the biting chill of -50 degrees, he had been like a little furnace, allowing her, who feared the cold, to sleep soundly. Now, as the temperature soared to 50 degrees, Yuan's body temperature had correspondingly dropped, becoming as cool as ice and exuding a gentle chill. Choosing not to awaken Yuan, Lazili rose to attend to her morning routine. Once she departed, Yuan let out a sigh of relief. His pretense of slumber was not motivated by any particular reason. Rather, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though his exterior resembled that of a child, his soul was that of an adult, and this was his first experience sharing a bed with a girl, which inevitably stirred feelings of awkwardness. Examined his own body. After a period of rest, the exhaustion incurred from utilizing the King Kai fist yesterday had been completely restored with the assistance of his vital energy. Moreover, his combat prowess had doubled once again. Although both the King Kai fist and Super Saiyan transformations enhance fighting abilities, their underlying principles are entirely distinct. The Super Saiyan transformation derives from bloodline strength, akin to an external memory card for a smartphone, regardless of how many times it amplifies power. It does not inflict damage on the body, but rather significantly depletes stamina, making it unsustainable. Conversely, the King Kai fist forcibly enlarges one's inherent capacity, leading to greater bodily strain with each enhancement. It is comparable to a balloon. The more air you blow into it, the thinner the balloon becomes. And when the internal pressure exceeds its limits, it will inevitably burst. Without the restorative properties of vital energy, repeatedly employing the King Kai fist would render one's body incapacitated. Furthermore, the practice of the King Kai fist fundamentally requires vital energy as a catalyst. Otherwise, would have contemplated teaching the technique to Lazili. Imagine if, after absorbing countless individuals, Cell believed victory was assured and attempted to absorb both Lazili and Lapis when suddenly Lazili unleashed a King Kai fist, striking Cell down in an instant. However, if Lazili could wield the King Kai fist, Cell certainly could as well. In the original narrative, Cell's physique was undoubtedly more formidable than Goku's, yet he never utilized the King Kai fist until his demise, suggesting not a lack of desire but rather an inability to master it. Otherwise, had he unleashed a twofold King Kai fist, no one on Earth could have stood against him. This elucidates why, apart from Goku, no other character in the original series employed the King Kai fist. If not for this, given Goku's nature, he would undoubtedly have shared the technique with his closest friends. The extent of their potential aside, at the very least, they would not feel so powerless in the face of adversity. It was time for breakfast. Lazili's gentle voice echoed in his ears. All right, responded enthusiastically. Yuan ceased his pretense of slumber and rose to wash up. The dining table was already adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Gazing at the sumptuous spread, his stomach could not help but voice its discontent. He was eager to sample the offerings. Lazili's eyes sparkled like stars, filled with anticipation as she watched Yuan. This was her inaugural attempt at cooking since her transformation into an artificial being. The last time she had prepared a meal was nearly 7 or 8 years ago, during which she would often cook when her parents were preoccupied with work. It had been far too long since she last donned an apron, and she felt somewhat out of practice. However, having tasted her own creations, she found them quite satisfactory. Yet, she remained uncertain if her beloved would enjoy her culinary endeavors. Under Lazili's expectant gaze, Yuan took action. As a confirmed carnivore, he seized a particularly enticing large meat skewer. This delicacy was among the most coveted foods in the realm of anime, beloved by countless protagonists. Lazili's skewer was perfectly roasted to a crisp exterior, while the meat within was tender and succulent, requiring no effort to chew. With a single bite, juices burst forth, leaving a lingering flavor on his palate. The contrast of a crispy exterior and tender interior could not be better exemplified. Delicious. Yuan gave Lazili a thumbs up. Receiving such praise, Lazili's joy was palpable. Her face radiated with a smile, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. Aware of Yuan's appetite, Lazili had prepared an abundance of food. While relishing the delightful meal, Yuan's thoughts drifted to the original narrative, recalling how Lazili had once been involved with the bald man, Clin. A wave of displeasure washed over him. Clin, while generally a decent fellow, had one attribute that disgusted Yuan. He had named his daughter after his ex-girlfriend. The mere thought of it made Yuan want to smash Clin's head. This single fact had marred his impression of Clin significantly. After marrying such a remarkable woman as Lazili, how could he remain haunted by memories of a former lover? TSK. What a cat. What's the matter? Is it not to your liking? Lazili, noticing Yuan's sudden pause and the flicker of dissatisfaction on his face, felt a twinge of anxiety. Was the food unpalatable, perhaps? No. Everything is delightful. I truly enjoy it. It was not merely flattery. Lazili's culinary skills were indeed exceptional and rivaled his own efforts. Continued to eat, his mind wandering as he took a couple of bites of meat. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and, with a sudden seriousness, turned to Lazili and said, "Sister, you must steer clear of the bald man. They are not to be trusted." This specifically referred to Master Rashi and Krillin. One is an old lecher and the other a scoundrel. Eh? Lazili, resting her chin on her hand, looked at with a puzzled expression. Though she was unaware of the reason behind his warning, seeing his grave demeanor prompted her to nod in agreement. Avoiding the bald man was a simple task. As long as her little darling was happy, it was all that mattered. After all, none of the people she cared about were bald anyway. In the underground laboratory, Krillin, having found nothing of value, was soaring through the air, preparing to return to Master Rashi's house. Suddenly, he halted midair, clutching his heart. How strange. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a profound emptiness within, as if something precious had been lost. Just as he pondered the source of this disconcerting feeling, he spotted Cell chasing after two individuals. In this urgent situation, there was no time for contemplation. With a burst of speed, he rushed to rescue the two from Cell's impending grasp, gently landing on the ground while holding them. Krillin's gaze remained fixed on Cell, his nerves taut, unwilling to relax for even a moment. "Sir," a gentle voice sounded in Krillin's ear. "Thank you for saving our lives." At that moment, Krillin noticed that the person he had rescued was a stunning young girl. Gazing upon her beautiful visage, he felt his heart race as if it were a high-speed vehicle. The emptiness that had plagued him moments ago was suddenly filled with something vibrant. However, thoughts of Marin back at Master Rashi's house swiftly brought him back to reality. He quickly released the two individuals and urged, You should escape quickly." The girl understood that this was not the time for idle chatter and, along with the young boy, expressed their gratitude to Krillin before hastily fleeing. As he watched the girl's retreating figure, Krillin couldn't help but feel a blush creep onto his cheeks. Chapter 22. Cell escapes again. Confronted by Cell, Krillin found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, barely managing to evade Cell's assaults. Frustration welled within him as he glared at Cell, but he was acutely aware of the insurmountable gap in their strengths, rendering victory impossible. Cell, with a mocking glint in his eye, regarded Krillin. "This game has gone on long enough. Absorbing this little bald one's life energy should significantly enhance my power." With a crooked grin, he surged towards Krillin at breakneck speed. However, what awaited him was not Krillin's life energy, but a bald head, one that shone with a blinding brilliance. Solar flare. Just as Krillin chose to employ the solar flare when fleeing from Cell, an intense radiance illuminated the entire realm in an instant. Cell, confronted by this blinding light, felt as though his very eyes might be seared. When he finally regained his sight, Krillin's figure had vanished. However, as he cast his gaze skyward, he noticed an aircraft departing the scene. Regrettably, its speed was rather sluggish. Beneath the aircraft, Krillin suppressed his energy, gripping the steel beam underneath. He exhaled deeply, believing he had successfully evaded capture. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. Cell was nowhere to be seen. Instantly, Krillin's senses heightened. Where could he have gone? Anxiously, he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed above, followed by two frantic cries. Krillin hastily released his energy and soared to the top of the aircraft. Indeed, it was Cell, prodding the plane with his tail. In a moment of desperation, Krillin disregarded all else and swiftly flew over, forcefully dislodging Cell. The two adversaries faced off upon the wing of the aircraft, the biting wind stinging Krillin's face. An air of foreboding enveloped them. With utmost vigilance, Krillin steeled himself. Cell regarded Krillin with a scornful smirk, his needle-like tail glinting ominously. Whoosh! Cheru's tail struck like a venomous serpent, darting toward Krillin with astonishing speed. Despite Krillin's prior caution, he barely managed to evade the blow. However, Cheru offered him no respite. As soon as Krillin dodged, Cheru flickered and appeared before him. Subsequently, Cheru unleashed a colossal fist aimed directly at Krillin's head. This time, Krillin was unable to escape. In his eyes, Cheru's fist loomed larger and larger. Then, like a kite severed from its string, Krillin was propelled backward at a tremendous speed, crashing through the sides of the aircraft. His head piercing through the cabin while his body remained trapped inside, immobilized. Krillin felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him dazed and bewildered. Before he could regain his senses, an inverted Cheru came into view, slowly advancing towards him with each step feeling as if it were crushing his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. Cheru's needle-like tail was poised to strike. Just as he prepared to attack, a powerful aura approached, accompanied by a significantly weaker one. The newcomers were Piccolo and Tien, who had been searching for Cheru nearby. Upon sensing the battle between Cheru and Krillin, they hurried to the scene. Upon seeing Piccolo, Cheru recognized that he could not engage with the little bald-headed warrior today. After all, he was not yet a match for him. What a pity, Cheru lamented as he ruffled Krillin's shiny bald head. He then suppressed his energy and leapt from the aircraft, making his escape. With Piccolo and Tien's arrival, Krillin finally breathed a sigh of relief, having been on the brink of panic, fearing for his life once more. Wait a moment, why again? With a determined effort, Krillin extricated his head from the cabin and said to the girls, "You need not fear, that monster has fled." "Thank you, big brother." The admiration in their eyes made Krillin feel somewhat bashful. Rubbing his bald head, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks, I didn't do much." If it weren't for, sigh, Krillin felt a shiver of dread. Had Piccolo and Tien not arrived in time, all three of them would have perished there. No more time to waste, we must pursue that monster. Klin and Chung exchanged a brief wave before turning away. "Wait, sir." The girl wished to articulate something further, but Klin had already vanished from sight. She stood there, gazing at the spot where he had disappeared for a considerable time. And suddenly, two rosy hues blossomed on her delicate face, reminiscent of a lovesick maiden who had finally encountered her destined prince. The determination in her eyes began to solidify. Time passes unnoticed in cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan and Lazili had been immersed in their training within the spirit time chamber for half a year. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of vital energy. In this brief span of merely 6 months, has matured to resemble a child of approximately 10 years. Even has experienced a growth spurt of 5 centimeters. Were King to become aware of this, he would undoubtedly be envious. However, has noticed that frequently regards him with a gaze of wistfulness, often shaking her head with a sigh. This behavior perplexes greatly. It was not until one fateful day that he inadvertently overheard its musings. Alas, the little darling has grown a bit more, though still quite adorable, I wonder. Should I take advantage of the fact that the little darling has not yet fully matured and felt a profound trepidation whenever he encountered Lazili? A feeling that lingered for quite some time. Fortunately, Lazili possessed a modicum of conscience and refrained from inflicting harm upon him. Through relentless training day after day, S combat prowess underwent a remarkable transformation, now 100-fold greater than it was before entering the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon activating the Kaioken, even Lazili could not stand against him. At present, found himself enveloped in a vast, wide expanse, surrounded by swirling purple flames. A terrifying aura emanated from him, swiftly engulfing the entire space within the time chamber. Waves of energy pulsated outward from, creating a tempest that stirred the air, with fierce winds coalescing into razor-sharp gales that howled as if intent on tearing the very fabric of reality asunder. Yet, S' brow furrowed in concern. Despite his current combat strength being 10 times that of a standard Vegeta, he remained unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, not even grazing the threshold of that transformation. In terms of base power, he was undeniably formidable. Should he achieve Super Saiyan status, his strength would surpass Vegeta's by a factor of 10. At that point, provided that Cell had not absorbed both Lapis and Lazili, he would be confident in his ability to vanquish Cell. Yet, the transformation eluded him. If the minimum threshold for transformation was 3 million in battle power, then based on his current capabilities, he undoubtedly surpassed that figure by a considerable margin. Comparing himself to Vegeta and others, estimated his power to be at least in the tens of millions, potentially even reaching hundreds of millions. With such overwhelming strength, it seemed only logical that he should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Could it be that such a transformation relied upon fury? Mo Yuan reigned in his aura, descending into contemplation. Anger, as an emotion, often manifests itself. However, extreme fury is a rare occurrence. Sun Wukong's rage was ignited by the death of Krillin at the hands of Frisia. The overwhelming wrath stemming from the murder of a childhood friend is undeniably profound. Conversely, Vegeta's ire arose from being overshadowed by Sun Wukong, a mere low-class warrior, despite being the prince of the Scion race. At this juncture, pride and self-esteem were of paramount importance to Vegeta. When both were trampled upon, his fury rivaled that of Sun Wukong. While they possessed justifiable reasons for their anger, Mo Yuan found himself devoid of such motivations. Although his parents had passed away early in his previous life, their demise was due to a terminal illness. In response, Mo Yuan felt sorrow and sadness, yet extreme anger eluded him. Moreover, his parents bequeathed him a considerable fortune, ensuring his comfort for the remainder of his life without the necessity of labor. Thus, in reflection upon his past life, Mo Yuan harbored only regrets, not anger. In this lifetime, the situation was even less conducive to fury. He had scarcely escaped from the laboratory before retreating to the hyperbolic time chamber. Having spent the last 6 months training alongside Lazili, there was little to incite his ire. It would be unreasonable to conjure an imagined scenario of cell-absorbing Lazili to evoke feelings of rage. Some experiences cannot be conjured through mere imagination, without personal experience. Empathy remains unattainable. Chapter 23. The Power of Bloodline. What is the status? Is it still not working? Lazili had been observing from a distance, and as the commotion subsided, she approached him. Mo Yuan lay on his back on the ground, staring blankly at the pale sky, his expression tinged with despair. He glanced at Zili, pondering the source of the problem. This predicament had persisted for 5 months. After a month of rigorous training, Mo Yuan had elevated his combat prowess to match that of Vegeta's normal state. Since that moment, he had relentlessly endeavored to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet each attempt had ended in failure. Zili observed Mo Yuan lying on the ground and instinctively reached out to lift him. However, as her hand extended halfway, she suddenly realized that he was no longer the small child she could cradle in her arms. He had grown to a height of 1 meter and 40 centimeters, rendering such embraces impossible. Zili sighed, so much joy, and just like that, it vanishes. She crouched down, stroking Mo Yuan's soft hair, offering him words of comfort. Do not fret, there are still 6 months ahead, and you will surely succeed. Having said that, she playfully ruffled his hair a couple of times before rising and heading back. Oh well, Mo Yuan decided to temporarily set this matter aside. He would address it after dinner, for it was not a matter that could be resolved in just 1 or 2 days. During the meal, Mo Yuan's mind wandered aimlessly. Although he had resolved to put it aside for the time being, he could not help but ponder where the issue lay. Was it because he had yet to attain his complete form? Or had his presence caused a change in his constitution? After all, he had traversed dimensions. The probability of such an occurrence was far lower than that of a canine. The chance of drawing an epic from a card game. Why not call it dog card? I wish I could. But he did grant me a Pizza Hut yesterday. What else could possibly be deemed impossible? He hastily filled his stomach. Mo Yuan once again found himself in the pristine expanse of white. He settled cross-legged upon the ground. This time, unlike his usual practice of attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan, he chose to delve deeply within himself, preparing to thoroughly examine his own physique. Mo Yuan manipulated the energy within his body, allowing it to circulate as he attentively sensed every corner of his being. After a considerable duration, Mo Yuan opened his eyes. His amethyst-like gaze filled with disappointment. He found no abnormalities within his body. If only his inner vision could perceive. Mo Yuan murmured. Wait, indeed. Mo Yuan's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance. Although he had never truly employed his inner vision, it did not imply that such a capability was absent. Perhaps he simply had never contemplated utilizing it in such a manner. Without any hesitation, Mo Yuan once again closed his eyes, harnessing the power of his inner sight. This time, unlike his usual practice of dispersing this energy outward, he chose to retract it, concentrating it within his own being. In that fleeting moment, he beheld with remarkable clarity every organ within his body, every meridian, every acupoint, and each drop of blood, even down to the minutiae of every single cell. After a thorough examination, he found no anomalies within his organs, meridians, acupoints, or blood. Thus, Mo Yuan directed the power of his inner sight into the cells themselves. This concentrated energy, akin to the lens of a microscope, magnified the cells under his gaze, expanding their image further and further. Soon, He was able to perceive everything contained within the cells, beyond the mere structure of normalcy. Yuan discovered that within his cells, there resided 4 distinct orbs of light, each radiating a unique hue: golden, purple, green, and white. These 4 colors each commanded their own dominion within the cell. Among them, the golden, purple, and green orbs were considerably larger, establishing a triad of power, while the white orb appeared rather feeble, relegated to a shadowy corner. The golden orb exuded a ferocious aura, brimming with boundless martial fervor. The purple orb emanated a sinister essence, imbued with ruthless intent to kill. The green orb radiated a benevolent energy, infused with an inexhaustible vitality. In contrast, the white orb lacked any extraordinary qualities, appearing rather mundane. Yet, it bestowed upon Yuan a sense of universal compatibility, as if it could harmoniously embrace all things through the essence of these luminous spheres. Yuan could discern that these must be the bloodline powers of the several races he had fused with. The golden hue represented the bloodline of the Scionts, while the purple signified the lineage of the Frisia clan. The green corresponded to the Namekians. As for the white, it could only belong to the Earthlings. In comparison to the other 3 races, the bloodline of the Earthlings was undeniably feeble, akin to a flickering flame that could extinguish at any moment. However, the bloodline power of the Earthlings possessed a peculiar uniqueness, as if it held boundless possibilities within. Yuan gazed at the 4 types of bloodline powers, and a conjecture began to form regarding the reason he was unable to transform into a super scion. Yuan opened his eyes and rose from the ground. He concentrated the energy within his body upon his back. With a roar of fury, his muscles tensed, and sinewy veins intertwined prominently across his form. The essence within him was released without reservation, swiftly reaching its zenith. Under the influence of this energy, a tempest erupted around him, accompanied by the faint sounds of thunder and lightning. Despite the tumultuous changes surrounding him, his mind remained unperturbed, fixated intently on the power of his bloodline within the cells. As his aura intensified, the golden orb within his cells radiated brilliantly, nearly suffusing the entire cell in a golden hue. However, at that moment, the violet and green orbs appeared displeased with the encroachment of the golden light and began to emit their own luminescence. Instantly, Yuan's cells were illuminated by the interplay of these 3 colors. Meanwhile, the white orb remained reclusive in a corner, seemingly unaffected. Under the combined pressure of the violet and green orbs, the golden orb was gradually forced to retreat, soon reverting to its original state. Observing the bloodline power within the cells once again achieving a precarious balance among the 3 forces, he remained resolute. Yuan was acutely aware that his transformation had once again ended in failure. Nevertheless, this time, he did not feel disheartened. At the very least, he had discerned the source of the problem, had he not? With an understanding of the issue at hand, the next step was to devise a solution. Currently, Yuan could contemplate only 2 potential remedies. The first option was to eliminate the other bloodlines and transform himself into a pure scion. The second option was to amalgamate all bloodlines into a singular, new lineage. Yuan favored the latter, for the abilities of the Namekians and the Frisia race were formidable in their own right. The regenerative capabilities of the Namekians and the physical prowess of the Frisia clan, along with their capacity to thrive in the cosmos, were invaluable traits. As for the Earthlings' bloodline, it was evident from the original narrative that they lacked formidable warriors and had nearly faded from the scene after the Z saga. However, the Earthling bloodline could complement that of the Scionts. A hybrid scion possessing Earthling heritage found it considerably easier to ascend to Super Scion. Thus, regardless of the choice Yuan ultimately made, retaining the Earthling bloodline was essential. Resolute in his decision, Yuan approached Lazili to discuss his intentions before retreating once more into seclusion. This time, he was determined to succeed. Chapter 24. Incompatibility of Water and Fire in a Pristine, White Expanse. A boy with a visage so flawless it rivaled that of a reader-level beauty sat cross-legged upon the ground. His brow was furrowed, and beads of sweat, tiny and numerous, glistened upon his youthful yet striking face. At this moment, Yuan was exerting every effort to regulate the bloodline power coursing within him. The golden Scion bloodline and the green Namekian bloodline, under his control, were gradually inching closer together. Among the 3 bloodlines, Yuan opted to fuse the benevolent essence of the Namekian bloodline with the ferocious Scion bloodline. After all, the aura of the Frisia race was malevolent and rife with murderous intent, indicating that it would not be easily integrated. However, Mo Yuan was utterly unprepared for the vehement rejection that arose when the seemingly benign Namekian bloodline made contact with the Scion bloodline. The two were as incompatible as water and fire, unable to coexist. Mo Yuan forcefully compelled the two strands of bloodline power to converge. In that instant, it was akin to igniting a powder keg, spiraling out of control. The two bloodline forces surged within Mo Yuan's body like unbridled wild horses, wreaking havoc. Even more alarmingly, he had initially sought to merge the bloodline power within a single cell. However, spurred by the runaway forces, the bloodline power from every cell in Mo Yuan's being erupted uncontrollably. The bloodline of the Namekian and that of the Scion intertwined, coalescing into two extraordinarily potent strands of lineage. Mo Yuan felt a surge of panic. With unwavering focus, he attempted to rein in the rampaging power of his bloodline. However, in such tumultuous circumstances, the bloodline energy obstinately refused to heed his command. To compound matters, he was contending with two even more formidable bloodline powers. The energy within him acted with reckless abandon, showing no signs of restraint. At that moment, a more terrifying development unfolded. Influenced by the other two bloodlines, the bloodline of the Frisia clan rose in defiance, instantly merging with the others. The three terrifying bloodlines transformed Mo Yuan's body into a battleground, engaging in a fierce internal conflict. Mo Yuan's body swelled grotesquely, reminiscent of an inflated balloon. A piercing agony tore through him, eliciting an involuntary cry. His form was marred by a myriad of cracks, from which crimson blood seeped, staining him entirely in a vivid red hue. Viewed from a distance, he resembled an enormous scarlet balloon. Sweetheart. Lazili, who had been meditating nearby, immediately ceased her practice upon hearing Mo Yuan's anguished scream. With no time to spare, she hastened toward him. Upon arrival, she was met with the sight of Mo Yuan, grotesquely swollen and drenched in blood, leaving her momentarily disoriented. A wave of fear and anxiety unfurled within her. Over the days spent together, she had come to regard Mo Yuan as family. Witnessing this scene evoked haunting memories of her parents' tragic demise. In the sweltering heat, she felt an icy chill enveloping her, as if trapped in a frigid cave. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She yearned to save Mo Yuan, yet felt utterly helpless. With trepidation, she approached him, hand outstretched. Just as she was about to make contact, she hesitated, withdrawing in fear of causing him further harm. With a pained expression, she gazed at him, her lips quivering, wanting to speak but fearing to disturb him. She longed to assist, yet felt paralyzed by uncertainty. In that moment, she felt utterly useless, reminiscent of the helplessness she experienced when she could only watch her loved ones suffer without the power to intervene. Sister. Just as Lazili was engulfed in despair, Mo Yuan's faint voice reached her ears. Unbeknownst to her, he had been aware of her presence since she approached. Though his body had been ravaged by three strands of bloodline power, rendering him unable to speak due to the excruciating pain. Yet, seeing her in distress ignited a flicker of strength within him. With great effort, he opened his eyes. How are you? What should I do? Lazili's mind was a blank slate, crystalline tears spilling from the corners of her eyes, tracing down her cheeks. Sister, don't cry, believe in me. With those words, Mo Yuan closed his eyes once more. The sight of her tears stirred a deep yearning in him to wipe them away. Yet he found himself incapable of moving. Speaking a few words had already pushed him to his limits. Okay. Hearing Mo Yuan's voice, Lazili fought back her tears, raising her arm to wipe her eyes with her sleeve. Looking at him, she choked out, You must be all right. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will never forgive you. However, Mo Yuan had already closed his eyes, concentrating intently on quelling the insurrection within his own body. There was no response. Lazili chose not to remain beside him any longer, retreating to a distance while keeping a vigilant gaze fixed upon Mo Yuan, anxious not to disturb him. At this juncture, Mo Yuan's body had become a chaotic tempest due to the tumult of the three bloodline powers. Externally, it appeared merely swollen, yet internally, it had devolved into a morass of disarray. Muscles, bones, blood, and organs all had been shattered under the violent upheaval of the bloodline forces. Strikingly, he had not succumbed to death. A normal person's body, subjected to such disarray, would have perished long ago, yet he remained alive. Steadfast, Mo Yuan summoned all his strength, akin to three cages, confining to three strands of bloodline power. Damn it! Before he could even exhale in relief, the trapped bloodline powers surged like enraged beasts, violently assaulting their confines. In a mere few seconds, they broke free from their prisons. Perhaps it was due to their fury. They became even more unrestrained within Mo Yuan's body. Excruciating pain, A wave of agony, more intense than before, surged through him. Am I going to die? It was the first time Mo Yuan realized how close death truly was. He wondered if the dragon pearl could resurrect him. After all, his soul did not belong to this world, and he was uncertain if it would descend to the underworld upon death. If not to the underworld, then where would it go? Or would it simply dissipate into nothingness? He never anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of these three bloodline powers. Wait, three? Mo Yuan suddenly recalled that within his being, there existed not merely three forms of bloodline power, but also the bloodline essence of Earthlings. The delicate, white orbs of light remained nestled in the corners of each cell. Yet, amidst the tumultuous chaos of his body, they appeared unaffected. Even as other bloodline powers surged past, they remained impervious to their influence. As Mo Yuan gazed upon the clusters of white orbs, a reckless thought flickered through his mind. Let chaos reign. Unlike other bloodline powers, the feeble lineage of Earth was one he could effortlessly manipulate. Before long, the white orbs, which had been huddled in the recesses of each cell, were drawn together by Mo Yuan, coalescing into a somewhat larger orb. Yet, despite its increased size, it still paled in comparison to the three other bloodline powers, remaining significantly inferior, merely 1% of their magnitude. It was dreadfully weak. At such a level, not only was it impossible to contend with them, but even approaching them seemed an insurmountable challenge. Was there truly no way out of this predicament? Mo Yuan could not help but feel a sense of despair. He had initially believed that the bloodline power of the Earthlings would yield remarkable results. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, he suddenly discovered the essence of vitality. The bloodline power of the Earthlings was, in fact, absorbing this vital energy. Chapter 25. Devouring one. The bloodline power of the Earthlings had been scattered within the recesses of Mo Yuan's cells. Their absorption of vital energy was so minuscule that it was nearly imperceptible. However, upon gathering them together, Mo Yuan could distinctly perceive the vitality of Earth's inhabitants as it absorbed the primordial energy. If that is the case, then let it commence. Ceased to concern himself with the other three bloodline powers, allowing them to act freely within his being. He unleashed his spiritual eye, which now encompassed a significant portion of the time chamber. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong remarked that the size of the time chamber is roughly comparable to that of Earth. Within the domain of his spiritual eye, the vital energy surged forth, drawn to him like a tide. What is happening? Lazuli suddenly sensed a tempest brewing within the time chamber. Had she been attuned to the flow of vital energy, she would have discerned that this tempest was, in fact, a whirlwind formed by the movement of vital energy. All the vital energy converged around, creating a colossal vortex in his vicinity. Lazuli was filled with a mixture of apprehension and hope, uncertain whether this transformation heralded fortune or misfortune. Yet, she found herself powerless to intervene, silently praying for safety. Feast, feast. Consume as much as you desire, and once you are satiated, bring me those three unruly children. The tidal wave of vital energy surged into his being. Under his command, the bloodline power of the Earthlings morphed into a gluttonous entity, widely opening its ravenous maw to devour the vital energy with unrestrained fervor. As the vital energy gradually dissipated, the vortex continued its relentless consumption. Mo Yuan was astonished to discover that the white orb of light was indeed expanding. Though the growth was exceedingly gradual, it was unmistakably enlarging. Mo Yuan's heart soared with joy. This transformation revealed a glimmer of hope. Witnessing the efficacy of his vital energy, Mo Yuan immediately intensified his efforts. The external winds howled more ferociously, and the vortex of vital energy encircling him expanded significantly. Countless streams of energy were drawn into the whirlpool, subsequently inhaled into Mo Yuan's body. Time slipped away like grains of sand held in one's palm, often unnoticed. Before long, a month had elapsed. Throughout this period, Lazuli had vigilantly remained by Mo Yuan's side, day and night. Even though she possessed boundless stamina, a month without rest, while not physically exhausting, left her feeling weary. Her beautiful eyes were tinged with bloodshot hues, yet she could not bear to close them in slumber, fixated on Mo Yuan, fearful of any unforeseen mishap. At this moment, the vortex of vital energy surrounding Mo Yuan had diminished to a faint presence. The entire energy within the temporal sanctuary had been nearly depleted. Although Lazuli could not sense the vital energy, she instinctively felt that something was amiss. Soon after, the energy vortex vanished entirely, and the vital energy within the sanctuary was completely consumed. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan experienced a monumental transformation. What was once a mere fraction of the bloodline power possessed by Earthlings had now evolved into something entirely different. He had metamorphosed into a colossal entity. Having devoured all the energy within the temporal sanctuary, his physique now rivaled that of other bloodline powers, perhaps even surpassing them in strength. The time had come. Yuan observed the unchecked power of the other three bloodlines coursing through his body, a cold smile creeping across his face. He resolved to take action against them. With his first target being the bloodline of the Frisia clan, why not commence with the bloodline of the Namekians? After days of careful observation, Yuan discovered that the lineage of the Namekians was far from feeble. In fact, the weakest among these three bloodlines belonged to the Frisia clan. This raises the question, why, then, are the Namekians so lacking in power? Yuan realized that it was not the weakness of their bloodline that was at fault, but rather its overwhelming strength, which rendered the conditions for activating their lineage exceedingly high, so high that it was beyond their reach. Much like the Scions, whose formidable bloodline requires exceptionally stringent criteria for activation. In contrast, while the Frisia clan is undeniably powerful, their bloodline's potential pales in comparison to that of the other two races. This discrepancy is somewhat understandable. The Namekians refer to themselves as the Dragon Clan. As mentioned in the original narrative, Dandy is noted to be an exemplary member of this lineage, and they possess the remarkable ability to create the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, one can draw parallels to the dragon god, Shenron, who conjured the Super Dragon Balls. Yuan was deeply skeptical, suspecting that the dragon god, Salam, was indeed an ancestor of the Namekians. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls possess a unique characteristic. Upon the death of their creator, the Dragon Balls they fashioned turned to stone. Clearly, the Super Dragon Balls have not succumbed to this fate. Some may argue that the Earth's Dragon Balls were activated by Dandy even after the death of the Guardian. However, a significant issue arises. Activating a Dragon Ball requires one to possess the power necessary to do so. It would be implausible for Dandy to activate the Super Dragon Balls. Therefore, even if the Dragon God Salam has perished, it is certain that a Namekian of comparable strength exists. Having determined his objective, Yuan no longer hesitated. He commanded the white orb of energy, embodying the bloodline of Earthlings, which transformed under his guidance into a fearsome dragon. In a flash, the dragon lunged towards the purple orb, which had yet to react, and fiercely seized a chunk from it. The sensation of Yuan is indeed not mistaken. The bloodline of Earthlings can indeed harmonize with other bloodlines. After the white divine dragon consumed a mouthful of the purple orb of light, its originally pristine white body became tinged with a subtle shade of purple, and there was no sense of rejection whatsoever. Yuan could not help but recall the process through which Cell transformed into his perfect form. Initially, he absorbed hundreds of thousands of Earthlings, followed by the assimilation of the two mightiest among them, Lazuli and Lapis. Only then did he attain his complete state. Is it possible that this was, in fact, a means of fortifying the Earthling bloodline within him? Once the Earthling lineage reached a certain threshold, he could then devour the other three bloodlines, converting them for his own use, thus evolving into the ultimate perfect form. To validate his hypothesis, Yuan accelerated his pace. The ambushed purple orb was now powerless to resist and was swiftly consumed by the white divine dragon in just a few bites. The white dragon was utterly transformed into a pale purple hue. Yuan cast his gaze upon the Scion bloodline. It was not that he wished to take action against the Scion lineage first. Rather, the golden orb belonging to the Scion bloodline had autonomously transformed into a magnificent golden gorilla, exuding an overwhelming battle intent akin to that of a divine dragon. Thus, if that is the case, let the battle commence. Yuan gazed upon the golden gorilla, feeling his blood surge with fervor. It was precisely as promised. Yuan and the gorilla moved in perfect synchronization, quickly becoming entwined in a fierce struggle. There were no martial arts techniques on display. Only the primal methods of combat innate to wild beasts commanded the divine dragon to ensnare the colossal gorilla, opening its maw to deliver a fierce bite to the creature's shoulder. In an instant, a radiant orb of golden light was severed from the gorilla. The wounded gorilla, unwilling to yield, grasped the dragon's body with one hand while fiercely swinging its fist towards the dragon's head with the other. However, the dragon, having already consumed the bloodline of the Frisia clan, exhibited a strength far superior. Its four talons firmly clutched the gorilla's form, sinking deep into its flesh. As the gorilla retaliated, the dragon's claws simultaneously tore away several chunks of meat from its adversary. In truth, the gorilla's assaults failed to inflict significant damage. Rather, After losing several pieces of its flesh to the divine dragon, it visibly weakened considerably. Chapter 26. Devour 2 seized the opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. Upon observing the once mighty gorilla weakened, Yuan swiftly commanded the divine dragon to intensify its assault, striving to swiftly seize the essence of this bloodline power. The gorilla, already outmatched, found itself utterly unable to withstand the dragon's relentless attacks in its debilitated state. After several fierce exchanges, the gorilla's body bore no unscathed flesh, its form ravaged and torn. At that moment, the gorilla was ensnared by the divine dragon, its feeble body incapable of escape. Just as Yuan prepared to deliver a final, decisive blow to completely consume the gorilla, the emerald light, representing the Namekian bloodline, became agitated, having already absorbed half of the Scion bloodline. The divine dragon now shimmered with newfound golden streaks, its aura significantly augmented, instilling a sense of impending danger. If Yuan continued unabated, it would soon become the next victim of consumption. In an instant, it transformed into a verdant dragon, launching a surprise attack on the violet dragon under Yuan's command. The green dragon's speed was astonishing, colliding with the dragon that had ensnared the gorilla in the blink of an eye, catching Yuan completely off guard. This impact caused a momentary loosening of the dragon's grip on the gorilla, who seized the opportunity to break free. Yuan had never anticipated that the seemingly amiable Namekian, with his lineage, was in fact a treacherous soul. His heart was utterly corrupted, daring to launch a surprise attack on a fledgling practitioner like himself, who had barely trained for 2.5 years, was seething with indignation, feeling as though even his heart had been devoured. A weakened gorilla stood beside the green divine dragon, seemingly reaching a consensus to join forces against. However, it was far too late for such an alliance. Had they united earlier, coupled with the inherent power derived from the Frisia clan's bloodline, their combined strength might have posed a formidable challenge to. Yet, in the present moment, having already absorbed the essence of the Frisia bloodline, along with half of the Scion lineage, the power of the Earthlings now surpassed the sum of their two strengths. Although the Namekian bloodline was indeed potent, it was not substantially superior to that of the Scions. After all, the Scions had also harbored divine beings in their lineage, rendering their bloodline comparable to that of the Namekians. The Frisia clan, being a result of mutation, specifically the mutation of Frisia's father, King Cold, had produced Frisia through asexual reproduction, resulting in a bloodline that, after mutation, bore a resemblance to the divine lineage. Given this level of strength, alongside the gorilla's diminished power, they posed no threat to. What could they possibly use to defeat him? As confronted the menacing green dragon and golden gorilla, he advanced without hesitation. Plans? Strategies? All unnecessary. In a straightforward display of dominance, the aura of the purple divine dragon surged forth. With a feigned motion, it vanished from sight in an instant. Before the green dragon and golden gorilla could react, the purple dragon appeared beside them and swiftly toppled them with a powerful sweep of its tail. They were sent hurtling in opposite directions. The purple dragon then fixed its gaze upon the golden gorilla, hastening its pursuit. Seizing the moment while the green dragon was still in shock, it opened its cavernous maw and, in a single gulp, devoured the golden gorilla whole. By the time the green dragon regained its senses, there was no trace of the golden gorilla left. Only the formidable purple dragon remained, radiating a golden glow. Feeling the terrifying presence of the purple dragon, the green dragon trembled like a frightened girl confronted by a rogue. However, regrettably, it was no fair maiden, for in its eyes. It was merely a rebellious wretch who had made a mess of its own existence. Yuan showed no mercy as he lunged forward. With 2 prior experiences, he had become quite the connoisseur. The essence of high-end bloodline powers often requires no elaborate culinary techniques. Sashimi is the quintessential way to savor such vitality. After a month of diligent preparation, Master could finally indulge in this exquisite feast. The taste remained uncertain to him. However, after devouring the bloodline power of the Mikexing, Yuan was left with but a single strand of bloodline energy within him. Remarkably, this strand retained its original capabilities. Gazing at this essence within, he couldn't help but wonder, had there once been an extraordinarily powerful being among Earthlings? Much like the terrestrial bloodline within him, which, although initially feeble, grew stronger upon absorbing vital energy, surpassing even the bloodlines of those who had once ascended to divinity. Moreover, the spirit time house within the temple was a marvel in itself. Setting aside the astonishing disparity in the flow of time between its interior and exterior, the abundant vital energy contained within was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yuan suddenly contemplated whether it was possible that the primordial energy here was intended to awaken the bloodlines of Earthlings. Given that Earth lies at the fringes of the universe, it has rarely been subjected to invasions by formidable cosmic beings. In the absence of pressure, practitioners of martial arts may become oblivious to their own frailty, leading to arrogance and complacency, ultimately resulting in successive generations of Earthlings growing weaker. When humanity began to delve into technology, the art of martial cultivation almost fell into decline. Originally, there were few capable of absorbing primordial energy. As martial arts waned, the number of practitioners diminished further. This created a scenario where those who could activate their bloodlines through the absorption of primordial energy were not engaged in martial training. Conversely, those who practiced martial arts were not necessarily able to harness primordial energy. Furthermore, activating a bloodline requires a vast amount of primordial energy, which could only be found within the confines of the Spirit Time House. However, accessing the Spirit Time House necessitates ascending the Current Tower and enduring numerous trials to enter the sanctuary, making such individuals exceedingly rare. Thus, the bloodlines of Earthlings became deeply buried. Of course, the above is merely Yuan's personal conjecture. After addressing the power of his bloodline, Yuan gazed at his body. Reduced to a mere pulp, it was nothing short of miraculous that he still drew breath. Nevertheless, for Yuan, who possessed the bloodline abilities of the Namekians, this was not particularly daunting. Soon, a surge of immense vitality erupted from within him, commencing the restoration of his form. The once inflated form of Yuan gradually deflated, the cracks upon his surface mending instantaneously. His bones, flesh, and organs within regenerated, returning to their original state. Not far away, Lazili observed with relief as Yuan returned to his normal shape. Yet, his body was still covered in scabs made of dried blood, leaving uncertainty about the completeness of his recovery. Nevertheless, the restoration of his form was monumental news for Lazili. She felt as though the heavy burden upon her heart had finally been lifted, and an overwhelming sense of lightness enveloped her. The dark clouds that had shadowed her face parted, revealing a resplendent rainbow. At that moment, Yuan stirred, fully restored. Yuan rose from the ground, feeling a peculiar itch upon his body. It was merely the scabs of blood. With a sudden tremor of his powerful frame, the clotted remnants adhering to his skin began to peel away, revealing his robust physique. Hiss. Following the sound, Yuan noticed that Lazili was not far off, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed upon him. Yuan followed Lazili's gaze and looked down. To his astonishment, a fierce and majestic dragon soared in the wind. Sister. Yuan extended both hands to intercept the soaring dragon. His face flushed with embarrassment as he shouted at Lazili. Lazili pouted, exclaiming, "Oh, little one, what scenes has my sister not witnessed?" Yuan roared with indignation. "I don't care. You must turn around." Relenting, he added, All right. I shall prepare a meal for you, dear sister. It must be dreadful to have gone a month without food." With a wave of her hand and an expression of resignation, Lazili turned to leave. However, in that fleeting moment, a subtle blush graced her cheeks. She was rather ample. Chapter 27. A woman of indomitable spirit. After Lazili departed, Yuan hastily donned a fresh set of clothing, as his previous attire had been torn to shreds during his bodily expansion. Once clad, he swiftly pursued Lazili. "Sister, you should rest. I will call you when the meal is ready." From earlier, Yuan had noticed the bloodshot veins in Lazili's eyes, her visage weary. It was evident that during his recent tribulations, she had not found time to rest properly. Yuan couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. It is truly delightful to be cared for by someone. Ever since the passing of his parents in his previous life, no one had worried about him, nor had he experienced such tender care. "Are you capable?" Lazili looked at Yuan with a hint of skepticism, not doubting his culinary skills, but rather concerned about his health, which had yet to fully recover. "Of course, I am perfectly fine," Yuan declared, flexing his bicep. "See, I am completely healthy now. It is you, dear sister, who should take care not to overexert yourself. Do not underestimate me. I possess boundless stamina and endless energy," Lazili retorted with a proud expression. Yuan gently urged her forward, guiding her towards the bed. As he pushed, he chimed in, Yes, you are truly remarkable, dear sister, but you have been at it for so long without rest. It pains my heart." She retorted, "It is not because I am weary that I take a break. I simply do not wish for you to worry." A woman of unwavering strength, even with her eyes nearly closing, remained resolute in her defiance. Mo Yuan mused, even the celestial king has cleansed the universe. Yet he cannot silence that mouth of yours. On the surface, Mo Yuan replied, indeed, indeed. Therefore, in order to spare my heart from anguish, dear sister, please do rest quickly. I shall summon you once I finish preparing the meal shortly. He gently pressed Lotzi Li onto the bed and covered her with a quilt. At that moment, the temperature had plummeted to a frigid -50 degrees, necessitating the warmth of blankets. However, to ensure Lotzi Li could sleep more comfortably, Mo Yuan also established an energy barrier nearby. This barrier possessed no other function but to ward off the biting cold. After Mo Yuan established an energy shield, the surrounding temperature immediately rose from -50 degrees to a comfortable 20 degrees. This temperature was quite conducive for restful slumber. The moment Lotzi Li's head touched the pillow, a wave of profound drowsiness enveloped her. Previously, when Mo Yuan encountered difficulties during his cultivation, her nerves had been perpetually taut, and the overwhelming fear had rendered her utterly oblivious to any sense of fatigue. Now that Mo Yuan had recovered, the tension that had gripped her was suddenly released. As her nerves relaxed, a torrent of sleepiness surged forth, and before long, her eyes fluttered shut, her breathing becoming soft and steady. As Mo Yuan gazed upon the beautiful face of Lazili, marked by an air of fatigue, a pang of sympathy welled within him. His hand gently brushed against her visage. So tender, so smooth, Lazili's skin was exquisite, flawless in its delicacy. Though this was not the first occasion Mo Yuan had touched her face, it was undeniably the most profound experience yet. Unconsciously, his fingers lingered upon her crimson lips, the soft sensation igniting a tumult of emotions within him. So soft, he thought. A cascade of indescribable images flitted through his mind. Suddenly, as if jolted by a current, Mo Yuan retracted his hand in haste, his fair complexion blooming with color. In a flurry, he withdrew. After Mo Yuan departed, Lazili, lying on her bed, opened her eyes. Her hand emerged from beneath the covers, caressing the spot where Mo Yuan's hand had just brushed against. Eventually, it lingered upon her lips. A hint of shyness flickered in Lazili's beautiful eyes, and an unnatural flush adorned her cheeks. In that moment, an inexplicable feeling welled up within her heart. Lazili softly uttered, her voice so faint that it was scarcely audible, almost as if it were meant for her ears alone. She then turned onto her side, pulled the covers higher, and curled up, enveloping herself completely within the blanket. Lazili, perhaps due to her constitution, was not particularly fond of meat. Her greatest delight lay in savoring soups. Since the last time Mo Yuan had simmered a pot of exquisite broth, Lazili had been utterly captivated by it. Realizing her fondness for soup, Mo Yuan made it a point to brew a fresh pot nearly every day, and he did so with a variety of creative twists. Having been born in Guangdong, the art of soup making seemed etched into his very genes. He could effortlessly conjure any type of broth. Today, Mo Yuan planned to prepare a nourishing chicken soup with Chinese angelica and astragalus for Lazili, intending to fortify her health. Although her constitution may not necessitate medicinal nourishment, the soup was undeniably delicious, and Lazili cherished it. After an hour of simmering, the old hen had transformed into a tender delicacy. Lifted the lid of the clay pot. In an instant, a wisp of white vapor escaped, engaging in molecular diffusion within the air. The fragrant essence of dangshan and huangqi harmoniously intertwined with the rich aroma of chicken. This robust scent began to permeate the atmosphere, swiftly reaching the vicinity of Lazili. In her slumber, Lazili's nose twitched delicately. The scent of chicken soup. In an instant, she opened her eyes wide and sprang from her bed with remarkable speed, hastening to stand beside. Sister, have you rested enough? Was not the least bit surprised by Lazili's sudden appearance. Each time he brewed soup, she would invariably materialize at his side upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma. The first time it happened, it nearly startled him. However, he soon grew accustomed to it. Lazili nodded coolly, yet her gaze remained fixated on the chicken soup, her throat involuntarily swallowing. She reminded herself to remain composed, to maintain her poise, and not to reveal her desire too overtly, lest it undermine her sisterly dignity. Yet, unbeknownst to her, had already seen through her facade. Otherwise, he would not have taken to brewing a pot of soup daily, each time with a delightful variation. Mo Yuan gazed at Lotzi Li's pretense of seriousness and inexplicably found it somewhat endearing. Mo Yuan skillfully picked up a bowl and served a portion of chicken soup to Lazili. Sister, do taste the seasoning. A flicker of delight danced in Lazili's eyes. Yet she maintained an air of composure as she accepted the soup. After gently blowing on the broth to cool it slightly, she eagerly brought it to her lips. The moment the rich and velvety chicken soup touched her palate, her eyes sparkled with joy. The exquisite flavor was enhanced by a lingering sweetness from the medicinal herbs, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. Before long, Lazili had finished the entire bowl. While savoring the essence of the soup, she placed the bowl down with an outwardly calm demeanor. "Mm. The flavor is just right. Let us dine." With that, Yuan lifted the chicken soup and made his way to the dining table, while Lazili carried a pot of rice from the side. The table was already adorned with an array of delectable dishes. After serving themselves a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup, they began to indulge in the sumptuous feast. However, Yuan soon noticed a peculiar situation. There was one dish that Lazili had not touched at all. This particular dish was crafted from chicken mixed with various seasonings, shaped into delightful forms, and then fried to golden perfection. Not only was it delicious, but it was also visually appealing. Yet, Lazili had not taken a single bite, leaving Yuan perplexed. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Sister, why do you not partake in this dish?" Lazili sighed, gazing longingly at the beautifully shaped food, and replied softly, "Because the chicken puree is too beautiful." Chapter 28. The search for Sun Wukong within the temple, an indistinct black object, lying in a shadowy corner untouched by sunlight, suddenly stirred. After nearly a day of unconsciousness, Bobo finally awoke. Yuan possesses an admirable sense of conscience. In an effort to shield Bobo from the scorching sun, he deliberately moved him to a cool, well-ventilated area. Bobo reflected, a hint of conscience, but not much. It must be said, however, that as he lay there, he seemed to merge seamlessly with the shadows. Without a discerning eye, it would be difficult to detect the presence of a person in that spot. Upon awakening, Bobo felt a bit disoriented. His round, expressive eyes revealed a purity untouched by the taint of the mundane world. How did I end up here? Did I fall asleep here last night? Wait a moment. The android. The lost memories finally returned to Bobo. He recalled being rendered unconscious by the android, which had since ventured into the hyperbolic time chamber. The thought filled him with a profound sense of unease. Glancing at the time, he realized nearly a day had passed. This meant the android had been inside for almost a year. Considering their formidable strength prior to entering, Bobo could scarcely fathom the extent of their power after a year of training within the chamber. A wave of intense fear washed over him. First, the android, and now a monstrous creature had emerged from the lower realms. The android had also entered the hyperbolic time chamber to hone its skills. Bobo felt as though he was surrounded by enemies on all sides. With danger looming both ahead and behind, was the Earth truly doomed? Moreover, with the absence of the Supreme Kai, the Dragon Balls had lost their efficacy. In such circumstances, if the Earth's warriors perished, there would be no hope of revival. For a moment, Bobo felt as if he had lost his anchor, his once bright, bell-like eyes dulled with despair. No, I must inform. The Supreme Kai? Piccolo. He thought of Piccolo, who had fused with the Supreme Kai. At present, Piccolo was the only one capable of confronting the android. Yet, a flicker of doubt crept in. While Piccolo was indeed powerful now, could he truly contend with an android that had trained for an entire year in the hyperbolic time chamber? To speak candidly, Bobo found himself engulfed in uncertainty. After much contemplation, he resolved to refrain from seeking out Piccolo for the time being. Piccolo was still engaged in the pursuit of that monstrous entity, and it would be prudent not to distract him at this juncture. Thus, he could only. Bobo's gaze hardened with determination as he settled into a meditative posture at the entrance of the room of spirit and time, emanating an aura of resolute purpose. In that moment, Bobo had cast aside all considerations of life and death. Meanwhile, on another front, Lapiz had lost all interest in leisure. His sole desire was to locate Sun Wukong swiftly and then reunite with Yuan and the others. Consequently, he and Android 16 abandoned their vehicle and soared directly toward Baozi Mountain. In a short span, they arrived at the doorstep of Sun Wukong's home, only to discover that it stood desolate and devoid of life. Android 16, do you have any knowledge of Sun Wukong's whereabouts? Lapiz inquired, with an expression devoid of emotion. Android 16 replied, the radar has not detected Sun Wukong's energy. However, he frequently visits either the Universal Capsule Corporation in West City or Master Matato's Island in the South Sea. I see. Which location is closer? Master Matato's residence is approximately 2,700 kilometers to the southeast. Very well, let us proceed. With that, Lapiz took flight from his position, and Android 16 followed suit. 2,700 kilometers would typically require a few hours by plane, yet for Lapiz and Android 16, it would take merely a matter of minutes. This was without exerting their full power, Otherwise, they could have arrived in mere moments. Soon, a diminutive island came into Lapiz's view. Undeniably small, with Master Rashi's quaint abode occupying nearly a third of its expanse. We must resolve this matter promptly, then proceed to the temple, Lapiz mused silently. He held a keen interest in the room of spirit and time that Yuan had mentioned. The inhabitants of Kame House were few. Currently, only Sun Wukong's family, along with Master Rashi, Yamchu, Puar, and Oolong were present. Piccolo, Tian Shinhan, and Krillin were still engaged in the search for Cell. "Hello, may I assist you with something?" A charming young boy was diligently working on his homework on the beach. Upon witnessing the descent of Lapiz and Android 16, he greeted them with utmost politeness. "Are you Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan?" Lapiz inquired, quickly recognizing the boy before him. "Ah, yes, I am Sun Gohan. Are you here to find my father?" "He's unwell and has yet to awaken." Unfamiliar with the artificial beings, Gohan initially believed they were friends of his father. "Is he unwell?" Lapis inquired, somewhat astonished. According to their records, Sun Wukong was an extraordinarily powerful martial artist. While injuries are commonplace for practitioners of martial arts, illness is exceedingly rare, especially given the advancements in modern medicine. Terminal illnesses have nearly become a relic of the past, and martial artists possess a physical constitution far superior to that of ordinary individuals, rendering them nearly immune to sickness. Indeed, the thought of his father's condition brought a wave of sorrow to Gohan, causing his voice to drop to a somber tone. When will he recover? Lapis had no desire to engage with someone who lay unconscious. Such an encounter would be dreadfully unexciting. Gohan shook his head, replying, "I don't know. Father just took his medication not long ago and seems to be in considerable pain." Each time he envisioned his father struggling in bed, anguish overwhelmed him. He pondered whether the special medicine Trunks had brought would prove effective. If it were ineffective, tears began to well up in his eyes. He was terrified of losing his father. Gohan stifled his tears, inhaled sharply, and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Then he turned to Lapis and asked, "By the way, are you friends of my father? I don't think I've seen you before." "Friends?" Lapis chuckled. He was taken aback by Gohan's naivety in assuming they were allies of Sun Wukong. No wonder they were so forthcoming with information. They could also be enemies, Lapis teased, casting a sidelong glance at Gohan. What? Gohan was utterly shocked to learn that these two individuals were, in fact, adversaries of his father. The only enemies he could think of at that moment were them. "Are you androids?" Gohan exclaimed loudly, releasing his energy without restraint. His gaze fixed warily on Lapis and Android 16. "Androids? What an irritating label," Lapis scoffed, grimacing at the term that evoked unpleasant memories. "Androids." Upon hearing Gohan's outcry and sensing his energy, the occupants of the room rushed outside, their expressions filled with trepidation as they regarded Lapis and Android 16 as formidable foes. Lapis surveyed the small gathering of individuals, quickly losing interest. They were far too weak, lacking even the desire to engage them in battle. "Let us leave," he declared, disregarding them entirely. With a nod to Android 16, he took to the skies, intent on reuniting with Yuan and the others at the temple. As for Sun Wukong, wait until he recovers. It will not be too late. After all, he has no interest in attacking a patient. On the 16th, he said nothing and followed behind Lapis as they departed together. The inhabitants of Turtle Island gazed in bewilderment at the two figures disappearing into the horizon. Their minds clouded with confusion. Were the androids not intent on eliminating Goku? Why did they not seize such a splendid opportunity? "My Gohan." Chi-Chi rushed over and enveloped Gohan in her embrace, scrutinizing him for any injuries. The arrival of the androids had terrified her. With Goku incapacitated and Gohan still so young, what would she do if something unfortunate were to occur? "Mom, you needn't worry. I am fine," Gohan reassured her, sensing her deep concern. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt that the androids did not seem entirely malevolent. Chapter 29. Exiting the Hyperbolic Time Chamber Creek. The door of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, which had remained shut for a day, swung open once more. A man and a woman, both possessing elongated figures, emerged from within. The young man stood at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, with a slender build. Though he lacked exaggerated muscles, the contours of his arms revealed significant definition, embodying the physique that appears slender in clothing yet muscular when bare. Beneath his violet short hair, a handsomely rugged face bore a faint smile. The young woman, standing at 5 feet 7 inches, was already exceptional among her peers, yet beside the young man, she appeared somewhat diminutive. Her cascading golden locks framed her exquisite and striking features, reminiscent of a mixed heritage, imbued with an exotic allure. Her proportions were nearly perfect, with each curve in harmony, devoid of any disarray. Her long, shapely legs were particularly captivating. This man and woman were none other than Yuan and Lapis, who had spent a year training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps due to the abundant energy within the chamber, Lapis' growth rate, which had slowed considerably after her transformation into an android, had accelerated during their year inside, allowing her to gain an impressive height of 10 centimeters. There is no need to mention Yuan. After resolving his bloodline issues, he seemed to have taken a growth hormone, towering to a height of nearly 2 meters within a mere 2 months. Fortunately, he ceased to grow taller upon reaching this impressive stature. Hand in hand, the two emerged from within the door. Over the course of this year, their relationship had evolved beyond its initial simplicity. It seemed they were merely a breath away from breaking the final barrier between them. Lazuli, Lapis gazed incredulously at the pair stepping out from the doorway. He could hardly fathom that his twin sister had transformed in such a manner. The realization was momentarily overwhelming. What? Lazuli responded with an air of indifference, maintaining her grip on Yuan, showing no intention of letting go. What? How can you even ask that? Lapis approached them, visibly irate. Lapis, my sister and I. As observed's countenance, ablaze with fury, he swiftly interposed himself before, eager to engage in a civil discourse. After all, was his nephew by marriage. Had it been another, they would have been met with a swift slap that sent them flying. However, was taken aback when disdainfully retorted, "Who cares about your trivial matters?" and forcefully shoved him aside. Momentarily stunned by his words and unprepared for the sudden push, stumbled back. Following this, seized shoulders and vigorously shook her, exclaiming, "Quickly tell me, how did you grow so tall all of a sudden?" Yuan and Lazuli. To his utter astonishment, he found himself preoccupied with this matter. Lapis gazed at Lazuli, who towered over him by a full 5 centimeters, feeling a pang of discomfort. They had been transformed into artificial beings before they had fully matured, and it seemed as though their growth had come to a halt. Years had passed, yet his height remained unchanged. Now, however, Lazuli had inexplicably grown a full 10 centimeters. Previously, it had been somewhat comforting for him that Lazuli was shorter. But that was no longer the case. Everything had changed. The 5-centimeter gap loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. It was a barrier he could not overcome. After all, even the king had desperately sought the Dragon Balls for the sake of that 5 centimeters. Not everyone possessed the remarkable hair of Vegeta that could elevate a height of 164 centimeters to surpass 170 through sheer hair volume. Lapis had thought he would never grow taller. Yet Lazuli had ignited a flicker of hope within him. He was eager to uncover the secret behind her growth. Look, Lazuli pointed towards the hyperbolic time chamber behind her. I trained in there for a year and grew taller. His initial lack of interest in the chamber vanished, and at that moment, he gazed upon it as if it were a vision of exquisite beauty, nearly drooling in awe. Seeing Lapis's pathetic demeanor, Lazuli could not resist delivering a playful smack to his head. Ouch! What was that for? He complained, cradling his head. In response, Lazuli merely uttered 2 cold words, embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Lapis felt a surge of indignation. Was it truly so shameful to wish for greater height? He expressed his discontent to Lazuli. When verbal debates yielded no resolution, they often resorted to other means, such as fighting. Yuan, although exasperated, chose not to intervene, fully aware that Lapis stood no chance against the current Lazuli. Thus, the siblings continued to express their feelings toward one another. Yuan discovered a dark, unremarkable object lying at the entrance of the Spirit Time House. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Bobo. However, Yuan distinctly recalled dragging him to a shaded area away from the sun. How could he possibly be lying here now? Could it be that he was subdued once more by Lapisu and the others after regaining consciousness? Silently nodded, contemplating that this was perhaps the only possibility. Nonetheless, how could Lapis be so devoid of humanity, failing to place Bobo in a shaded and well-ventilated area? What if it got sunburned? After inwardly chastising Lapis for a moment, he continued to ponder. Yuan seized Bobo by one foot and dragged him to a shadowy corner, setting him down with care. Once all was accomplished, Yuan brushed off the dust from his hands, nodding in satisfaction. A good deed has been done, completed. Bobo remarked, a hint of kindness, but truly, it is scarce. As accomplished today's benevolent act, and concluded their discussion, which ended with sporting a bruised visage, admitting he had spoken too loudly. The discourse unfolded as follows, initiated with a left hook, followed by a right hook, then a straight punch, and concluded with an uppercut, executing a rapid succession of strikes that left utterly disoriented. His once smooth black hair now resembled a disheveled nest atop his head. Despite the defeat in their verbal sparring, found himself increasingly intrigued by the hyperbolic time chamber. Until today, he had believed himself to be the strongest individual in this realm. However, within a mere day, his sister's prowess had surpassed his own. Could a year of training truly yield such remarkable progress? If so, how could remain so feeble? Thus, he concluded that something must be amiss with the hyperbolic time chamber. Approaching, he gazed up at him and, in an irritable tone, remarked, "Hey, brat." He was exceedingly displeased. Just a day prior, he had been the second tallest and most formidable member of their team. Now, after just a day's separation, he found himself the smallest. How could he endure this? Though he could tolerate his sister's advancement, he was perplexed as to how this brat had overnight transformed from a mere child into an adult, even exceeding his own height. Most importantly, he was expected to become his sister's brother-in-law. "I cannot concern myself with your matters. But should you wish to assume the role of my sister's husband, you must first demonstrate your strength," asserted sternly. After all, without strength, how could he protect his sister? Although understood that once made her decision, there was no altering it, he resolutely refused to acknowledge as his sister's husband unless he proved his worth. He felt confident in facing. It was reasonable for her to surpass him in strength, given that she had previously only been slightly weaker. However, was a different matter entirely. Just a day ago, his power was so feeble that a mere breath could extinguish him. Could not fathom how, within a year in the chamber, one could surpass him. "All right, I shall compel you to acknowledge me as your brother-in-law," stated earnestly, recognizing the significance of this trial posed by his future brother-in-law. Consequently, resolved not to strike him, the two ascended above the temple to engage in combat, primarily to avoid damaging the sacred structure. For reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a sense of pity emanating from. Chapter 30 activates his bloodline. A few minutes later, returned once more, having endured another beating. Yuan kept his promise and did not retaliate. However, Lepidus, once clad in relatively loose garments, now found them somewhat constricting. He limped as he walked, lacking his usual grace. Moreover, with his bruised face as a result of Lazili's scornful remarks, he appeared quite pitiable. After all, Lepidus was his own brother-in-law. Upon returning to the temple, Yuan immediately attended to his injuries. "I didn't expect you to possess such skills," Lepidus remarked in astonishment, stretching his fully restored body as he gazed at Yuan. In just a few fleeting seconds, all his wounds had completely healed. Perhaps it was due to the superficial nature of his injuries, but the outcome was nonetheless quite surprising. Yuan smiled faintly and said, "There is much more than you could ever imagine." After enduring this severe beating, Laplace had completely submitted. With his sister under his protection, he felt a sense of reassurance. Simultaneously, Laplace's curiosity about the Spirit Time House intensified, regardless of the underlying reasons. The enhancement of Yuan and Lazili is beyond dispute. Thus, the Spirit Time Chamber undoubtedly possesses extraordinary energy. Laplace is eagerly anticipating his entry, confident that in a year, he will emerge considerably stronger. Perhaps he might even surpass both of them. After all, he had always been superior to them before, given that they would all train for the same duration. It is only natural that he would become stronger, right? Lost in his daydreams, Laplace wore a peculiar smile. Beside him, Lazili noticed her brother gazing at the Spirit Time Chamber with a strange expression. Understanding her brother well, she sensed that he was likely concocting something unwholesome. Thus, she turned to Yuan and remarked, "I believe he is up to no good. He looks like a troublemaker." Yuan nodded in agreement and suggested, "How about we give him another beating?" A knowing glance exchanged between them confirmed they shared the same sentiment. Just as Yuan and Lazili prepared to take action, Laplace suddenly felt an icy chill creep up his spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He then turned to find his sister and her companion gazing at him with ominous expressions. What do you want?" A mysterious sense of danger compelled him to take a step back. "What mischief were you just plotting?" Lazili's calm tone stirred a profound unease within Laplace. This was not merely the pressure of strength, but rather the suppression emanating from his sister's bloodline. "And nothing at all." "Ah. Were you perhaps imagining that once you train in the Spirit Time Chamber, you would be able to overpower both of us? How did you know?" Caught off guard by Lazili's revelation of his thoughts, Laplace was momentarily speechless. To think that someone as clever as I could be outwitted. Is this what they call envy of the gifted? Why must one be born alongside such brilliance? As Yuan and Lazili embraced each other with their arms crossed, they observed the scene with a detached demeanor. After a while, La Paisai resignedly lowered his arms, closed his eyes, and ceased his resistance. A myriad of emotions surged within him, ultimately coalescing into a single thought. Please, no slaps to the face. Naturally, Lazili and Yuan were more than willing to fulfill the final request of La Paisai, her younger brother-in-law. Thus, following a series of murmurs and exclamations from La Paisai, harmony was restored, as if nothing untoward had transpired, if one were to overlook La Paisai's rather portly physique. As a considerate brother-in-law, Yuan kindly provided La Paisai with a restorative treatment, to which La Paisai expressed his profound gratitude with heartfelt emotion. After their playful banter, their bond grew significantly closer. La Paisai was now prepared to enter the spirit time chamber for cultivation. Since only 2 individuals could enter the chamber at a time, Yuan decided to join La Paisai for a duration, intending to teach him the ways of cultivation while also observing whether La Paisai could attune himself to the vital energy, thereby awakening the latent powers of his earthly lineage. As for Lazili, she would remain outside with number 16. After all, Lazili's prowess was sufficient to overpower anyone on Earth. Moreover, Yuan did not need to remain in the chamber for a full year. His goal was simply to impart the skills of cultivation to La Paisai. Once they entered the spirit time chamber, La Paisai eagerly anticipated his training. Yuan elucidated the methods of cultivation to him. Lapus, indeed living up to the claims of seasoned veterans regarding his remarkable potential, promptly embarked on his own cultivation journey after a mere cursory explanation. Within a span of just a few minutes, Yuan sensed the flow of energy within him. Lapus had already begun to perceive the vital energy coursing through his own body. He merely needed to cultivate further to absorb the ambient energy of the universe, thereby enhancing his own vitality. Most notably, he detected a distinct form of energy that was both purer and more potent. From his prior discussions with Yuan, he understood that this energy was likely the primordial essence. Lapus felt an insatiable yearning within him for this primordial energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced the absorption of the wandering primordial essence in the air. The surrounding energy was drawn towards him, converging in an orderly fashion into his being. Gradually, the primordial essence was absorbed, nurturing the strength of his innate lineage. Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Although he was aware of Laplace's immense potential, he had not anticipated it to be to such a remarkable extent. During his very first practice, Laplace was able to sense and absorb the essence of vitality. This, of course, could be attributed to the abundant energy within the spirit time house. Nevertheless, it undeniably indicated that his potential was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Speaking of the vitality within the spirit time house, it was indeed plentiful. Previously, Yuan had nearly depleted the entire energy reservoir of the spirit time house. Yet after a period, the vitality rejuvenated itself. The speed of recovery was incomparably faster than that of the outside world. As Laplace gradually absorbed the energy, the surrounding essence began to thin out. However, he found himself unable to draw from the more distant vitality. Once he had consumed all the energy in his vicinity, he would need to relocate in order to continue his absorption. Observing this, Yuan acted without hesitation. In an instant, his mind's eye enveloped the entire spirit time house. All the vitality was swiftly summoned by Yuan, converging towards them at an astonishing speed. In that moment, a tempest erupted within the spirit time house, igniting a storm of energy. Laplace, immersed in his practice, sensed that the previously scarce vitality had surged once more, even exceeding the levels prior to his training. It was as if he were surrounded by an ocean of energy. Laplace was not oblivious, given the magnitude of the changes around him. It was clear that only his rather unassuming brother-in-law could have orchestrated such a phenomenon. After all, apart from the two of them, there was no one else present. With the issue of vitality resolved, Laplace could now pursue his training without any reservations. He swiftly dispelled any distractions, calming his mind to continue his cultivation. Chapter 31. Do you believe in light? The passage of time is inconsequential in the realm of cultivation, especially within the confines of the time chamber. 2 months have swiftly elapsed. At this moment, Lapith has ceased to absorb the vital energy. His bloodline has gathered a sufficient amount of this energy, meeting the conditions for activation. Although he has engaged in this absorption for a month longer than Yuan, the quantity he has harnessed is merely 1/5 of what Yuan has obtained. Upon emerging from his meditation, Lapith appears serene on the surface. Yet the joy in his eyes is unmistakable. Following the activation of his bloodline, his combat prowess has doubled. However, this is not the source of his greatest happiness. Beyond the enhancement of his fighting capabilities, the power of his bloodline has allowed him to become one with the perpetual energy core within him. From this moment forth, he can cultivate to augment the energy core. In essence, the notion of infinite energy is simply a reflection of the energy core's recovery rate surpassing its energy output. Nonetheless, this also imposes limitations on the intensity of his attacks. In encounters with foes of lesser strength, Lapith can remain invincible, even exhausting his adversaries with his boundless energy and stamina. Yet, when faced with those more formidable than himself, his so-called infinite energy proves to be of limited efficacy. After all, if true infinite energy were attainable, who would stand as his rival? Do not speak of Sharu. Even later, few could not contend with him. Only beings such as the god of destruction or the Omni-King, who wield unique powers, could hope to defeat him. Moreover, the energy stored within the perpetual energy core has its limits. Without the activation of his bloodline, the perpetual energy core within Lapith cannot be enhanced through cultivation. To grow stronger, he must rely solely on the refinement of his chi. Ultimately, the core serves merely to ensure that he does not exhaust his energy. Beyond that, it holds no other purpose. However, the current circumstances have changed. The activation of his bloodline has fused him entirely with the perpetual energy core. No longer a mere technological artifact, the core has become an integral part of his being. Through cultivation, he can absorb vital energy to augment the core, enhancing its energy recovery speed, expanding its storage capacity, and liberating his own energy output from limitations. In essence, he can unleash all the energy within him in an instant, significantly amplifying his offensive capabilities. Yet, this transformation means his energy is no longer infinite. Rather, it recovers at a rate vastly superior to that of others. Naturally, if he manages to regulate his energy output to remain beneath the recovery rate, he could achieve a semblance of infinite energy. However, such a strategy is of little significance. When faced with formidable foes, it is far more advantageous to increase output and obliterate the enemy directly. Suppressing his joy, Lapith prepared to rise from the ground. Yet, upon movement, he discovered something even more exhilarating than his newfound power. He realized that his once perfectly fitting attire had grown uncomfortably tight. Dismissing the possibility that he had merely been beaten during training, only one conclusion remained. His body had developed. Ecstatic, Lapith sprang to his feet. Suddenly, a sharp tearing sound echoed within the hyperbolic time chamber. Lapith exclaimed, "Oh, my pants have split." After 2 months of intensive training, Lapith's physique, nourished by vital energy, had rapidly transformed. He had grown 20 centimeters taller, reaching an impressive height of 185 centimeters. No longer appearing as slight as before, although his muscles remained lean, he had undeniably increased in size. His expanded physique had stretched his clothing to the brink, and with a sudden exertion, his garments could no longer withstand the strain and tore apart. Turning mechanically towards the source of laughter, Lapith encountered his cheeky brother-in-law, who was looking at him with a teasing grin. More precisely, he was gazing at Lapith's torn pants, through which glimpses of a handsome face obscured by a hood were visible. "So, you two believe in the light, huh? It just so happens that your trousers are torn. Would you like me to provide you with a set of fashion similar to Ultraman?" Lapith. Oh, when he was transformed into a cyborg. He was merely in his teenage years. Is it truly wrong for a boy of that age to believe in the light? Is it truly wrong? Lacking professional training, soon found himself unable to contain his laughter, erupting into a fit of merriment while clutching his stomach. "Ha ha, I'm not laughing at you. Ha 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 hic ha ha. I merely recalled something joyful," he chortled. As if laughter were not enough, he conjured 3 distinct outfits reminiscent of Ultraman, presenting them before. "Do you prefer this blue ensemble? Or perhaps the red one? Or this delightful combination of red and blue?" Referencing the 3 forms of, feeling a surge of indignation, clenched his fist resolutely. "Enough is enough," he declared as he charged forward, delivering a powerful blow that sent sprawling. The two then engaged in a spirited tussle, akin to children at play, exchanging blows without any semblance of technique or strategy. After a while, their playful skirmish continued unabated. Yuan and Lapith lay on the ground, both sporting identical pig-like visages. Yuan gazed upon Lapidus's pig-like visage, unable to suppress a smirk. Alas, this smile inadvertently tugged at the wound upon his own face. He could not help but retort, "You, my friend, possess an exceedingly ruthless hand. Do you not understand the unwritten rule of striking where it does not mar the visage? Please, do not cast stones from your glass house. You, indeed, wield the most merciless blows, Lepidus replied, gingerly touching his swollen face, resembling that of a pig. Is it not true that you struck first at my countenance? Otherwise, I would not have retaliated in kind. You brought this upon yourself by mocking me. You deserve it. He continued, do not speak nonsense. I did not mock you. I was merely aiding you in realizing your dreams. Yuan declared with righteous fervor. I have already envisioned it for you. Donning the attire of a superhero, you would then proceed to, reclined upon the ground, his hands forming an L shape. As a radiant purple light coalesced upon his arms. With a powerful shout, he proclaimed, Lapis Ray by Ubu, in response to his fervent cry. The purple beams surged forth from his limbs, painting a vibrant stroke across the pallid expanse. Ha ha ha, how about that? I've even crafted the name of the technique for you. Are you not moved? Chuckled heartily, patting on the shoulder. Though swollen visage betrayed no discernible expression. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes, and his hands clenched into fists. You scoundrel, I shall end your life. He seethed. Hey, don't slap my face. During the time Yuan entered the time chamber, certain events transpired in the outside world. Cell unexpectedly encountered Vegeta and Trunks. Having absorbed hundreds of thousands of ordinary humans, Cell's combat prowess had risen to match that of Piccolo. Together, Vegeta and Trunks were no match for him. Fortunately, Piccolo sensed the battle's energy and arrived just in time. Otherwise, Cell would have assimilated both Vegeta and Trunks. Upon Piccolo's arrival, Cell promptly fled. Despite his combat strength being on par with Piccolo, Cell was reluctant to take such a risk, especially considering that Piccolo had brought Senzu beans. After consuming the beans, Vegeta and Trunks' injuries were instantly healed, relieved after their rescue. Trunks soon realized something terrifying. An important item of his was missing. In the boundless expanse of pure white space, two red beams of light intersected and collided in midair. Each impact reverberated through the air, creating a thunderous resonance, with ripples emanating from the point of collision. The surrounding area was engulfed in fierce winds, as dust and debris swirled chaotically. Fortunately, the time chamber was devoid of the towering skyscrapers found in the city. Otherwise, the residual force from this battle alone could have obliterated an entire metropolis. After what felt like an eternity, the combat finally subsided. The two red beams of light halted, revealing their true forms, Yuan and Lapis. They had been in the time chamber for half a year. The crimson flames enveloping them were the result of the Kaioken technique. After activating his bloodline, Yuan imparted the Kaioken to Lapis. Able to sense ki, Lapis quickly mastered the technique. With his formidable physique, he could activate the tenfold Kaioken without sustaining any harm. It was only when surpassing 10 times that it would impose a burden on his body. However, while the Kaioken could enhance his ki, it could not accelerate the energy regeneration of his energy core. Nonetheless, Lapis's natural energy recovery rate far exceeded that of ordinary beings. Even with his recovery speed unchanged, he could still maintain the Kaioken state for extended periods. As Yuan and Lapis released the state of the King's Fist, the crimson flames enveloping them extinguished in an instant. After 6 months of rigorous training, Yuan's baseline combat prowess had soared to an astounding 500 million. Meanwhile, upon activating his bloodline, Lapis experienced a doubling of his power and, after an additional 4 months of diligent cultivation, his combat strength had reached an impressive 1.5 billion. Just moments ago, Lapis had unleashed the tenfold King's Fist, while Yuan activated a 30-fold King's Fist, bringing their combat capabilities to parity. Perhaps it was due to the fusion of 4 distinct bloodlines that Yuan possessed an exceptionally robust physique, enabling him to unleash the 20-fold King's Fist without sustaining any injuries. Although the 30-fold King's Fist would inevitably inflict some damage to his body, Yuan's formidable regenerative abilities ensured that he would recover completely in no time. After conducting experiments, Yuan discovered that with his physical capabilities, he could utilize the Kaioken technique without exceeding 50 times its power, thereby avoiding severe damage to his body. However, should he encounter a formidable foe necessitating the use of more than 50 times Kaioken, Yuan had a preferable alternative that did not involve such self-destructive measures. As the day's training came to a close, although the activation of his bloodline allowed him to survive solely on water like the Namekians, he still adhered to the habit of enjoying meals. This routine was shared with Rabis and Raziri, who likewise cherished the pleasure of dining. Beyond the love for exquisite cuisine, What mattered most to Mo Yuan was the camaraderie of sharing meals with family and friends. Since the passing of his parents, Mo Yuan had lived in solitude. The loss of his closest kin had caused him to shut himself off from the world, reluctant to venture outside or forge new friendships. Yet, deep within, he yearned for companionship, embodying a paradoxical nature. Only in the realm of the internet did he unveil his true self. There, he formed numerous friendships, engaging in endless conversations daily. However, if a local online acquaintance suggested an offline meeting, he would concoct various excuses to evade it. In truth, he longed to attend but found himself hindered by an internal barrier. As the night grew quiet and he stepped away from his computer and set down his phone, the eerie silence of his empty home enveloped him. Did he revel in solitude? Not at all. He had merely grown accustomed to it. He yearned for the days when the three of them were together as a family. Regrettably, time could not be reversed. Yet, upon arriving in this world, despite the pervasive dangers, he had found love and family. Indeed, in Mo Yuan's heart, Raziri and her companions, including number 16, were his family. If presented with the choice to return or remain in this world, he would unhesitatingly opt to stay, for he had already discovered those he wished to protect for a lifetime. The meal culminated in a playful contest between Mo Yuan and Robbie's. No longer reliant on food for sustenance, Mo Yuan found that preparing meals did not necessitate large quantities. A normal portion sufficed. Mo Yuan leaned back in his chair, a toothpick delicately perched between his lips, exuding an air of contentment. Meanwhile, Laplace busied himself with clearing the dining table, adhering to the unspoken rule that the cook should not wash the dishes. It's been 6 months, Laplace. I am heading out. Would you like me to summon 16 to keep you company? So soon? I can manage on my own, Laplace replied. Mo Yuan, with a radiant smile illuminating his face as if he had just recalled a delightful memory, unabashedly expressed his feelings, saying, "There's no helping it. I miss my sister." Unintentionally caught in this moment of affection, Lepidus stared with lifeless eyes and implored, "But Lazili is my sister." "Huffed, you don't even call her, why bother?" Mo Yuan retorted disdainfully. Lepidus posed a profound inquiry, "Then why do you not call me brother?" To which Mo Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What would a solitary dog like you know about romance?" Rose, compassionately patting the young man's shoulder, "You cannot comprehend the goodness of an elder sister. In youth, one fails to recognize the virtue of an elder sister, mistakenly cherishing a maiden as a treasure. In youthful ignorance, one does not perceive the allure of an elder sister, foolishly attempting to reverse the course of youth. An elder sister is splendid and enchanting. She possesses long legs and a graceful figure. She alleviates your troubles and cherishes you as a precious gem," gazed at, shaking his head before turning towards the entrance of the below. A green, insect-like humanoid creature looked up at her. It was said that deities resided there. One could only wonder if the taste of the divine was even more delectable. Licked his lips, emitting a peculiar cackle. Subsequently, propelled himself upwards with great speed. Soon, he beheld an object resembling a small island floating in the air. Without hesitation, he soared directly into the temple. Upon entering, was filled with immense joy as he laid eyes on someone he had long yearned for. To his astonishment, the individual he had searched for so diligently on the ground was found here in the temple. Although had undergone significant changes during her year of training in the recognized her instantly. 18. Let us merge into one, he declared earnestly before her, uttering the chilling words. Who are you? Inquired, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded. She had sensed his presence as he ascended, a curious and peculiar aura, as if multiple energies were entwined. Intrigued, she observed this entity before her, confirming that it indeed matched the strangeness of his aura. When faced with question, revealed everything without reservation. Wait, did you mention an underground laboratory? Which underground laboratory? Was taken aback upon hearing claim he emerged from such a place. Of course, it is the underground laboratory beneath the one you all inhabit. And what of 17? Where is he? Ignored's inquiry, contemplating the veracity of his words. She had visited the underground laboratory and found no creatures there aside from, unless he had emerged before. Could he be a failed creation of that old man? Perhaps he was inadvertently spared destruction? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, had no need to absorb them to achieve completeness. Moreover, this creature was undeniably repulsive, bearing the appearance of a botched cosmetic surgery. The sight of him was nauseating. Indeed, he must be a failure, thought with conviction. If he is a failed creation, then let us aid that old man in disposing of him. Lazili gazed at Cell with an increasingly perilous glint in her eyes. While Cell continued to search left and right for Lapis, he remained blissfully unaware that danger was imminent. Chapter 33. The Sun Fist triumphs again. Android 18. You should feel privileged. Once I absorb you, a flawless and invincible superhuman will be born into this world. This is the ultimate warrior that Dr. Gero has tirelessly pursued for years. Having absorbed countless beings, Cell's power had surged immensely, leading to a swollen arrogance that rendered him dismissive of Lazuli. If Lazuli were willing to be absorbed, it would be ideal. Otherwise, it would merely be a waste of time to forcibly absorb her. Oblivious to the growing chill in Lazuli's eyes with every word he uttered, Cell prattled on. Flawless? Invincible ultimate warrior? Huh, what a farce. Cell's words elicited nothing but disdain from Lazuli, who, like him, was composed of the cells of various martial arts masters. Yuan need only cultivate himself to acquire terrifying power. As for Shala, Lazuli could distinctly sense the mottled aura surrounding him, along with the grievances of countless souls. It was evident that Shalu had attained his current strength by absorbing the life energy of innumerable humans. Such a reliance on external forces to bolster one's power was clearly indicative of a defective being. Moreover, Shalu's strength was hardly formidable. One truly wonders where he derives the audacity to covet the energies of both herself and Lapithis. Ultimately, Lazuli reached a conclusion. Shalu was a pathetic, brainless failure. Yet, Shalu was not entirely devoid of intellect. While he attempted to captivate Lazuli's attention with his words, his tail, reminiscent of a needle, stealthily gathered energy, poised for action. It seems you are unwilling, he remarked, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness upon noticing Lazuli's complete indifference. Lazuli regarded him with an icy demeanor, silent and unyielding. Not a single word he uttered warranted her belief. Since you refuse, I shall not compel you. With that, Shala turned as if to depart. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, his needle-like tail moved. Like a venomous serpent striking from its lair, it lunged towards Lazuli with blinding speed. Lazuli appeared unresponsive, making no effort to evade. Merge with me. The overconfident Shalu laughed maniacally, convinced of his impending victory. Nevertheless, faced with Shalu's inevitable strike, Lazuli felt only boredom, even stifling a yawn. Too slow. The sudden assault was excruciatingly sluggish in her eyes. Just as Shala's tail was about to make contact, Lazuli sprang into action. The delicate, pale fingers of the young girl emerged from her cloak. What seemed a languid motion was, in fact, a precise grasp that ensnared Shalu's lightning-fast tail. What? Captured by an overwhelming force, Shalu was taken aback, his previously triumphant expression replaced by sheer panic. Lazuli tightened her grip on Shalu's tail, scrutinizing its needle-like tip. Is this the tool you use to siphon human life energy? What are your intentions? Ignoring Shalu's bewilderment, Lazuli concentrated her energy, coalescing it within her hand. A pure white aura enveloped her fingers, and then, utilizing her hand as a conduit, the energy spread across Shalu's tail. The heat was intense. A searing sensation coursed through the appendage. The excruciating pain from the searing burn elicited a piercing scream from Cell, like a creature scorched by flames. He desperately sought to flee. However, his tail was firmly grasped by Lazuli. Bound by the terrifying strength of her grip, Cell found himself utterly incapable of extricating his tail. Just as the agonizing sensation threatened to spread throughout his entire body, Cell made a swift, resolute decision. Without a moment's hesitation, he severed his own tail. Drip. Viscous purple blood trickled from the severed end of Cell's tail onto the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the recent turn of events. According to the data provided by Dr. Gero, his power should have surpassed that of androids 17 and 18. Yet here he was, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of android 18. This was inconceivable. Unbeknownst to Cell, this timeline had already undergone monumental changes due to his and Trunk's arrival. Lazuli and Lapis, prior to their training, possessed strength that exceeded that of the future timeline's androids 17 and 18. Not to mention, they had trained extensively within the hyperbolic time chamber. Given their current capabilities, unless Cell were to transform into his perfect form, it would be utterly impossible for him to prevail against them. Of course, primarily due to the formidable prowess of Lazuli. At this moment, Shalu was devoid of any fighting spirit, solely yearning to flee and continue absorbing humans until he amassed enough strength to confront Lazuli once more. However, his desire to escape hinged upon Lazuli's consent. Despite Shalu's current weakened state, he possessed the capability to swiftly augment his power through the absorption of humans. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly pose a threat to them. Furthermore, this grotesque creature harbored the audacity to aspire to absorb the siblings. He must not be allowed to escape. Resolute in her decision, Lazili initiated the assault. With blinding speed, she materialized behind Shalu. Her long, alluring legs transformed into lethal weapons, striking directly at Shalu's head. The vast disparity in their strengths rendered Shalu utterly incapable of reacting. As Lazili's kick connected, he felt as though his mind had turned to mush, momentarily losing consciousness. His body was propelled away as if struck by a speeding freight truck. Lazili, seizing the advantage, swiftly pursued the flying Shalu. Subsequently, Shalu found himself experiencing a sensation akin to being a football, with Lazili treating him as a new plaything, enjoying herself immensely in the air. Though this toy was rather unsightly, the sensation of kicking it was undeniably delightful. Shalu, relegated to a passive role, could not muster any means of defense. This was untenable. He realized he would be killed if this continued. With a clear mind born of a strong survival instinct, he began to seek any opportunity for escape. After some time, Lazili, having tired of her game, resolved to eliminate Shalu. With one powerful kick, she sent him crashing towards the ground, while a terrifying aura coalesced in her hand. Now was the moment. Shalu seized the opportunity as Lazili made her move, spreading his arms wide beside his head. Solar flare. A blinding light erupted from Shalu. And despite Lazili's enhanced physique due to her modifications, her eyes remained vulnerable. Suddenly, her vision was engulfed in a blinding white, followed by a sharp pain that compelled her to close her eyes. In this fleeting moment, Shalu retracted his aura and fled into the forest, using the trees for concealment to hastily vacate the area. Chapter 34. Confession, sister, what's the matter? Are you hurt? A familiar voice resonated in Lazili's ears, causing her to lower her guard. As emerged from the time chamber, he discovered that was no longer atop the temple. Number 16 informed him that a green creature, resembling a bug, had found its way here and boasted of its intentions to absorb and to attain its perfect form. However, it was evident that strength was vastly inferior to that of, as he was swiftly defeated. From Number 16's description, surmised that the bug-like green entity was indeed. Although he was aware that its current power surely surpassed, a twinge of concern gripped him. Having just exited the time chamber, he sensed no signs of battle, prompting him to act without delay and activate his psychic eye. Before long, he spotted beneath the Corinth Tower. Notably, was absent from her side, presumably having fled in defeat. However, appeared to be in a troubling state. The thought that she might be in distress heightened anxiety. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged toward her at the utmost speed. Herself was perplexed by her condition. Initially, she felt nothing amiss, but upon hearing his voice, an inexplicable wave of grievance washed over her, causing her lips to pout involuntarily. Additionally, after being struck by the sun fist, her eyes stung painfully, rendering her unable to open them, and tears flowed uncontrollably, giving her a pitiful, heart-wrenching appearance. Seeing in such a state, was immediately alarmed. He circled around her, scrutinizing her for injuries. Upon inspection, he found that only her eyes had sustained minor harm, which would soon heal. Sister, if you're feeling unwell, please tell me, urged, his worry palpable. Took a deep breath to steady herself. I'm fine, she replied, her soft voice tinged with a hint of whimpering. In truth, she was largely unscathed. Apart from her eyes, she had no other injuries. Save for a slight soreness in her foot from kicking earlier. S voice echoed, have you heard the words of men? After some time had passed, her eyes were no longer as painful, and the stinging sensation was dissipating rapidly. Gradually opened her eyes, tears still shimmering in her gaze. Her once sparkling eyes now brimmed with moisture, and she felt a touch of discontent over his escape. I'm glad you're all right, reassured her. Gently cradled Lazili's face, his fingers delicately wiping away the tears that glistened in her eyes. Lazili felt the warmth of his palm against her skin, a comforting heat. As she gazed upon his handsome visage, a blush crept onto her cheeks. The facade of sisterly authority she had maintained before him shattered in that moment. Yet, rather than feeling embarrassed, she sensed a soft spot within her heart being touched. This sensation of being cherished, it seemed rather delightful, did it not? Lazili found herself not only accepting this feeling but reveling in it, though she felt a tinge of shyness. This innocent demeanor of hers captivated entirely. It was the first time Lazili had displayed such bashfulness in his presence, as she usually behaved like a mischievous rogue teasing him. Noticing his infatuated gaze upon her, Lazili felt a mix of embarrassment and secret delight. She feigned composure and retorted, you fool, haven't you seen enough? Yuan suddenly enveloped Lazili in his embrace, his hands gripping her tightly as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Resting his chin upon her shoulder, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Not enough. A lifetime would never suffice." Words pierced through his heart like a sharp arrow. Feeling the warmth radiating from, experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility. She wrapped her delicate arms around his waist, and in that moment, everything was conveyed without utterance. Oh, suddenly, after what felt like an eternity, recollected an important matter that required her attention, prompting her to gently extricate herself from his embrace. She proceeded to recount the words spoken by earlier. At the time, had paid little heed to his remarks, but upon reflection, they struck her as peculiar. For instance, he had claimed that he would come into existence in 24 years. Yet, the underground laboratory was already in ruins. How could he, who was supposed to appear 2 decades hence, be present now? He must belong to an alternate timeline. What? Found this hard to believe. After all, and were not merely dissimilar, they were utterly distinct. Aside from both being synthesized from other cells, their appearances, auras, and every other aspect were entirely different. Moreover, required the absorption of their essence to evolve into his complete form. If also needed to absorb them, he could have done so long ago. In the room of spirit and time, had been completely defenseless against. Furthermore, with his current strength, even she and combined would stand no chance against him. The fact that had refrained from attacking them indicated that he harbored no intent to do so. Nodding solemnly, S' expression turned serious. He resolved to disclose part of the truth. Apart from being a time traveler, he would be forthright with about everything else. According to the information transmitted by the computer, I should not be able to come into existence so soon, and it was also stated that absorption of you all was necessary to attain my complete form. Perhaps due to some extraordinary circumstance, I have manifested prematurely, and I have discovered that my reality diverges from the computer's data. I can achieve my complete form solely through cultivation, without the need for absorption. Was utterly astonished. However, the disparity between them was staggering. He is so unattractive. How could they possibly share the same mother? According to the information provided by the computer, Doctor indeed designed me to resemble that ghastly visage. Nevertheless, sister, you must believe me, I would never harm you. S' gaze was fixed intently on, a flicker of trepidation coursing through him. Apprehensive that she might doubt his words and distance herself from him because of this matter. It must be said that his declaration had a profound impact on her. Yet, maintained her faith in, rooted in the same rationale. If he truly harbored intentions to harm them, he had ample opportunities to act, both in the past and present. However, he refrained from doing so, which reinforced her belief in him. It's all right, dear sister. I trust you, she reassured him, feeling the turmoil within as she gently embraced him. Yet, the specter of loomed large, a genuine concern for her, as she feared he would devise a means to target both herself and, after all, none could fathom the extent of strength derived from absorbing humanity. In merely a day, he had consumed the essence of countless individuals, emerging more formidable than he had been before entering the for training. Considering that the Earth boasts billions of inhabitants, one could only imagine the magnitude of power he would attain if he were to absorb them all. Do not fret, I shall find a way to deal with, she vowed. Yuan's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Lazuli and Lapisai were his kin, and he would never permit anyone to harm them. His inner vision had been wide open, enveloping the entire Earth. Under the gaze of this inner sight, Shala was utterly exposed. At present, Shala had traversed a considerable portion of the globe. On the opposite side of the Earth, however, if Yuan were to fly at full speed, it would take only a matter of minutes. Wait, how could he possess such a thing? Suddenly, Yuan's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 35. Shala flees to the future time-space. What has happened? The reaction of instilled a sense of unease in Yuan observed as Sheru abruptly halted, then produced a small box seemingly from thin air. Subsequently, he retrieved a universal capsule from within it. After a billow of dense smoke dissipated, an oddly shaped machine materialized on the ground, the very time machine that Trunks had lost. Sheru was taken aback, realizing the remarkable strength of the androids in this world. An unsettling feeling crept upon him, a voice within urging him to flee. This world diverged entirely from the history etched in his memory. The existence of an additional android. Number 16. And the terrifying power of the androids far exceeding historical accounts spoke volumes of the peculiarities of this timeline. Had Sheru encountered Yuan or the Lapis within the room of spirit and time, he would have grasped the true nature of cruelty. Contemplating his departure, Sheru felt a twinge of reluctance, for he had yet to attain his perfect form. However, time was of the essence. Remaining in this timeline posed a constant threat to his life. It would be wiser to leave this realm in search of alternative possibilities. Moreover, he had encountered an adult Trunks, a figure Sheru recognized all too well. In his original timeline, he had been the one to slay Trunks. Thus, the Trunks appearing in this timeline was undoubtedly from the third timeline. The mere presence of Trunks indicated that androids 17 and 18 from the third timeline had yet to be eliminated. With the time machine now in his possession, Sheru devised a plan. He would venture to the third timeline to absorb those two androids. Once he achieved his perfect form, he would return to this timeline. The formidable strength of the androids here suggested that absorbing them might propel him beyond mere perfection, transforming him into an even more powerful entity. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he contemplated this. Resolute, he made a swift decision, severing his lower half with a decisive stroke. The time machine was too small to accommodate his entire form. During his previous journey to this timeline, he had foolishly regressed into an egg, a choice that had cost him several years. With his Namekian abilities, he could easily shrink himself, on a physical level, and revert after traversing time. Maneuvering his upper body into the time machine, he pressed a few buttons before casting a final, lingering glance at this world. I shall return. The time machine vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the lower half of Cell and a pool of violet blood. How infuriating. I was one step too late. Shortly after Cell's departure arrived. Upon witnessing Cell retrieve the time machine, he had no time to explain to and rushed over at full speed. Alas, it was still too late. Gazing at the severed limb on the ground, felt a sense of helplessness. He never anticipated that Cell would acquire a time machine. This twist was absent from the original narrative. It seems that my presence has altered the course of this timeline. Apart from the discarded time machine that Cell had brought with him, the only other one on Earth belonged to Trunks. Peering through the veil, I discerned that Trunks was at Bulma's residence in West City, while Bulma was currently repairing the abandoned time machine. It is likely that the time machine Cell used came from Trunks. Yuan casually unleashed a wave of energy, evaporating the severed limbs on the ground to prevent environmental contamination. Although he felt a tinge of regret at Sheru's escape, he remained unfazed. After all, who among them was not a complete entity, harbors considerable confidence in his own abilities, including the year spent cultivating in the underground laboratory and an additional year and a half in the room of spirit and time. He has diligently practiced martial arts for a total of 2.5 years. With such a solid foundation, fears no challenge. However, this realization has instilled a sense of caution within him. The world he inhabits is a tangible reality, and his presence will inevitably alter its course. Nothing will unfold as it did in the original narrative. For instance, today he believed that Cell could not escape his grasp, which led him to forego pursuing the creature immediately, allowing Cell to flee. Little did he anticipate that Cell would acquire a time machine and escape to another timeline. Has etched this lesson into his memory, vowing never to commit such a rudimentary error again. Meanwhile, Trunks in West City is fraught with anxiety, unable to find solace. The loss of the time machine fills him with dread, as he fears Cell may venture into the future timeline. Without his presence, the future Earth would become a soft target, vulnerable to any who dare to seize it. And then there is his mother. Trunks can no longer bear to contemplate the matter. He has lost the motivation to train with Vegeta, consumed solely by the hope that Bulma will repair the time machine, allowing him to return to the future at once. He must, by all means, prevent that monstrosity from wreaking havoc. In the future timeline, amidst the ruins, a peculiar machine materializes out of thin air. A transparent lid gradually opens, revealing a green creature, half of its body floating out. Should an ordinary person witness this scene, they would surely believe they had encountered a ghost. This half-bodied creature, dripping with a violet liquid from its severed torso, is a sight to instill fear in anyone. Cell inhales deeply, savoring the sin of war and death. He is utterly enraptured, licking his lips in delight. This aroma is simply intoxicating. Androids 17 and 18. I shall soon come for you. I trust you have been waiting eagerly, he cackles with glee, envisioning himself absorbing them and transforming into his perfect form. After a moment, Cell finally calms himself. It is time to attend to business. Sheru channeled the energy within him, and before long, his lower body eerily emerged from the fracture. He then stowed away the time machine, for he still depended on this contraption to return to his original timeline. However, Sheru soon discovered a troubling issue. The energy supply of the time machine was utterly depleted. The remaining energy had merely sufficed for his arrival in this timeline, leaving him with no surplus to facilitate his return. Fortunately, Sheru was aware that there existed someone capable of resolving this predicament. The energy crisis was a minor concern. The paramount task at hand was to absorb androids 17 and 18. As for the strength of the androids in this timeline, Sheru felt no trepidation. He had encountered Trunks from this era, and given that Trunks had managed to survive for so many years under the android's oppression with his limited prowess, it indicated that the android's strength in this timeline was likely comparable to that of his own. They could not possibly be overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 36. The assault of the androids. Gunfire, explosions, and the cries of anguish resonated, composing a symphony of doom. In this realm saturated with death and despair, humanity could only cower in shadowy corners, too fearful to emerge. A somber gray had become the predominant tone of this world. Within a concealed underground refuge for humanity, a middle-aged woman with blue short hair, clad in a white lab coat, labored diligently with tools in hand, perspiration glistening as she toiled over a machine. After a considerable duration, she finally paused, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, and a weary smile broke through her fatigued visage. At last, she had succeeded. With this nutrient extraction machine, the urgent crisis of food scarcity could be alleviated. In this apocalyptic world, the ability to cultivate crops had vanished. The androids could emerge at any moment, rendering it impossible for humanity to remain safely in one location for an extended period. They were left to subsist on wild animals and forage greens. As for the supplies within the cities, 2 decades have passed since the arrival of the androids, and the resources within the city have either been ravaged or rendered inedible by the passage of time. Although wild resources abound, the threat of android attacks compels people to venture out in small, covert groups rather than in large numbers. While this strategy reduces the likelihood of detection by the androids, it also significantly diminishes their harvests. Most individuals find themselves teetering on the brink of starvation, often surviving on just one meager meal a day, barely staving off hunger. Bulma picked up a piece of wood and placed it into the machine before pressing the switch. The machine whirred to life, and within 2 minutes, it produced a cup of transparent liquid resembling water. She raised the cup to her nose and inhaled. The aroma of wood was neither unpleasant nor particularly fragrant. Without hesitation, Bulma drank the nutrient solution in one swift motion. The bitter taste spread across her palate, akin to swallowing medicine. Yet, this bitterness did not dampen her spirits. She relished the experience as though it were a sweet nectar. After consuming the nutrient solution, she felt a noticeable replenishment of her bodily functions, akin to having enjoyed a hearty meal. Though the flavor was unpalatable, at least it spared her from hunger, was it not? Trunks. The thought abruptly ceased. Just as she wished to share her joy with her son, it struck her that he was aboard the time machine, traversing to another timeline in search of the strength to defeat the androids. A wave of concern washed over her as she thought of him. Days had passed, and she was left in the dark about his well-being. Had Goku's ailment been cured? And what of Vegeta? The mere thought of Vegeta made Bulma shake her head in resignation. She hoped he could momentarily set aside his pride, but she knew such a thing was unlikely. After all, he was none other than the proud prince of the Scions, was he not? Boom. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and a series of violent explosions echoed from outside. The tremors knocked Bulma, still somewhat weakened, to the ground. This was not the first time such chaos had unfolded. Over the past 20 years, she had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Remaining composed, she rose from the ground and began to gather her belongings, packing everything into her multifunctional capsule. Bulma, doctor, a voice called out, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Several armed individuals rushed in from outside. A burly man with a thick beard inquired, Bulma, we must evacuate immediately. The androids have arrived. Bulma nodded and said, yes, I have everything packed. Are the others assembled? They're all gathered and ready to depart as soon as you arrive. Well, time is of the essence. We must leave this place quickly. Having endured years of evasion, they dared not to linger for a moment. Their actions were swift and decisive, and soon they congregated with the others, under Trunks' protection. Coupled with Bulma's frequent inventions of machines that enhanced human survival, their ranks swelled to nearly 1,000. While this may seem a modest number, it represented the largest congregation of humanity on Earth. Should their numbers increase further, they risked exposure, making it all too easy for the androids to find them. Thus, they had no choice but to disperse into smaller outposts, evading total annihilation. Bulma regularly devised machines for Trunks to deliver to these outposts, thereby facilitating humanity's continued existence on Earth. The sounds of gunfire and explosions reverberated outside. Children huddled in their mothers' arms, trembling with fear. Adults clutched their offspring tightly, their faces etched with terror. Despite having faced such circumstances many times before, the dread in their hearts remained unvanquished. "Dia, come here," called a burly man to a young lad not far away. "What is it, uncle?" Dia responded immediately, joining a group of 10 or so young men. The burly man removed the rifle slung over his shoulder and handed it to Diameter. "Take this. It will be in your hands from now on." The other men behind him followed suit, relinquishing their rifles to the younger ones, leaving only a few grenades for themselves. "Uncle," Dia felt his eyes well up at their gesture. They had faced this scene countless times. Whenever the androids attacked, the older generations would stay behind to confront them, while the youth took up weapons to lead others to safety. Rather than a defense, it often felt like a sacrifice to satiate the androids' thirst for bloodshed. Once their cruel amusement was satisfied, they would simply depart. For 2 decades, this had been their grim reality. Otherwise, humanity on Earth would have long been extinguished. The androids played a cruel game of cat and mouse, gradually stripping humans of their will to resist before devouring them whole. The burly man patted Dia on the shoulder, his gaze steady. "Do not be sorrowful. We have survived for 20 years, and that is enough." The other gentlemen engaged in similar actions, fully aware of the impending challenges they were to face. Yet, they exhibited not a trace of fear. Their endeavors were merely to ignite a spark for humanity's future. "Let us depart," commanded the bearded elder with resounding authority. Instantly, everyone moved in a synchronized manner. A dozen or so gentlemen followed closely behind him. Their resolute gazes, steadfast strides, and fearless convictions coalesced into an overwhelming momentum that stirred the hearts of those who witnessed it. They advanced with powerful steps towards the entrance. Dia watched their retreating figures, tears streaming from his eyes like a leaky faucet. Bulma, with tears glistening in her eyes, gently patted Dia's back in silence. Suddenly, Dia lifted his head and shouted towards them, "Elder, what is your name?" With a creak, the great door swung open, yet the bearded elder did not pause, continuing onward. Once outside, they closed the door behind them, just as the door was about to shut completely, leaving only a slender gap. Dia distinctly heard a few words near his ear. "Slan." Chapter 37. The mighty android with a resounding thud, the door sealed tightly, and the figures of the elders vanished from sight. "Slan? Elder Slan." A radiant smile illuminated Dia's tear-streaked face, for it was the first time he learned the name of Elder Slan. A decade had passed. Each time he inquired about the elder's name, the elder would dismissively say that names were inconsequential and that he should simply call him Elder. No one in the entire outpost knew his name. The older ones referred to him as the bearded elder, while the younger ones simply called him Elder. Since the day 10 years ago when Elder Slan rescued him from the ruins, Dia had remained by his side. Over the years, he had come to regard Slan as a father figure. Wiping the tears from his face, Dia recognized that there was no time for sentimentality. They needed to depart swiftly. Otherwise, the sacrifice of the elders would be rendered meaningless. Raising the weapon that Elder Slan had entrusted to him, Dia bellowed, "Let us embark." Bulma concealed her sorrow, harboring a deep resentment towards her own inadequacies. Despite being a prodigious scientist, her expertise was severely lopsided. Although she possessed the remarkable ability to create machines that transcended time and space, her endeavors in weaponry had yielded little success, compounded by the relentless pursuit of androids. She lacked ample materials for her research, which resulted in her being able to fashion only rudimentary weapons over the years. While these creations were indeed superior to her previous armaments, they were utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm on the androids. Even if the androids stood passively under attack, her weapons could not breach their defenses. Ultimately, these weapons had become little more than tools for hunting. Boom. The golden-haired girl and the dark-haired boy unleashed beams of light from their hands, each strike igniting violent explosions that painted the sky crimson. As they gazed upon the fiery spectacle, a faint smile graced their faces, reminiscent of revelers at a grand fireworks display. Not far from them, several weathered individuals concealed themselves behind rocks, occasionally peeking out to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Their marksmanship was impressive, with 7 or 8 out of every 10 bullets finding their mark. Yet, the bullets merely sparked against the androids, as if striking impenetrable steel, causing no damage whatsoever. The boy and girl appeared to grow increasingly irritated by the incessant harassment of the bullets. Raising their hands, they directed beams of light toward the assailants' hiding spots. Flames flickered, leaving behind charred corpses. Damn it! Just emerging from their stronghold, Sloan witnessed this scene, his eyes wide with fury. An inferno of rage ignited within him as he produced a grenade, hurling it forcefully at the androids. Number 17, seeing the grenade soar toward him, scoffed derisively and, without a second thought, swatted at it, intending to dismiss it. However, the moment his hand made contact with the grenade, a multitude of cracks appeared on its surface, and a blinding light shone through the fissures, illuminating the faces of numbers 17 and 18. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion reverberated through the air. A small mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, and the shockwave from the blast sent Sloan and his companions tumbling to the ground from hundreds of meters away. It struck true. Sloan lay on the ground, his heart filled with hope as he gazed at the mushroom cloud. This grenade was a product of Bulma's exhaustive efforts and resources, its power magnified 100-fold compared to ordinary grenades. As he beheld the vast explosion wrought by this grenade, Sloan dared not claim it would annihilate the androids, but surely it would inflict some injury upon them, at the very least. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Sloan and his companions fixed their gaze intently on the epicenter of the explosion. The thick haze was gradually swept away by the wind, revealing two shadowy figures within. How could this be possible? Once the smoke cleared, Sloan's group stared in disbelief at the two individuals standing resolutely in place. The two artificial beings stood with their arms crossed, wearing mocking smiles. Aside from some tattered clothing, they bore no injuries whatsoever. Although Sloan and his companions had speculated about the formidable strength of these beings, they never anticipated that even such a powerful grenade would fail to inflict any harm upon them. In that moment, a profound sense of helplessness washed over them. They couldn't help but wonder if humanity could truly defeat these two monsters. Number 17 brushed off the dust from his clothes and, with a tone of indifference, remarked, 18. I no longer wish to continue this game. It's far too dull. Hearing this, 18 nodded slightly, acknowledging the tedium. Indeed, let us eradicate humanity and seek amusement on another planet. Their casual demeanor suggested that exterminating humankind was a trivial matter to them. Very well, let us proceed. 18 expressed no dissent to 17's proposal. Having played this game of hunting humans for 20 years, she was utterly weary of it. It was time for a new pastime. Perhaps annihilating humanity? Or obliterating the Earth? A cruel smile crept upon 18's lovely face. They had resolved not to linger in this game any longer. 17 and 18 were prepared to swiftly eradicate all of humanity on Earth, starting with the insignificant beings before them, Sloan and his group. Upon witnessing the cruel expressions on the artificial beings' faces, could instinctively tell their intentions were nefarious. Stop them, Sloan shouted, pulling out a grenade and hurling it towards the artificial beings. The dozen or so individuals behind him also drew their grenades. In an instant, a barrage of grenades rained down upon the artificial beings. 17 and 18 appeared oblivious to the grenades, allowing them to strike without resistance. Boom, boom. The explosions resounded relentlessly. As they watched the artificial beings seemingly buried beneath the debris, Sloan dared not feel even a moment of relief. He understood that these grenades were utterly ineffective. However, they had never intended to eliminate the artificial beings. They merely sought to delay them, providing others with a chance to escape. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding gnawed at Sloan, especially the mocking smile on the artificial beings' faces before the explosions, haunting his mind like a nightmare. Quickly, throw all the grenades. I have nothing left. I have discarded everything. So have I. I have thrown it all away. Everyone has declared that they have exhausted their grenades. The depletion of grenades signifies that they bear no weapons upon their persons. Sloan and his companions stand poised for action. Soon, they must confront the androids with nothing but their bare hands. Get down, Sloan exclaimed, spotting a flicker of light amidst the smoke. In an instant, everyone scattered in disarray. Simultaneously, a beam of light shot forth from the haze, striking the very spot where the group had just stood. Boom. In an instant, the ground erupted, creating a crater approximately 10 meters wide. A few slow-moving men were obliterated, while others suffered grievous injuries, their legs severed. Damn it! Sloan seethed at the sight of his fallen comrades. The androids, designated number 17 and number 18, reveled in Sloan's anguished expression, relishing the sight of their prey's impotent fury, which bestowed upon them a peculiar sense of gratification. Once more, 17 and 18 raised their hands, their index fingers aglow. Get down. Sloan's heart raced as he urgently warned his companions. The two androids coldly observed the chaos unfolding around them, their lips curling into a smirk. Zing, 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 beams of light shot from their fingertips, swift as lightning. Suddenly, Sloan felt a searing pain in his chest, and he watched helplessly as a ray pierced through him. He staggered forward a couple of steps before collapsing, utterly spent. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned his parents beckoning to him. Father, Mother, are you finally here to take me home? Sloan understood that his time was at an end. His heart had been shattered. Yet, he found solace in the knowledge that they had bought enough time. Surely, everyone had managed to evacuate safely. Now, he could finally rest. So weary, Sloan slowly closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, devoid of bitterness, only a sense of liberation. Diameter. You must live on. Chapter 38. The End of Humanity? In the wilderness, a convoy of over 100 vehicles raced forward at breakneck speed. Above the convoy, a blonde girl and a dark-haired boy floated in the air, closely trailing them. Damn it. Dia slammed her hands against the steering wheel. What could these two androids possibly want? They had been tailing them for the past half hour without launching an attack, merely following. Initially, they had considered dispersing the convoy and fleeing in different directions, but whenever a vehicle strayed from the formation, the hovering androids would annihilate it along with its occupants. Dia, change direction. Ahead lies a dead end. Bulma furrowed her brow as she gazed at the map. All right. Dia immediately turned the steering wheel, preparing to change direction. Just as Dia made the turn, a beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the ground not far in front of their vehicle, creating a massive crater in the once relatively flat terrain. With a crack, debris from the explosion rained down, shattering the windshield into a spiderweb of fractures. In that moment, both Bulma and Dia finally comprehended the sinister intent of the androids. They were being driven towards the precipice. Dia's grip on the steering wheel tightened as he stared at the gaping chasm ahead, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Yet, they had no options left. To remain stationary meant certain death, while to continue meant merely prolonging the inevitable. Dr. Bulma, let us confront them, Dia declared through gritted teeth. Unable to contain his resolve any longer, the pursuit of the androids signaled the demise of the man he had regarded as a father, Uncle Sloan, at their hands. Now, they were to be toyed with as well. Since death was imminent regardless, he preferred to fight back. Doctor, you stay in the vehicle while we draw the androids' attention and devise a way to divert them. Absolutely not. Bulma rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation. Dia looked at her with a serious expression. Dr. Bulma, you are the hope of humanity. Without you and Lord Trunks, we would have perished long ago, either from starvation or at the hands of the androids. While our lives may be expendable, yours is not. Your survival is crucial for humanity's existence in this desolate world. For the future of mankind, I implore you. Dia understood all too well that without Trunks' protection and Bulma's inventions, they would not have endured this hellish existence for so long. Ultimately, Bulma succumbed to Dia's pleading gaze. Upon her agreement, Dia breathed a sigh of relief. He then seized his firearm and opened the car door. Stepping out, he raised his gun and shouted, "Brothers, let us fight back." The elder members of their group had nearly all sacrificed themselves, leaving behind a majority of young men in their teens and 20s. In the prime of their vitality, these young men were seething with rage from having been toyed with by the androids for too long. Fear was a distant memory. They yearned to pierce the heavens themselves. Thus, upon hearing Dia's rallying cry, they all leaped from the vehicle, guns raised, aiming at the androids above. Fire. With a command from Dia, everyone immediately opened fire. Bullets rained down like mercury, enveloping the airborne figures of number 17 and number 18 from all directions. 17 and 18, arms crossed, made no effort to evade, allowing the bullets to strike them. It was dull. Such feeble attacks felt akin to mere tickling, evoking only boredom. 17 extended a finger and flicked it gently. A minuscule energy orb sprang forth from his fingertip, instantaneously landing amidst the crowd below. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted into the sky. The energy orb arrived with such swiftness and ferocity that the crowd barely had time to react. Not only did it obliterate several young warriors, but it also rendered several nearby vehicles into ruins in an instant. Run! Dia bellowed. In synchronized chaos, everyone dashed into the vehicles. The occupants wasted no time. They opened the sunroofs, poking their heads out with weapons drawn, unleashing a frenzied barrage at the airborne cyborgs. 17 and 18 exchanged glances. A smirk curled upon 17's lips. It seemed they would engage in a game. Let us see who can claim the most lives. 18, with a wild laugh, charged forth, her hands radiating a dazzling light. Energy orbs erupted from her palms. Boom, boom, ha 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 ha. 18 laughed maniacally, not even bothering to aim as the orbs poured forth like a Gatling gun. As one endowed with limitless energy, she felt no concern over depleting her power. In times of scarcity, one strikes with precision. In times of abundance, one unleashes overwhelming firepower. Clearly, she belonged to the latter category. The explosions were relentless, dust rising from the ground. Soon, a thick haze enveloped the area for miles around. 18 finally ceased her frenzied assault. Under her onslaught, Hardly a square inch of land within the vicinity remained unscathed. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed a terrain riddled with craters reminiscent of the lunar surface. The vehicles and people had vanished without a trace. They had not fled. Rather, they had been utterly reduced to dust amidst the explosions. Devils. Monsters. Demons. They are demons. Mom, I'm scared. Witnessing this scene, all the humans were struck with horror. Those with fragile psyches trembled uncontrollably, unable to muster a shred of strength. At that moment, 17 descended from above, holding someone in his grasp. Bulma. Joe was taken aback upon seeing the figure in the hands of Android 17. He never anticipated that the android would directly assault Bulma. Android 17 hurled Bulma to the ground and remarked, "No wonder you all went to such lengths to divert us. It was for her, after all." Naturally, Android 17 recognized Bulma. Her details were included in the information provided by Dr. Gero, the genius scientist Bulma, who was also the mother of Trunks, the one who had thwarted them multiple times. It was no wonder these humans were willing to sacrifice their lives for her. Upon witnessing Bulma's capture, Jia could no longer contain himself and charged forward, his weapon spewing fire relentlessly. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets rained down upon Android 17. Annoying little insects. Android 17 muttered coldly. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Jia, delivering a casual yet devastating punch to his abdomen. This seemingly nonchalant strike caused Jia to bend over in agony, blood mixed with bile spilling from his mouth. He felt as though his very insides were being twisted. His strength drained completely, and his consciousness began to fade. After incapacitating Jia, Android 17 disregarded him and advanced directly toward Bulma. He seized her slender neck, lifting her effortlessly. "Aren't you all keen on protecting her? Come on then," he taunted. The young warriors tightened their grips on their weapons, but hesitated to fire. For Android 17 held Bulma in front of him. A shot would surely endanger her, and besides, firearms were ineffective against androids. They could only watch helplessly as the situation unfolded. It seems you have no intention of saving her," Android 17 observed, noting the lack of action. He began to exert pressure, and as his grip tightened, Bulma struggled to breathe, her face turning a shade of purple from oxygen deprivation. She clawed at his hand, attempting to pry it away, but her strength was no match for his. Gradually, her struggles weakened. Her awareness began to blur. Trunks. In that moment, Bulma longed to see her son one last time, but alas. Jia. I cannot allow you to kill her. Chapter 39, Hero Cell Jia. I cannot allow you to kill her. Suddenly, Bulma heard a voice that sounded somewhat sinister whispering in her ear. She then felt the grip around her neck loosen. She collapsed to the ground, greedily inhaling the fresh air. "At last, I have found you, Android 17 and 18. A sinister voice echoed once more. Bulma looked up to see a tall, green figure materializing before her. Her immediate thought was that it resembled Piccolo. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned that aside from the similar hue, this being bore no resemblance to him whatsoever. The green skin was adorned with a profusion of black spots, and the wings on its back resembled those of an insect, while its face mirrored that of an insect as well. Overall, the impression it left her with was one of grotesqueness and revulsion. This insect-like entity had seized the wrist of Android 17, who had just been choking her. Understanding this, Bulma felt a surge of gratitude towards the peculiar figure for saving her. Instantly, she found him somewhat more agreeable in appearance. "May I ask who you are?" she inquired. The creature, identifying itself as Cell, replied with a glint in its eyes, "I am Cell, a friend of Trunks, sent here on his behalf to deal with these two androids." "Trunks?" Bulma exclaimed, taken aback. "Where is he?" "Trunks remains in another timeline. You are aware of the limitations of the time machine, I presume? Accommodating my presence alone is quite a challenge. So he is awaiting my return with good news from a different dimension," Cell continued, weaving his tale. Bulma glanced at Cell's towering form, now more inclined to believe his words. "Very well, let us postpone further discussion until I have dealt with these androids." She was about to pose another question when Cell interrupted her. However, Bulma, being a reasonable person, recognized the inappropriateness of idling in conversation at that moment. She nodded in agreement and stepped back to rejoin her companions. "Hey, you ugly creature, who are you?" Android 17's hand was firmly gripped by Cell, rendering him immobile, which filled him with dread. "Your power is truly feeble, but that is of little concern," Cell remarked, sensing Android 17's strength to be on par with the data provided by Dr. Gero, and excitement surged through him. His eyes gleamed as he regarded androids 17 and 18, akin to a connoisseur eyeing a sumptuous feast. In Cell's perspective, both androids were indeed indistinguishable from delectable morsels, destined to be consumed. Scoundrel! You monstrous fiend, perish! Android 17 seethed with anger upon realizing that Cell had not only ignored his query but had also mocked his abilities. It was a novel experience for him to be looked down upon, as he was accustomed to being the one who belittled others. Once again, a hideous creature looked down upon him. Number 17 leaped with all his might, delivering a powerful kick to Cell, caught in a moment of delusion. Cell was unprepared and was sent flying by 17's strike. He soared through the air like a projectile, crashing into a mountain peak miles away, shattering it upon impact. Was this a joke? Such immense power. Onlookers could hardly believe the capabilities of the androids. Bulma stood in stunned silence. The very person who had just rescued her had been so effortlessly defeated? Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension. Look over there. Everyone turned to follow the direction pointed out. A green figure was rapidly approaching them. In no time, Cell reappeared before them, unscathed. As if he had never been struck at all. He touched the spot where 17 had kicked him and grinned maliciously. Not bad. I can still feel a bit of pain. Realizing his own limitations, 17 understood that he was no match for Cell. He exchanged a knowing glance with 18. As twins, they shared a unique telepathic connection, and a mere look was sufficient for mutual understanding. In unison, 17 and 18 executed a high-speed maneuver, instantly appearing beside Cell, attacking him from both sides. Be careful. The nearby humans gasped in alarm. Yet, Cell remained motionless, as if he had not noticed their presence at all. With a resounding thud, 17 and 18 struck Cell's neck with powerful, sweeping kicks from either side. Impossible. Number 17 and number 18 were utterly aghast. Their expressions akin to those who have encountered a specter. They spared no effort in their assault, yet their unrestrained kick seemed to collide with an indomitable stone, causing no harm whatsoever to the resilient surface. Instead, they felt a numbing reverberation in their feet. On the exterior, Cell appeared defenseless, but in reality, his energy had permeated every fiber of his being. After arriving in this time and space, Cell diligently sought out the androids, absorbing every human he encountered along the way, thereby augmenting his power incrementally. His combat strength had now soared to an astonishing 800 million. While the combat prowess of this timeline's androids 17 and 18 languished at a mere 400 million, merely half of his own. This disparity in power was an insurmountable chasm. Previously, even without defense, number 17's full-force strike could only push him back without inflicting any injury. Now, with Cell actively defending himself, they lacked even the qualification to make him budge. Cell's mocking laughter struck a painful blow to the fragile pride of the two androids. After 2 decades of dominance on Earth, this was their first taste of contempt. In a moment of fury, they lost their composure, transforming into mere shadows as they launched relentless assaults against Cell, their fists and feet laced with energy attacks. Yet, Cell stood resolute like a towering mountain, impervious to the tempest around him, unwavering and immovable. How formidable! The android's attacks were utterly futile, lacking any effect. I declare, from this moment forth, Cell shall be my idol. One exclaimed. Wasn't your idol Dr. Bulma and Lord Trunks? Retorted another. Having a girlfriend doesn't preclude me from admiring a sister figure. In an instant, Cell's image was magnified infinitely in their minds, even his insect-like visage now appearing undeniably cool. 5 minutes passed. Having indulged enough in the spectacle, Cell's hand struck with the precision and swiftness of a venomous serpent, seizing one leg of each android. Subsequently, he lifted them high like a hammer and brought them crashing down to the ground. A thunderous boom resounded as a massive pit several meters deep formed instantaneously. Number 17 and number 18 lay at the bottom of the crater like 2 lifeless dogs, their garments tattered and their bodies riddled with numerous wounds, resembling shattered porcelain dolls. You wretches! As number 17 and number 18 endured excruciating pain, they managed to rise from the ground. Their gazes towards Cell transformed, now imbued with profound terror. Fear enveloped them, for Cell's overwhelming power evoked the sin of death. Their fighting spirit had vanished, replaced by a singular desire to flee, to distance themselves from this harrowing place. Energy coalesced in their hands. Boom! 2 energy blasts erupted forth from their palms, yet their target was not Cell, but rather the ground nearby. Upon impact, the blasts detonated, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air, seemingly in unison. 17 and 18 seized the opportunity presented by the obscuring smoke to make their escape, darting in opposite directions. By the time the smoke cleared, They had vanished without a trace. Chapter 40. Cell achieves perfection what? The androids have fled. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment upon realizing their disappearance. They cannot escape. Cell replied calmly, showing no sign of surprise at their retreat. In fact, their ability to flee was entirely intentional on Cell's part, had he wished. Their swift demise would have been inevitable. He felt no urgency, for he had already marked 17 and 18. Locating them would be a trivial task. Cell retrieved a small box from his being and tossed it to Bulma. Bulma, this is a time machine. The energy within has been depleted. I shall deal with those two androids now. Please replenish the energy as swiftly as you can. Oh, all right. Bulma stammered, momentarily caught off guard by the sudden throw, nearly dropping the device. Without another word, Cell took off in the direction indicated by his markings. His intention to allow the androids to escape stemmed from a desire to avoid drawing Bulma's attention to his absorption of them. For he relied on her to replenish the time machine's energy. What if she discerned something amiss and refused to assist him? To err on the side of caution, Cell resolved to allow androids 17 and 18 to flee, intending to absorb them at a different location. Additionally, there was a second reason for this decision. He feared that should one android witness the other being absorbed, the remaining one might resort to self-destruction, rendering his efforts futile. Their separation in flight was thus fortuitous for Cell. After a while, Cell sensed the mark had come to a halt. Soon, a barren peak emerged before him, the essence of the mark emanating from within its confines. Leaning against the cave's wall, Android 17 sat down, his strength nearly depleted. The force of Cell's earlier attack had left him gravely injured, his internal organs grievously damaged, and fractures riddled throughout his skeletal structure. He felt as though death was imminent. The sound of footsteps echoed distinctly in the silence. Laboriously, Android 17 pushed himself up against the wall. His gaze fixated warily on the cave entrance as energy began to coalesce in his hand, shimmering ominously. His pupils dilated sharply, though the intruder was yet unseen. He discerned a tall, oddly shaped silhouette, its form uncannily reminiscent of the creature that had just wounded him. In an instant, when Cell appeared at the cave's mouth, the energy wave that Android 17 had gathered surged forth unreservedly towards him. Die! He bellowed, you hideous monster. The energy coalesced into a colossal beam, filling the entire entrance. Yet, confronted with such formidable energy, Cell exhibited no fear. Instead, he chuckled. He faced the energy wave head-on, refusing to evade. At the very moment the terrifying force was about to strike him, he finally moved. With a swift motion, Cell redirected the energy wave, causing it to veer sharply upwards, soaring into the sky. Licking his lips in anticipation, Cell could hardly contain his eagerness to savor this delectable feast. The tip of his tail glimmered menacingly. Without a word, he instantaneously appeared beside Android 17, who, gravely injured, was powerless to resist. The tip of Cell's tail expanded into a bell-like shape. What are you doing? Android 17 shouted in terror. Become my sustenance. The bell-shaped tail, resembling the gaping maw of an ancient beast, engulfed Android 17 entirely. A tremendous surge of energy surged into Cell's body, prompting an involuntary roar of exhilaration. The energy cascaded over him, invigorating his form. Cell sensed that his strength was escalating at an astonishing rate. With a resounding explosion, his body radiated a brilliant white light, a colossal aura erupting from within him. This terrifying force instantaneously leveled the surrounding mountains. A sphere of white light floated in the air, gradually contracting to reveal his robust physique. After absorbing Android 17, Cell had finally attained his perfect form. In this mature state, Cell's appearance resembled that of a human more closely, with his facial features becoming distinctly pronounced. Power, immense power. Ha ha ha. With his transformation, Cell's laughter had taken on a melodious quality. As he reveled in the formidable strength coursing through him, Cell felt invincible. Even if he encountered the previous timeline's Android 18, he believed he could effortlessly vanquish her. His combat power had surged to a staggering 8 billion, a tenfold increase. Having experienced the marvels of his mature form, Cell was eager to absorb Android 18 and ascend to his perfect state. If his mature form was this powerful, how overwhelmingly formidable would his perfect form be? Cell instinctively activated his newfound abilities, his speed reaching extraordinary levels. Within mere moments, he located Android 18. Employing the same method, he swiftly consumed her, leaving her no chance to resist. With a thunderous roar, an even greater surge of power was born within Cell. A terrifying aura erupted from him. And in an instant, a fierce wind howled as a green energy enveloped him, expanding outward like a protective barrier. Everything in its path was obliterated: trees, boulders, and even mountain peaks were not spared. Crackling lightning danced within and around the barrier. The entire Earth, indeed the entire solar system, trembled under the weight of this energy. The terrifying presence resonated throughout the galaxy, causing all living beings to shudder in fear. On Earth, the ground shook violently, mountains crumbled, tsunamis surged, and volcanic eruptions followed in rapid succession. Bulma, who was in the midst of creating energy for a time machine, was thrown to the ground by the sudden quake. What was happening? Could it be the androids returning? Listening carefully, she discerned that there were no sounds of explosions. No, it seemed to be an earthquake. Bulma felt the urgency to tidy up her belongings and rushed to an open area. Upon stepping outside, she was met with a throng of people. The sky overhead was shrouded in ominous clouds, and terrifying flashes of lightning roiled above, presenting a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. All eyes were fixed on the heavens. Silence enveloping the crowd, creating an atmosphere of profound unease. Bulma was at a loss for words. Fortunately, this celestial disturbance did not persist for long. Within a mere 10 minutes, the sky returned to its former glory, revealing a canvas of blue adorned with fluffy white clouds, and the brilliant sunlight re-emerged, rendering the earlier spectacle a mere illusion. Suddenly, Bulma felt the weight of a shadow cast over her and turned to see a striking figure behind her. "Who are you?" she gasped. Before he could respond, a jubilant Dea rushed over, exclaiming, "Lord Cell. It must be you." Cell nodded affirmatively. The crowd erupted in excitement. The handsome figure before them was indeed Lord Cell. In their memories, Cell had appeared rather unremarkable, yet this striking version bore only a passing resemblance to his former self. His features had transformed entirely, compelling all who beheld him to marvel at his striking appearance. Curiously, Bulma inquired, "How have you changed so?" Cell responded with a light chuckle. "It's nothing. I have simply surpassed my previous limits, and my form has evolved to perfection." "Oh," Bulma exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. Only to quickly remember another pressing matter and asked, "What about the androids?" "They have been eliminated," he declared. With that proclamation, the crowd surged with jubilation once more. The wretched androids had finally been vanquished. The war was over. Long live Lord Cell. He is so incredibly handsome. I adore you, Lord Cell. I want to bear your children. I wish to duel with you. Wait a moment. Something peculiar seems to have intruded. Cell observed the ecstatic crowd, embracing one another in tears of joy, and mused privately, what would Trunks think if he knew that this timeline had taken on my form? Surely, he would be exhilarated. For I have saved this realm. Chapter 41. Flying Nimbus Main Timeline. It has been 3 days since Cell escaped to the future timeline. Inside the temple, Mr. Popo called out, "Come, let us dine together." Yuan warmly greeted Bobo, as if he had already made the temple his home. A long dining table was lavishly adorned with an array of delectable dishes, while Yuan, Lazili, and Lapis gathered around, preparing to indulge in their meal. Number 16. Being a robot, had no need for sustenance and often spent his days wandering in the woods below, lost in contemplation. After Bobo awoke from his second bout of unconsciousness, Yuan and the others refrained from rendering him unconscious again. Instead, they conveyed their goodwill, assuring him that they harbored no intentions of destroying the Earth or annihilating humanity. Though Bobo remained somewhat skeptical, he found himself powerless to resist, for their strength was undeniable. Thus, Yuan and his companions took refuge in the temple. In recent days, Yuan has extended invitations to dine together, yet he has consistently declined. Initially, he wished to maintain a certain distance, for he is no ordinary individual and has no need to sustain himself through meals. However, after several days of interaction, Bobo's resolve has begun to waver. He has come to realize that these individuals do not seem to harbor ill intentions. Furthermore, the dishes they prepare are undeniably enticing. Although he is not hungry, the aroma is simply irresistible. In just a few short days, he is swallowed with greater frequency than he has in the past century. Thus, this time, Bobo finds himself hesitating. Yuan noticed that Bobo appeared somewhat hesitant. He hurried over to pull him to the dining table. As for Bobo, anyone who has watched Dragon Ball would likely appreciate his character, if not outright adore him. Yuan is no exception. Thus, he genuinely wishes to befriend Bobo. Although Bobo was brought here by Yuan, he still feels a flush of warmth on his face, a touch of embarrassment. However, his dark skin conceals this entirely. Every time prepared a meal, he set out 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls, allowing them to sit down and dine without the need to retrieve additional utensils. This gesture deeply moved, despite his previous firm refusals. Each time, would prepare his utensils, demonstrating a genuine desire to invite him to share a meal, rather than merely engaging in hollow pleasantries. having lived for so many years, was adept at discerning sincerity from insincerity. The meal unfolded in a harmonious atmosphere, subtly drawing their relationship closer. After days of longing, indulged in several bowls of rice, causing his already round belly to become even more plump. Following the meal, took on the responsibility of cleaning the dishes. Reluctant to partake in a meal without contributing, joined him in washing the dishes. Yuan and Latsili sat at the edge of the temple, their feet dangling in the air as they nestled together, gazing at the vast expanse of white below. Suddenly, Yuan spotted a glimmering golden object amidst the billowing clouds. It was the nimbus. Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Akin to a child who has just discovered a new toy, although he possessed the ability to soar through the skies, and his speed eclipsed that of the cloud's somersault by countless measures, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. After all, this was the legendary cloud somersault. The ability to ride on clouds and mist was undeniably magnificent, wasn't it? What boy has not dreamed of gliding through the heavens on a cloud? Yuan grasped Lazili's hand with excitement, exclaiming, "Sister, come with me." Although Lazili felt a twinge of confusion, she did not resist and allowed herself to be led by him. The two ascended above the nimbus cloud. "What is this?" Lazili inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. "This is called the nimbus cloud. It is said that only those with a pure heart can ride upon it." In truth, Yuan was uncertain whether he would be able to ascend, as he had only perused some scholarly materials in his past life. However, he approached it with a mindset of learning, rewarding himself with newfound knowledge. Pure-hearted? Upon hearing these words, Lazili began to doubt herself. What if she could not ascend? Would that not signify a lack of purity within her heart? Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense with silence. Finally, Yuan could no longer contain himself. No matter, he thought, if it is to be, then so be it. With that, he retracted his sky dance technique and plummeted from the air. If the nimbus cloud did not acknowledge him, he would pass through it and continue his descent. Yuan felt as though he had plunged into a cushion, his entire being sinking deeply before swiftly rebounding, akin to a trampoline propelling him high into the air. Yuan was utterly exhilarated. He never anticipated that as a seasoned artisan who had devoted many years to diligent study, he would find himself riding on the clouds of transformation. Thus, my heart is indeed pure, is it not? Yuan thought shamelessly to himself, "Sister, why not give it a try as well?" Yuan gestured for Latsili to join him. Observing the joy that Yuan derived from playing atop the nimbus, Latsili felt an undeniable urge to descend and partake in the fun. Yet, a profound fear of failing to mount the cloud gripped her, leaving her in a state of internal conflict. She yearned to avoid social embarrassment, just as Latsili wrestled with her thoughts. Yuan made a powerful leap from the nimbus, landing beside her and enveloping her in his embrace as they both plummeted together. Caught off guard, Latsili momentarily forgot her ability to fly, surrendering to Yuan's hold as they descended. Panic surged within her. This could be the end. Yuan was blissfully unaware of the myriad of thoughts swirling in Lazili's mind. He simply felt that if he could comfortably sit on the cloud, Lazili would undoubtedly have no trouble either. Just as Lazili was on the verge of tears, Yuan swept her up and landed atop the nimbus cloud. Cradled in his embrace, she did not make full contact with the cloud. However, her hands did brush against its surface. Remarkably, her hands did not pass through the cloud but instead made solid contact, feeling its soft, elastic texture, reminiscent of cotton, yet possessing a superior tactile quality. The exquisite sensation captivated Lazili instantly. She wriggled free from Yuan's arms and began to bounce joyfully on the nimbus cloud, resembling a playful little girl. After a while, the two of them lay side by side on the cloud, gazing into each other's eyes. Yuan, sister, allow me to confide in you. I never truly believed I could perch upon the nimbus cloud. I was certain I would plummet to the ground. When I witnessed you leap without hesitation, I thought you were brimming with confidence. Yuan shyly scratched the back of his head, reflecting. I was ready to embrace death. The worst that could happen was your ridicule. Latsili raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquired. So, what led you to doubt your ability to ride the nimbus cloud? Is there something impure lingering in your heart? Alas, one must attribute it to you. Yuan let out a sigh, casting a mournful glance at Lazili. Lazili, you ask, injured? Why? If it were not for your irresistible allure, dear sister, I would not be plagued by such fanciful thoughts. Unabashedly candid words caused a flush to rise on's delicate face. Yet, the proud, despite her embarrassment, remained obstinate. producing a voice as faint as a mosquito's. Then what nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? Remained silent, gazing deeply and affectionately at. Under his intense gaze, felt her cheeks flush. And with a playful punch, she lightly struck, playfully exclaiming, "Speak up. I wish to devour you." Huh. What? MMM. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, and the world fell into a profound silence. Even the sun, blushing with embarrassment, concealed itself behind the clouds, reluctant to cast another glance. Chapter 42. Seductive Guidance on the Flying Nimbus. Yuan resembled a child who had erred, seated beside Lazuli with a sheepish grin adorning his face. Lazuli, holding her petite mirror, was preoccupied with her reflection. "I apologize, dear sister. This is my first time and I lack experience," softly pleaded for mercy. "Humph." Lazuli huffed with a touch of arrogance, retorting, "Who hasn't experienced their first time? Is it permissible to exert such force from the very beginning?" Her fingers gently brushed over the swollen area. "You've even left my lips bruised. How shall I face others later? Those with impure thoughts should reflect in solitude." He, aware of his misdeeds, was rendered speechless. Suddenly, he recalled his proficiency in healing arts, which might prove beneficial. Thus, he gradually inched closer to Lazuli. "Sister." Yuan gently wrapped his large hand around Lazi's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. "What are you doing? Don't you see that I am still angry?" Lazuli pouted, her voice laced with irritation. Yet, she made no effort to resist within Yuan's warm hold. Yuan attempted to appease, saying, "I have come to atone for my mistakes." He then gently pressed his finger against the swollen lips of Lazuli. Instantly, Lazuli felt a refreshing coolness emanating from his fingertip, alleviating the fiery discomfort that had plagued her lips. Surprised, she touched her lips, astonished to find that they had returned to their normal state, devoid of any swelling. To prevent such an occurrence in the future, we must engage in more practice. Suddenly, a voice laced with mischief reached Lazi's ear, and she noticed Yuan's face slowly magnifying in her vision. Autumn bean sack. This time, Yuan was not as hasty as before. Instead, he savored the moment as one would a fine wine, taking slow sips and relishing each taste. Lazi, too, began to succumb to the enchantment of the moment, responding with growing fervor. As evening descended, Yuan and Lazili returned to the temple atop a cloud of nimbus. Upon seeing them perched on the cloud, Bobo's face lit up with delight. The nimbus cloud does not deceive, thus it was evident they were not malevolent beings. "Oh, what is this?" La Paisi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the cloud. What boy could resist the opportunity to ride the clouds? "This is a nimbus cloud, if you desire one. There is a vast expanse over there for you to claim," Yuan directed La Paisi. As for the nimbus beneath him, it was reserved as a mattress. He could not share it with others, for it was far more comfortable than the custom mattress he had purchased for 2 million in his previous life. Moreover, he could alter the shape of the nimbus at will, making it an exquisite natural mattress. Upon hearing of the abundant nimbus nearby, La Paisi eagerly soared off to claim it. Shortly thereafter, he returned, excitement radiating from his face as he stood triumphantly atop a nimbus cloud. Seeing La Paisi on the cloud brought even greater joy to Bobo, who couldn't help but smile broadly, revealing a tooth. How charming he was, this Bobo. The following day, after lunch, Yuan and La Paisi engaged in sparring practice within the temple. They refrained from using energy, focusing solely on honing their combat skills. Bobo, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but shake his head, although he was far inferior to them in terms of fighting power. In matters of combat techniques and awareness, they were no match for Bobo, although Yuan possesses the cellular memories of figures such as Sun Wukong. His excessive reliance on his heart's eye has hindered him from utilizing those memories to their fullest potential. These recollections cannot merely be acquired through observation or knowledge. Rather, they are cultivated through countless battles, resulting in muscle memory and combat awareness. As for Lapis, he is even more simplistic, relying solely on his boundless stamina and rapid energy recovery to dominate others. While it cannot be said that he entirely lacks combat skills, they are scarcely noticeable. After exchanging blows for a while, Yuan paused. The two were evenly matched, devoid of any significant technique, and further engagement would yield little progress. Suddenly, Yuan caught a glimpse of something dark out of the corner of his eye. Bobo. Indeed. How could he have forgotten Bobo? What's the matter? Are we not fighting anymore? Lapis asked, puzzled by Yuan's abrupt cessation. Our efforts in this manner are futile. We require a mentor to guide us. A mentor? Given our current capabilities, who possesses the qualifications to instruct us? Lapis arrogantly retorted, gazed at in silence. The young man, clearly unacquainted with the harsh realities of life, believed himself invincible with such limited prowess. Here? Who? Surely, you do not mean, do you? He chuckled heartily, although they had come to regard as a friend. Could hardly fathom that this individual, whom he had effortlessly incapacitated with a mere glance, could possibly assume the role of his mentor. Confidently declared, do not underestimate Bobo. I can assure you that under conditions of equal strength, you are certainly no match for him. Subsequently, he approached Bobo and inquired, Bobo, would you be willing to teach us the art of combat? Without hesitation, Bobo replied, of course. As a friend, Bobo found it impossible to decline such a modest request. Moreover, the stronger they became, the safer Earth would be. From every conceivable angle, Bobo had no valid reason to refuse. Bobo, let us engage in a duel. I shall reduce my combat power to match yours, and I am eager to see if you can defeat me, Lapis remarked, a look of defiance in his eyes as he gazed at Bobo. Nodding in response, Bobo approached with a mysterious smile gracing his face. Yuan approached lazily and sat beside her, whispering, Lapis is about to face a beating. Surely not? Yuan's words left Lazili utterly astonished. Lazili was well aware of Lapis's fighting prowess. She did not believe her brother could possibly be inferior to Bobo by such a margin. Raised an eyebrow, suggesting, shall we place a wager? What shall we wager? If Lapis loses, you must kiss me, and if he wins, then I shall kiss you. Lazuli replied with a playful pout, get lost. Meanwhile, amidst their flirtatious banter, Lapis and Bobo had already engaged in combat, with Lapis matching Bobo's fighting prowess. The battle unfolded without the need for any sensory perception. It was clear to the naked eye. Lapis charged at Bobo with fierce intensity, yet Bobo remained steadfast, evading or blocking all of Lapis's assaults without even shifting his stance. In fact, he countered with several strikes of his own. Lapis grew increasingly alarmed, feeling as though Bobo could foresee his every move, while each of Bobo's attacks seemed unavoidable. Frustrated, Lapis's temper flared, and he summoned his energy to its peak, equal to Bobo's maximum potential. His fists, feet, knees, and elbows transformed into instruments of offense, unleashed upon Bobo without restraint, accompanied by bursts of energy. Even Bobo, with his extensive combat experience, could no longer remain stationary under such an onslaught. However, Lapis's attacks merely compelled Bobo to move. Defeating him was an impossibility. Bobo maneuvered through Lapis's tempestuous strikes with the ease of an elderly gentleman strolling through a park, narrowly avoiding each blow with subtle shifts, while consistently landing precise hits on Lapis. 10 minutes later, Lapis ceased his assault, not from fatigue, as he could have sustained such a fight for a month, but from acceptance. In that brief span, he had fully conceded. He recognized Bobo's undeniable capability and worthiness to be his mentor. Chapter 43, Yukong Awakens in a Future Timeline. Following Cell's victory over the androids, the entirety of humanity on Earth gathered to celebrate with song and dance for 3 days and nights. Presently, the total human population on Earth was less than 100 million. Despite the small numbers, with the genius scientist Bulma at the helm, the pace of rebuilding their new home was anything but slow. As the hero who saved Earth, Cell was honored with a grand statue erected in the heart of the new capital, Cell City. Wherever Cell went, people clamored for photographs and autographs, much like a superstar. However, Cell had no time for such frivolities. His sole desire was to return to that timeline and absorb the androids there. He dashed into Bulma's laboratory, where she was immersed in her experiments, and inquired, Bulma, how much longer until the energy for the time machine is ready? At least half a month remains. Extracting the energy required for traversing time and space proves exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, you vanquished the android. Otherwise, the task of gathering these materials would have consumed several months. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Cell found himself at a loss. Half a month it shall be. With no intention of lingering in the laboratory, Cell turned and departed. The thought of remaining in this future timeline for an additional fortnight filled him with ennui. There were no formidable adversaries here, and he could not elevate his strength. The idea of absorbing humans had lost its allure at his current power level. Even consuming the entirety of Earth's dwindling population of fewer than 100 million would scarcely augment his might. Suddenly, a thought struck Cell. This moment closely coincided with his own emergence from the underground laboratory. If he could absorb his counterpart from this timeline, his power should indeed see an enhancement. Allow me to assist in eradicating the final threat to Earth. Do try not to be too moved. Ha ha ha. Prime Timeline. In pursuit of swiftly enhancing his combat prowess, Ma Yuan and Lapis have resolved to engage in training within the Spirit Time House. Under the devoted guidance of Bobo, their progress has been nothing short of remarkable. As their skills advance, Ma Yuan and Lapis find themselves increasingly astounded by Bobo's combat techniques. Yuan even harbored doubts that if Bobo possessed sufficient combat prowess, he might directly comprehend the ultimate essence of the free and unfettered technique. The enhancement of combat skills has significantly bolstered both Yuan and Lapis's fighting capabilities. Even the typically disinterested Lotzi Li was drawn by Yuan into the Spirit Time House for meticulous one-on-one training. 600 million, 7 billion. Artificial human energy 500 million, or 800 million. At the Kame House, a resounding explosion echoed, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Holding a glass of water, was about to assist Sun Wukong when the sudden tremor caused her to stumble. What is happening? Could it be an attack from the artificial humans? The thought of the artificial humans made her heart race. Wukong quickly dashed upstairs. Upon opening the door, she found the room empty. Wukong? There was no sign of him. Leaning out the window, a figure she had longed for appeared before her. Wukong's illness had completely healed. Overwhelmed with excitement, leaped from the second-floor window, engaging in a series of affectionate displays with Wukong. Ultimately, Wukong decided to take Gohan with him to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Though reluctant, understood that her objections were futile and ultimately consented. Recently, Cell had mysteriously vanished. Although Trunks speculated that his time machine might have been stolen by Cell, potentially allowing him to escape to the future, everyone remained vigilant. They patrolled frequently to prevent any sudden disruptions caused by Cell. Additionally, since the last appearance of the artificial humans at Kame House, they had not resurfaced. Thus, their patrols served to guard against both Cell and the artificial humans. Wukong, utilizing instant transmission, swiftly located Gohan, then they together sought out Vegeta. At that moment, Trunks returned to train alongside Vegeta. Due to the slow progress of Bulma's research on the time machine, which would not be completed in the near future, Trunks was determined not to waste time and aimed to strengthen himself. If he couldn't defeat Cell, returning to the future would be meaningless. Vegeta, Sun Wukong exclaimed, flying beside him. Don't be a nuisance, Kakarot. Get lost. Vegeta had no kind words for Sun Wukong. Don't say that. I know of an excellent training ground where 1 year inside equates to just 1 day outside. At this revelation, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. That place was a room within the sacred world of the Kais. Is that true? Vegeta felt a surge of interest. If such a place existed, he was confident he could defeat those detestable puppets and that hideous green creature. Observing Vegeta's reaction, Sun Wukong knew he had piqued his interest. Thus, he pressed on. It's true. Come with me. I am not suggesting that we train together. It merely happens that the room is quite spacious, which is why I invited you to join Trunks inside. Goku understands Vegeta's temperament. Without offering him an opportunity to save face, Vegeta would never agree to participate. Vegeta replied, very well. However, I have one condition. I must enter first. Goku nodded in agreement, stating, as long as Vegeta consents, that is acceptable. It is merely a matter of the order of entry. With one more formidable warrior on our side, our chances of defeating the enemy increase. Subsequently, the two pairs of fathers and sons soared towards the temple. Inside the temple, and engaged in a friendly duel, devoid of any supernatural energy, focusing solely on honing their techniques. After rigorous training with, both had undergone a remarkable transformation. Compared to their former selves, they now resembled two young martial artists. Having mastered some techniques, albeit with a lack of finesse in their execution, observing their sparring, nodded with satisfaction, equally astonished by the progress they had achieved. Their skills were on par with those of, and notably, S rate of improvement surpassed that of. Gradually, their match approached its conclusion, with inevitably facing defeat at the hands of once more. Although could not overwhelm in the same manner as, he maintained a consistent upper hand throughout the contest. Darn it. Lost again, lamented, feeling disheartened by a string of defeats, despite having the same amount of training time with. Haha. Losing to your brother-in-law is nothing to be ashamed of. Laughed heartily while patting on the back. Why, you little? Retorted with annoyance. It's bad enough that I am overpowered. But now even my standing in the family. He shrugged off his hand and swiftly moved to his side, wrapping an arm around his neck as he demanded, have you been secretly giving him special training? Why is he so much stronger than I am? Cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting coolly, could it be that you are simply less capable? Shot her a glare, exclaiming, is it possible that I am your actual brother? At that moment, appeared beside, wrapping an arm around her waist and teasingly adding, So you are merely the younger sibling. Sighed. Indeed. It seems I am the surplus. Chapter 44. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and moved on. Someone is approaching. For powerful presences drew near the temple. It was and his companions. Instantly recognized familiar aura. Yuan gazed through his mind's eye and beheld a man adorned with a crab-like hairstyle, reminiscent of his memories. Beside him stood an adorable little boy, presumably son Gohan. He had already encountered Vegeta and Trunks, so there was no need for further introduction. Considering the timeline, it was indeed the moment for them to enter the room of spirit and time for training. Moments later, Sun Wukong and the others arrived at the temple. Vegeta and Trunks, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Yuan and his companions, struggled to process the scene. Though Razali and Rabbi's had undergone minimal changes in appearance after their training in the room of spirit and time, they had significantly grown taller. As for Yuan, aside from his tail and the two small horns atop his head, there was hardly a trace of his former self. You are androids. Why are you here? Trunks finally recognized them, his body tensing in readiness to transform into a Super Saiyan. I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be two defeated opponents, right? Shorty. Rabbi's mocked, gazing at Vegeta and Trunks. Enraged, Vegeta retorted, you damned puppet. Who are you calling short? Of course, it's you. Surely no one would dare to compare themselves to a child. Rabbi's continued with his sarcastic jibes. Vegeta could no longer contain his fury, his rage surging to new heights. He was consumed by a singular thought, to annihilate these insufferable puppets. Moreover, during this period, his strength had significantly increased, and he was utterly confident in his ability to defeat Rabbi's. With a golden aura enveloping him, Vegeta instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan. After being defeated by Rabbi's and subsequently facing the assault of Cell, Vegeta's combat prowess had surged, reaching a remarkable 15 million in his base form. Furthermore, his Super Saiyan transformation had stabilized at 55 times his normal strength. Now, his battle power soared to an astonishing 825 million. Had Rabbi's not trained in the room of spirit and time, he would likely have faced dire consequences today. However, alas, this world knows no what-ifs. Vegeta's formidable strength astonished both Wukong and Trunks. This overwhelming energy was nearly double that of Trunks. If only I possessed my father's strength, I could surely eliminate the androids of the future, Trunks pondered silently. Surprised by Vegeta's newfound might, he felt compelled not to lag behind. Rather than inciting jealousy in Wukong, Vegeta's immense power ignited his fighting spirit. Rabbi's, too, was taken aback by Vegeta's prowess, astonished by how much he had strengthened in such a short span. It was noteworthy that Vegeta had not trained in the room of spirit and time like the others. Is this the potential of a Super Saiyan that Yuan spoke of? Rabbi's felt an unexpected sense of relief for having heeded S advice to cultivate in the spirit time room. Otherwise, he would have faced utter disaster today. The immense power surging within him caused Vegeta to swell with confidence. He boldly raised his thumb, pointing at himself, exclaiming, "Behold the unparalleled Vegeta." This classic moment nearly elicited a laugh from. Throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball, whenever Vegeta utters this phrase, a moment of existential dread inevitably follows. Today was no exception. What's the matter? Are you frightened? Vegeta assumed Rabbi's remained silent out of fear of his overwhelming strength. For he was now an exceptionally powerful being, the strongest Super Saiyan in history. With arms crossed and a confident smile gracing his lips, his gaze radiated an air of superiority. Rabbi's observed Vegeta reveling in his own self-importance, contemplating what pose would best showcase his own prowess in the impending confrontation. Come forth to meet your demise, Vegeta declared. Eager for revenge. I shall oblige your eagerness for death, Rabbi's retorted, soaring into the sky to confront Vegeta. With a dismissive glance, he extended his finger, beckoning Vegeta to make his move. This disdainful gesture infuriated Vegeta. You seek death. Prepare yourself, he roared, his aura exploding with intensity. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Rabbi's, delivering a powerful whip kick infused with tremendous force. Rabbi's quickly pressed his hands against Vegeta's foot, using the momentum to propel himself backward. It was not that he could not withstand Vegeta's strength. Rather, he aimed to relocate the battle. After all, he had a good relationship with Bobo, and causing destruction in the temple would be quite unfortunate. As Vegeta watched Rabbi soar away from his attack, a deep disdain filled his eyes. Is that all you've got? Enraged, Vegeta chased after Rabbi's, appearing behind him. Grabbing Rabbi's by the shoulders, he drove his knee forcefully into Rabbi's spine. I can almost envision Rabbi's spine shattering beneath my strike, Vegeta chuckled uncontrollably. Just as his knee was about to make contact, Lapis executed a swift maneuver, breaking free from Vegeta's grasp and repositioning himself behind him. With a swift motion, Lapis' left hand transformed into a chain, ensnaring Vegeta's neck, while his right hand rained down powerful blows upon Vegeta's ribs. The kidneys endured a severe blow. Such pain is unbearable even for someone as resilient as Vegeta. Suddenly, Lapis released Vegeta. Clutching his side, Vegeta's aura diminished significantly. How could your power possibly be so formidable? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. At the moment he was choked, Lapis had surpassed him entirely in strength, rendering him unable to escape. Did you truly believe I had exerted my full strength against you? Lapis slyly feigned humility. Impossible. I am the strongest being in this universe. With a surge of rage, Vegeta's aura surged, dispelling his earlier weakness. Anger allowed him to transcend his pain, returning him to his peak. He raised both hands, concentrating his energy within them. Energy spheres rained down upon Lapis like a meteor shower, each imbued with terrifying power. A classic royal combat technique was once again unveiled. Observing intently from the temple, Yuan could no longer contain his laughter. What is so amusing? Lotzi Li inquired curiously, grasped his hand, sharing with her the vivid scene of engaged in battle with. Observe, he remarked, this technique employed by is known as the Prince tactics. Each time he resorts to this maneuver, it signifies that he is perilously close to being struck. Elucidated the profound essence of Vegeta's techniques to Lazuli. As anticipated, after executing a series of princely combat maneuvers, Lapis emerged unscathed. Subsequently, Vegeta found himself on the receiving end of another brutal assault. At last, Lazuli could no longer contain her laughter and joined in mirth. A few minutes later, Lapis returned, tugging at Vegeta's hair. Chapter 45. Lapis vs. Son Goku. With a resounding thud, Lapis nonchalantly discarded Vegeta before Son Goku and the others, as if he were mere refuse. Daddy! Vegeta! Trunks cried out in anguish, hurriedly rushing over to assist Vegeta. Fear not, I did not strike him too harshly, he is still alive. Lapis' light-hearted voice floated to their ears, regarded him with a peculiar expression. Goodness! Who would have anticipated that this seemingly delicate youth could be so adept at feigning strength? Vegeta has been utterly vanquished, yet he claims he did not exert himself. Is it that not perishing equates to a gentle touch? Had observed the recent battle with clarity. Not to mention, Vegeta had at least one kidney obliterated by Lapis. And still, he asserts he did not strike with force? Is it surprising that Vegeta cannot endure punishment? Sun Wukong swiftly retrieved a healing bean and administered it to Vegeta. Upon consuming the bean, Vegeta was instantly rejuvenated, even regenerating the ruined kidney. This miraculous spectacle left in quiet astonishment. Following his revival, Vegeta, perhaps feeling a loss of dignity, stood silently to the side. Sun Wukong and the others refrained from engaging him in conversation. In such circumstances, only Vegeta could process his feelings. The words of others would be futile. Sun Wukong observed and the others gravely, asking, "What brings you to the temple? Have you done something to Bobo?" Wukong. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bobo hurried over. "Are you all right? Did they bully you?" No, and the others did not bully me. They are my good friends. Not villains, Bobo quickly clarified, waving his hands. Bobo's words nearly caused Sun Wukong and Trunks' eyes to pop out in disbelief. Androids are not villains? Could they possibly be good? Son Gohan hesitated for a moment, tugging at Sun Wukong's clothing. Father, I too believe they do not seem malicious. A few days ago, they came to the Turtle Hermit's house looking for you, and upon learning of your illness, they departed. Moreover, it appears they have yet to harm a single soul. For reasons unknown, Son Gohan felt these androids were not evil, except for Cell, of course. Impossible. How could androids possibly be good? Trunks was entirely unconvinced by Bobo's words. His timeline had been ravaged by these two androids beyond repair. At that moment, anyone claiming androids were benevolent would not find a believer in him. Each time he beheld the faces of Lazuli and Lapis, rage surged within him, and he longed to obliterate them to relieve his pent-up fury. One could only wonder how Trunks would react upon returning to his future timeline, transformed into the form of Cell. It's true, they can even ride the flying Nimbus, Bobo offered, sensing their skepticism and revealing significant news. Flying Nimbus. Sun Wukong was left astounded. The flying Nimbus, one could say, was beyond the grasp of even Master Roshi, let alone Krillin and Bulma. Those capable of riding the Nimbus are undoubtedly pure of heart. Is it true? Sun Wukong gazed solemnly at Bobo, who nodded heavily in agreement. Mr. Wukong. Androids can never be virtuous beings. Trunks, noticing a flicker of belief in Wukong's eyes, became animated with excitement. Trunks, please, contain your enthusiasm, Sun Wukong quickly reassured him. He continued, surely you can see that this timeline has diverged significantly from the history you remember? In your recollections, there were only 2 androids, yet now there are 7. Given this deviation in history, it is conceivable that androids could indeed become benevolent. Trunks lowered his gaze, aware of this possibility, yet he was unwilling to accept it. The notion that androids could be good was preferable. However, should they remain malevolent, the harrowing future he feared would inevitably resurface. The stakes were too high for him to gamble on such uncertainty. Sun Wukong, judging by your demeanor, it seems your ailment has been resolved? At that moment, Lapis approached. Having awaited this day for what felt like an eternity. He had previously spared Sun Wukong out of disdain for attacking a patient, but this time nothing would deter him. Indeed, I have recovered, Sun Wukong replied, fixing a serious gaze upon Lapis. Let us engage in a battle to resolve our grievances once and for all. Did not impede's actions, nor was there any justification to do so. Some grievances must be resolved. While it is true that every grievance has its origin, and it was Doctor who transformed them into artificial beings and harmed their families, shares a portion of the blame as well. Had he dealt with the remnants of the decisively back then, and his companions would not have suffered. The consequences of today stem from the actions of yesterday, rendering this confrontation unavoidable. If there were to be any blame, it would rest upon for failing to eradicate the roots of the issue. Observing fall effortlessly at the hands of, realized the futility of his own prowess against such an opponent. During his period of illness, S strength had vastly outstripped his own. If even the formidable could be so easily vanquished by, how could he hope to prevail? Yet, despite this awareness, felt no fear. Rather, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. To engage with a masterful opponent was a lifelong aspiration. Furthermore, he sensed a glimmer of possibility for victory. A confident smile crept upon his lips as an idea flickered in his mind. The two stood face to face in the void, with muscles taut, poised for battle. In stark contrast, appeared remarkably relaxed, arms crossed, exuding an aura more akin to a leisurely outing than a fierce contest. With a fierce roar, unleashed a golden whirlwind that enveloped him. Instantly, golden flames erupted from within, raging fiercely, while his cold, emerald eyes locked onto with an intense gaze. With a surge of energy, transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling toward, his right fist charged with cataclysmic force. The collision was thunderous as retaliated with a punch of his own. The tremendous energies released upon their fists meeting sent shockwaves through the air, dispersing even the clouds. They separated briefly, only to resume their fierce exchange of blows. Each punch and kick from was executed with utmost ferocity, his expression a mask of determination. However, maintained an unbroken smirk, effortlessly countering his assaults. With each evasion, he struck back at unexpected angles, inflicting sharp pain that caused a grimace, his expression growing ever more fearsome. In a pivotal moment, utilized force to create distance between them. Breathing heavily, he gasped for air, while observed him calmly, refraining from pressing an advantage. Impressive, remarked, wiping the blood from his lips. No wonder fell so easily to you. Yet, his demeanor grew increasingly serious. However, your combat prowess pales in comparison to's. Lapis crossed his arms, regarding Sun Wukong with evident disdain. Father. Sun Gohan gazed anxiously at his bloody parent. Chapter 46. Instantaneous movement to combat. The battle raged on. After taking a couple of breaths, Sun Wukong unleashed a surge of energy, a formidable aura soaring skyward. He felt exhilarated, as it had been ages since he encountered such a powerful adversary. Since his conquest over Frisia, he had not endured such immense pressure. Currently, Sun Wukong's combat power stood at 500 million, while Lapis had just displayed an astonishing 800 million. Sun Wukong executed a rapid movement, materializing behind Lapis in an instant. His fist, imbued with a terrifying force, surged toward Lapis. Slap. Miraculously, Lapis, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, extended his hand and caught the punch with unwavering precision. Subsequently, he gripped Sun Wukong's fist and pulled him closer, delivering a knee strike with the force of a cannon, which struck fiercely at Sun Wukong's abdomen. Cough. A surge of blood erupted from Sun Wukong's mouth. Yet Lapis offered no respite, following up with a devastating elbow strike to his back. Boom. Sun Wukong plummeted like a meteor onto the temple, creating a massive crater several meters deep. Father. Gohan's tears flowed like a gushing faucet. Witnessing his father in such a dire state compelled him to rush forward. Gohan. I'm fine, don't come over. At that moment, Sun Wukong's voice echoed from the depths of the pit, halting Gohan in his tracks. Supported by his hands, Sun Wukong struggled to rise. His martial arts uniform lay in tatters, with only his pants holding on, while his body bore a multitude of bruises and scars, presenting a pitiful sight. Yet, the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. Ha! Sun Wukong bellowed, his energy once again reaching its zenith. He then extended 2 fingers of his left hand to his forehead. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Lapis. Bang! A swift whip kick struck Lapith's waist. Instantaneous movement. Sun Wukong was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and Lapith. If he attempted to evade using high-speed movement, he would inevitably fall prey to Lapith's keen senses. Lapith's prowess surpassed his own, and similarly, his speed was unmatched. Though high-speed movement offered rapidity, it left a discernible trail. Lapith would easily discern his position through the aura he emanated. In contrast, instantaneous movement was a different matter entirely. Vanishing in an instant only to reappear moments later was a technique that transcended space itself, leaving no trace for the enemy to sense. By the time he reappeared, his attack would already be upon them, leaving the opponent no chance to react. Below, Yuan could not suppress a smirk. This was precisely what he had been waiting for, a technique that even Cell could master upon witnessing it. Yuan had no reason to believe he could not achieve the same. Perhaps it was due to the fusion of Sun Wukong's cells within him. As Sun Wukong executed his instantaneous movement, Yuan distinctly sensed an unusual fluctuation of energy surrounding him, a manifestation of spatial energy. Yuan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding spatial energies. Subsequently, he beheld a wondrous realm, a world composed of a myriad of spatial nodes. However, these nodes were shrouded in mystery. To tread carelessly could lead one into perilous territories, such as spatial rifts. Therefore, one must rely on their breath to seek the desired spatial node. A misstep could result in irrevocable consequences. Yuan was filled with immense joy. Although teleportation cannot be employed as a conventional means of combat, it can yield unexpectedly advantageous results in unique circumstances. Much like how Sun Wukong recently utilized teleportation to strike Law by sea, Yuan opened his eyes, and a scene that left him astounded unfolded before him. Countless spatial nodes appeared in his view. Typically, spatial nodes exist solely within the confines of one's mind, rendering their locations unknown. However, Yuan could perceive these spatial nodes, signifying that he could freely employ instantaneous movement to any point his gaze fell upon, independent of relying on his aura for such teleportation. If this were the case, his instantaneous movement could transform into a conventional combat technique, akin to Hit's time skip. Consequently, his attacks would become elusive, akin to a phantom, leaving his opponents utterly defenseless, like a child who has just acquired a new toy. Yuan could not resist the urge to test whether this teleportation was as he had envisioned. His first target was a spatial node located 2 meters away from him. Upon linking to the node, Yuan's body instantaneously vanished from its original position, only to reappear 2 meters away. Success. The outcome of the experiment did not disappoint Yuan. The results were precisely as he had anticipated. Consequently, while his combat prowess remained unchanged, his practical capabilities had increased several-fold. Let us try this next. Yuan suddenly contemplated that if the ability of the mind's eye could also perceive spatial nodes, then he would be able to move freely within the range of his mind's eye. Yuan could hardly contain his eagerness as he unleashed his perception. In an instant, the entire Earth was enveloped by his insight. As anticipated, numerous spatial nodes emerged within his perception. Yuan linked to a spatial node on the opposite side of the Earth, and in an instant, his figure vanished, only to reappear in the very location he had just observed. Yuan could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. With this newfound ability, as long as the disparity in strength was not too great, he found himself nearly invincible. After calming his emotions, Yuan utilized his inner sight to locate Lotzi Li and executed a swift teleportation. Meanwhile, Lotzi Li was perplexed, wondering how her substantial boyfriend could vanish in an instant. She sat on the steps, resting her chin on her hands, feeling rather gloomy. Isn't my wife adorable? However, it wasn't long before Yuan reappeared by her side. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lotzi Li's eyes, yet she maintained her composure and inquired, "Where have you been?" Yuan exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, I have just mastered the instantaneous movement of Sun Wukong. Soon, I shall teach you this technique, and if you manage to learn it, You will be able to protect yourself even when facing formidable foes. The first thought that crossed mind upon mastering the art of teleportation was to impart this ability to. After all, in a world teeming with formidable adversaries, it was impractical for them to remain inseparable at all times. With the capacity for instant movement, could evade any insurmountable foes she might encounter. Upon hearing his words, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. At that moment, the battle between and was reaching its climax. Though had managed to land several unexpected blows on through his teleportation, those feeble attacks were akin to mere tickles, failing to inflict any real harm. Meanwhile, was rapidly depleting his own energy from the prolonged skirmish. With a resolute gaze, he decided to make one final, desperate attempt. After maintaining a distance from, he positioned his hands at his waist. Kamehameha. A terrifying aura coalesced within his palms, forming a radiant blue orb that emitted a blinding light. With a swift motion, shaped his hands as if cradling a flower bud, and the blue sphere transformed into a colossal beam of light, charged with an overwhelming presence, hurtling towards. Ha ha ha. Feudal remained unfazed, enveloped by a green energy shield. Tenfold Kaioken. Suddenly, a menacing aura manifested behind. A crimson flame envelops previously golden aura, catapulting his combat power from 500 million to an astounding 50 billion. An even more formidable energy wave surged forth from his hands. In a moment of panic, could hardly react, the green energy shield disintegrated upon contact with the Kamehameha wave. The force of the attack washed over his body, causing it to crumble under the sheer intensity. Just as felt the specter of death looming, the energy abruptly vanished. It turned out that its body could no longer withstand the combined strain of Super Saiyan and Kaioken. Sustaining the power for a mere 5 seconds before nearing destruction, he was unable to maintain even the flight technique and plummeted from the sky. However, was not in a much better state. Those 5 seconds had left him gravely injured. Gazing at the descending, felt a chill of trepidation. It had been a close call. He had nearly met his downfall. Chapter 47. Reconciliation. The events unfolded with startling abruptness. Yuan initially believed that Laplace's combat prowess far surpassed that of Sun Wukong. Thus he paid little attention to their skirmish after acquiring the ability to teleport. To his astonishment, Sun Wukong ultimately unleashed a remarkable technique that caught them completely off guard. Fortunately, Laplace emerged unscathed. In a fleeting instant, materialized beside and bestowed upon him a healing spell. It must be said that final assault was indeed ferocious. The eruption of 50 billion combat power, though only lasting a mere 5 seconds, left gravely injured. Meanwhile, upon witnessing its descent, and hurriedly rushed over, presenting for to consume. Upon ingesting the experienced an immediate resurrection to full health. No matter how many times he witnessed it, could not help but marvel at the efficacy of this miraculous item. It was no wonder that was tasked with depleting the supply, otherwise, and his companions could easily pocket 100 or so each, and in moments of peril, simply consume one. Coupled with the Scion trait of significantly enhancing combat power upon near-death recovery, what formidable foe could withstand such an advantage? Just as in the present moment. After consuming the S combat power, originally at 1 million, surged to an astonishing 15 million. It was utterly monstrous. The healing technique of pales in comparison to the miraculous. Taking nearly a full minute to completely restore. As observed the lingering shock on his face, he gently placed a hand upon his shoulder and jested, "What is it? Are you frightened?" "Huh. As if I would be afraid," scoffed, rolling his eyes. Then, with a hint of defiance, he asserted that Sun Wukong fellow lacks martial virtue. He resorts to ambushes. If it were a fair fight, do you believe I could not swiftly knock his head, ask you? Indeed, replied, upon our return. Your sister was nearly terrified by your antics. Yuan casually brushed him off, then pulled Lapice back. The sibling stubbornness must surely be an inherited trait. In the depths of his heart, Yuan silently expressed his grievances. Upon returning to the temple, Lotzi Li meticulously examined Lapice's condition. After all, Lapice was her only kin. And encountering such an incident surely elicited concern. Lotzi Li, I'm fine. Yuan has already healed me, Lapice replied with a hint of impatience. Yet her body complied willingly for Lotzi Li's examination. As twins, Lapice was born merely a few minutes after Lotzi Li, and thus, they had never adopted the custom of calling each other sister, opting instead for direct addresses. In their childhood, Lapice often aspired to take the role of the elder sibling, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by Lotzi Li in the end. Once fully recovered, Sun Wukong approached. Is there something you need? Yuan inquired. With a cheerful grin, Sun Wukong replied, the grievances have been resolved. We are now friends. Instantly, Perplexed expressions adorned the faces of Mo Yuan and the two others. Since when did we become friends? Who considers you a friend? Lapasai retorted bluntly. Oh, come now. Don't be like that. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sun Wukong. He then gestured towards the two beside him, stating, This is my son, Sun Wufan, and this is Trunks. Pointing to a figure in the distance, he added, That is Vegeta. Subsequently, he extended his right hand, his gaze intensely fixed upon Mo Yuan and the others. Mo Yuan glanced at Lotzi Li and Lapis, noticing that both of them wore expressions of indifference, as if leaving the decision entirely to him. Mo Yuan began to grasp their intentions. He extended his right hand to shake hands with Sun Wukong. I am Mo Yuan, and this is my girlfriend, Lotzi Li. The one you just sparred with is my brother-in-law, La Bai Si. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's introduction, Lotzi Li's cheeks flushed with a rare hue. Trunks was taken aback. Do androids have names? Aren't you referred to as number 17 and number 18? His words caused Lotzi Li and La Bai Si's expressions to darken. This is the last time I wish to hear the term androids mentioned in relation to you, Mo Yuan said, his gaze piercing with intensity. You must not be aware of how they were transformed into androids, are you? Mo Yuan then recounted the experiences of Lotzi Li and La Bai Si. After listening, Trunks and Sun Wukong sincerely bowed to Lotzi Li and La Bai Si, offering their apologies. We are truly sorry. They had never anticipated that androids were indeed created from living human beings. Trunks realized that Lotzi Li and La Bai Si retained their humanity because Dr. Gero had failed to completely erase it in his quest to enhance their abilities. This was also the reason for their decision to eliminate Dr. Gero. Previously, he had thought them devoid of humanity, and yet they had killed the very man who created them. Now, Trunks felt that Dr. Gero had met as just deserts. In contrast, the androids from the future timeline had evidently been stripped of all humanity, reveling solely in the act of slaughter. Sun Wukong, too, was shocked to learn that his mistakes had inadvertently led to the demise of so many. Although unintentional, he felt a profound sense of shame. Lotzi Li and La Bai Si remained silent, merely snorting in response. Upon observing their reactions, Mo Yuan discerned that they had already granted forgiveness. By the way, Yuan, I heard them say that you emerged from an underground laboratory. Are you not a creation of Dr. Gero, fashioned from our cells? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Yuan? Mo Yuan cast a peculiar glance at Sun Wukong. Truly, you are remarkable, so carefree and familiar with others. Impressive. Mo Yuan did not deny it. He readily acknowledged the truth. How extraordinary. I have heard them say that just a few days ago, you appeared as a mere child, yet now you have grown so tall. Sun Wukong gestured in amazement at Mo Yuan's stature. However, why do you resemble Sheru so little? Perhaps it is due to some mutation. Mo Yuan offered no further explanation on the matter. Mr. Mo Yuan, may I inquire if you have encountered Sheru? Trunks asked eagerly. Nodded slightly. A few days ago, he visited this place and was driven away by us. Do you know where he fled to? Trunks gazed at with palpable anxiety, shook his head and replied, I do not know. I merely witnessed him board a peculiar machine and then vanish. Trunks' pupils quivered and his entire being trembled. The very thing he dreaded the most had come to pass. Mother, Trunks seemed as though he had lost his soul. No, I must return immediately. This revelation drove Trunks to the brink of madness. In an instant, he erupted with rage, preparing to fly back to West City. Trunks, calm yourself. Goku restrained him. Bulma has yet to repair the time machine. Returning now would serve no purpose. You should accompany Vegeta to the hyperbolic time chamber to train. Only when your strength has increased can you hope to confront Cell. But, I am afraid, she is all I have left. I cannot lose my mother. Trunks was engulfed in anguish, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 48. Versus Goku. Since the arrival of Goku and the others, the temple had become considerably livelier. Ultimately, Trunks suppressed the turmoil within him and entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta to train. Vegeta, having been bested by Beerus twice, harbored a simmering resentment. Before they entered, entrusted the gravity chamber to Trunks, thus returning it to its rightful owner. As for the extent to which he could utilize the gravity chamber for training, that depended entirely on his own potential. Regarding the gravity chamber, it is a small advantage I granted the protagonist. There is no need to dwell on whether gravity can be compounded within the hyperbolic time chamber. The protagonist's situation differs from Goku and the others. They experienced significant power surges due to years of accumulation, while the protagonist, being newly born, has little to draw from. After Trunks and Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber, the others were not idle. Goku was training with Gohan. While was instructing and in the art of instant transmission, exhibited a profound interest in this technique, particularly since Goku had utilized it to catch him off guard several times, nearly leading to his defeat. However, despite diligent teachings, struggled to sense the spatial energy required for this ability. Goku approached to offer words of encouragement, sharing that he too had spent nearly 6 months learning to perceive spatial energy, followed by an additional 6 months to master the technique. According to Goku, his innate talent for spatial manipulation was rather modest. He could only employ this ability for travel, and even then, it was a challenge to leverage it effectively in combat for surprise attacks. Those with greater spatial aptitude, he explained, could use instant transmission without needing to focus on energy signatures, utilizing it at will. How they achieved this was beyond his understanding, as he had not yet reached that level. Upon hearing Goku's insights, had a revelation. No wonder such a potent ability as instant transmission had been relegated to a mere travel technique within the Dragon Ball universe. It stemmed from Goku's insufficient talent. In contrast, the time manipulation technique known as flash time, wielded by, had proven to be exceptionally effective in battle. There was no reason why spatial abilities could not be similarly integrated into combat. After hearing Goku's words, found his enthusiasm for instant transmission waning. He decided to adopt a more laid-back approach. However, a delightful surprise came when, under his guidance, managed to sense spatial energy within just an hour. Even more astonishing was her ability to perceive the spatial nodes surrounding her, akin to, albeit with a more limited range. She could not fully encapsulate everything within her field of vision but she could sense the spatial nodes within her vicinity, essentially a rudimentary version of heightened perception. This was a remarkable achievement, indicating that could seamlessly incorporate instant transmission into her combat repertoire without relying on energy signatures, as long as she was within her sensory range. She could execute the technique at will. Elated by her newfound abilities, began to frolic joyfully. As they watched radiant form flit about within the temple, both and Goku expressed their envy. Particularly, could not contain his admiration, tears of envy welling at the corners of his eyes. Alas, a lack of innate talent is an immutable truth. One cannot force what is unattainable. Choosing to avoid such painful thoughts, sought out for practice. After sparring with Goku, he realized that his combat experience was still woefully inadequate. Despite being considerably stronger than Goku, he had nearly faltered. Observing and trained, Goku, not wishing to be left out, eagerly invited to join him in further training. Yuan was equally curious about how his combat abilities compared to those of Sun Wukong. Thus, he readily agreed to the challenge. As Yuan and Sun Wukong prepared to engage in their duel, onlookers gathered around to witness the spectacle. The two assumed their stances, confronting each other in midair. Sun Wukong remained true to his nature, unable to shed his penchant for probing the unknown. He refrained from transforming immediately, as he was still unaware of Yuan's fighting prowess and intended to assess the situation first. The regular combat power of Yuan is 600 million, while Sun Wukong's regular combat power stands at merely 15 million. Each of Sun Wukong's moves appears excruciatingly slow in Yuan's eyes, akin to competing with a newly born infant. With a swift kick, Yuan sent Sun Wukong sprawling. Transform, Wukong. Such probing is futile. Ha ha, Yuan. You are indeed formidable, Sun Wukong replied with a chuckle. Although the earlier test did not reveal the full extent of Yuan's combat prowess, Sun Wukong sensed that it would not be significantly inferior to his own after transformation. Be cautious, he warned, his gaze turning steely. A golden cyclone enveloped him as he instantaneously transformed into his Super Saiyan form. After the transformation, Sun Wukong's battle power surged from 15 million to a staggering 750 million, a terrifying aura unleashed without restraint. Yuan felt a slight pressure. Yuan was also engulfed in fury, a violet aura radiating from his being. His combat power, a staggering 600 million, erupted without reservation. The formidable presence he exuded stood in equal measure against that of Sun Wukong. Truly formidable. The aura stirred a certain emotion within Sun Wukong. Although his combat prowess was evidently slightly inferior, the intensity of his presence was by no means diminished. It was truly perplexing. The terrifying energy caused the very heavens and earth to shift in hue. The once brilliant sky was suddenly shrouded by ominous dark clouds. Crack! A resounding thunderclap echoed, heralding the commencement of battle. Yuan and Sun Wukong charged towards each other as if they had conspired beforehand. Bang! Yuan and Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce clash of fists. The immense force generated created a vacuum around them. Sun Wukong shouted, his limbs transforming into mere shadows as they struck relentlessly at Mo Yuan, each blow infused with overwhelming power. Come on, Mo Yuan shouted with exhilaration. He relished such battles. When facing Bobo, he had to restrain his own strength, as Bobo's combat instincts were exceptionally formidable, leaving Mo Yuan feeling somewhat constrained. In his encounters with Lapus, although Lapus's fighting skills were somewhat inferior, Mo Yuan would dominate the fight unless Lapus unleashed a greater force. However, in the case of Sun Wukong, their strengths were fairly matched, yet Wukong possessed a slight edge in combat experience, making this particular confrontation perfectly suited for Mo Yuan. Reacted with remarkable swiftness, immediately engaging in a fierce confrontation with Sun Wukong. However, the combat prowess that Sun Wukong had honed through countless life and death battles was undeniably formidable. He consistently struck at from unexpected angles. Yet, this was also the reason refrained from employing his keen insight, were it not for the scrutiny of his perceptive abilities. Unless Sun Wukong's speed exceeded its capacity to evade, he would not have been able to land his blows with such ease. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong was astonished to observe that combat skills were escalating at an alarming rate. Initially, out of every 10 strikes, he would successfully hit 5 or 6 times. But now, he could scarcely manage to connect with him once or twice in the same number of attempts. Mo Yuan resembled a sponge, voraciously absorbing these invaluable combat experiences. S elbow struck fiercely against Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong, unwilling to take the blow head-on, pressed one hand against his arm and deftly rolled behind him. Just as he prepared to launch an attack on his back, an overwhelming force struck him. S tail lashed out like a formidable whip, delivering a devastating blow to Sun Wukong. With a resounding crack, Sun Wukong soared through the air like a shooting star. As he neared the temple, he summoned all his strength, coming to an abrupt halt midair as if he had slammed on brakes. Steadying himself, he lifted his gaze to meet's eyes, and in that instant, an infinite resolve for battle ignited within them both. With a sharp crackle, 2 invisible bolts of lightning burst forth from their eyes, colliding in a spectacular display. Chapter 49, The Rift in the Sky. In unison, Mo Yuan and Sun Wukong let out a furious roar, their anger igniting an instantaneous surge of power. In that fleeting moment, the world was engulfed in hues of gold and purple. Amidst the clash and friction of their energies, countless bolts of lightning erupted from the void. Thunder rumbled, and fierce winds howled, as if heralding the apocalypse. Within the sanctuary, Lapis conjured a protective barrier, enveloping the temple to shield it from the impending chaos. Otherwise, the discomfort would be unbearable. With a thunderous crash, the energies of Sun Wukong and Mo Yuan peaked, colliding to create a colossal tempest. The biting gale sliced through the air like a blade, yet before it could approach, it was dissipated by the overwhelming aura surrounding them. Mo Yuan and Sun Wukong locked eyes, an undeniable fervor for battle coursing between them. They surged forth like beams of light, each embodying the spirit of combat. With resounding cries, their fists and feet harnessed formidable energy, each clash erupting in a violent explosion. In a mere handful of seconds, they had exchanged blows hundreds of times. The sky was engulfed in a tempest of detonations. The shockwaves and scorching winds unleashed by the explosions swept across the ground, uprooting trees and searing the earth. What exhilaration! Mo Yuan exclaimed with exhilaration, utterly captivated by this evenly matched combat. He had cast aside all distractions, fully immersing himself in the battle. Sun Wukong was equally animated, shouting with joy, his hands moving with relentless fervor. Mo Yuan caught Sun Wukong's fist with his left hand, while a terrifying energy gathered in his right fist. As he pulled Sun Wukong towards himself with his left hand, he suddenly swung his right fist, striking towards Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, immediately using his left hand to block Mo Yuan's punch. Bang! Sun Wukong clutched his chest. His body propelled away as if struck by a cannonball. How about this technique of mine? Striking the bull from across the mountain. With great pride, Mo Yuan declared that during the year and a half spent in the Spirit Time House, he had not only dedicated himself to cultivation, but had also conceived numerous peculiar techniques. One such technique was the striking the bull across the mountain. Although Sun Wukong had managed to block his punch moments ago, the energy still penetrated through his palm, landing squarely on Sun Wukong's chest. Such prowess! Struck in the chest, Sun Wukong momentarily found himself winded, taking a moment to regain his composure. Rubbing his chest, he praised, "Let me give this technique a try." Mo Yuan was struck by a sudden inspiration. In an instant, a fist-sized purple energy sphere materialized in his hand. "Take this, Wukong." Mo Yuan shouted loudly and hurled the energy projectile towards Sun Wukong. The moment Sun Wukong caught sight of the energy orb, he instinctively attempted to evade it. However, he suddenly realized that the projectile had vanished mid-flight. Vanished? Not only was Sun Wukong perplexed, but even those observing from the temple displayed expressions of bewilderment. Only Lotzi Li appeared somewhat astonished. Could such a feat truly be accomplished? The move executed by Mo Yuan seemed to unveil a new realm for Lotzi Li. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the energy projectile, Sun Wukong promptly halted, hesitant to make any rash movements. However, before he could contemplate his next course of action, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the space behind him. In an instant, the vanished energy orb reappeared directly at his rear. The proximity was alarmingly close. Leaving Sun Wukong no time to evade, he could only endeavor to channel his energy to shield his back. With a thunderous roar, the diminutive energy sphere harbored a terrifying force, and even with his guard up, Sun Wukong dared not confront it head-on, let alone in his current state of vulnerability. The explosion cast a fiery glow that stained the entire sky crimson. Mo Yuan gazed at the explosion with a hint of exhilaration. This was an idea he had conceived spontaneously, and to his surprise, it succeeded on the first attempt. In essence, the technique was rather simple. It involved infusing spatial energy into a ki blast before allowing it to traverse through spatial nodes, ultimately reaching another node. Furthermore, the velocity at which the ki blast manifested could be adjusted according to the circumstances, allowing for instantaneous emergence or a delayed appearance. Nonetheless, this tactic was relatively easier for Sun Wukong to defend against, as he himself possessed the ability to communicate with space. He could sense spatial fluctuations, thereby discerning the origin of the attack. This time, the assault caught him off guard, but it would not be so effortless to strike him again in the future. As the explosion subsided and the flames dissipated, Sun Wukong emerged, his attire tattered and ragged. Curiously, while his clothing was nearly in shambles, his trousers were merely punctured with a few small holes. Mo Yuan had previously conducted experiments regarding this phenomenon. It appeared that there was some peculiar energy within the trousers that prevented them from being obliterated during combat, sustaining them with only minor damage. Remarkably, the crotch area remained intact. Of course, this did not imply that it possessed absolute defensive capabilities. If one were to attempt to absorb an attack with that particular area, well, if one were unafraid of the consequences, they could certainly give it a try. Despite looking somewhat disheveled and bearing various injuries, the wounds were inconsequential to Sun Wukong. In terms of endurance and willpower, he was undoubtedly among the elite. I never imagined you could wield teleportation so adeptly. It's truly impressive, he exclaimed in admiration. Oh, it's merely a trivial technique, hardly worth mentioning, Mo Yuan replied dismissively, as if it were a matter of little significance. Have you heard the words of the people? Sun Wukong retorted, left speechless. He had mastered teleportation years ago, yet he still relied on breath to lock onto his own movements. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan had only just grasped the concept, effortlessly demonstrating its potential. Was possessing talent truly remarkable? Could having talent grant one the freedom to act without restraint? Sun Wukong inwardly grumbled. Yet, reality proved that possessing talent indeed made a difference. Mo Yuan, come on, let us continue. Sun Wukong, with a focused gaze, replied, all right. Then the two resumed their fierce battle. As their struggle persisted, an increasing number of spectators gathered in the temple. Mental note, they should have arrived when Vegeta and Lapis were fighting, but alas, I forgot. Hands on hips, I bravely stand my ground. Piccolo and the others, sensing the fierce energy from Wukong's clash, hurried over. Initially, upon seeing Lotzi Li and Lapis, they almost engaged in combat themselves. Fortunately, with Gohan and Bobo mediating, the potential conflict was averted. After Gohan and Bobo elucidated the situation, the group was left utterly astounded. Little did they expect that just days prior, they were adversaries. And now they could scarcely be considered friends. This meant that they now shared a singular foe, Cell. Furthermore, Cell had ventured into another timeline, leaving uncertainty about his return. Perhaps he might never return at all. Given this, the need to pursue Cell further was rendered unnecessary. Unfortunately, due to the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, the Dragon Balls were rendered inactive, precluding the possibility of resurrecting those who had fallen victim to Cell's wrath. As time trickled away, the contest between Sun Wukong and Mo Yuan drew near its conclusion. At this juncture, a stark contrast was evident. Sun Wukong appeared tattered and battered, his body marred with wounds, while Mo Yuan, despite some torn garments, bore no visible injuries. This disparity was not solely due to Mo Yuan's superior combat prowess, but rather attributed to this hybrid lineage, which intertwined the blood of Namekians and the Frisia race, endowing him with a robust physique and remarkable regenerative abilities. Moreover, since their engagement was merely a contest, neither had resorted to lethal force. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Come, let us settle this with one final move." Ma Yuan gazed intently at Sun Wukong. "Come forth." The two shared an unspoken understanding. Elevating their energies to the utmost once again, Sun Wukong positioned his hands in a blossom-like formation at his waist. Turtle School Energy Wave. A small azure sphere materialized between his palms. Mo Yuan, with his right hand forming a sword technique, summoned a violet radiance that flickered at his fingertips, exuding an aura capable of seemingly tearing apart the very fabric of space. Sun Wukong observed the purple glow emanating from Mo Yuan's fingertips, his expression growing grave. Instinctively, he channeled more energy between his hands. Gradually, Sun Wukong sensed that the sphere he held was becoming increasingly difficult to control. "Wave!" Sun Wukong shouted, thrusting his hands toward Mo Yuan. A colossal wave of energy surged forth from his hands, imbued with the might to sweep away legions, hurtling toward Mo Yuan. In an instant, the heavens and earth were bathed in a cerulean hue. The onlookers within the temple tensed, their gazes fixated on Mo Yuan. Quick dodge. Even La Zili, who was fully aware of Mo Yuan's true strength, could not restrain her anxious cry. Mo Yuan appeared oblivious to the impending attack, his entire focus concentrated at his fingertips. Just as Sun Wukong's energy wave was about to strike Mo Yuan, the purple radiance at Mo Yuan's fingertips ceased to flicker, solidifying into a blade. "Crack the sky." The ethereal words reached the ears of the onlookers. A flash of purple brilliance emerged, shattering the Kamehameha wave aimed at Mo Yuan into fragments. A streak of violet sword light pierced through the center of the energy wave, advancing towards Sun Wukong. Where it passed, the energy wave transformed into scattered starlight. How could this be? Sun Wukong could hardly believe his eyes as the energy within him surged wildly into his hands. The Kamehameha wave swelled once more. But it could only slow the blade's approach, failing to halt it. Sensing imminent danger, Sun Wukong hastily employed instantaneous movement to evade. With the barrier of the Kamehameha wave removed, the sword light vanished into the horizon like a dragon returning to the sea, countless light years away from Earth. A flash of purple swept by, triggering a series of stellar explosions. In the silent, resplendent display of fireworks, they quietly transformed into cosmic dust. Chapter 50. Seeking a new celestial being. Yuan, that move of yours is truly terrifying. Had I been a moment slower, I would have surely perished, Sun Wukong exclaimed, patting his chest with a visage of faint fear. In that final moment, he had realized he could not withstand the attack and quickly teleported beside Mo Yuan. Reflecting on the encounter with that formidable move, Sun Wukong still felt a lingering trepidation. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Mo Yuan offered a faint smile, acknowledging the sentiment. This technique was Mo Yuan's most potent attack, painstakingly crafted over a long period. It amalgamated the characteristics of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, Piccolo's special beam cannon, and Krillin's Destructo disc, infused with a dash of his own ingenuity. If one were to liken energy to water, then Sun Wukong's Kamehameha would be akin to a high-pressure water gun, while Mo Yuan's Crack the Sky resembled a water knife. The high-pressure water gun serves merely to wash away, whereas the water knife possesses the ability to slice through stone and steel, with the same amount of force. The more concentrated the energy, the greater the damage inflicted. The power of Crack the Sky is immense, coupled with formidable penetrating capability. However, its drawbacks are equally apparent. The preparatory phase is lengthy and requires considerable time to gather energy. Moreover, once unleashed, it is nearly impossible to control. If the opponent, like Sun Wukong, manages to flee, the attack effectively results in no damage. Fortunately, this issue was resolved once Mo Yuan mastered instantaneous movement, enabling him to manipulate spatial nodes. He had refrained from employing it earlier, primarily because it was unnecessary, as he had no intention of truly harming Sun Wukong. "Come, allow me to tend to your wounds." A green radiance enveloped the hand of, which he then pressed upon. "Wow, you can actually perform healing techniques?" exclaimed, astonished as he felt his wounds mending swiftly. This would save them, ever since they had been squandered by, they had been in dire straits, wishing they could split a single in two for use. In fact, they had resorted to such measures. Hence, had become a rare commodity, and every bit saved was crucial. After healing, the two of them returned to the temple together. was somewhat surprised to find and the others present in the temple. What brings you here? Crossed his arms, looking exasperated. Given the commotion you've caused, it would have been strange if we hadn't come. Ah, true, ha ha ha. Chuckled awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. Oh, by the way, can you still revert to your form before merging with? Suddenly recalled and inquired, since learning that had ventured into another timeline. Had wished to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those humans on Earth who had fallen victim to. However, the Dragon Balls had become unusable after the fusion of and. No, shook his head. Once I merge with, we cannot separate again. If it weren't for the numerous upheavals on Earth, we would not have chosen to fuse. Is that so? It seems it is indeed impossible. Your reasoning is sound. Accepted the reality, harboring little hope for the matter. He then queried. I heard from that some Namekians survived. Do you know where they have gone? I hope to locate them swiftly. What? Responded. I wish to find a Namekian to remain on Earth. This way, both and the 7 Dragon Balls could be revived, couldn't they? Upon hearing's words, S eyes sparkled with excitement, looking at with hopeful anticipation. If we can find a new, I must express my gratitude to you. Was elated at the thought of a new on the horizon, his spirits soaring. Even though, and were good friends. He was aware that they could not stay in the temple indefinitely. Once they departed, he would be left alone in solitude. Although idea was splendid. Could not help but ask, but, how do you plan to bring him here? We don't even know which planet they are on. Chuckled. Have you forgotten that I can instantaneously transport myself? As long as I can sense a key similar to yours, it signifies the presence of Namekians. Was taken aback. You can truly sense ki from such a distance? Perhaps. If it is not too inappropriate or distant, there should be no issue. I shall give it a try now. You all remain quiet for the moment. With that, Sun Wukong pressed his index and middle fingers against his forehead, beginning to search for an aura akin to Piccolo's. Observing the earnest demeanor of Sun Wukong, the crowd dared not even breathe. After a considerable time, Sun Wukong's expression shifted slightly as he withdrew his fingers from his forehead. The onlookers gazed at him with eager anticipation. Sun Wukong awkwardly remarked, I am truly sorry. But it remains futile. What shall we do? The crowd responded with dismay. If we could go to Lord Kai, perhaps we might find him there. Sun Wukong then conceived another plan and eagerly began to seek the energy of Lord Kai. How shall one reach Lord Kai? Found it. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished. Presumably racing towards Lord Kai. May all go smoothly for father, Gohan silently prayed. Knowing that Cell had traversed to another timeline, Piccolo and the others ceased their patrol and remained in the temple, intrigued by the room of spirit and time. They contemplated training there for a while. Yuan and Bic were not well acquainted and had no desire to engage in superficial pleasantries. Moreover, they regarded Yuan and his companions with a degree of caution. Consequently, the temple became divided into 2 distinct factions. Yuan, La Zili, and La Bai Si. Bai Ku, Sun Wukong, Klin, and Tianjin Fan prepared a delightful afternoon tea and summoned Bobo to join him. The 4 of them nestled beneath a grand sunshade, indulging in the exquisite treats, savoring the moment in blissful leisure. However, perhaps due to the presence of Beak and his companions, Bobo did not linger for long in company. Bobo suggested they all go over together, but declined, citing their unfamiliarity and the caution exhibited by Beak and his group towards them. To gather together would only invite discomfort. After all, not everyone possesses the carefree spirit of Sun Wukong. Upon hearing's reasoning, Bobo chose not to press the matter further. Do you truly not regard me as a person? Lapus remarked, observing her sister Ant's flirtatious exchange with a touch of exasperation. Yuan and Lotzi Li exchanged a perplexed glance at Lapis. Then, in unison, burst into laughter, exclaiming, single dog. Lapis, feeling exasperated, flipped the table in frustration. Not far away, Klin could not help but steal glances at Lotzi Li. For reasons unknown, whenever he witnessed the intimate interactions between Lotzi Li and Yuan, a pang of pain gripped his heart. Yuan sensed Klin's gaze and turned his head to regard him with indifference. Klin felt the chilling intensity of Yuan's eyes, instantly likening it to being hunted by a savage beast, making his breath shallow and labored. He hastily averted his gaze, daring not to look at Lotzi Li again. What is it? Is something amiss? Lotzi Li inquired, puzzled. It is nothing, he replied. Yuan turned around, his expression returning to normal. Lotzi Li did not inquire further, instead offering the items in her hand to Yuan's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan took a decisive bite. Hiss. Cough. Cough. A sharp, pungent flavor surged straight to the crown of his head. Mustard, a substantial dollop of mustard. Yuan was choked to the point of tears. Upon noticing Li stifling her laughter while covering her mouth, he resolved that such exquisite flavor should not be enjoyed alone. He embraced Li and, while the taste lingered in his mouth, shared the delightful experience with her. Moments later, gazed upon the tearful Li, who had been choked by mustard, and softly remarked, "This is what we call sharing joys and sorrows." Beside them, Li responded with an expressive face, reflecting her discomfort. Chapter 51. The Resurrection of the Divine Dragon. As dusk approached and the sun sank beneath the horizon, the sky gradually darkened. The lingering rays of the setting sun painted the heavens in hues of crimson, resembling a bashful maiden, a sight that was truly delightful to behold. Perched high above, the temple offered a daily view of the most exquisite sunsets, yet, no matter how many times one witnessed this spectacle, each occasion drew them into its enchanting embrace. Sunlight streamed through the evening clouds, casting a golden glow upon the earth. From above, the landscape appeared shrouded in mist, with ethereal rays of light that evoked a celestial realm, indescribably beautiful. The twilight gently enveloped Li in a delicate pink aura, akin to a fairy who had descended into the mortal world, radiating an unparalleled beauty. Yuan grasped the soft little hand of Li, a profound sense of tranquility enveloping his heart. This sensation brought him immense delight. Were it not for the knowledge of formidable adversaries looming ahead, he would yearn to find a secluded haven with Li, embracing a life of stability with just the two of them, sharing the seasons and meals together. Alas, in this world, the aspiration for a tranquil existence is indeed a luxury. If he were merely an ordinary individual, he would have no choice but to acquiesce. Yet now, endowed with the strength to shape his own destiny, Yuan harbored no desire to entrust his life to the hands of others. This resolve was not solely for his own sake, but also for those he wished to protect. Gazed tenderly at, his grip tightening slightly. 2 hours had elapsed since departure, and the sky was rapidly darkening. Uncertainty loomed over whether he had located the Namekian. Sat cross-legged on the ground, consumed by ennui. He surely will. My father will undoubtedly succeed, asserted resolutely. Suddenly, a ripple of spatial disturbance occurred, and 2 figures materialized within the temple. Greetings. I have visited the new Namek, announced as he returned with a child strikingly reminiscent of. Expressed surprise at the identity of his companion, considering was merely a child. He had not anticipated that would introduce a young boy to the Earth's deity. Is he the new deity? Inquired. Observing the boy who bore a striking resemblance to the former deity, his face brightening with joy. Indeed, confirmed with a nod, and rushed toward, their excitement palpable. Having experienced so much together on Namek, they regarded each other as cherished friends. Exclaimed, equally delighted to see them. Ever since departing from Earth, he had missed these 2 dear friends immensely. At last, they were reunited. The trio embraced, joyfully twirling in circles. It's been so long. It's wonderful that you could come. Exclaimed. Can you truly become the deity of Earth? Inquired. Yes, I can, replied, feeling a bit bashful under their enthusiastic gaze. I knew it. I could tell you would achieve greatness. Beamed. This means we can see often from now on. With S affirmation, and S happiness intensified. I must ask you, said, regarding him with seriousness. Can you genuinely create the Dragon Balls? Absolutely. The elder of Namek assured me that is an exceptionally talented descendant of the Dragon clan, interjected before could respond. Elder? Queried, looking at with curiosity. Referring to the current Grand Elder, clarified. Scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Yes, it's that Grand Elder. He guaranteed that if he said it was possible. It surely is. Given 100 days, I believe I can complete the Dragon Balls. Dandy confidently proclaimed that, for the Namekians, this span of time was exceedingly brief. 100 days? Is that truly necessary? Goku expressed his astonishment, having assumed that the Dragon Balls could be conjured effortlessly. The unexpected duration left everyone in a state of silence. Suddenly, after a moment of contemplation, Dandy conceived a brilliant idea. If the 7 Dragon Balls previously utilized on Earth and a model of the Eternal Dragon were available, he could promptly facilitate their revival. Is that true? Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. The former Dragon Balls must have transformed into stones scattered across the Earth, Piccolo calmly deduced. Bobo interjected. If a model of the Eternal Dragon is required, I happen to possess one I crafted myself. Krillin chimed in enthusiastically. That is splendid. This should pose no problem, right? Dandy? The others also displayed delighted smiles. By the way, Dandy, can we make 3 wishes just as we could on Namek? Krillin inquired. Indeed, Dandy nodded slightly. Piccolo then asked, can we, as before, utilize a single wish to resurrect those who have perished? For instance, can we bring back those who were slain by Cell? Dandy felt a slight overheating of his CPU and pondered for a moment before responding. Regarding that, I fear I was not fully prepared at the outset. If such a wish were to be granted, it would only count as 2 wishes. Goten exclaimed with delight. So we can still realize 2 wishes? Yes, Dandy affirmed, prompting an eager anticipation among the group to have Dandy resurrect the Eternal Dragon. Not only could he revive numerous individuals at once as before, but the limitation of reviving only 1 person per wish had been lifted, even allowing for an additional wish. This was nothing short of an epic enhancement. Bobo produced the model he had crafted and handed it to Dandy. At that moment, Yuan and Lotzi Li also approached to observe, as he too possessed the Namekian bloodline and might even be capable of creating Dragon Balls himself. As for why only the 2 of them were present, it was because Lapis had overindulged in dog food and had gone to find number 16 to digest it. Dandy opened his arms towards the model of the Eternal Dragon, reciting the incantation of Namek. Subsequently, a strange energy coalesced in Dandy's hands and flowed into the model. This energy was peculiar, lacking the aggressive nature of Ki, yet it seemed to possess an enigmatic ability. After a while, the model of the Eternal Dragon transformed into a beam of golden light that soared into the heavens, subsequently splitting into 7 radiant streams that descended upon the earth. Done. The Dragon Balls scattered across the land should now be revived, Dandy declared. Splendid. I shall now seek out Bulma to borrow the Dragon Ball radar, exclaimed Sun Wukong with palpable excitement. He then placed a finger upon his forehead, honing in on Bulma's energy. Wukong suddenly called out Yuan. Wukong replied, gazing at him in confusion. After resurrecting those slain by Cell, may I request the remaining wish for myself? I wish to. Of course. Yuan was taken aback. He had intended to explain to Sun Wukong the purpose behind his wish, yet to his astonishment, Sun Wukong readily acquiesced. Very well, I shall seek the Dragon Balls. Farewell. Sun Wukong smiled gently before vanishing, stood in a daze, gazing at the spot where Wukong had vanished for quite some time. Truly, you are remarkable, Wukong. Chapter 52, A Wish Hello, Dandy, I am. After Wukong's departure, walked to Dandy's side. Greetings, brother. Dandy was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why he had suddenly addressed a stranger as brother. Yet, the presence of this individual evoked a profound sense of familiarity within him, reminiscent of his dear brother Nara. By nature, the reserved Dandy felt a hint of shyness, a faint blush gracing his green visage. Could not resist the temptation to gently touch his round head. It was soft, plump, and remarkably smooth. He found himself caressing it a little longer. Dandy, would you be so kind as to teach me the art of creating Dragon Balls? Yuan reluctantly released Dandy's head and inquired, the Dragon Balls? Dandy gazed at Yuan in astonishment. But the Dragon Balls can only be created by the descendants of the Dragon Clan. In fact, I could be considered half, a quarter of a dragon. Dandy scrutinized Yuan from head to toe. No matter how one looked at it, there was no trace of the characteristics of a Namekian. Moreover, Namekians reproduce asexually. How could there possibly be hybrids? Not to mention reproductive isolation, they simply lack the capability to procreate with others. Upon observing Dandy's expression, Yuan discerned his disbelief. Consequently, he extended his hand, revealing a unique energy that manifested upon his palm. Dandy's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the energy emanating from Yuan's hand. This energy was a manifestation of the Mechstar people's distinctive bloodline power known as will. While this will bore no offensive capabilities, it possessed a myriad of extraordinary functions, such as healing and the creation of objects from thin air, these being mere applications of its potential. Of course, such feats were not exclusive to will. Magic and superpowers could also achieve similar results. The most significant application of will, however, lay in the crafting of wish orbs, commonly referred to as Dragon Balls. Upon witnessing Yuan's possession of will, Dandy promptly consented without hesitation. Beside them, Piccolo had initially contemplated voicing his thoughts but remained silent after a moment of reflection. Goku trusted him, as did Bobo, and Yuan's aura exuded tranquility, devoid of any malevolent presence. With this realization, Piccolo pondered. What harm could there be in placing my trust in him just this once? Coming to terms with his thoughts, Piccolo found a secluded corner, sat in meditative posture, and commenced his own training. Dandy, relishing the role of a teacher for the first time, was filled with excitement and devotedly instructed Yuan on the creation of Dragon Balls. Dandy, you mentioned that special materials are required for crafting the Dragon Balls. But what should I do if I currently lack such materials? Dandy's reference to special materials likely pertained to fragments scraped from the Super Dragon Balls. Yuan felt a sense of frustration. It could be said that he had encountered an impasse right from the very first step. The universe is vast, and searching for the Super Dragon Balls is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, there was no need for concern. Dandy produced a small cloth pouch from within his garments, proudly proclaiming, "Behold, these are the materials I brought from my clan, originally intended for the creation of Dragon Balls. Yet, since the Earth already possesses Dragon Balls, these materials are no longer of use." In that moment, Yuan felt as if Dandy were radiating light. "Marvelous, Dandy. You truly are the most extraordinary individual in this world. You are nothing short of a savior." Yuan, with an abundance of praise, remarked, "Hee, I am hardly that remarkable." Dandy, taken aback by the compliments, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Once the materials were procured, Yuan promptly commenced the crafting of the Dragon Ball. Under Dandy's guidance, a Dragon Ball the size of a pigeon egg was swiftly produced. The next step involved a prolonged period of nurturing the Dragon Ball with willpower, embedding a seed of intention within it. Only upon possessing this seed would the Dragon Ball begin to absorb the willpower present in the universe. Once saturated with willpower, it could summon the divine dragon to grant wishes. It is noteworthy that 7 Dragon Balls are not a strict requirement, nor does a larger Dragon Ball inherently possess greater power. The strength of a Dragon Ball is contingent upon the creator's prowess. Presently, the Earth's Dragon Ball, once activated by Dandy, exhibited a potency that rivaled that of the Namekian Dragon Balls, despite its size being less than half of those. Time slipped away unnoticed as Yuan dedicated over 2 hours to the creation of the Dragon Ball. During this interval, Lazuli busied herself with preparing dinner. In the afternoon, through the efforts of Bobo and Gohan, Krillin and Tien had lowered their guard. Consequently, Lazuli prepared a meal for everyone that evening. Given the larger number of people in the temple, particularly the voracious appetite of Sun Wukong, Lazuli spent 2 hours completing the dinner. It's time to eat. Just when I was about to starve. At that moment, Sun Wukong returned to the temple right on cue for dinner, cradling 7 shimmering Dragon Balls in his arms. Without hesitation, he tossed the Dragon Balls onto the ground, eagerly rushing to the dining table, ready to partake. Smack! Firmly pushed away Sun Wukong's hand, insisting, "First, wash your hands." Sun Wukong, playfully conceding, dashed off to comply. Gohan and Krillin exchanged somewhat embarrassed glances, affected by Wukong's antics. However, both and Sun Wukong remained indifferent to such trivialities. Lapis and Android 16 were summoned back by through telepathy, and soon everyone gathered around the dining table, including Piccolo and Dend. Only Android 16 remained absent. As a robot, he had no need for sustenance. Moreover, the directives implanted by Dr. Gero enabled him to restrain himself from taking action against Sun Wukong, which was commendable in itself. The meal unfolded in a harmonious atmosphere, devoid of any untoward incidents. After dining, the rejuvenated Sun Wukong finally recalled the Dragon Balls. "Sister, do you wish to return to being an ordinary person?" inquired. Although aware that the eternal dragon could not revert Lapis back to her human form, he pondered the possibility if she truly desired to become an ordinary human once more. Yuan would also go to great lengths to seek out the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill Lazile's wish. Lazile gazed at Yuan in astonishment, asking, "Did you ask Sun Wukong for a wish solely for my sake?" Nodded and said, "Indeed, if you do not wish to become an ordinary person, we shall wish away the bombs and the control systems that pose a threat within you. The control systems within and also represent significant dangers. In the original tale, merely wished away the bombs from their bodies, leaving the control systems behind. In Dragon Ball GT, Dr. Gero manipulated the control systems to control, ultimately creating Hell's number 17, which fused into Super 17. Although it remains uncertain whether this timeline is an alternate reality or the GT timeline, it is prudent to eliminate these threats for safety's sake." Feeling a surge of emotion, found her eyes brimming with tears, and could not help but embrace. "Why are you so kind to me?" she whispered softly. Ma Yuan bowed his head gently, imprinting a mark upon her smooth forehead. His voice was deep and earnest. "Because you are my sister, my family, my dearest, and my one true love." Yuan's heartfelt confession struck directly at Lazile's heart. In that moment, she was consumed by a singular impulse. Yet, she could not resist. Nor did she wish to. Thus, Lazile rose onto her toes, her delicate arms encircling Yuan's neck, and, with unwavering determination, she pressed her lips against his, leaving her indelible mark. After a lingering moment, their lips parted. Lazili continued to cling to Mo Yuan's neck, her eyes shimmering with affection as she gazed deeply into his, the warmth of her emotions almost spilling forth. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "You are my one and only." Mo Yuan smiled, feeling truly honored. Ultimately, Lazili chose not to revert to an ordinary human, believing that her current state was quite satisfactory. The most significant aspect was that, with the possession of an infinite energy furnace, their appearances would remain ageless. A dream cherished by countless women. In the end, Mo Yuan made a wish for the divine dragon to eliminate the hidden dangers within Lazili and her companions, such as the bombs and control systems. Once these threats were removed, the trio felt a considerable lightness, as if a long-held shackle had finally vanished. 16 no longer harbored animosity towards Sun Wukong. Chapter 53, Vegeta's Triumph Again. The door to the time chamber creaked open once more. From within the blinding light, two figures, one tall and one short, slowly emerged. Compared to the previous day, both had visibly bulked up, their muscles prominently defined, exuding an aura of terrifying power that showcased the extraordinary enhancements they had achieved over the past year. Vegeta and Trunks now possessed a base combat power of 500 million. Moreover, they had reached the second level of Super Saiyan, boasting a 60-fold increase in combat prowess. In my setting, full power also yields a 60-fold enhancement, but with the ability to utilize energy perfectly and extend transformation duration. Krillin and Tien were nearly immobilized under the weight of this overwhelming aura. Even Piccolo could not help but break into a sweat. Although their base combat powers were still lower, the Saiyans, upon transforming, achieved at least a 50-fold increase. They were no longer a match for Vegeta. With an air of supreme confidence, Vegeta emerged, a disdainful gaze sweeping over everyone present. The terrifying power inflated his ego, rendering him impervious to the presence of others. However, he was suddenly taken aback to notice that the three puppet dolls before him showed no signs of fear in the face of his formidable self. While Sun Wukong also appeared unfazed, even somewhat exhilarated, Vegeta did not regard him as a typical individual. Yet, how dared these three puppets treat him with such disregard? Just as he was about to erupt in anger, it dawned on him that he had yet to transform, and his combat power was indeed slightly inferior at that moment. With this realization, Vegeta relaxed, a confident smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Mo Yuan and his companions, his initial disdain now tinged with pity for the weak. Ants are but ants, they can never fathom the magnitude of a prince's strength. As and his companions observed the shifting expressions on his face, they felt a profound sense of confusion. Furthermore, S. gaze was undeniably irksome. "Have you been stricken with constipation? Your complexion is truly ghastly," remarked, crossing his arms as he stepped forward. With a disdainful smirk, S. eyes glimmered with frost. "You puppet fools are utterly oblivious to your own limitations. Initially, I had no intention of engaging with you, but since you have so boldly chosen to court your demise, do not lament when I show no mercy." The sight of rekindled the memories of the humiliations had suffered at his hands on two prior occasions, an affront he found utterly unforgivable. "Do not act rashly. Is an ally, not an adversary," interjected, hastily positioning himself between the two, attempting to mediate. In response, forcefully shoved aside, "Get out of my way, Kakarot." His resolve was unwavering. Today, even if he did not end his life, he was determined to impart a lesson that would be indelibly etched in his memory. Eager to prevent aggression, was restrained by, "Do not worry, nothing will transpire." However, the truth of the matter was that current strength was nearing the might he possessed in his transformed state, and was at risk of being annihilated by his fury. Beads of sweat formed on his brow in his anxiety. Unbeknownst to, had mastered the technique. He still believed that combat prowess was merely in the realm of billions. "Fear not. Is not as feeble as you imagine," reassured him, unfazed. Having trained alongside in the hyperbolic time chamber for 6 months, knew that had already attained the ability to activate a 20-fold. Subsequently, had continued his training independently for another 6 months, undoubtedly making further advancements. Now, was uncertain just how many times could amplify his, but it was certain that it was far beyond 20 times. Given his current combat capabilities, a mere 20-fold would suffice for to overpower him effortlessly. Sensing the lingering doubt in Sun Wukong, leaned in and whispered 3 words, "Kaioken." Sun Wukong was instantly taken aback, staring at in disbelief. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Did you just mention Kaioken?" He instinctively touched his ear, questioning if he had misheard. He was well aware of the high threshold required to master the Kaioken technique. although he had contemplated teaching it to Krillin and the others. He ultimately deemed them unable to surpass that formidable barrier, leading him to abandon the idea. Remained silent, merely conjuring a small sphere of primordial energy in his hand. Sun Wukong suddenly realized, now I understand. No wonder I always felt you were not malevolent upon seeing you. It turns out to be this way. By the way, to what extent can Laplace amplify the King's fist? Yuan raised 2 fingers, at least 20 times. Hiss. Goku inhaled sharply. His gaze towards Vegeta transforming into one of pity, mirroring Vegeta's earlier look towards Yuan and his companions. Goku felt a pang of sympathy for Vegeta. Why must he endure punishment every time he makes a slight advance? What kind of law is this? Goku could no longer bear to witness Vegeta's impending fate. Summoning Gohan. The father and son prepared to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Before entering, Goku cautioned Yuan to advise Lapis to go easy on Vegeta, lest he be killed. Finally, Goku cast a compassionate glance at Vegeta, shook his head, and closed the door to the time chamber. Vegeta and Lapis had already soared above the temple, their auras surging. Vegeta looked down upon Lapis with disdain, sneering, "You waste. I am offering you a chance. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I shall spare your life." Lapis, with arms crossed, retorted mockingly, "It seems you've been constipated for too long. Has excrement filled your brain?" Surprisingly, Vegeta did not erupt in anger. His mindset had shifted. He perceived Lapis's taunts as the impotent rage of the weak, dismissing them entirely. With a confident smile, he replied, "I hope you remain this smug for a while longer." "Huh?" Vegeta roared, his energy skyrocketing, causing the very space around him to tremble. The temple beneath him began to show signs of impending collapse. Yuan swiftly conjured a protective shield to envelop the entire temple. He then materialized several reclining chairs, along with an assortment of snacks such as sunflower seeds, peanuts, and beverages, addressed the others, saying, "Feel free." He then took Lazuli by the hand, and the two found an optimal spot to observe the battle. Reclining on chairs while savoring snacks, utterly at ease. Above them, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, his muscles swelling impressively. A golden aura blazed fiercely around him. An overwhelming presence sweeping across the earth. Sensing the cataclysmic power coursing through him, Vegeta smiled confidently. He then pointed to himself with a raised thumb, proclaiming, "I am the unparalleled Vegeta." Uft. Below, caught off guard while sipping a drink, erupted in laughter, spraying his beverage everywhere. Vegeta had done it again. Audaciously uttering such words, Lazuli stifled a giggle, unable to view Vegeta in the same light since had shared that amusing tidbit with her. Remembering Goku's advice, felt compelled to caution Lazuli. Thus, he shouted to her, "Lazuli, take it easy. Don't let him perish." Upon hearing this, Lazuli responded with an okay gesture. Chapter 54. Vegeta falls again. Vegeta was furious. Faced with such formidable strength, these mere mortals exhibited no fear whatsoever. Did they dare to tell Lazuli to go easy on him? Shouldn't that be directed at him? How infuriating. Vegeta glared at Lazuli, seething. No one should underestimate him, Vegeta. The mightiest warrior in the universe. Super Saiyan Vegeta. With a roar, Vegeta's power surged once more. The earth trembled, quaking violently, and the seas boiled. As if on the brink of collapse, a dazzling golden light erupted from his being, radiating like the sun. Vegeta had maximized his energy output, unleashing a staggering battle power of 30 billion without reservation. The air thickened around him, making it difficult to breathe. How terrifying. Was such power truly within human grasp? Krillin and Tien trembled beneath the weight of this overwhelming presence. Haha. Vegeta laughed maniacally. Tremble? Insects. He could already envision the terrified expressions on these puppet-like beings under his oppressive force. Clap, clap, clap. The jarring sound of applause shattered Vegeta's reverie. He realized, to his astonishment, that the insignificant creature before him exhibited not a hint of fear, but rather wore a satisfied smile as it applauded him. It was as if it had just witnessed a clown at the circus delivering a splendid performance. Is this truly the extent of your power, Vegeta? Lapis observed him, hesitating to voice his thoughts, ultimately shaking his head in disappointment. 1,000 unspoken words condensed into a mere click of the tongue, completely dismantling Vegeta's composure. To be looked down upon was far more painful than the prospect of death itself. You wretched puppet, today I shall dismantle you. Vegeta clenched his fists, fury coursing through him, the veins on his forehead pulsating ominously. Does it not resemble the entrance of two individuals into the golden arches, only to dismantle me? Lapis sneered. Vegeta, open your eyes and behold clearly who is truly dismantling whom. 20 times Kaioken. Huh. With Lapus's roar, a crimson aura erupted from within him, blazing fiercely. Simultaneously, his power surged dramatically. Lapus's base combat power stood at an astounding 1.7 billion. Upon activating the 20 times Kaioken, his power skyrocketed to an astonishing 34 billion. This terrifying energy instantly suppressed Vegeta. However, given the disparity of 4 billion in combat power, it was not insurmountable in their current confrontation. Despite being suppressed, Vegeta still retained the capacity to resist. Thus, Lapus decided to elevate his strength further, intending to overwhelm Vegeta decisively. This marked their third battle, and Lapus had grown weary of Vegeta's arrogant demeanor. 30 times Kaioken. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through his entire body, yet Lapus did not flinch. During the latter half of his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had honed his physical form. He could now effortlessly activate the 20 times Kaioken without sustaining injury. Although the 30 times Kaioken inflicted damage, it remained within his tolerance. Upon activating the 30 times Kaioken, Lapus's power surged to a staggering 51 billion. The overwhelming aura extended beyond the solar system, enveloping much of the northern galaxy. The very core of the solar system trembled under this formidable presence. How is this possible? Even if I were to assume that form, I would still fall far short. Trunks was rendered speechless, utterly astonished by the formidable power of Robbie's. Vegeta's eyes widened to the point of near detachment. The year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber had not only bestowed upon him immense strength, but also elevated his arrogance to unprecedented heights. In Vegeta's eyes, apart from the scion duo of Goku and his son, no one else warranted his regard. Yet now, the power of Robbie struck him like a resounding slap, shattering his pride into fragments. Unforgivable! Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury, his anger boiling over. I am the mightiest warrior in the universe. Vegeta roared, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts towards Robbie's. The multitude of energy orbs cascaded like a meteor shower, bombarding Robbie's with relentless ferocity. As the blasts erupted from Vegeta's hands, it was as if he were venting his pent-up rage. His princely assault continued for nearly 5 minutes, enveloping the sky in a thick shroud of smoke, resembling a dark, ominous cloud from afar. Upon concluding his onslaught, Vegeta did not pause. Instead, he spread his arms wide in the air, channeling the energy of the universe. He was not a fool, Novelli believing that mere energy blasts could vanquish Robbie's. They were but a smokescreen, a prelude to his ultimate technique. Should this final attack connect, Vegeta was confident he could defeat, perhaps even obliterate, Robbie's. A brilliant radiance erupted from Vegeta. The energy of the cosmos rapidly converged upon him. In that moment, the heavens trembled, fierce winds howled, thunder cracked, and the earth quaked beneath him. Vegeta compressed and refined this energy, enveloping himself in its essence. The unleashed energy manifested as lightning, wreaking havoc across the skies. While the temple remained unscathed under the protection of Moi, the earth below was not so fortunate, mountains crumbled, and devastation reigned. Vegeta, is this your ultimate reliance? As the smoke cleared, Robbie stood unscathed in midair, arms crossed, observing the energy gathering Vegeta with an air of indifference. I concede your strength is impressive, but I refuse to believe you truly dared to withstand my attack. Vegeta, hands directed at Robbie's, conjured an energy orb flickering with lightning between his palms. Yet, the terrifying aura emanating from it was impossible to ignore. The essence of this energy orb surpassed even Vegeta's peak combat prowess, and it continued to ascend. Vegeta, undeterred, continued to taunt. I doubt it's possible. At best, you are merely a coward. Lapis remained silent, quietly observing his performance. Seeing Lapis's lack of response, Vegeta assumed he had tacitly accepted his impending attack, a smirk forming on his face. The energy sphere, crackling with electricity, danced restlessly at Vegeta's fingertips. The power contained within this energy sphere had escalated to double Vegeta's own strength, reaching an astonishing 600 billion combat power. He could no longer compress any more energy into the sphere. It was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain control over it. Perish before me, you wretched puppet. Final flash. Vegeta, filled with confidence, could not suppress his maniacal laughter, relinquishing control over the energy sphere. In an instant, a colossal wave of energy erupted from Vegeta's hand, radiating an aura capable of annihilating the world, hurtling towards Lapis. The energy wave sliced through the sky, transforming into a beam of light that ventured into the depths of the universe. Gasping for breath, Vegeta heaved heavily, having nearly drained every ounce of power within him. However, he took solace in the fact that he had obliterated that accursed puppet. as he gazed at the spot where Lapis once stood, now devoid of any presence. He could not help but erupt into laughter. Ha ha ha. No matter how powerful you are, you still met your demise at my hands. What are you laughing at? A flat voice, akin to a demon's whisper, echoed in Vegeta's ear. The sound sent chills down his spine, causing beads of cold sweat to surface all over his body. Turning around, he beheld Lapis, who should have perished under his attack, entirely unscathed. Why? Vegeta's incredulity prompted a chuckle from Lapis. Vegeta, are you foolish, or am I? Do you think such a crude provocation would ensnare me? You. Vegeta was rendered speechless by his fury. Enough. Just let me have my way with you. And remember, if you dare insult us again, I will not hesitate to end your life. Lapis cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. You humph. Vegeta wanted to retort, but the ominous glint in Lapis's eyes compelled him to swallow his words. Very well, remember my name, Lapis. Do not mispronounce it next time, or I shall indeed take your life. 10 minutes later, Lapis returned to the temple, tugging at Vegeta's hair once more. It must be said that Vegeta's hairstyle is exceedingly convenient to grasp. After 3 attempts, Lapis expressed his satisfaction. Chapter 55, Preparing to Venture into the Future. In the vast expanse of the desert, 2 luminous beams, one golden and the other purple, intertwined and collided with great velocity. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens and the earth. The residual force of the battle created invisible shockwaves that radiated outward, as golden sand was swept up by the tempest, forming towering waves of shimmering gold. The relentless sand engulfed the entire desert, rendering a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. With a resounding crash, one of the purple beams was struck down, resembling a meteor embedded deeply into the desert, creating a vast pit several meters deep. The golden beam hovered above the chasm, revealing the figure of Sun Wukong. His aura had coalesced within him. During a year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had developed Super Saiyan 1 to its full potential. At this stage, not only had his combat power surged to 60 times its original strength, but he also mastered the ability to perfectly control the energy generated from his transformation, allowing it to be entirely contained within him, without a trace of power wasted. Yuan found himself deeply buried in sand, a delicate layer of energy enveloping his body, creating a barrier between him and the grains surrounding him. To engage in battle with Sun Wukong under normal circumstances was indeed a display of hubris, for Sun Wukong was no longer the same being he once was. His battle prowess had now surged to an astounding 600 million in his standard form, and upon transformation, it soared to 3,600,000,000. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Yuan broke into a smile. During the skirmish with Sun Wukong, he discovered that under such immense pressure, his own combat strength was rapidly ascending. In previous encounters with Lazuli and Lapith, he had always matched his power to theirs. When he was still feeble, Lazuli had lowered her own strength to align with his during their sparring sessions. This had obscured from him the realization of his own formidable capabilities. In this confrontation, Yuan's fighting power had notably increased, achieving a new milestone. Now, his standard battle strength had reached an impressive 700 million. Yuan can hardly contain his eagerness to continue his duel with Sun Wukong. With a low growl, Yuan unleashed a surge of violet flames. The sand within the vast pit began to swirl, forming an immense vortex. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the sand at the vortex's center erupted, revealing Yuan's figure. Untouched and unscathed. Observing Yuan's flawless state, Sun Wukong could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Although he had held back during their earlier confrontation, the ferocity of that attack was beyond what even Yuan's formidable strength could endure. Yet, against such a powerful onslaught, Yuan remained completely unharmed. A testament to the sheer might of his physique. Yuan, with the cells of a Saiyan coursing through you. Surely you have the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan as well. Come now, unleash your full power, Sun Wukong said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Yuan. A faint smile graced the corners of Yuan's lips as he nodded and replied, Indeed, I possess the ability to transform. However, my metamorphosis may differ somewhat from yours. Different, words instantly ignited Sun Wukong's curiosity. What sets them apart? Is it the variation in form, or perhaps a disparity in combat prowess? After a moment's contemplation, formed a gesture resembling the cosmos with his thumb and forefinger, stating, aside from a slight difference in form, their combat capabilities have been augmented by a significant margin. Sun Wukong's intrigue deepened. Then do show me. Very well. Observe closely, Mr. Wukong. As Yuan was preparing to transform, He was abruptly interrupted by a voice emanating from the distance. Moments later, Trunks appeared before them in a hurried manner. "Hello, Trunks. What brings you here? Is something amiss?" Goku inquired. "Indeed, my mother has successfully repaired the time machine, and I wish to invite you both to journey to the future and assist in defeating Cell," Trunks stated earnestly, gazing intently at Yuan and Goku. He had initially received a call from Bulma and was eager to return. However, he suddenly recalled Yuan's previous remarks regarding the terrifying power Cell possessed upon reaching his perfect form. Thus, to exercise caution, he resolved to enlist Goku and the others to accompany him in eradicating Cell from the future. This led to the present moment. Without hesitation, Yuan and Goku agreed to Trunks' request, for they yearned for a formidable adversary. Tu was eager to discern who among him and the perfected Cell was superior. "You go ahead. I shall join you shortly." With that, focused his mind's eye on the temple and activated his teleportation ability, vanishing from his location. Within the temple, was diligently practicing various applications of her spatial abilities. In terms of spatial talent, she was indeed exceptionally gifted. Through her mastery of teleportation, she had developed an array of distinct spatial powers. For instance, she had created a dimensional space for storage, executed a dimensional slash that tore through space, and gained the ability to solidify the space around her enemies, among others. If she continued along this path as her strength increased, would undoubtedly rival who possessed the ability of time manipulation. Suddenly, a wave of spatial energy washed over the area, accompanied by a familiar aura that enveloped. "Sister, I have returned." Yuan embraced Zili, whispering softly, "How is it that you have returned so soon?" Yuan recounted to Lazuli his impending journey to the future timeline alongside Trunks. After a contemplative silence, Lazuli finally spoke. "Very well, you may go. Then I shall take my leave?" Fixed his gaze upon Bulma's location, preparing to teleport. "Wait. What is the matter?" Looked at Lefizri with confusion. Lefizri gracefully stepped forward, standing before him, and rose onto her tiptoes. Yuan touched the moist corner of his lips, smiling foolishly. "What a silly sight. Hurry along. Don't keep them waiting," Lotzi said playfully. Gazed at Razali and remarked, "I suddenly recall there is an important matter yet to be addressed." Razali tilted her head in confusion. "What is it?" Then, she noticed face magnifying before her eyes. After a brief pause, Yuan gazed at the charmingly flushed face of Lotzi in his arms and declared earnestly, "It is imperative to reciprocate. The exchange of gifts is indeed a treasured traditional virtue." With that, he gently released Lotzi, his expression turning serious. "Well then, I truly must take my leave now." Lotzi, with her autumn-like eyes brimming with tenderness, seemed to harbor an unending affection as she replied, "I shall wait for your return," was momentarily taken aback, then resolutely nodded. "Very well." He locked onto Bulma's location and vanished from sight. Lazili gazed at the spot where it had disappeared for quite some time, her gaze gradually growing more determined. She devoted herself to her training with even greater fervor. She did not wish to remain behind the next time they encountered an adversary. After all, she was the elder sister. Chapter 56, The Savior of the World, the Hero of Humanity, Shara? When arrived at Bulma's residence, he was greeted by the presence of Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Vegeta. "Ah, Yuan, you have finally come," Sun Wukong exclaimed, rising with excitement upon seeing. He could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in combat with Cell. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at, turning his head away in irritation. The memory of his recent defeat at the hands of Lapis resurfaced every time he encountered. "Just wait, this prince shall eliminate you all one by one." Vegeta seethed inwardly. "Young man, would you care to accompany me on a date?" Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, exclaimed as her eyes widened at the sight of the handsome. She enthusiastically rushed over to embrace his arm. "Mom," Bulma sighed in exasperation, pressing her forehead, observing her mother's infatuated demeanor. Yet, he was indeed quite handsome. If only Vegeta and Trunks were not around. Bulma discreetly stole a glance at, pondering silently. Yuan quietly withdrew his hand from Mrs. Brief's embrace and smiled politely, saying, "It's been a while, Mrs. Brief." "Oh." Mrs. Brief was momentarily perplexed by Yuan's greeting. After scrutinizing him closely, she gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment. "Are you that little brother from that day?" If it weren't for the unmistakable features of Yuan, Mrs. Brief would have never imagined that this towering figure, standing at nearly 6'3", was the same child she had encountered just days earlier. Over the past few days, Mrs. Brief and Bulma had heard Trunks mention that Yuan and his companions were not the villains they had initially presumed, which alleviated their fears. Indeed. Much gratitude was owed to Mrs. Brief for her generous offer of the gravity chamber. Yuan sincerely expressed his thanks to her. Mrs. Brief hesitated momentarily before waving her hand dismissively, responding, "No need for thanks, no need for thanks. From now on, we shall all be good friends. By the way, I wonder if you have a girlfriend, Yuan? I must tell you, I have a daughter who is quite beautiful." In truth, Mrs. Brief felt a tad awkward. After all, her initial decision to assist them stemmed from recognizing the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army on Lazuli, driven by fear. "I appreciate your kindness, but I already have a girlfriend. Is she the lovely girl who accompanied you that day?" Indeed. The mention of Lazuli filled Yuan with warmth, akin to the sweetness of honey. "All right, Mom, it's time for them to leave." Bulma, noticing Trunks' restless demeanor, quickly interrupted Mrs. Brief. She knew her mother well. If not interrupted, Mrs. Brief could easily engage Yuan in conversation until nightfall. "Please follow me," Bulma instructed Yuan and his companions. The group followed Bulma out of the room and into the courtyard. There, Bulma produced a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding boom and a swirl of smoke, an oversized time machine materialized before them. This journey to the future would only include Yuan, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks. Gohan was not going, as Chi-Chi had forbade him. Yuan understood Chi-Chi's concerns well, while everyone focused on Gohan's capabilities. They overlooked a crucial fact. Gohan was merely 10 years old. What parent could bear to send their 10-year-old child into battle against formidable monsters? Do not mention Chi-Chi any longer. Goku, too, harbors a sense of reluctance. Previously, his insistence on training Gohan stemmed from his uncertainty in confronting Yuan and the likes, as well as Cell. However, Gohan's latent potential ignited a spark of hope within him. Now, with Yuan and his companions having become allies, the only adversary remaining is Cell. Moreover, Goku perceives a potential within Yuan that surpasses even that of Gohan. Thus, he naturally wishes to spare Gohan from the perils of adventure alongside them. In the depths of time, the four companions aborted the time machine. Trunks meticulously calibrated the device, casting a final glance at his mother from the bygone era, who waved at them with a hopeful smile. "Farewell. May all proceed smoothly," he murmured, offering a wave to Bulma as well. "Goodbye, Mother," Trunks silently intoned within his heart. With a decisive press of the activation button, the time machine gradually ascended, enveloped in a soft glow before vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, amidst the undulating terrain, an enigmatic machine materialized from thin air, descending gently to the ground, and his companions emerged from the time machine. Gazing upon this ravaged world, fell into silence. While watching the anime, one might not feel the gravity of the destruction. However, witnessing this battered realm with his own eyes was indeed a profound shock. Yuan opened his heart's eye, enveloping the entire earth within its gaze. What he beheld was beyond his wildest imagination. A nascent town, burgeoning in size, had gathered nearly all of humanity within its bounds. Most astonishingly, a statue towering several meters high stood resolutely at the heart of the town. Before the statue lay a stone tablet, inscribed with the words, "The Savior of the World, the Hero of Humanity, Shalu." Gazed upon the colossal statue resembling Sharu, a trio of questions swirling in his mind. The actions undertaken by Shara since his arrival in this world seemed to diverge from their expectations. "What troubles you, Yuan? Have you uncovered something?" Sun Wukong inquired. Noticing the peculiar expression on his face, Trunks, equally eager, turned his gaze towards. "Allow me to guide you. You will soon comprehend," replied. "Rest your hands upon my shoulders." Without hesitation, Sun Wukong and Trunks placed their hands on shoulders, while Vegeta, with a reluctant huff, followed suit. In an instant, the four vanished. The next moment, they materialized at the heart of Shara's city, directly before the imposing statue. "What in the world is happening?" Trunks exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Humans bustled about, diligently constructing the city. Despite the toil, joyous smiles illuminated their faces. "The savior of the world, the hero of humanity, Sharu?" Upon reading the inscription on the monument, Trunks was momentarily rendered speechless. Leaning closer, Wukong whispered to, "Could it be that Sharu is, in fact, a good person?" Then Wukong shook his head again, muttering to himself, "That doesn't make sense. He has already killed so many people on Earth. He cannot possibly be a good person. Humph. If we just drag out Sharu, the truth will be revealed." Vegeta snorted coldly. "Lord Trunks?" At that moment, a young man approached and inquired. Upon hearing this, Trunks turned around, his face lighting up with joy at the sight of the young man. "Dia." It truly is you, Lord Trunks. Dia exclaimed in delight upon recognizing Trunks' familiar face. Trunks grasped Dia's shoulders, anxiously asking, Dia, where is my mother? Is she all right? Dr. Bulma is well. She should be in the laboratory right now. Suddenly, Dia's expression shifted to one of melancholy as he asked Trunks, Lord Trunks, does your return mean that Lord Sharo has gone back? Trunks paused to collect his thoughts and refrained from answering Dia's question. Instead, he said, take me to my mother first, and along the way, tell me what has transpired during my absence. Chapter 57. The transforming Sharo. Dia led the four of them to the laboratory. On the way, he recounted the entire process of how Sharo eliminated the androids to save humanity. Observing Dia's face filled with admiration, Trunks felt a torrent of conflicting emotions within him. In his imagination, upon arriving in this timeline, Sharo would undoubtedly devour the two androids and transform into his perfect form, subsequently absorbing humanity to enhance his own power. Trunks had prepared for the worst before his arrival. Even if the entire Earth in this timeline perished, he would not have been particularly surprised. Moreover, Wukong had assured him that even if the Earth vanished, he could seek assistance from the Namekians to restore it using the Dragon Balls. However, the notion of Sharo becoming a hero, a savior, was something Trunks could never have fathomed. With expressions of complexity, the group entered the laboratory. Rather than a laboratory, it resembled a vast warehouse, cluttered with an assortment of items piled into small mountains. A few individuals were rummaging through these heaps of scrap metal, searching for usable materials and parts. Hey, Dia, what brings you here today? A middle-aged man, currently sifting through materials, greeted Dia with a smile. Uncle, this is Lord Trunks. He has returned. I brought him to find Dr. Bulma, Dia introduced. The man, having not seen Trunks before, had nonetheless heard numerous rumors about him. Ah, this is the son of Dr. Bulma. Please, Lord Cell, come to rescue our dear Trunks. The elder stared at Trunks, astonished. Cell saved humanity. And by seeking Cell's assistance, Trunks, in effect, was tantamount to saving humanity himself. Unlike the elder, Trunks felt utterly miserable, as if he had consumed something foul. Yet, amidst his discomfort, there was a flicker of relief. Although one could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls, who truly wishes to witness their loved ones suffer harm. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Dia led them to the innermost chamber of the laboratory. This room was where Bulma conducted her work. Housing machines that were essentially the pinnacle of technology from 20 years ago, used during her time in West City. Without these devices, Bulma would have never been able to construct the time machine with such swiftness. Knock, knock, knock. Trunks gently tapped 3 times on the door. Mom, I'm back. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of sounds erupted from within the room. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal an excited Bulma. Trunks, Mom. The pair embraced tightly. After a while, they composed themselves. Wait, Goku, Vegeta, what brings you here? And who is this? Bulma finally noticed the 3 companions beside Trunks. Hi, Bulma. Goku greeted her with a cheerful smile. Vegeta merely scoffed, turning his gaze elsewhere. Like Wukong, greeted Bulma with a smile. Hello, my name is Mom. Let us go inside and talk, Trunks said. Dr. Bulma, Lord Trunks, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave and not disturb you any further. Dia stated before instinctively departing. What? Bulma gasped, utterly incredulous at what she had just heard. From Trunks, she learned of the true nature of Cell. To her astonishment, the individual they had regarded as a savior was, in fact, an android created by Dr. Gero. Moreover, he was not a friend of Trunks, but had stolen Trunks' time machine to arrive in this timeline. His sole intention was to absorb the androids 17 and 18 from this timeline, aiming to attain his perfect form. The notion of saving humanity might merely serve to facilitate his acquisition of the special energy required to activate the time machine. Bulma fully trusted her son's words. By the way, Mom, do you know where Cell has gone? Trunks inquired. Bulma shook her head, replying, I'm not sure. He visited the laboratory a few days ago, and I haven't seen him since. I know where he is, interjected. Moments ago, he had activated his clairvoyance to search for Cell's whereabouts. After a thorough scan of the Earth's surface, he found no trace. Suddenly, he sensed a unique energy signature near Dr. Gero's laboratory. Following the energy, he eventually discovered Cell in an underground lab. At that moment, Cell's energy fluctuations were extraordinarily active, as if undergoing a momentous transformation. Through his inner vision, could clearly perceive the terrifying energy within Cell, which had surpassed even Goku's peak combat power. It is noteworthy that Goku, while in the hyperbolic time chamber, with the assistance of the gravity room, had exceeded the combat strength depicted in the original narrative. At full power as a Super Saiyan, Goku's strength had surpassed the perfect form of Cell from the original story. Yet now, this version of Cell had achieved an astonishing combat power of 500 billion and was still on the rise. This was merely the perfect form of Cell. Should he transform into his lightning form, his power would at least double. At that juncture, Even would find it challenging to contend with him. Time is of the essence. We must depart at once. Found himself unable to provide any explanation to them, urging them to place their hands upon him. In an instant, he activated his teleportation ability and vanished. In the subterranean laboratory, four figures materialized out of thin air. Sensing their presence, Cell's eyes snapped open. Son Goku, he snarled. His teeth gritted in fury as he glared at the newcomers. Days prior, he had arrived in this realm and encountered his counterpart from this timeline. The fully realized Cell effortlessly consumed the nascent version of himself from this dimension. However, after devouring this younger Cell, he discovered that his body felt as if it had received the final piece of a puzzle, rendering him flawless. Moreover, he experienced a new transformation. At that moment, he was undergoing this metamorphosis. Originally, his power level stood at a formidable 25 billion, but after several days of transformation, it had escalated to an astounding 50 billion. This power was double what it had been previously, and the transformation was far from complete. Should he achieve full metamorphosis? Cell could scarcely fathom the extent of his newfound strength. Yet, now, everything was threatened by the presence of these individuals before him. Forced to abandon his transformation, Cell could no longer recapture the sensation of entering that state. You wretches! He seethed, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust as he glared at his companions. Chapter 58, The Transformation Merging Four Bloodlines. Ah! Cell roared, his power surging to its zenith in an instant. A terrifying aura erupted forth, manifesting as a colossal pillar of light that shot into the heavens. The ground above the underground laboratory vaporized under the onslaught of this formidable energy. The world itself changed hue, winds howled, and thunder rumbled. The entire Earth, the solar system, and even the galaxy trembled beneath the weight of this overwhelming presence. Strange phenomena erupted across the planet, as if the apocalypse had descended. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks were struck with dread, though it was merely a fleeting concern. Just days before, the 30-fold Kaioken unleashed by Lapis had proven to be a cut above Cell's might. Trunks felt immense relief that he had not returned to this timeline alone. Were he to face Cell by himself, he would surely have fallen short. Although had never revealed his true strength before them, it was not difficult to discern that he held a position of dominance among the four. After all, how could he assume such a role without possessing formidable power? Gazing at the tranquil Yuan, Trunks felt as though a calming elixir had been injected into him. Even the formidable pressure exerted by Cell seemed to diminish significantly. Yuan, do you possess the confidence to confront him? Goku inquired, his eyes cautiously fixed on Cell. Yuan nodded calmly. No problem. That's good to hear. With you backing me up, I feel at ease, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. You may find it hard to believe, but initially, my thought was that if the sky were to fall, Sun Wukong would bear the weight. How did it suddenly transform into my responsibility to bear the burden? What went awry in this sequence of events? In a moment of contemplation, found himself lost in thought. Vegeta, overhearing the exchange between and Wukong, felt a surge of indignation. When did he, Prince Vegeta, ever require the assistance of others to shoulder his burdens? Since his ascension to Super Saiyan, he had believed that only Kakarot could rival him in strength. Yet now, one by one, adversaries were surpassing him. Even Kakarot's offspring had reached a level of power that was now on par with his own. As Vegeta's thoughts spiraled, his frustration mounted, his face flushed with anger. His gaze was fixed intently on Cell, yearning for an outlet for his pent-up fury. Enough of this nonsense. Let us confront him together. The three of us should be capable of overcoming this foe, Vegeta declared coldly. He was not foolish. The disparity in combat power was stark, and he had learned the hard way from his encounter with Lapis that facing such a foe alone was futile. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong felt a surge of eagerness. As a member of the warrior race known as the Saiyans, his enthusiasm for battle was unparalleled. Consequently, Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyans in unison. Following the recent defeat by Lapis, Vegeta had indeed experienced a boost in his combat prowess. His baseline power now matched that of Sun Wukong, reaching a staggering 600 million. Post-transformation, their power levels were as follows. Sun Wukong, 360 million Vegeta, 360 million Trunks, 300 million Cell regarded them with disdain, mocking, with such feeble strength. You are unworthy of my effort. As he spoke, the needle-like tip of his tail expanded dramatically, morphing into a bell-like structure. Subsequently, several diminutive blue versions of Cell emerged from within, a total of 7. Each exuded a potent and malevolent aura, their power levels astonishingly matching that of Trunks. Each boasting a combat strength of 300 million. It is worth noting that just a few years prior, Frisia, with a power level of 120 million, was hailed as the Emperor of the Universe. Were Frisia to be summoned now, he would likely perish within mere seconds. The 7 mini-cells fixated on them, emitting a sinister laughter. Wukong, you handle these few. I shall take care of Cell. In the realm of the dark abyss, Sun Wukong gazed solemnly at the 7 diminutive figures before him, nodding slightly. Despite their comparatively inferior combat prowess, their sheer number, 7 in total, posed a significant threat. The disparity in their strength was rendered negligible by their overwhelming numbers, placing them at a potential advantage. While Trunks could contend with only 1, both he and Vegeta would be compelled to face 3 adversaries each. Confronting 3 monstrous entities, each wielding a terrifying power of 300 billion, was undoubtedly daunting. Yet, a spark of exhilaration ignited within Wukong. You? With such meager strength, I could extinguish you with a mere breath. Boomed Cell, erupting into maniacal laughter as if he had just heard the most absurd of jokes. Yuan remained impassive, gazing coldly at Sharu. I hope you can still smile so cheerfully later. For reasons unknown, Sharu felt a flicker of unease under Yuan's scrutiny. It was impossible. There must be a mistake. I am the strongest in the world, Sharu incessantly reminded himself, striving to diminish that fleeting sense of discomfort. Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he clenched his fists. Drink, he bellowed with a low roar. The violet aura enveloping Yuan was adorned with a layer of golden flame. Gradually, this golden essence began to merge with his inherent purple aura, culminating in a magnificent purplish-golden flame. His hair stood erect, with the small horns on either side elongated slightly backward. The fiery tail fin seemed to transform into a blazing inferno, constantly flickering and dancing. His hair transitioned from a light purple to a resplendent purplish gold, while his violet pupils completely transformed into gold. The once tranquil aura surrounding him underwent a profound metamorphosis. Distinct from the cold and ferocious demeanor typically exhibited by a normal scion upon transformation, the aura surrounding Yuan exuded the majesty of a sovereign ruler, supreme and inviolable. In an instant, his power surged dramatically 700 million, 5 billion, 100 billion, 700 billion. In the blink of an eye, Yuan's combat strength escalated from 700 million to a staggering 700 billion, a remarkable increase of 100-fold. This transformation was the culmination of his fusion with 4 distinct bloodlines, and even in its initial form, it achieved an augmentation akin to that of a Super Saiyan 2. The terrifying pressure of his aura enveloped the entire realm, causing everything within it to seem diminished, as if bowing in submission to their king. Cell's presence was instantly subdued. Under such overwhelming force, the flicker of unease he had felt was replaced by profound terror. How could this be? Not only Cell, but even Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks found it hard to believe. Is this what you meant by being just a little stronger than us? Goku questioned. Bewilderment etched upon his face as he gazed at Yuan. Once again gestured the cosmic sign of the fingertips, expressing, indeed, it is but a mere fraction. Who are you truly? Your existence is absent from the annals of history. Sharuru's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at with defiance. Why? Why must it be this way? If only I could have a few more days to undergo my transformation, I would undoubtedly become the most formidable being in this world. A surge of intense frustration morphed into fury as Sharuru cast his gaze towards the heavens, unleashing a roar of defiance. Well then, it is time to bid you farewell. Yuan, with his right hand forming a sword technique, regarded Shala with an air of indifference. A beam of violet sword light erupted from his fingertips. Despite its modest length of merely 2 meters, it instilled an overwhelming dread in Shala. His instincts warned him that a direct confrontation would lead to his demise. Block it. Shala commanded, and 7 smaller versions of himself promptly positioned themselves before him, uniting their efforts to launch various attacks against the sword beam. However, the sword light flickered and vanished into thin air. In an instant, the heads of 2 smaller Shalas detached from their bodies, subsequently exploding. This bizarre spectacle sent chills down Shala's spine. Run. This was the singular thought consuming Shala's mind. Yet, just as he contemplated escape, the sword light materialized before him. A mere 2 meters away. At such a short distance, flight was no longer an option. Realizing his predicament, Shala gathered all his strength into his hands. He gritted his teeth, desperately bracing against the sword light. However, under the overwhelming force, his resistance proved futile. Shala was propelled backward by the sword's might. Soaring through the cosmos like a fleeting comet, the sword light gradually pierced his body, unleashing a terrifying force within him. Akin to a multitude of blades slicing through his flesh, countless fissures manifested upon Shalu's exterior, widening progressively, with blinding light seeping through the cracks. Damn it! Regrettably, Shalu's furious roar in the vacuum of space was rendered a silent scream, culminating in a dazzling explosion of colors. Chapter 59, Silver Shalu. Is this how it ends? Goku stared in disbelief at the monumental fireworks illuminating the void. Vegeta and Trunks were equally astonished, rendered speechless. The remaining 5 smaller Shalus huddled on the ground, trembling in fear. These 5 were deliberately spared by Yuan, as Goku and Vegeta were likely itching for a challenge. As for why 2 had to be eliminated? While Goku and Vegeta surpassed the smaller Shalus in strength, simultaneously confronting 3 was an arduous task, whereas 2 was just right. Yuan gazed at the heavens, his brow slightly furrowed. What troubles you? Sun Wukong inquired, noticing the unusual expression on Yuan's face. Yuan gazed at the heavens and spoke in a somber tone. Cell has not perished. What? Goku and his companions exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom the gravity of the statement. Yet, the expression on Yuan's face suggested he was not jesting. Through his inner vision, he discerned a writhing mass of silvery flesh at the epicenter of the explosion. Aware of Cell's vulnerabilities, Yuan had unleashed a formidable assault, targeting the very core of his adversary without reservation. However, to his astonishment, even under such overwhelming force, Cell's core had managed to endure. The shimmering core instilled in Yuan a sense of foreboding, as if it harbored a terrifying power within. Once again, Yuan formed a sword technique in his hand, poised to deliver another strike to Cell. However, it wasn't long before he relinquished the notion. It was simply too late. Before his eyes, the mass in space writhed rapidly, expanding in size. In no time, a fully silver-white Cell materialized amidst the cosmos. His entire being crackled with electricity, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Manifesting as a force that stirred the very fabric of space, Cell gazed at his hands, flexing his fingers. An immense power surged throughout him, a strength he had never experienced before. Initially, Cell had believed his demise was imminent. To his astonishment, the core within his mind had managed to endure that terrifying assault. Moreover, his core had undergone a complete metamorphosis. After his physical form was obliterated, the transformed core resurrected him. In his revival, he flawlessly inherited the core's powers, emerging as the most formidable Cell, Silver Cell. Cell erupted into maniacal laughter, unleashing his full strength without reservation. A terrifying aura coalesced into a storm within the universe. This storm swept towards Earth, instantly unleashing a tempest of death across the planet. The ground trembled and shattered, countless mountains flattened beneath the onslaught of this cataclysmic gale. The under-construction Cell City was obliterated in an instant. Countless humans were entombed beneath the collapsing structures, while others were hurled aloft by the storm, their bodies reduced to mere pulp amidst the swirling debris. Cell City had transformed into a veritable hell on Earth. You stay here to deal with the small Cell. Trunks and I shall return, Yuan urgently instructed, grasping Trunks as he spoke to Goku. Without waiting for a response, he utilized instant transmission, vanishing from the spot with Trunks. In the next moment, the two of them materialized in Cell City, raised his hand, and in an instant, a colossal transparent shield enveloped the entire area. Suddenly, the fierce winds ceased, and various objects that had been swept into the air began to descend like rain, falling thickly to the ground. After the storm subsided, the surviving humans gazed at the ruins of their city, unable to hold back their tears. Trunks found Bulma in the laboratory. Fortunately, there was a basement in the lab. As soon as the storm erupted, everyone took refuge there, narrowly escaping disaster. However, those who remained on the surface were not so fortunate, as countless lives were claimed by the tempest. The once thriving population of tens of millions on Earth was reduced to merely a few 100,000 after the storm. Lord Trunks, what on earth is happening? Dia, dragging a broken leg, approached Trunks. His body was riddled with wounds inflicted by debris hurled by the storm, and his left leg had been shattered by a large rock. It's Cell. Lord Cell? How is that possible? Was he your ally? He even vanquished those 2 fiends to save humanity. Dia's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. Trunks looked at Dia earnestly and replied, Cell is not my ally. He is also an artificial being. The destruction of those two was merely to absorb them, to achieve his perfect form. It can't be. This is impossible. Dia, whose faith had crumbled, collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant as he shook his head repeatedly. Ever since Cell had annihilated the two androids, Dia had idolized him. Now, learning that his idol was also an artificial being with ulterior motives for saving the Earth shattered him. After enduring countless separations and life-and-death experiences, Dia's heart had grown exceedingly fragile. Cell had become his mental anchor, and now, with that foundation crumbling, Dia was utterly devastated. Trunks. Speaking ill of others behind their back is not the mark of a cultured individual. At some point, Cell had materialized above them. He shifted the conversation, saying, moreover, your claims are not entirely accurate. Upon hearing Cell's words, Dia's eyes sparkled with hope as he crawled towards Cell, dragging his broken leg. Lord Cell, everything he said is a lie, isn't it? Humph. Cell scoffed, unleashing a surge of potent energy that sent Dia, who was nearing him, flying. He then taunted. He omitted one crucial detail. Once I acquire the energy from the time machine, I intend to obliterate the Earth. I never anticipated that Trunks would return. But now that you are all back, you must possess a time machine, correct? Ha 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 ha. Once I eliminate you all, I shall seize your time machine and return. Sharu could not resist the urge to lick his lips. The fantasies of Jia were utterly shattered, and the overwhelming impact rendered him momentarily blind, causing him to lose consciousness. Yet, Sharu could scarcely be bothered to cast a glance in his direction. However, prior to that, Sharu turned his gaze towards Yuan. His eyes icy and brimming with murderous intent. Just now, I nearly believed I was on the brink of death. Upon transforming into his silver form, Sharu's combat prowess experienced a significant enhancement. His battle power now soared to an astonishing 150 billion, surpassing Yuan's by over 100 billion. A terrifying aura enveloped Yuan, instilling within him a faint sense of pressure. Whether influenced by his scion heritage or not, under this oppressive sensation, Yuan felt nothing but exhilaration, devoid of any trace of fear. Recently, Yuan slightly curved his lips, gazing at the exuberant Cell and declared, let us engage in battle. The victor shall live, while the vanquished shall perish. This suits me perfectly. Confronted with the formidable silver Cell, Yuan felt no fear. Yet he refrained from underestimating him. After all, Cell's combat prowess far surpassed his own. In stark contrast, Cell's overwhelming strength had inflated his ego to an extreme degree, rendering him dismissive of Yuan. To Cell, Yuan's meager combat abilities were trivial. With a mere flick of his hand, he could extinguish Yuan's life. With a sneer, Cell looked down upon Yuan and taunted, make your move. Otherwise, when I strike, you shall have no opportunity to retaliate. He stood there, arms crossed, utterly unguarded. Observing Cell's arrogant demeanor, Yuan couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. In an instant, Cell's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Yuan has vanished. Yet before Shalu could fully grasp the situation, a dull thud resonated. Clutching his abdomen, the contemptuous expression that once adorned Shalu's face had dissipated, replaced by a visage contorted in agony. Grasped Shalu's shoulder and, with a swift application of instantaneous movement, the two vanished from the Earth. To prevent their clash from wreaking havoc upon the planet, transitioned the battlefield into the vastness of space. Both possessed the cells of Frisia, granting them the ability to survive in the void. Shalu could scarcely fathom that despite the vast disparity in their combat prowess, he was rendered momentarily incapacitated by a single blow from. What he remained oblivious to was that while's raw strength may not rival his own, the frequent absorption of vital energy had imbued him with a vitality far beyond that of an ordinary being's, along with unique properties that inflicted greater harm upon those of malevolent intent. It was evident that Shala fit this criteria, burdened as he was with the lives of countless millions. Thus, even in the face of such a stark contrast in strength, could indeed inflict damage upon Shalu, rendering him far from invulnerable. Yuan, having seized power, showed no mercy. He firmly grasped Shalu's shoulder with one hand, while relentlessly striking his face with the other. Slap, slap, slap. In the depths of his mind, Yuan conjured a voice, for sound could not traverse the void of space. Shala felt a buzzing in his head. His silver-white visage bore several handprints, his cheeks swollen to an alarming degree, and his eyes adorned with a makeup reminiscent of the iron-eating beast. With a swift kick to Shala's abdomen, the force of Yuan's foot surged forth. Shala soared through the cosmos like a shooting star, crashing through a multitude of meteors before his body became firmly embedded in a massive asteroid. Scoundrel! 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 Shala finally regained his senses. The stinging sensation on his face served as a poignant reminder of the tumultuous events that had just transpired. The resounding slaps delivered by not only struck's visage but also shattered his pride. Emitted a silent roar, unleashing the full extent of his inner power. The lightning that enveloped the surroundings resembled a furious, untamed beast, roaring with unrestrained ferocity. Blinding radiance illuminated the cosmos. After a prolonged moment, the brilliance faded. In its wake, the meteors in this vicinity vanished without a trace, leaving only the formidable standing amidst an aura of overwhelming might. At this juncture, were no wounds upon his countenance. He fixed a cold, penetrating gaze upon, his eyes brimming with palpable malice. Were his gaze lethal, would have undoubtedly perished hundreds of times over. With 2 fingers pressed against his forehead, then vanished from sight. Yuan swiftly perceived the fluctuations in the space surrounding him and instinctively evaded them without hesitation. As anticipated, the moment he maneuvered, Cell's attack arrived with ferocity. Had Yuan hesitated even for an instant, he would have been struck by Cell's blow. Damn you! I shall tear you apart. Cell's menacing voice echoed within Yuan's mind, a manifestation of his telepathic prowess. Unfazed by Cell's menacing threats, Yuan replied with a nonchalant scoff. Does your face still ache? You seek your own demise. Cell roared in fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath, launching a relentless assault upon Yuan. Bring it on. Excitement surged within as he advanced rather than retreating, becoming entangled with. Both combatants unleashed their full strength without holding back. The shockwaves generated by their fierce clash vaporized the surrounding meteors. While his attacks posed a tangible threat to his speed was markedly inferior. The disparity in their powers, with lagging behind by a factor of 2, rendered his velocity insufficient to match his. Though the battle appeared intense, it was, in truth, who maintained the upper hand, relentlessly pressuring. Nevertheless, remained unperturbed, refraining even from employing his keen insight. Had he chosen to utilize it, he would have discerned every move with clarity. However, such an approach would ultimately thwart true intentions. Yuan wished to test whether he could achieve a rapid enhancement of his strength under such pressure, much like the time he battled with Wukong. Under the relentless onslaught of Cell, Yuan dared not let his guard down, yet he was still caught off guard. Cell seized Yuan's tail, lifting him with a ferocious grip, and swung him like a colossal hammer against the surrounding meteors. As fragments of meteors shattered upon impact, Yuan bore numerous wounds across his body. His once pristine black martial arts uniform now tattered and barely concealing his modesty. It is time to send you on your way, Cell exclaimed, flinging Yuan toward a colossal meteor before swiftly conjuring a dazzling energy sphere in his hand. Kamehameha. With a silent roar of fury, Cell propelled the energy wave towards Yuan. The azure energy struck him, sending Yuan careening through the cosmos. One meteor after another was obliterated, and even smaller planets succumbed to the barrage. Ultimately, after hurling Yuan against a star, the energy wave finally dissipated. At that moment, Yuan's body was left in a state of utter devastation. His flesh marred and nearly all his bones shattered. The pain was excruciating. Yuan lay motionless on the ground. This injury would be deemed fatal to most. Yet for him, it was merely a trivial wound. Possessing the power of will, he could even regenerate severed limbs. Thus, this injury was hardly significant. Soon, his body began to mend itself autonomously. Before long, he had returned to his original state. If one were to overlook his tattered garments, it would be impossible to discern that he had just endured a fierce battle. Feeling a chill enveloping him, Yuan chose not to hasten back to search for Shalu, instead opting to change into a fresh set of clothing. He then seated himself in a meditative position to attune to the strength coursing within him. Following the recent skirmish, his combat prowess had surged by a staggering 1 billion. In his transformed state, his fighting capacity had soared to an astounding 100 billion. Truly effective. Erupted into a fit of laughter. If this continued, his combat prowess would soon surpass that of Sheru. At that point, vanquishing Sheru would become a trivial task. The rapid enhancement of his strength left him patiently yearning to return and face Sheru to accumulate experience. Yuan pressed his fingers against his brow, searching for the faint trace of Shalu's presence. He had been launched far away by Shalu's Kamehameha, surpassing the limits of his perception. Relying solely on the aura, he endeavored to pinpoint Shalu's location. Before long, Yuan detected the essence of Shalu. Shalu, I am on my way. A faint smile graced the corners of his mouth. Chapter 61. The demise of Shalu in the boundless expanse of space. A silver silhouette stood suspended in the void. Shada gazed toward the direction where it had vanished. a slight smirk curling his lips. He harbored no belief that could survive his onslaught. With a cold chuckle, Shala pressed his fingers to his brow, preparing to return to Earth. At that moment, Shala suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the fabric of space surrounding him. Shalu, the battle is not yet concluded. Where do you intend to flee? A familiar voice resonated within his mind. Then, to his astonishment, he beheld a figure he had believed to be dead reappear before him. You are still alive? Shalu expressed mild surprise. He had exerted all his strength in that previous attack. Such a disparity in combat prowess should have rendered survival impossible. Moreover, appeared unscathed. Yet, despite his astonishment, Shala felt only a fleeting sense of wonder. After all, the universe is home to countless species, and Shala surmised that might belong to a race endowed with remarkable vitality. Furthermore, in matters of resilience, Shala did not consider himself inferior to others. As long as his core remained intact, he could resurrect indefinitely. Why do you not take this opportunity to escape? Is living not preferable? Must you return to court death? Shala shook his head, as if lamenting his choices. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us engage directly. Disinterested in conversing with Shalu, was solely focused on accumulating experience. Come forth. Yuan curled his index finger with a disdainful huff, regarding the foolish creature before him. Shala could not help but spit in contempt. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Shalu initiated the assault, unleashing a multitude of beams of light that surged forth towards Yuan. Just as the attack was poised to strike him, Yuan abruptly vanished from sight. Yuan instantaneously appeared beside Sharu, his right leg striking out like a chain towards him. Sharu, not one to be caught off guard, was already attuned to the spatial fluctuations that accompanied such movements. He swiftly raised his own leg, the two limbs colliding with a resounding force. The resultant shockwave radiated outwards like ripples, annihilating any meteors in its path, reducing them to cosmic dust. A sense of dread enveloped Sharu as an agonizing, tearing pain surged through his leg. Although he had felt pain from previous encounters with Yuan, it paled in comparison to this. The only explanation was that he had indeed grown stronger. Yuan wore a subtle smile upon his face. After the enhancement of his strength, he found that during his confrontations with Shalu, the pain was no longer as intense as it had been before. In the fleeting moment when Yuan seized Shalu's moment of distraction, he launched a fiery onslaught. Bang! 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 Unleashed a flurry of strikes, targeting the visage of Cell, who soon adorned a mask of vibrant hues, marred by bruises. The excruciating pain coursing through Cell's face ignited an inferno of rage within him. In an instant, he erupted with terrifying might, propelling away. I shall end your existence. Cell growled, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Ah, but look at you, clad in silver. It is rather monotonous, don't you think? Now, doesn't it appear far more vivid? Remarked, conjuring a mirror before Cell. Gazing into the reflection of his swollen, discolored face, Cell's fury surged to unprecedented heights. His visage contorted in rage, and with a fierce glare, he reduced the mirror to mere dust. With his anger reaching a crescendo, a crimson glint flickered in Cell's eyes. Fixating intently upon, a silent roar erupted from him, his aura becoming almost tangible. An overwhelming presence coalesced into a tempest, radiating outward, shaking the very fabric of space. In a flash, Cell, with a fierce gleam in his eyes, reappeared beside, his palm poised to unleash a formidable blue energy sphere aimed directly at him. S pupils contracted sharply. It was too swift. In a moment of desperation, he could only raise his hand to absorb the blow. Death! The energy sphere in Cell's hand struck, instantly erupting into a colossal explosion. Yet, Cell remained undeterred. One by one, energy spheres, imbued with a terrifying aura, erupted from his palm. A technique, inherited from the Prince Vegeta, was flawlessly executed by Cell. The silent explosions enveloped the area. At the epicenter of the explosion, having withstood Cell's attack, found half of his body nearly shattered. Mobilizing the willpower within him, it wasn't long before his body was fully restored. Moreover, his combat power surged slightly, reaching an astounding 11 billion. A purple-hued aura erupted instantaneously, causing Cell's energy spheres to be deflected one after another. Subsequently, propelled himself from the chaos of the explosion. Charging towards Cell, the two once again engaged in fierce combat, their fists and feet clashing, creating ripples of energy that swept across the surroundings. Yuan casually struck a ki blast at Cell, the energy orb descending upon a small asteroid. In an instant, the asteroid collapsed, contracting until it ultimately vanished into the void. The two had been engaged in battle for several hours. Cell, initially confident, now found himself increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. From the outset, he had dominated Mo Yuan, but now their powers seemed nearly equal, with Mo Yuan subtly gaining the upper hand. In merely a few hours, a flicker of trepidation began to take root in Cell's heart. The pace of growth is astonishingly rapid. Meanwhile, feels an immense depletion of power within himself, while his opponent appears to be entirely unfazed, as if perpetually in a state of peak condition. If this battle continues, it is feared that it will not be long before he meets his demise. Since the formidable power coursing through his veins, his base combat strength had now surged to an astonishing 14 billion, and upon transformation, it soared to an impressive 140 billion. Although Cell's combat prowess exceeded his by 100 billion, the reality of their confrontation revealed that strength was indeed superior, inflicting far greater damage upon Cell. As the battle progressed, Cell began to fight with hesitation, realizing that he could no longer exert pressure on. Consequently, perceived that the growth of his inner power had markedly slowed. This indicated that Cell was nearing the end of his usefulness. A Cell devoid of purpose was left with but one inevitable fate: death. A glimmer of icy light flickered in Mo Yuan's eyes. He could never allow Shala to escape, especially since this wretch had been fixated on his wife day in and day out. Who could possibly tolerate such a nuisance? Having made up his mind, Mo Yuan resolved not to squander any more time with Shalu. He intended to conclude this matter swiftly, eliminating Shalu with haste, and then return home to embrace his beautiful sister. Surely that would be a far more delightful prospect. Yuan erupted with a sudden surge of energy, his violet-golden aura transforming into what appeared to be genuine flames, causing the surrounding space to twist and warp. Similarly, Shalu unleashed his own power. The two forces standing in formidable opposition. Their gazes clashed like lightning, and upon perceiving the murderous intent in Yuan's eyes, Shala felt a twinge of trepidation in his heart. Mo Yuan suddenly appeared behind Sheru, seizing the pair of wings reminiscent of cockroaches that sprouted from Sheru's back and yanking them with force. The excruciating pain compelled Sheru to let out a wretched scream. However, in the vast expanse of space, no one could hear his cries. Despite the agony, Sheru's tail, which had been curled up, immediately elongated, the needle-like tip poised to strike at Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan swiftly extended his foot to tread upon Cell's tail, which lay upon his back, and then exerted force with the hand gripping the wing. Simultaneously, he pressed down forcefully with both feet on Cell's back, causing the wings to be torn asunder by Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan casually discarded his wings. Then his body flickered as he pursued the flung-away Sheru. A blade of energy coalesced in his hand, severing Sheru's tail with precision. Subsequently, Mo Yuan seized Sheru's head and hurled him into a meteorite. Countless fragments of meteorites shattered upon impact, and the tremendous force left Sheru feeling as though his very brain were turning to mush. Mo Yuan pressed Shalu onto a colossal planet, and under his terrifying power, Shalu was driven directly from the planet's surface to its core like a drilling machine. The searing magma enveloped them in the depths of the earth. Now, you may proceed. Yuan, with one hand forming the sword technique, had already prepared the. A question lingered in the air. Shalu, filled with disbelief, gazed at Yuan. Who exactly are you? Your existence is absent from the annals of history. Oh, did I not mention it to you? Yuan pondered for a moment, realizing he had indeed omitted this detail. In truth, I am you, albeit from a different timeline. Upon uttering these words, and as Shalu's astonished expression registered the revelation, the amethyst golden blade in Yuan's hand pierced the very core of Shalu's brain. In an instant, the silvery core disintegrated. Mo Yuan teleported away from the planet in an instant. The power of spatial rupture erupted in its entirety. Within moments, the entire celestial body along with Cell was utterly annihilated, reduced to cosmic dust. Chapter 62. Rebuilding Home on Earth after consuming Senzu beans. Son Goku and Vegeta finally succeeded in eliminating the 5 miniature cells. Through this battle, both warriors had gained substantially, with their base combat power increasing by 200 million each. Their current base strength now stood at 800 million. After vanquishing the miniature cells, the two scions returned to what was once Cell City, now nothing but ruins with collapsed structures, not a single intact building remaining. Severed limbs littered the landscape, crimson stains painting the devastated urban canvas. Even Vegeta, no stranger to carnage since childhood, found the scene profoundly unsettling. Trunks was organizing survivors to rescue the wounded. Goku immediately joined the relief efforts upon arrival. Vegeta initially refused to participate, but witnessing an exhausted Bulma toiling tirelessly, he reluctantly began assisting with evident displeasure. We could use the Dragon Balls to revive them, Goku suddenly realized. having been so shocked by the devastation that he momentarily forgot about this possibility. Rather than spending excessive time on rescue operations, we should journey to Namek to retrieve a guardian deity. This way we can restore Earth and resurrect the deceased. After explaining his plan to the others, Goku began sensing for Namekian energy signatures. Within moments, he vanished from the spot. In Goku's absence, the others remained productive. Bulma worked on reconstructing a dragon radar while Trunks continued rescue operations, unable to bear witnessing more lives perish during the hours required for Goku's mission. During his efforts, Trunks could intermittently sense the distant cosmic battle's terrifying energy signatures, powerless to assist but silently praying for Yuan's victory. Vegeta gazed skyward with bitter frustration. Despite the immense distance, the overwhelming auras of Yuan and Cell still sent chills down his spine. The proud Saiyan prince found himself eclipsed by these test tube creations, especially galling as they carried Saiyan blood within them. Swearing an oath to himself, Vegeta vowed to surpass all others and restore the glory of the Saiyan race. After vanquishing Cell, did not linger in space. Changing into a fresh attire, he utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. "Mister, you have returned? Is Cell?" Trunks inquired hastily upon seeing his arrival. Nodded. "Indeed, I have vanquished Cell." Upon hearing this, Trunks' face lit up with joy. The knowledge of Cell's demise lifted the immense weight that had long burdened his heart. So many injured? Yuan surveyed the multitude of injured sprawled across the ground, his brow furrowing in concern. Among these casualties, the least grievous were afflicted with fractures, while the more severely wounded clung to the remnants of their lives. Those capable of movement had hastened to provide assistance. "Trunks, gather all the injured," Yuan commanded. "Understood." Trunks replied, refraining from inquiring about Yuan's intentions, yet he had already surmised the overarching purpose. Before long, all the wounded had assembled. Yuan raised his hands, and a wave of willpower emanated from him, enveloping all the wounded. Each individual felt a gentle warmth cocooning them. Almost instantaneously, their injuries began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace. Even severed limbs regrew anew. It was nothing short of a miracle. As they gazed upon their restored bodies, exclamations of astonishment filled the air. The respect in their eyes for Yuan was now complemented by a profound sense of admiration. Once restored, these individuals swiftly returned to their rescue efforts. With an increased number of rescuers, more lives could be saved. One by one, the injured were brought before Yuan, and under his care, they quickly regained their health. Felt akin to a divine essence, capable of healing with but a mere gesture. His ability to mend the injured so effortlessly stemmed primarily from the nature of their wounds, which were of the ordinary kind. The term ordinary wounds does not imply a lack of severity. Rather, it indicates that these injuries were not inflicted by energy-based assaults. Wounds resulting from the attacks of powerful beings would harbor residual energy, complicating the healing process. The challenge lay not in the physical repair of the wound itself, but in the removal of the lingering energy. In the midst of his endeavors, time seemed to slip away swiftly. As dusk approached, Wukong returned with a Namekian who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. This individual was none other than the grown-up Dandy. Wukong took Dandy to the temple to resurrect the dragon. Upon completing the resurrection, he hurriedly grasped the dragon radar that Bulma had just crafted and set off to collect the Dragon Balls. Approximately an hour later, he returned with all 7 Dragon Balls in his possession. "Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish." After uttering the incantation, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and a colossal dragon manifested in the air. Perhaps due to Dandy's 2 decades of rigorous training in this timeline, the dragon emerged with enhanced power, capable of fulfilling 3 wishes, with no limitations on resurrection, akin to the Earth's Dragon Balls. Trunks' first wish was to bring back those humans who had fallen victim to the androids. However, this wish proved unattainable, as the passage of time had led many to reincarnation, making resurrection impossible, including notable figures like Son Goku and the other Z warriors. It seems implausible that Son Goku and his companions could have remained in heaven for training, especially with the androids wreaking havoc on Earth for 2 decades. If they had not been reincarnated, they would not have stood idly by. Ultimately, they could only resurrect those humans who had perished at the hands of the androids within the past year. The second wish was to revive those slain by Cell, which presented no issues. However, in the process of resurrection, androids 17 and 18 were also brought back to life. Newly revived, they barely comprehended their surroundings before Trunks swiftly dispatched them with a single strike, sending them back to the underworld. For their final wish, they initially contemplated restoring the Earth to its state prior to the emergence of the androids. Yet, After careful deliberation, they decided against this course of action. Ultimately, they requested sustenance sufficient to sustain humanity for an extended period. As for the earth, they intend to reconstruct their new abode. In a shadowy corner, a young man huddles, his gaze vacant, his entire being devoid of vitality, lacking even a hint of life. The sound of crisp footsteps, echoing in the stillness, fails to rouse him from his stupor. A bearded gentleman approaches from behind, observing the young man's dismal state with profound sorrow. He places his large hand gently upon the young man's head, tenderly ruffling his hair. "Yeah, I have returned." In that moment, it was as if sunlight pierced through the gloom, illuminating the darkened corner. The pallor of despair was dispelled by the warmth of the sun, and a flicker of light ignited within Jia's once dull gaze, as vitality gradually began to bloom anew. Sloan, Uncle. Chapter 63. The birth of the second freeloader in the primary timeline, Earth, West City, Universal Capsule Corporation. After spending a day in the future, Yuan and his companions once again boarded the time machine to return to their own era. Unlike their departure, which included 4 individuals, only 3 returned. Upon their arrival, Bulma immediately proposed a grand celebration to honor their return. Both Yuan and Goku expressed no objections to this idea. However, before the festivities could commence, they needed to return and fetch their families. Fortunately, both were adept at instant transmission, making the task a mere trifle. Yuan swiftly located Zeely's position and then vanished from the spot. After a day apart, he profoundly understood the meaning of the phrase "a day without seeing each other feels like 3 autumns." As Yuan made his entrance, he was immediately captivated by the sight of a graceful figure leaping towards him. Yuan opened his arms and skillfully embraced her, spinning around a few times. "Sister, I have returned." Listening to the deep, magnetic voice beside her ear, Lotsie felt a slight warmth on her cheeks. Was everything smooth? "You weren't hurt, were you?" The concern in Lottie's words filled Yuan's heart with warmth. The sensation of being cared for is truly unparalleled. "Things went relatively well. I have already eliminated Shalu." But what? Upon noticing Yuan's prolonged hesitation, Lotsie grew anxious. "Are you injured?" As she spoke, she began to tug at Yuan's clothing, eager to check if he had sustained any injuries. Yuan grasped Lottie's restless hands. "I am suffering from internal injuries, which are not visible from the outside." Upon hearing the term internal injuries, Lotsie became increasingly anxious. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the mirth in Yuan's eyes, as if she began to comprehend something. "What should we do then? Is it treatable? If it cannot be cured, I suppose I should find a place to bury myself." The moment those words escaped her lips, Yuan could discern that Lotsie had realized he was merely jesting. Feeling somewhat guilty, Yuan replied softly, "It is not entirely incurable. All it takes is for my sister to give me a kiss, and I shall be healed instantly." "A kiss? Is it truly that simple?" "Indeed." Yuan nodded vigorously. "No need for an extensive treatment in bed?" Lottie's eyes sparkled with mischief, and a smile that could captivate the world graced her lips as she delicately hooked her fingers beneath Yuan's chin, alluringly. The heart of Yuan raced uncontrollably as he swallowed hard and murmured, "If only it could be so, the efficacy would surely be enhanced." "Really?" Just as Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, Lottie's charming face inched closer. 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 2 centimeters, half a centimeter. Yet, to Yuan's dismay, Lotzie skillfully evaded him, leaning in to whisper teasingly in his ear, "Continue dreaming, my little man." And with that, she pushed him away and turned to leave. Gazed at the graceful silhouette of, and in an instant, fury ignited within him. She had discarded her trousers, and yet this? How could one endure such a sight? What man could possibly withstand it? Even if could tolerate it, the reader surely could not. Infuriated, immediately employed his teleportation abilities. Sensing the fluctuations in space, a glimmer of mischief flickered in his autumn-like eyes. Oh, suddenly appeared before, and amidst her startled exclamation, he captured her delicate lips. A fierce battle of words ensued, marked by a swift exchange of retorts. Ultimately, the conflict culminated in surrendering with tears in her eyes, waving a white flag of defeat. Observing the tear-streaked beauty in his embrace, sternly remarked, "You know well that I am not insignificant." Suddenly, a realization struck, and her cheeks flushed a vibrant red. As night fell, all were gathered at Bulma's residence. The most astonishing sight was, who had brought along a stunning girl of similar height to his own. With her chestnut hair, swiftly dismissed any thoughts of his former girlfriend. "I have always been too kind to Mo Yuan had long harbored suspicions that Krillin might be secretly enamored with Bulma, for his former girlfriend bore an uncanny resemblance to her, almost identical, one might say. Of course, this was merely Mo Yuan's conjecture. The truth of Krillin's affections for Bulma remained a mystery only he could unravel. The girl Krillin currently brought to the gathering was named Karen. Through Krillin's introduction, everyone soon learned the story of their acquaintance. Karen was the very girl Krillin had rescued from the clutches of Cell. Just days after Krillin's heart was shattered by Marin, fate led him to cross paths with Karen, who, with her earnest pursuit, quickly won his heart. Notably, Karen was the only daughter of a wealthy tycoon on Earth. While her family's fortune may not rival that of Bulma's, they were nonetheless among the elite of the affluent. In stark contrast to Marin, who treated Krillin as a mere cash dispenser, Karen had never asked him for a single penny, often showering him with gifts instead. Even Yamcha couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Thus, Krillin had become the second man present to indulge in a life of luxury through the affections of a woman, seemingly ascending to the pinnacle of existence. One glance at Vegeta's gluttonous expression reveals just how delectable such a life can be. After all, in this world, beautiful and kind-hearted wealthy women are a rare find. Feeling a pang of envy, lazily tossed her hair and calmly inquired. Yet, Mo Yuan glimpsed in her eyes a demand for a more substantial reply. Mo Yuan shook his head and murmured, "Not really. Although soft rice is quite delightful, it does not appeal to my palate." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, in my heart, they collectively do not measure up to even a single finger of yours." Mo Yuan truly feels no envy. Although he currently possesses not a single cent, the pursuit of wealth is a trivial endeavor for him. A mere venture into the depths would yield a considerable fortune. If that proves insufficient, he could always resort to seizing some alien technology. Upon its return to Earth, it would undoubtedly translate into a bounty beyond measure. S response evidently pleased, who joyfully fed him a piece of cake. Meanwhile, cast a disdainful glance at the couple, who exuded an unpleasant odor. He picked up a plate, seeking a quiet corner to retreat to. "Hey, how about another match?" Suddenly, approached, calling out to, having finished his meal, could not suppress his urge to fight upon seeing. After their journey through the future, his strength had significantly improved. And though he was aware that he still could not match, he was no longer as defenseless as before. Of course, the primary motivation was his desire for battle. Although it was weaker than him, the sheer number of them made the fight less gratifying. Did not decline, and the two soared into the sky. Half an hour later, they returned, bore some injuries but appeared exceptionally exhilarated, while, with his disheveled attire, wore a serious expression. "They are progressing rapidly, aren't they?" "Indeed." Lapis nodded heavily. In just a few days, Vegeta had made such remarkable advancements. If this continues, it won't be long before he surpasses Lapis in strength. To avert this eventuality, Lapis resolved to intensify his training. After the incident with Cell, Peace returned to Earth. During these days, had been industriously exploring the depths of the ocean, unearthing numerous treasures that had long lain submerged. He had been residing in the temple, where Dandy and Bobo welcomed him warmly. However, felt a twinge of discomfort. He yearned for a place to call his own. As an avid gardener, the concept of home had always been deeply ingrained in him. Although anywhere with family could be considered home, possessing a personal sanctuary would provide a greater sense of security. In such a space, one could revel in freedom and comfort, unencumbered by the fear of eviction. Through Bulma's connections, managed to sell a small portion of his treasures, amassing a considerable fortune. With this wealth, he not only purchased a house, but also acquired a private island and even established a jewelry company. The primary purpose of the business was to gradually liquidate the remaining treasures, as selling them all at once would overwhelm the market and disrupt prices. Thus, he opted to create a company to facilitate a gradual sale of these items. As for the management of the company, he intended to enlist professionals. Not only was unfamiliar with corporate management, but he also preferred to devote his time to training rather than trivial matters. After all, cultivating strength was paramount. Without sufficient power, no amount of wealth could be enjoyed. And as for concerns about others depleting his company, anyone daring enough to attempt such a feat would be welcome to try. The estate purchased by Mo Yuan is a grand manor situated in the outskirts of West City. The expansive grounds encompass a nearby hill, offering a picturesque setting that harmoniously blends with the natural landscape. At this moment, the vast estate is inhabited solely by Mo Yuan and Latzili. In this technologically advanced world, the development of robotics has reached remarkable heights, which is why Mo Yuan opted not to hire conventional staff for the maintenance of the property. Instead, he acquired around 100 housekeeping robots. Occasionally, these robots are more dependable than humans in their tasks. Particularly in cleaning, they follow programmed routines diligently and without complaint. Unlike humans who, in their cleverness, might resort to using a cloth meant for the toilet to wipe down a table or even a mouthwash cup. As for Lapis and number 16, they are likely still traversing the globe in search of endangered animals, striving to transport them to an island sanctuary for protection. Lazuli, sitting languidly on the sofa, idly fumbles with the remote control, perhaps due to the scarcity of appealing morning television programs. She finds herself repeatedly searching in vain for something captivating to watch. Ultimately, she decides to switch off the television. After a yawn, she curls up like a lazy feline into Yuan's embrace, seeking the most comfortable position to relax. Are you feeling tired? Yuan held her close to prevent her from slipping away, then gently wiped the tears that had trickled from the corners of her eyes due to her yawning with his fingertip. And Lazuli let out a soft hum. She was so weary now that she hardly felt inclined to utter a word, pondered for a moment and suggested, how about we go shopping? We could also purchase some clothing. Indeed, the allure of shopping and acquiring new attire is a temptation that most women find irresistible and was no exception. Upon hearing the word shopping, she instantly perked up. This time, decided against flying or using teleportation. Instead, he opted for the more conventional mode of transportation, riding a motorcycle. In fact, had also acquired several cars, but why choose a motorcycle? Well, let's just say DDDD. The traffic conditions today were rather poor, turning what should have been a 30-minute journey into an arduous hour-long ride. Upon arriving at their destination, disembarked, her legs slightly unsteady. And with a tipsy blush on her cheeks, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at, playfully chiding, "You little rascal." Once inside the mall, began to demonstrate her formidable shopping prowess. She traversed nearly every store, exploring each one thoroughly, yet felt no fatigue. For how could he possibly tire amidst such a visual feast? What do you think of this outfit? Is it beautiful? Emerged wearing a form-fitting khaki dress that accentuated her long, slender legs, elegantly enveloped in gossamer black stockings, which highlighted the voluptuousness of her thighs and the slenderness of her calves. Such a spectacle was enough to invigorate. It must be said that possessed an enviable figure, serving as the quintessential garment model. Notably, after spending a year in she had grown 10 centimeters taller, most of which had been added to her legs. Those long legs, over a meter in length, were utterly captivating. Without waiting for his response, could discern from his hungry gaze that this outfit was destined to remain with her. Besides trying on outfits for herself, she also coaxed into modeling several ensembles. Ultimately, after her careful selection, both emerged clad in new attire. Naturally, they did not forget about, and ensuring to procure a few outfits for them as well. "Oh, there's another store," suddenly exclaimed, spotting a boutique tucked away in a corner. Judging by the window display, it appeared to be yet another clothing shop. Adhering to the principle of not overlooking any opportunity, she pulled into the establishment. Inside, apart from a saleswoman at the counter, there was no one else present. The garments here appeared rather peculiar. As held up a piece of clothing, she noticed that these outfits were particularly fabric efficient, featuring a low neckline, short skirts, and a sheer, delicate material. Yuan quickly discerned the nature of the establishment. It was evidently an adult shop. Beyond an array of unique uniforms, there were countless intriguing implements, handcuffs, whips, and spiked clubs, all available to captivate Yuan's imagination. Seizing the moment while Lazuli was momentarily distracted, he deftly acquired several sets of uniforms, hastily settling the bill under the bemused gaze of the saleswoman at the counter, and subsequently stowed them away in his dimensional space. After surveying the surroundings, Lazuli appeared to grasp the situation, her face flushing crimson as she tugged Yuan away from the shop. As they exited the mall, dusk was approaching. The two strolled hand in hand along the street, intending to visit a nearby snack street to satisfy their dinner cravings. In the Dragon Ball universe, the advanced technology ensured that all machines operated on pollution-free energy sources, rendering the air exceptionally fresh. Breathing in the crisp air, their fingers intertwined, brought a soothing warmth to their connection. At this moment, Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment enveloping his heart. A profound satisfaction surged within him. He truly wished that this path could stretch on indefinitely. "What is it? What is you smiling so joyfully?" Lazuli gazed at him with a curious expression. "It's nothing. I am simply filled with gratitude." "Gratitude?" Beamed brightly, exclaiming, "Indeed. I am grateful to have arrived in this world and to encounter you." Such candid words rendered somewhat bashful. With her head bowed, she softly murmured, "Me too." Chapter 65. Watching a movie as evening descended, it was the perfect time for dinner. Even before stepping onto this gastronomic street, the enticing aromas of various delicacies wafted through the air. How delightful! Twitched her petite nose, the fragrance of the food invigorating her spirit. Eagerly, she grasped his hand and hurried forward. The snack street was bustling with activity, vendors on either side busily attending to their wares. The lively atmosphere was not solely attributed to the plethora of culinary offerings, but also due to the nearby university. Among the throngs of passers-by, one could easily spot youthful maidens clad in vibrant JK uniforms. The arrival of Yuan and Lazili instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. How charming they are! Stood tall and striking, his masculine and handsome visage rendering the surrounding young women momentarily spellbound, even causing them to lose interest in the delectable treats they held in their hands. Although adorned with horns and a tail, distinguishing him from ordinary humans, this world was not solely inhabited by people. It was also home to beast men, covered in fur. Consequently, they regarded its unusual features with indifference, offering him no peculiar glances. Several bold young women, their eyes alight with excitement, contemplated approaching him, yet their resolve wavered upon catching sight of the ethereal beside him. In comparison, they felt exceedingly ordinary, akin to the vast chasm between a mere mortal and a celestial being. Similarly, attracted the attention of many young men. But upon measuring their own modest physiques against the towering frame of, they swiftly abandoned any unrealistic aspirations. Nevertheless, a few overly confident souls attempted to engage him, only to be seized by a sudden heart palpitation as if an unseen force had constricted their very hearts, rendering them breathless. By the time they regained their composure, had already moved on. The gaze of others did not deter and from indulging in their culinary adventure. They commenced their gastronomic journey at the first stall upon entering. The sizzling squid on the griddle made its mouth water in anticipation. The squid, nearly the size of her face, was deftly manipulated by the grill master, who skillfully brushed oil and sauce, pressed, and flipped it with apparent ease. Such finesse required experience, otherwise, one could not achieve such mastery. Finally, a layer of secret sauce was brushed onto the squid, sprinkled with spices, resulting in an aromatic skewer of grilled squid. Once prepared, the chef placed the squid into a brown paper bag and handed it to. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring her appetite. Taking a hearty bite, she exclaimed, "Delicious beyond belief." She then offered the grilled squid to, urging, "Try it. It's incredibly good." Indeed, it was exceptional. The squid was remarkably fresh, devoid of any fishy taste, with a savory flavor complemented by a hint of char, its texture firm yet yielding, growing more delightful with each chew. So delicious. Yuan could not help but marvel. The two of them shared a delightful feast, finishing an entire skewer of grilled squid between them. Subsequently, they meandered down the street, scarcely overlooking any food stall. Takoyaki, tamagoyaki, tempura, unagi, yakitori, oden, and so forth. As they progressed, Zili sampled each dish in moderation, leaving the majority to Yuan's eager appetite. It was inevitable. The array of delicacies was too vast, and their stomachs, lacking the capacity of a seance, could only accommodate a small portion, leaving her to watch wistfully as Yuan indulged. After 2 hours of culinary exploration, they finally completed their journey down the street. Yuan and Lazili strolled leisurely down the street, sipping on their refreshing juice. Yuan was quite fine. He could eat as much as he desired without concern. However, Lazili was another story. She felt as though her stomach might burst. "Shall we go watch a movie? After all, there's nothing else to do now," Yuan suggested as they walked for a while and spotted a cinema. "That sounds wonderful. I haven't seen a film in ages," Lazili responded with a bright smile. Ever since she had been captured and transformed into a synthetic being, she had not only missed the experience of watching movies but had not even had the opportunity to watch television. Despite feeling quite full, she insisted on purchasing a bucket of popcorn, for a movie without popcorn lacked soul. Besides, even if she couldn't eat much, Yuan was there. He had an extraordinary appetite. After their tickets were checked, they entered the screening room, which bore a striking resemblance to the cinemas of her past life, albeit with more spacious seating. They settled into a pair of seats located slightly towards the back in the middle row. The air conditioning was notably strong inside, and Lazili, who was already sensitive to the cold and dressed lightly for the summer, couldn't help but shiver slightly. Yuan draped a coat over her legs. Clad in black stockings, He then wrapped his arm around her shoulders, drawing her into his embrace. Leaning against Mo Yuan's shoulder, Li felt the chill that enveloped her dissipate. This familiar sensation evoked memories of the times they had shared warmth within the confines of the Spirit Time house. Ever since they had exited that sanctuary, they had not shared a room again. With Lapis present, Li found it somewhat challenging to let go. A sense of nostalgia washed over her. As Li pondered, a rosy hue gradually appeared on her fair complexion. As Mo Yuan inhaled the faint, ethereal fragrance emanating from Li, he too reminisced about the days spent within the confines of the Spirit Time room. Thus, the two of them inattentively watched the film until the lights in the screening room illuminated, jolting them back to reality. As for the content of the movie, it left little impression on their minds. They vaguely recalled it being a poignant tale of youth, as the title itself resonated with a sense of youthful exuberance. Moreover, several girls nearby were weeping inconsolably, the girls surrounding them. In truth, it was a horror film, and we were frightened to tears. After the film concluded, they drove home, enduring another hour of bumpy roads before finally arriving. Lapis and number 16 had yet to return. Given the late hour, it was likely they had ventured to the island for an overnight stay. Mo Yuan and Li remained unfazed, for he was no longer a child, and given his current strength, he was unlikely to encounter any trouble. Upon returning home, Li retrieved her clothes from Mo Yuan and eagerly retreated to her room, as there were many outfits she had yet to try on. Suddenly, amidst the bags, she stumbled upon several peculiar items of a rather inappropriate nature. Mo Yuan, come here at once. The voice echoed through the downstairs living room, causing Mo Yuan's heart to skip a beat. This is it. Winky face. I gave her those too. In that moment, he found himself at a loss, with only one thought occupying his mind. I'm doomed. Hurry up. Mo Yuan hesitated for a moment. Then the serious voice of Li echoed from upstairs. Well, if death is inevitable, so be it. Steeled himself and slowly approached, embodying a sense of valiant resignation akin to facing death with the familiarity of returning home. Yet, consumed by his own apprehensions, he failed to perceive the undercurrents of ambiguity woven into Li's voice, which bore not only seriousness but also an elusive significance. Lightly tapped on the door. Come in, came the voice of Li from within. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart and prepare himself mentally, he slowly turned the doorknob. As he opened the door, he sincerely began, Sister, I was wrong. S eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Could this be viewed without spending a single coin? The expensive tutoring materials he had once acquired in his previous life were now completely forgotten. There was no comparison. The light gray, backless knit sweater perfectly accentuated her exquisite figure, with an alluring hint of her form peeking mischievously from the side. Her back, resembling the finest jade, was flawless and radiantly white. Her delicate feet, gracefully overlapping, lost some mystery without the veil of darkness but shone brilliantly, stunningly beautiful. Close the door already, Li said, feigning calmness as she observed the stunned. Yet, the rosy hue on her cheeks and the restless movement of her youthful toes betrayed her inner turmoil. Surveyed the situation, fully aware of Li's intentions. It was hardly plausible that she simply wished to invite him in for a glass of water, though, one might argue, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Mo Yuan gradually approached her. With each step he took, Li felt her heartbeat quicken. She was so anxious that she could hardly utter a word. Mo Yuan lowered his head, gently brushing against her like a dragonfly skimming the water. Although Zili had steeled herself for this moment, she still felt a wave of nervousness, pressing her lips tightly together. Was she afraid? Mo Yuan gently caressed her hair and asked softly. Li shook her head slightly and replied, I am not afraid, just a little nervous. She had long been prepared, so fear was not an option. Yet, for a young girl confronting such matters for the first time, even with preparation, it is inevitable to feel a twinge of anxiety. Mo Yuan sat beside her, enveloping her shoulders and drawing her into his embrace. Leaning against his sturdy chest, Li felt her inner tension gradually dissipate. The two nestled against one another in silence, a tranquil stillness enveloping them. After a considerable time, Li lifted her gaze from Mo Yuan's embrace, yearning to steal a glance at him. In that fleeting moment, her eyes met a pair of gentle, affectionate orbs. Their gazes locked, and it seemed as if sparks ignited between them, colliding in the air. Li gradually became entranced by those eyes. In that instant, time appeared to halt. The world fell into a serene hush, and all existence faded into oblivion, leaving only the person reflected in their eyes. In each other's gaze, they discovered the answers they sought. Gradually lowered his head. Everything unfolded naturally, as if the water had flowed effortlessly to its destination. Yuan awoke from his slumber, finding the person nestled in his embrace appeared weary, with traces of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, evoking a profound sense of tenderness. Although Li had undergone transformation, endowing her with extraordinary stamina, to the point where one could say she scarcely felt physical fatigue. The matter was not solely confined to the corporeal. The relentless elevation of her emotions had imparted a certain mental exhaustion upon her. Observing her in such a state, Yuan resolved not to rouse her. Instead, he placed a gentle kiss upon her lips before quietly rising from the bed. After attending to his morning routine, Yuan made his way to the kitchen. He intended to prepare a nourishing dish of black-bone chicken stewed with red sage and safflower. Renowned not only for its delectable flavor, but also for its restorative properties that invigorate the kidneys and replenish energy and blood. Most importantly, Li relished this dish. While the broth simmered, Yuan also began kneading dough, planning to create a delightful savory pancake. This pancake, with its crisp exterior and tender interior, showcased distinct layers, brushed with a delectable secret sauce and adorned with scallions and sesame seeds. Once everything was completed, Yuan returned to the bedroom, where Li still slept soundly. Yuan gently shook her a few times and softly said, "Sister, it's time to rise." However, Li kept her eyes firmly shut. She pulled the blanket over her head and curled up into a ball. Yuan gazed at the lump beneath the quilt and found it inexplicably amusing. Yuan feigned helplessness, shaking his head with a sigh. "Alas, I have prepared your favorite chicken soup. It seems there is no other option but for me to consume it myself, for if it cools, it will lose its allure." The mere mention of chicken soup echoed and magnified in Li's mind, dispelling her drowsiness somewhat. After a night of exertion, her stomach was now a hollow void, protesting with audible grumbles. Slowly, she emerged from her cocoon, forcing her heavy eyelids open, her bleary gaze settling on Yuan as she extended her arms, emitting a soft, plaintive sound. "Help me." She was genuinely fatigued, struggling to keep her eyes open, her energy sapped, and reluctant to move even a muscle. Li found herself perplexed. Was it not said that only a dead horse would be so weary? Yet this particular steed appeared anything but exhausted, vibrant, and full of life. Rather, it was the field that seemed as though it had been ravaged. Yuan gently lifted Li from her cocoon of warmth. As he gazed upon her exquisite form nestled in his arms, an unsettling sensation stirred within him. With a heart as serene as ice, he remained unperturbed by the weight of the heavens above. Startled, he quickly recited the Ice Heart Sutra in his mind, striving to extinguish the flames of desire that flickered within. After considerable effort, he finally quelled the tumultuous fire, yet by the time he had managed to compose himself, half an hour had elapsed. Once she had completed her morning routine, Li appeared considerably revitalized. However, she continued to snuggle against Yuan, resembling a languid little kitten. Tenderly cradled her as if she were his own daughter, gently feeding her. At times, would bestow light kisses upon his face and lips as a token of gratitude. After their meal, the two nestled together on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. "What's wrong, sister?" inquired, a puzzled expression gracing her features. "Nothing. I just felt an urge to kiss you," he replied. Rolled her eyes in exasperation, her rosy lips pouting in a playful manner as she sighed. "I truly am at a loss with you." "Very well, come here." In response to his expectant gaze, their lips gradually met, culminating in a lengthy and passionate French kiss. Gazed at, gently taking her right hand, he spoke with deep affection. "Sister, will you marry me?" At that moment, suddenly noticed that a delicate ring adorned with a transparent diamond had been placed on her ring finger, unbeknownst to her. This ring had been meticulously prepared by long ago. He had simply been waiting for the right moment to propose. Hot tears cascaded down his cheeks. She had long been ready to establish a family with. Yet she had not anticipated that the surprise would come so swiftly and unexpectedly. Under his fervent gaze, nodded earnestly, with a blend of shyness and resolute determination. She uttered a single word, "Yes." Chapter 67, The Wedding on the Vast Ocean. A grand wedding was taking place on an island adorned with vibrant lights, abundant flowers, and colorful balloons. Yuan and the MC stood at the heart of the venue. Below them sat not only the families of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but also Bobo, Dandy, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others. Even the usually reserved Piccolo had graced the occasion with his presence. Esteemed guests, dear friends, Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. The MC's voice rose and fell in a melodic cadence, accompanied by the gentle strains of music. With the conclusion of the opening remarks, the atmosphere was filled with enthusiastic applause as Sun Wukong and the others cheered loudly, clapping in joyous celebration. Donned a pristine white suit, his posture impeccably straight, as he fixed his gaze intently upon the entrance. This moment marked a significant milestone in his life, inducing a palpable sense of nervousness within him. A beautifully adorned carriage approached from a distance, its elegance captivating. Inside, sat upright, akin to a child in kindergarten, her hands resting delicately upon her knees. Her entire demeanor tense. She grasped the fabric of her white wedding gown tightly, her lips pressed firmly together, like she too was enveloped in anxiety. Before long, the carriage arrived at the threshold. Stood there, impeccably attired in formal wear. As took his hand and descended from the carriage, a group of men clad in suits held aloft a lengthy veil at the entrance. She stepped beneath the veil, which gracefully cascaded down, enveloping her head. The veil, adorned with small balloons tethered at its rear, floated gently, imparting an ethereal quality to her appearance. Beneath the pristine veil, radiant visage emerged, reminiscent of a celestial being who had inadvertently descended to the earthly realm, pure and unblemished. Experienced a whirlwind of emotions. It was, after all, his sister's wedding, and a tinge of sadness accompanied his joy. Yet, amidst the melancholy, he felt a profound happiness for his sister, who had found her path to bliss. As they gazed at each other through the delicate veil, the tension within them gradually dissipated upon beholding the face of their beloved. At that moment, the officiant's voice resonated once more. If love is a beautiful blossom, then marriage is the sweet fruit it bears. Let us now focus our attention on the gateway to happiness, and, with the most fervent applause, welcome the bride. As the officiant's words faded, a wave of continuous applause filled the air. Slightly raised her arm, and promptly stepped onto her brother's arm. Originally, this role was meant to be fulfilled by their father. However, in the absence of their parents, it fell upon to assume this responsibility. With a gentle stride, led towards. With each step they took, the sound of celebratory cannon fire erupted, ribbons fluttered, balloons ascended into the sky, and countless bubbles floated gracefully through the air, creating a scene reminiscent of a dream, so beautiful it was utterly enchanting. The women present cast envious glances at the spectacle. As approached, he too moved towards her. The path beneath their feet symbolized the journey of life, the first half accompanied by family, and the latter half shared with a partner. The three converged in the center of the path, and as placed his sister's hand into his, a veil of emotion clouded his vision. Take good care of her, was the sole sentiment uttered by. Ma Yuan gazed at Lapis, nodded solemnly, and pledged earnestly, I shall. Mo Yuan took Lotzi Li's hand, leading her to turn toward a distant horizon. La Bai Si stood still, observing the silhouettes of the two, gradually revealing a smile. He should feel joy for his sister. Should he not? Accompanied by music and applause, Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li came to a halt before the officiant, Bobo, gently turning to face one another. In that moment, the entire audience fell into a harmonious silence, collectively holding their breath in anticipation of the most exhilarating moment. Bobo, microphone in hand, adopted a grave expression. Mr. Mo Yuan, do you wish to take Ms. Lotzi Li as your wife, to cherish her in both poverty and wealth, in health and sickness, to care for, protect, understand, respect, and accompany her throughout your lives, for all eternity? I do, Mo Yuan replied, gazing deeply at Lotzi Li, his voice resonating with unwavering conviction. Ms. Lotzi Li, do you wish to take Mr. Mo Yuan as your husband, to remain loyal to him in both poverty and wealth, in health and sickness, to support, assist, comfort, and accompany him throughout your lives, for all eternity? With tears glistening in her eyes, Lotzi Li held Mo Yuan's gaze for a long while, her lips slightly parted as she uttered the three words with tender certainty, I do. As soon as Lotzi Li's words echoed through the air, the crowd erupted once more into cheers. Applause, jubilant shouts, and the thunder of fireworks filled the atmosphere. The officiant presented a box, proclaiming, now, the bride and groom shall exchange tokens of their love. Inside the box lay two exquisite rings, each adorned with a dazzling gemstone, a red diamond and a purple diamond. Both treasures had been unearthed by Mo Yuan from the depths of the sea, which he had meticulously shaped into heart forms, setting them into the rings. Mo Yuan gently held the delicate, fragile hand of Lotzi Li, adorned with a ring set with a crimson diamond, and slid it onto her ring finger. In turn, Lotzi Li placed a ring embellished with a violet diamond onto the ring finger of Mo Yuan's left hand. After exchanging rings, Yuan could no longer contain himself. He was unwilling to wait for the officiant's words. He boldly drew Li into his embrace, lifted her veil, and passionately captured her crimson lips with his own. In that kiss, they transcended individual existence, becoming forever entwined with one another. Yuan and Li returned to their new home. Although they were weary from the day's endeavors, a profound sense of joy enveloped them. After completing their evening rituals, the two nestled into their cozy bed. Yuan held tightly onto Li. "Darling, are you in pain?" After their marriage, Li's way of addressing Yuan had changed, though she was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. "I am not in pain," he replied. Li gazed at Yuan with a hint of melancholy, then gently pinched him. "Ouch." Yuan inhaled sharply, staring at Li in astonishment. "Sister, just after our wedding, do you wish to remain a widow? I thought you said you were not in pain." Yuan gazed at her with a lingering sadness. "Is it not all due to your relative's lack of boundaries? Surely, you cannot expect me to engage in a bloody struggle." The gaze of Yuan instilled an inexplicable sense of guilt within Zili, prompting her to avert her eyes. "There is nothing I can do in this situation." Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her. After a considerable half-hour, Li shook her weary limbs, letting out a soft sigh. It felt as though that half-hour had been utterly fruitless, yielding no results whatsoever. What to do? Perhaps. Yuan's eyes flickered as he leaned closer to Li's ear, offering a subtle suggestion. Upon hearing this proposal, Li's pupils widened in shock. This. Her cheeks flushed crimson, rendering her nearly speechless. After a prolonged moment, she managed to suppress her embarrassment. Casting a sideways glance at Yuan, she ultimately acquiesced to his suggestion. An eternity passed. With a sense of satisfaction, embraced the weary Li and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 68. Daily Life Yuan. Come out and practice. At the break of dawn, the resounding voice of Sun Wukong echoed throughout Yuan's estate. "Damn it, I shall end his life." Yuan opened his eyes in bed, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Ever since he and Sun Wukong co-founded a security company last month, Sun Wukong had been incessantly visiting him under the guise of going to work, urging him to train. Initially, there was no issue with the training. However, this fellow was becoming increasingly excessive, arriving earlier each day. To his astonishment, today he had come to rouse him at 6 or 7 in the morning. Yuan, newlywed and blissfully occupied, found himself toiling until the early hours of the morning. Today, he was roused from slumber after scarcely 2 hours of rest. Yuan is now engulfed in remorse. A profound regret. What possessed him to partner with him in establishing a company? Last month, while Yuan was strolling through the streets with Li, they encountered a despondent Wukong. Upon inquiring, they discovered that he had been compelled by Chi-Chi to seek employment. However, Wukong was only adept at fighting and possessed no other skills, leaving him unable to secure a job after an extensive search. Thus, Yuan conceived the idea of starting a company with him. A security firm provides the financial backing while Wukong contributes his efforts, taking on the responsibility of training the staff. Although this company has only been established for a mere month, several employees with a palpable sense of presence have already been trained. Consequently, holds a very optimistic view of the company's future. Moreover, even if others do not employ them, he can always hire these employees to safeguard his jewelry store. For this world is not as peaceful as it seems. Armed robberies are rampant everywhere, as exemplified by a certain blonde woman. In comparison to other professions, this role aligns perfectly with Wukong's expertise, allowing him to approach work with enthusiasm each day. Training employees while simultaneously seeking to cultivate his own skills is truly a delightful endeavor. Wukong never imagined he would find such a splendid job that combines both financial gain and personal development. The affectionate call of husband from Sun Wukong roused lazily from her slumber. She nestled her head into his embrace, playfully nuzzling him a couple of times, gently embraced her, soothing her with tender words. "It's all right. Ignore him. Let us continue to sleep." Under his comforting presence, soon fell into a deep slumber once more. He then sent a thought message to, instructing him to seek out on the island, also informing him that was there as well. The choice was clear: awaken to engage in a fierce battle, or embrace his fragrant wife in peaceful slumber. Even a fool would know which path to choose. Upon receiving his message, awkwardly scratched the back of his head and turned to, saying, "It seems a bit early, he is still asleep. Let us go find him for training." Felt somewhat helpless, he had already informed his father that it was too early. However, unconvinced, insisted on waking him. As it was the weekend, had brought along for training. Initially, was reluctant to allow to join them, fearing it would disrupt his studies. This had troubled for quite some time, as he wished for his son to train alongside him. Ultimately, offered a solution. After discussing it with, she agreed to let train with them, provided it did not interfere with his studies. The reasoning was quite simple. Her reluctance stemmed from a desire to protect from the dangers of combat. Thus, the purpose of his training was redefined. If training was not for battle but for self-defense, it could be justified. After all, formidable foes would inevitably arise in the future, and even if one wished to avoid conflict, circumstances might compel one to fight. Lacking strength could lead to dire consequences. Finally, after much persuasion from and assurances from that his studies would remain unaffected, relented. When the father and son duo located, they found him and sprawled on the beach, having just concluded their bout. Both were panting heavily, their garments tattered, leaving only minimal coverage. Since their encounter at the banquet, had been seeking out for sparring sessions with increasing frequency. Through these intense battles, S' strength had surged rapidly. To prevent from surpassing him, had also intensified his training. A peculiar camaraderie had developed between them, born from their rivalry. Just a few days prior, had confided in, expressing her frustration over how, and seemed to be a perfect match, as visits home had become infrequent, often spending nights away. The implication was clear, whenever he was questioned. It was always about being with. This revelation nearly drove to exasperation. Had she not been familiar with his character, she might have suspected his fidelity. Ah? You two have already finished? Yuan gazed in astonishment at the two individuals sprawled on the ground. I had thought I arose quite early. Yet it seems I must rise even earlier next time, lest I be outdone by them. Yuan silently resolved in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, these two were not early risers at all. They had simply spent the night in wakefulness, engaged in a relentless bout. Lapis and Vegeta responded with a casual acknowledgement. Lying motionless on the ground, too weary to even open their eyes. Exhausted and deprived of sleep, they felt a hint of drowsiness creeping in. Well then, given the circumstances, Yuan had no choice but to adapt. Fortunately, Gohan did not have school today, allowing him the opportunity to train alongside his father. Gohan, let us commence with some warm-up exercises, Yuan instructed. Gohan nodded in agreement. All right, Dad. The two then dashed to a nearby spot to engage in their warm-up routines. Before long, the father-son duo, having completed their warm-ups, soared into the sky to engage in a spirited battle. In an instant, the winds surged and the seas roiled, as thunderous explosions resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, below, Lapis and Vegeta lay undisturbed on the sandy beach, peacefully slumbering. Occasionally, waves lapped against them. Yet they seemed utterly oblivious. Were it not for their rhythmic breathing, one might be led to believe they were but lifeless corpses. Yuan and Latsili rose from their slumber only when they felt completely rejuvenated. After indulging in a delightful lunch, they savored the moment. Yuan accompanied Latsili to seek them out. Upon their arrival, they beheld 4 lifeless bodies lying in an orderly fashion upon the beach. Their garments were tattered, bearing numerous wounds, clearly indicative of a fierce struggle that had transpired. Alas! Yuan sighed, then proceeded to tend to their wounds. Ever since the emergence of Yuan, the humanoid celestial being, these individuals had become increasingly reckless in their brawls. It was as if they embodied the adage that as long as one cannot be killed, they would fight with abandon. Moments later, a miraculous medical phenomenon occurred. The 4 lifeless bodies sprang back to life, fully rejuvenated. Sun Wukong sprang up from the ground with a nimble leap, clapping Yuan on the shoulder, and grinning broadly as he exclaimed, "How fortunate we are to have you." Yuan gazed at him in silence, saying, "It's one thing to strike hard against Vegeta, but why have you also unleashed such ferocity upon Gohan?" Upon encountering Gohan, was nearly compelled to report a case of child abuse. Gohan's body was a tapestry of bruises, each area marred by the aftermath of violence, leaving no unscathed flesh. Hilariously, Goku chuckled, displaying no semblance of remorse, and remarked, "Had I not restrained myself, I would surely face the wrath of Chi-Chi upon my return." Could only harbor silent sympathy for Gohan in his heart. Chapter 69. Dragon Ball. Across the vast expanse of the ocean, streaks of light surged with incredible speed, stirring the waters into tumultuous waves. Deep gashes marred the surface of the sea, resembling the fearsome claw marks left by a colossal beast. The air was soon filled with a cacophony of collisions as several streaks of light vanished into the sky. Invisible shockwaves rippled through the atmosphere, unsettling the surrounding air. With a resounding crash, a diminutive golden figure plummeted from the heavens, striking the ocean with the ferocity of a meteor, resulting in a towering column of water. Soon after, A succession of figures descended from the sky, some plunging into the sea, others landing upon nearby islands. As the remaining combatants fell, a solitary figure enveloped in a radiant aura of purple and gold began to materialize in the air. As the transformation came to a close, the fierce aura dissipated, and his upright hair gradually fell. He then opened his third eye, locating the positions of those who had been knocked down. Skillfully, he retrieved them one by one from the sea and cast them back onto the island. Soon, and were neatly arranged upon the sandy shore. Their eyes tightly shut, their bodies marred with wounds, they appeared to be on the brink of death. Had grown accustomed to such sights. With practiced ease, he began to heal them. In no time, the four opened their eyes in succession and sprang to their feet, brimming with vitality. This scenario had persisted for several months. Initially had accompanied them in their training, but 2 months ago, upon discovering her pregnancy, she had ceased to join them, choosing instead to nurture her child at home. Well, today's training comes to an end, stated calmly, preparing to teleport home to prepare a meal for his wife. So soon? We've only trained for a few hours. Lamented. Cast a glance at Wukong, feeling somewhat exasperated. Wukong, Chi-Chi is also pregnant. Do you not think you should return to care for her? Wukong, whose mind often wandered when immersed in training, suddenly recalled the expectant mother waiting at home. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head. Indeed. Grasping Gohan's hand, he declared. Gohan, let us return home to prepare a meal for mother. With that, he activated his instant transmission and vanished. Vegeta watched the father and son disappear, smirking disdainfully. Women are such a hassle, he mused. Turning his attention to Robbies, he said, Robbies, let us resume our training. Robbie shook his head and replied nonchalantly, No. The little dinosaurs on the island are about to hatch. I must return to care for them. With that, he ignored Vegeta and flew off in the direction of his island. Vegeta scoffed at Robbies' retreating figure. Even hatchlings are a nuisance. By the way, Vegeta, Bulma lamented to my wife yesterday that you have yet to return home. She even warned that if you do not come back soon, she will find a stepfather for Trunks. Upon concluding his words, paid no heed to the visibly distressed and instantaneously teleported home. Upon hearing this, lost his composure. The disdainful expression on his face vanishing entirely. His visage turned a shade of green, as if on the brink of transforming into a Super Saiyan. He could almost hear the sound of raindrops falling upon his head. Bellowed, transforming into a Super Saiyan and soaring towards the West City with unparalleled speed. Enveloped in a whirlwind of thoughts, remained oblivious to the faint arcs of electricity that began to flicker around him. Darling, I am back. The familiar voice jolted from her conversation with, causing her to spring up from the sofa. She then leapt into a warm embrace, clinging to like a koala. Gently cradled her Peach, preventing it from slipping away, and then lowered his head to bestow a tender kiss upon her lips. All right, it's time to come down. Bulma is still watching. At the sound of his voice, recalled Bulma's presence, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she slowly descended from him. Bulma gazed at the two of them with envy, having always fantasized about experiencing such a sweet romance. Unfortunately, her first boyfriend, Yamcha, was a notorious philanderer, flirting with countless women throughout their relationship. As for Vegeta, while he was not unfaithful, he seemed utterly disinterested in women, consumed by his relentless pursuit of training. Weeks would pass without a glimpse of him, rendering her existence akin to that of a widow. Sighing, Bulma lamented the difficulties of love. You two carry on. I shall take my leave and not intrude upon your moment. She had no desire to play the third wheel, nor did she wish to consume dog food. Thus, she picked up Trunks and bid farewell to, and before driving home. Little did she know, a fiercely temperamental man awaited her return. After Bulma's departure, held in a warm embrace on the sofa for a while. Though pregnant for over 2 months, displayed no visible changes, her abdomen remained flat. And had it not been for the absence of visiting relatives, they might not have even noticed. Together, they prepared a nutritious and delicious dinner. Had initially intended to cook alone, but insisted on assisting him. However, given its robust constitution, her pregnancy had little effect on her. She could protect the fetus with her energy. And normal activities posed no inconvenience. After dinner, they enjoyed their time together. Yuan and Lotzi Li reclined on a swing in the estate, gazing at the stars above. Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from Yuan's embrace. Curiously, Lotzi Li reached out and retrieved a pearl the size of a pigeon's egg from his arms. Could this be a dragon pearl? Typically, a dragon pearl requires approximately 100 days of nurturing to reach completion. However, Yuan's pearl had been cultivated for nearly 6 months before finally achieving its full potential. Well, allow me to show you something else intriguing. Displayed a mysterious smile as he accepted the Dragon Ball from Razali. Razali's curiosity was piqued, her gaze fixed intently upon the Dragon Ball. A surge of willpower flowed from within him into the Dragon Ball. The seed of willpower inside the Dragon Ball began to fervently absorb the energy emanating from. Gradually, transformations commenced within the transparent confines of the Dragon Ball. The purple-gold seed of willpower divided into two distinct clusters, elongating slowly. Before long, the willpower seeds morphed into two adorable chibi figures, representing none other than Razali in their endearing chibi forms. The chibi versions of them sat side by side within the Dragon Ball, their heads gently leaning against one another. Yuan retrieved a necklace and set the dragon pearl upon it. He then adorned the graceful neck of Lotzi Li with it, akin to that of a swan. Lotzi Li gazed at the dragon pearl with delight, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Can this grant wishes? Nodded and said, of course, you may make your wish now. He then imparted the incantation to Lotzi Li. Upon hearing the spell, Lotzi Li's mind was overwhelmed with questions. This incantation seemed rather embarrassing, did it not? Lotzi Li cast a speechless glance at, her eyes conveying a silent plea. Is there no alternative? With a playful smile at the corner of his eye and a slight arch of his brow, inquired, what do you think? Of course, it can be altered. However, intended to tease, planning to revert to a conventional spell after this wish was granted. Gazed at the dragon orb in her hand, her hesitation palpable. Suddenly, she found herself reluctant to make a wish, yet there was one desire she yearned to fulfill. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, akin to a ripened peach. After much contemplation, surveyed her surroundings. The place was desolate. Apart from the two of them, not a soul was in sight. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and shouted at the dragon orb on the ground, Darling, I love you. You are the most handsome. As her voice echoed, a beam of light erupted from the dragon orb, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, a tempest raged, clouds swirling violently, as ominous dark clouds enveloped the entire earth. Countless bolts of lightning danced within the stormy skies, producing a thunderous roar. A colossal purple-golden divine dragon manifested in the cosmos, its size dwarfing the entire solar system by thousands of times. With its gaping abyss-like maw, the divine dragon consumed the entire solar system. To onlookers, the only visible anomaly was the earth shrouded in ominous clouds, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. However, in the moment the divine dragon devoured the solar system and found themselves transported to an extraordinary realm. This space was an expanse of nothingness, where they stood suspended in the void, confronted by the immense divine dragon. This was the very core of the dragon's essence. Speak your wishes, whatever desires you hold, I shall fulfill them. A resonant voice reverberated throughout the ether. The Dragon Ball crafted by can fulfill but a single wish, yet its potential transcends that of the Earth's Dragon Balls. It could be considered a rudimentary version of the Super Dragon Balls. However, this Dragon Ball is capable of evolution, as S strength increases. So too shall the power of the Dragon Ball should surpass the prowess of the Dragon God Salama. The might of this Dragon Ball would likewise eclipse that of the Super Dragon Balls. Please protect my unborn child, shielding him from all harm and allowing him to thrive. La Zili proclaimed her wish to the dragon. Upon receiving La Zili's wish, the dragon's colossal eyes shimmered with light. Dots of starlight appeared around La Zili, gradually merging into her being. Your wish has been granted, boomed the dragon's voice as the starlight completely integrated into La Zili. Subsequently, the dragon transformed into a brilliant radiance, dissipating into the void, and La Zili returned to their estate, as if all that had transpired was but a fleeting illusion. Nevertheless, the Dragon Ball on the ground had transformed into stone. At that moment, the stone Dragon Ball levitated from the ground and flew into La Zili's hand. What? La Zili gazed at the Dragon Ball in her hand, astonished as she turned to. This Dragon Ball was crafted especially for you, unlike others. It will not wander aimlessly, but will return to you after granting your wish. Expressed his pride, explaining that the Dragon Balls possess a binding feature. For instance, the Dragon Balls on Earth are tethered to Earth, while those on Namek are bound to Namek, preventing them from drifting to distant planets. Furthermore, the Super Dragon Balls are bound within the realms of the 6th and 7th universes. In a similar vein, directly linked this Dragon Ball to. Overjoyed, planted a fervent kiss on's lips, initially believing that after making a wish, she would need to seek out the Dragon Balls. With this newfound capability, she could now make wishes with peace of mind. Witnessing joy, akin to that of a delighted child, filled his heart with sweetness. The two lingered in affectionate warmth on the swing for a considerable time before returning to rest. After completing his morning routine, Yuan emerged from the bathroom, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the sight before him. Zili, seemingly having changed into a basketball uniform at some point, wore the simple attire with an exquisite grace that rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. "Sister, what is this?" Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Yuan's mind. As a thunderous roar echoed within, dispelling all lingering doubts, Yuan suddenly understood. "So, your wish today." He finally grasped the true significance of the wish that Zili had made. Zili nodded. Since her pregnancy, she had not engaged in any physical activity, and her body felt as if it were on the brink of rusting. Moreover, she could clearly see that Yuan was also holding back. "Darling, come on. Let's have a one-on-one basketball match." Zili licked her dry red lips, extending the invitation for a friendly game. How could Yuan resist? After all, he was an avid basketball enthusiast and had even spent 2.5 years as a basketball trainee in his previous life. He immediately changed into a set of athletic wear and thus commenced an intense basketball showdown. Yuan launched an offensive. Zili remained profoundly focused, her arms outstretched in a diligent defense, not daring to exhibit even the slightest complacency. Initiated his assault towards the left, and Zili reacted swiftly, immediately raising her defenses. Yet, with a deft pull, redirected his attack to the right. Zili, quick to adapt, promptly fortified her stance once more. Despite her timely defense, astonishingly altered his course yet again, returning to the left. At this juncture, Zili endeavored to reposition herself, but her feet had become entangled by his feints. She could only watch helplessly as charged into the penalty area, soaring high to execute a powerful two-handed dunk. In the first round, Zili faced a resounding defeat. Yet she remained undaunted, her spirit unyielding. In the second round, eschewed finesse for brute force, advancing with sheer physicality. Although Zili possessed commendable athleticism, she was still at a considerable disadvantage compared to. Her efforts to resist were valiant, yet in the face of overwhelming strength, they proved to be futile. Zili was gradually pushed back, ultimately left with nothing but a gaze of disbelief. Yuan truly exemplifies the prowess of someone who has dedicated 2.5 years to the art of basketball. The ball dances effortlessly in his hands, as he showcases an array of dazzling dribbling techniques, triple threat stances, two-handed ball handling, long-range shots, close-range layups, pull-up jumpers, and thunderous dunks. The game progresses relentlessly, with the score widening dramatically, 1-0, 2-0, 99-0. After an entire evening of play, there has yet to be a single successful defensive move against him. As the game nears its conclusion, Zili finds herself utterly exhausted, nearly on the brink of collapse. The final score reads 100-0. When the last round concludes, Zili can no longer endure and collapses onto the ground, drained of all energy. In stark contrast, Yuan remains vibrant and full of life, prompting Zili to exclaim in frustration, "What a freak." "Thank you for the compliment," he replies, with a beaming smile, appeared completely unconcerned, even reveling in the moment, believing it to be the highest form of praise directed at him. After the game, he was drenched in sweat. He lifted the exhausted, and after they had freshened up, they returned to rest. This one-on-one duel concluded with being left bald. Chapter 71. The surrender of in the boundless cosmos, a massive spaceship soared swiftly through the void. Inside, a stout, blue-skinned alien donned in battle attire and a flowing cape sat comfortably. His name was a subordinate of the notorious Frisia. Previously, he served as a military strategist in the Third Star region. Now, with Frisia's forces fragmented, he had risen to become the chief strategist of this remnant army. As he observed the spaceship nearing its destination, an excited smile spread across his face. A few days prior, a colossal, purple-golden dragon had manifested in the cosmos. Despite the great distance separating them, its immense size allowed them to catch sight of it. Considering Frisia's previous intentions regarding planet Namek, was nearly certain that this magnificent creature was the dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls. After several days of investigation, they had concluded that the Dragon Balls resided on Earth, within the solar system. If they could locate the Dragon Balls, they would have the means to resurrect Frisia. Ever since Frisia's demise, they had been living as fugitives, relentlessly pursued by the Galactic Patrol. To make matters worse, other factions had taken advantage of their vulnerability, eager to seize a piece of the pie. The territories they once conquered had been largely usurped, and many of his subordinates had either perished or fled, leaving only a handful aboard this spaceship. Once Frisia was revived, vowed to repay the grievances of these past years with interest. He contemplated darkly, envisioning the faces of those who had taken advantage of their plight, as well as the Galactic Patrol. The thought of those individuals groveling before him brought forth uncontrollable laughter. "How much longer until we reach Earth?" inquired of the soldier piloting the ship. "Lord, we should arrive in approximately 3 days," the soldier replied respectfully. 3 days? Earth is indeed quite remote, mused. Then waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Continue piloting the ship. I shall take my leave to rest. Inform me when we are nearing Earth." "Yes, sir," the soldier acknowledged. With that, exited the control room, gazed at the sky, sensing the presence of over 100 unfamiliar auras approaching Earth. However, the mightiest among them likely possessed only a combat power of several tens of thousands. A mere breath could extinguish them. As Yuan opened his mind's eye, he realized that with the enhancement of his strength, the scope of his perception now encompassed the entire solar system. Soon, at the periphery of the solar system, he detected a spacecraft. The faint energies emanating from this vessel were unmistakable. However, due to the vast distance and the subtlety of these energies, no one else, apart from Yuan, noticed anything amiss. "You may continue your cultivation. I shall be departing for a while," addressed Wukong and the others before executing a swift teleportation, vanishing from sight, leaving the four of them exchanging perplexed glances. Inside the spaceship, Solb could already discern Earth with the naked eye, an undeniable thrill bubbling within him. "Lord Frisia, we shall soon locate the Dragon Balls, and then we can resurrect you." The surrounding soldiers mirrored his exhilaration, having suppressed their anticipation for far too long. So you are followers of Frisia. I am curious how you came to know that the Dragon Balls exist on Earth," a voice suddenly interrupted. The unfamiliar tone sent a jolt of unease through Solb, who then noticed an individual, resembling a scion, had appeared beside him without warning. "Who are you?" The sudden presence made Solb exceedingly cautious. He drew his weapon, aiming it at. The other soldiers followed suit, brandishing their sidearms and keeping a vigilant watch on him. Solb then pressed a button on his power level detector, which displayed rapidly fluctuating numbers before ultimately stabilizing. 5. Upon seeing this figure, Solb felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out to be a mere weakling with a power level of only 5. He lowered his handgun and regarded with disdain, harboring no doubts regarding the accuracy of the detector. As for sudden appearance, he felt no surprise. After all, the universe was teeming with peculiar races, much like the Jinyu Force's good, whose power exceeding 10,000 could halt time itself. In the eyes of the onlooker, Yuan was merely a trifling being endowed with a modicum of spatial abilities. "Are you here seeking your demise?" he sneered, his hands itching for action after a prolonged period of inaction. Emerging from the shadows was a tall, slender extraterrestrial, his fists rubbing together in anticipation. His visage exuded an unmistakable malevolence. This individual was Tagma, the right-hand man of Solb. With a mocking gaze fixed upon Yuan, Tagma regarded him as one would a mere toy. Possessing an astonishing combat power of 50,000, he dismissed the weakling with a paltry 5 as inconsequential. His mind was already concocting elaborate ways to ensure Yuan's demise. Tagma has made his move. This unfortunate soul is destined for a grim fate. The surrounding minions chattered gleefully. Indeed, the last individual who incurred Tagma's wrath was subjected to 7 days of torment, ultimately reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The air was thick with their malicious delight. Yuan cast a glance at Tagma. Subsequently, Tagma's emaciated body began to swell grotesquely. An agonizing sensation penetrated deep into his marrow, coursing through every fiber of his being. Tagma could not restrain a desperate cry. "Help me." He turned to Sol Bei beside him, yearning for assistance. However, this bizarre spectacle had left Sol Bei and the surrounding soldiers in a state of shock. Fear spread like wildfire in their hearts. They felt an icy chill enveloping them, rendering their bodies immobile. I beg you, spare me." Tagma pleaded with Yuan, attempting to kneel, yet his body had expanded to the point of rigidity, unmoved by his entreaties. Yuan did not spare him a single glance. With a thunderous explosion, Tagma's entire form disintegrated, transforming into a violet mist of blood that splattered across the surroundings. Save for Yuan, all others found themselves stained by this sanguine deluge. "Now, may I properly address your inquiries?" Yuan gazed expressionlessly at Sol Bei. He felt no sense of moral burden after eliminating these individuals. "My lord." Sol Bei abruptly knelt before him, bowing his head to the ground, too intimidated to meet Yuan's eyes. "We only learned of the existence of the Dragon Balls here after witnessing the colossal divine dragon a few days ago." Observing Sol Bei's submission, the other soldiers, without uttering a word, laid down their weapons and followed suit, kneeling in reverence, lacking any extraordinary abilities. Their unwavering loyalty was the sole reason they had managed to survive this long amidst the chaos. Oh, so that is the case. Yuan had not anticipated that it was, in fact, the divine dragon he had summoned a few days prior that had led them here. How many members remain in Frisia's legion? Inquired once more. My lord, everyone is already here. Solb, bowing his head in utmost reverence, responded with complete candor, not daring to conceal a single truth. His words astonished, for he had not anticipated that within just a few years, Frisia's power would be so thoroughly eroded. My lord, we are eager to pledge our allegiance to you, and we hope you will accept us. Solb lifted his gaze to, his eyes ablaze with fervor. For him, it was merely a quest for a protector. Following Frisia's demise, he had begun to command Frisia's legion. Initially, he was unaware of the extent of his own authority, reveling in the power he wielded. Immersed in this dominion, he had never contemplated the means to resurrect Frisia. However, after experiencing the harsh realities of society, he came to understand that the supremacy of Frisia's army was not due to the sheer number of its members, but rather the existence of Frisia himself. Over the years, the legion had disbanded, and he found himself akin to a dog in distress, enduring relentless beatings. He had grown weary of such a life. Thus, upon witnessing the divine dragon, he believed he had grasped a lifeline. If Frisia were resurrected, he could reclaim his former grandeur, albeit with an additional figure overshadowing him, far superior to his current plight. Yet, with some urgence, he realized that the quest to gather the Dragon Balls for Frisia's revival was an unattainable dream. In fact, it was uncertain whether they would even survive to leave the solar system. In the interest of survival, he resolved to submit to his command. Chapter 72. The Celestial Empire. The interior of the spaceship was enveloped in an eerie silence. Yuan gazed intently at Solbei, who knelt before him. A subtle yet formidable aura emanated from his being. Solbei found himself utterly immobilized, the invisible pressure causing beads of sweat to form upon his brow. This psychological strain was far more terrifying than that exerted by Frisia. Frisia resembled a tyrant, his merciless and ferocious aura sending shivers down one's spine, instilling fear in the hearts of many. In contrast, Yuan embodied the essence of a supreme sovereign, his unintentional yet overwhelming dominance evoking an irresistible urge to submit to him. Yuan pondered while stroking his chin. Accepting the words of this group would ensure that no one would attempt to resurrect Frisia in the future. Of course, eliminating these individuals now would yield the same outcome. He contemplated for a long while, ultimately resolved to accept this group of individuals. After all, the universe harbors numerous resources that are non-existent on Earth. He envisioned leveraging these individuals to generate wealth in the cosmos, thereby acquiring resources unavailable on Earth, or perhaps even martial arts from other planets. In contemplating how to procure these cosmic resources, devised two promising strategies. The first involves the exquisite culinary delights of Earth. The Dragon Ball universe is evidently a realm deficient in gastronomic variety. Even the long-lived deities, Beerus the Destroyer and Whis the Angel, find themselves captivated and enthralled by Earth's cuisine. The allure of such culinary wonders would undoubtedly be magnified for ordinary beings. Therefore, introducing Earth's delectable dishes across the universe could yield substantial financial gain. The second strategy pertains to a form of technology that is absent in the cosmos, Bulma's iconic Capsule Corporation capsules. Earth's technological landscape suffers from significant gaps. The pinnacle of its innovation includes the versatile capsules, time machines, and Dr. Gero's android technology. These advancements are singular treasures in the universe. However, there exists a stark deficiency in intermediate technologies. Prior to the invasion of extraterrestrial beings, they were incapable of producing their own spacecraft. The universal utility of these capsules would render them immensely valuable, offering tremendous convenience in both warfare and daily life. Thus, should engage in the trade of these capsules, he too could amass great wealth. Rise, stated with an air of calm authority. Solb lifted his gaze, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he inquired, My lord, do you truly wish to accept us? Nodded slightly, stating, I can accept you. Upon hearing this, Solb was overjoyed. However, his tone shifted sharply as he declared, If any of you dare to harbor ulterior motives, I assure you, your fate will be far more tragic than that of the unfortunate fellow who met his end just moments ago. A chilling aura swiftly enveloped the room, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably, too fearful to even breathe. Nevertheless, retracted his menacing presence, adopting a tone as gentle as a spring breeze. If you can diligently serve my interests, I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly." Instantly, a wave of relief washed over the crowd. "My lord." "No. My king, rest assured, we pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, and we shall not entertain any disloyalty." Saul was the first to express his allegiance. The other soldiers quickly followed suit, voicing their loyalty. "Rest easy, my king. We are utterly devoted. Should anyone dare betray you, we shall deal with him before you even have to lift a finger." "Indeed, my king, he speaks the truth." Mo Yuan nodded with a sense of satisfaction. "Very well." As Mo Yuan opened his mouth, the entire venue fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixed upon him, awaiting his words. "Please, share your current circumstances." Mo Yuan turned his gaze towards Solbei. "My lord, we are all gathered here now, yet our former territories have been seized by others. Initially, we had intended to resurrect Frisia and reclaim what was lost." Solbei, unable to conceal the truth, laid everything bare, nodded and said, "Very well. I shall now entrust you with a task. Your Majesty, please proceed. We assure you we shall accomplish the mission," Solbei declared, thumping his chest with fervent assurance. Cast a glance at him and said, "Reclaim all the territory we once possessed." This. Instantly, Solb's confidence waned, his voice fading. If they were capable of fighting back, they would not have fallen to such a plight. "Fear not. I shall assist you," reassured. Upon hearing his words, Solb hesitated momentarily. "My lord, their strength is formidable, with millions, even tens of millions, possessing immense combat power. Even if Frisia were to resurrect, I could easily crush him," replied nonchalantly. Solb's heart skipped a beat. Although he was unaware of the true extent of Frisia's power, he had previously believed it to be merely 50,000. However, ever since Frisia's demise, the forces that had been suppressed began to emerge, many possessing combat abilities in the millions or even tens of millions. It was then that Solb realized Frisia's strength was undoubtedly far beyond 50,000. After all, how else could he have kept those formidable individuals at bay? Yet, claimed he could dispatch Frisia with ease. Just how powerful must he be? Solb held no doubts regarding his assertion. The thought of having a mighty ally filled him with excitement. "My lord, when shall we commence our operation?" he exclaimed eagerly, yearning to unleash the frustrations of recent times. "Let us depart immediately," commanded. At once, everyone sprang into action, their expressions radiating sheer exhilaration. Suddenly, Solb recalled something and knelt before, saying, "My lord, please bestow a name upon our faction." "Indeed." Mo Yuan pondered for a moment, then spoke with solemnity. "Heavenly Empire. We shall call it the Heavenly Empire." Mo Yuan was poised to establish a flourishing era for the Celestial Empire in this world of Dragon Balls. "Celestial Empire! Celestial Empire!" Solbei raised his hand and shouted these two words with fervor. Inspired by his enthusiasm, everyone joined in, lifting their hands and echoing the chant, "Celestial Empire! Celestial Empire! Celestial Empire! Celestial Empire! Celestial Empire! Celestial Empire!" In that moment, the spacecraft was filled with a cacophony of voices. Once these matters were settled, left a clone of himself aboard the spacecraft before returning to Earth. This clone was an enhancement of the four-body technique originally devised by Tianjin Fan. Possessing half of his usual combat prowess, this clone is remarkable in its ability to exist for an extended duration. It will remain until its energy is entirely depleted or until consciously dissipates it. Chapter 73. The twins' time flew by, and in the blink of an eye. 2 months had passed. During this period, having acquired a plethora of extraterrestrial technology from Solbei, exchanged it with Dr. Brief for the coveted universal capsule technology. However, the universal capsules produced by will not be available for sale on Earth. They will only be distributed beyond its confines. This arrangement constitutes a mutually beneficial collaboration, one that Dr. Brief has no grounds to decline, as he had never envisioned expanding his company into outer space. Although the alien technologies provided by may not rival the universal capsule in sophistication, their sheer abundance and status as advanced cosmic technologies render them invaluable. Furthermore, the medical apparatus contained within these technologies holds a value that, in some respects, rivals that of the universal capsule, as they can be likened to a low-tier version of the fabled healing beans. Simultaneously, with the assistance of his avatar, Solbei swiftly reclaimed his former territory. The most formidable forces in the region consisted merely of a handful of powerhouses with battle capabilities around 30 to 40 million. After a few skirmishes with his avatar, these formidable opponents met their demise, with little energy expended in the process. Soon, a faction known as the Celestial Empire began to emerge prominently in the northern galaxy. Once the territory was reclaimed, refrained from allowing them to revert to their former ways of pillaging and selling planets. Instead, he commenced the integration of weaker nations, acquiring resources through fair taxation. In return, they pledged to protect these smaller nations from external threats. In stark contrast to other factions, the resources extracted by the Celestial Empire were minimal. Consequently, countless smaller nations flocked to align themselves with the Celestial Empire. The remaining factions, intimidated by the Empire's might, could only watch helplessly as their influence gradually diminished, unable to voice their grievances. Following Frisia's demise, the remaining strongest factions had already been vanquished by the Celestial Empire. The factions that persisted could scarcely muster a warrior with battle power exceeding 1 million. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to stand against the Celestial Empire? Many factions found themselves contemplating retreat, as they lacked viable sources of income. Without revenue, how could they sustain their numerous subordinates? They began to ponder whether it might be prudent to withdraw from the northern galaxy and seek their fortunes elsewhere. Moreover, should the Celestial Empire continue its ascent, it was conceivable that one day it would obliterate them. After all, in the presence of a formidable adversary, one cannot afford to rest too comfortably. They, too, comprehend this truth. Thus, they neither dare nor wish to wager their very lives. Gradually, with the advancement of the Celestial Empire, numerous factions silently withdrew from the northern galaxy. Following the rise of the Celestial Empire, conflicts within the northern galaxy diminished, with the Celestial Empire serving as a vital link. Direct connections were established among various nations and planets. Under the auspices of the Celestial Empire, they embarked upon a journey of free trade. Consequently, the universal adhesive capsules began to gradually permeate the vast market of the cosmos. Everything appeared to be progressing in a positive direction. On Earth, Lazuli languidly reclined upon the sofa. Perhaps due to her increasingly prominent belly, she had recently become more lethargic. After satisfying her hunger, she often felt drowsy, preferring to lie down rather than move. She also experienced an unusual propensity for hunger. Strangely, ever since her transformation into a synthetic being, she rarely felt hunger. Yet, now she undeniably sensed an emptiness within her abdomen. Perhaps the child within her was absorbing a significant amount of her nutrients, compelling her to frequently replenish her sustenance. Sister-in-law, it is time to dine. Yuan emerged from the kitchen, a few plates and a clay pot floating beside him. Lazuli was nearing her due date, prompting Yuan to forego his training and remain home to care for her. He placed the meal before Lazuli on the table, then gently assisted her to sit upright from the sofa. "Darling, you smell wonderful," Lazuli exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yuan's neck and planting a fervent kiss upon his cheek, finishing with a playful inhale. A small strawberry suddenly blossomed on Yuan's face. As Lazuli gazed at the charming visage of Yuan adorned with this delightful mark, her eyes involuntarily curved into 2 crescent moons. What could possibly evoke such joy? Yuan ladled a bowl of fish soup for Lazuli, noticing her radiant smile, yet feeling somewhat perplexed. After all, how could one not be elated with such a handsome and wonderful husband? Lazuli took a sip of the delectable fish soup, her laughter sweet and blissful. Raised an eyebrow, exuding a sense of self-admiration. "Indeed, I too believe I am extraordinarily handsome. Such vanity. A mere compliment sends you soaring." "Of course," he replied, his face brimming with pride. "This praise comes directly from my wife, who is not only exceptionally intelligent and graceful, but also possesses an innate beauty that eclipses the moon and shames flowers, as well as a charm that captivates all who behold her. How could I not feel elated?" The flurry of extravagant compliments from Yuan left Lazuli feeling somewhat bashful. She swiftly picked up a generous piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, effectively silencing him. "Close your mouth," she exclaimed. After swallowing the morsel of meat, wore an expression of sheer ecstasy as he exclaimed, "The flavor of the meat fed to me by my beloved wife is truly unparalleled, absolutely delightful." No sooner had he spoken than stuffed several more pieces of meat into his mouth, filling it to the brim. Yuan chewed for a while, and after swallowing the morsel in his mouth, he was about to speak when his mouth was once again filled to the brim. Welcomed every morsel offered by with unrestrained delight, savoring each bite. However, he understood that this meal was not meant for him alone. Thus, as he indulged in her offerings, he reciprocated by feeding her in turn. Gradually, their shared dining experience unfolded, a harmonious exchange of nourishment. Upon finishing their meal, wrapped an arm around shoulders as they settled on the sofa. Her head rested gently against his shoulder as she caressed her rounded belly, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Darling, I can feel them kicking, she said, a hint of joy in her tone. Indeed, within her womb resided a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Is that so? Inquired, placing his hand delicately on her abdomen. To his astonishment, he could distinctly feel movement beneath his palm. Does it hurt? He asked, his gaze filled with concern for her well-being. Shook her head, her voice soft and soothing. It's manageable, just a bit uncomfortable. That cheeky little rascal. Allowing my wife to endure such hardship. Once he arrives, I shall certainly teach him a lesson, vowed with indignation. Just as was about to respond, an intense pain surged through her abdomen, causing her complexion to pale and beads of sweat to form rapidly. Darling, I think I might be going into labor, she gasped, breathless. Yuan anxiously lifted her into his arms and instantly transported them to the hospital. He had already made prior arrangements at the hospital, ensuring that as soon as he arrived, they would be ready to assist with the delivery. Yuan accompanied Lotzi Li into the delivery room, offering her comfort by her side. As he observed Lotzi Li's pale face contorted in pain, a wave of distress surged within him. Just this once. Resolved that this would be his final offspring, unwilling to subject to further suffering. After several hours, 2 children were safely brought into the world. However, paid them no heed, as a continuous stream of his willpower flowed into, aiding her recovery from the physical toll of childbirth. Under the nourishing influence of this willpower, S' complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and the pain began to ebb away. My dear, let me see the children, she implored, as she sat up from the bed, eager to gaze upon her beloved offspring. Approached the nearby cradle and gently lifted the 2 children, marking the first time he laid eyes on his offspring. He sensed a profound connection between them, an essence that perhaps encapsulated the bond of blood. Unlike typical newborns, their skin was not wrinkled but rather smooth and tender, resembling jelly, and they possessed an undeniable charm. Each child bore the traits of, on either side of their heads sprouted small horns, and they each had a tiny tail. The boy's hair was golden, akin to that of, and his tail mirrored this hue. The girl's hair was a milky white, and her tail matched the color of her locks. What adorable beings! Upon seeing the children, reminisced about her first encounter with, finding them equally enchanting. Her heart felt as if it might melt from the sheer cuteness. She felt that the hardships of the past 10 months had not been in vain. The names they had chosen for their children were already decided. The girl was named, and the boy was named. Chapter 74. The true condition for awakening the bloodline. With the arrival of their 2 children, its lives underwent a significant transformation. Oh, my dear husband, how I wish I could return them, she sighed in the middle of the night, cradling the golden-haired boy and casting a wistful glance at. Since the birth of the children, their intimate life as a couple had become scarce, and every endeavor required a veil of secrecy. Yuan held his daughter, lost in contemplation. What is the true purpose of bringing a child into this world? How can one ensure that these 2 children vanish at the appropriate moment? A revelation dawned upon him. A flash of inspiration illuminated the mind of Yuan, as he conceived a brilliant solution. Lazili tilted her head in curiosity, gazing at the exhilarated Yuan, perplexed by his sudden enthusiasm. Yuan gently took Tianlin from Lazili's embrace. After a brief fluctuation in space, Yuan embraced the 2 children before vanishing from sight. After a brief moment, he reappeared, yet the children he once held had completely vanished. Where have the children gone? A cryptic smile played upon Yuan's lips as he replied, They have gone to where they truly belong. Upon hearing this, Lotzi Li seemed to grasp the implication, her expression transforming into one reminiscent of a mischievous little demon. Madam, the hour is late. It is time to rest. S gaze fixated on the delicate figure of, his eyes shimmering with intensity. After giving birth, S' form had become even more voluptuous, and the added curves seemed to settle in all the right places. The now grown-up little rabbit was increasingly mischievous, bounding around and captivating his attention, leaving him utterly entranced. With a blush adorning her cheeks, gently lifted the corner of the blanket, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Their gazes intertwined, and an unspoken understanding enveloped them. Suddenly, playfully taps head, exclaiming in mild reproach, Tomorrow, the child will go hungry. Yuan raised his head nonchalantly and said, Rest assured, with their uncle around, they will not go hungry. Lotzi Li rolled her eyes in exasperation. Well, after all, she had chosen her husband. What could she do? She could only indulge him. Chuckled softly, his long sword having remained unsheathed for several months, its blade dull and devoid of luster. It was time to return it to its sheath for proper maintenance. The day the sword is returned is the day the night returns. On a distant island, stared blankly at the two infants in his hands, momentarily taken aback. He could only recall being asleep in bed when suddenly a figure appeared, and before he knew it, he was cradling two heavy little ones. Beside the bed lay a heap of baby supplies reminiscent of diapers. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Your nephew and niece miss you dearly and insisted on coming to see you. Surely, you must long for them as well. I have some matters to attend to at home, so I shall not intrude on your reunion. Farewell. Damn it. Nearly ground his back teeth to dust, seething. I swear I will kill you. A fierce aura emanated from him, and instantly, the sky above the island darkened, thunder rumbled, waves surged upon the sea. And a tempest roared. Thunder crashed with a deafening boom, shaking the very air. The two infants in his arms were jolted awake by the thunder, wailing uncontrollably. Calm down. Calm down. Uncle will take you to play with delightful things in an instant. The storm clouds dispersed, and the sea regained its tranquility, as if everything that had just transpired was but a fleeting illusion. With his fierce demeanor vanished, made silly faces, flustered as he attempted to soothe the two children. For a moment, he felt utterly drained. Compared to entertaining infants, he would much rather engage in a physical clash with, a true contest of strength between men. A sudden pang of nostalgia struck him for, if only he were here, he could help share the burden of one child. Alas, he couldn't recall when it began. But unless it was a crucial moment in training, would hastily retreat home as soon as twilight fell, impossible to restrain his four? He had no idea where he had gone in search of endangered species unbeknownst to him. The two children were nearing their first birthday. The dragon ball hanging around his neck had returned to its original form, no longer resembling a mere stone. Come forth, Shenron, grant my wish. After the last playful encounter with the dragon, Yuan reverted the spell to its original form. The magnificent divine dragon reappeared. And Yuan's family of four found themselves at the heart of the dragon. The two children gazed with sparkling eyes at the imposing creature, waving their tiny arms in excitement. Had they not been cradled in Yuan's embrace, they would have soared directly towards the dragon. Speak your wishes, whatever they may be. I shall fulfill them, resonated a colossal voice throughout the space. Lazili had long pondered her desire. This time, her wish was to harness the energy of the universe to activate her bloodline. Grant me the ability to absorb cosmic energy. Upon hearing Lazili's wish, the dragon's eyes shimmered with golden light. After a moment, the dragon's voice echoed once more. I am sorry, but I cannot grant this wish. Lazili was not taken aback. She had anticipated this outcome, though it still left her feeling somewhat regretful. Lazili then inquired, Can you activate the bloodline within me? The dragon shook its head, replying, I am afraid I cannot fulfill this wish either. With a sigh of resignation, Lazili felt a sense of disappointment. Just then, the dragon spoke again. Although I cannot activate your bloodline, you possess the means to do so yourself. You already have the key. The key? Lazili questioned, puzzled. The dragon nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the activation of the bloodline in Earthlings does not solely rely on cosmic energy, it requires higher energies as a key. Cosmic energy is but one of many keys. Higher energy? Could it be? A glimmer of hope flickered in Lazili's eyes as a translucent energy materialized in her hand, distorting the space around her. Space energy. Lazili had an exceptional affinity for spatial abilities, easily attuning to spatial energy. Ever since mastering teleportation, she had been exploring the application of spatial energy. Yet, she had not realized that spatial energy could also serve as a key to activate her bloodline. It seems you comprehend, the dragon affirmed. Indeed. As long as you allow your bloodline to absorb sufficient spatial energy, it shall awaken naturally. Well then, your wishes have been realized. With that, the dragon transformed into light once more and vanished from sight. The Yuan family returned once more to their estate. Clearly, the divine dragon regarded this matter as the fulfillment of Lazili's wish. The stone dragon pearl floated gracefully into Lazili's hands. She delicately embedded the precious stone into her necklace and adorned her neck once again. Chapter 75. The two little creatures of transformation as the divine dragon vanished. The eyes of Mo Qinin and Mo Tianlin, cradled in Mo Yuan's embrace, brimmed with disappointment. At less than a year old, they were capable of uttering a few simple words. Observing these two little ones pouting their tiny lips, one could easily discern their impending tears. Mo Yuan swiftly conjured a majestic purple dragon with his breath. Qin, Tianlin, what do you see up there? The two little ones, upon catching sight of the soaring dragon in the sky, instantly beamed with joy. Dragon, they exclaimed, clapping their hands and babbling excitedly. In an instant, the two little ones soared out of Mo Yuan's embrace. These children, endowed with innate combat prowess, found flying as effortless as sipping water. Engaged in playful antics with the divine dragon, basking in their frolic for several hours. As dusk began to fall, he finally decided to call the majestic creature back. Yet, the two children remained visibly unsatisfied, their eyes reflecting an insatiable desire for more playtime. Ultimately, it was only upon his promise to join them again the following day that they reluctantly acquiesced to parting ways. The night enveloped them in its embrace. Moyu reclined upon the bed, soothing two children into slumber. Upon learning the conditions for activating her bloodline, Lazili eagerly embarked on her cultivation journey, expressing her desire to awaken her lineage as swiftly as possible. Consequently, the responsibility of caring for the two little ones fell squarely upon Moyu's shoulders. With Lazili preoccupied, Moyu resolved to ensure that the children would not dwell on thoughts of their uncle for the night. Lapis interjected, "Listen to me. Thank you." After an arduous half-hour, Moyu finally succeeded in lulling the two children to sleep. Yuan gazed at the two children lying beside him, who bore a resemblance to both himself and Lazili, and a smile of pure happiness spread across his face. Since arriving in this world, he had acquired friends, family, and now the joy of parenthood. Surely, if his parents were aware of this, they would rejoice for him. Lost in these thoughts, Yuan gradually succumbed to sleep. In the night sky, countless stars twinkled, and the luminous moon cast a gentle glow, enveloping the earth in a silken veil of light. Under the cloak of night, everything appeared so serene and tranquil. Suddenly, an unusual surge of energy jolted Yuan awake. He opened his eyes to find the room illuminated as if it were midday, bathed in a brilliant light. The source of this radiance was none other than the two little beings resting on either side of him. Mo Qinin and Mo Tianlin were enveloped in a radiant glow. Yuan was unable to discern what transpired within the radiance. "Darling, what is happening? What has occurred?" Sensing the surge of energy, Lazili promptly ceased her cultivation and instantly teleported back. Upon witnessing the two luminous entities on the bed, Lazili felt a surge of anxiety. Yuan gently clasped Lazili's shoulder, his palm softly patting her as he reassured her, "Do not worry. Although the situation remains unclear, I sense that it may not be a negative occurrence." However, Lazili remained unable to find solace, her gaze fixed on the two luminous orbs, her brow furrowed with concern. Yet, she hesitated to act impulsively, fearing unforeseen consequences. After all, they were her children. Despite Yuan's verbal reassurances, a sense of unease lingered within him. He too was apprehensive about their well-being. Even with his heightened awareness, he could not discern the happenings within. Yet, he could faintly perceive that they were undergoing some extraordinary transformation. As the minutes passed, the radiant aura enveloping the two children gradually began to dissipate. Yuan and Lazili opened their eyes wide, fixating intently, hardly daring to blink. Soon, the radiance dissipated entirely. Yuan and Lazili finally managed to discern the scene before them. Upon observing the bed, they were momentarily taken aback. The two children who had once occupied the space were nowhere to be found. In their stead lay two magnificent dragons, each measuring half a meter in length, adorned with shimmering scales and possessing 4 formidable claws. One dragon was resplendent in white, while the other radiated a golden hue. From their aura, both Yuan and Lazili could distinctly sense that these dragons were indeed their children. The white dragon represented their daughter, Mo Qinin, and the golden dragon symbolized their son, Mo Tianlin. Lazili, with a finger pointed at Yuan, asked in a daze, "Are these two dragons truly our children?" "It appears so," Yuan replied, equally astonished, nodding his head. "If all goes as expected." Having the blood of a scion coursing through his veins, Yuan had pondered whether he might transform into a formidable creature. Yet, after much time had elapsed and numerous full moons had passed without any sign of change, he had begun to believe that such a transformation was beyond him. Now, it seemed that he might indeed have the capacity to metamorphose, not into a mere primate, but into a majestic dragon. It appeared that the fusion of their bloodlines had altered both the manner and form of his transformation. The mere thought of becoming a dragon filled Yuan with exhilaration, his eyes shimmering with a newfound brilliance. However, it was evident that this was not the appropriate moment for such revelations. Yuan endeavored to suppress the stirrings of his heart, and then he lifted the two small dragons from the bed. These little creatures were sleeping soundly, akin to dead pigs, showing no sign of awakening even as Yuan turned them over in his hands. However, a lingering question remained in Yuan's mind. How could he restore them to their original forms? My love, they won't remain like this forever, will they? Lotzi Li clearly shared Mo Yuan's concerns. While the dragon form was undeniably impressive, there was an oddness to it that lingered in the air. Mo Yuan shook his head and replied, "It is impossible. It must be reversible. I merely lack an understanding of the transformation process at this moment. Once I comprehend how the metamorphosis occurs, I shall undoubtedly ascertain the means to revert to the original form." Remained remarkably composed. After all, unlike ordinary scions, their transformation did not drive them into a frenzy of chaotic aggression. It was evident that this metamorphosis did not impair their cognitive faculties. Nevertheless, to exercise caution and resolve to keep watch over them, intending to assess the situation once they awakened. The characteristic of children is their extraordinary ability to slumber. They slept soundly until well past 10 o'clock the following morning before gradually stirring from their slumber. Mo Tianlin slowly opened his drowsy eyes. Upon noticing the little white dragon lying beside him, his weariness vanished, and his hazy gaze brightened. The little white dragon, Mo Chinin, stirred upon hearing her brother Longlong's call and immediately became alert. As she opened her eyes, she saw a small golden dragon gazing intently at her. "Long Long, Long Long," they both exclaimed, their expressions filled with curiosity as they regarded one another. The familiar sound emanating from each other's mouths left them puzzled. The two little creatures approached cautiously, their tiny paws raised in tentative exploration. Upon making contact, it appeared they had uncovered something significant, leading them to quickly retreat in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. Initially concerned, Lotzi Li and Mo Yuan could not help but chuckle at the bewildered expressions of the two little dragons. "Daddy, Mommy." The two dragons soared into their parents' embrace, pointing at each other and babbling excitedly, as if voicing some unspoken grievance. Mo Yuan brought the two grumbling dragons before the mirror, and upon seeing their reflections, they finally comprehended what had transpired. They had transformed into divine dragons. The two little creatures' eyes sparkled with delight, radiating joy. How splendid! Subsequently, these exuberant beings wriggled free from Mo Yuan's grasp and soared out of the window. Mo Yuan initially intended to inquire about their transformation. However, upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary, considering they were merely two children not yet a year old. Unable to articulate their thoughts clearly, it was likely that he would glean little from such an inquiry, could only rely on his own research. After an entire day of contemplation, he remained utterly perplexed, with no progress whatsoever. In the evening, he encountered two little divine dragons, who had lost track of their way home. He inquired, "Qin, Tianlin, can you revert to your original forms?" The two little creatures tilted their heads, unable to comprehend why their father would pose such a peculiar request. Surely, their current appearance was simply adorable. However, more importantly, they were clueless about how to transform back. The two little dragons lay on the ground, one paw supporting their chin, deep in thought. This dilemma was evidently beyond their understanding. Their tiny minds were filled with immense confusion. How could they revert? This was indeed a conundrum. Their little brains whirred as they pondered. Although they didn't grasp the concept fully, they decided to think it through. As the little beings contemplated, their gazes gradually lost focus, and they slowly closed their eyes. "Have I fallen asleep?" Observing the two little dragons sprawled on the ground in their enchanting slumber, a large bead of sweat formed On's forehead. With a sigh, he shook his head, covering his forehead in resignation. "Well, I suppose I shall delve into the research alone, no longer troubled by this matter." Mo Yuan was just about to take these two little ones home when, suddenly, a soft glow emanated from their bodies. This phenomenon was strikingly similar to what had occurred the previous night. Mo Yuan extended his finger, gently placing it upon them, attuned to the transformations occurring within their beings. A unique energy emanated from the core within them, coursing throughout their bodies. Indeed, akin to Sheru, they too possessed a core within. For them, vital organs such as the heart and brain held no significance. Even if the heart were to rupture or the brain shattered, as long as the core remained unscathed, they could instantaneously recover. However, their core was not akin to that of Sheru. Rather, it resembled a pearl. The orb of Mo Yuan shimmers with a resplendent hue of purple and gold, while Mo Tianlin's orb radiates a brilliant golden glow, and Mo Chinin's orb glistens in a delicate shade of milky white. Presently, Mo Yuan contemplates the notion of bestowing upon this orb the illustrious title of Dragon Orb. In no time, the energy within the core envelopes the two little beings, suffusing their bodies entirely. Under the radiant luminescence, The two tiny figures gradually revert to their human form. Remarkably, they remain adorned in the nightwear they wore while slumbering. Unlike the Scions, who lose an entire outfit with each transformation into their beastly forms, this is undoubtedly a piece of splendid news. Yuan lifted the two children from the ground, and then, utilizing his ability to teleport, brought them back home. He had already comprehended the method of transformation, and there was no need to rush. Returning home first was the priority. At home, Li had almost finished preparing dinner. Eagerly awaiting the moment Yuan would return with the two little ones so they could commence their meal. She couldn't help but wonder if the little ones had transformed back yet. Li still found their human forms to be particularly adorable and endearing. Their soft, plush bodies were comforting to hold. "Sister, we are back." The familiar voices echoed. Yuan suddenly appeared beside Li, cradling two little dolls in his arms. With a plop, he tossed the two tiny beings onto the sofa. They sprawled on the couch, their little bottoms in the air, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Were they ordinary children, such a rough handling would be unthinkable. Yet, these two were no ordinary beings, with a combat power of 1,000,000. They could withstand not only a fall but even a missile strike without a scratch. Li's face lit up with joy upon seeing the two little ones revert to their human forms. Her adorable, soft, and cherished little darlings had returned. Why were they referred to as little darlings? Because in her heart, her true darling would always be the one she treasured most. Even these two pieces of her heart, having fallen from her, could only take a secondary place. "Honey, how did they transform back?" she inquired. "Well," Yuan pondered for a moment, then replied, "I simply asked them if they could return to their original forms." Li asked, "And then they transformed back on their own?" Nodded and then shook his head. What could it mean? Li felt somewhat perplexed. After I inquired, they began to ponder, and in their contemplation, they eventually drifted off to sleep, reverting to their previous forms just as they had the night before. Li was momentarily at a loss for words. After all that, they still did not comprehend how to control their transformations? After a brief pause, she asked in a daze, "So, they transform when they sleep?" "Not quite." As Yuan stroked his chin in thoughtful reflection, he continued, "I have now grasped the mechanics of transformation. I will gradually teach them how to master it. And even if they are unable to control it, I can assist them in reverting." That is reassuring. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Li felt a sense of relief. The two then roused the two little ones who were dozing on the sofa to have a meal. These two little ones had already learned to eat. Their teeth remarkably strong, and they devoured the meat with gusto. Initially, Yuan and Li were concerned that their bodies might not handle it well. But upon discovering there was no issue, they allowed them to eat freely. Once they mastered eating, they naturally weaned themselves off milk. However, due to the premature weaning, Li found herself overwhelmed with milk. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Yuan had no choice but to partake. Yuan journeyed to a remote planet in a deserted star system far from the solar system, preparing to undergo his transformation. He had thoroughly comprehended the intricacies of the metamorphosis, yet he harbored a lingering suspicion that his transformation might not be as effortless as that of the two children. Consequently, to avert any unforeseen complications, he had chosen this secluded location for his inaugural transformation into a dragon. The planet's temperature plummeted to an estimated -200 degrees Celsius. Yet Yuan remained unfazed by the chill. Such frigid conditions could not affect him in the slightest. He seated himself upon the ground, calming his mind to connect with the unique power residing within his core. Streams of energy surged forth from his core, flowing to every corner of his being. A radiant violet light emanated from him, enveloping Yuan in a cocoon of luminescence. Yuan felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being, akin to basking in a soothing bath. However, what he remained oblivious to was the fact that the cocoon of light surrounding him was expanding at a terrifying pace. Minutes slipped by, and gradually the luminous cocoon began to dissipate. Yuan opened his eyes, feeling a constricting sensation lodged in his throat, an urgent need to release it. With a thunderous roar, though sound could not traverse the vacuum, invisible waves of immense force radiated outward from his mouth. In their wake, all surrounding entities, meteors, celestial bodies, were obliterated, dissolving into cosmic dust. Once he expelled that pent-up breath, Yuan felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. What a release! As he regained his composure, he realized he was no longer on the previous planet, but rather suspended in the vastness of space. To his astonishment, he perceived a multitude of orbs surrounding his body. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere small spheres. They were, in fact, colossal planets. Moyu awakened his inner eye, perceiving himself through a divine perspective. Before him materialized a purple dragon, comparable in size to the one he summoned with the Dragon Balls. It was scarcely larger than his fingertip, dwarfed by the dimensions of an ordinary planet. With each movement of Mo Yuan's colossal form, several celestial bodies nearby were reduced to mere fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Fortuitously, he had not transformed on Earth. Otherwise, his immense physique would have wreaked havoc upon the entire solar system. Chapter 77, Dragon Knight. In the boundless expanse of the universe, a magnificent purple dragon soared through countless star realms with astonishing speed. Wherever the dragon traversed, it conjured terrifying cosmic tempests, causing innumerable planets to veer off their orbits, leading to the instantaneous disintegration of entire star systems. Mo Yuan glided effortlessly through the starry sky, experiencing a sense of freedom akin to that of a dragon returning to the ocean. The entire universe resembled a vast ocean, allowing him to roam freely. Suddenly, Mo Yuan contemplated a dilemma. His imposing stature proved somewhat cumbersome. Engaging in playful antics with the two children in his dragon form was simply unfeasible. He resolved to devise a means to diminish his size. Thus, he set about the task without delay. Mo Yuan came to a standstill in the void, focusing his mind to harness a unique energy, attempting to diminish the size of his body. Before long, he discovered the method to achieve this transformation. His immense form, larger than the solar system itself, rapidly contracted, eventually reducing to a mere 2 meters in length. Observing his newly shrunken physique, Mo Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He sensed the spatial node of his home and, in an instant, vanished from the void. A ripple of spatial energy surged through the air, and a 2-meter-long purple divine dragon materialized beside Lotzi Li. At that moment, Lotzi Li was engaged in playful antics with 2 small divine dragons. These little beings had mastered the art of transformation, capable of altering their forms at will, anytime and anywhere. The sudden appearance of Mo Yuan instantly captivated their attention. Husband? Daddy? A radiant glow enveloped Mo Yuan, and in an instant, he reverted to his human form. He had mastered the art of transformation, no longer requiring the time it once took during his initial metamorphosis. Daddy, so handsome! The siblings exclaimed, their eyes sparkling like stars as they dashed forward, each wrapping their arms around one of Mo Yuan's. Daddy transforms into a dragon, so handsome. Their little voices chattered incessantly. All right. Daddy will transform into a dragon and play with you, Mo Yuan said affectionately, gazing at the 2 adorable children. Your happiness is paramount, while I possess nothing. Lazili, observing the tender scene of father and children, felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. Just moments ago, they had been clamoring for her attention. Yet now they completely ignored her. She felt a twinge of grievance. Hearing her silent plea, Mo Yuan's heart tightened. He released the 2 children and swiftly approached Lazili, wrapping his arms around her slender waist with practiced ease. My dear wife, would you like to experience being a dragon rider? Dragon rider? Lazili keenly grasped the crux of his words. A slip of the tongue, ha ha. Mo Yuan chuckled, attempting to deflect. Lazili chose not to dwell on it. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Ride you? Would that be inappropriate? Mo Yuan leaned closer to Lotzi Li, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. We are but an old couple now. This is not our first time. When have I ever? Lotzi Li's retort was abruptly silenced, as if a sudden thought had struck her. A delicate blush spread across her lovely face, reminiscent of a ripe tomato. The image of her sister-in-law galloping with grace lingered vividly in my mind, igniting an involuntary reaction within me. Enough. The mortifying scene flooded Lotzi Li's thoughts. Embarrassed and enraged, she hastily covered Mo Yuan's mouth, desperate to prevent him from continuing. Otherwise, she feared she might want to vanish into a crevice. Mo Yuan chuckled softly, gently removing the hand that Lazili had placed over his mouth, and then inquired, Shall we ride? Ride. Lazili replied through gritted teeth, her gaze fixed upon him with intensity. Mo Chinin and Mo Tianlin, the siblings, exchanged puzzled glances. Being quite young, they failed to comprehend the conversation between their parents. However, it seemed to them that a quarrel was unfolding. Their mother appeared quite irate, while their father seemed to be in high spirits. Confusion engulfed them. In each other's eyes, they discerned a shared sentiment. The world of adults is truly perplexing. Come along, children, let us play. Mo Yuan called out to the kids. Transforming into his dragon form, he enlarged his size slightly to ensure that Lotzi Li could sit comfortably. He turned his head towards her, advising, "I am rather large, so hold on tight and do not slip off." Then, like a flash of light, he soared out through the grand door. As Mo Qinin and Mo Tianlin noticed that their parents had departed, they set aside all other thoughts and transformed into dragons, pursuing them swiftly. Beyond light years from the solar system lies a realm of shadows, devoid of any stars, perpetually shrouded in darkness, where scarcely a glimmer of light can be seen. However, unlike any other day, this day witnessed an extraordinary radiance in the starry domain. Countless planets erupted in a spectacular display, illuminating the dark expanse with a vibrant array of fireworks. Streams of light darted between the planets, occasionally colliding with one another. Energy projectiles frequently surged forth from these luminous trails, and should an ill-fated planet be struck, it would inevitably become part of the celestial celebration, offering a fleeting brilliance to the void. These luminous trails belong to Mo Yuan, Lapis, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta. Recently, Mo Yuan had acquired a technique known as the inner breath technique through his influence, the Heavenly Dynasty, granting practitioners the ability to survive in the vastness of the universe. After imparted this martial art to Sun Wukong and his companions, they relocated their training grounds to the cosmos. After all, on Earth, they were unable to unleash their full potential, exercising extreme caution during each session, fearful of inadvertently obliterating the solar system. Over the past 2 years, combat prowess has surged from 1 billion to an astonishing 10 billion, and upon transformation, his battle power escalates to a staggering 1 trillion. A truly terrifying peak. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong have also experienced significant enhancements, achieving a standard combat power of 5 billion. Sun Gohan's latent potential proved formidable, and through 2 years of diligent training, he surpassed Sun Wukong, attaining a combat power of 6 billion, exceeding both Sun Wukong and Vegeta by 1 billion. Notably, it was Vegeta who first transformed into Super Saiyan 2, seizing the opportunity to relentlessly dominate Sun Wukong and Lapis for several days. In the aftermath of this brutal training, Lapis was inspired to strive harder, with his combat power now reaching 7 billion. Utilizing his robust physique, he can activate a 50-fold increase of the Kaioken without sustaining injury. However, with only this level of battle power, he stands no chance against Vegeta. In a bid to reclaim his pride, Lapis began to delve into the study of Ki, aspiring to fully integrate the potency of Ki into his own energy. Mo Yuan found himself intrigued by the concept of Lapis, prompting the two to embark on a collaborative exploration. After 6 months of diligent effort, they succeeded in fully integrating the potency of primordial energy into their own essence. Previously, while their energy possessed certain characteristics of primordial energy, it was limited to inflicting enhanced damage upon malevolent individuals, leaving others unaffected. However, they have now achieved the remarkable ability to amplify their energy's power 5-fold, while still delivering greater harm to those of evil intent. In essence, their combat prowess has escalated to a level where a single unit of their strength equates to 5 units of another's. Consequently, Vegeta faced yet another misfortune. After a vigorous 6-month training period, he found himself once again on the receiving end of blows. All the bravado he had built up over half a year was swiftly dismantled, leading him to question the very fabric of his existence, leaving him in a prolonged state of melancholy. As for the concept of combat power, I do not intend to discard it. In pursuit of a coherent system of combat power, I have devised several parameters, which I will elucidate in due course. Chapter 78. A knife hidden behind a smile. The battle continues. In the midst of the overwhelming onslaught from Sun Wukong and his companions, moved with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly evading their strikes with a mere feint of his body. This was not merely a testament to superior combat experience, rather, it stemmed from the staggering disparity in their powers, which rendered their attacks as sluggish as that of a turtle in his eyes. Clearly, Sun Wukong and the others had grown accustomed to this situation, displaying no signs of astonishment as they advanced with fervor. Compared to their previous training on Earth, they relished the opportunity to hone their skills in the vastness of space, where they could unleash their full potential without fear of collateral damage. As for the planets in this realm, countless uninhabited celestial bodies existed throughout the universe. Even if they were to obliterate these worlds, it would elicit no concern from anyone and would not affect the cosmos in the slightest. The golden orbs of Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta blazed fiercely, interwoven with arcs of blue electricity. All three had now attained the form of Super Saiyan 2, a transformation that stirred a sense of envy within. Though he possessed a 100-fold increase in his Super Saiyan 1 state, he yearned to achieve Super Saiyan 2 as well. Who would not wish for greater strength? Moreover, the allure of Super Saiyan 2 was undeniable. Alas, he found himself at a loss regarding this transformation, uncertain whether it was his base power that fell short or if other, unknown criteria were at play. If it were merely a matter of base power, he could gradually improve. Yet, if other conditions were necessary, he could only ponder how long it would take to achieve that next stage. As he contemplated this, a sense of discontent swelled within him upon observing his companions in their Super Saiyan 2 forms. His eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. Suddenly, Sun Wukong and the others felt a chill run down their spines, unable to suppress a shudder. Alarmed, Sun Wukong noticed the wicked smile gracing his face, sensing impending trouble. Indeed, almost simultaneously, a fist the size of a cooking pot materialized before them, and they were sent hurtling backwards, crashing into nearby asteroids. Moments later, they emerged from the debris, unscathed due to his restraint, though they now sported the stylish sunglasses he had crafted for them. Seeing his friends adorned in sunglasses reminiscent of the iron-eating beast, clapped his hands in satisfaction, nodding approvingly. They certainly looked much more pleasing to the eye this way. Ha 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 ha. Lapis pointed at the trio, clutching his belly in laughter. Sound cannot travel in the vacuum of space, so connected them through telepathy, establishing a sort of chatroom. Lapis, what are you laughing at? Hearing the laughter of Lapis, Sun Wukong felt a tinge of confusion. However, after a moment, upon observing the expressions on Vegeta and Gohan's faces, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Vegeta, in his current state, is truly amusing. Ha ha. Vegeta glared with his dead fish eyes, silently watching Sun Wukong, who was laughing uncontrollably. Humph. Kakarot, do you honestly believe you are in any better condition than I am? Unfortunately, the carefree Sun Wukong was utterly indifferent to such matters, pointing at Gohan and continuing to laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. Gohan, you look utterly ridiculous right now. I can't take it anymore. You are all simply too funny. Ha ha ha. Burp ha ha ha. Vegeta, how infuriating. Clearly, we are all in the same predicament, so why is he the one laughing so joyfully? It turns out that those without a care in the world live far more blissfully than the average person, though both bore dark circles under their eyes from the ordeal. The one unconcerned about his appearance could merrily point and laugh at another, while the other, upon receiving derision, would only grow increasingly agitated, just like the current Sun Wukong. Father, if mother sees us like this, we will be scolded. Gohan tugged at Wukong's clothing, his expression filled with worry. The smile on Sun Wukong's face instantly froze. However, smiles do not simply vanish, they merely shift. As it happened, Vegeta was now adorned with the grin that had once belonged to Wukong. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, you actually get scolded by your wife. That is hilarious. He then boasted with a hint of pride, claiming, Bulma would never dare to yell at me. At that moment, Lapis quietly remarked, but Bulma would surely find your current state highly amusing. Vegeta, frustrated but unable to refute, it seems you all are quite satisfied with each other's appearances. Which puts my mind at ease. Time is also of the essence. I must return home. With that, Mo Yuan prepared to teleport home. However, just as Mo Yuan was about to initiate his instant transmission, Sun Wukong stopped him. Yuan, how about you restore us before heading back? Otherwise, I might face dire consequences from Chi-Chi. Yes, yes. Uncle Mo Yuan, please help us out. Gohan looked at Mo Yuan with hope, nodding fervently. Even Vegeta's eyes betrayed a hint of anticipation. Returning in this state to be mocked by Bulma would be more unbearable than death. Humph. Do you really need treatment for such minor injuries? Mo Yuan scoffed disdainfully. This is certainly not out of jealousy for their ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2. No, absolutely not. Yuan. Sun Wukong cried out despairingly, sliding forward to clutch Mo Yuan's leg. Please, save the children. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together in earnest supplication, lamenting, Chi-Chi will truly scold me to death. Mo Yuan spread his hands in exasperation. Observing this, Wukong continued to plead, if you could just heal Gohan, that would suffice. Otherwise, if Chi-Chi sees Gohan in this state, she will certainly be furious with me. Please. I implore you. It's one thing for me to wear sunglasses, but if Gohan were to don them, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon him. Very well then. Nodded slightly, then proceeded to administer treatment to Gohan. Once healed, he instantaneously teleported back home. As for Lapis, it appeared that Vegeta had some matters to discuss with him. With Goku present, it was certain that Lapis would be brought back without issue. Vegeta stealthily approached Lapis, his demeanor hesitant, struggling to articulate his thoughts. If you have something to say, just say it, Lapis remarked, observing Vegeta's discomfort, which was almost more painful than his own. Vegeta mumbled, a hint of bashfulness appearing on his face. Lapis felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively took a step back. Could it be that he harbored feelings for me? Vegeta bellowed, you jerk, what are you thinking? Lapis's expression, one of unspoken turmoil, made it clear to Vegeta that he was not contemplating anything favorable. Then why are you embarrassed? Lapis retorted irritably. I merely wish to inquire how you managed to grow so tall, Vegeta blurted out, irritated. It was worth noting that during their first encounter, Lapis was of similar height to him, and Vegeta could even suppress Lapis with his hairstyle. However, during their second meeting, Lapis had seemingly shot up by 20 centimeters as if he had been on hormones. Was this reasonable? Ha ha ha. Lapis erupted into laughter upon hearing Vegeta's question. Vegeta shouted in response, you scoundrel, don't hide your malice behind laughter. Lapis, I never expected you would face such a dilemma. However, we are not the same. My previous short stature was not due to a lack of potential, but rather because I was transformed into an android before I could reach my full height, which slowed my physical development. It was only during my time in the room of spirit and time that my growth rate normalized, leading to my sudden increase in height. And you? Lapis smirked disdainfully, you simply cannot grow taller. Vegeta. Chapter 79, The Ascendance of the Second Transformation as Dusk Envelopes the World. The cerulean sky is adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, occasionally graced by meteors trailing luminous tails across the horizon, rendering the celestial tapestry even more vibrant. In the profound depths of this vast universe, a solitary figure sits poised in the void. A resplendent aura of purple and gold radiates from him, warping the surrounding space to the brink of rupture. Invisible waves of spatial energy surge from all directions, resembling an unrelenting tide that generates countless ethereal ripples. The figure at the epicenter of this tumult resembles a colossal black hole, voraciously consuming the surrounding spatial energy. In recent times, Yuan has devoted himself to the arduous endeavor of transforming into the second tier of his powers. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he has made no discernible progress. He has remained in a state of first transformation, having reached its full capacity, and sustaining this form incurs no energy depletion. However, witnessing Lazili successfully harness spatial energy to activate her bloodline sparked a flicker of hope within him. As the brilliance of the incubus flickered, a novel idea took root within him. Perhaps he, too, needed to harness spatial energy, much like one requires vital essence to activate their bloodline. It is likely that his transformation into a super scion would follow a similar principle. Thus, he ventured into the depths of the universe, unabashedly absorbing spatial energy. Gradually, the spatial energy was assimilated by his bloodline, bit by bit. Yuan could distinctly sense his bloodline gradually strengthening. This transformation filled him with exhilaration. Was nearly certain that this was the pivotal moment for his transformation into a Super Saiyan 2. With an unwavering focus, he began to absorb spatial energy. The range of his spiritual perception had now expanded to a staggering distance of 10 light-years. Within this domain, the spatial energy was irresistibly drawn towards him, surging forth with fervor. After an extensive period of 2 months, his bloodline had finally assimilated a sufficient amount of spatial energy, reaching a state of saturation. Subsequently, he felt a terrifying force erupt from within his veins. Changes began to manifest upon him. The purple-golden flames gradually solidified, resembling genuine fire enveloping. Concurrently, silver-gray lightning flickered within the flames, and in an instant, dense bolts of lightning coiled around him. Surrounded by the tempest of thunder and fire, resembled an ancient deity. Exuding an unparalleled nobility, his gaze imbued with a domineering aura that instilled fear and commanded reverence. The oppressive energy emanating from him swept across the 4 great galactic systems, north, south, east, and west, even extending its influence to the star realms beyond the Milky Way. As mentioned by Goku in Dragon Ball, there are countless galaxies like the Milky Way in the universe. Far in another star domain, Goku and the others were stunned by this overwhelming presence. Is this the aura of Yuan? Goku stared in disbelief towards the source of the energy. This formidable presence was beyond their collective capability to contend with. Gohan was equally taken aback, rendered speechless. Is this truly his Super Saiyan 2 form? Why is it so incredibly powerful? Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. As the Prince of the Scions, he had painstakingly elevated his own strength and achieved the Super Saiyan 2 form, believing he would soon draw closer to's power. Yet, In merely 2 months, S strength had soared like a rocket once again. Such a level of power was now entirely beyond his reach. Stoked by this revelation, the flames of competition reignited within Vegeta. He absolutely refused to allow a hybrid like to surpass a pure-blooded scion. No way. Lapis was also taken aback by this aura, yet after the initial shock, he felt a surge of joy. After all, was his brother-in-law, no matter how strong he became. He was still one of their own, and thus, Lapis felt no jealousy, only happiness for. Each of the four harbored their own thoughts. Yet one sentiment united them all. Their fighting spirit had been ignited. Yuan is so powerful, we cannot fall behind. Let us double our training, everyone. Goku declared with fervor. The others remained silent, but the fire of determination burning in their eyes conveyed their unspoken resolve. Yuan flexed his limbs, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. His base combat strength had doubled, reaching an astounding 20 billion. Furthermore, in his Super 2 form, the amplification soared to an extraordinary 500 times, surpassing even the enhancement provided by Super Saiyan 3, which was a mere 400 times. Moreover, as the spatial energy fused with his own ki, there was a qualitative leap in its potency, effectively doubling its strength once more. Thus, the quality of his ki now equated to that of an ordinary individual multiplied by 10. The overwhelming force within him compelled Yuan to unleash a punch. In an astonishing display, his arm vanished into the void. Yet, from afar, a massive star bore witness as a fist materialized out of thin air, crashing forcefully against its surface. The sheer terror of the unleashed power permeated through the star, instantly fracturing its exterior with a myriad of cracks. Yuan withdrew his arm. In that instant, the immense star in the distance began to collapse, then bizarrely contracted, as if something had drawn it away, vanishing into the void. This power gazed in astonishment at his own hand. With a mere casual punch, he obliterated a colossal star, one that was at least 100 times larger than the sun. Such an immense celestial body was effortlessly crushed by him, as if he were extinguishing an ant. However, upon reflection, he found solace in this realization. Having transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, his combat power surged to 10 trillion, yet his actual fighting capacity reached 100 trillion. This formidable strength allowed him to annihilate a planet with a single breath, let alone with a punch. The manipulation of spatial energy filled him with exhilaration. A while ago, when activated her bloodline using spatial energy, had long admired her mastery over space. Now, he too had achieved that level of control. Since merging with spatial energy, felt he could manipulate it at will. For instance, he could now create a spatial passage, enabling ordinary individuals to traverse vast distances. And this passage could remain open for an extended period, not merely a one-time use. His command over spatial energy had surpassed his former self entirely. If he were to engage in battle with now, he could easily mask any spatial fluctuations from him, even sealing off space to prevent from utilizing instant transmission. Moreover, his abilities extended far beyond that. This mastery over spatial energy allowed him not only to manipulate space, but also to transform into space itself. Akin to the malevolent wave in the original narrative, dispersing his physical form into spatial particles. This sensation resembled the elemental transformation of a natural fruit from a certain notorious pirate tale. Unless his adversary possessed some extraordinary means, he could remain invincible, as no one could even touch him, let alone defeat him. Thus, if were to confront, his primary challenge would be how to make contact with him. Only by resolving this dilemma would he earn the right to engage in combat with. Otherwise, any attempts would merely be a futile endeavor. Chapter 80. School. A little girl with a head of white hair dashed excitedly into the room, shaking the person nestled in bed and exclaiming, "Daddy, wake up. It's going to be late for school." Today marks first day of elementary school. Having never attended kindergarten, this was her inaugural experience in academia. The mere thought of making many new friends at school had kept her awake all night with excitement. Her small mind brimmed with delightful fantasies about school. And even her little tail couldn't help but wag joyfully. What time is it? Yuan slowly opened his drowsy eyes and glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was 6 o'clock. Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. School commenced at 8 a.m. for elementary students, and arriving by 7:30 a.m. was perfectly acceptable. He had even set an alarm for 6:30 a.m. the previous night, allowing ample time to prepare breakfast and escort them to school. Chin, it's only 6 a.m. now. It's far too early. And the school hasn't even opened yet. Let us sleep a little longer and rise at 6:30 a.m. Shall we? However, The sparkle in Mo Qin Yin's eyes visibly dimmed. Pouting her little lips, she said, with an air of forlornness, "But I can't fall asleep." Observing his daughter in such a state, Mo Yuan's heart nearly melted. The robust tail of Ma Yuan entwined around his daughter's body, gently ushering her into the warmth of the bed. His broad palm tenderly patted her back, whispering, "Sleep now." As Ma Yuan coaxed her, Mo Qin gradually felt her eyelids grow heavier. She nuzzled her little head against her father's chest a couple of times, adjusting her sleeping position in preparation for slumber. Suddenly, her head seemed to collide with something, jolting her awake. Upon closer inspection, she realized, it was her mother. Well, all was well. Mo Qin glanced at the deeply sleeping Lazili beside her and posed a question that had long perplexed her. "Father, why do mother and father wake up so late every morning? They seem to appear quite fatigued." Mo Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. The question posed was rather difficult to address. After pondering for a while, he crafted a convenient excuse, stating, "Mother practices diligently every evening, which is why she feels so fatigued." The innocent Qinin naturally took Mo Yuan's words at face value, nodding in sudden realization. No wonder mother appeared so weary each day. It was due to this. Henceforth, I shall join her in practice every night. Ahem. Mo Yuan was nearly frightened to death by his daughter. Such words should not be spoken lightly, lest one be met with dire consequences. Qin, you are still young. It is imperative that you go to bed at night. For lack of sleep may hinder your growth. Surely, you do not wish to end up as short as Uncle Clin in the future, do you? Solemnly declared. Then, I shall not pursue Qin any longer. Upon hearing that she might end up stunted like Kellen, Qinin's little head shook rapidly, resembling a rattle. She had indeed encountered Kellen before, who barely surpassed a height of 1.50 meters. Even her brother was already 1.40 meters. As for herself, she was approaching 1.30 meters. The minimum height she could accept must at least equate to that of Vegeta, although Vegeta relied on his hairstyle to appear taller. Without it, he still stood at a respectable 1.65 meters, which falls within the typical height range for girls. Suddenly, the alarm clock atop the nightstand rang. Unbeknownst to her, half an hour had already slipped away. Mo Yuan turned off the alarm clock and, cradling his daughter, rose from the bed. He gently placed her on the floor and said, Qin, go wake your brother. Once I finish my morning routine, I will prepare breakfast for you." Most of the time, it was Mo Yuan who made breakfast, for whenever he was home, Lazili could hardly manage to rise in the morning. Mo Qin saluted Mo Yuan with a military gesture, vowing to accomplish the task at hand. Then, with her petite legs and wagging tail, she hopped joyfully towards Mo Tianlin's room. After freshening up, Mo Yuan made his way to the kitchen. These two little ones were at the prime age for growth, possessing hearty appetites, able to consume a substantial amount of food in a single meal. Glanced at the large pot of marinated meat in the kitchen, preparing to serve them each 10 delectable meat sandwiches as a foundation. Prepared exquisite rujiamo, featuring a delicate, crisp skin that is more favored by children than the traditional baijimo. The tender, flavorful braised pork knuckle, combined with finely chopped green peppers and onions, is generously stuffed into the bread. Before long, a delightful array of plump, meat-filled rujiamo is beautifully arranged on the dining table. In addition to the rujiamo, also crafted a hearty beef offal soup, crispy youtiao, steamed buns, and savory pies. By the time completed the culinary spread, the two little ones were already seated at the table, eagerly gazing at the delicious offerings. Too hungry to wait for their father to join them, Mo Yuan observed the two little ones eyeing the food with eager anticipation, finding the sight rather amusing. Though no formal rules had ever been established in their household, the siblings had always waited for everyone to gather before commencing their meal. This behavior brought Mo Yuan considerable satisfaction. Just as they were about to begin their repast, Lazili descended from the upper floor, stifling a yawn. 7 years had elapsed since the incident with Shalu, and although Lazili's appearance had changed little, her demeanor now exuded a newfound maturity. Her once shoulder-length hair had cascaded down to her waist, the naturally flowing golden waves presenting an allure far greater than her previous bob. "What has awakened you?" As Mo Yuan inquired, he deftly served a bowl of soup to Lazili. It was evident that she had not yet fully awakened. Her eyes were still heavy with sleep, barely open as she made her way to sit beside Mo Yuan, guided by instinct. Today marked the children's inaugural day at school, and as their mother, it was only fitting that I accompany them on this momentous occasion. A sense of ritual is essential, after all. However, this would be a singular event. Henceforth, they would traverse this path alone. The challenge of rising early is indeed formidable. After partaking in breakfast, Yuan drove the family to school. In just a matter of minutes, they arrived. I watched their figures, the siblings, as they entered the school grounds. Could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, the two children had grown so much. It seemed just a blink of an eye, and they had already reached the age for schooling, leaving us with diminishing moments to accompany them. Indeed, appeared to share this sentiment. The thought struck my heart with sorrow. With a face full of grief, took's hand. She grasped his hand tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes, seemingly empathizing with his feelings. Let us find a place to celebrate, to soothe our wounded hearts. What about tonight? Let's not return home. And the children? Let them spend the night at's house. By the end of their conversation, both were nearly unable to suppress their laughter. The children were finally off to school. And as parents, it was hard not to feel elated. Subsequently, sent a message to, requesting her assistance in caring for the two children that night. He also informed the family group that the children would be staying at for a day. Once everything was settled, they exchanged a smile and drove away. The departing car seemed to radiate joy. Chapter 81. A sleepover with a sharp crack. The chopsticks in his hand snapped in two. His molars nearly crunched under the pressure as his eyes glared fiercely at the blonde child seated across from him. Why on earth was this little brat here? After a day of training, returning home to dinner, he was confronted by the very person he least wished to see. Indeed, that person was quite familiar with. As a close friend of, often helped care for, and yet, what could have caused to harbor such disdain for? The answer was singular. It was due to the incessant cooing of the blue-haired little girl holding his own 3-year-old daughter. Through diligent efforts, had arrived earlier than anticipated, years ahead of schedule. For this precious daughter showered her with boundless affection, cradling her as if she were fragile, fearing she might break. Yet, what was the outcome? One cannot help but wonder what kind of enchantment resides within Yuan. From the very moment the mere months-old Bra laid eyes upon him, it was as if she had encountered a magnet, clinging to him with an unwavering grip. Should anyone attempt to separate them, Bra would wail incessantly, much to the chagrin of Vegeta. As a father, he had never experienced such treatment. To add insult to injury, Bulma jestingly suggested that Bra should become Yuan's little bride, which turned Vegeta's face a shade of green with jealousy. Ever since that incident, he has harbored a particular disdain for Yuan, much like the sentiments he holds at present. In the face of Vegeta's scornful gaze, Yuan has grown accustomed to it. He remains indifferent, for he knows that having Vegeta's attention will not cost him a thing. Yuan stood up while holding Bra and politely remarked, "Uncle Vegeta, my parents have prior engagements this evening, so we will be imposing on you for the night." Oh. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, insisting that it was not an imposition at all. You should consider this place your home and stay as long as you wish. Bulma regarded Yuan with the approving gaze of a mother-in-law, increasingly pleased with him. After all, she had watched him grow up and knew precisely what kind of person he was. Most importantly, whenever Yuan was around, Bra hardly ever cried or fussed. In his presence, she transformed into the most obedient baby in the world. Humph, busy. Vegeta scoffed. Rhetoric was something he had heard countless times before. Each time he employed this particular discourse, it signified that he and were to assume the role of caretakers. After all these years, could not even be bothered to concoct a new excuse. How infuriating. Not a single decent person among the family. Seethed with frustration, his teeth grinding in anger. He was so agitated that he consumed 2 fewer bowls of food than usual. However, witnessing across from him, indulging heartily with his daughter, only intensified his ire. How dare he court his daughter while feasting at his table? With a resounding crash, slammed his bowl and chopsticks onto the table and, with a disdainful snort, stormed away. Out of sight, out of mind. S' departure did not dampen the appetite of the others. This scene was not unfamiliar. Everyone was accustomed to it, including And, who continued their meal without a second thought. Yuan's enthusiasm for food is beyond question. From the moment the meal commenced until now, her lips have scarcely paused. At this moment, her gaze is solely fixated on the delectable dishes before her, while everything else fades into insignificance. Aside from feeding himself, Yuan also tended to the needs of Bra. Observing the gentle and patient manner in which he fed his daughter, Bulma couldn't help but smile with a maternal warmth. This union, she wholeheartedly approved. As for Vegeta's opinion, who cared? The meal was a delightful affair for everyone, save for Vegeta. After dinner, Trunks took Yuan, and brought to seek out Son Gohan and Son Goten for some playtime. Currently, Gohan and Goten were attending school in West City. The Sun family was no longer financially strained, so to facilitate Gohan and Goten's education, they had relocated from the Capsule Corporation Mountain to West City. Goten and Trunks were enrolled in the same elementary school as Mo Tianlin and Mo Chinin. Unlike the original narrative, Gohan was not attending Orange Star High School. Instead, he was studying at a prestigious high school in West City. In this timeline, Mr. Satan was merely a moderately famous martial artist, rather than the so-called savior. Thus, Satan City was absent from the picture. Without the influence of a savior, Orange Star High School was simply an ordinary institution. I heard my father say that the renowned Golden Warrior, known for combating evil and fighting crime, is none other than my brother Gohan. Is that true? How utterly amazing. Children possess an almost non-existent resistance to the allure of superheroes. Upon hearing Mo Tianlin's words, Trunks was instantly filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. He had often envisioned himself as a heroic figure, vanquishing evil and upholding justice. In a flash, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, becoming a streak of golden light that vanished into the sky. He could hardly wait to hear Gohan recount his own tales of justice. As Mo Tianlin and Mo Chinin exchanged glances, they transformed into streaks of light and pursued onward. Beyond the confines of the solar system, a stealth spacecraft breached the defenses established by the Celestial Empire, silently approaching Earth. Within the vessel, a tall extraterrestrial with pink skin slightly inclined his body towards a diminutive, grotesquely unattractive alien standing beside him, and respectfully stated, "Lord Babidi, in just 1 hour we shall enter Earth." "Excellent." Babidi nodded in satisfaction, then bitterly remarked, "If it weren't for the fear of alarming the Supreme Kai, we wouldn't need to go to such lengths to sneak in. However, it matters not. Once I resurrect Majin Buu, neither the Celestial Empire nor the Supreme Kai will escape. I shall obliterate them all, ha ha, ha ha ha." Babidi erupted into a maniacal laugh, his wrinkled face contorting into an even more hideous visage. Dabura smiled faintly, non-committal. As the king of the demon realm and its foremost warrior, he possessed absolute confidence in his strength. Were he to engage, he could dismantle the entire defensive line established by the Celestial Empire in a mere minute. Yet, such an action would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Supreme Kai. Thus, they relied on Babidi's magic to conceal their spacecraft and infiltrate undetected. In truth, Dabura harbored reservations about the capabilities of Majin Buu. He did not believe himself to be inferior to that being. Nevertheless, as a loyal servant to Babidi, he was bound to obey his master's commands. And so, they stealthily descended upon Earth, in search of the egg that sealed Majin Buu. After his bath, Vegeta entered the bedroom, drying his damp hair. "Where's Bra?" he inquired. Noticing only Bulma in the room, a foreboding suspicion began to form within him. Sure enough, Bulma revealed the most unwelcome truth. Bra was sleeping with Mo Tianlin tonight. What? Bra is only 3 years old. How could you allow her to sleep with that smelly little brat? Vegeta's heart cried out in despair. This is unacceptable. He found himself overwhelmed with a fierce urge to confront the boy. Wait. Bulma intercepted Vegeta as he attempted to storm out. What is it? Bulma remained silent as she gently untied the sash of her bathrobe, revealing her alluring and voluptuous figure. Since the birth of their daughter, the frequency of their intimate moments had dwindled, the last occurrence dating back a month. Seizing this rare opportunity, Bulma was determined not to let Vegeta slip away. What are you doing? Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment, his voice faltering. What do you think, my prince? Bulma provocatively lifted Vegeta's chin. That infuriating woman. Vegeta cursed inwardly, swiftly shutting and locking the bedroom door behind him. With a gaze as fierce as a hungry wolf, he stared at Bulma. Tonight was destined to be tumultuous. Chapter 82. The Discovery of Babidi Weekend. The Moya family sat together in their living room, enjoying a moment of harmony while watching television. Suddenly, a promotional advertisement captured Moya's attention. The 25th World Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence. Upon witnessing this announcement, Moya felt a twinge of surprise. Unbeknownst to him, he had resided in this world for 7 years, a span during which he had either cherished time with his family or dedicated himself to rigorous training. His days had been remarkably fulfilling, to the point that he had nearly forgotten the original storyline. He vaguely recalled that the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament marked the onset of the saga featuring the demon Majin Buu. If that were the case, then Babidi must already be on Earth. Although the celestial outer realms were fortified by the Celestial Empire, Moya was not naive enough to believe that mere warriors with power levels in the millions could thwart Babidi. Indeed, through the probing of his mind's eye, Moya swiftly detected Babiti's spaceship concealed beneath the earth. In the lowest chamber of the vessel lay an ominous egg, emanating a sinister aura. This must be the egg that imprisoned Mage and Bu. Calmly withdrew his perceptive gaze, choosing not to eliminate them at this moment. He held no regard for the demon Mage and Bu. In fact, if Bu were to emerge, even Vegeta might struggle against him. Over the past few years, their training had been relentless. Both Son Goku and Vegeta had achieved a remarkable battle power of 12 billion. Gohan, too, had not squandered his potential, reaching a battle power of 15 billion. Meanwhile, Lapis had astonishingly attained a battle power of 20 billion. As for, his strength was even more formidable, boasting a battle power that had soared to 400 billion. Furthermore, Son Goku had developed the Super Saiyan transformation to its third stage. However, akin to the original narrative, Super Saiyan 3 suffered from significant energy depletion, rendering it unsustainable for protracted combat. In an effort to address this issue, Son Goku experimented with various approaches, ultimately attempting to fuse his ki with that of the spirit. To his astonishment, this endeavor not only resolved the energy loss of Super Saiyan 3 but also doubled the strength of his own ki. As for the reason behind the doubling, it was primarily due to the inadequate synergy between Son Goku and the spirit. Yuan and Lapis possessed the remarkable ability to amplify their energy intensity fivefold, a feat made possible by the full activation of their bloodlines, which allows them to achieve an unparalleled synergy with the primordial energy. Conversely, for Son Wukong to further enhance his own energy intensity, he must gradually elevate his connection with the primordial energy, integrating more of it into his being. Upon witnessing Son Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta was nearly consumed by frustration. Despite their simultaneous training and his own clandestine efforts to intensify his practice, he found himself unexpectedly surpassed by Son Wukong. The disparity between a Super Saiyan 2 with a 100-fold increase and a Super Saiyan 3 with a 400-fold increase is utterly incomparable. Moreover, Son Wukong's energy had doubled in strength. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta could not fathom being weaker than this lower-class warrior. Thus, he commenced an intense and relentless training regimen. After 2 grueling months of almost uninterrupted effort, while he did not achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta succeeded in evolving Super Saiyan 2 into an entirely new state. Unlike Super Saiyan 1, which maintains a mere 100-fold increase even at full power, Vegeta shattered this limitation, elevating his Super Saiyan 2 battle power from a 100-fold to a staggering 300-fold. Concurrently, his Super Saiyan 2 form underwent notable alterations, most visibly characterized by an increased density of lightning enveloping his body. This form transcended the limits of Super Saiyan 2, yet had not reached Super Saiyan 3, leading Vegeta to dub its Super Saiyan 2 Ascendant, or alternatively, Super Saiyan 2.5. Consequently, Gohan, who originally possessed a greater base battle power, found himself relegated to the weakest among them. The 300-fold increase propelled Vegeta's battle power post-transformation to an astronomical 36 trillion, equating to 3.6 trillion. In contrast, Bu's battle power hovers around 2 trillion, rendering him far inferior to Vegeta. In the original narrative, Super Saiyan 1 Wukong registered 3,000 energy units on Babiti's energy detector, which I interpret to signify that 1 unit equals 100 million. Therefore, at full power, Super Saiyan 1 achieves a 60-fold increase, indicating that Wukong's base power is 5 billion. Super Saiyan 3 boasts a 400-fold increase, placing Wukong on par with Bu, perhaps even slightly favored, suggesting that Bu's battle power cannot exceed 2 trillion. With regard to the Super Saiyan 3 form, Yuan has contemplated its possibilities. However, he understands the challenges inherent in achieving this transformation. It likely requires the integration of a completely new advanced energy into his bloodline, akin to the process for attaining Super Saiyan 2. Yet, sourcing such advanced energy is no trivial endeavor. Take spatial energy, for instance. While it is ubiquitous, Yuan might never have sensed it had he not witnessed Wukong utilize instant transmission. From the very beginning, Yuan possessed the ability to sense vital energy, primarily due to the presence of Son Wukong's cells within him. At that time, Son Wukong had already mastered the technique of the Spirit Bomb. However, Yuan was not one to surrender. He dedicated time each day to attune himself to the energies of the universe. Regrettably, years passed without any tangible progress. During this period, his Super Saiyan 2 form, much like Vegeta's, transcended the limits of its own power. The amplification of his battle strength skyrocketed from an initial 500 times to an astonishing 2,000 times. Presently, His peak combat power has reached 80 trillion. When combined with his ki, which is 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, his overall power rivals an impressive 800 trillion. This level of strength surpasses even Gohan, who, after fully unlocking his potential under the guidance of the old Kaishin, entered a mysterious state. Due to the alterations in history, the World Martial Arts Tournament did not generate the global fervor depicted in the original narrative. Beyond martial arts enthusiasts, the event garnered little attention from the general populace. Had no intention of participating. Engaging in such a confined venue would render him constrained and unfulfilled. It is likely that both Sun Wukong and Vegeta share his sentiments. However, harbored a curiosity, without their involvement in the World Martial Arts Tournament, how would Babidi amass sufficient energy to resurrect Bu? Surely, he would not resort to sacrificing the Demon Realm's king, Dabura, would he? Yet, such a scenario is not entirely implausible. If Babidi finds himself at an impasse, he may indeed consider sacrificing Dabura. After all, in Babidi's eyes, Majin Bu is the ultimate powerhouse. Relying solely on Dabura, he would be incapable of avenging his father. Most importantly, Dabura is merely perceived as a servant, a slave, or even a dog in Babidi's perspective. The fate of Dabura holds no significance for him. Having discovered Babidi's presence on Earth, resolved to prevent him from wreaking havoc unchecked. Soon, through his mental probing, he located the two individuals assisting Babidi in gathering energy. With a mere thought, the two vanished without a trace. These individuals were not paragons of virtue, having been ensnared by Babidi's magic. Thus felt no moral qualms in their eradication. Subsequently, decided to engage with Babidi in a game of sorts. In truth, he secretly yearned for Majin Bu's emergence. After all, Fat Bu was a character he held in high regard, if possible, wished for this world to retain his existence. Thus, silently encouraged Babidi, hoping he would strive to facilitate Majin Bu's early resurrection. Chapter 83. Dabura's fear. Cursed be the wretched soul who dares to thwart my plans. Babidi's gaze was filled with an intense fury, his face, lined with deep wrinkles, contorted like a crumpled piece of dough. It had been a fortnight, a full 2 weeks. During this time, he had orchestrated the collection of energy from over 20 individuals, all of whom vanished without a trace after their departure. Not a single one returned with the amassed energy. Initially, one might consider such occurrences mere coincidence, but after so many instances, it was undeniable that something sinister was afoot. It was evident that someone was scheming against him. After much contemplation, Babidi concluded that only the Supreme Kai and that enigmatic being from the Heavenly Empire could orchestrate such a plot. Surely, the Heavenly Empire would not establish defenses at the fringes of this universe without reason. It was plausible that high-ranking officials from the Heavenly Empire were present in this vicinity. Moreover, it was highly likely that this individual was the mysterious controller of the Heavenly Empire. Whispers suggested that this controller possessed formidable, unfathomable power. Yet, Babidi remained skeptical, convinced that no matter how formidable, they could not surpass Dabura. The Heavenly Empire's controller, regardless of their strength, was merely a powerful figure among many. In contrast, Dabura was the king of the demon realm, the unrivaled champion of his domain. Master Babidi, allow me to follow in their wake and uncover who is behind this turmoil. Dabura proposed with a slight bow, a confident smile adorning his face. He harbored no fear of any adversary. Had it not been for the Supreme Kai's servant's ability to teleport, they would have eliminated the Supreme Kai long ago, avoiding the current necessity of evading him. Their avoidance stemmed from a desire to prevent disruption rather than a fear of his prowess. After all, an individual capable of instantaneously moving could not be vanquished nor captured, merely causing annoyance like a persistent fly. Without certainty of victory, they preferred to evade the Supreme Kai rather than engage him directly. Babidi pondered Dabura's suggestion with utmost seriousness. It seemed to be their only recourse. Otherwise, they remained oblivious to the identity of their saboteur, rendering them powerless. Very well. I entrust this matter to you. Should it indeed be the Supreme Kai's doing, retreat at once. If it is another, eliminate the disruptor. A sinister chill radiated from Babidi's protruding eyes. Understood, Master Babidi. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Dabura's mouth. Two robust figures soared swiftly through the wilderness, their muscular forms bulging with veins prominently visible, each bearing an M-shaped mark on their foreheads and clutching a vessel resembling a water jug. These two individuals were the humans under Babidi's control. Once possessing a mere combat power of less than 10, they now wielded a staggering power of several thousand points, their formidable strength rendering them oblivious to their true selves. Had it not been for Babidi's commands, they would have succumbed to an overwhelming urge to unleash their pent-up energy. Haba, once we complete our master's task, shall we find a place to revel in our power? One of them suggested with a malevolent grin. Teddy, I find your proposal exceedingly agreeable. They both exchanged wicked glances, erupting into sinister laughter. Let us hasten to fulfill our master's orders, they proclaimed, accelerating towards the nearest city. Not far behind, Depura trailed closely. Yet he remained unaware of any suspicious figures. Just as he began to ponder this anomaly, a ripple in the fabric of space encircled Haba and Teddy, akin to a stone disturbing a tranquil pond. In the blink of an eye, to Depura's horror, Haba and Teddy vanished from sight, leaving behind an empty void. A chill coursed through Depura as he beheld the desolation where the two once stood, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. This ability was unlike anything possessed by the Supreme Kai. He was well acquainted with the Supreme Kai's powers, having interacted with them on several occasions. While it was true that the servants of the Supreme Kai could teleport, it was merely instantaneous relocation. What he witnessed now transcended such simplicity. Most alarming was the fact that the assailant had not even revealed their face, suggesting that the perpetrator was likely not present at all. If someone could discern the two from such a distance, could they also have detected his presence? It was conceivable that their every move lay under the scrutiny of this unseen observer. The mere thought sent shivers down Depura's spine. He realized he must return to inform Lord Babidi of this unsettling occurrence. If the situation demanded, they might need to withdraw from Earth and seek energy elsewhere. Remaining on Earth was no longer an option. Without hesitation, Depura unleashed his maximum speed, fleeing as though a terrifying, savage beast was pursuing him from behind. Yuan sat calmly on his sofa, casually crossing his legs as he observed the frantic escape of Depura. Witnessing Depura's disheveled state stirred not a single ripple within Yuan's heart. Nevertheless, he had no intention of ending Depura's life just yet. He merely wished to observe the subsequent actions of Depura and Babidi. Babidi ought to be grateful for refraining from targeting ordinary individuals. His usual practice involved manipulating those of malevolent disposition, criminals and murderers, who, driven by their nefarious thoughts, were the most susceptible to his control. Should Babidi choose to extend his influence over ordinary people, Yuan would be compelled to conclude this game prematurely. Gently swayed the goblet in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then raised the glass and downed the yogurt in one swift motion. The game has only just begun. Isn't yogurt far more delightful than wine? And why drink yogurt from a goblet? Because life always requires a touch of ritual. What? You say we must flee the earth? Babidi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Depura. Indeed, Lord Babidi, Depura replied earnestly. I suspect he discovered us early on, yet for some unknown reason refrained from taking action. Some unknown reason? Babidi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Depura responded softly, perhaps it is to slowly toy with our demise. Though he had not seen their assailant, a nagging feeling told him they were outmatched. However, Babidi clearly held a different perspective. With a scoff, he stated, I believe he lacks the courage to confront us. If he were truly bold enough, he would have acted by now. He is merely attempting to intimidate us. Babidi did not consider a shadowy figure capable of besting them. If he were, how could he persist in hiding, resorting to petty schemes from the shadows? After all, Depura was the strongest individual he had encountered, second only to the demon Beau, even instilling fear in the Kais. Yet, Depura wished to offer further counsel. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Babidi's impatience. Since the Earthlings are unable to gather energy, let Pui collect it instead. We must amass sufficient energy to resurrect the demon Beau at all costs, Babidi commanded sharply. Realizing Babidi's mind was made up, Depura could only sigh inwardly. As you wish. Lord Babidi. Chapter 84. A desperate gamble upon receiving Babidi's orders. Pui began his journey with an energy collector in hand. His long head held high in confidence radiating from him, although he did not possess the immense power of Depura. He was nonetheless a formidable warrior with a battle strength of 2 billion, a force to be reckoned with in the cosmos, even surpassing the previous Universal Emperor by a considerable margin. This power was a gift from his master, Babidi, and he was eager to shed blood for him. However, the moment Pui stepped out of the spaceship, an unsettling spatial disturbance emerged. Pui met his demise inside the ship. Babidi and Depura were engulfed in a profound silence as they monitored the situation. After a brief pause, Babidi screamed in terror, activate the spaceship. We must leave this place at once. The danger was palpable. Pui was already the third strongest under Babidi's command. And although there was also the formidable Yego with a staggering battle power of 800 billion, Babidi was unwilling to take any risks. The ominous techniques their adversary wielded were beyond even Dabura's assurance of survival. Sending Yego out would merely be a death sentence. As for why Dabura was not sent to gather energy, the answer was obvious. Knowing the enemy possessed long-range lethal capabilities, Babidi would never dare allow Dabura to stray too far from his side. Babidi valued his life above all else and would not place himself in peril. Thus, they had but one option: to leave Earth and venture into the vast universe, where energy could be collected more safely. Upon issuing his command, Dabura promptly directed his subordinates to activate the spaceship. With a thunderous roar, the vessel roared to life. As they ascended, Babidi exhaled a sigh of relief. Within a mere minute, the spaceship was on the verge of breaking through the atmosphere. Gazing down at the clouds, Babidi's eyes burned with hatred as he gritted his teeth, vowing, "Once I resurrect Majin Buu, I shall obliterate Earth and that wretched scoundrel. I will turn him into a slave and torment him for eternity." Minutes passed, and suddenly Babidi sensed something amiss. He activated the monitor beneath the ship and was horrified to see that they were descending closer to the ground. What could possibly be happening? "Dabura, you must check this immediately." The chilling sight caused Babidi to break into a cold sweat as he anxiously called for Dabura. "Master Babidi, we must hurry to the control room." Dapper felt a troubling premonition within. The two hurriedly made their way to the spacecraft's control room. Babidi and Dapper could already observe the cosmic scenery on the large screen in the control room. "Quickly activate the bottom monitor of the spacecraft." Upon hearing Babidi's command, the crew promptly turned on the monitor below. A strange sight emerged. The large screen displayed two images, one depicting the vastness of space, revealing that they had departed Earth, while the other showcased the planet, indicating their rapid descent towards the surface. From the visuals, it was evident that they were merely a few hundred meters above ground. "Stop the spacecraft immediately," Babidi shouted in panic. However, a few hundred meters was but a fleeting moment for a spacecraft traveling at full speed. With a thunderous roar, before the crew could react, a tremendous collision resonated, accompanied by violent tremors. Ultimately, the spacecraft came to a halt, but only because it had forcefully crashed onto the ground. Meanwhile, far away in Shidu, Yuan raised his goblet once more, now filled to the brim with forgotten calf milk. Yuan gently shook the milk for the forgotten child, a playful smile gracing his face. "Is Earth truly a realm where one may come and go at will?" "Lord Babidi, the ship's propulsion system was damaged in the recent collision and is now inoperable. What shall we do?" Upon hearing this news, Babidi anxiously paced in circles. Dabura grew increasingly fearful, realizing his suspicions were correct. The enemy indeed sought to toy with their lives. Moreover, the adversary's strength was undeniably superior. Otherwise, they would have allowed their departure rather than obstructing it. As the king of the demon realm, Dabura had weathered many storms. He quickly regained his composure. "Lord Babidi, we cannot remain passive. I will lure the enemy into battle, and you can harness the energy from our fight to resurrect Majin Buu." Dabura conveyed telepathically to Babidi, determined to take a desperate gamble. Rather than be methodically played with by the enemy, he resolved to fight back. Believing that reviving Majin Buu might provide a glimmer of hope, after a moment of contemplation, Babidi agreed, as he too could conceive of no other solution. With Babidi's consent, Dabura unleashed all the power within him, a staggering combat strength of 600 billion erupting forth. Instantly, the world transformed, and the entire solar system trembled under the weight of such immense force. "Come forth, you cowardly trickster. Face me in a battle to the death," Dabura bellowed, fully aware that the opponent could hear him. Indeed heard it. Even the words he transmitted to Babidi reached his ears. However, he had no intention of approaching. Upon sensing the malevolent and formidable aura of prana, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta rushed forth like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. The instantaneously mobile Sun Wukong arrived first. Besides him, two others also made their appearance through instant transmission, Kaioshin Shin and his servant, Jebet. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong inquired, astonished as he beheld the pair before him, one tall and one short, one clad in pink and the other in purple. Yet, they had no time to respond to him. They stood ready, their unwavering gaze fixed on the imposing figure radiating a terrifying aura. "The Demon King, Dabura, finally decided to show yourself?" Dabura remarked, directing his attention towards Wukong. "Huh?" Wukong glanced around, realizing he was alone aside from the two newcomers. Pointing to himself in confusion, he asked, "Are you referring to me?" With a snap, Dabura's frustration boiled over as he witnessed Wukong feigning ignorance. Since Wukong had arrived via instant transmission, Dabura presumptively identified him as the puppet master behind his machinations. As for Kaioshin and his servant, Dabura dismissed them entirely. Are you still pretending? What exactly do you intend to do? But I truly do not comprehend what you are saying, Wukong replied, bewildered. He genuinely had no idea what Dabura was talking about. He had merely been at home with his wife when he sensed an evil presence, prompting him to leave her side and teleport here. Beyond that, he was utterly in the dark. Chapter 85, Vegeta under control? Dabura, you shall not resurrect Majin Buu. The long-silenced Kaioshin Shin could no longer contain himself. Kaioshin? Ha, this matter is beyond your control, Dabura scoffed. Kaioshin Shin seethed with fury, but he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Fully aware that his strength paled in comparison to Dabura's, Kaioshin? The familiar term piqued Wukong's interest. Jebet responded solemnly, indeed. This esteemed individual is the highest Kaioshin in the universe, encompassing all Kaioshins, including the Grand Kai. What? He is the Kaioshin I have heard about from the Grand Kai? Is this true? Upon witnessing Goku's astonished expression, King Kaioshin felt a slight sense of pride and was about to utter a few words. At that moment, however, he noticed Goku leaning towards Jebet, whispering in a voice audible to all, but he seems so weak. Are you certain he is truly King Kai? King Kaioshin, could you speak a bit louder? I can hear you. Wait, did you just call me weak? King Kaioshin suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. While it was true that he was the weakest King Kai in history, he still possessed a battle power of 500 billion, only marginally inferior to Dabura. Yet, this human had the audacity to describe himself as weak. Unless his combat strength vastly surpassed that of King Kai, it was implausible to use the term weak so casually. Goku nodded affirmatively. Just a few years ago, a battle power of 500 billion was indeed formidable, but now so, can you defeat him? King Kaioshin eagerly pointed at Dabura. I don't know. We must test it out. Despite the uncertainty in his words, the confident smile on Goku's face spoke volumes. Please, you must stop him. Their purpose for coming to Earth is to resurrect a terrifying monster. Monster? How dreadful is it? Is it stronger than him? At some point, Vegeta had also arrived at the scene. Dabura's modest battle power had initially failed to pique his interest, but the monster King Kaioshin spoke of intrigued him. Indeed, this monster was Majin Buu, a creature created by Babbidi's father, Babidi, who once nearly obliterated the entire universe. King Kaishin's expression turned grave. However, he did not anticipate that his words would excite the two battle enthusiasts. Hey, Kakarot. Vegeta looked at Goku, a slight smirk gracing his lips. In each other's eyes, they saw the same spark of determination. Meanwhile, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan also arrived at the scene. The moment Piccolo laid eyes on King Kaioshin, he found himself frozen, unable to move. An overwhelming force of dread rendered him incapable of raising his head before King Kaioshin. This was a pressure unrelated to sheer strength. It stemmed from a dimensional disparity, a divine hierarchy that imposed this sense of oppression. Piccolo felt this weight due to his assimilation with the old Kai, while an ordinary individual like Goku remained oblivious to it. To illustrate their relationship, it could be likened to King Kai being the CEO of a company, while the Supreme Kai was merely a lowly employee. Naturally, the employee would feel immense pressure in the presence of the CEO. As for the others, they had yet to enter that realm. Why should they feel concerned about their superior? The situation is as follows. However, it is evident that Piccolo's battle prowess pales in comparison to that of Son Goku and the other Saiyans. In terms of base combat power, Piccolo is indeed a formidable warrior, boasting a power level in the hundreds of billions. Yet, these Saiyans possess the extraordinary ability to amplify their power manifold, leaving any comparison utterly futile. Hey, tell me, how can we resurrect that Majin Buu? Vegeta inquired, casting a glance at Dabura. Wait, you cannot be serious? Vegeta's words nearly shattered the resolve of King Kaioshin. What a jest it would be. He had fought tooth and nail to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Yet this individual was seeking to revive him? The memories of confronting Majin Buu years ago were etched in his mind, vivid and haunting. Had it not been for the great King Kai's desperate efforts to save him, he would have surely fallen to Majin Buu's wrath. Of the 5 Kai, he remained the sole survivor, clinging to life. Moreover, it was only due to Babbidi's inability to control Majin Buu that he was ultimately sealed away. Once Buu was sealed, he was able to exact vengeance upon Babidi. Otherwise, he would have never had the opportunity to avenge his fellow Kai. Resurrecting Majin Buu is a simple task. It merely requires a sufficient amount of pure energy to bring him back to life. Babbidi's voice echoed from the loudspeaker. At that moment, he had taken refuge at the bottom of the spaceship, alongside the egg that contained the sealed Majin Buu. He monitored all occurrences within the ship through a magical orb. Additionally, Babbidi had discerned something intriguing. He had spotted an individual filled with dark intentions, a being of considerable strength. Perhaps he could utilize this person to resurrect Majin Buu. With his hands gripping the magical orb, Babbidi recited an arcane incantation, uttering words that were difficult to comprehend. In an instant, the orb was enveloped in vibrant crimson lightning. The currents swirling like venomous serpents, exuding an aura of malevolence. Suddenly, Vegeta clutched his head, writhing in agony. A strange force surged into his being, awakening the dark thoughts that lay dormant within him. Over the years, the malevolent thoughts within Vegeta had dwindled significantly. Yet, he soon realized that this peculiar force was not only stirring his dark inclinations, it was also unlocking his latent potential. 100 million, 200 million, 1 billion. Vegeta's battle power soared rapidly. Once at a power level of 120 billion, he now surged to an astounding 150 billion. This newfound base power was now on par with Gohan's. Not enough. This power falls short of defeating Kakarot. I crave more. Vegeta relinquished all resistance, allowing this force to ravage his body. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, instantly transforming into the Super Saiyan 2 beyond form, levitating into the air. A terrifying force generated intense winds that swept everyone away. Red lightning flickered around him. A jolt of electricity surged forth, striking Gohan. In an instant, Gohan was sent flying. Although Gohan had yet to transform, even a single spark could inflict damage on his combat power of 15 billion, illustrating the sheer magnitude of Vegeta's strength. After a moment, the aura and lightning surrounding Vegeta dissipated, and he plummeted to the ground. Vegeta, Goku prepared to rush to his side, but was halted by the Supreme Kai. Do not approach. It is too late. Babbidi can control those with evil intentions, and Vegeta is now under his influence. Vegeta, sprawled on the ground, reveled in the immense power coursing through him, laughing with exhilaration. His strength now rivaled that of Goku. Even if Goku were to transform into Super Saiyan 3, he would not be intimidated. Kakarot, let us engage in battle. This time, I shall not be defeated. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Goku, emanating an aura of malevolence. A dark, M-shaped mark suddenly appeared on his forehead. Chapter 86. The Embrace of Evil Power. Infinite, boundless power. A terrifying force filled Vegeta's body, causing him to swell slightly with the energy. The last time he felt such a sensation was during his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan. Furthermore, he discovered a peculiar phenomenon, the strange power invading his being. This force harbored immense destructive capability and wickedness. Having encountered Ki before, Vegeta quickly realized that this power, akin to Ki, belonged to a higher form of energy. Yet, its essence felt entirely different. If Ki represented light, this force embodied darkness. If he could also harness this advanced energy, perhaps he could enhance his own Ki like Goku. Thus, Vegeta relinquished his resistance, allowing this power to infiltrate him, not only to unleash his potential but, more importantly, to master this force. Fortuitously, he succeeded. His potential had been significantly awakened, with his base combat power now reaching 20 billion, and his Ki had fused with this newfound energy, doubling in intensity. Though he could not transform into Super Saiyan 3, his power had surpassed that of Goku. Kakarot, come forth. This time, victory is assured. A formidable battle intent radiated from Vegeta, locking onto Goku. Suddenly, Goku relaxed his entire being, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he faced Vegeta. Vegeta, you are not under control, are you? What are you saying, Goku? Can't you see the symbol on his forehead? Exclaimed King Kai, his urgency palpable. That mark signifies he is already under Babbidi's control. Calm down, Asen. Such trivial tactics cannot subdue Vegeta. He is the proud prince of the Saiyans. Goku waved dismissively. Vegeta chuckled softly. It seems I cannot hide anything from you. How could I, Prince Vegeta, ever be controlled by anyone? There is no one in this world who can exert control over me, save for myself. As his commanding words fell, the M-shaped mark on Vegeta's forehead gradually faded, ultimately vanishing. Impossible. Babbidi stood frozen, watching the mark disappear. To gain dominion over Vegeta, he had resorted to using dark energy. The last individual he managed to control with such energy was Dabura. Others were simply unworthy of his advanced power. Babbidi intended to awaken the darkness within Vegeta's heart, imprinting his magical mark to dominate him. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that Vegeta's inner darkness had become far less pure. Once, he may have reveled in slaughter, annihilating planets for gain, but now he deemed such actions beneath him. The darkness within him had transformed, more accurately described as a desire to grow stronger, to surpass Goku, to eclipse Beerus, and to outshine Moro, aspiring to become the mightiest warrior in the universe. Babidi mistakenly interpreted Vegeta's ambition as malevolence. However, the dark energy merely amplified an individual's inner desires. It could not conjure malevolence from thin air. Thus, not only did Babidi fail to control Vegeta, but he inadvertently enhanced his power significantly. Gazed at the black orb of light in his hand, filled with astonishment. Truly, it is often the case that one finds what they seek with little effort after a long and arduous search. He never anticipated that he would so effortlessly discover a new source of advanced energy. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation had long been a desire of his. Once he integrates this malevolent energy into his very bloodline, he would undoubtedly achieve this transformation. However, he hoped his metamorphosis would not resemble Goku's, lacking eyebrows and sporting hair that resembled a hedgehog. In terms of aesthetics, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation pales in comparison to the elegance of Super Saiyan 2. And even Super Saiyan 1 possesses a more appealing visage. Having acquired this new advanced energy, resolved not to delay any further. He promptly sought a secluded place to enter a state of meditation, aiming to attain Super Saiyan 3. Before departing, he communicated with, providing her a brief update to alleviate her worries. As for matters on Earth, with Goku and Vegeta present, was it not sufficient? Should Majin Buu emerge, it would be a foregone conclusion that they would handle him with ease. Yet, he pondered whether the purely benevolent Fat Buu would be separated once more. Gohan, I leave Dabra to you, Goku declared, invigorated by Vegeta's power. Gohan, feeling somewhat helpless, understood his father's disposition. No one could deter Goku in this matter. Not even his mother. What are you all doing? Do you not realize that Babidi wants you to fight? The Supreme Kai despaired. He could hardly believe that this group was utterly disregarding his counsel. They were fully aware that their actions would resurrect Majin Buu, yet they persisted nonetheless. Goku patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, do not worry. There are beings on Earth far more powerful than us. Even if Majin Buu were to emerge, it would be of little consequence. Someone would handle him. More powerful than you. The Supreme Kai glanced skeptically at the fully unleashed Vegeta before casting a doubtful look at Goku. Are you certain? Where is this individual? Oh, him? The enemies here are far too weak. He lacks the interest to intervene. You must understand, his strength far surpasses mine by 100-fold. The Kaioshin, Ashin, assessed the disparity in power between himself and Vegeta, nodding awkwardly. Indeed, he was far too weak. Vegeta's combat power had evidently reached a staggering 6 million. The passage of time had dulled his memory of the strength of Majin Buu, though he recalled the pressure Buu exerted was akin to that of the current Vegeta. However, that was many years ago, and in the intervening time, his own abilities had significantly advanced. This suggested that Vegeta's prowess might have surpassed that of Majin Buu. Nevertheless, Ashin remained uneasy, for beyond Buu's formidable strength lay his terrifying abilities, his near-immortal body, and the capacity to enhance his power by absorbing others. Even with the knowledge that Vegeta's strength exceeded that of Majin Buu, a sense of trepidation lingered. He conveyed Buu's characteristics to Goku and the others, but to his chagrin, Goku and Vegeta became even more intrigued by Majin Buu. Clenching his fists, Goku unleashed the full force within him. In an instant, a tremendous energy erupted from his being. Goku's eyebrows vanished, his brow pronounced, and his golden hair cascaded to his waist, his demeanor sharpening into an intense focus. Vegeta, let us commence. They had resolved to engage in battle on Earth, allowing Majin Buu the opportunity to absorb their energy. Fortunately, Earth had been fortified through a wish made with the Dragon Balls by Ma Yuan, ensuring it would not suffer catastrophic damage unless confronted with overwhelming power. Chapter 87. Vegeta, a joyful thump, and then nothing. The sun hung high in the sky, unyielding and relentless. The scorching rays baked the earth, prompting the trees below to stretch their limbs, their lush canopies forming a grand emerald umbrella that shielded the land from the searing light. Birds sought refuge in the foliage, perched upon branches to relish the rare coolness. Under the oppressive heat, all creatures grew lethargic, yearning only to recline in the shade, unwilling to stir a muscle. Thus, the forest embraced a long-awaited tranquility, everything appearing serene and harmonious. Suddenly, a mysterious object plummeted from the sky like a meteor, shattering the stillness of the forest. The violent impact caused the ground to cave in and fissures to form. The shockwave, laden with a cloud of dust, swept forth like a tidal wave, snapping trees in half and leaving no trace of vegetation. In less than half a minute, a vast expanse of forest lay reduced to rubble. Kakarot, is this all you are capable of? Vegeta hovered in the air, arms crossed, an expression of derision gracing his features as he gazed down at the immense crater below. The malevolent energy had ignited a fervent desire within him, fueling his fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Goku remained his usual self, always eager to test the waters. The outcome was predictable. Vegeta unleashed his full might, leaving Goku utterly defenseless. After all, even at full strength, Goku now fell short of Vegeta's prowess. Given the circumstances, Goku's attempts at probing were bound to lead to inevitable consequences. Ouch. That hurts, Vegeta. You truly hold nothing back. Goku exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet from the rubble, nursing his wounds with a pained expression. Vegeta fixed a piercing gaze upon him and commanded, "Enough of the chatter. Unleash your full power, Kakarot. You've become remarkably strong. I am no match for you now," Goku admitted, a hint of admiration in his tone. "Ah, so, you concede, Kakarot?" Vegeta taunted. "Not at all. I am merely more invigorated," Goku replied, his enthusiasm evident. Vegeta observed Goku's excitement, taken aback momentarily. Then a smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, this was the Kakarot he had come to know. "Kakarot, I haven't utilized this technique in ages. I initially learned it to counter you." Goku's declaration sparked a flicker of surprise in Vegeta's eyes. "Could it be? Are you deceiving me? Can your body truly withstand it?" Vegeta questioned with disbelief. Goku, adopting a horse stance with bent legs, clenched his fists tightly, channeling his energy. 5 times Kaioken. Ah! A red aura ignited, enveloping the golden flame of his power as Goku's energy surged. His combat strength skyrocketed from 4.8 million to an astonishing 7.2 million, far exceeding Vegeta's own. With an unstoppable momentum, Goku's energy suppressed Vegeta, who could scarcely fathom that he had only just surpassed Goku mere moments ago. And now, in less than 30 minutes, it was all gone. Goku took a few deep breaths. Acknowledging the truth, the stacked Kaioken exacted a significant toll on his body. He could presently only maintain the 1.5 times Kaioken, and even then, it was unsustainable. During intense combat, he could manage it for no more than 10 minutes. Yet, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Had he not infused his energy within himself? He would have struggled to even activate the 1.5 times Kaioken. Crucially, as his affinity with his energy increased, the damage inflicted by the Kaioken would gradually diminish. Perhaps one day, he would be able to activate the Super Saiyan form while simultaneously stacking the Kaioken to 10 times, 20 times, or even 40 to 50 times. Vegeta. Come. I cannot maintain this state for long. Damn it. Vegeta, filled with indignation, muttered a curse under his breath. It was always the same. Just when he believed he had surpassed Goku, Goku would conjure something new and unexpected. In a fit of rage, Vegeta vanished into the air, eager to unleash his pin-up frustration. In a flash, he materialized behind Goku, delivering a powerful kick aimed at him. Goku swiftly pivoted, narrowly evading the strike, and seized Vegeta's ankle with his left hand, yanking him forcefully to his side. With a right elbow strike, akin to a mountain cleaver, he slammed down into Vegeta's abdomen. The impact sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, the sheer force creating a web-like network of cracks across the earth. Coughing, he felt as if his very insides had been shattered, blood escaping his lips. However, Goku had no intention of showing mercy. Vegeta had held nothing back during their earlier exchange, and this level of combat was merely child's play in their past training sessions. Goku hoisted Vegeta into the air, his form becoming ethereal. With a series of rapid strikes, Goku appeared as Vegeta began to descend, delivering a knee strike that propelled him once more into the sky. The onslaught continued, as Goku repeatedly drove his knee into Vegeta, sending him soaring beyond the atmosphere. Once they had breached the Earth's confines, Goku reappeared behind Vegeta, unleashing a devastating downward kick infused with the power to obliterate planets. The sound of cracking echoed in Vegeta's ears as he felt the jarring impact on his back. Without time for contemplation, he was sent plummeting towards the ground, a familiar scene echoing the earlier assault Goku had executed. Vegeta summoned all his strength, desperate to slow his descent. Yet, with each decrease in speed, Goku would materialize behind him, accelerating him once more. Frustration surged within him. The exhilaration of striking Goku moments ago was now replaced with a sense of helplessness. As Vegeta's descent began to wane, the ever-helpful Goku reappeared behind him, poised to lend a hand. Just as Goku prepared to strike, Vegeta spun around, directing both hands towards him. A swirling blue orb of energy crackling with lightning between his palms, exuding a menacing aura. Final flash. Vegeta roared, launching the energy sphere towards Goku. He watched with pride, convinced of Goku's impending defeat. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he was taken aback to see Goku displaying no sign of panic. A triumphant smile gracing his lips. Kamehameha. What? Just as Vegeta's energy wave was about to strike Goku, Goku swiftly adjusted his posture, revealing the other side of his body to Vegeta. His hands were already resting on his hips, and between his palms, a sphere of condensed energy trembled restlessly. It turned out that Goku had long sensed Vegeta's intentions. Thus, while feigning an attack, he began to gather energy to unleash his ultimate move. The sphere, compressed to its utmost limit, surged forth as Goku thrust his hands, instantly forming a colossal energy wave. The disparity in power caused Goku's Kamehameha to swiftly engulf Vegeta's final flash. In the face of Vegeta's incredulity, the energy wave mercilessly consumed him. With a thunderous roar, a massive beam of light descended upon the ground, producing an explosion that resonated throughout the heavens and earth. The forest, once level to the ground, had transformed into a vast chasm. Fortunately, the earth had been fortified. Otherwise, had it been the earth of yore, enduring Goku's attack would have shattered it into fragments. Yet, it was precisely this resilience that allowed them to engage in battle without restraint upon its surface. After Goku and Vegeta departed, Gohan confronted Dabura and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. With a battle power of 1.5 million, Dabura found himself utterly incapable of resistance. A single energy blast shattered him into mere remnants. How terrifying! Gohan's strength indeed left others in awe and trepidation. The Kaioshin, Shin, and Kibito were rendered speechless, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. They couldn't help but question their own identities, who truly was the god among them. Hey, you two are making us look foolish, Piccolo remarked as he patted Gohan's shoulder, his face beaming with pride. Well done, Gohan. Gohan, scratching the back of his head bashfully, replied, not at all. I still fall far short compared to Uncle M-Jin and Dad. Uncle M-Jin must possess formidable strength by now. Piccolo had become quite familiar with M-Jin, residing in the Kaioshin's realm, as M-Jin frequently visited to see Bobo and Dandy. Over time, they had grown accustomed to each other. And then there were Tianlin and Qinin. Piccolo had often assisted in caring for these children. Sometimes, he even wondered if he had some hidden nurturing trait, given how fondly they entrusted their children to him. Uncle M-Jin's power is indeed fearsome. Even 100 of me combined would be no match for him. Upon the mention of formidable prowess, could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of trepidation. The sheer magnitude of that power was utterly terrifying. Even when the three Scions joined forces with, they found themselves utterly dominated and subdued by alone. Is this a jest? Could truly be so extraordinarily powerful? Was aghast. Ever since marrying and receiving her unwavering support, he had ceased his work to devote himself entirely to martial arts. After years of arduous training, he had indeed made significant progress, boasting a combat strength of 1 billion, while he was still unable to compare himself to and the others. Such power was no trifling matter, even on a cosmic scale. He could, with a single hand, subdue. Yet, despite his impressive capabilities, he found himself dwarfed by who claimed to be far inferior to. Just how terrifying must strength be? Was equally overwhelmed. From the very onset, he was struck with fear by the full power, a sensation he had yet to recover from. Over the past few years, he and had been diligently honing their skills, and it had been a long time since he had reunited with his old friends. After years of rigorous training, he, had also attained a combat strength of 1 billion. He had initially believed his progress to be quite substantial, only to realize that, in comparison to and the others, his advancement was but a fraction of theirs. Let us depart swiftly. We must prevent from resurrecting, urged, upon witnessing's demise. Despite his awareness of the existence of formidable warriors capable of vanquishing on Earth, he still wished to avert the creature's revival. Perhaps it was the lingering shadows of past encounters with that haunted him, for the mere recollection instilled within him a shiver of dread. Under S' insistence, the group proceeded through the passageway towards the lower levels of the ship. Already full? How could it fill up so quickly? Exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the enormous egg pulsating with a crimson glow. The needle on the energy gauge had already pointed to the central M-shaped symbol, indicating that the energy required for resurrection was now sufficient. Soon, would be revived. Had never anticipated that the energy produced from the brief skirmish between and could be enough to facilitate its return. Could it be that the seal had weakened over time? It was not entirely implausible. Preferred to believe in the weakening of the seal rather than entertain any other possibility. For the implications of an alternative explanation were far too terrifying to fathom. Babidi, entirely absorbed by the attention drawn to Majin Buu, remained blissfully unaware that Dubra had already been reduced to mere fragments by Gohan's overwhelming assault. However, even if he had noticed, it would have mattered little. With Majin Buu present, Dubra's significance had diminished entirely. Below the colossal egg sealing Majin Buu, several hollow openings began to emit steam, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Curse it. I'm still a step too late. The Kaishin, Aizen, observed the glowing red egg and realized that there was no way to prevent Majin Buu's resurrection. By the time Gohan and his companions reached the lower deck of the ship, it was far too late. The energy required for Majin Buu's revival had already been fully amassed. It would not be long before he emerged from his seal. As time dragged on, a malevolent aura began to pervade the entire vessel. Ha ha ha, Kaishin, you cannot thwart me. Once Majin Buu is resurrected, I shall ensure your demise to avenge my father. Babidi cackled triumphantly. The thought of Majin Buu's terrifying power filled Kaishin Aizen with a sense of urgency. He could not simply stand by and witness the resurrection. At the very least, he had to make an effort. Gohan, everyone, quickly, let us all attack that egg. When Majin Buu is first unsealed, he will be at his weakest. We must seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Hurry, Kaishin Aizen shouted fervently. Meanwhile, he had already begun to gather energy in his hands, preparing to strike the enormous egg. Upon hearing Aizen's words, Jebit immediately commenced his assault, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his palms, each infused with tremendous power. Akin to a rapid-fire machine gun targeting the colossal egg. The thunderous explosions, while failing to inflict any damage on the egg, shattered the ship into countless pieces. With a deafening roar, the entire vessel was obliterated in an instant. The individuals within the ship were all formidable warriors with battle powers exceeding millions. Such minor explosions posed no threat to them. As the smoke cleared and the remnants of the ship vanished, they found themselves back on solid ground. Yet, the egg-sealing Majin Buu remained unscathed. Ha ha ha, feudal. Your feeble attacks cannot harm my Buu, Babidi declared with immense pride. Once Majin Buu emerged, he would reign supremely across the universe, unchallenged by anyone, even the gods themselves. Everyone, attack together. The Supreme Kai, Shin, shouted fervently, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards the colossal egg. Jebit followed suit, launching another assault. Krillin and Tien exchanged a knowing glance. The Kamehameha, the new energy cannon. And Uncle Piccolo. Gohan hesitated as he gazed at Piccolo. Both Goku and Vegeta were intent on resurrecting Majin Buu. If he were to eradicate Majin Buu, Goku would undoubtedly be disheartened. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their parent. Piccolo immediately discerned Gohan's inner turmoil. With a gentle smile, he encouraged, attack. If Majin Buu could be so easily vanquished, Goku would hardly be interested in him. This wisdom resonated with Gohan, and he swiftly came to a realization. Uncle Piccolo, let us fight together. Piccolo smiled with satisfaction and nodded, very well. They both gathered their energy for a moment before simultaneously unleashing their attack. Magic Flash. Light of Destruction. In Chapter 89, Babidi's Demise, Gohan's golden magic flash energy wave was intertwined with Piccolo's purple light of destruction. Despite the 7 years apart from battle, their synergy remained impeccable, as if they had rehearsed this moment countless times. After charging their energies, the attack now contained an overwhelming force exceeding 2 million in battle power. Babidi stood astounded, unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of this assault. Is this a joke? How could there be such formidable beings on Earth? He thought, a sense of dread enveloping him. According to his father Bibidai's records, Majin Buu's power was merely on par with this, wasn't it? Damn it, could Majin Buu truly be defeated by them? Although Babidi's notes claim that Majin Buu possesses an indestructible characteristic, he has never witnessed it firsthand, leaving him uncertain about Buu's true capabilities. Furthermore, the ferocity of this attack is undeniably terrifying. The colossal egg, enduring immense damage, begins to warp slightly, with the frequency of the flickering red light escalating dramatically. After a brief pause, the onslaught from the gathered crowd finally ceases. The egg, akin to something freshly roasted, emits steam. And the eerie red light vanishes as if the egg has been irreparably damaged. All eyes fixate intently on this gigantic egg. Suddenly, a crisp sound reverberates through the air, and the egg that seals Majin Buu splits in two. A torrent of pink gas burst forth from within. Incredible! My Bu is finally emerging. Haha, Babidi exclaims, his excitement palpable as he laughs heartily. Now, he feels a sense of relief. If such a formidable attack could not harm his Bu, then the strength of Bu must be extraordinary. In mere moments, the area becomes saturated with the pink gas, which gradually ascends and dissipates from view. With the obscuring gas now absent, the onlookers can finally discern the situation. They behold the two halves of the eggshell lying on the ground. But the space beside it is utterly vacant. There is no sign of Majin Bu, no shadow, no trace. No, it cannot be. This should not be happening. How? How can this be? Babidi stares into the hollow interior of the egg, utterly unable to trust his own eyes. This must be a trick. Come out. Come out, Bu. Babidi is on the verge of madness. Without Bu, he would be left to confront such formidable foes alone, and he would surely perish. In the realm of human emotion, joy and sorrow seldom intersect. Where one finds despair, another finds elation. The happiest among them is the supreme Kai, East Kaishin, whose grin seems to distort his very face. Wonderful! Majin Bu has been utterly obliterated by our recent assault. We have succeeded. This is fantastic. Babidi. Without Dabura and without Majin Bu, your demise is imminent. No, you are mistaken. Gohan interjects gravely, shattering East Kaishin's illusion. A powerful aura permeates the air. Piccolo, too, bears a serious expression, sensing this formidable energy akin to Gohan. Look, what is that? Krillin pointed towards the sky, exclaiming in panic. Upon hearing his words, the crowd looked up. They beheld a vast expanse of pink gas coalescing in the air, resembling a massive cloud of cotton candy. This ethereal vapor was the source of an overwhelming aura. Wasn't this pink gas emanating from the giant egg? What on earth was happening? The Supreme Kai, Ashen, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The gas in the atmosphere began to form a colossal vortex, drawing all the vapor together. As the gas condensed, the aura it radiated grew increasingly potent. It is Majin Bu, my Bu. I knew he could not be so easily vanquished. He is, after all, a creature created by my father. Babidi was elated by the unfolding events, jumping with excitement. Everyone run. We cannot win. Ashen, witnessing the emergence of Majin Bu, felt his legs weaken with fear. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, you must leave here at once. I will hold off Majin Bu, Gohan stated calmly. Although his maximum combat power was merely 1.5 million, far inferior to Majin Buu's 2 million, he believed he could delay him just long enough. Once his father and Uncle Vegeta arrived, the measly 2 million power of Majin Bu would certainly be dispatched with ease. Gohan, you keep Majin Bu occupied while I eliminate Babidi, Piccolo communicated telepathically to Gohan. Gohan nodded gently. Krillin and Tien, understanding their limited power would only serve as a distraction, promptly evacuated the scene. As they departed, Piccolo wasted no time. He swiftly appeared beside Babidi, his hand shaped like a blade, striking towards him. Babidi, startled by Piccolo's sudden presence, immediately erected a protective barrier and shouted in terror, Majin Bu, come save me. Unfortunately, no one responded. Majin Bu was still forming in the sky. You cannot kill me. If I die, no one will be able to seal Majin Bu, and the entire world will be destroyed. Piccolo smirked disdainfully, tearing through Babidi's shield and seizing him by the throat. Even if you live, you will not seal Majin Bu. You will only exploit him to wreak havoc upon this world. Since your existence makes no difference, I see no reason for you to continue living. Stop. You cannot kill Babidi. Just as Piccolo prepared to strike, he was abruptly halted by the Supreme Kai Ashen's command. He felt his body stiffen, rendered immobile. If Babidi were to perish, Majin Bu would indeed be beyond control. Listening to Ashen's naive words, Piccolo cast him a scornful glance. How naive. In that moment, Piccolo felt no reverence for the so-called Kaishin. The force that had once restrained him dissipated entirely. With a swift motion, he tightened his grip around Babidi's hand. And with a crack, Babidi's neck was shattered. Subsequently, Piccolo hurled Babidi's lifeless body into the air, conjuring a powerful energy wave in his hand and unleashing it. In the blink of an eye, Babidi underwent a complete cremation, leaving not a trace behind. It was over. Upon witnessing Babidi's demise, Kaishin Aizen collapsed onto the ground, his face etched with terror. Meanwhile, the formidable Majin Bu took shape in the sky, an adorable, rotund being with pink skin materializing above. Woohoo! Majin Bu exclaimed innocently, then plummeted to the ground. After scanning his surroundings, he began performing calisthenics with carefree abandon. Was this really Majin Bu? Gohan stared in bewilderment at this seemingly harmless creature, his soul questioning the reality before him. Chapter 90. Majin Buu on the Desolate Land. Scarcely a blade of grass could be found. A gentle breeze stirred the dust, revealing a humanoid creature with smooth, pink skin, engrossed in its own play. It spread its arms to maintain balance, wobbling unsteadily as if it were a child taking its first steps. With a lazy, endearing smile, it appeared anything but menacing. However, Kaioshin Aizen trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring from him like a turned faucet, soaking him in moments. He understood all too well the terrifying nature of the seemingly innocuous Majin Buu before him, a manifestation of the great Kaioshin's essence. The resemblance to the great Kaioshin only deepened Aizen's dread. Majin Buu approached Gohan and Kaioshin Aizen, swaying with each step. He scrutinized the two of them with hands on his hips, shaking his head in contemplation, leaving them puzzled. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he regarded them intently. Gohan tensed, bracing himself for what was to come. At that moment, Majin Buu made his move. He propelled himself off the ground with great vigor. Bang! The formidable Majin Buu landed heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Both Gohan and Piccolo felt a bead of sweat trickle down their foreheads. This maneuver, akin to a backward somersault, truly left them speechless. Yet, Majin Buu appeared to be reveling in his antics, springing back to his feet with a fish-like motion. Then began to sway and prance about. Lord Kai, I suggest we take our leave from here, Jabber proposed, noting the trembling fear in the Kaioshin Ashin. Yes. Indeed. Gohan, Piccolo, let us hasten our departure, or we may meet our demise at his hands. Grasping onto the notion as though it were a lifeline. Kaioshin Ashin quickly regained his composure. Gohan shook his head, asserting, you all go ahead. If Majin Buu is truly as perilous as you say, I cannot stand idly by. The kind-hearted Gohan could not bear to witness Majin Buu wreaking havoc upon the earth and taking lives indiscriminately. Moreover, he did not need to defeat Majin Buu. He merely needed to delay him. Once Goku and Vegeta concluded their battle, he could extricate himself from the situation. Alas! Uncle Ma Yuan and Uncle Lapis showed no interest in such minor threats. Otherwise, he would not have to take this risk. Gohan sighed inwardly. Gohan, what is it, Uncle Piccolo? If we cannot stop him, we should retreat. We still possess the Dragon Balls. Gohan paused for a moment before nodding resolutely. Understood. After conveying his decision, Jabber whisked Kaioshin Ashin and Piccolo away using instant transmission. Suddenly, Majin Buu's expression shifted to one of confusion. Although he appeared to be engrossed in his own amusement, he had been quietly observing Gohan and the others. The abrupt disappearance of Piccolo and the others left him perplexed. Majin Buu approached Gohan and inquired, where did the three of them go? They left for an urgent matter. Then you remain to play games with me? Yes. Yay. Upon hearing that Gohan would join him in play, Majin Buu clapped his hands in delight. Then let us commence our game. Gohan, somewhat puzzled, asked, what shall we play? Suddenly, Majin Buu's eyes flared open, and his once adorable round face morphed into a sinister visage. Kill. At that instant, as Majin Buu spoke, his right hand lunged forward like a striking serpent, aimed directly at Gohan's eyes. What? Gohan was taken aback. Fortunately, over the years, he had endured numerous battles, honing his reflexes to a remarkable sharpness. Instantly, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, though he managed to protect his sight. The sheer might of Majin Buu was overwhelming, and Gohan was still sent hurtling through the air. He crashed into the rocky terrain like a cannonball, embedding himself deeply within, as stones of various sizes cascaded down to bury him. After striking Gohan, Majin Buu did not pursue further. Instead, he remained in place, mimicking a gorilla by thumping his chest and emitting gleeful, bizarre cries. The excruciating pain in Gohan's hand caused him to gasp sharply. His entire hand had gone numb, rendering him immobile. Could it be that he had been struck down by Majin Buu with a single blow, resulting in a fracture? Gohan was filled with dread. Suddenly, an immense power surged forth from within him like a dam bursting. In an instant, the stones weighing him down were blasted away. Gohan, with one arm hanging limply, rose from the debris. Meanwhile, Majin Buu appeared oblivious to his presence, continuing to pound his chest and screech. How infuriating! Majin Buu's blatant disregard for him ignited a flicker of anger within Gohan. Despite his typically placid demeanor, he pressed his index and middle fingers together against his forehead, concentrating a vast amount of energy. He intended to unleash Piccolo's most formidable technique, the special beam cannon. The powerful aura he was generating caught Majin Buu's attention. However, Majin Buu merely cast a fleeting glance at Gohan before turning his gaze away. showing complete indifference to Gohan's actions and making no attempt to thwart him. As Gohan continued to gather energy, he remained vigilant against a potential ambush from Majin Buu. He could hardly believe that Majin Buu would allow him to gather energy so brazenly. Yet, as time trickled by, Gohan amassed an extraordinary amount of energy. The combat power contained within this attack undoubtedly surpassed 2 million, perhaps even reaching 3 million, stronger than when he had executed the combined technique with Piccolo, the Light of Death. During this time, Majin Buu showed no inclination to engage him. Gohan couldn't help but wonder if Majin Buu was concealing an even greater strength, or if he truly was as mindless as he appeared. Unbeknownst to him, the energy at his fingertips had reached a critical point, and he could no longer accumulate any more. Die Majin Buu. Special Beam Cannon. A cataclysmic force emanated from Gohan's fingertips, aimed directly at the monstrous Majin Buu. Gohan harbored doubts that Majin Buu would dare to confront his attack head-on. It is worth noting that he had nearly exhausted his inner strength and amassed a significant amount of energy for this move. To Gohan's astonishment, an unforeseen event unfolded before him. Majin Buu, with a cheerful grin, stood with his hands on his hips. Boom. The energy beam struck Buu squarely in the face. A terrifying power instantaneously obliterated the head of Majin Buu. What? Gohan could hardly believe his eyes. Had he truly vanquished Majin Buu so effortlessly? Gazing at the headless form of Majin Buu, Gohan began to question himself. Chapter 91. Goku arrives just in time. Gohan remained incredulous that Majin Buu could be so easily defeated. After all, he was a creature that had once nearly obliterated the entire universe. How could such a formidable being be extinguished so simply? Yet, with Buu's head decimated, it was inconceivable for any ordinary being to survive without a head. Surely even the Namekians could not accomplish such a feat? In an effort to ensure finality, Gohan resolved to destroy Buu's body as well. Just as he prepared to act, a horrifying sight unfolded. The headless Majin Buu began to move. He lifted his hands and felt around his shoulders for a moment. Suddenly, a brand new head materialized out of thin air. What manner of creature is this? How could it possibly survive such an onslaught? Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was indeed the immortal trait the Supreme Kai, Shin, had spoken of regarding Majin Buu. No wonder he had cautioned against letting Piccolo eliminate Babidi. Such an ability was truly terrifying. With a triumphant roar, the restored Majin Buu raised his hands and called out loudly. Moments later, he turned his gaze toward Gohan. Beep, beep. Steam erupted from the vents on Buu's head and arms, accompanied by a deafening whistle. Now it was my turn. Oh no. Gohan immediately sensed the precariousness of his situation. The energy expended during the previous attack had nearly depleted his strength. He was left with little combat capability, and one of his hands had already been severely injured by Majin Buu. In such dire circumstances, to engage in a confrontation would surely lead to his demise. Escape. Any hint of hesitation is a mark of disrespect towards Majin Buu. Gohan soared into the air, fleeing rapidly. Majin Buu, upon witnessing Gohan's retreat, did not hasten to pursue him. Instead, he leisurely remained in place, engaging in a series of warm-up exercises. After a brief delay of several seconds, Majin Buu propelled himself from the ground with a sudden burst of energy, shooting forth like a rocket. Within mere seconds, Gohan sensed an overwhelming aura drawing near. How infuriating. If only I could move faster. Gohan desperately strained to extract every ounce of strength from within, yearning to hasten his pace. However, his energy reserves were severely depleted, and no matter how hard he tried, he could scarcely muster any additional power. Suddenly, Majin Buu appeared before him, playfully sticking out his tongue like a mischievous child intending to frighten. Under ordinary circumstances, Gohan might have found this endearing, but at that moment, he was filled with dread. A chilling sensation coursed down his spine. Heh, die. Majin Buu grinned as he uttered these ominous words. He then brought his gloved hand crashing down upon Gohan with the swiftness and precision of swatting a fly. Bam! The force of Majin Buu's strike sent Gohan plummeting to the ground like a falling aircraft, crashing with terrifying might. The once solid ground crumbled beneath him, yielding to the impact as if it were mere tofu, creating a vast crater. Exhausted and depleted of power, Gohan could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. The golden aura extinguished, and his hair reverted to black. Majin Buu slowly descended beside Gohan. Now, what shall I transform you into? A cookie? Chocolate? Or perhaps a milk candy? Majin Buu's chubby face contorted in contemplation, a hint of distress evident, as he desired to consume them all. Yet, with only one person before him, he could only create a single treat. Sigh, life is not easy, Bu lamented. Very well, I shall make you a cookie. And then seek out another human. After pondering for a moment, Majin Bu settled on his favorite, cookies, because Bibidi had once claimed they were the most delectable food in the world. Though he harbored disdain for Bibidi, he could not deny the truth of that statement. With determination, the antennae atop Majin Bu's head began to glow. Is it time to perish? Gohan lay prostrate on the ground, devoid of any strength. His body was marred with numerous injuries, and the energy within him had been utterly expended. In his current state, he could only watch helplessly as Majin Bu prepared to devour him, transforming him into a cookie. Ha ha ha. Majin Bu seemed elated at the prospect of soon enjoying a cookie, laughter erupting from him. Simultaneously, a beam of light akin to lightning emanated from the antenna atop his head. Upon seeing this light, Gohan resignedly closed his eyes. Gohan, are you all right? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. It was his father's voice. Gohan opened his eyes to behold Goku standing beside him, hoisting another person. Goku gently placed Vegeta on the ground before aiding Gohan into a sitting position. Apologies for my tardiness. Gohan nearly broke into tears. He had thought his demise was certain, only to find his father arriving just in the nick of time. Had he been even a second later, he would not have survived. Father, do not worry. Leave the rest to me, Goku said, patting Gohan's shoulder. Father, please be cautious. His regenerative abilities are formidable. I just obliterated his head. Yet he was able to restore himself. Understood, Goku nodded, his expression darkening as he turned to face Majin Bu. Seeing the injuries on Gohan's body ignited a fierce anger within Goku, a father's wrath. You vile creature, I shall turn you into a tiny cookie. With the cookie he had almost secured slipping away, Majin Bu immediately fumed with rage, glaring menacingly at Goku. Bu pinched his belly a few times, and to Goku's astonishment, he tore a chunk of flesh from his own abdomen. He then elongated this piece of flesh as if it were a strand of noodles. Grasping one end of the meat strip, he began to spin it rapidly. The strip whirled in his hand like a propeller, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that enveloped Goku in a relentless storm. Here it comes. With a fierce roar, Wukong instantaneously transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 form. A terrifying aura enveloped him, generating a powerful wind pressure around him. In an instant, all energy blasts were deflected. The rebounding energy spheres scattered across the vicinity, engulfing the surrounding area in a tumultuous explosion. Fortunately, this locale was a mountainous wilderness, devoid of human presence. Had this occurred in an urban environment, it would have been sufficient to annihilate half the city. Seeing the ineffectiveness of his energy attacks, Majin Bu hurled a piece of meat towards Wukong. Wukong raised his hand, launching an energy blast that struck the meat. Majin Bu, observing Wukong's attempt to attack his meat with an energy blast, smirked cunningly. However, when Wukong's attack connected, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, the meat had perished. Typically, his cells were immortal. Even if shattered, they could reassemble and regenerate. Yet, at this moment, he could sense no life within the meat. This indicated that his cells had been eradicated by the man before him. Majin Bu was momentarily stunned, but Wukong was undeterred. In a swift motion, Wukong lunged toward Majin Bu. His fists and feet became lethal weapons, delivering a relentless barrage upon Majin Bu. The disparity in strength was colossal. Majin Bu was utterly unable to evade Wukong's onslaught. He was battered like a rag, teetering on the brink of collapse. The most terrifying aspect was that each punch and kick from Wukong inflicted excruciating pain upon him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Moreover, within Wukong's strikes was a horrifying energy that infiltrated his body, stifling the regenerative capabilities of his cells. Boom. Wukong delivered a powerful kick that sent Bu crashing to the ground, then placed his hands on his hips. Between his palms, a blue energy sphere gradually expanded, radiating a dazzling light. Kamehameha wave. Majin Bu lay within a vast pit, his eyes widened to their fullest extent. He was gravely injured, utterly immobilized. With his cellular regeneration abilities suppressed, he found himself with no escape. A colossal wave of energy surged towards him, and Majin Bu felt his body disintegrating gradually, his consciousness fading away. Chapter 92. Encountering a chubby Bu searching for meat, I stumbled upon a great dinosaur. I offered a salute and shook hands with it, as it invited me to partake in its flesh. In the woods, I discovered a dinosaur and handed it over to my dear Pigeon. Pigeon took the dragon and nodded at me. With joy, I exclaimed, "Pigeon, hurry and roast it. Pigeon, hurry and roast it." The clear and tender notes of a child's voice echoed through the forest. A little girl with white hair, clad in a pale yellow dress, skipped merrily, humming her own rendition of a song. In her grasp, she dragged a dinosaur that was 100 times larger than herself. The thought of her brother roasting meat for her filled her with uncontainable joy, causing her little tail to spin with delight. Nearby, the small birds perched on the trees breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their diminutive size. Otherwise, they would surely be captured and roasted by the little sorceress. Just like that colossal dinosaur. What was that? In the distance, a pink object protruded from the grass. Its enticing hue suggested it would be delectable. The round, sparkling eyes of the girl fixated on it, filled with longing. Based on her years of experience with meat, she deduced that it must be a piece of meat. And a particularly scrumptious one at that. However, she had never encountered such a specimen before. Could it be a rare animal? If it were a rare creature, she could not consume it, for her uncle, Rappies, had cautioned her against eating rare animals, instructing her instead to capture them and bring them back. Sighing with regret, she found herself torn between the allure of delicacies and her uncle's guidance. Ultimately, she chose her uncle, for he had always treated her kindly, often providing her with delightful treats. Gently setting down the dinosaur's tail, she tiptoed cautiously, careful not to make a sound, as she approached the enticing piece of meat. When she was only a few meters away, she suddenly leaped forward, diving to embrace the piece of meat. Yes, she had captured it, holding the jelly-like, bouncy meat. She could already envision how delicious it would be. Let us see what kind of animal it belongs to. Within the petite frame of Chinin lies an inexhaustible power. With effortless grace, she extracts a creature seemingly several times her size from the tall grass. Alas, it is a human. If Wukong and his companions were present, they would recognize that this individual is none other than Majin Buu. In a twist of fate, just as Majin Buu was struck by Wukong's Kamehameha wave and faced imminent annihilation, he activated Jebit's instant transmission, transporting himself to this very location. However, due to Wukong's energy suppressing his cellular regeneration abilities, Buu's wounds remain unhealed. Wukong, having fused with the energy, possesses the capability to inhibit Buu's healing process. Though he appears outwardly unscathed, the majority of his cells have been obliterated, bringing him perilously close to death. Even his consciousness has succumbed to a deep slumber. Wake up, please wake up, Chinin implores, shaking Buu gently. Yet, there is no sign of awareness from him. Were it not for the lingering warmth of his body and the faintest breath escaping him, Chinin might have been led to believe he had already departed from this world. Could it be that he is injured? Upon contemplating this possibility, a surge of verdant energy manifested in Chinin's hands. It was the power of will, under her command. This willpower penetrated the body of Buu. As anticipated, a formidable force began to rampage within Buu. Yet this energy felt oddly familiar. In a moment of desperation, Chinin did not hesitate. She harnessed her will to expel this force. However, she was still too feeble, and her willpower was insufficient. She could only drive away a small fraction before exhausting her internal reserves. Nevertheless, this action granted Buu a fleeting glimpse of consciousness. Amidst the chaos, a narrow slit opened in Buu's eyes. He beheld a charming young girl with white hair, her hands resting upon him. A warm current flowing from her palms into his being. The tumultuous energy within him was gradually subdued by this gentle warmth. Buu sensed his cells slowly regaining vitality. Yet, the girl appeared increasingly fatigued, her adorable visage glistening with beads of perspiration. In that moment, Buu's emotions were a tangled web, a nebulous feeling stirred within him. After a while, he felt the warm current begin to wane, and the girl had started to gasp for breath. Moments later, she collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. With her willpower depleted, Goku's energy began to surge violently within Buu once more. His consciousness once again slipped into oblivion. Perhaps it was time to seek assistance from Gich. After resting for a brief interlude, Chinin regained some strength. She then hoisted the dinosaur with one hand and Buu with the other, slowly making her departure. Nearby, in a clearing beside the waterfall, Tianlin was diligently preparing barbecue seasonings. Inherited from his parents' remarkable genes, the 6-year-old Tianlin had already acquired the ability to prepare several dishes. His forte, undoubtedly, was barbecuing. This was primarily because, at home, he rarely had the opportunity to cook. His grilling skills had been honed not only through parental guidance but also through countless little experiments shared with his sister. It was not that the family meals were insufficient. Rather, it was Chinin's insatiable appetite that often led to culinary adventures. As a caring older brother, Tianlin naturally endeavored to satisfy his sister's cravings. Upon hearing Chinin's urgent calls, he promptly set aside his tasks. What is wrong with Chin Chin? What has happened? Gidge. This person seems to be on the brink of collapse. We must save him. It was at this moment that Tianlin noticed the pink-skinned individual lying beside Qinin. Realizing it was not his sister in distress, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Who is he? Qinin, with her innocent large eyes, replied, I don't know either. I found him in the woods. Tianlin examined the condition within view. This aura belongs to Uncle Yuan. As Tianlin grew older, he frequently practiced alongside Mo Yuan. Thus, he became quite familiar with Yuan's energy. Due to their group's reckless training, Qinin was solely tutored by Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li, separate from Yuan and the others, which led to her momentarily failing to recognize Yuan's aura. Tianlin gazed at Qinin and earnestly inquired, Qin, this individual was injured by Uncle Yuan. Shall we save him? What? He was actually harmed by Uncle Yuan. No wonder this energy feels so familiar. Upon hearing her brother's words, Qinin began to waver. She trusted that Uncle Yuan would not hurt someone without cause. However, this person was on the brink of death. If they did not provide treatment soon, he might not survive much longer. Tianlin stood quietly beside her, awaiting Qinin's decision. Regardless of her choice, he would unwaveringly support her. Chapter 93. A binding agreement save him. Qinin declared with remarkable determination. After much contemplation, her kind-hearted nature could not bear to witness a life slipping away before her eyes. Furthermore, this individual did not appear to be malevolent. How could someone so adorable possibly be a villain? Even if he were indeed a wrongdoer, she could always summon her father to deal with the situation. Her father was incredibly formidable. As thoughts of her father filled her with pride, she almost struck a triumphant pose. All right, let us commence. He cannot hold on much longer. Without further ado, after receiving a definitive response from his sister, Tianlin began to prepare for the rescue. The two little ones, one on each side, simultaneously channeled their willpower into Bu. However, Goku's energy was still too overwhelming. They nearly depleted their own willpower and only managed to expel a fraction of it. Although they did not completely eradicate Goku's energy, Bu's life was ultimately preserved. In addition to expelling part of Goku's energy, Tianlin and Qinin also managed to repair some of the cells within Bu. Gradually, Bu regained clarity. He felt that the residual power of Goku within him had diminished by 1/5, and his body had also begun to recover, although his cellular regeneration was still suppressed. His injuries no longer posed a threat to his life. Bu heard 2 faint breaths beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw 2 children lying on either side of him, a golden-haired boy and a silver-haired girl. Upon glimpsing the girl, a series of images flashed through Bu's mind like a film reel. It was her. Recognizing the scenes in his mind, Bu understood that they were the ones who had rescued him. The exhaustion etched on the faces of the 2 children revealed the tremendous energy they had expended to save him, yet their faces still bore smiles of joy. Bu propped himself up with his hands, attempting to rise from the ground. However, before he could steady himself, his legs began to buckle. With a thud, Bu's heavy body fell back to the ground. The noise startled Tianlin and Qinin awake. Ah, you're awake, Qinin exclaimed in delight, rushing to his side, a swell of pride rising within her. This was her first time saving someone. Thank you for saving me, Bu expressed with remarkable courtesy towards his saviors. Don't mention it. Qinin waved her hand dismissively, then continued, by the way, my name is Mo Qinin, but you can call me Qin, as my family and friends do. She then pointed to Tianlin and introduced him. This is my dove. Tianlin gave a slight nod to Bu. Hello, I'm Mo Tianlin. You can call me Tianlin. Hello, I'm Bu. Thank you both for saving me. From now on, you shall be my friends. Bu beamed like a child, seemingly delighted to have gained 2 good friends. By the way, Bu, why were you injured by Uncle Goku? Qinin asked, puzzled, for this version of Bu did not appear to be a villain at all. Why would Uncle Goku have harmed him? Was it perhaps an accidental injury? Goku? Who is Goku? Bu tilted his head, unable to recall who Goku was. Qinin explained. He is the one who injured you. So he is indeed Yuan? Bu realized with sudden clarity. Qinin continued to inquire. Why did Uncle Yuan strike you? I recall I was playing a game when he suddenly appeared and gave me a beating. Fortunately, I managed to escape using instant transmission. Otherwise, I would have been defeated. Playing a game? Qinin and Tianlin were taken aback. How could Uncle Yuan behave in such a manner? Just for playing a game, he inflicted such harm? Tianlin, believing that Yuan could not possibly be this kind of person, asked, what game were you playing? Bu, with an innocent expression, replied, it was a killing game. Turning people into little snacks to consume. What? Bu's words horrified them both. Tianlin swiftly pulled Qinin behind him, watching Bu with caution. Killing is unacceptable. Regaining her composure, Qinin rushed in front of Bu, admonishing him loudly. She had been taught by her father since childhood that martial arts were not for reckless abandon, but rather to protect those who were dear to us. This lesson remained etched in her heart. Yet Bu claimed that killing was part of the game. How could she tolerate that? Bu tilted his head in confusion, but Bibidi said it was called playing a game, and that it was very entertaining. Who is Bibidi? Bibidi is the loathsome individual who created me. Observing Bu's innocent demeanor, Qinin and Tianlin began to understand the situation. Bu was akin to a blank slate, and Bibidi was the one who had marred that slate. Then why do you heed the words of someone you despise? My father has always told me that killing indiscriminately is wrong. Strength is not meant for wrongdoing, but for safeguarding those who matter most. Qinin, resembling a stern little teacher, earnestly sought to correct Bu's misguided beliefs. Bu pondered for a moment, lowering his head. So, you believe my actions are incorrect? With serious expressions, Qinin and Tianlin nodded emphatically in unison. Exactly. Bu gazed at their solemn little faces and then smiled, saying, All right, I shall refrain from such actions in the future. Qinin extended her pinky finger. Let us make a pinky promise. Bu. Just like this. Qinin demonstrated the gesture with her hands. Bu quickly grasped the concept, removing his glove to reveal 5 fingers. Pinky promise, for life, never to change. Stamp. The 2 thumbs pressed together. It is settled, henceforth. I shall not kill indiscriminately. Deceiving is for little piggies. After sealing the promise, Qinin beamed with delight. In her heart, the act of sealing a promise represented the highest form of commitment. There is no promise more worthy of trust than this. Indeed, Bu nodded vigorously. Qin, Tianlin. I am hungry. Bu patted his ample belly, expressing his desire for cookies. Upon hearing Bu's words, Qinin suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit today and felt a wave of emptiness in her stomach. Cradling her belly, she looked at Tianlin with a feeble expression and playfully exclaimed, Dove dove, Qin is hungry. All right, I will prepare some barbecue for you, Tianlin replied, affectionately ruffling Qinin's hair. Aren't there any cookies? Bu was quite insistent about the cookies, as Bibidi had declared them the most delicious treat in the world. What are cookies? The barbecue made by Dove is the second most delicious in the world, Qinin proudly asserted to Bu. Why is it second? Tianlin inquired. Because Daddy's barbecue is the most delicious. Tianlin contemplated his father's barbecue. Well, it was indeed tastier than his own. Bu, next time, I will treat you to Daddy's barbecue. I assure you it will be so good you'll want to swallow your own tongue. Qinin boasted while playfully patting Bu's belly. With a delightful bounce, they soon became addicted to the moment. All right, enough talk. Let's eat the barbecue. Unbeknownst to them, Tianlin had already grilled some meat. The 3 of them, having expended considerable energy, sat together, each holding a large piece of meat. Delicious. Better than cookies. Tianlin exclaimed. I want more. Dove, I want some too. Tianlin remarked, it seems this dinosaur might not be satisfied today. Chapter 94. A Chance Encounter with Gohan Hiccup. Qinin lay on the grass, gently stroking her slightly swollen belly as she let out a satisfied belch. Hiccup. Tianlin, also reclining on the grass, produced an even louder and longer belch. With a hint of pride, he declared, Qin, my belch is longer than yours. Though it was unclear why he felt proud of this, it successfully ignited Qin Yin's competitive spirit. You silly dove, mine is the longest. Hee. I can make it even longer. Beside them, Bu observed the sibling duo with a contemplative expression. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply and then opened his mouth wide. A burp erupted, resonating like a thunderous roar that echoed across the heavens. The sound was so powerful that the ground trembled slightly beneath them. After this tremendous belch, Bu erupted into joyous laughter. Faced with such an awe-inspiring display, Tianlin and Qinin conceded defeat, with Tianlin offering Bu the highest praise, declaring him impressive. Thus, this absurd contest concluded with Bu triumphing by an undeniable margin. After a hearty meal, both Tianlin and Qinin found their energies largely restored. They proceeded to administer further treatment to Bu. Following this session, the residual energy from Goku within Bu had diminished to half, and Bu's injuries had completely healed. However, his cellular regeneration was still suppressed, preventing him from recovering as effortlessly as before. Let us venture into the city for some amusement, Tianlin suggested, noticing that the day was still young. Yay, Qinin exclaimed, springing to her feet at the mention of an outing. Come on, Bu. I will take you to Savor Snacks. Drink milk tea and enjoy ice cream. Are they delicious? Just as delectable as barbecued meat. Then let us hurry, I am famished. Upon hearing of the delightful treats, Bew could hardly contain his excitement. He took off into the air, soaring away. Wait, Bew. You're flying in the wrong direction. It's this way. In the ice cream shop, Chineen eagerly pointed at the menu with her small hands. Suddenly, she noticed Bew beside her, drooling. Considering Bew's alarming appetite, she thought, well, let us just order one of everything. Before long, a mountain of ice cream filled the entire table, accompanied by an assortment of cakes and other desserts. Bew picked up an ice cream cone and licked it. The refreshing, delicate texture and the exquisite blend of fruit and milk flavors burst on his palate. His tiny eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling like stars. Delicious, Bew exclaimed, opening his mouth wide to devour the entire ice cream in one go. Seeing Bew relish the treat brought a sense of pride to Chineen. How is it? I didn't deceive you, did I? Bew replied, stuffing ice cream into his mouth with fervor. This is so much better than the little cookies I used to eat. Bew felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Since becoming aware of his existence, he had never experienced joy as profound as today. Bibidi deceived him into believing that cookies were the finest delicacies in the world. However, upon tasting the cookies on Earth, Bew realized that there exists a vast disparity among cookies. The ones he had previously consumed were akin to gnawing on wood. The cookies on Earth brought him to the brink of tears. They were simply exquisite. Moreover, in addition to cookies, there was an abundance of delectable treats. Compared to Chineen and Tianlin, Bibidi seemed almost inhuman, demanding violence without providing any delightful sustenance. In stark contrast, Chineen and Tianlin were like angels, tending to his wounds and introducing him to a plethora of delicious foods. He vowed to protect Chineen and Tianlin, ensuring they would not suffer harm. In the bustling pedestrian street of West City, a striking girl with 2 braids walked alongside a somewhat shy, yet handsome young man. Gohan, shall we go for ice cream? The weather was already quite warm, and this being their first date since confirming their relationship, Biddy couldn't help but feel a bit bashful and heated. The two were Gohan and Biddy. With Satan no longer serving as the savior, it was impossible for a city to bear his name. However, as a moderately renowned boxer, he was not lacking in financial means. For the sake of their daughter's education, they moved to this large city, where Biddy fortuitously found herself attending the same school as Gohan, not only as classmates, but also as desk partners. Influenced by Satan from a young age, Biddy developed a keen interest in martial arts. Upon discovering that Gohan was the famed Golden Warrior, she persistently asked him to teach her. As they trained together, they gradually grew attracted to one another, culminating in Biddy confessing her feelings just a few days prior. Thus, they naturally became a couple. All right, let's go for ice cream. On their first date, Gohan felt even more nervous than Biddy, especially with her arm linked through his. His arm felt as though it were enveloped in cotton, a sensation that was tremendously exhilarating for this innocent boy. It was inevitable that his mind wandered. Upon reaching the entrance of the ice cream shop, Gohan caught sight of a large, pink figure indulging in ice cream through the glass window. This face was one he feared he would never forget. How is this possible? Wasn't he defeated by my father 2 days ago? Gohan was engulfed in a profound sense of panic. If Majin Buu were to wreak havoc here, the entirety of West City would likely face annihilation. Currently, Goku, Vegeta, and Rappies were traversing other star realms for training, leaving no one to thwart the menace of Majin Buu. Despite having sustained severe injuries in their last encounter, Gohan's battle prowess had slightly increased upon recovery, reaching a formidable 20 billion. However, this paltry power level of 2 trillion would only allow him to match Buu at best. The most terrifying aspect of Buu lay in his seemingly indestructible nature. Unlike Goku, who had infused his energy into his being, Gohan found himself unable to inflict any harm upon Buu. What terrified Gohan even more was the sight of the 2 children seated beside Buu. Were they not the offspring of Uncle Moyuan? With Uncle Moyuan training elsewhere, how could Gohan face him if anything were to happen to his children? Furthermore, Tianlin and Chineen had always been regarded as younger siblings by Gohan. From every conceivable angle, he could not stand idly by while they were in peril. No, I must rescue them. But what should I do? Gohan? What's wrong? Are you unwell? The moment Bitterline noticed Gohan standing at the entrance of the ice cream shop, his complexion appeared exceedingly pale, suggesting he was unwell. Gohan? Big brother? Tianin, with his keen sense of hearing, instinctively turned upon hearing Gohan's name. Through the glass window, he caught sight of Gohan at the door. In an instant, the 3 pairs of eyes, Tianlin, Chineen, and Buu, were fixated upon Gohan. Chapter 95. The power of lazily. Gohan's heart tightened, and his pupils constricted to pinpricks. He forcefully pushed Bidalai aside, exclaiming in alarm, "Run! This place is dangerous." In a flash, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His golden hair stood erect, crackling with electricity, and his once gentle features sharpened into a fierce countenance. His cold gaze fixed intently upon Buu. "Qinin, Tianlin, you two must flee. I will confront this monster." Bidalai, having been pushed aside, gazed dreamily at Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form, her face flushing as she thought, "So handsome Gohan, big brother, don't be reckless." "Please listen to me," Tianlin urged as he hurried to block Gohan. Meanwhile, Qinin stood protectively in front of Buu. "So what you're implying is that Buu is actually a good person?" Under the earnest persuasion of Qinin and Tianlin, the five engaged in a profound discussion. Qinin and Tianlin nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at rice. Yes, yes. He was merely deceived, thinking that killing was a game. He understands his mistakes now and has promised us he will not kill again. Indeed, Pigeon speaks the truth. Buu has promised not to take lives. And he even made a pact with Qinin. Qinin firmly believes in Buu's commitment. At that moment, Buu approached Gohan and, with utmost sincerity, bowed deeply and apologized. Although Buu has yet to regain his full capabilities, his combat power remains formidable. Even in a confrontation with Gohan, the outcome would likely be a stalemate. His unpredictable abilities could potentially catch Gohan off guard, leading to his own demise. Nevertheless, in a bid to spare Qinin and Tianlin from distress, Buu resolved to ease the tension with Gohan, acknowledging that he had nearly brought Gohan to his end just a few days prior. In truth, the fault lay with him. Buu's actions left Gohan momentarily perplexed, unsure of how to respond. Buu appeared genuinely earnest, seeming to take the matter seriously. Moreover, he had spent the entire day with Qinin and Tianlin. Had it been in his earlier, more malevolent days, he would not have spared them. When Gohan first encountered Buu, he had perceived him as childlike. However, the near-fatal encounter had left an indelible mark on Gohan's trust. Though he desired to believe in Buu's transformation, a lingering unease remained about Qinin and Tianlin's safety in his presence. As the elder brother, Gohan felt a profound responsibility to safeguard his younger siblings. Yet, Gohan discreetly cast a glance at the side, where Videl stood. Noticing Gohan's gaze, Videl bestowed upon him a gentle smile. Today marked their first date, and Gohan was reluctant to let it be ruined. Suddenly, inspiration struck him as he clapped his right hand against his left palm. He remembered Aunt Laziri. Although she seldom trained with them, Gohan was aware of her formidable fighting prowess, perhaps even surpassing that of his father, Goku. This was indeed the case. Laziri had not neglected her training in recent years, and her combat power had soared to an astonishing 20 billion. Together with Yuan, she had fused the King's fist with the Saiyan transformation, creating a technique tailored to amplify combat power through spatial energy, known as boundless. The principle of boundless involves creating a space within oneself for energy storage, which can then be infused into the body when needed, enhancing combat prowess. However, forcibly infusing energy requires a robust physique to withstand the strain. Currently, Laziri can only endure a 100-fold amplification. Exceeding this threshold would inflict severe damage to her body and cannot be sustained for long. Nonetheless, this technique serves dual purposes, providing not only an amplification of power but also a means of energy replenishment, akin to a blue buff. In a sense, it represents a form of limitless energy. Could indeed employ this technique, yet he primarily utilizes it as a blue buff. For the pressure he endures during his transformation is far less than that of using this skill. There is no necessity to forsake a watermelon in pursuit of a sesame seed. Nevertheless, this technique can be employed as a trump card in desperate situations. Layered upon his transformation, having made up his mind, Gohan promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed his mother's number. Earlier that morning, he had overheard her mention that she would be going to a beauty salon with Lazuli and Bulma, since they all resided in West City and were quite affluent. The trio often indulged in shopping excursions together. They had undoubtedly become the best of friends. The call was swiftly connected. Gohan. Moshi Moshi, Mom. Chi-Chi. Gohan? What is the matter? Did your date go well? Are you short on money? Should I transfer some more to you? Ever since financial worries were no longer a concern for the family, Chi-Chi had become considerably more relaxed, her demeanor much younger than it had been 7 years prior. Gohan hurriedly replied, No, I have enough money. The reason for my call is to inquire about Aunt Lazuli. Chi-Chi, looking for Lazuli? Gohan, yes. It's regarding Qin and Tianlin. Meanwhile, at the beauty salon, Lazuli was reclining on the adjacent bed to Chi-Chi, enjoying a facial mask and the soothing ministrations of a beautician. Upon hearing Gohan's mention of her children, Lazuli contemplated for a moment before responding. "I'll come over now." After locating the spatial imprint left upon her children, she instantly teleported. A brief distortion of space later, Lazuli appeared in the ice cream shop, adorned with her facial mask. Mom, X2 Chinin and Tianlin, upon seeing Lazuli, immediately clung to her arms like two adorable charms. "Mom, let me introduce you to our new good friend. His name is Bu. Aunt Lazuli, the reason I sought you out is to discuss this matter." Gohan's expression was somewhat grave. In just a few words, he thoroughly conveyed Bu's details to Lazuli. Bu, standing nearby, exhibited a rare display of anxiety. He feared that Lazuli might not take a liking to him, potentially preventing Chinin and Tianlin from befriending him. Chinin and Tianlin also appeared quite tense, their hands tightly clutching their garments. Observing the anxious demeanor of the trio, Lazuli found it somewhat amusing, particularly Bu, a large figure exceeding 2 meters, who was nervously fidgeting with his gloves. "There is no need to be anxious. I won't hinder your friendship," Lazuli gently reassured as she affectionately ruffled Chinin and Tianlin's hair. "Hooray! Long live Mom!" they exclaimed, their joy erupting into exuberant leaps. However, Gohan still harbored some reservations. "Rest easy, Gohan, my dear. Your Uncle Moya has bestowed upon these children plenty of protective measures. Unless someone possesses greater power, they shall remain unharmed. You should simply enjoy your date." Upon hearing Lazuli's words, Gohan finally felt at ease. Uncle Ma Yuan's formidable power is such that even hundreds of Bu would be no match for him. "Well, you all carry on. I must return to my beauty regimen." With that, Lazuli's form gradually faded, disappearing from sight. Chapter 96. The Supreme Kai's Pursuit Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With a resounding thud, Supreme Kai Ashen slammed his hand on the table, rising in exasperation. Upon learning that Majin Bu was still alive, he had come to implore Goku to eliminate Bu once and for all. Yet, Goku astonishingly informed him that Majin Bu was not inherently evil and had even promised to cease all acts of murder. How could he possibly believe such a thing? 5 Supreme Kais had already fallen to Bu, leaving him as the sole survivor, not to mention the countless star systems laid waste by Bu's rampage. Had it not been for Bibidai's inability to control him, leading to Bu's eventual sealing, the entire universe would have been obliterated. It is true. I too have observed that Bu's nature is not malevolent, resembling that of a child. Gohan has begun to speak in defense of Bu as well. Suddenly, Supreme Kai Ashen recalled something significant. Initially, Majin Bu was exceedingly wicked, driven solely by a desire for destruction. However, after absorbing the Grand Supreme Kai, it was as if he transformed entirely. His destructive urges seemed to have been extinguished, leaving only a playful spirit. Could this change be attributed to the Grand Supreme Kai? As a Supreme Kai, Ashen was privy to certain truths. 1,000,000 years ago, the Grand Supreme Kai possessed immense power. Had he not expended a considerable portion of his strength to seal that monster, the mere wave of his hand would have sufficed to vanquish Majin Bu. Although the Grand Supreme Kai's power had diminished, his soul remained remarkably potent. Each time Majin Bu absorbed someone, he also took in their soul. It is highly plausible that the Grand Supreme Kai's formidable soul, upon being absorbed, overwhelmed Bu's essence, resulting in his drastic personality shift. His soul had become dominated by that of the Grand Supreme Kai, albeit without the accompanying memories. If this were indeed the case, could it be said that the current Bu is, in fact, a half Grand Supreme Kai? Yet, even so, the malevolent aspect of Bu still resides within him. One fears that one day, the dormant evil within him may awaken, potentially unleashing untold calamities. Fear not, Ashen, even if Majin Bu is not entirely benevolent. There are at least 5 individuals on Earth capable of defeating him. Moreover, the location where Majin Bu currently resides is the safest place in the world. Should he dare to act recklessly, I can assure you, he would be eradicated in an instant. Goku reassured Supreme Kai Ashen. Is that individual truly so powerful? To speak candidly, he has always harbored a sense of skepticism regarding the entity known as described by. In his view, the existence of a fundamental powerhouse like on Earth is already a remarkable anomaly. It is essential to recognize that the majority of formidable beings in the universe cultivate their immense strength over countless years of life. Take himself, for instance. He has honed his prowess over millions of years to achieve a battle power of 500 billion. Yet, has managed to attain a staggering battle power in merely a few decades, a rarity in this world. S strength is even more astonishing, purportedly surpassing by 100-fold. What does that imply? If such claims hold true, then all his millions of years would seem futile in comparison. Indeed, nodded emphatically. S power is the most terrifying I have ever encountered. He could effortlessly vanquish not just 100 of me, but even 1,000 or 10,000. Had yet to mention that is currently on the brink of a breakthrough, which will elevate his strength to an entirely new echelon. Otherwise, there would surely be left in utter disbelief. Well, having failed to persuade him, prepared to depart, hoping that would indeed cease his destructive ways as they had claimed. Laughter, akin to the ringing of silver bells, filled the air. Go even faster, called out from atop S back, as they readied themselves to soar into the city for snacks. After several days of treatment, S aura had finally dissipated from. Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. Caution before picking up speed. The exhilaration of such velocity far surpassed that of any roller coaster. In the clouds not far away, and observed in silence, from their vantage point, appeared strikingly different from their recollections. Thus, they discreetly continued their watch. When accidentally collided with someone, both felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that might unleash his wrath. However, the ensuing scene shattered their preconceptions. Instead of retaliating, merely assisted the fallen individual to their feet and even offered an apology, and were left in stunned disbelief, their jaws nearly touching the ground. Just moments before, they had been nervously sweating over the fate of that individual. Exclaimed, I too sense that has indeed changed for the better. Upon further reflection, it appears that the Supreme Kai, Shin, has experienced a profound internal conflict. His heart remains burdened by the unresolved enmity stemming from the demise of his fellow Supreme Kais. Alas, Qin, what are you purchasing? As Qinin stood by the roadside, eagerly awaiting the vendor to prepare delectable treats, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Turning to look, she discovered it was Trunks and Goten. Goten, Trunks, I'm buying tempura. Upon mentioning tempura, the two boys were instantly captivated, their mouths watering at the thought. No child can resist the allure of crispy, fried delights. Sir, I would like an order of assorted tempura. I want one too. The two eagerly placed their orders. However, the vendor, with a look of regret, replied, I'm sorry, little ones, but everything has already been sold to this young lady. What? Their expressions visibly shifted to one of profound disappointment. Would you like to come home with me for a bit? My father is grilling, and I have bought plenty of delicious food. Since they lived nearby, they often visited each other and were quite familiar. Sure, but I need to call my mom first. Yes, I will call my mom as well. Without hesitation, Goten and Trunks agreed. They then contacted Bulma and Chi-Chi, who, upon learning they were heading to Chinin's home, felt completely at ease and readily consented without further discussion. I will go buy some ice cream. We can indulge later. Ice cream? I adore ice cream. Can you buy a bit more? A strange voice interjected, prompting Trunks and Goten to turn toward the source of the sound, a large figure. Who is he, Qin? Trunks and Goten inquired, looking at Qinin. Allow me to introduce you. This is Bu, my dear friend. Qinin proudly patted Bu's round belly as she introduced him. Chapter 97. The entire expense will be covered by me. Trunks Goten gazed in astonishment at Bu, exclaiming, So, you are Bu? Trunks, intrigued, asked, Do you know him? Goten nodded, stating, Yes, I've heard my brother and father mention him. He is incredibly powerful. Even my brother cannot defeat him. Wow, he is that formidable? Even Gohan brother cannot overcome him? Hearing of Bu's immense strength, Trunks' eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Bu. Come on, Bu, let us go buy ice cream. You can have as much as you want. Today, it's on me. Trunks lifted his head proudly, thumping his chest with a resounding echo. Bu glanced at Trunks, then at Qinin, before shaking his head. No, I wish to accompany Qinin. Despite his strong desire to indulge in ice cream, Bu was reluctant to leave Qinin alone, waiting for the tempura to be ready. How about this? Let us all go and buy ice cream together, and upon our return, we will collect the tempura. Qinin, sensing Bu's eagerness, proposed. Is that acceptable, boss? The proprietor, smiling amiably, replied, Certainly, you may go. It will be a while before I finish all of this. Wonderful. Then let us depart together. The quartet set off toward the ice cream shop. The establishment was not far, and within 10 minutes, they arrived. Upon pushing open the door, Trunks arrogantly declared, Choose freely. Today, I, Trunks, shall cover the entire bill. Really? Bu asked, holding up a finger in curiosity. Indeed. My family is the wealthiest in the world. No need to save money for me. Then I shall not hold back. And thus, under Trunks' horrified gaze, Bu emptied the entire ice cream shop, Every last treat vanished. The lovely shop assistant warmly invited Trunks to settle the bill. For the first time, Trunks found the ice cream vendor to be utterly detestable. Staring at his phone, which displayed a meager balance, he felt an unsettling emptiness, as if his very essence had been drained. In that moment, the scion of the world's richest family faced bankruptcy. As they continued their journey, Trunks moved like a soulless being, a mere shell of himself. Upon returning to the tempura stall, they discovered their order was ready and neatly packed in the universal capsule. Accepting the capsule, Chinin climbed onto Boo's back amidst Trunks and Goten's envious gazes. "Let us go home," Chinin exclaimed joyfully, and Bu soared into the sky. Trunks and Goten exchanged glances before hastily following behind. Meanwhile, Jebbet, who had been trailing closely, intended to pursue them but was halted by King Kai. "Asen. No need to follow. Let us return." Jebbet nodded slightly and then vanished from sight. In the estate of the Moi family, several children joyfully gathered around a large bonfire. Majin Bu entertained them by demonstrating his ability to consume 99 ice creams in one go. With a hefty bag of ice creams in hand, Bu hurled them skyward. Subsequently, Chinin, Tianlin, Trunks, and Goten each hooked their fingers into Bu's mouth. Pull. Upon Chinin's command, the quartet sprinted in 4 different directions, like a rubber band. Bu's mouth stretched to an enormous size, resembling a small black hole. The 99 ice creams cascaded down from the heavens, all of which Bu adeptly caught. With his cheeks puffed out, he vigorously chewed the ice creams. With a resounding duong, he swallowed all 99 in one gulp. Satisfied, Bu patted his belly. Reveling in the bliss of consuming such an abundance of ice cream, he declared it the most delectable treat in the world, one he could never tire of. "Bu, this time we challenge you to eat barbecued meat." Bu nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I love barbecue too." Soon, a new challenge commenced. Contestant, Majin Bu. Challenge, consume 200 pieces of barbecued meat in one sitting. With her adorable face set in seriousness, Chinin asked, "Are you ready, Bu?" Bu nodded, his round face displaying an unwavering expression. "Ready." "Excellent." Chinin approved with a nod. "On your marks." As she spoke, Chinin conjured a ki blast in her hand, which slowly ascended into the air, glowing like a light bulb. Everyone's gaze fixed upon the ki blast. With a bang, the ki blast burst into a magnificent display of fireworks. Seeing this, Chinin promptly hurled a large bucket of barbecued meat into the air. Again, the 4 children hooked Bu's mouth and pulled outward. Soon, Bu's mouth transformed into an abyssal gaping maw, just as before. Suddenly, Chinin realized a crucial detail. She had indeed thrown the entire bucket. Moments later, the bucket of barbecued meat, along with its contents, plummeted from above. With a thunderous crash, the entire bucket was deposited into Bu's stomach. Thud, thud, thud. A new cylindrical Bu emerged, his peculiar, boneless physique contorted, reshaping his entire form into that of a barrel. "Are you all right, Bu?" Chinin rushed over in concern. Bu's body squirmed before reverting to its original shape. Letting out a resounding belch, he expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Delicious." Chinin, Tianlin, Trunks, and Goten felt a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths. What a sight! Even the iron cable was devoured. Lazuli reclined on her chair, savoring the barbecue prepared by her son, the snacks bought by her daughter, and the ice cream purchased by Trunks. As she relished the delightful feast, her gaze drifted towards the resplendent moon hanging high in the sky. Lost in thought, Lazuli observed the luminous orb, which in her eyes appeared less than perfectly round. In the boundless void, sat in serene meditation, encircled by a multitude of dark voids. Upon his keen observation, he discerned that these black holes harbored an abundance of malevolent energy. Thus, he had purposefully sought out this peculiar location, devoid of any celestial bodies, save for the innumerable black holes that littered the expanse. Under the guidance of his inner vision, tendrils of dark gas began to waft forth from the abyss. These sinister wisps coiled around, and as time progressed, their numbers grew ever more abundant. Yuan was gradually enveloped in a dark cocoon. From a distance, it resembled a miniature black hole. The malevolent energy was slowly being absorbed by Yuan's bloodline, and the barrier that had hindered him for several years grew increasingly fragile. Yuan was immensely excited, for once he absorbed a sufficient amount of malevolent energy, he would be able to transform into his Super Saiyan 3 form. At that moment, his power would undergo a remarkable enhancement. Filled with anticipation, Yuan intensified his efforts to absorb the dark energy, eager to complete his cultivation as soon as possible. Beyond the pursuit of strength, the most significant motivation was his longing for his family, his children, and the one he cherished most dearly. Chapter 98. I have returned, Boo. Boo. Just a moment ago. Boo was blissfully munching on snacks while watching television when he heard lazily call his name. In an instant, he sprawled on the couch, feigning death. Boo. No response. Lazily, wielding a spatula, made her way from the kitchen to the living room. She spotted Boo on the couch with his eyes tightly shut. It was evident he was pretending to sleep. The force with which he closed his eyes contorted his face. With a swift motion, she delivered 2 resounding slaps to Boo's head. Soon, both sides of his head swelled into 2 small dumplings, freshly steamed and even emitting wisps of steam. Stop pretending and get up to buy me a bottle of soy sauce. Hiss. Boo clutched his throbbing head, gasping in pain. Lazily. How did you discern that I was faking sleep? I was doing such a splendid job. Boo was thoroughly perplexed, despite his earnest efforts to shut his eyes. She saw right through his ruse. Lazily smirked disdainfully. With those feeble attempts, anyone with eyes could tell you were pretending. Enough chatter. Hurry and get the soy sauce. All right. Boo, feeling somewhat defeated, hung his head and resignedly rose from the couch. He had already settled down in their home. When Shinin and Tianlin were not at school, Boo would play with the 2 children. When they attended school, Boo transformed into a joyful homebody, lounging on the couch, watching television, playing on his phone, gaming, and snacking. Compared to his previous life of wreaking havoc across planets and taking lives, this existence was far more gratifying. If possible, Boo wished to remain in this cozy sanctuary for a lifetime, enjoying a life where everything was readily provided. Unfortunately, under the roof of another, one must bow their head. Especially when the homeowner possessed the strength to subdue him. Terrifying. Terrifying. Boo felt like a kite with a severed string, soaring precariously in the air. Though moving slowly, he eventually found a supermarket. Wait. A supermarket? Boo suddenly recalled that the snacks at home were nearly depleted, instantly invigorated by the thought. Buying snacks. Buying snacks. He murmured cheerfully to himself, a broad smile adorning his face, as he pushed 2 shopping carts to embark on his delightful supermarket spree. Cookies? He grabbed them. Chocolate? He seized it. Potato chips? He took them. Wherever he roamed, if he spotted a snack he fancied, Boo would clear the entire shelf with abandon. The 2 shopping carts began to resemble towering edifices stacked high with treats. In that moment, Boo's seemingly simple mind sparkled with brilliance, akin to a seasoned architect. He meticulously laid a solid foundation at the bottom of the carts, constructing his towering marvels from the ground up. Soon, under Boo's masterful manipulation, the snacks in the carts soared towards the ceiling. As he pushed the precariously wobbling yet steadfast shopping carts to the checkout, onlookers instinctively recoiled, fearing that the towering snacks might topple and crush them. Even those in line ahead of him stepped aside, allowing Boo to go first. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How many kind people there are!" Entirely oblivious to the fact that their consideration stemmed from a desire for self-preservation. Before long, the floor was strewn with dozens of large bags brimming with snacks. Boo paid with great satisfaction, using the pocket money that Lazili had given him, confident that he could repeat such shopping excursions many times over without a second thought. "Sir, would you like us to deliver it for you? We offer complimentary home delivery." The cashier inquired with a smile. "How long will it take to arrive?" Boo asked. "Approximately an hour," she replied. Upon hearing this time frame, Boo decisively shook his head. "No. Thank you. That is too long." Then, to the astonishment of all, Boo's body began to elongate, sprouting dozens of small hooks. He hung each bag on these hooks with ease. Just before departing, Boo had a fleeting sense that he had forgotten something important, yet the specifics eluded him. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to dismiss the thought. He was off to enjoy some television and snacks at home. Woohoo! The jubilant Boo soon soared back to his abode. "Lazili, I'm back," he called out, cheerfully greeting her. "Did you buy snacks?" Lazili asked, observing the multitude of shopping bags hanging from Boo. She had no objections to his snack purchases, as she too enjoyed them. Yes. The snacks at home were nearly finished, so I picked up some more, including your favorite cucumber-flavored chips." Boo proudly presented a bag of cucumber-flavored chips to Lazili. "Not bad," she replied. Lazili gazed at the potato chips, nodding in satisfaction. Then she inquired, "What about the soy sauce?" The sudden silence in the air was palpable. Boo's smile instantly froze, and even the surrounding atmosphere seemed to come to a standstill. At that moment, Boo recalled the crucial matter he had forgotten: the soy sauce. The joyous shopping spree at the supermarket had led him to overlook this vital detail. He was doomed. Slowly lifting his gaze, he noticed Lazili's eyes narrowing into slits. Although her expression was inscrutable, he could distinctly sense an ominous aura emanating from her. "Lazili, I believe you should allow me to explain." "I don't want your opinion," I want my own. Suddenly, Bu was greeted with a freshly steamed meat bun, still radiating warmth. 3 buns precariously balanced atop his head. Why aren't you off to buy it already? Lazili remarked with a smirk, observing Bu writhing on the ground while clutching his head. Yes, yes, yes. Bu scrambled to his feet, enduring the sharp pain above, and bowed frantically before Lazili. He then dashed out, heading swiftly toward the supermarket he had just visited. In record time, he procured a bottle of soy sauce and hurried back home. Handing the soy sauce to Lazili, he said, Chin and Tianlin will be back from school soon, and I need to pick them up. He then promptly exited, eager to distance himself from the scene. Lazili watched Bu's hasty retreat, unable to suppress a smile. Ever since Bu had moved into their home, it had become considerably livelier. Yet, this commotion was quite enjoyable. She sighed, pondering when her husband would return. It had been over 2 months since his last visit, and during his last breakthrough, it had only taken 2 months. Now, it had been more than 2 months with no sign of him. Lazili took out the Dragon Ball from her collar, gently caressing it while gazing at the 2 small figures inside, momentarily lost in thought. Thankfully, the Dragon Ball remained intact. Otherwise, she would have been consumed by worry. As long as the Dragon Ball had not turned to stone, it meant that Ma Yuan was still safe. In her reverie, Lazili was oblivious to the sudden distortion in the space behind her. A tall figure materialized out of thin air, enveloping her from behind. Wife, I'm back. Ma Yuan rested his chin upon Lazili's rounded shoulder, inhaling the subtle fragrance that enveloped her, a sense of profound tranquility washing over him. The familiar voice, the comforting embrace, the warmth, the scent, all resonated deeply within him. Lazili's delicate form quivered slightly. For over 2 months, not a single day had passed without her yearning. Darling, you have finally returned. I have missed you so much. Lazili turned to face him, her alabaster arms encircling Ma Yuan's waist, nestling her small head into his embrace. She greedily inhaled the intoxicating scent that captivated her heart. I too yearn for you, every moment, every minute, every second, held tightly, as if wishing to merge her into his very being. Suddenly, he felt a weight upon his neck. In the next moment, his lips were sealed, and a delightful sweetness of strawberries flooded his mouth. Papa, you're back. Chin missed you so much. Upon returning home from school, was overjoyed to see the familiar figure of. She launched herself into his embrace like a small cannonball. Caught off guard, swayed slightly from the force of her impact. Yuan held Chin tenderly, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Your father misses you dearly, he exclaimed. Chin giggled incessantly, her joy palpable. Tianlin, however, remained composed, firmly clutching Yuan's thigh, unwilling to let go. Demonstrating fairness, gently bent down to lift Tianlin. Cradling each child in his arms, he announced, let us go. It's time for dinner. Today, father has prepared your favorite dish, braised pork. Hooray! Exclaimed Chin and Tianlin in unison. Oh, and we must not forget Bu. Yuan noticed the hesitant figure standing at the doorway. Upon hearing Yuan mention him, Bu became even more anxious. Prior to encountering Yuan, he had heard numerous accounts about him from Chin and Tianlin. In summary, he was described as exceptionally powerful and formidable. After all, in the tales spun by Chin and Tianlin, their father was an unrivaled entity. Neither the formidable Sun Wukong, who had nearly bested him, nor the effortlessly domineering Lazili posed any real challenge to Yuan. With such an imposing presence, how could Bu not feel trepidation? The rebellious spirit he once possessed had been thoroughly subdued by Lazili over the past 2 months. Now, he stood devoid of defiance, filled only with righteous energy. Hello. Hello. My name is. I am Bu. Bu hurriedly approached Yuan, his nerves rendering his words nearly incoherent. Gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar visage before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Do not be anxious. Zili has already shared everything about you with me. From now on, consider this place your home and us your family. Bu stared in a daze at its warm and inviting countenance, his heart overwhelmed by a singular sensation. Was he an angel? Suddenly, Bu felt a peculiar moisture welling in his eyes, an unfamiliar feeling that had never graced him in all his years. Yet, he found no aversion to it. Let us go. It is time for a meal, said Chin, beckoning to Bu. All right, but nodded affirmatively, raising a hand to wipe away his tears. After their meal, took a moment to assess Bu's physical condition. After all, this Bu had yet to split into his 2 forms, fat and thin. Thus, a portion of evil still resided within him. Was determined to address this matter promptly, lest unforeseen complications arise. Bu, relax and do not resist. I shall examine your body now. Mo Yuan's finger gently pressed against Bu's forehead as he whispered, "Come forth." Bu took a deep breath and replied, "Let it be." The essence of flowed from his fingertips into the body of. His physique is remarkably unique, constructed in a manner entirely distinct from that of an ordinary human. In fact, he possesses no bones at all. Rather, his corporeal form consists solely of a singular type of cell, one that exhibits endless variability, capable of transforming into any cell. Logically speaking, the slender, the malevolent entity, should currently be confined within its being. However, traverse the interior without encountering another presence. If this is the case, it suggests that the slender was a later emergence that, upon being stimulated, experienced a fervent growth of his malevolent thoughts, ultimately giving rise to an entirely new individual. Could it be that two souls coexist within him? After all, transformed into the rotund version only after absorbing the Great Supreme Kai, possesses some understanding of the Great Supreme Kai's prowess, which surely exceeds that of. A being of such strength would undoubtedly possess a formidable soul. Thus, the essence of this plump may very well be a brand new soul birthed from the consumption of the Great Supreme Kai spirit, resulting in a bifurcation of its original soul into two independent entities. The former soul, weakened by its own lack of power, has been subdued by this newly formed essence, as contemplation arises from the fact that after Bu is split into two, while the small Bu is vanquished, the fat Bu remained alive. If they share the same soul, divided into malevolent and benevolent aspects, it would be akin to the Supreme Kai and Old Kai. If one perishes, the other cannot endure. Thus, it is most probable that Bu embodies a duality of souls. If this hypothesis holds, might employ the ancient technique of soul division utilized by the Supreme Kai to potentially extract the malevolent soul residing within Bu. With this notion in mind, found himself in no rush. "Very well, all is well now. You may go watch television," he remarked. Upon hearing his words, Bu vanished in an instant. He was not a being blessed with patience. He had endured for quite some time earlier. Now, he yearned for snacks, television, and gaming. Mo Yuan indulged in a refreshing bath after an absence of over 2 months. Although he had not perspired excessively, he felt a lingering discomfort within. After the bath, he sensed his pores had opened, and a wave of relaxation washed over him. He gently toweled off his slightly damp hair. Ma Yuan slowly emerged from the bathroom. "Doctor, it seems that I have caught a cold." Mo Yuan's gaze became transfixed. A celestial being clad in white reclined gracefully, her delicate form enveloped in a sheer white garment that accentuated her figure, revealing a pronounced décolletage. Beneath the slightly shorter hem, her charming navel peeked out playfully. The white pencil skirt sculpted an astonishing silhouette, while her legs, adorned in white stockings, curved elegantly in a gentle overlap. The exquisite visage of Lazili was graced with a subtle blush, and her golden, cascading wave shimmered with a radiant brilliance. Mo Yuan, suppressing the turmoil within, approached and seated himself beside Lazili. He extended his hand to rest upon her forehead. "A temperature of 40 degrees. This is not merely a cold. It is a fever." Before could finish his words, in a fit of anger, hurled a pillow at his face and retorted, "Just say whether it can be cured or not." With a serious demeanor, addressed, "Madam, a cold necessitates an injection. However, your situation is somewhat intricate. I recommend first taking your temperature. Should it be excessively high, an intravenous drip is imperative." With a wave of his hand, a barrier enveloped the entire room. Chapter 100. No one will come to your aid, even if you scream. The morning sunlight lazily filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow within the room. The occupant of the bed, with delicate brows slightly furrowed, sought refuge in a shadowed corner. Feeling a gentle pressure against his chest, slowly opened his eyes to behold a plush golden head before him. Had a habit of sliding down while asleep, ultimately nestling against chest. Mo Yuan gently caressed the silky long hair of Lazili, a tender smile gracing his lips. With the warmth of soft jade nestled in his embrace, he found it difficult to summon the will to rise from bed. Moreover, getting up now would undoubtedly disturb his beloved wife. Observing Lazili's slightly fatigued face, he could not bear the thought of waking her. It must be said that illness is indeed troublesome. Last night was spent administering injections and intravenous fluids, only managing to bring down the fever by dawn. Do not inquire about the nature of the fluids. Simply know they were infused with longing for you. Everyone must take care of their health. Falling ill is to be avoided at all costs. For lone wolves, it is even more imperative to safeguard their well-being, for should a lone wolf fall ill, TSK. As for the children, they could afford to miss a meal. It was of no consequence. With the sun high in the sky, Missouri Yuan and Lazili finally rose from their slumber. They had hoped to prepare a meal quickly, lest the children suffer from hunger. Upon descending the stairs, they discovered their concerns were unfounded. Qinin, Tianlin, and Bu O were comfortably seated on the sofa, with Bu O nestled in the center, while Qinin and Tianlin reclined against his soft form. The coffee table was strewn with takeout containers, and the floor bore a considerable number of unopened deliveries. The trio was joyfully indulging in their meals while watching television, exuding an air of contentment. Ma Yuan and Lazili exchanged glances and shrugged. Indeed, they had underestimated the children. "Oh, Mom and Dad, you're awake? Come and eat." Wei Ve ordered a plethora of delicious dishes. Qinin exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Ma Yuan and Lazili descending. "Oh, what delightful treats has our Qin procured?" Mo Yuan smiled, taking Lotzi Li's hand as they made their way to another sofa to sit down. Qin had purchased an abundance of delectable treats, including barbecue, fried chicken, hamburgers, tempura, and an array of other delightful snacks. The three little ones, with Bu being the youngest at heart, proudly unveiled each dish laid out before them. Mo Yuan did not hesitate to express his admiration, giving them a thumbs up. Truly remarkable. He would never utter concerns about the unhealthiness of takeout. Given the constitution of their family, even indulging in arsenic would pose no threat. Today is the weekend, and Qinin and Tianlin do not have school. The family, after a long time apart, gathered together to watch television. After lunch, Mo Yuan called Bu O outside. He intended to see if Bu O could successfully split off the original evil Bu O. Prior to this, Mo Yuan had already discussed the consequences of such an action with Bu O. After the split, his power would diminish by at least half. However, the advantage would be that he would no longer be influenced by the evil Bu O. Without a moment's hesitation, Bu O agreed to the division. "Bu O, I shall now impart the technique to you. Give it a try." Mo Yuan's finger gently pressed against Bu's forehead, imparting the technique for soul division. Upon receiving this knowledge, Bu commenced the process of division. Qinin and Tianlin, the two little ones, watched anxiously from the sidelines, their eyes wide with trepidation, fearing any unforeseen mishap from Bu. Soon enough, steam began to emanate from the several pores on his body, a thick aura of malevolence wafting through the air. The shrill sound of a steam whistle pierced the atmosphere, echoing ominously. "Ah!" Bu howled in agony, as an increasing volume of gas erupted from within him. In no time, a large mass of gray-blue gas materialized above his head, resembling a dark cloud. After expelling this noxious vapor, Bu was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Visibly exhausted, and appearing exceedingly frail, glanced at Bu, noting that the power within him had diminished to 90 billion battle strength, a reduction of slightly more than half. Qinin and Tianlin, unable to contain themselves, rushed over to assist Bu in standing up, did not intervene. At this moment, Bu had completed his division. "How does it feel?" Bu took a couple of deep breaths and replied, "I feel somewhat weakened. My power has diminished significantly, yet I also feel considerably lighter." Nodded slightly. This is not difficult to comprehend. Previously, Bu had to allocate a portion of his power to suppress another soul, but now that such restraint is no longer necessary, he feels an effortless liberation. His body now wholly belongs to him. After the separation from the malevolent part, Bu's aura appears to have been purified, devoid of any sinister essence. Meanwhile, the ominous clouds in the sky, exuding overwhelming malice, began to contract and gradually solidify. Before long, a gaunt, gray version of Bu materialized in the air. The malevolent aura quickly alerted Goku and his companions. Piccolo and Din were also watching the live broadcast from the temple. With his ability to instantaneously teleport, Goku appeared on the scene. "Hey, Yuan, you have finally returned." "Yes, I just got back yesterday." "What is the situation now?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Goku inquired. "That is the evil part that split from Bu. Once we deal with it, there will be no more malevolent Bu." Goku nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he seemed so weak. The emaciated Bu in the air now felt a sense of panic. Although he had been suppressed within Bu, he was acutely aware of the happenings outside. Before he had split, these three individuals could easily handle him. Now, with barely a little more than half of his power, the thought of devouring the fat Bu was out of the question. He should be more concerned about preserving his own life. Mo Yuan, Zili, and Wukong paid no heed to the frail Bu, engrossed in their own conversation, entirely dismissive of his plight. Bu felt an overwhelming discomfort. He was unable to retaliate, and standing idly in the air made him appear foolish. He yearned for Mo Yuan and the others to grant him a swift end. Yet he was reluctant to embrace death. After much inner turmoil suspended in the air, Bu resolved to no longer remain passive. Suddenly, a ripple of spatial energy enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. He fled. Despite his malevolent nature, Bu was not foolish. He would not recklessly confront those he knew he could not defeat. What? How did he escape? Wukong exclaimed, astonished, as he pointed at the empty sky, smiled nonchalantly, fully aware that escape was futile. He then snapped his fingers. Though he could have accomplished the same feat without the gesture, after all, who would know it was he without a touch of flair? With a resounding thud, the previously fleeing Shobu reappeared before them. Shobu, akin to a frightened girl cornered by a villain, collapsed onto the ground, terror-stricken, and began to scream. Scream all you wish. Even if you cry out until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue for some inexplicable reason. This thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Chapter 101. The demise of Shobu. I, Shobu, am engulfed in panic. The individuals before me bear twisted smiles, resembling something out of a nightmare. What should I do? Is there anyone who can save me? At this moment, Shobu longs to return to the safety of Bu's interior. Though perpetually suppressed, at least there he could still cling to life, could he not? Presently harbors two contemplations. The first is to eradicate the slender Bu directly. The second is to allow Bu to absorb him. After careful consideration, ultimately resolved to eliminate him directly. Although permitting Bu to absorb him would restore Bu's power, there lies a concern regarding the potential inability to thoroughly absorb his soul, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, the extent to which Bu may regain his power holds little significance, as there are no adversaries that necessitate his intervention. Having arrived at a decision, fixed his gaze upon the frail Bu, an intangible aura enveloping him like an imposing mountain. In the depths of Bu's fearful eyes, slowly raised his hand. With a gentle clasp of his open palm, Bu vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. Well, Yuan, you have grown even stronger, Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Without the need for transformation, he effortlessly obliterated Bu, whose combat power stood at an astounding 1 trillion. Smiled faintly, indeed. This time in seclusion has yielded some modest gains. After breaking through to the Super Saiyan 3 form, his combat power surged to an astounding 100 billion. Furthermore, the amplification of his Super Saiyan 3 form was a staggering 5,000 times. Coupled with the fact that his energy intensity was 15 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, his maximum combat prowess could reach an impressive 7.5 trillion. This level of power, at present, could almost be deemed invincible. Currently, with merely his Super Saiyan 1 form, could effortlessly overpower Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form. So, can you now transform into Super Saiyan 3? Yes, I can, he replied. Goku, scratching his head in confusion, remarked, how peculiar. The last time you ascended to Super Saiyan 2, your energy was felt all the way to Earth. Yet this time, there was not a whisper of your presence. Had I not seen you today, I would have thought you had yet to return. That is true. Listening to Goku's observation, Lazuli also felt a sense of bewilderment. It was indeed strange. The last time broke through, she sensed that terrifying energy even from Earth. Logically, this latest transformation to Super Saiyan 3 should have made an even greater commotion. Yet, this time, it was eerily silent. Furrowing her delicate nose, Lazuli turned to and inquired. So, what could possibly be the reason for this? Gently pinched her nose, explaining that the location of his recent cultivation was far removed from Earth, requiring considerable effort to locate. Upon hearing this, they understood. After all, the universe is vast, and even the most formidable energy cannot reach every corner. Wukong, is this the strongest individual on Earth you mentioned before? The Supreme Kai Asin and his servant Jebet suddenly appeared, concerned for Bu. They had remained on Earth during this period. The moment they sensed the malevolent energy emanating from the thin Bu, they instantly teleported over. However, out of caution, though one might argue it was more a sign of timidity, they chose to observe from a distance rather than approach closely. They then witnessed the effortless annihilation of the thin Bu Bai, leaving them utterly astounded. It was astonishing. Apart from the Grand Supreme Kai, Asin had never encountered such a terrifying presence. The strength of the other Supreme Kais paled in comparison. Moreover, he was aware that possessed Saiyan blood, much like Wukong, remarkably, had not even transformed, relying solely on his base power to vanquish the malevolent Bu. How immensely powerful must he be in his transformed state? After all, if Wukong could reach the third level of transformation, Asin found it hard to believe that someone as formidable as could not achieve the same. This implied that true strength was at least several hundred times greater than what he had just displayed. If Asin were to learn that transformations yielded entirely different enhancements compared to Wukong's, he might very well faint from shock. Yuan, You must not have met this individual yet, Wukong earnestly introduced. He is the most noble god in this universe, the Supreme Kai. Oh, no, no. Asin waved his hands in protest. In the presence of such power as, he dared not act with any pretense. You may simply call me Asin. Seeing Asin's flustered demeanor was somewhat amusing. Very well, Asin. I am, and you may call me Yuan, as Wukong does, or just my name. All right. Truth be told, Asin felt a twinge of trepidation. A mere Majin Buu had managed to eliminate the other Supreme Kais, leaving him as the sole survivor. If this being were to unleash his fury, who in the universe could stand in his way? Unless the Grand Supreme Kai were to be revived and restored to his peak condition, but that seemed impossible now. Yuan. I wish to witness your Super Saiyan 3 power. Wukong was filled with curiosity. He knew that he could not possibly defeat him. Even before Yuan had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he was already outmatched. Yet, he yearned to witness the extent of Yuan's current strength. He sought to understand just how powerful humanity could truly become, as this knowledge would greatly aid his own training. Indeed, I too wished to behold it. At that moment, Vegeta arrived. Like Wukong, he was equally intrigued by Yuan's prowess. Not only Wukong and Vegeta, but even Lazili and her 2 children, along with Buu, were also filled with curiosity. However, Lazili harbored a tinge of worry. Darling, you won't end up like Wukong, will you? With hair like a hedgehog and no eyebrows? As she pondered this, Lazili couldn't help but shiver. No, she couldn't accept that. It was simply too unappealing. How could she disdain Wukong's transformation so? Affectionately brushed his fingers against Laziri's nose. Laziri pouted her delicate pink lips. It's not that I dislike it. It's just not particularly pleasing to the eye. Wukong, standing by, was utterly speechless. Hey, I'm still here. Could you perhaps wait until I leave to critique? Laziri chuckled and offered her apologies. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot about you just now. I promise, next time for sure. Nevertheless, Wukong felt certain that she would indeed forget him again next time. Well then, what can I do? I can't fight back against her husband. Chapter 102. 2 good melons. Let's change the venue. I certainly do not wish to blow up my own home. Yuan cast a glance at the villa behind him and then snapped his fingers. In an instant, a group of individuals was transported to an unknown star realm, far removed from the solar system. Jabbit and Desinton were taken aback, utterly astonished that Yuan could perform such a feat of teleportation without physical contact. However, they soon realized that the others around them displayed no surprise, as if they had grown accustomed to such extraordinary occurrences. Come, let me witness the extent of your power now, Vegeta stated plainly. Well, you better watch closely, do not blink. Yuan placed his fists upon his waist, channeling his entire being. Suddenly, a resplendent purple-gold flame enveloped him, causing his aura to surge dramatically. This cataclysmic presence generated an overwhelming force that propelled Wukong, Vegeta, Asin, and Jabbit backwards with great velocity. In stark contrast, Lotzi and her companions remained unscathed within the protective barrier Yuan had conjured, their garments undisturbed. Such power. Wukong and Vegeta were utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. The sheer intensity of his aura sent shivers down their spines. Hastily, they transformed into their most formidable forms to withstand this force. Meanwhile, Asin and Jabbit, trembling in the distance, dared not approach. Crack! Striking bolts of black lightning, shimmering with silver brilliance, materialized from thin air, entwining around Yuan. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these bolts coalesced into several serpentine dragons of lightning, undulating erratically along his form. His purple-gold hair deepened in hue, cascading down from its previously upright stance to flow freely, elongating dramatically. In an instant, Yuan's one short hair transformed into a flowing mane that danced in the wind, perhaps influenced by a malevolent energy. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, once imbued with righteousness, now exudes a hint of devilish charm, resembling a roguish scion of the world. How handsome, gazes adoringly at, her cheeks flushed. And her innermost thoughts escape her lips unbidden. Yuan suppressed his aura, his figure flickering into existence beside Lazili. With a firm grasp, he encircled her delicate waist, which seemed almost boneless, and leaned down to gently kiss her crimson lips. Yuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile, exuding an enchanting allure that seemed to possess an almost magical quality, causing Lazili's heart to race as if a lost fawn were frantically darting within her chest. My dear wife, I wonder if my current appearance might capture your esteemed gaze? The melodic voice of Yuan roused Lazili from her slumber. Oh, The thought of her earlier infatuated expression ignited her cheeks with an unquenchable heat. She covered her face with her hands, overwhelmed by a sense of mortification at the thought of facing others. After so many years together, with their children now grown, she believed she had become accustomed to Yuan's handsome visage. Yet, when he unveiled a new look today, she felt as if she had been transported back to the early days of their romance, experiencing that same bewildering sense of shyness. Nevertheless, he truly looked exquisite. "Mom and Dad, it seems like you are starring in a television drama," Chinin's voice chimed in, and simultaneously turned their heads to look, and sat cross-legged in the void, resting their chins on their hands, watching the two of them with great interest. Their demeanor was strikingly similar to when they watched television at home, although they often shared affectionate moments in front of the children. This time, shyly buried her head in his embrace, unable to meet the children's gaze. Ahem, matters of adults are best left to the grown-ups. And, is this your latest form? Truly impressive. Brimming with excitement, rushed over, already beginning to stretch out his limbs, exuding an eagerness to engage. While he knew he could not win in a fight, he still felt the urge to spar. Such as the essence of, too, had transformed into his most formidable state. Yuan gently patted Lazili on the back before releasing her. Lazili, accompanied by her two children and Bu, retreated to a safe distance to avoid any potential collateral damage from the impending clash. Casting a sly smile at Goku and Vegeta, she provocatively inquired, "Are you ready to face the consequences one by one, or shall you confront them together?" Humph. Although Vegeta recognized the truth in Yuan's words, he could not suppress his irritation. Goku, on the other hand, was unfazed and eagerly exclaimed, "Let us take them on together. I can hardly wait." "Then let the battle commence." Yuan beckoned them with a mere flick of his finger. "Do not underestimate me." Vegeta, akin to a powder keg, ignited with fury at the slightest provocation. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Yuan, yet he could not tolerate being belittled by others. Such disdain trampled upon his dignity. In a flash, Vegeta's anger surged, catapulting his energy to its zenith. He darted forward with incredible speed, akin to instantaneous movement. Arriving beside Yuan, fueled by boundless wrath and strength, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks that struck with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. However, with an air of nonchalance, swayed his body slightly, evading all of his attacks effortlessly. "Wait for me. I shall join you," he exclaimed, in mere seconds, and had exchanged countless moves. Couldn't help but voice his frustration before charging in to assist in the assault against. The two of them flanked, one on the left and the other on the right. Unfortunately, their utmost speed appeared as sluggish as that of a tortoise in discerning gaze. The staggering disparity in their combat prowess rendered capable of perceiving their movements with remarkable clarity, even without the aid of foresight. During combat, had a penchant for shouting while he fought. Although was not physically struck, his ears were undoubtedly disturbed. Amidst the relentless assault from the two, he found himself so utterly bored that he stifled a yawn, even extending his pinky to alleviate the incessant buzzing in his ears caused by incessant noise. How infuriating. Those rascals! And were driven to the brink of exasperation by languid demeanor. Their attacks, fueled by sheer indignation, escalated to unprecedented levels. Alas, for their newfound intensity was akin to the negligible difference between a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. It held no significance whatsoever. "I shall not continue. You are simply too weak." Yuan slowly raised both hands, placing them gently between the brows of Vegeta and Goku. A sense of urgency gripped their hearts, prompting them to evade. However, despite the seemingly languid motion of Yuan, they found themselves utterly unable to escape. Bang! With a flick of his fingers, sent 2 sharp projectiles soaring toward their foreheads. Instantly, and were propelled backward as if struck by a freight train, crashing into a nearby meteorite. In that fleeting moment of impact, they envisioned a chorus of little angels encircling their heads, serenading them with celestial melodies. Yuan lightly blew on his fingers and remarked, "The sound is crisp." They are indeed 2 fine melons. Chapter 103. The dazzling appearance of Yukong and Vegeta struggled amidst the rubble for quite some time before finally emerging. Both of them clutched their buzzing heads, still somewhat dazed, feeling as if their minds were enveloped in a thick fog. After a considerable pause, they began to feel somewhat better. Yet, they soon discovered an unfortunate matter. A noticeable bump had formed on their foreheads. Though modest in size, akin to a small dumpling, it appeared exceedingly conspicuous on their foreheads. "Ha ha ha. Vegeta, are you attempting to learn to open a third I like Tianjin fan? Ha ha ha. You look utterly ridiculous." Yukong pointed at the bump on Vegeta's forehead, clutching his belly in laughter. Kakarot, you are no different. Vegeta clenched his fist, suppressing his anger as he forced the words through gritted teeth. But what could Wukong do? He continued to laugh heartily. Ha, I know, but you truly look too comical. Suddenly, a flash of light caught their attention. Both Wukong and Vegeta turned to see Lotzi Li tapping on her screen before quietly setting her phone down. Lotzi Li, what are you doing? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. With remarkable calmness, Lotzi Li replied, Oh, nothing, just sharing my life. Who did you share it with? Your wives. Withdraw it immediately. Not only Vegeta, but even Wukong felt a surge of embarrassment. Lotzi Li waved her phone in front of them. Too late, they have already seen it. Then Wukong and Vegeta beheld the images displayed on the phone. Lotzi Li. Image Chi-Chi? Bulma? Bulma. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. JPG Bulma. Lotzi Li. Dear friend, please take more pictures for me. Wink. JPG Bulma. I want to print these photos and adorn the entire room with them. JPG Bulma. Let us see if Vegeta dares to scowl at me again. JPG Chi-Chi. Well, I raise my hand one. JPG curse it. Vegeta roared. Why is there still a signal here? Lotzi Li silently shook her head, smiling without a word. As someone adept in manipulating space, obtaining a signal was hardly a challenge, was it? As Lotzi Li stood, Yuan discreetly set his phone down and sent her several images. He then quietly tucked his phone away, shunning the limelight. The device vibrated a few times, and Lotzi Li, upon seeing the images sent by Yuan, raised one hand behind her to give a thumbs up. With the other hand, she selected the images and forwarded them with a single tap. Lotzi Li, image Lotzi Li, image Lotzi Li, image Lotzi Li, image. Bulma, good sisters, handshake. JPG Chi-Chi, good sisters, pleasant collaboration. JPG Vegeta, the situation has escalated to this point. I believe we must take action. Goku's face bore a grave expression. Kakarot, what do you propose? Fusion. What? Without hesitation. Vegeta began to shake his head. You expect me to perform that ridiculous motion? Absolutely not. Goku gazed earnestly at Vegeta. Do you wish to continue languishing under a Yuan's oppressive might? We must rise up. Hearing Goku's resounding voice, Vegeta felt a flicker of uncertainty. Yet, the thought of the humiliating fusion gesture sent a shiver down his spine. No, I could never subject myself to such disgrace. The Metamoran's fusion technique had been acquired by Yuan years prior, and he had instructed Goku on it, something he would never attempt himself. No, absolutely not. After mastering the technique, Goku persistently sought to fuse with Vegeta, but Vegeta preferred to endure Yuan's beatings rather than perform that embarrassing act. After being rebuffed by Vegeta, Goku turned to Lapis, yet she too was unwilling. Left with no choice, Goku had to abandon the thought of fusion. However, today, the notion of fusion reignited within him, and he felt that today was the moment Vegeta was most likely to agree. Goku pulled Vegeta aside, and the two engaged in a hushed conversation. What exactly was exchanged between them remains a mystery. Minutes later, Vegeta, with a face flushed with embarrassment, conceded to Goku's proposal. However, Vegeta had one stipulation. Let us fuse elsewhere, lest we be photographed again. Goku nodded without hesitation. Without Vegeta's urging, he would not dare transform here, for they would undoubtedly be captured in photos. Or worse, recorded on video. With Goku's hand resting on Vegeta's shoulder, they vanished in an instant, utilizing the technique of instant transmission. As they gazed at the vanishing figures before them, a shared mischievous smile crept across their faces. Soon after, they too disappeared from their location, not far from where they had just been, and arrived at a nearby planet through instantaneous movement. After years of rigorous training, had mastered the ability to teleport short distances without relying on energy locks. Once he had surveyed the area to ensure it was devoid of any onlookers, he began to instruct on the dance required for their fusion. Unbeknownst to them, a spatial interstice lurked not far ahead, where held her phone. The camera aimed squarely at Ant. Yes, she was live streaming. Naturally, the audience consisted solely of Ant. As watched awkwardly perform the dance, she laughed until her sides ached, simultaneously recording the moment. Such a joyous spectacle deserved to be immortalized, not merely enjoyed in the fleeting present. It ought to be preserved as a family heirloom, a testament to his gallantry that future generations would reverently acknowledge. After several attempts, was utterly mortified. He hastily claimed he had mastered the dance and urged to initiate the fusion. The duo, positioned on either side, synchronized their movements. In no time, they completed the sequence, enveloped in a radiant blue light. Tada! Oh no! It was the chubby, affectionately dubbed, making a grand entrance. It turned out that during the final step, had inadvertently used his fist instead of extending his index finger to touch his, resulting in a fusion failure and the emergence of. Hilarity ensued as it erupted into laughter within the spatial interstice, while at home doubled over in fits of laughter, clutching their stomachs and pounding the sofa in mirth. They made sure to capture screenshots of their husband's comical visage, safeguarding these images as future family treasures. After all, such moments were not to be taken lightly. The portly, brimming with audacity, bellowed, "Humph! This time, watch me obliterate you. I shall repay you for all the humiliation you've inflicted upon me over the years." The tone unmistakably conveyed a higher influence of character. Chapter 104, quite thrilling. However, the arrogant remained blissfully unaware that his strength had not only failed to increase, but was, in fact, weaker than before the fusion, with a mere combat power of 10 billion. This perfectly exemplified the notion that 1 plus 1 can indeed be less than 1. Haha, your time is up. With a hearty laugh, Beikong pressed his finger against his forehead, preparing to teleport back. Observing this scene, Yuan and Li promptly vanished from their location, returning to their original spot in a flash. Simultaneously, Li swiftly tucked her phone into a spatial compartment, continuing her live broadcast. In the next moment, Beikong also teleported back. Yuan, if you beg for mercy now, Lord Wichita might consider being a tad gentler with you. As he touched down, Beikong pointed at Yuan and shouted arrogantly, completely oblivious to the fact that he had transformed into a flawed version of himself. Huh? Who is this uncle? The sudden appearance of Beikong left Qinin, Tianlin, and Bu O puzzled. The three tilted their heads, racking their brains to identify him. Ah. He is the fusion of your Uncle Wukong and Uncle Baijita, though a slight mishap occurred during the process. Li stepped beside them to clarify. Oh. The three little ones exclaimed in realization. No wonder I sensed the auras of Uncle Wukong and Uncle Baijita from him. It all makes sense now. Gazed at the short stature of, unable to suppress his laughter. Supporting his forehead and bowing his head, he trembled with suppressed mirth. However, it appeared as though was intimidated, shaken to his core by the overwhelming aura of dominance he exuded. Humph, are you afraid? That is only natural. For I am none other than the mightiest warrior in the entire universe, Lord. With his belly protruding, proudly placed his hands on his hips and lifted his chin in triumph. Ha 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 ha. Ultimately, lacking any formal training, could not contain his laughter any longer. What are you laughing at? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror first? Yuan conjured a grand mirror and placed it before Beikong. How dare he mock me, Lord Wichita? Beikong gazed at his own overindulged reflection, fury igniting within him. With a single, furious punch, he shattered the mirror. Even if you plead for mercy, I shall not spare you. With a resounding thud, Beikong, akin to a remarkably resilient meatball, ricocheted through the void a few times before charging at Yuan. Yet, his speed was merely sufficient for Yuan to light a cigarette and take a couple of puffs, had he been a smoker. Observing Yuan's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Beikong's rage further. He swung his fist towards Yuan's face. Ah, as the distance closed, a triumphant smile spread across Beikong's face. Yuan slowly raised his arm, just as Beikong's fist was mere centimeters from Yuan's face. His body came to an abrupt halt as if colliding with a wall. Yuan's large hand pressed firmly against Beikong's head, showcasing the stark contrast in the length of their arms. This seemingly insignificant distance of mere centimeters felt as insurmountable as the chasm between heaven and earth. Yuan smirked and inquired, Beikong, have you ever experienced a roller coaster? Beikong, still in a state of bewilderment, had little time to react as Yuan's arm elongated with remarkable swiftness. Much like a roller coaster, his arm twisted and turned through the void, leaving Beikong's stomach churning uncontrollably. Ultimately, with a fierce grip, Yuan seized Beikong's head and hurled him forcefully, propelling him through several fragments of meteors before crashing him into the surface of a planet with tremendous impact. Yuan possesses the genes of an Namekians, which naturally allows for the elongation of his arms. Mother, why are you blushing? Qinin inquired, observing the unusually flushed complexion of Razali with great perplexity. Oh, it's nothing. I just feel a bit warm. Upon hearing this, Qinin grew even more confused. It doesn't seem warm at all. In fact, it feels somewhat cool. A wave of heat surged across Razali's face, as technique was one she had experienced several times. How should one describe the sensation? It was rather exhilarating. In the live stream, Bulma and Chi-Chi relentlessly tagged Li. Bulma, Li, dear friend, why are you so flustered? Bulma, Li, why is your face so red? Is there something you wish to divulge? Sligrin Chi-Chi, Li, I am quite curious as well. Wink. Lotzi Li decisively activated the mute mode. These two little vixens. Lotzi Li inwardly cursed. Ah, it hurts. Bei Kong crawled out of the immense pit. At that moment, he was covered in numerous wounds, his face a tapestry of bruises. Several teeth were missing, rendering him a pitiful sight. So, what now? Shall we continue? A familiar voice echoed once more, causing Bei Kong's entire body to tremble with apprehension. He looked up. Yuan stood at the edge of the vast pit, a smile playing upon his lips as he regarded himself with satisfaction. Humph, today I shall spare you, Lord Gita. But remember not to act arrogantly before me again, otherwise, I shall show you no mercy. Despite the fear gnawing at his heart, Bei Kong would never show weakness. His resolve was as unyielding as diamond. With that, Bei Kong scampered away with surprising speed. Remarkably, he fled even faster than he had fought. Could it be that his instinct for survival had awakened a hidden potential within him? Yuan gently stroked his chin, secretly intrigued. Bei Kong scurried away and concealed himself among a pile of jagged stones. Like a thief, he cautiously glanced around, ensuring that Yuan had not pursued him. Before finally exhaling in relief. Although he appeared to be gravely injured, the reality was that he merely felt a slight pain. His injuries were minor. It could be said that in his fused state, while his combat power reached a staggering 10 billion, his defensive capabilities had soared to an astounding 100 billion, significantly enhancing his resilience. How could this be? How could I, the great Vegeta, be unable to defeat this Yuan? Bei Kong pondered in bewilderment, utterly unaware that his current condition was the consequence of a failed transformation. After lingering here for another 20 minutes, his fusion time finally elapsed. A flash of brilliance enveloped him, and Bei Kong split once more into Goku and Vegeta. As they separated, Vegeta fiercely grasped Goku by the collar. Kakarot, did you not claim that our combined strength would surely vanquish Yuan? What has transpired here? Vegeta was nearly apoplectic. After undergoing such a humiliating act, the result was a mere farce. Not only had he been mocked by Yuan, but he had also endured a senseless beating. Who could endure such indignities? Goku, drenched in spittle, managed an awkward grin. He too was perplexed. He had followed the instructions of the Metamorans to the letter, so how could this outcome have occurred? The two Metamorans who had taught him the fusion technique had experienced an exponential increase in their power post-fusion. Vegeta, think for a moment. Could it be that you erred in that last step? Vegeta retorted sharply, impossible. I executed it precisely as you instructed. Goku stood up and demonstrated once more. Vegeta, did you not perform exactly as I did? Even the slightest deviation can lead to failure. After demonstrating, Goku inquired. Vegeta noticed that Goku's final finger was extended and realized that he himself had faltered by not extending his finger. Yet, as the prince of all Saiyans, how could he admit to such a mistake? Indeed, I followed your instructions precisely. I did nothing wrong, Vegeta asserted firmly, though his tone was resolute. The evasive glint in his eyes did not escape Goku's notice. Understanding Vegeta's pride, Goku chose not to expose him. Let us try once more, Vegeta. This time, we shall surely succeed. Wukong clung to Vegeta, persistently pestering him. No way, you cannot compel me to perform that move again. Vegeta turned away, seeking to avoid the situation. Please, just one more time, just once, for me, Vegeta, Wukong implored, his hands clasped in earnest supplication. Wherever Vegeta moved, he followed. Forget it, Kakarot. I absolutely refuse to repeat that action. No, Vegeta, consider this. We have already created so many amusing moments today. Now we have a chance to retaliate against Moi. If we do not fuse, today will be a tremendous loss. Vegeta scoffed, yet his gaze wavered with uncertainty. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong unleashed his ultimate persuasion. Vegeta, think about it. When you return home, how will you face Bulma? Do you truly wish to forego the chance to confront Yuan? Wukong's words were like whispers from a devil, enticing Vegeta deeply. Vegeta lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Wukong's reasoning held merit. To relent now would render him nothing more than a clown in a circus, merely a source of amusement. Most importantly, if his home were indeed adorned with those photographs that Bulma had taken, they would truly become the jokers in a deck of cards. Just this once. It will be the last time. I swear I shall never fuse with you again. Vegeta raised a finger, a look of shame crossing his face. All right. The final time, we must teach Yuan a proper lesson this time, Wukong exclaimed with indignation. Now, let us commence. Once more. Wukong and Vegeta assumed the fusion stance of the Metamorans. After a series of comical movements, their index fingers finally touched. In an instant, a fearsome energy surged forth. A colossal beam of light shot into the heavens, illuminating the starry expanse. This energy conjured a formidable cosmic tempest. Yuan reinforced the protective shield, finally managing to fend off the tempest. Xin and Jie Bai cowered behind Bu, trembling in fear. The magnitude of this power is truly terrifying. Indeed, if there had been such formidable beings in the universe at that time, the other Kaiashins would not have met their demise. Jie Bai couldn't help but reflect. Narrowed his eyes, his body trembling slightly. It was not fear, but rather exhilaration. After all these years, he had not encountered a foe as formidable as himself since the Silver Shalu 7 years ago. Though he was aware that there were many more powerful beings in the universe, the majority of them hailed from other realms. As for the 7th universe, it too harbored many powerful entities. Yet with his current combat prowess, a confrontation would likely end in his demise. In contrast, should he face Gogeta, he would merely receive a sound thrashing. The fusion technique of the Metamorans is akin to that achieved through the use of Patera earrings. Both methods result in a multiplication of their combat strengths. However, if one were to ascertain which method yields a more potent warrior, it is undeniably the Patera fusion of Vegeto that reigns supreme. This is due to the necessity for the Metamorans to synchronize their energies prior to merging. Presently, Gogeta's essence was calibrated. During the fusion of Vegeta and Goku, their combat powers were adjusted to 10 billion each, culminating in Gogeta's current strength being a staggering 100 billion squared, equating to a full quintillion in combat power. Conversely, through the Patera earrings, their powers would multiply directly at their peak, resulting in 12 billion multiplied by 20 billion, which amounts to an impressive 2 for quintillion in combat strength. Should both warriors possess equivalent maximum powers, the distinction between the Metamoran fusion technique and the Patera fusion becomes negligible. Here they come, gazed eagerly in a particular direction. In the next moment, a man clad in a short battle vest reminiscent of the Metamorian warriors soared towards him. He bore the physical traits of both Goku and Vegeta. His well-defined muscles exposed to the world. Though his hair was styled in an upright manner, its dark hue indicated that he had yet to transform, remaining in his ordinary state. As Bulma watched the live broadcast, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a delightful sensation enveloped her. The two men she adored most had merged into one. Was this not the embodiment of her dream lover? The visage of Gogeta profoundly stirred Bulma's heart from every conceivable angle. As for Chi-Chi, truth be told, despite her reluctance to admit it, she too was undeniably captivated. Lazuli cast a concerned glance at, sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Gogeta, a force that surpassed by nearly a billionfold. The disparity in combat prowess was evident even without engagement. Silently, Lazuli severed the phone signal, aware that, despite their close friendship, she could not subject her companions to the distressing sight of her husband being bested. Should they inquire further, she would simply attribute the signal disruption to Gogeta's immense power interfering with the very fabric of space. Yes, that would suffice. Yuan pinched Lotzi Li's nose and reassured her, "Do not worry. Although I may not be able to defeat him, I am not that weak either. Today, Lord Vegeta, shall teach you a proper lesson." Vegeta declared with an arrogant stance, hands on his hips. The aura of Yuan reignited with fervor, as black lightning entwined around him, swiftly transforming into the Super Saiyan 3 form. Yet, under the oppressive force of Vegeta, his presence felt akin to a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, fragile and powerless. "Come now, Vegeta, I yearn to witness just how formidable you have become." As Vegeta's energy bore down upon him, Yuan felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. His fighting spirit ignited as he fixed his gaze resolutely upon Vegeta. Chapter 106. Vegeta's Fury. Yuan. Today I shall avenge my past humiliations and repay all the indignities I have endured. Vegeta slowly curled his 5 fingers into a fist. The force emanating from him crashed upon Yuan like a tumultuous wave. Yuan stood ready, his mind's eye open, his breath reaching its utmost peak. This battle was destined to be the most arduous he had faced since his arrival in this realm. In stark contrast to Yuan, Vegeta appeared remarkably at ease. He seemed to relish the overwhelming sensation that Yuan had once inflicted upon them. Such formidable power was indeed captivating. "Vegeta, do hurry and commence. Your time is limited." A smirk graced his lips. Since you are eager for torment, I shall oblige." Vegeta did not immediately strike. Instead, he produced a mobile phone and activated its recording function. "I shall capture the entirety of your thrashing for future enjoyment. Ha ha ha." With the phone positioned, Vegeta launched his assault in an instant. To the naked eye, Yuan could scarcely discern his movements. However, within the realm of his mind's eye, Vegeta's actions were crystal clear. Just as Vegeta was about to land a blow, Yuan deftly transformed his body into spatial particles, evading the attack. He actually dodged? Vegeta was taken aback. Although he had not exerted his full strength, he had unleashed 30% of his speed. Logically, given the vast disparity, it should not have been possible to evade even at that level. How intriguing. Vegeta chuckled to himself, preparing to launch another offensive. Yuan was completely on edge, meticulously observing every subtle movement of Vegeta. He evaded before Vegeta could strike him. After a brief exchange, not only did Vegeta fail to land a single hit on Yuan, but he also found himself on the receiving end of several counterattacks. Although Yuan's strikes felt like mere tickles to him, it was a significant blow to his pride. Vegeta roared, his energy surging to a new height in an instant. This time, he unleashed half of his power. In a flash, Vegeta swept his leg towards Yuan, the immense force propelling Yuan through a planet. How swift. In the void, Yuan stood with one arm limply hanging by his side. Just moments ago. After Vegeta had accelerated, although he could still perceive Vegeta's movements with his mind's eye, he found himself unable to react in time. In a flurry of urgency, he could only raise his arm to block the incoming strike. At that moment, Vegeta had already inflicted severe damage upon Yuan's dangling arm, shattering the bones within into powder. However, such an injury was of little consequence to Yuan, as the willpower within him surged. His arm swiftly returned to its normal state. Cursed be it. Vegeta appeared, phone in hand, yet captured nothing of significance. The speed of their battle was such that the device could not record any content. Initially, he had intended to document Yuan's injury, but by the time he arrived, the wounds had already healed. Vegeta increased his speed once more, holding the phone in one hand while throwing punches with the other. Despite his swiftness, he refrained from amplifying his strength, fearing he might inadvertently deliver a fatal blow to Yuan. To Yuan, Vegeta's current speed bore little distinction from instantaneous movement. Unable to keep pace with Vegeta any longer, Yuan simply shut his mind's eye, relying solely on instinct to engage in battle. The two fighters moved with such velocity that their forms became indistinguishable, as if they had entered an alternate dimension to clash. Yet, the aftermath of their combat caused the surrounding planets to gradually disintegrate into nothingness. The disparity in speed kept Yuan perpetually on the receiving end of the blows. Nevertheless, the force exerted by Vegeta remained within Yuan's threshold of endurance. Each time he sustained an injury, his internal willpower would automatically mend the wound. After several minutes of conflict, aside from his torn clothing, he bore not a single mark upon his body. Conversely, Vegeta felt increasingly frustrated. Each time he aimed to record Yuan's injuries, he would arrive only to find that they had already healed. Exasperated, he inadvertently crushed his phone. With the device now broken, Vegeta's hand, previously occupied with the phone, unleashed a more ferocious onslaught. Amidst the barrage, Yuan gradually began to discern Vegeta's combat patterns. From initially being a mere target for punishment, he had advanced to the point where he could, with some effort, evade a few of Vegeta's strikes through anticipation. Yuan closed his eyes. In such a fierce battle, the eyes served little purpose and could even lead to erroneous judgments. Sensing the aura of Vegeta, he made anticipatory decisions based on his combat habits. The number of attacks that Yuan evaded increased, and at times, he was even able to counter a few strikes. Gradually, Yuan emptied his mind, entering a state of profound transcendence. In this unconscious state, he directed all his energy towards attacking Vegeta. His body moved in a straight line towards Vegeta, exhibiting no intention of evasion whatsoever. Yet, whenever Vegeta aimed to strike him, his body would perform a series of astonishing maneuvers to evade the impending attack. Yuan did not notice that within the bloodline coursing through his veins, a faint silvery luminescence had mingled with the azure energy. What could be the reason for this? The enigmatic state of caused profound discomfort for. Each of his assaults was deftly evaded by in an unimaginable manner, only for to counterattack with remarkable precision. Although strikes failed to breach his defenses, rendering him impervious to pain. The humiliation of being outmatched left feeling as if he had ingested excrement. Most importantly, he had already maximized his speed. Yet he still could not land a single blow on. Impossible. How could I, the illustrious, ever be defeated by him? I am the mightiest warrior in the entire universe. Fueled by rage and humiliation, became consumed by fury. With a crack, golden energy erupted from within him, entwined with blue arcs of electricity. His aura surged once more. In the state of Super Saiyan 2, his combat power soared to an astonishing 100 quintillion. The ferocity of his presence sent flying. No matter how skillfully attempted to evade, he could not escape such an all-encompassing attack. The force of being hurled back jolted from his mystical state, leaving him momentarily disoriented. As he regained his senses, he beheld the Furious in his Super Saiyan 2 form charging towards him. Hey, are you trying to kill me? Fortunately, they had been at a considerable distance, allowing to evade instantaneously. In his rage, paid no heed to his words. With a feint, he vanished from his position. Yuan's body was instantly enveloped in a chilling sensation as a wave of dread surged through him. The ominous aura of death loomed over him, casting a shadow upon his very being. Yuan sought to activate his teleportation to flee, only to discover that he was unable to do so. The entire space had been sealed off by Vegeta, transforming the surroundings into a colossal prison that ensnared him completely. With an aura brimming with ferocity, Vegeta reappeared, clutching a blue energy sphere in his hand. This fist-sized orb emanated the scent of death, instilling a profound sense of dread in Yuan. He could not afford to be struck by it. His instincts warned him that a direct hit would spell certain doom. There was no alternative outcome. However, Vegeta's speed in his Super Saiyan form was astonishing, leaving Yuan with no means of escape. Moreover, Vegeta's current state was rather peculiar, reminiscent of Goku's transformation into a primal form, utterly devoid of control. Just as Yuan braced himself for imminent destruction, an unexpected glow radiated from Vegeta. The energy sphere in his grasp vanished, and astonishingly, he split into two figures. Time had come. Yuan let out a long sigh, a sense of joy akin to one who has narrowly escaped calamity washing over him. Fortunately, the moment for their fusion had arrived. Otherwise, he would have been forced to embark on a journey to the netherworld. Although resurrection was an option, who among us would willingly embrace death? It is, after all, a painful experience. Has time truly slipped away so swiftly? After their separation, both Wukong and Vegeta were left feeling somewhat reluctant. Yuan was perplexed by their words, casting a doubtful glance in their direction. Is this truly swift? Had it been a mere second later, I would have met my demise at your hands. Wukong exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Yuan, what just are you making? We have engaged in battle for so long, and not once have we laid a finger on you. How can you claim that we intended to kill you? Yuan cleared his ear, somewhat doubting the words he had just heard. Are you saying that I evaded all of Vegeta's attacks just now? Wore an expression of disbelief, as if he were questioning the absurdity of the situation. In his recollection, he had barely managed to evade a few of Vegeta's strikes, while the remainder of the time had been spent enduring blows. Ultimately, he had come perilously close to being vanquished by Super Saiyan Vegeta. Indeed, both Goku and Vegeta nodded earnestly. You were astonishing just now. We escalated our speed to its utmost, yet we still found ourselves unable to land a single hit on you, while you managed to strike us multiple times. Are you jesting with me? Wait, do you not recall that Vegeta nearly ended my life when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2? Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting utter confusion. They had no recollection of the incident that recounted. Goku pondered for a moment before responding. I remember that we were unable to land a hit on you, which made us rather irate, and then the fusion occurred. Vegeta nodded in agreement. The three of them regarded one another in silence, uncertain of how to proceed. After a lengthy discussion lasting several minutes, they finally untangled the events. In essence, it became clear that all three had lost a segment of their memory. Having entered that enigmatic state, found his mind entirely blank, rendering him utterly oblivious to the occurrences of that moment. Meanwhile, and were ensnared in a rampaging state due to his inability to control the power of Super Saiyan 2, resulting in a loss of memory. How on earth did you accomplish that? Your ability to evade all of his attacks at such astonishing speed is truly remarkable. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, as he was immensely intrigued by the state had just experienced. Yuan shook his head and said, I am equally perplexed as to how it was accomplished. If what Wukong claims is true, I suspect that I may have inadvertently employed the technique of ultimate freedom. However, I have never studied this technique. How could that be possible? Yuan opened his inner eye and examined his own body. To his astonishment, he discovered that his strength had doubled, with his regular combat power soaring from 100 billion to 200 billion. Furthermore, the intensity of his chi had escalated from 15 times to 20 times its original level. While he could comprehend the increase in combat power, particularly considering the high-intensity battle he had just endured, the enhancement of his chi was a different matter entirely. Such an increase could only result from his absorption of a new, advanced energy. Meticulously examined his bloodline and ultimately detected a subtle anomaly. The once azure essence now bore a faint trace of silver. This hint of silver evoked memories of Wukong and the state of the Supreme Freedom technique, where his hair transformed into a silvery hue. Could it be that the essence is evolving into the energy of the Supreme Freedom technique? In other words, is it the divine power generated upon the completion of the divine art? Found himself perplexed, yet it seemed this was the only plausible explanation. It was under the impetus of the spirit bomb that Wukong achieved enlightenment in the Ultra Instinct. Perhaps the immense pressure he experienced during his battle with Vegeta stimulated the energy within him, allowing him to grasp the essence of Ultra Instinct. Nevertheless, this development was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence for. Lazuli gazed anxiously towards the clash between and Vegeta. The formidable and ferocious aura emanating from Vegeta was truly astonishing, evoking an apocalyptic sensation, as if the very fabric of the universe were on the brink of annihilation. Even the two gods, Ixin and Jiabaite, had yet to recover, cowering behind Bu, clutching his cape in trembling fear. Although she was aware that Vegeta would not endanger his life, Lazuli could not suppress her worries. The tumult of battle had subsided for over 10 minutes, and the others had yet to return, leaving Lazuli increasingly restless. Stay here and await my return. I shall investigate the matter, she instructed Chinin and the others before preparing to venture towards the battlefield. Just as Lazuli was about to depart, reappeared. My dear, I have returned, he announced. Darling, Lazuli exclaimed, rushing into his embrace like a swallow's returning to their nest. Are you unharmed? Have you sustained any injuries? Her delicate hands roamed over his body, meticulously assessing his condition. Yuan gently grasped Lazuli's wandering hand, softly reassuring her, do not worry, my dear wife. I am unharmed and perfectly fine. Are you truly? Please do not deceive me. The commotion just now was so intense. I was utterly frightened. Recalling the overwhelming presence from before, Lazuli still felt a lingering fear. Her delicate hands could not resist exploring Yuan's form once more. Without personally verifying his condition, Lazuli remained somewhat uneasy. Indeed, I would never deceive my beloved wife. However, my dear, if you persist in your exploration, it may lead to unforeseen consequences. Lazuli's small mind was filled with great perplexity. Leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly, if you wish to undergo a physical examination, let us wait until we return home. This place is inappropriate. What nonsense are you spouting? Lazuli's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, her ears burning as if set ablaze. Ha, enough of that, enough. Let us return home. Chapter 108, The Ultimate Shine of the Wampa Star. With a whoosh, two colossal energy waves surged forth from either side, targeting. Vegeta and Goku had summoned every ounce of their strength, their muscles bulging and veins protruding. The energy waves, thicker than a human, surpassed the speed of light. Yuan's expression remained serene as he waved his arm, causing two energy waves to curve in a U-shape before him and shoot towards Wukong and Vegeta. It's futile. You might as well fuse together. Once again urged the two to merge. During this period, he had been delving into the elusive silver essence within the primordial energy, yet he found himself at a standstill. Thus, he desired for Wukong and Vegeta to fuse once more, hoping to rekindle that state akin to the Ultra Instinct under the invigorating power of Vegeto. Impossible. I will never fuse with Kakarot again. Do not even think about it. Vegeta's resolve was unwavering. Recently, he had been relentlessly bombarded by Bulma's playful memes, which had left him utterly humiliated. For instance, whenever Bulma was inexplicably upset, she would send him a meme of Vegeto, accompanied by captions like just you wait, JPG, and various animated gifs from their fusion, asking, am I beautiful? The elegant little swan, the handsome warrior transformed, and so forth. Bulma's phone was now cluttered with memes of him and Vegeto, even serving as her phone wallpaper. The frustration had driven him to contemplate leaving home. In contrast, Wukong held a more lenient view towards the fusion, although he too had been the subject of Bulma's memes. His thicker skin allowed him to occasionally use his own memes for humor. However, the quality of Wukong's memes paled in comparison to those of Vegeta, as evidenced by the frequency of their usage. Noticing Vegeta's reluctance, turned his attention to his brother-in-law, Lapis. Not a chance, Lapis interjected before could utter a word. Then turned his gaze towards Gohan. Uncle, it seems that the fusion with my father does not feel quite right. Upon reflection, it is indeed peculiar. The fusion of father and son defies ethical norms. Ultimately, fixed his attention on Goku, Vegeta, and Lapis. Do you not wish to give me a good thrashing? Are you truly uninterested? To be honest, they were quite inclined towards it. After all, they had endured torment for several years. Who wouldn't he desire to turn the tables? Yet, the thought of that humiliating action and Vegeta's myriad of expressive memes gave them pause. Never mind, A person may perish, but one must not suffer social disgrace. Huh. Spare yourself the effort. Even if you were to strike me down, I, Vegeta, would rather leap into that nearby black hole, he declared, pointing towards it. Then never fuse again. Yuan regarded Vegeta with disdain. Had he not been acquainted with Dragon Ball, he might have almost fallen for Vegeta's fabrications. However, as it stands, the prospect of their fusion seems utterly unattainable for the time being. With that in mind, Yuan found little motivation to continue his training. Given his current prowess, such rudimentary exercises would barely yield any enhancement in combat strength. It would be far more pleasurable to return home, recline, and indulge in some television. You may continue your training. I shall take my leave, he declared before utilizing instant transmission to return home. Upon his arrival, he discovered the house empty. The two children had vanished with Bu to partake in their adventures, while Azuli had gone shopping with her two close friends. Yuan switched on the television and retrieved an abundance of snacks, accompanied by a large bottle of fizzy beverage. With a spirited leap, he nestled himself into the soft embrace of the couch. Ah, the comfort. Indulging in snacks and watching television, is life not so simple? Suddenly, as he was engrossed in the show, a frown creased Yuan's forehead. The avatar he had dispatched years ago to assist Salb had been shattered. Though several years had elapsed, that incarnation still possessed an immense power, measured in billions. He scrutinized the information relayed from the avatar. Wampa Star? Broly? Wait, Broly. Yuan, overwhelmed with excitement, sprang up from the sofa with a start. How could he have forgotten this individual? If there were anyone who could rival him in strength at present, it would undoubtedly be Broly. The mere thought of this sent a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. Suddenly, an array of green beams cascaded from the heavens, raining down like celestial fireworks, each explosion on the ground birthing small mushroom clouds. Salb, cowering behind a rock, gripped his handgun tightly, trembling in fear. Regret gnawed at him. Why had he ventured into this cursed place? Would it not have sufficed to remain at headquarters? Now, with the king's avatar annihilated and his subordinates slaughtered by that monstrous being, he felt utterly despondent. Just days prior, their spacecraft had gone missing in this vicinity. The report had been overheard by the king's avatar, who, upon learning of Wampa Star, had taken a keen interest and decided to come in person. With the king's avatar present, how could he, as the #1 lackey, not follow suit? Thus, Salb accompanied them to this planet, only to find themselves ambushed by the creature before their ship could even descend. Even the king's avatar had been effortlessly dispatched by the beast. Though he possessed a universal capsule containing their spacecraft, he dared not utilize it. To do so now would undeniably lead to his demise at the hands of that monster. In the skies above Wampa, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and robust as an ox, radiated a green aura. He raised one hand high, cradling a green energy sphere within his palm. Countless beams of green energy erupted from the sphere, striking the surface of Wampa Star, contributing to the devastation of its farmlands. Then he opened his mouth, condensing green energy within, and unleashed a colossal green beam that sliced through the earth below like a laser knife. The land trembled violently, boiling and churning as if it were water coming to a boil. It was over. He was doomed. Salb despaired as the green beam drew ever closer. With no escape in sight, he shut his eyes, resigned to the impending doom. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body, followed by a gentle fall onto a patch of soft grass. Had he died? Was death truly devoid of pain? So, was he now in paradise? Salb, what is the current situation? Was that the king's voice? Could it be that the king had perished as well? Salb opened his eyes to behold Yuan's towering figure before him. Tentatively, he inquired, "My king, how could you be dead too? Was it not your avatar that perished? What are you thinking? I am still alive, and so are you. I'm not dead. Am I truly not dead?" Sobel, in disbelief, touched his own body. No pain, no wounds, lively and full of vitality. The relief of having escaped a calamity brought him immense joy. Scalding tears brimmed in his eyes. "Whoa, my king, I thought I would never see you again, that I would never be able to serve you again. Whoa. Sobel clung to his leg, weeping profusely. Chapter 109. Broly enough, ceased her tears, sought to extricate his foot, yet was taken aback by the tenacity with which the creature clutched it. "My lord, you have no idea." Salb continued to speak to himself. "Enough." Yuan spoke sternly, causing Solbei to shudder in fear. He promptly released Yuan's thigh and stood upright, as if at attention, with his head held high and chest out. "Very well, speak. What transpired?" Received the information on his doppelganger that as soon as they arrived at this location, The spacecraft was ambushed by Broly before it even landed. He remained oblivious to whether the previously missing spacecraft had encountered Broly in any manner. However, after scanning planet Wampa with his mind's eye, he discovered that Broly's father, Paragus, had already met his demise. This revelation likely accounted for Broly's ensuing rage. The circumstances surrounding Paragus's death remained shrouded in mystery, yet it seemed to bear some connection to the earlier disappearance of the spacecraft. My lord, the report continued. The lost spacecraft was engaged in the pursuit of a band of cosmic pirates. However, it vanished shortly after sending out a distress signal. And the specifics of the incident remain unclear. As the largest force in the galaxy, the Celestial Empire, having accepted protection fees, naturally bore the responsibility of safeguarding the interests of its subordinate factions. Thus, combating cosmic piracy was an entirely reasonable endeavor. Since Sobel was also unaware of the unfolding events, decided to teleport him back without further ado. After sending Sobel away, turned his attention towards Broly. His body had begun to stir with anticipation. Presently, it appeared that Broly was in a state resembling that of a humanoid giant ape, although his tail had long been severed by Paragus, preventing him from transforming into a full giant ape. He exhibited this form in moments of fury, which also caused him to lose his rationality. The exact extent of his enhancement remained unclear and would only be revealed through confrontation. Yuan instantly utilized teleportation. Broly, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the person beside him, was momentarily stunned. Without uttering a word, he pressed the energy sphere in his hand against Yuan. Goodness, are we really jumping straight into battle? At least a few pleasantries could have been exchanged. As scoffed, he extended his hand and effortlessly crushed the energy sphere in Broly's grasp. Broly, thwarted in his attack, instantly erupted in fury. His muscles swelled, and his aura surged dramatically. Within his golden pupils resided a desire to annihilate everything. Broly's fists could truly be likened to those of a gargantuan size, comparable to a large cooking pot, as they bore down upon with a feral intensity. In this state, his combat power had escalated to approximately 200 billion, nearly matching his typical prowess. However, S' aura was undeniably more potent than that of others. As he tilted his head to evade Broly's massive fist, the ferocious gust from the punch grazed his cheek, leaving a stinging sensation. Seized Broly's wrist as he swung his fist, leveraging the momentum to his advantage. Broly staggered momentarily in midair, only to be met with a heavy palm strike from that sent him crashing into the earth. The ground erupted in response, forming a colossal crater several meters deep. A guttural cry escaped Broly's lips as the intense pain awakened his ferocity. With a thunderous roar, his aura surged, intensifying dramatically. He surged forward like a sprouting seedling, radiating a brutal energy. In his grasp, a vibrant green energy materialized, and a barrage of small energy blasts erupted forth, raining down upon with the ferocity of a machine gun. Yuan deftly maneuvered through the air, evading attacks while swiftly closing in on Broly. Simultaneously, his hands were enveloped in a swirling violet aura. Have you ever witnessed a palm strike descending from the heavens? Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, while below, Broly remained oblivious to his words, merely roaring incessantly. The Buddha's palm. Yuan executed a downward strike, unleashing a torrent of energy from his hand. It surged rapidly towards Broly below. The violet palm expanded in the air, swelling, and swelling once more. In an instant, it grew from the size of a hand to several hundred meters. The energy blasts emitted by Broly disintegrated upon contact with this colossal palm, dissolving into nothingness. The enormous hand descended with an overwhelming force, appearing to move slowly, yet it struck Broly in a mere heartbeat. With no chance to evade, Broly braced against the gigantic palm, attempting to push it away. However, the might of Yuan was not so easily resisted. The moment Broly made contact, he was instantly overwhelmed, sent crashing back into the ground by the immense hand. A thunderous sound echoed as a massive imprint, 100 meters deep, was indelibly etched into the earth. At the center of this imprint, Broly lay motionless, as if grievously wounded. Could it be that he succumbed so swiftly? It seemed impossible. Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, after a brief moment, Broly rose once more. Like a wounded beast, Broly unleashed a furious roar. Green energy surged from within him like a fountain, forming a colossal beam of light. The emerald beam ascended skyward. The terrifying force disrupted the air, akin to the onset of a tempest. A green energy shield rapidly expanded outward from Broly's center. Wherever it passed, the ground fractured inch by inch, and even the towering mountains were instantaneously leveled. In that moment, the heavens and the earth were transformed. After a brief interval, the energy gradually dissipated, revealing Broly's massive and robust form. At that moment, Broly's hair had turned golden and stood tall, his physique swelling once again. Standing beside Yuan, who towers at a height of almost 2 meters, Broly appears significantly diminished. In the original narrative, this form of Broly possesses the power to utterly overpower Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms. However, it seems that the situation is not as exaggerated at present. With a ferocious roar, Broly's eyes have become devoid of pupils, emanating a primal and savage aura. His pupil-less gaze fixates on Yuan, his legs bent in preparation. With a thunderous crash, the ground sinks once more as Broly propels himself, creating a small crater beneath him. In an instant, propelled by immense force, Broly vanishes from sight. A fierce gust of wind rushes forth, prompting Yuan to deftly maneuver in the air to evade the impending attack. In a swift motion, he executes a turn and delivers a kick to Broly's head. A dull thud reverberates, yet Broly remains unmoved. This is dire. Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinholes. He beheld Broly extending his massive hand to grasp Yuan's ankle, lifting him up and forcefully tossing him aside. Surge forward like a laser, penetrating deep into the mountains. With tremendous force propelling him, he swiftly traversed the earth like a powerful drill. Broly forcefully stomped his feet in midair. A thunderous explosion reverberated, sending invisible shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. Broly's body shot forth with great velocity. After a series of accelerations, he caught up to. In his massive hand, a green energy sphere emanated a sinister glow. With a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Broly directed his palm towards. A colossal green energy wave erupted from the heart of the mountains, obliterating the vast range of hundreds of kilometers in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 110, The Ascension of the Super Saiyan. A flurry of green energy blasts erupted frantically from Broly's mouth. These merciless orbs rained down upon the planet Wampa, each one carving out a massive crater upon its surface. Having no target to attack, Broly unleashed his energy upon Wampa, embodying the essence of a frenzied beast intent on annihilating everything in sight. Hey, Broly, our battle is far from over. Broly turned to see a familiar figure reappear, albeit with a slight transformation. Golden purple flames enveloped him, his hair standing tall, and his golden eyes radiated an aura of supremacy. Just as Broly's energy wave was about to strike, he deftly utilized instant transmission to evade it. After all, was no masochist if he could dodge. He would not allow himself to be struck without cause. Roar! Broly, consumed by a singular thought of destruction, surged toward with unwavering resolve. His massive fist aimed directly at his opponent's abdomen. Bang! Yuan swiftly swung his fists, the two striking together in a stalemate, neither yielding to the other. In comparison to Broly's powerful blows, Yuan's fists appeared as diminutive as those of an infant. Yuan was slightly taken aback. He could distinctly sense Broly's current combat power, which stood at an astonishing 32 trillion. To possess such power in his Super Saiyan form was remarkable. One could only imagine the magnitude of his strength upon transforming into a Super Saiyan god. It is worth noting that Yuan's own combat power in the Super Saiyan form was merely 20 trillion, achieved through a 100-fold increase from his normal state, which reached a staggering 200 billion. Yet, the fact that Broly's Super Saiyan form could attain 32 trillion was perplexing. What could his base combat power possibly be? Or how immense was the amplification from his transformation? Nonetheless, Yuan regarded the 32 trillion with a degree of disdain. After all, considering his own energy, which was 20 times stronger than that of an average individual, his true combat power soared to an impressive 400 trillion. Yuan curled his lips into a confident smile, his arm once again exerting force. The fist, which was half the size of Broly's, effortlessly pushed him aside. After propelling Broly, Yuan advanced, delivering a powerful blow to Broly's abdomen. Ack! The tremendous force caused Broly's body to arch like a large shrimp, and a bitter liquid erupted from his mouth. Wielding his formidable might, unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Broly, each blow akin to a whip or a hammer. The sheer disparity in their powers rendered Broly utterly defenseless, his form contorting in the air as he endured the onslaught. Bitter water gushed forth from his mouth. Even amidst the pummeling, Broly's strength surged incessantly, 32 trillion, 40 trillion, 60 trillion, 80 trillion. However, once his power reached the zenith of 80 trillion, it ceased to ascend. Is this the pinnacle of your current form? Yuan did not eliminate him all at once, as his intention was to draw out Broly's full power. The Super Saiyan transformation can achieve a battle power of 80 trillion. To be candid, this is already quite terrifying. It suggests that Broly either possesses an exceptionally high base power or that his transformations amplify his strength significantly. However, in order to compel Broly to reveal his Super Saiyan form, Yuan decided to intensify his assault. An invisible force surged from Yuan's hand, penetrating Broly's body. After wreaking havoc within, the force erupted from Broly's back, shattering the mountains and rivers behind him into fragments. Coughing violently, crimson blood spewed from Broly's mouth, as his internal organs sustained considerable damage from Yuan's onslaught. The metallic taste of blood fully awakened Broly's ferocity. A green aura ignited once more, and a familiar pillar of light soared into the sky. This time, however, the column of energy was larger and more powerful than before. A luminous barrier of green energy enveloped Broly, emanating a terrifying aura from within him. His golden hair gradually shifted to a grass-green hue, and his muscles bulged once again as he grew taller. Broly now stood at an impressive height of approximately 3 meters. With a robust physique nearly twice that of Yuan, his pupilless eyes fixated intently on Yuan. Yuan suddenly felt as though he were being targeted by a savage beast from the wilderness. However, there was one peculiar aspect. Broly's aura had not grown stronger, but rather it had taken on an additional air of malevolence. Could it be? Yuan activated his mind's eye and scanned Broly. So this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan. Yuan has come to a near comprehension of what the so-called transformation into a Super Saiyan truly entails. In essence, it is an innate divine power, a genuine manifestation of such. Within Broly's lineage resides a potent energy, the very force that has transformed his hair to a verdant hue. While this energy does not directly augment his combat prowess, it does amplify the intensity of his ki, perhaps due to its inherent nature. Broly does not need to assimilate this energy into his ki as others do. Instead, when he harnesses it, this energy naturally enhances his ki. As for the precise extent of this enhancement, that remains to be discovered through experience. Boom. The green energy shield erupted, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Yuan stood resolutely in midair, completely impervious to the formidable force of the impact. With his transformation complete, Broly's eyes widened in astonishment as he vanished from sight. So swift, Yuan felt a tightening in his chest, unable to discern Broly's movements. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Broly materialized behind Yuan, delivering an unrelenting blow with his fist, as large as a cooking pot, upon Yuan's back. The force of the strike left Yuan feeling as though the bones in his back might shatter. This power was nearly twice his own. If that were the case, Broly's combat prowess in this form had reached an astonishing 800 trillion. As focused as will to mend the pain seeping from his back, he contemplated the formidable power of Broly. He allowed his body to be hurled away, devoid of any intention to regain control. However, Broly had no intentions of sparing him. With a few forceful strides in midair, he swiftly closed the distance too. Clasping a green energy sphere in each hand, Broly unleashed them with a vigorous flick. The two spheres struck in quick succession, exploding with a thunderous roar. A massive fireball, shrouded in thick smoke, materialized in the air. Once more, Broly gathered energy, unleashing a barrage of green energy blasts upon the fireball. The relentless explosions echoed like a symphony of destruction. As Broly's assault intensified, the immense fireball continued to swell. He directed both hands towards the expanding orb, releasing two colossal waves of energy from his palms. These waves converged in the air, merging into an even more formidable force. This titanic energy wave completely engulfed the expanding fireball, transforming the entire expanse into a verdant hue. The aftershocks of the energy wave obliterated everything in its wake, erasing even distant stars from existence beneath its overwhelming might. In Chapter 111, titled The Abduction of Broly, the energy wave in Broly's grasp gradually diminished. The once massive fireball had dwindled to a cloud of thick smoke. Beyond the haze, a vast chasm appeared on the surface of the planet Wampa, resembling a cleanly parted hairstyle. Broly let out a triumphant roar, as if celebrating the demise of a formidable foe. Though he was devoid of consciousness, he believed that could not possibly survive his full-force assault. Suddenly, a subtle crackle of electricity reached Broly's ears, prompting him to cease his roar and gaze towards the direction of the smoke. A gentle breeze began to disperse the haze, revealing a familiar figure once more. Broly felt as if he were losing his mind. How could this person persistently evade death? In his memory, he had vanquished 3 times already, including his doppelgangers. Yet this individual consistently re-emerged, each time with a significantly amplified power. He found himself perplexed, questioning whether it was he who possessed an unfair advantage or if did. The amethyst and gold aura enveloping Yuan solidified, while black arcs of electricity danced around his entire being. In the fleeting moment when Broly's 2 energy blasts were about to strike him, Yuan directly activated his Super 2 form. The 500-fold amplification propelled his combat power to an astounding 100 trillion, with his actual battle prowess reaching an incredible 2,000 trillion. Broly's attacks against him felt merely like a tickle, utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. As Yuan gazed upon Broly, a subtle smile graced his lips. Now it is my turn. This time, Yuan was resolute and not holding back. Broly's combat prowess had likely reached its zenith, leaving no room for further enhancement. What Yuan sought to accomplish now was to render Broly unconscious, or to incapacitate him to the point where he could no longer sustain his current state and regain consciousness. Roar! Broly, once more consumed by fury, remained oblivious to the aura emanating from Yuan, which was more than twice as powerful as his own, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Broly's immense form lunged forward. Yuan sank down, evading Broly's bare hug, as his unadorned fist ascended with force to strike Broly's abdomen. The impact propelled Broly skyward. Yuan gazed at the ascending Broly with a faint smile, then employed instantaneous movement to vanish from his original position. In the next moment, he reappeared above Broly. His formidable tail, resembling a giant whip, struck forcefully against Broly's back. Bang, 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 bang. Commenced the training of his tail, while Broly resembled a colossal ball, being tossed through the air by his deft movements. In less than a minute, Broly's body was adorned with crimson marks, and his cheeks were flushed a deep red. Broly roared incessantly in midair, desperately attempting to retaliate. Alas, S speed was overwhelmingly swift. Broly could scarcely land a single blow. A tremendous amount of energy began to coalesce within Broly as he prepared to unleash the power gathered in his mouth. Suddenly, emerged, his robust tail striking Broly's mouth with tremendous force, delivering a staggering blow. A resounding explosion of green energy erupted from Broly's lips, momentarily disorienting him. If you harbor frustration, hold it within. I shall assist you in swallowing your unspoken words, remarked coolly, observing the smoke billowing from Broly's mouth. How could Broly possibly swallow such indignation? Energy surged and coalesced at the surface of his body, transforming him into a vibrant, verdant figure radiating health and vitality. With a primal roar, countless beams of green light erupted from him, as he seemed to metamorphose into a green sun, casting an emerald hue across the entire world. A chaotic barrage of green rays shot forth indiscriminately, executing a relentless attack. Yuan charged directly towards Broly, illuminated by a myriad of green lights that cascaded upon him like raindrops falling into the vast ocean, causing not a hint of harm. In a swift motion, Yuan materialized behind Broly. With an outstretched palm, he delivered a resounding slap to the back of Broly's head. The crisp sound echoed, signifying that Broly's intellect was merely a tad empty, rather than fundamentally flawed. Yuan seized Broly's hair, forcefully bringing him down from the sky to the ground. Broly's face, akin to a bulldozer, was subjected to frenzied friction against the earth. In that moment, the entire world fell into a profound silence. For Broly could no longer utter a sound. The instant he attempted to speak, his mouth was filled with dirt. Suddenly, Broly's hands grasped Yuan's wrists, attempting to shake him off. Yet, in Broly's powerful grip, Yuan's arms resembled slender twigs. Nevertheless, despite the fragility of those limbs, Broly found himself utterly unable to dislodge him. Yuan executed a deft maneuver, landing atop Broly's back, gliding effortlessly as if riding a skateboard. Occasionally, he would lift Broly's head to allow him a moment to breathe. However, every time Yuan permitted him this respite, Broly would open his mouth wide, ready to unleash a cacophony of noise. Thus, just as Broly prepared to bellow, Yuan would once again pin him to the ground. After enduring several mouthfuls of dirt, Yuan finally managed to correct Broly's troublesome habit of excessive noise. To his surprise, he soon realized that Broly had succumbed to unconsciousness, his hair returning to its original black hue. Yuan swiftly pressed down forcefully on Broly's rear to bring him to a halt. With a screech, the immense inertia propelled Broly several meters forward before the vehicle finally came to a stop. It must be acknowledged that Broly's physical prowess is indeed remarkable. Despite sliding across the ground for such a distance, not a single wound marred his body. Only his attire bore slight damage. and a bit of dirt had found its way into his nose, mouth, and ears, delivered a powerful strike upon Broly's abdomen. In an instant, the earth within Broly's body was forcibly expelled, subsequently tended to Broly's injuries. Before long, all of Broly's internal wounds were healed. Who are you? Broly gradually regained consciousness, gazing at the unfamiliar figure beside him, and inquired. I am, and I hereby declare that you are under arrest. What? Broly's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What transpired? Why am I facing arrest? Yuan took out a few photographs and tossed them in front of Broly. Are these individuals not the ones you have slain? Broly picked up the images, gazing at the unfamiliar faces with increasing perplexity. I have never encountered them. What about these individuals? Yuan tossed several photographs to him. Upon seeing these images, Broly's expression shifted dramatically. An aura of ferocity emerging as a faint green energy became palpable. Stay calm. Yuan's hand rested upon Broly's head, his formidable power directly suppressing the imminent surge of energy within him. These individuals are cosmic pirates. My subordinates ventured here to apprehend them, only to subsequently vanish. According to my investigations, it appears they were slain by you. They murdered my father. Who? They. Broly pointed to the images of the cosmic pirates. And what of my subordinates? I do not know. Upon witnessing my father's murder, I succumbed to madness, and I cannot recall what transpired thereafter. Broly lowered his head, a shadow of sorrow enveloping him. In addition to them, I had other subordinates who also perished at your hands today. Speak. How shall we resolve this? Broly stared blankly at Yuan. I do not know. Having grown up, this was the first time he faced such a situation. The kind-hearted Broly felt a deep remorse for the lives he had inadvertently taken. In light of this, you shall follow me henceforth to atone for your transgressions. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly acquiesced. Observing Broly nod obediently, a glimmer of cunning satisfaction flickered in Yuan's eyes. Chapter 112. Broly's transformation form. Yuan produced a universal capsule and tossed it to the ground. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and an extravagant array of delicacies materialized out of thin air. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, stealthily infiltrating Broly's nostrils. His stomach issued a deafening protest, while his bewildered eyes fixated on the feast below, unblinking and utterly captivated. Yuan smiled, encouraging, please eat. There's no need to be polite. He then seated himself and began to partake in the meal, feeling a bit hungry after a prolonged period of engagement. Broly, not one to hesitate, commenced a veritable feast upon Yuan's invitation. He devoured the sizable chunks of meat with remarkable speed, swallowing them whole. Having been raised on the colossal spiders of the planet Wampa, this was Broly's first experience of such delectable cuisine, and he found himself unable to stop. In a short time, he had consumed a substantial portion of the abundant food laid before him. When he reached for a nearby cola, he shook it slightly, but the liquid refused to emerge. It was quite the predicament. Yuan also picked up a bottle of cola, unscrewed the cap, and demonstrated it for him. Broly nodded and then twisted the cap of the cola bottle in his hand. Suddenly, with a pop, cola erupted like a fountain, unexpectedly splattering Broly's face. Haha, this is cola. You mustn't shake it before drinking, or else it will end up like you are now. Laughed heartily. Broly, in a state of bewilderment, nodded absent-mindedly, completely oblivious to the fact that was teasing him. He extended his tongue to savor the cola on his face. Suddenly, Broly's eyes sparkled with realization. Sweet. He eagerly grabbed the cola and took a sip. The effervescent bubbles erupted in his mouth, and the icy cold beverage cascaded down his throat into his stomach, delivering an indescribable sensation of euphoria, almost intoxicating in its delight. It was simply exquisite. Ah, how refreshing. Burp. Speaking of which, Broly's circumstances were rather pitiable. Throughout his life, he had subsisted solely on the enormous spiders of planet Wampa, never having tasted even a drop of water, let alone cola. His own father had treated him like a mere beast, confining him with an electric collar to exert control. However, that collar was now a thing of the past, likely destroyed during one of his own frenzied outbursts. With such formidable combat prowess, how could one possibly be restrained by a mere collar? It had been Broly's own choice to wear it, all for the sake of his father. After satisfying his hunger, Yuan intended to assess Broly's combat prowess to validate his own theories. Broly, elevate your power to its pinnacle. Broly nodded in acknowledgement and then began to exert his strength. 50 billion? Yuan fell into deep contemplation. If 50 billion represents Broly's maximum combat power, then his Super Saiyan form must yield a staggering 600-fold increase. How could this be possible, despite merging 4 bloodlines? His Super Saiyan form only amplified his power by a mere 100 times. Broly, transform into a Super Saiyan for me, he urged. The mention of Super Saiyan left Broly perplexed. He had heard the term from Paragus, but when asked to transform, he was utterly at a loss. Concentrate your energy at your back, sense that power, and unleash it, Yuan instructed. For someone of Broly's caliber, there was no need to rely on anger to trigger the transformation. It would come to him naturally. Following Yuan's guidance, Broly focused his energy at his back and soon felt an immense power surging within him. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted from his body, his dark hair transforming into a radiant gold, while his muscles expanded significantly. Sensed Broly's current aura, in the form of Super Saiyan. His combat power surged from 50 billion to 4 trillion, signifying an astounding increase of 80 times. Observing his transformed state, it bore a resemblance to Trunks during his Super Saiyan phase, characterized by a muscular physique. However, it remains uncertain whether Broly's speed would diminish in this form. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Broly felt a sense of astonishment. It was the first time he truly experienced such overwhelming power within him, having previously transformed in an unconscious state. Upon witnessing Broly transform into a Super Saiyan, Yuan did not succumb to madness or lose his reason. He nodded slightly, indicating that his conjecture was likely correct. Upon witnessing Broly's base battle power, was struck by a conjecture. Broly's remarkable 1,600-fold increase might very well represent an unconventional transformation into the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation entails becoming a great ape and then layering the Super Saiyan state before reverting to humanoid form. Thus, the 10-fold increase from the great ape form, compounded with the 400-fold amplification of Super Saiyan 3, results in an astounding 4,000-fold boost for Super Saiyan 4. Conversely, Broly possesses the strength of a great ape whilst in humanoid form and subsequently transforms into a Super Saiyan, in essence. This state of Broly can be likened to that of a golden great ape, as he has yet to regain his rationality. However, if this calculation holds true, he should only exhibit an 800-fold increase. Could it be that Broly's beastly form grants him an enhancement beyond the mere 10-fold? The dragon form of Yuan boasts an impressive amplification of 50 times, achieved only through the fusion of 4 formidable bloodlines. Do not be misled into thinking that such a dramatic enhancement in combat power is simplistic. Surpassing opponents of higher tiers is no trivial feat, and I shall leave that as a tantalizing mystery for now. Conversely, if we apply Yuan's earlier methodology to Broly, his great ape transformation would yield a 20-fold increase. It is no surprise that he is regarded as the legendary Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan grade 1 form surpasses that of ordinary Saiyans, and even his great ape form exhibits exceptional prowess. Should Broly manage to overcome the flaw of losing his rationality in the great ape state, he would essentially mirror Goku utilizing the Kaioken technique at 20 times his normal strength without sustaining any injuries. Furthermore, he could forego the Super Saiyan 4 path entirely and instead pursue the Super Saiyan God trajectory, thereby simultaneously embodying the prowess of both Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God forms. Truly terrifying. Yuan could scarcely fathom the magnitude of Broly's strength during that time. Subsequently, Yuan proceeded to assess Broly's speed. After a brief exchange of blows, Yuan was certain that Broly's Super Saiyan form possessed an astounding 80-fold increase in power, achieved not through a reduction in speed, but through a simultaneous enhancement of both speed and strength. However, Broly's most significant dilemma lay in the fact that upon transforming into a great ape, he would lose his rationality. Regrettably, Broly lacked the royal Saiyan bloodline. Otherwise, he could have maintained his sanity in the great ape form, much like Vegeta. Suddenly, Broly discovered an immense power residing within him. Cautiously, he reached out to this force. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy enveloped his entire being, as his golden aura and hair transformed into a vibrant grass green. His muscles expanded once more, morphing him into a towering figure of approximately 3 meters, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. At that moment, Broly seemed to metamorphose into a fearsome and bloodthirsty beast. Chapter 113. Eliminating side effects. Broly's transformation interrupted Yuan's contemplation. Despite assuming the legendary Super Saiyan form, Broly retained his rationality. It appeared that only in the great ape form did he succumb to madness. If this were the case, Yuan contemplated whether the dragon could remedy Broly's predicament. If so, Broly would indeed become the perfect warrior. Onward! Yuan excitedly patted Broly on the shoulder. Huh? Before Broly could react, he found himself in an entirely different place. By this time, dusk had settled on Earth. His wife, children, and Bu were all at home. Dad, wow. This uncle is so tall. The Broly in his Super Saiyan form startled Qin. Standing at around 3 meters, Broly towered over Yuan by more than a meter. Qin, standing beside him, was dwarfed by Broly's long legs. Laziri, wielding a spatula, inquired, "Darling, who is he?" Gently patted Broly's arm and said, "Allow me to introduce you to Broly, a Saiyan just like Goku and Vegeta." He then proceeded to introduce Broly to his family. "All right, you two. Take Uncle Broly to watch some television while your mother and I prepare dinner," instructed Qin and Tianlin before heading to the kitchen with Razali to prepare the meal. "Uncle Broly, you are so tall. And why is your hair green? Uncle Goku and Uncle Vegeta are also Saiyans, yet they have black hair." Tianlin and Qin, like curious little children, circled around Broly. It was then that Broly realized he was still in his transformed state and quickly retracted his power. His hair reverted to black, and his muscle shrank. In no time, he went from approximately 3 meters tall to about 1.90 meters. Wow. The two little ones continued to chatter excitedly around Broly. After dinner, Yuan summoned the dragon with the Dragon Balls, proclaiming, "State your desires. I possess the power to fulfill any wish." "Let Broly transform without losing his sanity," was the wish articulated. The dragon's eyes flickered momentarily. "Your wish has been granted," it declared. Once the wish was fulfilled, the dragon transformed into light and vanished, while the Dragon Balls turned to stone, returning to Lazili's grasp. "Broly, attempt to manifest your great ape form." Yuan was eager to witness Broly's transformation. Soon, a green aura began to emanate from Broly, exuding a ferocious, beast-like presence. However, this time, Broly did not succumb to madness. Observing Broly's transformation into a giant ape form, Yuan pondered a question. This form provided Broly with a tenfold increase in power compared to other Saiyans, perhaps influenced by that superior energy. "Try transforming into a Super Saiyan again," he suggested. Broly nodded, following Yuan's previous instructions. The golden flames intertwined with the green aura, unleashing a terrifying force of 80 megajoules in an instant. Indeed, as Yuan had surmised, Broly's transformation was akin to the principles of Super Saiyan 4. Next, Broly transitioned into the legendary Super Saiyan form, encountering no difficulties. With assurance that all was well, Yuan felt entirely at ease. In the vastness of space, Goku was silently screaming in agony, the cause of his distress being none other than Broly. "Stop!" Goku exclaimed, extending his fingers to halt Broly's onslaught. His body bore bruises of various colors, a testament to his plight. Broly, stifling an inexplicable fury within, paused his impending strike against Goku. "Broly, why does it always feel like you're avenging something when you hit me?" Goku complained, rubbing his sore spots. Oddly enough, Broly himself found this perplexing. Upon seeing Goku, he could not suppress his anger. Had it not been for the alleviation of the side effects of his transformation, he might have lost control entirely. Although he could maintain his composure now, he still found himself delivering heavy blows during their confrontations. "I don't know why, but I always feel infuriated when we fight. Yet I can't quite grasp what it is that angers me." Yuan, aware of the truth, could only chuckle silently from the sidelines. However, he was at a loss for how to explain it. It would be absurd to tell them that Broly's disdain for Goku stemmed from being frightened by Goku's cries as a child. Such a revelation was impossible, considering it was a matter from over 30 years ago, one that even Goku and Broly had long forgotten. "Speaking of which, Broly, you seem to be about my age, right?" Goku suddenly remarked. Broly nodded. "Yes, what of it? I wonder if we had some conflict in our childhood?" "I hit my head on a rock. So I have no memories of my time on planet Vegeta," Goku mused. "Perhaps. I'm not sure, as I can no longer recall my memories from planet Vegeta either. Since the details have become rather hazy, might you exercise a modicum of restraint next time?" "Just a little?" Wukong made a gesture that would undoubtedly elicit a reaction from a man of a certain nation. I shall endeavor to temper my actions." Upon witnessing Broly's transformation, Yuan contemplated whether he too could harness the power of a beast while retaining his human form, subsequently transforming from that foundation. After all, his transformations did not compromise his sanity, suggesting that the process would likely be far less arduous than it was for Broly. Perhaps, he might even ascend to the coveted Super Saiyan 4 form in a single leap. Mo Yuan began to harness the power within the core. Soon, he felt a transformation occurring within his body, and he struggled to suppress these changes. While utilizing the core's energy to amplify his own strength, he fought to maintain control over his physical metamorphosis. Sweat trickled down Mo Yuan's face. Almost there. Just a fraction more. Boom. Haha. At last, I have succeeded. Mo Yuan laughed with excitement. After spending half a day, he finally succeeded. Now, he could possess a 50-fold enhancement in his human form, akin to that of his dragon form. He was eager to see if the amplification from his transformation could be stacked. Mo Yuan did not forget the most crucial matter. After all, merely possessing a human form with the augmentation of a dragon's essence proves to be futile. It is essential for the enhancements of both forms to be able to intertwine and amplify each other. Chapter 114. Let us indulge in a sweet treat first, and then attempt to transform into a more formidable version. Mo Yuan summoned the latent power within his bloodline. In an instant, a tremendous force surged through his being. This magnitude of power was only something he could fully comprehend in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Yet now, he was merely in his Super Saiyan 1 state, yet capable of elevating his combat prowess to match that of the Super Saiyan 3. Externally, the originally purple-golden hair of Mo Yuan's Super Saiyan 1 form grew a deeper shade of purple. His aura intensified and became more solid, resembling genuine flames. Next, he transitioned into Super Saiyan 2. With a staggering amplification of 25,000 times, his combat power soared directly to 5 trillion. In Super Saiyan 3, with an increase of 250,000 times, his strength transcended the trillion mark, reaching a staggering 500 quadrillion, as if he contained the energy of a small universe within him. Mo Yuan felt as though a mere flicker of movement could shatter the void. With a combat prowess of 5 billion, he could easily surpass the formidable state of Ultra Instinct Goku by a staggering 10,000 times. In his current form, he had already achieved a level of enhancement akin to that of Super Saiyan 4. It was merely his appearance that had not yet transformed into that of Super Saiyan 4. Mo Yuan contemplated a possibility. If he were to alter the steps of his transformation, could he not attain the Ultra Instinct form? After all, seeking another source of advanced energy proved to be an exceedingly arduous task. Although he had already comprehended the advanced energy within Broly, he found himself utterly incapable of locating such energy within the realms of existence. Mo Yuan suspected that this energy was akin to the silver energy within his own vital essence, a manifestation of advanced energy that had undergone further evolution, possibly even a form of divine power. This was why he asserted that Broly possessed an innate divine power, truly a natural embodiment of such force. Furthermore, Mo Yuan sensed that Broly had yet to fully harness the power residing within him, perhaps even failing to unleash a mere fraction of it. Should Broly master the utilization of this inner strength, it was likely that even Mo Yuan himself would find it impossible to defeat him at this moment. Mo Yuan released his transformation, once again harnessing the power within the core. Now, he possessed the ability to instantaneously assume 2 distinct forms. Roar, a magnificent purple divine dragon manifested in the cosmos. Mo Yuan did not suppress his transformed physique. His current form spans several light years in length. A mere flick of his tail could shatter a small galaxy comparable in size to the solar system. Mo Yuan transformed once more into a Super Saiyan form, building upon the foundation of his dragon shape. Soon, a resplendent violet golden flame enveloped the divine dragon, while black lightning crackled, each bolt wider than the size of a planet. Any celestial body unfortunate enough to be grazed by this lightning would be obliterated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. The originally purple scales were now adorned with a delicate layer of gold. Next, he would revert to his human form while maintaining his formidable power. Mo Yuan stabilized the power within him, mastering the art of diminishing his form. Under his command, the surface of the divine dragon began to shimmer with a faint luminescence. The colossal dragon gradually reduced in size. As time flowed imperceptibly, Mo Yuan's body contracted from several light years in length to a mere few dozen meters. Mo Yuan exerted every effort to maintain control, and the radiance emanating from the divine dragon grew ever more resplendent. The entire dragon seemed to transform into pure light, resembling a diminutive sun that illuminated the surrounding space. The draconic silhouette gradually morphed, slowly taking on a humanoid form. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass. In an instant, the brilliance dissipated. Cursed be the circumstances, it was so close. Just as he was on the verge of assuming human form, a barrier materialized. This barrier appeared remarkably fragile, yet Mo Yuan found himself utterly powerless against it. Ultimately, as he resolved to force his way through, the energy within him surged uncontrollably. Consequently, he reverted to his original state. It seems that this approach still proves futile. He must seek a higher form of energy. Yuan felt a tinge of regret. Yet he had anticipated this outcome. Achieving a breakthrough to Super 4 would have been ideal. However, if that were not attainable, it mattered not. With his current strength, though not the mightiest, self-preservation was assured. In the golden autumn, the air was crisp and invigorating. The sunlight of autumn radiated warmth, unlike the harshness of summer. Latsili, adorned with headphones, sat on a swing beneath a tree in the courtyard, engrossed in her book. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon her. A soft breeze, akin to a playful hand, caressed her white skirt, lifting a strand of golden hair. The sun, the grand tree, and the young maiden formed a tableau of unparalleled beauty, at least in Yuan's eyes. Dear lady, I would like to propose a meeting. Would you be amenable? Vivid crimson roses abruptly captured the maiden's attention. She slowly closed her book, refraining from accepting the roses, a subtle smile gracing her features. Esteemed sir, I already have 2 children, both 6 years of age. Yuan, with an expression of astonishment, exclaimed, What a coincidence! I too have 2 children aged 6. Oh, my son is named Tianlin, and my daughter is named Chinin. How intriguing, for my son and daughter share those very names. I presume your husband must be named Yuan as well. A strikingly handsome figure devoid of friends, perhaps? Incorrect, Lotzi retorted, crossing her arms with a dramatic flourish. She wrinkled her adorable little nose and remarked, He is merely a narcissistic little brother. Then, might this elegant and gracious lady, endowed with beauty and kindness, indulge me? This self-absorbed little brother, in an impromptu rendezvous? Yuan raised the red rose in his hand before Latsili, with her hands clasped behind her back. Latsili turned her head away, yet her little eyes furtively glanced at Yuan. If my sister is unwilling, shall I discard this flower then? Yuan lifted the flower, feigning an intention to discard it. In the blink of an eye, a pair of delicate, jade-like hands swiftly snatched the rose from his grasp. Lazili turned her head, her gaze wandering, mumbling, I never said I was unwilling. After a prolonged silence without a response, Lazili glanced back, only to find Yuan smiling at her with a twinkle in his eye. What are you doing? She stammered. Oh, nothing really. Just thinking how endearingly lovely you still are, he replied. What nonsense are you talking about? A wave of warmth rushed to Lazili's cheeks. I'm going to change my clothes now. I won't indulge in idle chatter with you any longer. With that, she cradled the flower and swiftly retreated into the house. As observed fade from view, he settled onto the swing, patiently awaiting her return. After all, who could genuinely believe that when a girl mentions changing her attire, it is merely a simple matter of changing clothes? An hour later, emerged clad in a denim ensemble identical to's. The loose-fitting denim jacket obscured the denim shorts she wore beneath, accentuating the elegance and length of her legs adorned in sheer stockings. Her golden, wavy locks cascaded effortlessly, while a subtle application of makeup rendered her already striking features flawlessly exquisite. Yuan couldn't help but gaze in a daze. Fool, let us go, Zili said with a smile in her eyes. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Current expression serves as the highest form of praise for her. Wait, there is an important matter that remains unaddressed. Lazili tilted her head adorably. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, What important matter? I shall first indulge in a taste of the dessert. Dessert? Just as Lazili was still pondering, she suddenly noticed handsome visage magnifying in her sight. Chapter 115. Amusement park strawberry flavored, with a hint of sweetness. Lazili cast a playful glare at, pouting with feigned annoyance, how irritating. My lipstick has all but faded. She then retrieved her lipstick and a small mirror from her bag to reapply her makeup. Let us proceed. Intertwined his fingers with Li's in a natural manner. As they were to embark on a date, he opted for a drive. In the garage, he selected a spacious sedan. While motorcycles have their allure, sedans offer unparalleled comfort. As for the choice of a sports car, both he and Li were rather tall, and the confined space of a sports car would render it uncomfortable. Suddenly, Li recalled their 2 children. What about the kids? She asked. Rest assured, I have already messaged La Paisai and Broly to take care of them, he replied. Broly, after spending a few initial days at its residence, had since acclimated and moved in with La Paisai. He preferred the natural surroundings of the island over the grandeur of the estate. Now, Broly had become the primary caretaker for the family. Whenever Enlotzi sought a moment of intimacy, the children and Bu would be entrusted to him. Initially, he had contemplated assigning Bu as the caretaker, but it soon became evident that the towering figure of Bu was ill-suited for such a role. In fact, it was more a matter of ensuring that the two children did not have to look after him. Moreover, with Broly's presence, no longer needed to accompany Goku and the others for training sessions, as the disparity in their skill levels rendered any progress nearly impossible. With more time to spend with family and engaged in conversation, and before they knew it, they had arrived at their destination, the amusement park. This marked the first occasion since the arrival of their child that and ventured to the amusement park together, perhaps due to it being a weekday. The number of visitors today was significantly lower than during holiday periods. After a brief wait of several minutes, successfully purchased their tickets. When visiting an amusement park, it is advisable to avoid the popular attractions at first. Otherwise, one might find themselves queuing for an entire morning. For instance, during my initial visit, I spent nearly 2 hours waiting for the roller coaster. Consulting the park map, selected the nearest attraction, the spinning teacups. Such rides typically have fewer patrons at the outset. After purchasing a beverage, and strolled leisurely hand in hand, a stark contrast to the hurried individuals rushing to join the lines for rides. The weekday crowd was indeed sparse. On holidays, even lesser-known attractions would require some waiting. To their pleasant surprise, upon reaching the teacup ride, they were able to board immediately. Once seated in the teacup, suddenly exclaimed, pointing in a particular direction, "Darling, look over there." Following her gaze, spotted a tuft of upright hair peeking over the rim of the teacup. Instantly recognizing the distinctive hairstyle, he realized it was, to his astonishment, had chosen to forego training today in favor of a day at the amusement park. This was truly hard to believe. Ever since arrival, had been training relentlessly, driven by an insatiable desire to surpass his limits. As the prince of the Scions, he found himself outmatched by nearly every Scion he encountered, which left him frustrated and nearly shattered his resolve. Consequently, he had no choice but to exert even greater effort. Yuan had assumed that Vegeta would not take a day off for at least 2 years, to his astonishment. He encountered him at the amusement park merely a month later. Vegeta sat expressionlessly in the spinning teacups, his face taut. Opposite him, Bulma gleefully captured moments on her phone. Her excitement palpable. She stood up, moved beside Vegeta, and raised her phone, urging, "Vegeta, let's take a photo together." Reluctantly, Vegeta lifted his hand, forming a peace sign. Bulma joyfully saved the picture. To persuade Vegeta to accompany her for a day of fun, Bulma had employed her seduction skills throughout the night, finally convincing him to agree. Now, Vegeta was filled with regret, deeply remorseful for having succumbed to Bulma's charms last night. Truly, the allure of beauty can be a double-edged sword. As the ancients have wisely warned, although, and noticed them, they had no intention of approaching. After all, they had left their 2 children behind to enjoy a world of their own. Furthermore, it was likely that the others preferred to remain undisturbed. After partaking in a few more leisurely activities, glanced at his watch. It was already past noon. He turned to Lazili and said, "My dear, it's past 12. Shall we indulge in a meal?" "Of course," Lazili replied, gently patting her stomach, although she did not feel hungry. The routine of 3 meals a day had ingrained in her a sense of unease if she did not eat when mealtime arrived. After relishing a hearty feast at the restaurant, they embarked on a new round of adventures. The morning had been filled with leisurely pursuits, while in the afternoon, they planned to seek out more exhilarating experiences. Yuan and Lotzi perched atop the roller coaster, their exhilaration palpable as they momentarily shed their usual personas, embracing the thrill of the ride like 2 ordinary souls. The roller coaster plummeted from a height exceeding 200 meters, eliciting terrified screams from the passengers. As the surrounding voices filled with fear, Yuan and Lotzi, seated at the front, joined in the cacophony, not out of fear, but sheer joy. Upon disembarking from the roller coaster, they hurriedly made their way to the next attraction, already swept up in the euphoria of the day. The sun began its descent in the west. Unbeknownst to them, they had nearly indulged in every adventure the amusement park had to offer. Lotzi lifted an ice cream cone, presenting it to Yuan's lips. "Darling, huh?" Yuan gently took a bite of the pink ice cream. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Yuan savored it delicately, noting the strawberry flavor, though it lacked your sweetness. Laziri, suddenly realizing something, her face flushed slightly. "I truly wonder what occupies your mind all day long." "I think of you." "Humph. Such smooth talker." "Am I a smooth talker? Have you ever tasted it?" Laziri nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I have tasted it." Very well, I have indeed tasted it. Observing rendered speechless, burst into a joyful laughter. As expected, only magic can conquer magic. The sky gradually darkened. They had planned to savor dinner atop the Ferris wheel in the amusement park. The nighttime amusement park would feature a splendid fireworks display. While enjoying their delectable meal, they could also revel in the breathtaking beauty of the fireworks. Truly magnificent. Nestled in embrace, her gaze unwavering as she watched the fireworks outside. Indeed, it is beautiful. Yuan could not help but express his admiration. However, his gaze did not wander to the fireworks outside. Instead, it remained fixated on Li's face. Sensing Yuan's intense stare, Li lifted her head. Their eyes met. Suddenly, the sound of the exploding fireworks faded away, and the entire world fell into silence. In that moment, it was as if only the two of them existed in the universe. A pair of flawless, snow-white arms encircled Yuan's neck, gradually lowered his head. Unbeknownst to them, the Ferris wheel had ascended to its highest point. Chapter 116. The Purple Vortex Beep. Beep. A warning sounded, signaling the detection of an unidentified energy response. Immediate evacuation is required. At the farthest edge of the northern galaxy, a spacecraft adorned with the emblem of the Celestial Empire emitted an alarm. Upon hearing the alert, the commander ordered the ship to halt its advance. Look, what is that? A soldier exclaimed, pointing at a spot on the screen. All eyes turned towards the display. A purple light began to manifest, rapidly expanding. In mere seconds, it grew to a size comparable to that of a planet. No longer merely a point of light, it transformed into a colossal purple vortex. Retreat! Retreat! The commanders shouted in terror. They witnessed the vortex exerting a terrifying gravitational pull, consuming everything in its path, be it meteors or entire planets. Nothing was spared. Even black holes could not escape its grasp. Despite their fear, their professional training kicked in, and they swiftly maneuvered the ship to retreat. While directing the operation, the commander also reported the situation to headquarters. Behind the vessel, the immense purple vortex continued to expand. The most horrifying aspect was that the vortex expanded at a rate faster than the ship could fly. Hurry, increase speed. The commander cried in panic. Yet the ship had already reached its maximum velocity. There was no possibility of going faster. Despair washed over the crew as they beheld the encroaching purple vortex. As it drew nearer, an increasingly powerful force began to tug at the ship, causing their speed to diminish. It's over. Oh no. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet, and now I'm going to die. Oh no. Just as everyone resigned themselves to their fate, the purple vortex abruptly ceased its expansion. Look, the vortex has stopped. What? Is it true? All gazes returned to the screen, astonished to see that the purple vortex had indeed halted its growth. A flicker of hope ignited among the despondent crowd. Quick, let us seize this opportunity to escape. Everyone swiftly composed themselves, focusing intently on maneuvering the spacecraft. At this moment, they found themselves perilously close to the purple vortex. The immense gravitational pull rendered their vessel akin to being ensnared in a quagmire, forcing it to advance at an agonizingly slow pace. Each individual was wholly absorbed in piloting the ship, daring not to exhibit even a hint of complacency. This was indeed their final glimmer of hope. In another realm of stars, Yuan, who was engaged in a sparring session with Broly, suddenly froze momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Broly delivered a powerful kick that sent Yuan hurtling through the air. The tremendous force propelled Yuan through a planet, shattering it upon impact. Yuan extended his hand, halting Broly's advance. I have matters to attend to. You may engage with Goku and the others. Before Broly could fully comprehend the situation, Yuan had already utilized instant transmission to depart. Broly stood still, gazing at the surrounding starfield that appeared both familiar and foreign. His mind engulfed in two pressing inquiries. Where am I? How do I return? Just moments ago, Yuan had received a message from his doppelganger, indicating an unidentified energy response at the farthest reaches of the northern galaxy. A terrifying vortex had formed, one capable of devouring all in its path. Fortunately, this vortex ceased its expansion upon reaching a size comparable to that of the solar system. Had it continued to grow without limit, the entire northern galaxy would likely have been consumed, and the very fabric of the universe would have faced dire peril. Upon hearing of the unknown energy, Yuan could no longer remain at ease. If he could discover a new source of advanced energy, he could achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Although he currently possessed the augmentation of Super Saiyan 4, the allure of its form was undeniable. Yuan first returned to Earth to brief lazuli. Following the coordinates provided by his doppelganger, he began to teleport towards his destination, lacking a spatial mark for that realm. Yuan had to rely on his inner vision to guide his way. After expending most of the day, he finally beheld the enormous violet vortex. Spatial energy? In the midst of this vast purple vortex, sensed a profound essence of spatial energy. No, there exists another form of energy, one that evokes an oddly familiar sensation. Subsequently, he detected an unfamiliar yet recognizable energy. This energy was neither spatial nor elemental, nor was it malevolent or driven by will. It was distinctly different from the power emanating from Broly. Yuan can assure that he has never encountered such energy. However, it is peculiar. He feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this force. As Yuan keenly observed the swirling vortex, he suddenly discerned a spacecraft on the other side, adorned with the emblem of the Celestial Empire. Within Yuan's body, energy surged as he prepared to utilize spatial transfer to extricate the vessel from the vortex's grasp. 1 second, 2 seconds, a minute elapsed. The ship remained utterly still. Yuan sensed that something was amiss. He focused intently, scrutinizing the violet vortex before him. Yuan discovered that within the entire vortex, spatial energy intertwined chaotically with another force. His attempts at spatial transfer were thwarted by this tumultuous energy. Faced with the impossibility of extricating the spacecraft through spatial abilities, Yuan resolved to take matters into his own hands. To exercise caution, he transformed into a pseudo-Super 4 form, maximizing his combat prowess. Although a standard spacecraft had remained unscathed within this tumult for an extended period, the latent energy within posed a significant threat to his capabilities. This necessitated a heightened sense of vigilance on his part. Yuan swiftly approached the spacecraft. As he drew nearer, a force of attraction emanated from the purple vortex. However, this force was insufficient to even pull the ship back, rendering it utterly ineffective against Yuan. Soon, he successfully extracted the vessel from the confines of the purple whirlpool. Upon rescuing the ship, Yuan teleported inside. The occupants of the spacecraft, overwhelmed with emotion, whether from their salvation or the sight of Yuan, were moved to tears. As the ruler of the Celestial Empire, his subordinates naturally recognized him. Upon his appearance, they knelt in reverence, exclaiming fervently in praise of their sovereign. Yuan waved his hand and said, "All right, you all may return. For the time being, refrain from entering this area." Yes, yes, yes. Everyone nodded vigorously. Even without Yuan's words, they had no desire to revisit this cursed place, having narrowly escaped with their lives. Upon emerging from the spacecraft, watched as it swiftly ascended into the sky, propelled by an urgency to flee from the ominous purple vortex, fearful that it might unexpectedly begin to expand once more. In the vast expanse of emptiness, sat in contemplation, gazing at the swirling violet vortex before him, hesitating. He pondered whether to absorb this enigmatic energy. Under different circumstances, he would have readily begun the absorption, yet this particular force eluded his grasp. Aside from the faint silver energy within the primal essence and the power emanating from Broly, he could readily identify and extract any other energy he encountered. However, this energy remained elusive. Once he departed from this location, he could no longer sense it. Despite this uncertainty, there was something uniquely compelling about it. After much deliberation, ultimately resolved to absorb this energy. As the prospect of seeking out another high-level energy source seemed daunting and uncertain, with determination, he commenced the absorption, guided by the insight of his mind's eye. The energy surged toward him in torrents. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. As the energy flooded into his being, he felt an unsettling dissonance. It rampaged within him, refusing to integrate into his bloodline. The sheer magnitude of the energy caused his body to swell alarmingly. Realizing the peril, immediately ceased the absorption. Yet, it was futile. The energy continued to pour in relentlessly. What had begun as his voluntary act of absorption had now transformed into an involuntary onslaught. The tumult within him was chaotic, and he was besieged by waves of searing pain that felt like his very nerves were being torn asunder. At that moment, sensed an overwhelming gravitational force tugging at him, emanating from the violet vortex. Yet, he found himself utterly immobilized, unable to even contemplate a swift escape. Forcefully suppressed the chaotic energy surging within him, struggling to rise. He yearned to escape this place. He had a beloved partner and a child, and he could not perish here. However, the tumultuous energy within him swelled uncontrollably. The energy rampaged within him, causing his body to inflate like a gigantic balloon. Boom. The body, inflated to its utmost limit, erupted instantaneously, the immense energy bursting forth and obliterating. As the explosion subsided, a faintly glowing purple orb emerged from the side of S detonation. This orb represented S core. Left with only his core, could no longer withstand the gravitational pull of the vortex and was swiftly drawn into its depths. As was engulfed by the vortex, he gradually lost consciousness. After consuming S core, the purple vortex began to contract. In mere minutes, the vortex vanished, leaving behind an expanse of utter emptiness. Meanwhile, at home, suddenly clutched her heart, feeling an unsettling sensation, as if something ominous had transpired. It cannot be. Impossible shook her head, murmuring softly to herself. She then retrieved the Dragon Ball from her embrace. At that moment, the Dragon Ball was still in its cooling phase, merely a round stone without revealing any extraordinary qualities. When Yuan departed, he informed her that he was going into seclusion to achieve a breakthrough. According to past conventions, this would require at least a month or two. Lazuli continually reminded herself not to overthink it. Yuan would return after some time. After a series of self-affirmations, her complexion improved somewhat. Yet, that ominous premonition still lurked deep within her heart. In the GT universe, a young girl, proudly carrying a small cloth bag, hummed a cheerful tune. Under my most valiant leadership, I have finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. The entire world should be grateful to me. I am the new savior of Earth. Beside her, Trunks and Goku exchanged helpless smiles. Trunks, how much longer until we reach Earth? I can hardly wait to share my story of saving the planet with everyone. It will take another 2 or 3 days, Trunks replied. What? That long? Xiaofang immediately felt deflated. She truly wished to return to Earth sooner. Xiaofang, Trunks, what is that? Goku shouted from beside the spaceship window. What? Let me see. Xiaofang and Trunks moved closer to gaze outside the ship. To their astonishment, a person was floating in space. That must be a person, right? Trunks exclaimed in panic. I should go rescue them. Upon realizing it was indeed a person, Goku prepared to rush out and save them. Xiaofang stepped in front of Goku, her expression serious. Grandpa, what if this person is like Baby? After the incident with Baby, Xiaofang had developed a slight aversion to rescuing individuals in space. However, Goku waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. We'll save them first. If they're like Baby, we'll just eliminate them. Despite her protests being in vain, Goku went ahead and rescued the person. Clad in a spacesuit, he flew out and returned shortly, carrying an individual in his arms. Trunks assisted by laying the person down flat on a bed. Xiaofang quietly approached for a closer look. Wow, so handsome. This single glance nearly captivated her completely. The man was tall and strikingly handsome, though he bore horns on his head and a tail behind him, clearly not resembling an earthling. But what did that matter? Her grandfather was an alien, and she herself had a quarter alien heritage. Strange. He appeared uninjured yet remained unconscious. Trunks examined the individual thoroughly, feeling a sense of bewilderment. The person exhibited no injuries, and their vital signs were remarkably normal. In fact, this individual appeared to possess a physique even stronger than his own. I know. Xiaofang exclaimed, raising her hand eagerly to respond. He must be experiencing oxygen deprivation. She nodded affirmatively, clearly pleased with her assessment. Trunks sighed, realizing that perhaps he should not have held such high expectations for Xiaofang. The incessant chatter around him roused Yuan from his slumber. Yuan opened his eyes and beheld a strange little girl, along with Godin? Trunks from the future timeline? Wait a moment. Yuan recalled being overwhelmed by that surge of energy, which ultimately caused his body to burst, leading to his core being consumed by that purple vortex. What is the current situation? Look, he has awakened. 3 heads swiftly congregated before Yuan's eyes. Wutian, Trunks, how is it that you are here? Did you save me? And who is she? Yuan inquired, gesturing towards Xiaofang. It was then that he noticed identical expressions of astonishment on the 3 distinct faces. Xiaofang exclaimed, How do you know Trunks and my uncle? Wukong responded, Wutian is my son. I am Wukong. How do you know my son? Trunks questioned, Who are you? Why do you recognize me and Wutian? Finally sensed something amiss. If this individual were indeed Wukong, memories from a past life surged forth from the deepest recesses of his mind. Chapter 118. When you were young, I held you in my arms. GT World. Yuan never anticipated that he would find himself in the world of Dragon Ball GT. However, the pressing question remains. How can he return to his original world? Lazuli, Chinin, Tianlin. The mere thought of his family fills Yuan with profound sorrow. Xiaofang leaned closer to Goku and whispered, Grandpa, what is wrong with him? He seems quite distressed. Perhaps he is simply hungry? I feel quite down when my stomach grumbles, Goku replied with a serious demeanor. Xiaofang looked at Goku with a bemused expression. Grandpa, it seems that you are the one who is hungry right now. Haha. Goku scratched the back of his head, chuckling sheepishly. You've caught me. Mo Yuan, Trunks. Goku's performance has indeed alleviated much of his sorrow. Mo Yuan composed himself. At the very least, he was still alive, as long as he drew breath. There must be a way to return home. Furthermore, he had been brought to this world by that purple vortex. Perhaps if he could harness that energy, he might find his way back. Assessed his physical condition and found no significant issues. However, he felt somewhat mentally fatigued. Perhaps the transition to this world had taken a toll on his mental fortitude. Nonetheless, it was nothing a few days of rest wouldn't remedy. Furthermore, there was a silver lining. His combat prowess had experienced a remarkable enhancement. Originally possessing a combat strength of 200 billion, following a harrowing brush with death, his abilities had doubled, and he now boasted a formidable combat strength of 400 billion. This could be considered a fortunate twist amidst his misfortunes. Gazed at his granddaughter with a pitiful expression. Xiaofang, I am quite hungry. No, grandfather, you eat 5 or 6 meals a day. If you consume any more, we will be left starving for the next 2 days. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaofang firmly declines request for food. As himself acknowledged, he indeed appeared quite disheartened when hunger struck. Mo Yuan suddenly recalled that there was an abundance of food within his dimensional space. However, he was uncertain whether he could access it in this world. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mo Yuan located his dimensional space, discovering that its contents remained intact and unharmed. Mo Yuan retrieved a universal capsule from within, a vessel brimming with exquisite delicacies. In fact, there exists an abundance of such capsules within Mo Yuan's dimensional space. Mo Yuan handed the capsule to Wukong, saying, Wukong, this is for you. What is it? Food. Instantly invigorated, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Mo Yuan, asking, Is this for me to eat? Mo Yuan smiled and nodded. Splendid. In an instant, Wukong leaped with joy, then turned to Mo Yuan with a serious expression. You are a good person. Wait a moment, Uncle Wukong. Trunks seized the universal capsule from Wukong's hand and scrutinized it closely, eyeing Mo Yuan with a hint of suspicion. Who are you? How do you know us? And how do you possess a universal capsule? It was only natural for Trunks to doubt Mo Yuan, given that they had previously encountered the incident with Baby, which necessitated a cautious approach. Furthermore, in Trunks' eyes, Mo Yuan was indeed quite suspect. Whether it was Mo Yuan's familiarity with him, Goten, and Wukong, or the universal capsule he produced, all these elements raised doubts. Additionally, Trunks noticed that the universal capsule given to Wukong bore no insignia from their family company, indicating that it was not manufactured by them. Yet, the technology of the universal capsule was unique to their family throughout the entire universe. All these signs compelled Trunks to harbor suspicions. Indeed, who exactly are you? Xiaofang also stepped forward to question Mo Yuan, for although she had a fondness for handsome men, she was not so blinded by it as to overlook caution. Regarded the 3 serious individuals with a smile, saying, Do not be so grave, Trunks. It is amusing to recall that I once cradled you in my arms during your childhood. Upon hearing these words, Trunks was left utterly bewildered, his mind filled with questions. He pointed incredulously at, then gestured towards himself, exclaiming, You held me? Mo Yuan smiled gently and nodded. Trunks quickly shook his head, exclaiming, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Do not hastily dismiss it. I possess evidence, he replied. Mo Yuan retrieved his mobile phone from the dimensional space. Within it, apart from photographs featuring Lazili and his 2 children, there were also snapshots with friends. He opened a picture of himself cradling Trunks and presented it to him. Take a look, he said. Trunks widened his eyes, staring at the image on the screen. He zoomed in and out, scrutinizing it from various angles. After a few minutes of examination, he finally concluded that the photograph bore no signs of manipulation. Trunks returned the phone to Mo Yuan, disbelief etched on his face. But I don't even know you. My parents have never mentioned having a friend like you. You must be from another timeline, right? Having experienced the events surrounding the androids. Goku quickly surmised Mo Yuan's origins. Indeed, you are correct, Goku. With a snap of his fingers, Mo Yuan rose from the bed and introduced himself. Allow me to present myself. My name is Mo Yuan, hailing from an alternate dimension. Prior to my arrival here, the year in my timeline was 774 of the Eiji era. Xiaofang, astonished, exclaimed, 774? That was nearly 16 years ago. I wasn't even born then. At this point, they had completed their quest for the Black Star Dragon Balls, a process that took nearly 9 months. I heard you refer to Goku as Grandpa, which means you must be the daughter of Gohan and Videl, correct? In my timeline, they had only just begun their courtship. Goku inquired, how did you come to this world? After hearing Mo Yuan's words, Goku began to harbor doubts, for in his memory, there was no trace of Mo Yuan. If this were indeed a parallel universe, one would expect a counterpart of Mo Yuan to exist here as well. Don't even get me started. During my training, I inadvertently got swept into an energy vortex and found myself awakening to your presence. I currently have no idea how to return, Mo Yuan lamented with a sigh. Goku pondered for a moment and posed a question. There is something else that perplexes me. If you are from a parallel universe, why has there never been anyone like you in this realm? Mo Yuan responded. You should be aware that parallel dimensions are not entirely identical. Moreover, when Trunks traversed through time, many histories of parallel universes were altered, including the one I originate from. Some matters are rather complex to elucidate. Instead, why not glimpse into my memories? It will clarify everything for you. Rather than elaborating on the convoluted details, he decided to show Goku the memories he deemed appropriate, withholding any private recollections. Upon viewing Mo Yuan's memories, Goku was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Mo Yuan was. Cell? Chapter 119. Super Divine Water Yuan. The food you've brought is absolutely delicious, Goku exclaimed, devouring the abundance of food before him with a voracious appetite. After witnessing Mo Yuan's memories, Goku no longer harbored any doubts about him. Smiled gently, saying, if you enjoy eating, indulge a little more. If it's not enough, I have plenty more to share. Brother Mo Yuan. Xiaofang blushed, shyly approaching him and whispering, Xiaofang, to be precise, you ought to address me as grandfather, for I share the same generation as your grandfather. Observing the youthful infatuation in Xiaofang's demeanor, Mo Yuan instantly discerned her intentions. However, he harbored no interest in such a sprightly young girl, especially considering she was merely around 10 years of age. He had no penchant for youthful frivolities. You, Xiaofang exclaimed, her face aflame with indignation. What do you mean, grandfather? All she desired was to engage in a romantic dalliance with the handsome young man. Was that so wrong? At that moment, Wukong, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Yuan is correct. Xiaofang, you indeed should call him grandfather. Grandfather, you are truly insufferable. Xiaofang shouted at Wukong in frustration before storming off in a huff. She believed that her inability to find a boyfriend was entirely Wukong's fault. Xiaofang. Noticing her departure, the little robot Jilu hurriedly followed her. Wukong watched Xiaofang's retreating figure, perplexed, and mused, what made her so angry? Unable to comprehend the complexity of the situation, he shrugged it off, deciding, never mind, let's eat. With his straightforward mindset, Wukong quickly abandoned his thoughts, prioritizing the satisfaction of his hunger. Mokuyuan and Trunks exchanged a knowing smile, reminiscent of Goku. After finishing their meal, Mokuyuan began to reflect on the narrative of Dragon Ball GT. If his memory served him correctly, the Earth was now entirely under the dominion of Baby. Moreover, even within Trunks, there lay an egg spawned by Baby, albeit yet to hatch. Once this egg were to hatch, Trunks would inevitably fall under Baby's control in an instant. Cast a discerning gaze upon Trunks' form and swiftly discerned the presence of Baby's egg within him. Feeling the weight of his unwavering stare, Trunks shifted uncomfortably, inquiring, is there something wrong with me, uncle? Given Trunks' direct question, resolved to address the matter candidly, stating, Trunks, there exists a vile entity within you. A vile entity? Mo Yuan nodded and inquired, have you consumed anything unusual previously? Or has your body been invaded by some entity? At present, within you lies an egg, the origin of which remains a mystery. Should this egg hatch, it would instantly seize control over you. Mo Yuan was well aware that Trunks had previously been possessed by Baby. However, that information had never been disclosed to him, and he could not afford to act as though he possessed such knowledge. After all, he was a man of the past, not that of the future. Trunks, filled with dread, exclaimed, could it be Baby? Yes, it must be him. There is no one else. Goku inquired, Yuan, can you assist in dealing with him? To which Mo Yuan confidently replied, certainly, it is a trivial matter. Approached Trunks, placing his hand upon the young warrior's head. The internal energy surged into Trunks, swiftly locating the ominous egg within him. Without hesitation, it uprooted the egg entirely. Cough, cough. Trunks felt an uncomfortable sensation in his throat and involuntarily coughed twice. expelling a creature resembling an insect egg from his mouth. The egg, still alive, writhed on the ground. Infuriated, Trunks glared at the vile object, his finger emitting a beam of light that obliterated the egg instantly. After eliminating this menace, Trunks bowed deeply to, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle." This time, the address felt entirely natural, devoid of any awkwardness. Had it not been for S timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Trunks shuddered at the thought of what he might have become under such control. Time flew by in a mere 2 days, and they drew ever closer to Earth. To be candid, harbored a certain reluctance regarding their return. The version of Bulma in this timeline was the wife of Klein. Of course, this scenario was purely hypothetical. Not only would the readers find it unbearable, but as the author, I too could not reconcile such a situation, even if they were different individuals from alternate timelines. As for the specifics, I invite you to continue reading, contemplating this reality pained, filling him with dread at the thought of confronting it. Otherwise, he would have long since employed instant transmission to return to Earth with Goku and the others. Goku, due to his diminished size, was unable to use instant transmission. "Look, it's Earth," Goku exclaimed excitedly from the window. "Where? Let me see." Xiao Fang immediately rushed over at Goku's words. "Indeed, it is Earth, after nearly a year away from home." Despite the adventures of searching for the Dragon Balls being quite enjoyable, he could not help but yearn for home. Half an hour later, the spaceship successfully landed atop the sacred temple. As descended from the spacecraft, he beheld the youthful visage of Dandy, alongside the ever-unchanging Bobo. After a brief exchange with Dandy, Wukong intended to present the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls he had discovered. At that moment, intervened, urging, "Wait, do not hand them over. Something is amiss." All eyes turned towards Dandy, forcing a smile, inquired, "What are you implying, sir? What is amiss? Where do you find fault?" He then urged Wukong, "Hurry. Hand over the Dragon Balls. I must seal them swiftly, lest the Earth faces destruction." Wukong glanced at Dandy before turning his gaze back to, shook his head at, saying, "They have already fallen under the control of, utilizing the very same eggs that once parasitized." "What?" And recoiled in terror, distancing themselves from. "Is there any possibility for you to restore them?" Nodded in affirmation. Then, with unparalleled speed and strength, he subdued Dandy and Bobo, eradicating the live eggs that had already hatched within them. After a while, Dandy and Bobo regained their consciousness. Upon seeing Goku and the others, Dandy exclaimed with immense joy, "Goku, you have finally returned." "Dandy, what is the current situation on Earth?" Dandy lowered his head, visibly disheartened. "Alas, everyone on Earth has been controlled. As a deity of Earth, I feel utterly defeated, unable to do anything but watch as others are subjugated." "Ah, Yuan, could you assist in restoring everyone on Earth to their normal state?" Goku found himself seeking help from. As he knew of no one else who could accomplish such a feat, however, shook his head. Goku, feeling despondent, asked, "What? Is it impossible?" He had assumed that was unwilling to help. Not at all. In fact, there exists an item on Earth capable of annihilating the live eggs of baby that are parasitically embedded within them, and that very item resides within this temple. What is this item? Everyone looked at with eager anticipation. Super Divine Water. Upon learning the purpose of the Super Divine Water, Bobo immediately set out to find it within the temple, which possessed the ability to connect to the lower realms. Yuan transformed the Super Divine Water into a fine mist and released it from the temple. Soon, a delicate layer of Super Divine Water enveloped the entire planet. Under the pervasive erosion of this mist, no one could escape its grasp. The living eggs within every individual were purified by the Super Divine Water. After dealing with the living eggs, Bobo and Dandy sealed the Black Star Dragon Balls. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Baby, Gohan, Goten, Bra, and Bulma were convening. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room. Except for Baby, the others clutched their heads, writhing in agony. What was happening? Seated at the head of the table, Baby sensed that the living eggs he had implanted were dying rapidly. In no time, the survival rate of living eggs on the entire planet had plummeted to less than 10%, and those that remained were continuously vanishing. Who was sabotaging my plans? Baby seethed with fury, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. As the living eggs perished, Gohan and the others gradually regained their consciousness. What has transpired? How did I end up here? During their time of parasitism, they retained no memories. Bewildered, they surveyed their surroundings, uncertain of what had occurred. Uncle Vegeta, you look quite fashionable with your new white hair. The first to be controlled, Goten, was unaware that Vegeta was no longer himself. As Bra noticed Goten approaching Vegeta, she quickly warned, Goten, be careful, he is not Dad. Bra's last memory was of Vegeta gripping her throat, and thus she understood that the figure before her was certainly not her father. Bra, take Aunt Bulma and leave. We will handle this, Gohan said. Piecing together the earlier events, he and Goten instantly transformed into Super Saiyans, their expressions grave as they fixed their gazes on Baby. Ha ha ha! Baby's laughter grew increasingly deranged. Since I cannot control you, then you shall all perish. You wretched Saiyan monkeys. A crimson light flickered in Baby's eyes. Boom! Gohan and Goten were hurled backward in an instant. Just as Bra and Bulma stepped out of the Capsule Corporation, they witnessed Gohan and Goten crash through the wall, landing before them. The sound of the explosion sent the surrounding crowd into a frenzy of panic. Baby's furious roar echoed from within the Capsule Corporation. Then, a blinding golden light streamed through the windows. A colossal energy coalesced inside, reminiscent of a nuclear bomb on the verge of detonation. Far away at the temple, Yuan, Goku, and the others sensed this overwhelming energy. It's Baby's energy. We must hurry. He's in West City. Trunks was the first to lose his composure. West City was his home, and his family resided there. Most importantly, within Baby's aura, he sensed the presence of his father, Vegeta. This indicated that Baby had now taken possession of Vegeta's body. Do not fret, Trunks. I shall transport you there via instant transmission, Yuan calmly assured Trunks. That is wonderful, Goku exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with surprise as he looked at Yuan. I never imagined you could also perform instant transmission. My body has shrunk, rendering me unable to use it myself. I'm grateful for your assistance. Once you are prepared, we shall set forth. Yuan gently snapped his fingers. After a crisp sound, Wukong and the others realized they had been transported to a different scene. How impressive! Wukong gazed at Yuan in astonishment, exclaiming, You can actually teleport us without even touching us. It's more remarkable than the King of Worlds. Boom! As Yuan and his companions arrived in the Western capital, an instantaneous explosion erupted from the Universal Capsule Corporation. The entire building was reduced to rubble, and the shockwave caused several nearby structures to collapse. The ground beneath them was riddled with fissures resembling shattered glass. Father! Upon seeing Goku, Gohan and Goten were filled with joy, quickly suppressing their pain to rise from the ground. With Goku present, they felt an immense sense of security. Trunks and Bra quietly approached one another, with Bra whispering, Who is that handsome young man? Her captivating eyes were immediately drawn to the tall and striking Yuan. She felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Realizing she might be developing a crush, it must be said that Bra had inherited a touch of Bulma's infatuation. That is Uncle Yuan. If it weren't for his assistance, you would still be under Baby's control. Trunks spoke with admiration in his gaze. Uncle? But he seems to be about our age. Not quite. Uncle Yuan is from another timeline and accidentally arrived in this one. In his original timeline, he is a close friend of Uncle Goku and my father. Is that so? Bra's budding romantic thoughts were abruptly quelled. Baby, come out of Vegeta now. Ha ha. Filthy Saiyan monkey, today I shall end you all, not leaving a single one alive. Baby laughed maniacally, hovering in the air. He had nearly merged with Vegeta, and if Goku wished to defeat him, he would simultaneously have to eliminate Vegeta. Regardless, he was determined to take at least one Saiyan with him. Moreover, the power coursing through him was significantly greater than Goku's. Originally, Vegeta's strength was comparable to Goku's. But since Goku had diminished in size, his combat power had halved. Now, Vegeta's inherent strength surpassed Goku's, augmented by Baby's own power. There was no way Goku could prevail against him. Yuan, do you have any means to separate Vegeta from Baby? No, with a heavy heart. Shook his head in dismay. He had long since scrutinized Vegeta's physique with keen perception. Baby's form was distinct, akin to a liquid, now saturating every nook within Vegeta, even to the last drop of blood. Unless Baby chose to separate, there was no force capable of dividing the two. Not even could achieve such a feat thus. There was no alternative but to convey his apologies to Vegeta. Once Baby was vanquished, he would resurrect Vegeta using the Dragon Balls. Goku regarded Baby with a serious expression. Subsequently, he commenced his warm-up exercises. Given the impossibility of their separation, the only course of action was to eradicate them both. Though this course of action felt somewhat treacherous towards Vegeta, Goku held the conviction that Vegeta would ultimately endorse his decision. Chapter 121. Baby's Madness. Let us relocate our battle. If we continue here, the entirety of West City may be obliterated. Addressed Wukong, suggesting a change of venue. Ha. Upon hearing this, Baby erupted into laughter once more. What I desire is to annihilate all of you. A menacing energy sphere materialized in his hand. Baby's current combat prowess stood at an astounding 120 trillion. In this realm, Vegeta's base power level reached 200 billion, and upon merging with Baby, it doubled. Though he now sported white hair, he had effectively transformed into the Super Saiyan form. The Vegeta of this world, akin to the one known to lack the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, yet his form still yielded a 300-fold increase in strength. Wukong's original combat power was also 200 billion, but now it had dwindled to merely 100 billion. Due to his reduced stature, he was unable to maintain the Super Saiyan 3 state. Perish! Baby's visage contorted as he screamed frantically. The energy sphere in his grasp transformed into a colossal wave of energy, hurtling towards Wukong. Ha ha ha! Baby envisioned the annihilation of all Saiyans, laughing maniacally. Wukong, however, reacted swiftly, positioning his hands in a blossom shape, readying the Kamehameha to intercept the attack. Suddenly, interposed himself before the energy wave, swatting it away with ease. The wave redirected in front of, hurtling back toward Baby. What? Baby gasped in shock, witnessing the wave approach. He could scarcely believe that the seemingly ordinary yet handsome figure had effortlessly neutralized his assault and returned it. In a hasty maneuver, Baby barely evaded his own attack. Appearing somewhat disheveled, Ma Yuan's lips curled slightly as he gazed at Baby, speaking in a tone that was both calm and unequivocal. I was not seeking your opinion just now. I was merely informing you. Following this, Ma Yuan snapped his fingers. In an instant, Yuan, Wukong, and Baby vanished without a trace. What on earth? How could they leave without me? How frustrating. Xiaofang lamented, feeling a twinge of indignation as she watched them depart without her. Gohan gently patted Xiaofang's shoulder, offering reassurance. It's all right, Xiaofang. That place is far too perilous. We didn't bring you along out of concern for your safety. But who is that person? I haven't seen them before. Are they a new friend you made in the cosmos? No, Dad, let me tell you. Xiaofang began to narrate the tale of Yuan with vivid enthusiasm, making it sound as if she had heroically rescued him from the depths of space. She completely overlooked the fact that she had initially tried to impede Wukong when he set out to save Yuan. Trunks, standing nearby, listened to Xiaofang's embellishments, feeling a hint of embarrassment wash over him. Amidst a landscape strewn with jagged rocks, 3 figures materialized out of thin air. Baby felt as though the scene before him had shifted like a channel change on a television, transforming in the blink of an eye. All right, you may engage in battle here at your leisure, he declared. Clapped his hands, then graciously made room for Wukong and Baby to engage in their battle. He retreated to a nearby elevated spot, erected a sunshade, and set up a lounge chair accompanied by a small table adorned with a selection of snacks and beverages. Reclining in his chair, he leisurely prepared to enjoy their duel. Alas, Baby's current combat prowess was hardly formidable. Although marginally superior to Wukong, it remained insufficient. In the original narrative, he derived his strength from the combined Saiyan energy of Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Bra. At present, he was merely slightly stronger than Wukong. How dare you treat me like this? Baby seethed, veins bulging on his forehead. This was due to the energy barrier that had recently erected around them. It was as if he were being treated like a monkey in a zoo. It was they who were the true monkeys, those wretched Saiyan apes. The energy blasts and Baby's hands rained down upon its energy barrier with reckless abandon. In an instant, the entire barrier was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions. Yuan hastily transferred Wukong out, allowing Baby to remain and succumb to madness within. How terrifying this creature is. When Wukong emerged, he was still gripped by trepidation. Had those formidable energy blasts struck him directly, he would have suffered grievously, if not perished entirely. Yuan had not anticipated that his intention was merely to allow them to engage in battle without concern, enabling Wukong to fight without the burden of potential devastation to the earth. To his surprise, Baby exhibited such an extreme reaction. Yuan, do you think Baby might actually blow himself up? Wukong inquired while munching on some snacks from the table. That is unlikely, though he may be reckless. He is not foolish enough to endanger his own life, came the reassuring reply. That's a relief. I'll have a bite to eat first, and then I'll confront him after I'm full. With that, Wukong plunged into a gluttonous feast, as observed the snacks on the table dwindling rapidly. He hastily produced a versatile capsule. Soon, the table was once again laden with an array of delectable food. Baby paused his assault, resting on his knees while catching his breath. After unleashing his fury for so long, he surmised that Goku must have been obliterated by his relentless onslaught, for he could no longer sense Goku's presence. The thought of having vanquished a Saiyan monkey filled Baby with a sense of elation. As the smoke gradually dissipated, He erupted into laughter. Ha ha. Within the energy dome, there was nothing left but himself. That accursed scion monkey must have been reduced to mere ashes by his own attack. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Suddenly, amidst his laughter, Baby glanced down and was astonished to find that the scion monkey he believed to be destroyed was, in fact, right beneath him. Clutching a massive piece of meat in hand, Goku was gnawing away. And what did that gaze signify? Why did he perceive a glimmer of compassion in those eyes? And regarded with a gaze imbued with concern for the mentally challenged. Is he truly insane? Pondered, and I surmised the likelihood was indeed high. In that moment, and reached a tacit understanding, this had succumbed to madness, transforming from into the deranged. Suddenly, felt as if he were the embodiment of lunacy. After such a prolonged struggle, he had only succeeded in rendering himself battered and bruised, inflicting no tangible harm upon his adversary. Well, it would be remiss to claim he had caused absolutely no damage, at the very least, or significant wounds. However, also sensed an impending doom for himself. He had already expended all his strength, yet he had failed to breach even the slightest of energy shields. The thought of the figure lounging comfortably in a recliner, carelessly snacking, filled him with trepidation, for he could only imagine the sheer terror of such a being, certainly at least 10 times stronger than he was at that moment. However, a sly smile suddenly crept across face. Chapter 122, Versus. A gentle breeze swept across the desolate landscape, stirring the dust and debris from the ground, and savored their food while exchanging glances with within the energy barrier above. The atmosphere was eerily silent. After a moment, discarded the bone in his hand, patting his belly in satisfaction, and said to Yuan, I'm full now. Please let me in. Observing spirited demeanor, chose not to elaborate further and promptly facilitated his entry. After all, should falter, he could easily be extracted later. Huh, you dare to step in here? Truly fearless. Aren't you? Sneered contemptuously at. I shall expel you from Vegeta's body. Is that all you've got? Instead of his usual cautious approach. Fully aware that his current strength paled in comparison to, transformed immediately into Super Saiyan 3. In an instant, his hair elongated, his brow pronounced, and a golden aura surged forth, elevating his battle power from 100 billion to an astounding 40 trillion. However, even this formidable power was still vastly inferior to's. Once transformed, launched an assault on. Is this your full potential, Scion? Remained motionless, effortlessly evading Olive's attacks. The immense disparity in combat prowess rendered incapable of inflicting any damage on. Useless Scion, allow me to demonstrate the might of the youthful. Suddenly seized outstretched fist, causing a jolt of alarm within him. He swiftly swung his other fist in an attempt to repel. With a resounding thud, captured his other hand as well. Desperately, struggled to retract his arms. But's grip was as unyielding as a vice. With a swift motion, drove his knee forcefully into his abdomen. The impact sent crashing backward, colliding with the energy barrier established by. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his gut, slowly rose to his feet. Die, you wretched Scion. Extended his limbs, an ominous aura coalescing around him. Super energy sphere. A colossal energy wave formed in his hand, aimed directly at and unleashed with tremendous force. Boom. Once more. The energy barrier enveloped in a haze of smoke. That was close. Panted, hand on his chest, relieved that he narrowly dodged the attack at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have faced severe repercussions, if not death. What is happening? At that moment, Wukong suddenly felt a profound emptiness within his body. Subsequently, he involuntarily reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. It did not take long for him to discern the reason. His physique had diminished, rendering him incapable of sustaining this form. Moreover, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation possessed a critical flaw: leakage of energy. Presently, Wukong's internal energy reserves had dwindled significantly. What's this? It appears you are at your limit. In that case, I shall send you to the underworld, Baby declared, raising his hand to unleash another energy wave. This time, Wukong lacked the strength to evade it. The disparity in their combat prowess was already monumental, and now, devoid of his transformation and with his energy nearly depleted, he stood no chance. Boom. Baby glanced at Yuan, silently grinding his teeth in frustration. To him, Wukong was merely insignificant, easily dispatched. However, Yuan was an entirely different matter. A simple energy shield, unwavering under his full assault, remained intact despite the fierce battle they had waged, with both combatants unleashing tremendous energy. Yet, that shield appeared as pristine as ever, showing no signs of weakening. Baby's mind raced with thoughts. How could he inflict damage upon Yuan? Only by wounding him could he enter his body through the injury, parasitizing him and ultimately seizing control. Truth be told, Baby harbored doubts about his ability to dominate Yuan. Nevertheless, this was his sole hope for survival. If there was a chance to live, he certainly wished to seize it. You are indeed formidable. It has been long since I encountered someone of your caliber. However, I will not concede so easily, Wukong replied. His body marred with wounds and his attire tattered, yet his gaze remained resolute and unwavering. It seems you have lived too long. Baby's thoughts were interrupted by Wukong. Igniting his fury, he charged forth, launching a relentless assault upon Wukong. In the face of Baby's onslaught, Wukong found himself utterly defenseless, retreating under the barrage of attacks. Yuan shook his head in dismay as he observed below. With the current strength of Wukong, he was utterly incapable of contending with Baby, especially considering that he could no longer even transform. Indeed, it was not long before Wukong was sent crashing against the barrier of the energy shield, nearly devoid of the strength to rise. Come to me, Scion Monkey. Accept the wrath of the Tuffle, Baby exclaimed, raising his hands above his head, conjuring a massive black energy sphere enveloped in crackling electricity. This sphere embodied all his might and the Tuffle's deep-seated animosity towards the Scions. Vengeance Deathball. Baby hurled the energy sphere towards Wukong with all his might. The black orb advanced step by step, heralding an apocalyptic doom. Wukong could only watch helplessly as this orb, resembling a dark sun, descended upon him. He possessed neither the strength to evade nor the energy to rise. Merely lifting himself had consumed all his remaining vigor. Just as Wukong braced himself for demise, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. The scene before him shifted, and he found himself transported by Yuan. Gazing within the energy shield, he was astounded to witness the terrifying black orb dissolve upon contact with the barrier, vanishing without a trace, akin to raindrops merging into the vast ocean. This spectacle left Wukong in a state of shock, his mouth agape, as he reevaluated his understanding of Yuan's formidable prowess. Yuan reclined on the lounge chair, sipping his drink as he inquired, "How about it? Are you still intending to continue battling with Baby?" Wukong shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. "I wish I could, but I simply lack the strength to fight any longer." Yuan smiled gently and lifted his hand to infuse a wave of wishful energy into Wukong's body. In an instant, Wukong felt as if he had consumed a mystical being. His wounds healed almost immediately, and even the energy within him was fully restored. Apart from his tattered clothing, there was no trace of the severe injuries he had previously endured. Yuan, you are truly remarkable to possess such extraordinary abilities. Among the individuals Wukong was acquainted with, only Dondi, Bu, and the Kaioshin, the fusion of Asen and Jebit, possessed such powers. It was unexpected that Yuan also shared this capability. Furthermore, the speed and efficacy of Yuan's healing surpassed that of the others. While they could merely mend wounds, they could not fully restore energy. S vitality, along with the energy within him, was restored to its peak state. Wukong leaped joyfully on the ground, exhilarated by the prospect of battle once more. He gazed up at Baby, anticipation coursing through him. Just wait, Baby. Chapter 123, The Annihilation of Baby. Baby, panting heavily as he leaned on his knees, heard Wukong's voice resonate once more in his ears. He lifted his head in horror, staring at Wukong, who had once again sprung back to life after being nearly defeated. How many times had this occurred? Baby could scarcely recall. He felt utterly drained, as though a fairy had siphoned his very essence, and Wukong was that fairy. When Wukong first revived, Baby was left wanting more. The second time, he felt an overwhelming ease. By the third time, he had grown quite adept. By the 10th time, Baby had boasted that no matter how many times Wukong returned, he could never be vanquished. After the 100th encounter, albeit slightly fatigued, Baby stubbornly claimed that he still had the strength to continue. Now, having reached the nth encounter, Baby reluctantly admitted that he had spoken too boldly. He was truly at his limit. His body felt hollow, and his spirit had waned. Yet Wukong, relentless in his pursuit, seemed insatiable. "Baby, are you ready? Here I come," Wukong cheerfully declared. To Baby, Wukong now resembled a small demon with horns sprouting from his head and bat-like wings behind him, wielding a pitchfork. This little demon approached with a wicked grin. "Don't come any closer," Baby screamed inwardly, instinctively retreating a few steps. "Come on, Baby. Let us continue." Wukong beamed. To an outsider, it would appear as though Baby was the one who had been defeated countless times. Wukong advanced step by step toward Baby, who staggered backward. The energy within Baby was nearly depleted, while Wukong remained in a state of peak vigor, his combat strength having soared to 200 billion after countless recoveries from severe injuries. In this shifting balance of power, Baby found himself utterly incapable of contending with Wukong. At last, Wukong comprehended the delight of Majin Buu. Their battles with Buu had mirrored his current struggle with Baby. Despite their desperate efforts, they could not inflict a single scratch upon their foe. That sensation was profoundly disheartening. Baby, if you exit from Vegeta, I will grant you a swift end. Damn Scion Monkey, perish. Baby's eyes widened in desperation as he condensed the dwindling energy within him into a formidable energy wave, launching it towards Goku. Boom. Goku did not evade. He took the full brunt of the energy wave. Baby glanced down, only to discover that Goku was nowhere to be seen. A surge of exhilaration erupted from him as he laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, I have finally succeeded in slaying you. As the smoke began to dissipate, Baby's smile gradually faded, and fear returned to his visage. How can this be? Why are you still alive? This is impossible. Baby screamed hysterically. Goku, unscathed, slowly emerged from the haze. Baby could not comprehend the scene before him. Although he had expended much of his energy, that energy wave should have been beyond Goku's capacity to withstand. But why was he unharmed? Why? Baby, have you not yet realized? While your energy continues to deplete, my power is simultaneously escalating, Goku remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips. Observing the bewilderment on Baby's face, Goku shook his head. It seems you do not possess a sufficient understanding of the Scions. What do you mean? Baby inquired, incredulously. The Scions grow stronger each time they come back from the brink of death. Baby, in disbelief, exclaimed, what? In truth, this ability was not extraordinary in itself. However, Goku was not alone. He had a man behind him capable of providing him with limitless restoration. Baby cast a resentful glance at the onlookers below, particularly at Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan now cradles half a large watermelon, vigorously scooping with a hefty spoon. Barely glancing at Wukong and his companion. The two have engaged in countless rounds of combat. Initially, Ma Yuan observed with great interest. But now he finds himself somewhat weary of the spectacle, which has lost its allure. As he indulges in his watermelon, Ma Yuan suddenly senses something amiss. He lifts his gaze and meets Baby's eyes, filled with resentment, yet there lingers an enigmatic undertone. Intriguing. Yuan set the watermelon aside and vanished from his original spot, using instantaneous movement. He then materialized before Baby and, gazing at her, inquired, do you seem to have an issue with me? Baby lowered her head, unable to meet Yuan's gaze. Yuan did not compel him to speak, but turned to Wukong and said, cease your games, simply eliminate him, for he cannot possibly extricate himself from Vegeta's form. In that fleeting moment, as Yuan turned, Baby lifted his head, his gaze fierce. A beam of light shot forth from his fingertip. A wound was inflicted on Yuan's arm by Baby. Crimson blood flowing from the injury. Yuan, quickly dodge. Wukong shouted anxiously. Ha ha, too late. This body is now mine. A pool of silvery liquid, reminiscent of mercury, surged forth from Vegeta, rushing towards Yuan. The closer Baby drew to Yuan, the more exhilarated he became. If he could seize control of Yuan, what were these Scions to him? He aimed not only to dominate this planet, but to rule the entire galaxy and even the cosmos itself. Fool, have you truly fallen for this trick? Turned his head, casting a mocking glance at Baby. Meanwhile, Baby stood frozen, as if time had paused, just a mere centimeter away from the wound on's arm. Trapped in this space, Baby watched in disbelief as the injury on's arm healed instantaneously. Even the blood flowed back into his body. In that moment, Baby realized he had been deceived. Please, spare me, he pleaded desperately. I promise I will never appear before you again. Bound in the air, Baby began to beg for mercy. He feared for his life, for he was the last of the Zuvul race. If he perished, his people would face total extinction. However, paid him no heed. Goku, handle this yourself, he instructed. Before leading Vegeta out of the energy barrier, Goku stood momentarily dumbfounded, having initially believed was to be possessed by Baby. To his astonishment, it was all part of his cunning plan. Baby, on the brink of mental collapse from Goku's relentless torment, seized a fleeting opportunity and lunged forward without a second thought. Baby, I have vowed to eradicate you, Goku declared. Please, I beg you to spare me. I promise to keep my distance and never show my face again. Baby whimpered in terror. Had he not been ensnared by, he might have prostrated himself in submission. Alas, Goku was no benevolent savior. Kamehameha. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that obliterated Baby completely, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 124. Android 18? By the time Goku dealt with Baby and returned to the ground, Vegeta had already been healed by, including the removal of the viable egg baby had left within him. However, Vegeta had yet to awaken. Upon seeing that Goku had disposed of baby, Yuan retrieved all useful items from the ground into the dimensional space, while annihilating the useless ones, leaving no trace behind, much like baby. His primary focus was on environmental preservation, ensuring no pollution ensued. Yuan, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know how to deal with baby. Yukong expressed his profound relief. Fortunately, he had rescued Yuan from the cosmos. Otherwise, it was likely that the entire Earth would have succumbed to chaos. Moreover, with baby's formidable power, Yukong knew he was no match for him. Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for thanks. Even in my absence, you would undoubtedly prevail against baby." He silently added to himself, "Moreover, you could even transform into Super Saiyan 4. However, Yuan was now confident in his ability to assist them in achieving the transformation. All that was required was for Bulma to create the machine that amplifies the Blutz waves. By the way, how is Vegeta faring? Gestured towards the motionless Vegeta lying on the ground. He has been healed, yet he remains unconscious. I shall check on him. Goku hurried to Vegeta's side, crouching down to gently shake him. Vegeta awakened. Perhaps stirred by the call of his closest friend, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. Kakarot, where am I? Still in a haze. Vegeta's mind grappled with confusion. After a moment's pause, recollections of recent events flooded back to him. What about that Zafirian? Was I under his control? And Bulma and Bra? Where are they? Are they unharmed? Vegeta anxiously grasped Goku's shoulders, shaking him fervently. The reformed Vegeta, now more family-oriented than Goku, found his greatest concern lay with his wife and daughter. Goku and Ub can train for 5 years without returning home, which is somewhat absurd, especially since they are still on Earth and Goku possesses the ability to instantaneously teleport. As for Trunks, a man must endure hardship to grow. Even if he were to perish, the Dragon Balls could revive him. What is there to fret about? Vegeta, remain calm. They are all safe, thanks to Yuan. Otherwise, I would have struggled to contend with that baby. Yuan? Indeed, that is him. Goku pointed towards. It was then that Vegeta noticed the presence of others nearby. He turned his gaze towards. Though I do not yet grasp the full extent of what transpired, I extend my gratitude to you. Vegeta's expression of thanks left pleasantly surprised. So, Vegeta is capable of expressing gratitude. It seems Bulma has trained him quite well. Yuan shook his head slightly and then said, "Now that you are awake, let us return." Yukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. A melodious sound resonated as the three of them vanished in an instant. The desolate land once again fell into silence. "Father, you have returned." Upon returning to West City with Yukong and Vegeta, was immediately surrounded by a multitude. To be precise, it was Yukong and Vegeta who found themselves enveloped by their own families. Humans are inherently social beings. Yuan gazed upon Yukong and Vegeta embracing his family, inevitably feeling a tinge of envy. Alongside this, a sense of solitude and longing enveloped him. Yuan's heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions, a cacophony of feelings that stirred within him. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Yuan silently withdrew, utilizing instantaneous movement to arrive at a desolate location, Antarctica. Here, the temperature is frigid, perpetually blanketed in snow, with a thick layer of frost covering the ground. The snow beneath and the clouds above seemed to merge seamlessly, rendering the boundary between the two nearly indistinguishable, a harmonious blend of heaven and earth. At the pinnacle of a towering snow-capped mountain that pierces the clouds, a solitary figure lies motionless, shrouded beneath a heavy mantle of snow. Yuan had been lost in thought for 7 days, lying in the cold snow, buffeted by the biting wind, gazing vacantly at the pristine clouds above. He sought to freeze his heart with the icy embrace of winter, yearning for tranquility within. Yet, his extraordinary constitution rendered the chilling cold entirely ineffectual upon him. Having lingered so long in this realm of ice and snow, his longing for his family had not waned. Instead, it intensified profoundly. Yuan roared at the sky, unleashing an invisible wave of sound that reverberated from his lips. The entire Antarctic continent began to tremble. The clouds above were dispersed, and the thick layers of snow on the mountains cascaded down, resulting in countless massive avalanches. Yuan expressed the pent-up emotions within him, feeling significantly relieved. He still managed to exercise restraint, refraining from an outburst. Otherwise, it is likely that this expanse of the Antarctic continent would have been shattered to pieces. After venting, Yuan lay back in the snow, his body rigid and supine, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a small figure appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching and landing beside him. It was Wukong, a Yuan. I didn't realize you had come here. If it weren't for the faint trace of your aura just now, I would have been unable to locate you. What brings you here? Bulma is preparing to host a banquet to celebrate Earth's triumph over adversity once again, and you are the most significant contributor. This gathering would be incomplete without your presence. Mo Yuan politely declined, stating, "No need. You all go and enjoy yourselves. I shall pass. What does pass even mean?" Wukong grasped Mo Yuan's arm and urged him to rise. "Hurry up." By the time I arrived, Chi-Chi and Bulma had already begun preparations for the banquet. "All our familiar friends are here. You are the only one missing." Upon hearing that familiar friends were in attendance, Mo Yuan froze. His reluctance to attend stemmed not only from his inability to find his place among this mix of familiar yet distant faces, but, more significantly, from his desire to avoid encountering that particular individual. However, when Wukong mentioned it, he could not help but feel compelled to take a glance thus. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, Mo Yuan returned to West City, half pushed, half encouraged. The banquet was to be held at Bulma's residence, in a yard as expansive as a park. At this moment, dozens of chefs were already busy preparing a sumptuous feast, offering everything from main courses to snacks, beverages, and desserts. In this place, Mo Yuan encountered all the members of both Wukong and Vegeta's families, as well as Piccolo, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Puar, Oolong, Master Roshi, Bu, and Krillin. Yet, the one he yearned for day and night remained absent. His emotions were somewhat intricate, uncertain whether to feel regret or relief. "Wait, that is not right. Who is the dark-haired girl beside? Who is that person?" inquired, pointing at the girl next to. Looked at in astonishment. "That is 18. How could you not recognize her?" 18? From physique to appearance, it cannot be said they are merely similar. They are utterly distinct individuals. Even their auras are entirely different. Chapter 125. Even worse than a dog. Rise and shine. At 6 a.m, S. booming voice roused from his slumber. After the banquet concluded yesterday, had declined the invitations from Ant. He sought a secluded wilderness, deployed and conjured a small abode. It must be said, having it is indeed convenient. If this were Earth in a past life, one could only pitch a tent in the wild, which would be cumbersome and uncomfortable for sleep. Unlike now, when a simple toss-over provides a house to dwell in, not only more convenient than a tent, but also far more comfortable. It is equally easy to retrieve. A mere press of a button suffices to summon it back. Mo Yuan rose from his bed and changed his attire. In truth, he had scarcely slept at all. Ever since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had seldom experienced solitary slumber. Last night, he tossed and turned throughout the entire night, devoid of any semblance of drowsiness. Mo Yuan briefly attended to his grooming, and then produced a universal capsule, which he tossed onto the ground. In an instant, a plethora of delectable delicacies materialized before him. Cast a glance at Wukong, his brow arching slightly. "A bite to eat?" he inquired. "No, thank you. I have already dined at home," Wukong replied, waving his hand in polite refusal. "How about a little more?" Upon receiving another invitation from, Wukong gazed at the sumptuous spread before him, inhaling the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, feeling as if there was still room in his belly for more. "Then I shall not be courteous," he declared, and thus the two began to indulge heartily. "By the way, Yuan, what was that method you mentioned yesterday for transforming into a Super Saiyan 4? Yesterday, had spoken of the Super Saiyan 4, leaving Wukong restless throughout the night, unable to find slumber. Early the next morning, he hurriedly made his way over, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the secret to achieving the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Mo Yuan swallowed the food in his mouth and said leisurely, "There's no rush. We still need to seek Bulma's assistance. Then let us eat swiftly and go find Bulma," Goku exclaimed as he began to devour the food voraciously. Before long, the ground was cleared of an abundance of delicacies, consumed entirely by the two, disposed of the remnants of their meal, and, accompanied by the anxious Goku, teleported to Bulma's residence. "Bulma, Vegeta, rise and shine." Goku's booming voice soon resonated throughout Bulma's home, its remarkable intensity rendering the meticulously crafted soundproof walls utterly ineffective. Bulma and Vegeta, still nestled in bed, could even feel the house tremble slightly. "Kakarot, I shall end him," Vegeta exclaimed, glancing at his clock and, in a fit of rage, crushed it in his hand. "It's only 6:30. Even dogs aren't awake this early. Calm down, let's see what the fuss is about." "Perhaps Goku has something urgent to discuss," Bulma soothed, quickly assuaging Vegeta's ire. Humph. If it's not of great importance, I shall certainly give him a good thrashing. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta rose to change his attire. Uncle Goku, my parents are still asleep. Would you like to join us for breakfast? Dressed in a suit, Trunks emerged from the house, extending an invitation to Goku. With a sense of curiosity, gazed at Trunks and inquired, "What brings you up so early?" With a profound sigh, Trunks replied, "Alas, I must prepare for work. There remains a multitude of matters at the company that require my attention. I feel as though I am of lesser worth than even the dog at home." Yuan remained silent, merely patting his shoulder gently twice. He understood, truly grasped the essence of this life as a corporate wage slave. Although he had never experienced it himself, he had witnessed it countless times in his past life. It was indeed a challenging existence. "Uncle Yuan, Uncle Wukong, please stay here for a moment. My father should be coming down shortly. But I must head to work now." After leading them to the living room, Trunks departed with a briefcase in hand. His disheartened silhouette resembled that of a soulless marionette. Yuan gazed at his retreating figure, shaking his head in silence. How unfortunate. As the son of the world's wealthiest individual, the strongest scion of affluence, he still had to rise early to attend work. Yuan had never contemplated the prospect of managing his own company. Firstly, he lacked the requisite skills for management. Secondly, he possessed little interest in such endeavors. It would be far more prudent to entrust these responsibilities to professionals, allowing him to recline and reap the financial rewards. My heart aches for Trunks for a fleeting moment. Kakarot, unless you provide a compelling reason, you shall not pass through that door today. Vegeta descended from the upper floor, his gaze fixed menacingly upon Goku. Disturbing one's peaceful slumber is utterly inexcusable. Yuan sat to the side, observing the unfolding drama. Should he be roused from his slumber by Wukong, alongside his wife, he would undoubtedly deliver a sound thrashing to the latter. Thus, Yuan profoundly empathized with Vegeta's current sentiments. "Vegeta, do not be anxious. This bodes well," Wukong reassured, albeit somewhat sheepishly. "Do share, if your words fail to satisfy me," he added with a hint of mischief. Vegeta crossed his arms, his gaze imbued with a warning. Wukong, with earnest intent, regarded Vegeta. "Have you heard of Super Saiyan 4? What?" Those words instantly unsettled Vegeta. "Are you suggesting that you can already transform into Super Saiyan 4? His incredulous eyes fixed upon Wukong. How could it be that he, unable to even achieve Super Saiyan 3, was faced with the notion that Wukong had already attained Super Saiyan 4? "It's not me, it's Yuan." Wukong's explanation was abruptly interrupted by Vegeta's incredulous outburst. "What? Is it possible that Yuan can transform into Super Saiyan 4? But he is not a Saiyan." "No. Please allow me to explain. Yuan possesses a method that can enable us to become Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta gazed at Yuan in astonishment. "Is that true? Is what Wukong says accurate? But I cannot even become Super Saiyan 3. Is it truly possible for me to achieve Super Saiyan 4? Gently nodded and remarked, "Indeed. Transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 does not necessitate the prerequisite of becoming a Super Saiyan 3, and in fact, you may find it easier to achieve this transformation than Goku." "Is that so? Why would I find it more challenging?" Goku exclaimed, visibly unsettled by the revelation. "Did I not mention this to you?" Goku shook his head earnestly. "No? Oh, it seems I may have forgotten, but that is of little consequence," replied nonchalantly. He continued, "The condition for transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 is that you must first assume the form of a gorilla, transitioning into a Super Saiyan while in that state, and then revert to a humanoid form. As for Vegeta, being of royal Saiyan lineage, he retains his faculties in gorilla form, thus making the attainment of Super Saiyan 4 far easier for him than for you." "Ha! Kakarot, it appears I shall take the lead this time," Vegeta proclaimed triumphantly, casting a triumphant glance at Goku, as if envisioning the moment he would triumph over him. "Wait a moment," Goku interjected with a perplexed expression. "We no longer possess tails. How can we possibly transform into gorillas?" Vegeta too became acutely aware of this dilemma, casting a nervous glance at, smiled faintly. "This is precisely why I require Bulma's assistance." Chapter 126. The Malevolent Energy of Bu. Vegeta, you should be aware of the conditions under which a Saiyan transforms into an Oozaru, correct? Vegeta nodded slightly. To transform into an Oozaru, a Saiyan must absorb over 17 million units of blood waves through their eyes, which triggers a reaction in their tail, thereby initiating the transformation. Indeed, however, given that your tails have all been severed, merely 17 million units of blood waves will be utterly insufficient. It is essential to amplify those 17 million units by a factor of 1,000. The resultant blood waves, once amplified, will possess sufficient strength to stimulate your bloodline, allowing your tails to regrow and complete the transformation. After hearing's explanation, Vegeta pondered for a moment. Theoretically, he believed there was a certain plausibility to what had articulated. It was worth attempting. As for what assistance was required from Bulma, Vegeta naturally understood. It was simply a matter of constructing a machine capable of amplifying the blood's waves by 1,000 times. Such a trivial task would be a piece of cake for Bulma. Vegeta stood proudly with his hands on his hips. However, it was not the right time yet, as Bulma was still resting. He would discuss it with her once she awoke. Vegeta silently nodded to himself. Vegeta, hurry and wake Bulma. Goku urged impatiently. Yet, Vegeta did not even glance at him. Nonchalantly responding, "What's the rush? I haven't had breakfast yet. I'll talk to her once I'm done." With that, he turned and walked away. Okay. Then eat quickly. Under Goku's incessant urging, Vegeta's breakfast extended for over 2 hours, and only when Bulma finally awoke did he feel satisfied. Observing Vegeta, who was supporting his waist with a prominent, round belly, could ascertain that Vegeta had indeed indulged himself thoroughly. Bulma, seeing Vegeta in such a state, felt a mix of amusement, sympathy, and warmth. Vegeta, next time just wake me directly. There is no need to put yourself through this. Vegeta turned his head away. Feigning indifference, what are you talking about? Driven by hunger, I indulged in an excessive feast, burp having eaten too much. I nearly expelled the food from my throat with a mere utterance. Vegeta hastily covered his mouth, his cheeks tinged with an unnatural flush. Bulma refrained from saying much. After years of marriage, she had long since deciphered Vegeta's character. At heart, he was merely tsundere, a stubborn soul, aware of what needed to be done. Bulma busied herself with her tasks. Although the machine posed no challenge for her, it nonetheless required a certain amount of time to complete, approximately a week. Upon learning of the timeline, Yuan and Goku took their leave. Meanwhile, a tremendous upheaval occurred in the main timeline. Countless figures and creatures from ages long past materialized upon the Earth, plunging it into chaos. Even infamous entities such as Frieza, King Cold, and Dr. Gero made their appearance. The most terrifying of all was the manifestation of Majin Buu, who had transformed into a being of even greater might and mastery over spatial abilities. Through the Kai's telepathy, Goku learned of the cataclysmic events on Earth. The cause was attributed to the spirits guarding the soul-cleansing machine in Hell, who had neglected to replace the vessel for storing malevolent thoughts, resulting in an overload and subsequent explosion. The released waves of wickedness fused with Majin Buu, who was awaiting purification, giving rise to a monstrous entity of colossal size and unfathomable power, surging to a battle strength of 50 trillion. Such terrifying prowess rendered the entire Earth defenseless. Following the birth of this malevolent Buu, the laws of life and death were inverted, allowing spirits from Hell to manifest in the mortal realm. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, this time I shall not let you escape. Frieza cackled with delight. During his years in Hell, he had not remained idle. He had diligently trained, elevating his power to 500 million, more than threefold his previous strength. This time, he was determined to avenge his past humiliations and eradicate the detestable Scion monkeys, including Son Goku. Ah, Frieza, long time no see. Suddenly, four muscular figures appeared out of thin air. Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Lapis had located Frieza through Goku's instantaneous movement. Son Goku, I never expected you to come to me willingly, and you brought Vegeta along. And who is this additional Scion? Frieza suddenly noticed that the tall and formidable figure before him bore a fluffy monkey tail at his waist, evidently another Scion. However, Frieza paid little heed to this. After all, they were merely Scions. In the face of the newly empowered Frieza, they were as insignificant as dust. Goku, this time, I shall send all you Scion monkeys straight to hell. He cackled, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, his hand covering his mouth in mirth. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. Frieza, you talk too much. I have no time to play house with you, Vegeta declared, swiftly delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's midsection. The terrifying force surged from his fist, and Frieza felt his body rapidly disintegrating. How is this possible? He gasped, his bloodshot eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Vegeta. He had been defeated without even transforming, with just a single blow. Boom. Frieza could scarcely fathom that a Scion could be this formidable. With a bitter sense of defeat, he was sent back to Hell once more. Subsequently, they dispatched King Cold to reunite with Frieza, and Dr. Gero met a similar fate. Less than 10 minutes after their resurrection, they found themselves sent back to Hell again. Meanwhile, as they dealt with Frieza and his cohorts, Gohan, accompanied by Videl, was purging the spirits haunting the city. Lazuli, along with Bu and several children, traversed various towns, utilizing her spatial abilities. Before long, the spirits on Earth were nearly eradicated, leaving only a few lurking in the deep forests and the destructive entity known as Evil Bu. With a staggering combat power of 50 trillion, Evil Bu ravaged the Earth. Had it not been for the enhancements bestowed upon the planet by Mo Yuan, it would likely have been obliterated by now. After dealing with Frisia, Goku rushed over to confront Evil Bu. The vast disparity in their powers allowed Evil Bu to evade the onslaught with ease. The increasing alarm among Goku and his allies grew as they realized how overwhelmingly strong Evil Bu was. The most terrifying aspect was that despite their relentless assault, they had yet to inflict any damage upon him, while a mere hit from Evil Bu could leave them grievously wounded. Fortunately, Bu, Chinin, and Tianlin arrived just in time. Whenever one of them was injured, the trio was quick to provide healing. However, this only served to buy time. It did not resolve the underlying issue. Chapter 127. Broly transforms into Super Saiyan 2. In the realm of transcendent forms, Broly radiated a verdant luminescence. An aura of terrifying ferocity enveloped the entirety of the space, momentarily stunning the malevolent Majin Bu. It appeared as though this formidable power had instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Through relentless training, Broly's base combat prowess had ascended to an astounding 80 billion. Presently, his peak fighting capabilities soared to an unparalleled 1.28 trillion. Recklessly, Broly charged towards the wicked Majin Bu, his fists becoming mere phantoms, and within mere seconds, he unleashed thousands of strikes. The anguished cries of Majin Bu echoed as he was battered, feeling an inexplicable force emanating from Broly's fists, penetrating his very being. Ordinarily, with his constitution, he would remain unscathed even without defense. Yet this encounter was markedly different. With each of Broly's blows, indentations marred his physique, leaving behind a lingering force that rendered his body incapable of recuperation. Most significantly, Broly's assaults inflicted genuine pain upon him. Enraged, Majin Bu retaliated, launching a punch that seemed to dissolve into the void. Suddenly, a colossal fist materialized beside Broly. Boom. Caught unawares, Broly was sent hurtling away, the disparity in their powers nearing a staggering 500 times. That singular blow rendered him unconscious. Lazuli utilized her spatial abilities to transport Broly back, while Bu, Chen, and Tianlin hastened to administer aid. Once Broly was safely returned, Lazuli re-entered the fray, infusing herself with a staggering 400 times her strength through the power of the Boundless. Lapis similarly activated a 400-fold Kaioken, while Goku, unleashing Super Saiyan 3, simultaneously engaged a 2-fold Kaioken. This excessive augmentation placed immense strain upon their bodies. Not long into the battle, they found themselves gasping for breath. Nonetheless, an insurmountable chasm of disparity persisted between them and the wicked Majin Bu. With resounding thuds, Majin Bu unleashed powerful strikes, sending all combatants crashing from the skies into the ground. The tremendous force threatened to disperse their very forms. The grievously wounded warriors gradually reverted from their transformed states. Mami, Shin, and Tianlin, witnessing Lazuli's fall, rushed towards her in desperation. As they prepared to offer her healing, a surge of power erupted from within Lazuli. In an instant, all her injuries were miraculously restored. It was the strength of her father. The two little ones sensed the familiar aura emanating from Lazuli's body, and their hearts soared with joy. Indeed, this power was the will sealed within Lazuli by Mo Yuan. Whenever Lazuli sustained an injury, this will would manifest to heal her. For wounds like the one she just endured, it could provide healing at least 100 times before being exhausted. Not only did Lazuli possess this force, but the children harbored it within themselves as well. Yes, it was their father's strength. He had always been safeguarding them. Lazuli affectionately ruffled the hair of the two children and smiled as she spoke. Chinin, tilting her adorable little head, inquired, "Mama, when will Daddy return?" Tianlin, shaking his fist, added, "Yes, if Daddy were here, he would surely vanquish this foe. He is likely engrossed in his training at a critical juncture, which is why he cannot return. Let us endure for a while longer. He will surely come back and eliminate this adversary." Lazuli gently reassured the two little ones. She then softly patted their heads and said, "All right, go assist Uncle and Yukong with their healing." In truth, Lazuli was aware that Mo Yuan was unlikely to return anytime soon. Just a few days ago, Mo Yuan's avatar had hastened back from the headquarters of the Heavenly Empire, updating her on Mo Yuan's current circumstances. Ever since Mo Yuan was engulfed by that purple vortex, he had lost all contact with her. However, His continued existence signified that he was not in mortal peril. He might have merely fallen into some extraordinary realm. Knowing that Yuan was not in danger allowed Lazili to breathe a little easier, alleviating her incessant worry and wild imaginings. Nonetheless, the current crisis rested solely upon their shoulders. With unwavering determination, Lazili fixed her gaze upon the malevolent entity, Babu. The power from the boundless realm surged within her once more. In an instant, her combat prowess multiplied 400-fold. As Lazili prepared to continue her battle against the malevolent Bu, a thunderous roar erupted from behind her. The healed Broly had once again entered his transformation, and his energy was surging exponentially. After recovering from his earlier injuries, Broly's base combat power skyrocketed to an astonishing 100 billion. With his energy escalating, golden lightning flickered around him. At that moment, Broly transcended to Super Saiyan 2, boasting an impressive 200-fold increase in power. Coupled with the latent force within him, his ultimate combat strength had now reached a staggering 4 trillion. With a mighty leap, Broly descended, causing the ground beneath him to collapse several meters under the weight of his immense power. He shot forth like an arrow piercing the heavens. Simultaneously, he conjured 2 green energy spheres in his hands, merging them into a larger orb. This orb spun vigorously, radiating brilliant light that nearly bathed the entire realm in hues of green. Broly dashed before the malevolent Bu. Then, with a powerful stomp, he teleported above Bu's head. He unleashed the large energy sphere, akin to Goku's Kamehameha, propelling it toward Bu. The green energy wave expanded from Broly's hands, engulfing the massive form of the malevolent Bu, which resembled a small mountain. The impact of the energy wave caused the ground beneath Bu to plummet, transforming the landscape into a canyon hundreds of meters deep within mere seconds. As the energy wave struck, Bu's body began to disintegrate. Breathing heavily, Broly gasped for air, having expended all his strength in that attack without holding back. The remaining energy within him could barely sustain his ability to float in the air. Observing the vast emptiness of the canyon below, a faint smile crept across Broly's face. Had this monster been vanquished? Everyone stared, entranced by the sight of the canyon. However, Goku soon sensed something amiss. Although the malevolent Bu had seemingly vanished, a potent and sinister aura lingered in the air. Suddenly, Gohan, in a state of panic, pointed toward a specific spot and shouted, "Everyone, look! What is that?" As the crowd followed Gohan's pointed direction, a small manifestation of malevolent energy, resembling a palm-sized creature, materialized before their eyes. Subsequently, a multitude of these diminutive entities began to emerge from the soil, incessantly emitting their discordant cries. They ascended into the air, coalescing into a singular form. Chapter 128. The second form of the malevolent energy entity. These diminutive manifestations swiftly amalgamated into a large mass, akin to a blob of clay, continuously morphing and reshaping in the air. Simultaneously, its aura surged with escalating intensity. Soon, it coalesced into a humanoid figure, approximately 3 meters in height. "Everyone, follow me quickly." Suddenly, a distressed voice pierced the air. The Supreme Kai, Ashen, along with his attendant, Jebit, appeared on the scene. Ashen had been vigilantly monitoring the situation on Earth since the emergence of the malevolent energy entity. Upon realizing that Goku and the others were unable to contend with this adversary, he promptly utilized instant transmission to arrive at the temple on Earth. He swiftly relocated Dandy and Bobo to the realm of the Supreme Kai, knowing that as long as Bobo remained alive, Earth could be restored with the Dragon Balls, even in the event of its destruction. After transferring Bobo to the Supreme Kai's realm, Ashen hurriedly made his way back, intending to bring Goku and the others to safety. At present, the realm of the Supreme Kai was the only sanctuary. "Hurry, there's no time to explain," Ashen urged anxiously. Under his insistence, everyone quickly assembled. Just as Jebit was preparing to use instant transmission, a yellow, translucent barrier enveloped the area, simultaneously sealing off the space. Jebit, resigned to their fate, shook his head. "Supreme Kai, it's too late. We cannot escape." Ashen's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. "How could this happen? Ha 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 ha. None of you shall escape." At this moment, the malevolent entity known as Bu had coalesced into a humanoid form, approximately 3 meters in height. Its skin, a delicate shade of pink, was enveloped in a purple shell, while a long tail relentlessly thrashed against the ground, each strike causing the earth to crack and sink. This incarnation of Bu was no longer merely a creature driven by destruction. It had developed its own consciousness. More alarmingly, its combat prowess had magnified tenfold from before. The current Bu possessed a staggering battle power of 500 trillion. Merely the aura it exuded was enough to instill a sense of despair. Kakarot. Vegeta's mind was flooded with vivid images, Trunks, Bra, and his beloved Bulma. What would become of the Earth if they were to perish here? What fate awaited his Bulma? He dared not contemplate the outcome. Ultimately, Vegeta reached a resolute decision. Goku turned to him and inquired, "What is the matter, Vegeta? Let us fuse." Vegeta declared, his tone resolute and his gaze unwavering. A smile crept across Goku's face. All right. He had not anticipated that Vegeta would be the first to propose the fusion. It was well known that Vegeta held a profound disdain for the fusion technique. Clearly, Vegeta had changed significantly compared to his former self, now exhibiting a more humane disposition. Vegeta, do you remember the movements? We must not make a mistake. We have but one chance. Goku's expression turned grave. Vegeta nodded emphatically. Yes, I understand. In order for Goku and Vegeta to successfully fuse, Lazuli, Lapis, Broly, and Gohan must withstand the onslaught of the malevolent Bu, ensuring that he did not disrupt the fusion process. For individuals simultaneously elevated their states to the utmost pinnacle. Broly, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. His combat power soared to an astounding 400 trillion. Gohan, as a Super Saiyan 2, following numerous near-death experiences, his base combat power had risen to a staggering 40 billion. However, being limited to Super Saiyan 2, his maximum combat power was merely 400 billion. Since the disappearance of Yuan, Lazuli had been relentlessly training alongside Lapis, the siblings pushing themselves to their limits. During this period, their combat power had also surged to 40 billion. This time, they once again amplified their power, activating a 500-fold enhancement. A tremendous force surged within them, causing excruciating pain to ripple throughout their bodies. The intense agony compelled Lazuli's delicate form to tremble uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, she gradually regained control over her body. Even though their identities had undergone transformation and their physiques were significantly enhanced upon awakening their bloodlines, they still struggled to endure the 500-fold amplification. In this state, they could only sustain it for a maximum of approximately 10 minutes. However, Lazuli had an advantage. The residual willpower left by Yuan was slowly mending her body. In contrast, Lapis relied solely on sheer willpower to persevere. Are you ready? The malevolent Bu licked his purple tongue across his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Broly's eyes glinted with ferocity. Though after making a wish with the Dragon Balls, Broly's transformations would no longer lead him to lose his sanity. Each transformation rendered him intensely combative, fearless of death, and significantly dulled his sense of pain, evoking a sensation akin to a frenzy. Broly roared like a beast as he charged forward. His fist, the size of a cauldron, struck towards the head of Evil Bu. In response, Evil Bu raised a hand and gently tapped Broly's fist with a single finger. The collision of immense power caused the air to tremble, resonating in the ears of all present, as Broly prepared to retract his fist after the failed strike. Evil Bu opened his palm. Despite both being approximately 3 meters tall, Evil Bu's physique was nearly half of Broly's, and his hand was significantly smaller. Yet, with that diminutive hand, he managed to seize Broly's fist before it could be withdrawn, creating an impression akin to a child grasping an adult's hand. With surprising strength, Evil Bu twisted Broly's fist, sending his massive body flipping through the air. Subsequently, he raised one leg high and struck down like a battle axe onto Broly's chest. The impact caused Broly's enormous form to crash heavily into the ground, creating a crater that sank several meters deep, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the surface. A sharp crack echoed, as if Broly could hear the sound of his ribs fracturing. Although he felt little pain, a surge of blood rose in his throat, the metallic taste igniting a ferocity within him. Evil Bu's foot remained firmly planted on Broly's chest, exerting tremendous pressure that rendered him utterly immobile. Witnessing Broly being subdued, Lazuli and the others could no longer remain passive. The speed of Broly's defeat was staggering. Before they could comprehend the situation, he was already pinned beneath Evil Bu's foot. The trio sprang into action, encircling Evil Bu in a triangular formation. Magic Flash, Dimensional Slash, Energy Blade. A powerful wave of energy and 2 crescent-shaped energy slashes hurtled towards Evil Bu. Meanwhile, the subdued Broly began to coalesce a green energy ball in his mouth. As the 4 attacks converged on Evil Bu, a mocking smirk crept across his lips. Boom. The collision of the Qigong wave erupted in a tremendous explosion, causing Broly to feel as though his body was on the verge of disintegration. Although his attack struck the Evil Bu with precision, Broly was devoid of any joy. This was due to the fact that the foot of Evil Bu, firmly planted on his chest, showed no sign of yielding, leaving him gasping for breath. As the smoke dissipated, Only that single foot remained pressing down on Broly's chest. Subsequently, a series of mosaic-like fragments began to coalesce. The body of Evil Bu reconstructed itself through these minuscule pieces. Meanwhile, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta approached its culmination, with only the final step remaining. With their auras under control, Goku and Vegeta performed a comical dance, gradually inching closer to each other. Fusion! They exclaimed in unison, their index fingers drawing nearer. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth at an alarming speed, striking Goku in the chest. The force of the impact propelled him away with tremendous power. What? Everyone stood in shock at the sight. It happened too swiftly. The actions of Evil Bu were beyond comprehension, leaving Razzle and the others unable to react in time before Goku was felled. With a sinister grin, Evil Bu raised one arm, a wisp of white smoke curling from his index finger. He was not foolish enough to underestimate his own invincibility. He recognized the potential threat posed by such uncertainties and would never allow them to go unchecked, unlike a certain arrogant simian. Vegeta, infuriated, shouted, "What are you saying? Damn it, Kakarot!" He rushed to Goku's side. "Uncle Vegeta, let us heal Uncle Goku." The three members of the healing team quickly flew over to tend to Goku's wounds. Jebbit had intended to assist as well, but arrived just a moment too late. Under the care of the healing team, the small wound in Goku's chest rapidly healed, and his energy returned to its peak. Evil Bu relinquished his foot from Broly's chest and delivered a powerful kick to Broly's abdomen. The force caused Broly to spit blood, hurtling him like a cannonball against the transparent yellow barrier. Evil Bu cast a contemptuous glance at everyone present before picking up a stone from the ground. Imbuing it with power, the stone elongated instantly, transforming into a blood-red longsword. Ha 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 ha. The sinister Nianbobo wielded his long sword with reckless abandon, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that swept across the arena. In an instant, the entire barrier was suffused with this lethal force. The intertwining sword energies formed an immense net, ensnaring everyone within its grasp. Immediately, all present resembled frantic monkeys, leaping and dodging desperately to evade the onslaught. However, it was evident that Nianbobo was merely toying with them, not exerting his full prowess. Otherwise, none would have escaped his strikes. Lazuli sheltered the children, Qinin and Tianlin, from the oncoming sword energies. Countless slashes rained down upon the ground and the barrier, filling the air with a cacophony of thunderous roars. Finally, Nianbobo ceased his assault, allowing the barrier to regain a semblance of tranquility. All gazed around, hearts still racing from the near escape. The once familiar terrain was now utterly ravaged, with no intact ground remaining. The buildings lay in ruins, none spared from the devastation. Lazuli gently set the two children down and removed the dragon pearl from around her neck, placing it upon Chinin's. She tenderly stroked their hair and whispered, "Go to the Supreme Kai and inform him to prepare for our departure." Although Chinin and Tianlin sensed the gravity of the situation, they obediently heeded Lazuli's words. Soon, all gathered together except for Lazuli. "Ha ha ha. Have you all come together to meet your doom?" Nianbobo guffawed, observing the huddled group with malicious delight. Taking a deep breath, Lazuli silently chanted within her heart, "Boundless, 10,000-fold." A terrifying power surged from the boundless realm into her being, overwhelming her with an agony more intense than the previous 500-fold increase, a sensation so profound it felt as if her very soul were being torn asunder. The willpower left within Razali by Yuan is rapidly depleting, diminishing by 1/10 in merely a second. 10 seconds. In this state, Razali can only endure for 10 seconds. Were it not for Yuan's willpower sustaining her body, she would likely have been torn to shreds the instant this power was awakened. Time is of the essence. Razali cannot afford to waste a moment. Her autumn-hued eyes fixate coldly on the malevolent entity, Bobuo, devoid of any emotion. An inexplicable sense of trepidation rises within Bobuo, as if something terrifying were about to descend. Razali slightly parts her lips, and chaos ensues in the fabric of space. Suddenly, a rift spanning several meters appears behind Bobuo, a gaping maw of the abyss. Terrifying spatial turbulence erupts from this fissure. In an instant, Bobuo and his established barrier are shattered by the violent currents. This technique possesses the power to rend the very fabric of cosmic space, harnessing the chaotic energies from beyond the universe to strike at foes. The realm beyond the universe is far from the stability found within. Countless streams of turbulence rage unchecked, and even beings as formidable as Beerus would hesitate to tread directly into the unstable expanse outside the cosmos. Razali, in her original state of combat prowess, could only create a rift the size of a fingernail, yet that diminutive opening could inflict harm upon Moyin, underscoring the terrifying potency of this maneuver. Run, she cries, stifling the agony coursing through her. Qinin and Tianlin's eyes widen in shock. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, they dash toward Razali with their short legs. Mom. However, before they can take 2 steps, Goku and Bu seize them. Go. Razali shouts once more, her willpower nearly extinguished. Vivid crimson blood streams from her orifices. This time, Jebet dares not delay. He immediately activates instant transmission, whisking everyone away from the perilous scene. Mom. The immense burden on her body causes Razali's consciousness to blur. In the haze, she faintly hears the cries of her 2 children. Darling. In her final moments. The visage of her beloved surfaces in her mind, and then she succumbs to darkness. A tremendous pull emanates from the rift, drawing the fragmented remains of the malevolent entity Bo-Buo and Razali into its depths. Without Razali's sustaining power, the rift begins to mend itself, gradually closing until it vanishes from existence. Yuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, his complexion turning pale. What could be the cause? His mind was in turmoil, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold, was now filled with a desperate desire to return, gripped by fear. Fear that something terrible might have transpired at home. Rest assured, there will be no harm. I merely wish to grant the protagonist a new opportunity, for in my eyes, she is not meant to merely be a decorative figure. Chapter 130. The reappearance of Wakita. The realm of the Supreme Kai was still bathed in the gentle warmth of a radiant day, resembling a paradise untouched by time. Dandy and Bobo sat beneath a tree, their faces etched with concern. They had been waiting for quite some time. Under normal circumstances, the Supreme Kai should not have taken this long to return via instant transmission. Could something have gone awry? No, that cannot be. The Supreme Kai is far too capable to encounter any misfortune. I must be overthinking this. Dandy vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel the troubling thoughts that plagued his mind. Bobo gazed at Dandy with worry. God. Dandy shook his head. I'm fine, Bobo. There's no need for concern. As they spoke, Jebet appeared, accompanied by a large group of people. Mother. Qinin and Tianlin cried out in anguish, struggling fiercely in the embrace of Goku and Bu. Lapith rushed over, enveloping them in his arms. Uncle, Qin wants her mother. Qinin sobbed, her small hands clutching Lapith's clothing tightly, tears streaming from her reddened eyes, helplessness evident in her demeanor. Do not cry, Qinin. Your mother will be all right. Let us not forget, we still possess the Dragon Balls, and she will return soon. Lapith gently reassured the 2 children. Really? Qinin bit her lip, holding back tears. Her gaze filled with hope as she looked up at Lapith. Lapith raised 3 fingers, vowing, Indeed, I assure you, Uncle promises. He then tenderly wiped away the tears at the corner of Qinin's eyes. Under Lapith's comforting presence, Qinin and Tianlin finally began to regain their composure. Meanwhile, Ashen produced a crystal ball to observe the current state of Earth. Through the orb, they saw that the area where they had just battled the malevolent Bu was now desolate. Lazily and the evil Bu had vanished without a trace. The immense spatial rift had also disappeared completely. Had the monstrous evil Bu perished? Surely he must have. I witnessed him being drawn into that rift. He could not have survived, could he? Does that mean we can return to Earth to gather the Dragon Balls? The thought of the evil Bu being vanquished finally lifted the heavy burden that had weighed upon their hearts. Wait, look over there. As Alexian gazed intently at the crystal ball, he suddenly pointed at it and exclaimed. Within the orb, the earth appeared to writhe as if something were stirring beneath. Then, a mass of pink entities emerged from the soil, and not just one. These beings gradually surfaced, multiplying in number. They slowly coalesced, and before long, the malevolent Babidi reappeared within the crystal ball. He was still shaken, realizing that had he not hastily concealed a portion of his body deep underground, he might have been obliterated entirely. Nevertheless, he had suffered significant losses, with half of his being consumed by the rift in space. His combat power had been halved. Once at 500 units, he now possessed only 250. Fortunately, that woman was dead, and no one could threaten him any longer. With this thought, a wicked grin spread across Babidi's face. As he cackled heartily within the orb, Goku turned to Vegeta. To his delight, Vegeta was already looking back at him. Their eyes met in the air, confirming their silent understanding. With a slight smirk, they nodded at one another. In this simple exchange, they comprehended each other's intentions. Under the watchful gaze of all, Vegeta's face flushed slightly, yet he resolutely began the embarrassing dance. Fusion. The moment their index fingers touched, an incandescent light radiated from their bodies, blinding everyone present. The energies of Goku and Vegeta merged, forming a formidable aura that surpassed that of Babidi. Soon, the brilliance faded, revealing a man clad in the battle attire of the Metamorans. Gogeta wore a confident smile, reflecting on his previous lapse in sanity when he nearly harmed Yuan. He requested that Lapis convey his apologies when they met. Now, it's time to deal with that little nuisance, Gogeta remarked to himself. He then brought his index and middle fingers together at his brow, quickly locating Babbidi's presence. Farewell, he bid the others, before locking onto Babbidi's energy and initiating instant transmission. Through the crystal ball, everyone witnessed Gogeta materialize on Earth. Who goes there? A familiar yet strange aura suddenly emerged, startling the malevolent Majin Buu. I am neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta. I am the one destined to defeat you, declared Vegeta, casting a cold, emotionless gaze upon the sinister being, as if regarding a mere corpse. Indeed, to Vegeta, Majin Buu bore no distinction from the dead. Majin Buu immediately surged his energy to its peak, a flicker of fear crossing his features. The intensity of Vegeta's aura was overwhelmingly potent, a magnitude several dozen times superior to his own. Is this truly your full strength? How feeble, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. He then transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden flames erupting skyward, resembling a bridge connecting heaven and earth, with ripples of energy radiating from his being. Are you prepared? Vegeta's voice resonated like a death knell. Fear began to grip Majin Buu as the disparity between them expanded to thousands of times following Vegeta's transformation. An oppressive aura loomed over Majin Buu, akin to a colossal mountain. Vegeta approached gradually. His speed was not remarkable, and under normal circumstances, Majin Buu could easily evade him. However, he now felt utterly out of control, unable even to disintegrate his body into spatial particles, let alone execute an instantaneous movement. The space around them had been sealed by Vegeta's overwhelming power. Unless Majin Buu could muster strength to rival Vegeta, escaping this confinement was utterly impossible. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Majin Buu's purple exterior was marred by a multitude of fist imprints, each infused with Vegeta's energy, rendering recovery impossible. Yet, Vegeta's assault was far from over. He soared toward Majin Buu, delivering a series of knee strikes that distorted the fiend's head. Those few punches and kicks were sufficient to severely injure Majin Buu. Raising a hand, Vegeta conjured a dazzling orb of energy, which then shrank to a singular point, clasped tightly within his palm. Danger! Majin Buu was engulfed in a profound sense of dread. Vegeta's technique felt like a direct threat to his life. Suppressing his inner terror, Majin Buu recklessly charged forward, intent on dismantling this perilous attack, for he knew that failure would mean certain death. Chapter 131, The Mysterious Palace. With a light chuckle, Gogeta unleashed the energy in his hands towards the approaching malevolent wave of Buu. The vibrant energy orbs transformed into twinkling starlight, cascading upon the evil Buu. Simultaneously, the villain's fist lunged toward Gogeta's face. Just as the fist was a mere centimeter from Gogeta's visage, the starlight energy pierced through Buu's back, creating a gaping hole in his form. His body seemed to be frozen in time, rendered immobile. The Soul Punisher. This technique of Gogeta's possessed no offensive power, aside from purifying malevolence. However, it was quite fortuitous that the essence of evil Buu was composed predominantly of dark thoughts. The purifying force rampaged within him. Soon, Buu's form appeared to disintegrate into ash, scattered by the wind. After the malevolence dissipated, Buu reverted to his original form, yet this Buu's gaze seemed somewhat askew. The former Buu's eyes were filled solely with destructive intent, while this one possessed a purity akin to untainted water. Had the Soul Punisher also cleansed the innocent Buu of his malevolence? Gogeta pondered, and this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. With the vanishing of the malevolent essence, the laws of life and death were restored, leading to the disappearance of souls on Earth, including Buu, who returned to the underworld. Peace once again enveloped the Earth. Come forth, Shenron, and grant our wishes. As the incantation resonated, dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky. A colossal green dragon materialized amidst the tempest. State your desires. Whatever they may be, I shall fulfill them. The dragon's voice, imbued with an echoing resonance, reverberated through the heavens. Chunin hesitated, glancing at the dragon. Go ahead. This wish is for you. In the affectionate gazes of her uncle and numerous family members, Chunin stepped forward, shouting at the dragon, please bring our mother back to life. The dragon's eyes flickered with red light twice before shaking its head. I'm afraid I cannot fulfill this wish. Your mother is not deceased. What? The revelation stunned everyone present. After being drawn into such a terrifying rift in space-time, Lazili was still alive? Brother, mother isn't dead. How wonderful! Chunin exclaimed, leaping onto Tianlin's back, clinging to him like a koala. The news of Lazili's survival excited Tianlin as well. He hastily addressed the dragon. Then please transport our mother back. However, the dragon once again shook its head. I am sorry, but I am unable to fulfill this wish. Your mother is in a realm beyond my reach. Upon hearing the dragon's words, the adorable faces of Qinin and Tianlin immediately fell in despair. Brother, I want mommy to come back. Qinin's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Seeing his sister in distress, Tianlin, equally saddened, fought back his own tears to comfort her. Don't cry, Qin. Mommy has merely left temporarily. She will surely return. And we still have Daddy's Dragon Balls. Once their energy is restored, we can wish for Mommy to come back. Yes. We have Daddy's Dragon Balls, and they will definitely bring Mommy back. Qinin wiped her tears with her small hands, nodding vigorously. After Goku made his wish, Earth returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever occurred. Beyond the cosmos, a pure white palace stood resolutely amidst the chaotic currents of space, untouched by the terrifying turbulence. A golden-haired woman floated at the center of the palace, enveloped in a cocoon of pristine energy. This ethereal energy gradually permeated her being, healing the wounds within her. In the GT timeline, a week had passed. Bulma finally completed the machine designed to amplify the blood's waves, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Ma Yuan took them to a remote wilderness. Xiao Fang, Bra, and Trunks could not contain their excitement to witness the moment when Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4. In the hands of a luminous orb coalesced. This was creation of an artificial moon. The device engineered by was designed to concentrate the blood's waves emitted by this artificial moon, amplifying them 1,000-fold, before directing them towards and adjusted the equipment and inquired of, and, are you ready? The two nodded in affirmation and ascended into the air, preparing to receive the blood's waves. Promptly pressed the activation button. Soon, the machine commenced absorbing the blood's waves radiating from the artificial moon. Moments later, a beam of light, more dazzling than sunlight, emanated from the machine and enveloped and, as their eyes absorbed the amplified blood's waves, the hearts of and began to race violently. Under the stimulation of the blood's waves, tails sprouted from their backs. With a mighty roar, their bodies began to swell, golden fur sprouting forth. Fangs emerged, and their mouths gradually elongated. In an instant, and transformed into two golden gorillas. Embracing the torrent of power surging within him, could not contain himself and unleashed a triumphant roar towards the heavens. However, perhaps, now a gorilla found exuberance too noisy. He raised his massive hand and delivered a mighty slap to the back of his head. Boom, boom, boom. Caught off guard, was sent crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Clutching his throbbing head, glared furiously at, as the prince of the Scion race had never endured such humiliation. It seemed a battle was inevitable. With a leap, soared into the sky to confront. Fortunately, they were in a remote wilderness, devoid of any onlookers. Not even a solitary tree in sight. Moreover, had established an energy barrier to ensure the safety of others. Otherwise, with their destructive capabilities, it would not take long for them to obliterate half the planet. Uncle, why haven't Dad and the others transformed into Super Saiyan 4 yet? After witnessing the two gorillas clash for some time, could no longer contain his curiosity. Had yet to achieve Super Saiyan 4 due to his lack of rationality, while, it seemed, simply wished to engage in combat a while longer. As a member of the royal Saiyan lineage, would not lose his wits in this gorilla form. He could transform into Super Saiyan 4 at will. As remarked, Vegeta refrained from transforming into Super Saiyan 4 solely to engage in a thrilling battle with Goku. However, Vegeta increasingly found himself alarmed, realizing that he was unable to surpass Goku. This predicament is, in fact, quite reasonable. After Goku's physical form diminished, his combat power, initially at 200 billion, reduced to 100 billion. Yet, during his confrontation with Baby, his strength surged back to 200 billion. Now, having transformed into a gorilla, his previously diminished power has soared once again, granting Goku an astonishing combat power of 300 billion. Moreover, in a state devoid of reason, Goku fought with reckless abandon. Injuries merely ignited his ferocity. In contrast, Vegeta, possessing his wits, found himself somewhat hesitant. Chapter 132. Determination having always been inferior in combat power to Goku. Vegeta now fought with trepidation. It wasn't long before Vegeta faced defeat. Yay, Grandpa won. Little Fong exclaimed, leaping with excitement upon witnessing Goku's victory. Following Vegeta's loss, the irrational Goku sought to continue his assault. To prevent Goku from delivering a fatal blow to Vegeta, swiftly intervened, separating the two. He then administered some healing to Vegeta. Once restored, Vegeta began to regain control over his body, reverting to his humanoid form. A golden light enveloped him, visibly shrinking him in size. Moments later, a brand new incarnation of Vegeta came into view. His eyes adorned with a ring of red eyeshadow. His hair transformed into a deep crimson hue, lengthening to cascade over his shoulders. His bare torso was covered in red fur, while a red tail swayed casually behind him. He donned a pair of tight-fitting leather pants, which, in truth, resembled shiny latex. Wow, Daddy looks so cool. As Vegeta's striking new appearance emerged, Bra and Bulma were instantly captivated. Trunks gazed at Vegeta with deep admiration. Little Fong pouted, "My grandpa must be even more handsome after transforming." "Nonsense. My dad is the most handsome," Bra retorted immediately. The two young girls then began to butt heads like bulls, arguing fervently. Neither was willing to concede, and eventually, they grew so exasperated that they stopped speaking to each other. "Brother, when will my grandpa regain his senses?" Little Fong inquired, leaning close to. "How many times must I say it? You should be calling me grandpa," sighed in resignation. Little Fong pouted dismissively. "I refuse. You clearly don't look much older than me. Calling you grandpa feels odd, doesn't it? Your father even has to refer to me as uncle. What sense does it make for you to call me brother?" He. Let us not get bogged down in details. We each have our own terms. Found himself in a predicament. The restoration of Wukong's sanity depended solely on him. Yet if one were to engage him in conversation, it might hasten his awakening. "Me?" Xiao Fang asked incredulously, pointing at herself. "Indeed," replied with a gentle nod. "While others may not succeed, you are Wukong's cherished granddaughter. He would never cause you harm." Without hesitation, Xiao Fang soared towards Wukong, determined to help him regain his clarity. Ultimately, through her impassioned speech and poignant memories, Wukong successfully reclaimed his sanity, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. However, there were subtle distinctions between Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 form and that of Vegeta. Wukong's hair remained jet black, and he donned loose-fitting trousers, devoid of gloves. Moreover, in this transformed state, he reverted to his adult appearance, regaining the strength he had lost when he was diminished. Upon witnessing the dashing Wukong, Xiao Fang was so exhilarated that she clung to his thigh like a pendant. "Kakarot, you are indeed quite slow," Vegeta remarked haughtily, observing Wukong. Throughout their acquaintance, he had only triumphed over Wukong in this particular matter once. Although he still could not match him in battle, a victory is a victory. He felt compelled to reclaim the pride lost over the past 2 decades. Wukong merely smiled in silence. "Grandfather, will you no longer transform into a child?" Xiao Fang inquired, gazing up at him while hanging onto his thigh. "I do not know. I shall give it a try," Wukong responded, then dispelled his transformation, only to revert back to his youthful form once more. "Alas, it seems nothing has changed." Xiao Fang sighed in disappointment. "Grandfather, could you not maintain your transformation indefinitely? The energy expenditure is too great. I cannot sustain it," Wukong explained, deepening Xiao Fang's disappointment. She truly wished for her grandfather to appear as more than a younger sibling. Referring to the youthful Wukong as grandfather felt quite awkward to her. "Do not worry, Xiao Fang. I can transform into Super Saiyan 4 at any time," Wukong comforted her, stroking her hair. "Really? Then you must show my friends when they come over," she exclaimed, her excitement evident. Time flies. Unbeknownst to me, it has been a month since Yuan arrived in this world. Ever since Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Yuan has been training alongside them, in the interest of enhancing their combat prowess. He imparted the technique of internal energy manipulation to them. Upon grasping the significance of this art, Goku and Vegeta cherished it dearly with this newfound skill. They no longer bore their previous fatal flaws. Previously, every adversary they encountered threatened to obliterate the Earth, compelling them to withstand devastating attacks to protect their home. However, the situation has changed. Should an enemy threaten destruction, they can now allow such devastation, as they can subsequently utilize the Dragon Balls to restore the Earth. Alternatively, before engaging in battle, they can teleport their foes to outer space to fight. Yuan casually tossed Wukong and Vegeta to the ground. After a brief training session, both Wukong and Vegeta were utterly exhausted, resembling lifeless dogs. They were utterly outmatched, completely outclassed. With a base combat power of 400 billion, coupled with the 5000-fold enhancement of the Super Saiyan 3 form and an energy intensity 20 times greater, they were effortlessly dominating Super Saiyan 4 Wukong and Vegeta. Yuan sat on the ground, beginning to reminisce about the storyline of GT. GT lacks a precise timeline. is only aware that the forthcoming adversary is the formidable Super 17, a fusion of Hell's 17 and Earth's 17. However, he remains oblivious to the current progress of Dr. Mu and Dr. Jero in Hell is now in urgent need of a formidable adversary to engage in battle as he seeks to swiftly enhance his strength. However, it is evident that neither Wukong nor Vegeta can offer him the assistance he requires. Super 17, in truth, is not particularly strong. His power pales in comparison to Super Saiyan 4 Wukong. His only notable ability lies in energy absorption. Yet this trait comes with a significant drawback. He is immobile while absorbing energy. During such moments, even in his normal state, Wukong could easily defeat him. Perhaps the true purpose of Super 17 is to wreak havoc upon Earth, thereby compelling Wukong and his allies to summon the Dragon Balls, ultimately leading to the emergence of the final antagonist, the malevolent dragon. It is possible that he does not need to await the unfolding of the plot. By merely locating the Dragon Balls and transporting them to a desolate planet, he could summon the evil dragon without causing harm to Earth and simultaneously achieve his own objectives. To expedite his return home, resolves to no longer linger. After all, even if he were to engage in relentless combat with Wukong and Vegeta for an entire day, the enhancement of his own power would be negligible. Most importantly, the unsettling feelings he experienced recently have intensified his desire to return home. He is genuinely fearful that something unfortunate may have transpired in his absence. Chapter 133, The Malevolent Dragon completed, with slight numerical adjustments, under the veil of perception. Yuan swiftly located the 7 Dragon Balls. Each Dragon Ball bore several cracks, emanating a sinister aura that suggested the accumulation of negative energy from excessive usage in this realm. In the original world, the Dragon Balls remained untainted by negative energy, regardless of the frequency of their use. Yuan harbored a sense of foreboding, contemplating that perhaps this realm was not merely a straightforward parallel dimension. If it were simply a parallel universe, the laws governing it would remain consistent. Yet, in this reality, even the rules of Dragon Ball diverged from the norm. Furthermore, there was an additional matter that solidified Yuan's conviction in this hypothesis. A couple of days ago, Yuan suddenly recalled that within his dimensional space, there existed the time machine he had previously used to traverse into the future. However, that machine remained inoperative in this particular realm. Initially, Yuan presumed that the machine was malfunctioning. He even requested Bulma to conduct an inspection. However, after her examination, Bulma informed him that the machine was functioning correctly. Yet, the energy source utilized by the machine was something she had never encountered before, entirely distinct from the energy used by the time machine of this realm. This implies that this dimension is certainly more complex than merely a parallel universe. It could potentially be an entirely different world. Yuan departed from the North Galaxy of Earth, carrying 7 Dragon Balls. He sought a lifeless planet and placed the Dragon Balls upon its surface. Arise, Chiron, and grant my wish. As the incantation was uttered, the very fabric of reality shifted, and a deep blue dragon manifested before him. This magnificent creature sported a pair of wings resembling those of a bat. "To think you would dare summon me," exclaimed the dragon, as it produced a cigar from an unknown source, placing it between its lips and igniting it with a lighter. After taking a deep draw, it exhaled a cloud of smoke. The malevolent dragon leisurely indulged in its cigar, casting a curious glance at Yuan. "I sense the essence of the dragon clan within you. As a descendant of dragons, did not your elders caution you about the consequences of summoning me when the Dragon Balls are cracked? Yet, you dared to call upon me?" "No," Yuan replied, shaking his head. "I am fully aware that summoning you would lead to consequences, and it is precisely you whom I wish to summon." "Oh?" The wicked dragon was left perplexed by Yuan's audacity. "You are fully cognizant of the repercussions of summoning me, yet you still chose to do so?" With a hint of excitement playing at the corners of his mouth, Yuan remarked, "Not bad. Do you truly wish to bring about the annihilation of this world?" "Young man, your thoughts are perilously dangerous." The evil dragon, cigar in hand, gestured toward Yuan with a tone reminiscent of a moral lecture. However, a sinister smile crept across the dragon's face as he shifted his discourse. "But I find it delightful. Ha 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 ha." The evil dragon erupted into laughter. Then, with a sudden intake of breath, he inhaled the 7 Dragon Balls from the ground. Instantly, his form transformed into 7 dragons composed of swirling black mist, each clutching a Dragon Ball in its jaws as they soared off in 7 distinct directions. Simultaneously, a wave of malevolent power enveloped the planet, and the sky was adorned with a spectacle akin to the aurora borealis, quite a sight to behold. As Yuan admired the celestial beauty, He leisurely glided toward the location where the nearest Dragon Ball had descended. His unhurried demeanor belied any intent of battle. Rather, he seemed to be embarking on a leisurely excursion. Before long, he arrived at a land reeking of foulness. The surrounding water, earth, and flora were all tainted by toxic fumes, emanating an unbearable stench. Here resided the two-star dragon, the very creature that even Xiao Fong could easily subdue. This fellow's combat prowess was woefully inadequate, barely reaching a few million. Yuan had no interest in indulging him with wasted time. He swiftly dealt a fatal blow, thereby acquiring a restored two-star Dragon Ball. He proceeded to repeat the process, swiftly dispatched the 6 minor creatures, leaving only the 1-star dragon. Among them, the 4-star dragon possessed the highest combat prowess. However, notice something peculiar. Their combat power seemed inconsistent. For instance, the 4-star dragon was rated at merely 10 trillion. Yet its actual combat power soared to 1,000 trillion. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of darkening power 100-fold? Puzzled, chose not to dwell on it further. Only the 1-star dragon remained, but this creature required no search as 6 Dragon Balls revolved around, who ambled slowly, seemingly aimless. Not far behind him, a pale figure followed closely. The 1-star dragon's eyes were fixated on the 6 Dragon Balls, filled with an insatiable longing. Yet, he dared not act rashly, for he had just witnessed the other 6 malevolent dragons being effortlessly vanquished by. Despite being the strongest among the wicked dragons, he possessed merely 12 trillion in combat power. The 4-star dragon, with its 10 trillion, was easily subdued in 2 moves by. What could he hope to achieve? Nevertheless, each malevolent dragon harbored unique abilities, and he was no exception. His power lay in consumption, the ability to devour other Dragon Balls to acquire the capabilities of the consumed, while significantly amplifying his own combat power. Thus, should he succeed in consuming those 6 Dragon Balls, he would be assured of his capacity to annihilate. For now, he bided his time, waiting for the opportune moment, a chance to turn the tide. Yuan held 2 Dragon Balls in his hands, tossing them playfully, as if performing a juggling act. Suddenly, his grip faltered, and the 2 Dragon Balls fell to the ground. Alas, my hand slipped, proclaimed loudly, then bent down to retrieve 2 Dragon Balls. At that moment, the 1-star dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid opportunity. The Dragon Balls began to coalesce. The 1-star dragon opened its mouth wide, its eyes glowing with a crimson light. Instantly, the 4 Dragon Balls surrounding, along with the 2 that had fallen to the ground, began to radiate brilliance, breaking free from its grasp and soaring towards the 1-star dragon. However, the 1-star dragon remained oblivious to the subtle smirk that appeared at the corner of his mouth as he bent down. From the very beginning, had been aware that the 1-star dragon was tailing him. To encourage this pursuit, refrained from utilizing his instantaneous movement. Ultimately, to lure the dragon into snatching the Dragon Balls. Even pretended to fumble. His acting was rather poor, even worse than that of a novice, yet the outcome was surprisingly effective. Indeed, the 1-star dragon took the bait with remarkable ease. Nevertheless, prudently decided against allowing the 1-star dragon to absorb all the Dragon Balls. The 1 4-star ball and the 1 5-star ball that had fallen to the ground remained firmly in his grasp. After all, had no idea how much power this single Dragon Ball might bestow upon him. If he mishandled it, it could spell disaster. After absorbing the other 4 Dragon Balls, the 1-star dragon underwent a transformation. The 1-star ball, previously embedded in its forehead, had now shifted to its chest, alongside the other 4 Dragon Balls. Its physique had changed somewhat compared to before. Most significantly, its combat power surged from 12 trillion to 120 trillion, equating to 12 quadrillion. By this calculation, each Dragon Ball could amplify the 1-star dragon's power tenfold, and what was most terrifying was that this augmentation was multiplicative rather than additive. Thus, absorbing 1 Dragon Ball raised its power tenfold, absorbing 2 would elevate it 100-fold, and so forth. If it were to absorb all 6 remaining Dragon Balls, its combat power would increase by 1,000,000 times. The thought of these calculations left me utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 134, Confrontation with the 1-star dragon. 12 quadrillion. Yuan felt a sense of relief for having reserved some strength, in contrast to the previous malevolent dragons. Their true combat capabilities were a staggering 100-fold greater than their apparent might. This implies that the actual combat potency of a 1-star dragon could very well reach 1,200 trillion. In comparison, Yuan's own combat strength, at its peak, barely amounted to 200 trillion. The disparity in power was strikingly precise, providing him with just enough pressure without posing an imminent threat to his life. Young one, surrender the 2 dragon orbs in your possession. And I may consider sparing your life, otherwise, he chuckled ominously. The 1-star dragon, emboldened by his newfound prowess, exuded an air of arrogance. This invincible strength was undeniably intoxicating. Once he absorbed those 2 dragon orbs, he would ascend to become the supreme being in the universe. Do you wish to possess those 2 dragon orbs? Yuan twirled the 2 dragon balls in his hand for a moment and then placed them into his dimensional space. He taunted the 1-star dragon, saying, "Defeat me, and these 2 dragon balls shall be yours. You seek death." The 1-star dragon's icy gaze was fixed on Yuan, brimming with murderous intent. "Come forth. I have awaited this day for far too long." Yuan began to feel a surge of exhilaration. Subsequently, the energy within him began to expand. Boom! A tangible purplish-golden aura enveloped his form, while a black lightning dragon coiled around him, and his purplish-golden hair danced without the slightest breath of wind. Yuan directly activated his most formidable form. Given the vast disparity in our combat prowess, any attempt at probing is utterly superfluous, truly reckless. Allow me to illuminate the extent of our differences, the 1-star dragon bellowed, releasing a surge of energy that erupted from within, coalescing into a glowing green sphere. This sphere expanded rapidly, only to explode in an instant. Boom! The ground beneath us was shattered, leaving behind a colossal crater. Yuan stood above the explosion, and indeed, from the energy emanating from the 1-star dragon, he could distinctly sense that his combat power had reached an astounding 1200 jing. This level of strength surpassed his own by 6-fold. Defeating him would not be an easy feat. The 1-star dragon looked up at Yuan with a disdainful expression, scoffing, "What a tiny insect! How swiftly you scurry! I shall see how long you can evade me." With a flicker, the 1-star dragon appeared behind Yuan, and then, with a powerful punch, he struck towards Yuan's chest. The speed was astonishing. The 1-star dragon moved so swiftly that Yuan could not discern his movements with the naked eye. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he managed to raise his arm just in time to guard against the blow. Bang! The tremendous force collided with his forearm, leaving Yuan feeling as if his limb was about to lose all sensation. The sheer power sent him hurtling through the air, tumbling several times before he regained control of his body. The disparity of 6-fold was indeed significant. He found it nearly impossible to keep pace with the 1-star dragon's movements. However, it would not be so simple for the 1-star dragon to extinguish his life. Within Yuan's body, the willpower flowed effortlessly, and his arm's injury instantaneously healed. With a flick of his arm, Yuan revealed a faint smile. "Oh, remarkably unscathed?" The 1-star dragon expressed his astonishment. He had not held back in their previous encounter. Despite the vast disparity in strength, Yuan emerged entirely unharmed. However, the 1-star dragon's surprise was fleeting. He did not dwell on it. After all, possessing a robust recovery ability was not unique. Even the 5-star dragon shared this trait, yet it was ultimately felled by a mere slap in the face of overwhelming power. The 1-star dragon held unwavering confidence in his current strength. "Come on, let us proceed." Yuan beckoned with a finger at the 1-star dragon, the mocking effect reaching its zenith. Seeking death, his eyes emitted beams of freezing light. Yuan executed an instantaneous movement, arriving behind the 1-star dragon. He gathered a sphere of energy in his hand and pressed it against the dragon's back. Sensing the imminent danger, the 1-star dragon remained unfazed, offering a disdainful smile. Subsequently, he commanded the dark spikes on his back to extend abruptly, glimmering with a chilling sharpness. Yuan did not evade the piercing black thorns, allowing them to penetrate his body. The thorns pierced through his chest, and an intense pain coursed throughout his entire being. In his grasp, Yuan tightly held a sphere of energy, enduring the excruciating pain of his heart being pierced, as he propelled his body forward a few more steps. He pressed the energy sphere directly against the back of the 1-star dragon. Boom! The 1-star dragon's eyes widened in shock before it was forcefully slammed to the ground. After the impact, the gaping wound in Yuan's chest began to close, almost instantaneously reverting to its original state. It still hurt quite a bit. Rubbing the injured area, Yuan managed to muster a faint smile. The 1-star dragon, lying amidst the dirt, coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had not evaded the attack, allowing Yuan's strike to land upon him, simply because he had underestimated the potency of Yuan's assault. The disparity in their combat abilities was so vast that he believed standing still and absorbing Yuan's attacks would leave him unscathed. However, upon feeling the energy sphere collide with him, he realized the folly of his assumptions. Within the core of Yuan's energy, there resided a unique power, one that nearly disregarded all forms of defense and inflicted considerable harm upon him. This was the essence of vital energy, capable of delivering enhanced damage to malevolent targets. The evil dragon itself was a creature forged from negative energy. Thus, attacks imbued with vital energy undoubtedly inflicted tremendous damage upon it. Yuan had long since infused his essence with vital energy. Each of his strikes could transcend the disparity in combat prowess, dealing harm to the one-star dragon. Cursed be this fate. The one-star dragon let out a furious roar, its internal energy erupting and instantaneously scattering the stones and earth that weighed down upon it. You have provoked my wrath. It glared menacingly at Yuan, teeth clenched in fury. Suddenly, the one-star dragon surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, Yuan found himself struck, sent hurtling through the air. The dragon's form flickered through the sky, each appearance precise and aimed at Yuan, relentless in its assault. Yuan was like a football, being kicked back and forth in the air by a celestial dragon. Yuan remained unhurried. Although he could not evade the attack of the one-star dragon, the damage inflicted was not as severe as anticipated. Under the healing power of his will, Yuan's injuries were almost immediately mended, leaving him with only the sensation of pain. Yuan refrained from utilizing his inner sight. Beyond his desire to enhance his strength through combat, he yearned to ascertain whether he could once again enter that state reminiscent of the supreme mastery he experienced during his previous battle with Yuan. As he endured the blows, Yuan sensed his power gradually ascending. Simultaneously, he began to discern the attack patterns of the one-star dragon. Boom! Unleashed a powerful punch directed at the left side, his fist landing squarely upon the chest of the newly appeared one-star dragon. The energy contained within his fist surged into the dragon's body. The vital essence exploded within one-star dragon in an instant. How is this possible? He could hardly believe it as a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. He had actually been struck? This was inconceivable. Having endured such a relentless assault, was filled with fury. Seizing the moment of one-star dragon's distraction, he unleashed a relentless barrage of the celestial horse meteor fist. Bang, 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 bang. The energy within him ruthlessly cascaded upon one-star dragon. In an instant, a multitude of fist imprints covered the dragon's entire body, each imprint still retaining its essence. Drink. Yuan unleashed a dual punch, striking the chest of the one-star dragon with the force of a cannonball. Instantly, the one-star dragon was sent hurtling backward, as if it had been struck by an aircraft. Yuan retracted his fists and lightly snapped his fingers. Boom. The imprint on the body of the one-star dragon suddenly began to heat up. Bang, bang, bang. The air within the imprint erupted instantaneously, enveloping the one-star dragon in a multitude of explosions. Despite the vast disparity in strength, the one-star dragon would not emerge unscathed from this attack infused with vital energy. As the explosions ceased and the thick smoke dissipated, the one-star dragon emerged, looking disheveled and covered in dirt. Although he appeared quite battered, Yuan understood that the one-star dragon had only sustained minor injuries, not detrimental to his essence. Nevertheless, the pain was likely excruciating. The one-star dragon's expression darkened, trembling with indignation. Such a profound humiliation. He had never endured such disgrace in his life. Being bested by someone so much weaker was a disgrace to the very essence of the evil dragon. Enraged, his entire body quaked. Crack! Even his molars crumbled under the pressure. Super negative energy sphere. The one-star dragon conjured a colossal red energy sphere, radiating intense negative energy. Under the influence of this malevolent force, the entire planet was shrouded in darkness. The sky became overcast with ominous clouds, and within them, blood-red lightning surged and roared. Various natural disasters besieged the planet. Earthquakes, tsunamis, thunderstorms, volcanic eruptions. Perish. The one-star dragon glared fiercely, hurling the energy sphere towards Yuan with all his might. The energy contained within this sphere far exceeded 120 trillion. It was likely to reach an astounding 3,000 trillion in power. The energy sphere swiftly approached Yuan, emanating searing heat that caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. He realized he could not withstand it head-on. Yuan detected a faint scent of death. Although he held great confidence in his own willpower, it was unwise to gamble with his life. He swiftly employed teleportation to evade the energy sphere. After Yuan evaded, the energy sphere struck the ground with a resounding impact. Under the force of the energy sphere, the rigid earth transformed into a substance akin to tofu. The ground melted, and the energy sphere embedded itself deeply into the soil. A terrifying surge of negative energy erupted instantaneously. The entire planet fractured, metamorphosing into a colossal display of fireworks. Ha 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 ha. The one-star dragon threw back his head in laughter, firmly believing that Yuan could not possibly survive such an onslaught. Moreover, a mere earthling possessed no capability for survival in the vastness of the universe. Even if he managed to endure, he would ultimately succumb to asphyxiation in the void of space. It was truly a pity for the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. The one-star dragon was genuinely curious about how formidable he would become after consuming all the Dragon Balls. What are you laughing at, dog? Suddenly, a familiar voice reached the one-star dragon's ears. He looked up in astonishment. Yuan stood in the vastness of space, appearing no different from when he was on solid ground, utterly unaffected by his surroundings. How could this be? Are you not of Earth? How could a being from Earth possess the ability to thrive in the cosmos? The one-star dragon could scarcely believe his own eyes. Yuan scoffed. Who told you that humans from Earth cannot survive in space? After a moment of silence, Yixing suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, he chuckled, shaking his head. His tone tinged with a hint of regret. Even if you could survive in space, what difference would it make? You would still meet your end at my hands. However, this is for the best. I was just lamenting the loss of those 2 Dragon Balls that would vanish with you. Now, it seems I have the opportunity to fulfill my wish. Yixing's demeanor exuded confidence, as if he had already secured victory over Yuan. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Acquiring those 2 Dragon Balls is quite simple. Defeat me, and they are yours. Yuan let out a thunderous roar, his presence exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a raging thunder dragon. He took the initiative to launch an assault, employing instantaneous movement to appear at the side of the one-star dragon in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch. The one-star dragon, quick-witted and agile, swiftly seized Yuan's wrist, pulling it forcefully while simultaneously conjuring a ki blast in his other hand, hurling it towards Yuan's abdomen. Yuan transformed his body into spatial particles, evading the strike with finesse. He skillfully utilized his spatial abilities to dodge the energy assault, was barely managing to contend with the one-star dragon. In a brief moment, the 2 were locked in an unrelenting struggle, exchanging blows with fervor. As the planet succumbed to the devastation wrought by the one-star dragon, a surge of potent negative energy traversed the cosmos, reaching Earth light years away. Yuan and Vegeta, both warriors of unparalleled prowess, could scarcely contain their excitement. In the past, they might have deliberated, but the present was different. Having mastered the art of internal energy, they possessed the ability to survive in the vastness of space. With their inhibitions cast aside, they quickly reached a mutual understanding. Yuan promptly transported himself and Vegeta with instantaneous movement. In an instant, they materialized amidst the stars. Not far from their position, 2 radiant beams clashed in the void. The golden-purple beam emanated the familiar presence of, while the other, a vibrant green, bore the unmistakable signature of the formidable negative energy they had sensed earlier. Such power. The sheer intensity of the battle aura from and the one-star dragon left Yuan and Vegeta in awe. It was evident that had not unleashed his full potential during their previous encounters. Clenching his fists, Vegeta felt a tumult of emotions, alongside his astonishment. A profound sense of frustration simmered within him. Origins are well known to him. He hails from a time over a decade ago, when he was already far more formidable than he is now. If had trained for as long as he has, how terrifying would he have become? Oh, Yuan is truly powerful. He mentioned that in his time, there are many who surpass him in strength. And the thought of facing those masters from his era is indeed enticing. Yuan has begun to yearn for that alternate realm. In this timeline, he and Vegeta have nearly reached the pinnacle of power in the universe. For over a decade, they have encountered no worthy adversaries. Even OOB, the reincarnation of Kid Buu, after several years of training under Yuan, can only contend with Yuan in his base form. Should Yuan transform into a Super Saiyan, OOB stands no chance whatsoever. The most exhilarating battle Yuan has experienced in recent years was undoubtedly his encounter with Baby. As for battling, that was merely a torment, pain without any thrill. Listening to Yuan, Vegeta released his clenched fists and smiled with a sense of relief. Truly, you are remarkable, Kakarot. Chapter 136, The Feigned Injury? The exhilarating battles left Yuan and Vegeta breathless. Especially when employed instant transmission as a standard technique in combat, it left Yuan utterly awestruck. Kakarot, can you use instant transmission like? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. What a joke. Yuan shook his head vigorously. If I could use instant transmission like Yuan, you would stand even less of a chance against me. For Yuan, Instant transmission is merely a skill for traveling or escaping, only occasionally applicable in battle. He must first lock onto his opponent's energy signature to utilize it. Making the process too lengthy, he might as well rely on high-speed movement. Furthermore, while using it once or twice can yield an element of surprise. Excessive use can easily reveal vulnerabilities. Though the battle against the one-star dragon was perilous, it undeniably contributed significantly to his strength enhancement, as combat prowess has now approached an astounding 500 billion. In terms of his standard fighting capability, he is akin to a series of nines, merely a fractional 0, 1 point away from attaining a trillion. However, finds that this seemingly negligible amount of power resembles an insurmountable chasm, one that cannot be bridged regardless of effort. Could it be that the rapid enhancement of his abilities has rendered the one-star dragon insufficient for further elevation of his combat strength? Yuan couldn't help but harbor doubts. Given his current combat prowess, a one-star dragon was merely twice as strong as him. Previously, he had been able to contend with a six-fold disparity in strength by relying on his spatial abilities. Now, the situation was even more pronounced. The one-star dragon could scarcely land a blow on Yuan. Even if it did, the healing power of his will would restore him almost instantaneously. Conversely, Yuan could occasionally land a couple of punches on him. Moreover, with the enhancement of his combat strength, the damage he inflicted had grown significantly. In this tug-of-war, the one-star dragon had become thoroughly battered and bruised. The one-star dragon felt increasingly alarmed with each strike, yet he found himself utterly powerless. The speed of Yuan's teleportation was simply too swift. He could neither strike nor evade. Beyond teleportation, Yuan could also transform his body into spatial particles to dodge his attacks. As if that were not enough, each time the one-star dragon evaded Yuan's energy blasts, those very blasts would suddenly be teleported back to him. Exhausted and disheartened, the one-star dragon experienced the overwhelming sensation of facing insurmountable odds. To make matters worse, his opponent only seemed to grow stronger with each exchange. What a predicament this was. The one-star dragon finally grasped the situation. Yuan was merely regarded as a tool for leveling up. It appeared he was being exploited to enhance another's power. It was likely that the previous 4 Dragon Balls were deliberately acquired by Yuan himself. Otherwise, with his spatial abilities, it was hard to believe he couldn't control those few insignificant Dragon Balls. However, the situation was not devoid of hope. The one-star dragon realized that Yuan's strength had ceased to grow any further, and he was acutely aware of the reasons behind this stagnation. Perhaps he could capitalize on this situation. Yet, it required a gamble. Should Yuan wish to continue augmenting his prowess, he would undoubtedly fall into the trap, providing the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the one-star dragon's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Yuan seized upon a momentary lapse from one-star dragon. In an instant, a flurry of punches, kicks, and energy blasts descended upon one-star dragon, overwhelming him with a cacophony of assaults. Had victory been achieved? The onlookers, Goku and Vegeta, stood in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. Though one-star dragon's strength surpassed that of Yuan, he found himself vanquished by Yuan's myriad of peculiar tactics. Goku, witnessing this spectacle, yearned to return home and diligently practice instant transmission. If he could master it with the same finesse as Yuan, he too might transcend his limits. However, Goku understood that Yuan's triumph over one-star dragon stemmed from the fact that his energy was imbued with life force, while one-star dragon was composed of negative energy. Otherwise, against a formidable opponent of standard caliber, Yuan's spatial abilities would merely serve as a means of evasion. Given the vast disparity in combat prowess, inflicting harm upon the adversary would be impossible. After a while, the onslaught ceased. Under Yuan's relentless barrage, one-star dragon bore a multitude of intersecting wounds, and his aura had significantly weakened. Yuan sensed that something was amiss, for even if all his attacks landed, they would not suffice to inflict such grave injuries unless the one-star dragon was caught off guard. Could it be that the one-star dragon had deliberately sustained these wounds? What could be the motive behind such a tactic? Yuan opened his mind's eye and scanned the one-star dragon, discovering that all his wounds were genuine, not feigned injuries. Moreover, Yuan had not bestowed upon him the 5-star orb, thus the one-star dragon lacked the powers of a 5-star dragon. He was unable to utilize electrical slime to heal his injuries. "Kill me," he said, as if resigned to his fate, opening his arms in a gesture of surrender. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. Yuan instinctively sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not quite articulate what exactly felt off. It was impossible to slay the one-star dragon at this moment. Yuan still intended to utilize the one-star dragon to enhance his own level. It was inconceivable for him to eliminate it at this moment. Furthermore, Yuan possessed a certain premonition. Once he surpassed this bottleneck, he would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. However, at present, the strength of the one-star dragon was insufficient to pose any threat to him. Yuan pondered for a moment before retrieving a dragon ball from the dimensional space. This was the 5-star ball, should the one-star dragon consume it. Not only would its power multiply tenfold, but it would also acquire the abilities of a 5-star dragon. In that event, it could utilize electric slime to mend its own injuries. Upon witnessing Yuan unveil the dragon ball, a glimmer of joy involuntarily flickered in the depths of the one-star dragon's eyes. Yuan observed the subtle changes in his eyes with keen perception. At this moment, he finally comprehended the situation. The one-star dragon had accurately calculated that he would not harm him, and furthermore, would allow him to enhance his strength and bestow upon him the dragon pearl. To his astonishment, the one-star dragon had even resorted to a strategy of feigned suffering. Nonetheless, the one-star dragon had indeed executed this plan with considerable finesse. Yuan would certainly not kill him at this moment. Instead, he intends to summon the malevolent dragon, aiming to swiftly enhance his own power. Thus, it would be impossible for him to take his life now. Moreover, Yuan had originally planned to elevate his strength beyond that of a one-star dragon before offering him a dragon ball to consume. Yuan directly tossed the 5-star orb to the one-star dragon, calmly stating, "Consume it and continue our battle." Yuan remained unperturbed by the potential for unforeseen events, fully aware that the one-star dragon was merely feigning vulnerability in pursuit of the dragon ball. However, Yuan was not without contingencies of his own. He had already discerned that Goku and Vegeta had arrived at this location, and thus, he had secretly communicated with them. Should any complications arise, Goku and Vegeta would merge, effortlessly dealing with the one-star dragon. The Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, regardless of the one-star dragon's overwhelming strength, would undoubtedly prevail. Chapter 137, Dimensional Hierarchy completed, clutching the 5-star ball. The one-star dragon could no longer contain his ecstatic anticipation. Eagerly, he swallowed the 5-star ball, and soon, a blue orb appeared on his chest. Boom. Upon consuming the 5-star ball, the one-star dragon's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending waves of pink goo scattering towards various planets. Moments later, this viscous substance returned. Leaving the planets it had touched appearing desolate and lifeless, as if drained of all vitality. Clearly, the energy of these planets had been siphoned away by the one-star dragon. Fortunately, the nearby planets were devoid of life, only their energy had been consumed. However, with their energy depleted, these planets would soon be unable to sustain themselves and would likely disintegrate into cosmic dust. The pink goo reassembled, reminiscent of Majin Buu's abilities, swiftly coalescing back into the one-star dragon. Having absorbed such immense energy, the one-star dragon's injuries had fully healed. His laughter echoed triumphantly, power, boundless power. He felt as if he could vanquish his former self with a single punch. After devouring the 5-star ball, not only had he mended his wounds, but crucially, his strength had multiplied tenfold. Tenfold. A staggering tenfold. His power now soared to 12,000 trillion, or 1.2 quintillion. Should he consume the 4-star ball as well, his combat prowess would reach an astounding 12 quintillion. Who in this universe could possibly challenge him now? Fool. Little did you know that you so readily bestowed the Dragon Ball upon me. In gratitude, I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Ha ha ha. The charade is over. The one-star dragon declared his invincibility. This insignificant ant before him could be crushed effortlessly with but a flick of his finger. With disdain, the one-star dragon sneered at Yuan, proclaiming, "You shall regret granting me the Dragon Ball." A wisp of black mist emanated from the body of the one-star dragon. Soon, this entire star domain became tainted by the black vapor, suffused with negative energy. Suddenly, the one-star dragon vanished. Upon witnessing its disappearance, Yuan's heart sank, and he immediately contemplated using teleportation to evade the impending danger. Boom. The one-star dragon delivered a solid punch to Yuan's abdomen. The black spikes on its fist pierced through Yuan's flesh like nails. The one-star dragon pressed its chin against Yuan's shoulder, revealing a cold, disdainful smile as it taunted, "Did you think I would allow you to employ your spatial abilities? Let me inform you, this space has been sealed by me, rendering your repugnant powers utterly ineffective." Indeed, the one-star dragon had exerted overwhelming force to directly seal the space, preventing Yuan from utilizing his spatial abilities. Unless Yuan's strength was within tenfold of the one-star dragon's, it would be impossible to break through this confinement. However, the one-star dragon's power had surged, now exceeding Mo Yuan's by 24 times. Breaking through the one-star dragon's seal was an impossibility, deprived of his spatial abilities to evade harm. Mo Yuan found himself entirely unable to dodge the one-star dragon's assault. The one-star dragon, invigorated, unleashed all the pent-up grievances it had previously endured. What should we do? Is Mo Yuan going to be killed? Goku anxiously inquired of Vegeta as they observed Mo Yuan being mercilessly battered by the one-star dragon. What's the rush? Didn't Mo Yuan say to wait for him to signal before we fuse? Vegeta replied coldly, crossing his arms. He had no desire to engage in such a humiliating act. Were it not for the debt he owed Mo Yuan for saving his family, he would have never consented to such a request. If it were possible to avoid it, he would strive to do so. Vegeta, you truly are heartless, Goku remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, turning away and ignoring Goku. Closed his eyes, attempting to replicate the scene from his previous battle with Vegeta. Unfortunately, the outcome was far from satisfactory. During that earlier confrontation, Vegeta had not initially sealed off the space, allowing to evade his attacks using spatial abilities. However, this time, the one-star dragon had immediately confined the surroundings, rendering unable to dodge the onslaught solely through his speed. The notion of blocking was even more futile. Such a tactic only proved effective when the opposing forces were comparable. Given the vast disparity in strength between and the one-star dragon, attempting to block was akin to a mandish trying to stop a chariot. Within, his willpower surged ceaselessly, tirelessly mending the injuries inflicted by the one-star dragon. Under normal circumstances, in the throes of such intense combat, S power would have soared like a rocket. Yet, at present, the energy within him resembled a stagnant pond, devoid of any movement. Moreover, each time the one-star dragon wounded him, it left behind a residue of negative energy that needed to be eradicated before his injuries could heal. However, dispelling this negative energy demanded a greater expenditure of willpower than usual recovery would necessitate. After enduring such prolonged combat, nearly half of his willpower had already been depleted. If this continued, he might indeed face dire consequences. Mo Yuan felt a surge of urgency. Although he was accompanied by Wukong and Vegeta, he was certain that his life was not in jeopardy. Yet, he yearned to transcend his limitations, for only then would he harbor hopes of returning home. The fist of one-star dragon struck Mo Yuan's chest, and subsequently, the black spikes on his fist erupted like Wolverine's claws, piercing through Mo Yuan's body. Ha ha ha. One-star dragon remarked with a mocking grin. Are you perplexed as to why your power has failed to ascend further? With the black spikes embedded in one-star dragon's fist, Mo Yuan lifted his gaze, meeting the eyes of his adversary. This was indeed a conundrum he could not fathom. Observing Mo Yuan's bewilderment, one-star dragon erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. How amusing. You have always regarded me as a mere tool for augmenting your strength. Yet you do not even comprehend the concept of dimensional hierarchy. But then again, had you understood the dimensional hierarchy, you likely would not have so readily surrendered the Dragon Balls to me, would you? Dimensional hierarchy? Had encountered the term dimension on multiple occasions, familiar with its various interpretations such as two-dimensional and three-dimensional. Upon arriving in the world of Dragon Ball, he recalled hearing Piccolo refer to dimensions, specifically in the context of describing the Kaioshin. He remarked that the two of them existed in different dimensions. However, the power of Shin was such that had never taken the concept of dimension seriously. Considering that you are on the brink of death at my hands, I shall enlighten you, he said. The term dimension refers to the hierarchy of an individual's power and life. You currently stand at the pinnacle of the first dimension, poised to transcend into the second dimension. Once you breach this threshold, you shall no longer be a mere mortal. Your life essence and strength will be elevated 100-fold. Yet, do you truly believe that transcending dimensions is an endeavor easily accomplished? Only a fool like you, ignorant of such matters, would presume that one could ascend through mere combat. Aha, now it is all clear. Mo Yuan finally comprehended why the true power of these malevolent dragons was 100-fold greater than their apparent strength. In other words, upon breaking into the second dimension, the energy within him would receive 100-fold amplification. Chapter 138, The Reappearance of the Ultimate Technique. Thus, to attain a combat power measured in trillions signifies an entry into the second dimension. If this is the case, Mo Yuan was left with another question. While Majin Buu's base form also reached 1 trillion in combat power, why had his strength not been augmented 100-fold? Unbeknownst to Mo Yuan, although Majin Buu possessed 1 trillion-level combat power, he was fundamentally a magical creation, and his strength was derived from devouring others. Consequently, Majin Buu's combat power was akin to that of a Scion's transformation, lacking a breakthrough in dimensional hierarchy. However, the current Fat Bu, with a combat power of 90 billion, had integrated the soul of the Supreme Kai and was no longer the magical entity he once was. Should he cultivate to surpass the trillion level, he too could enter the second dimension, and his power would naturally experience a 100-fold increase. Returning to the matter at hand, having said so much, it would be better for you to hand over the remaining Dragon Ball to me. I can grant you a swift demise. The black spikes on the one-star dragon's fist elongated into a pair of lethal claws, relentlessly striking Mo Yuan. Deep wounds, visible to the bone, appeared upon his body. However, not long after, they were mended by the wish energy within Mo Yuan. Yet simultaneously, the wish energy within him was being consumed at an accelerated rate. Paid no heed to the one-star dragon, as he focused on mending his injuries while contemplating the means to transcend into the second dimension. If entering the second dimension would indeed amplify his power 100-fold, then perhaps all he needed to do was compress the energy within him by that same magnitude. With this possibility in mind, eagerly set about to put his thoughts into action. Closing his eyes, he devoted himself entirely to the task of condensing the power within his being, allowing the one-star dragon to strike him without resistance. Mo Yuan also yearned to discover whether he could transcend to the second dimension under such extreme circumstances. If ultimately he found himself unable to do so, he would undoubtedly summon Goku and Vegeta for assistance. To Mo Yuan's astonishment, as he concentrated all his energy on compressing his power, his body unexpectedly reverted from the Super Saiyan 3 form. Subsequently, a faint silvery luminescence enveloped him. You wish to transcend to the second dimension? That hinges upon my consent. Upon witnessing Mo Yuan in this state, the one-star dragon instantly comprehended his intentions. However, he was not the type to idly watch his adversary grow stronger. He would extinguish all threats in their infancy. Even as he recognized that surpassing to the second dimension was no trivial feat, countless individuals had devoted centuries to this pursuit. Only to meet with regret in the end, he would not remain passive and allow events to unfold unchecked. Super negative energy sphere. The one-star dragon once again concentrated an energy sphere in his hand, this one larger and more formidable than the last, brimming with terrifying power. This time, I shall reduce you to mere ashes. With a confident smile, he hurled the energy sphere with all his might, convinced that in a space sealed off, Mo Yuan could not evade this assault. Hands on his hips, the one-star dragon wore a smug expression. Envisioning Mo Yuan reduced to dust beneath the onslaught of the energy sphere. Vegeta, are you not going to intervene? Is Yuan truly facing death? Goku, gazing at the massive sphere radiating malevolence, was in a state of frantic distress. Not only Goku, but even Vegeta felt the urge to act. Yet, without any telepathic communication from Mo Yuan, they dared not make a rash move. As Vegeta contemplated the energy sphere, his mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, "Kakarot, let us fuse." Although Mo Yuan had not signaled them, Vegeta sensed that something was amiss with Mo Yuan's current state. Regardless, he could not stand idly by and watch as the one-star dragon struck him down. The situation was dire and urgent. Goku and Vegeta, without hesitation, took their positions and synchronized their energy. Just as they prepared to merge, they suddenly noticed a transformation in Mo Yuan. First, he exited the Super Saiyan transformation. Then a soft silver glow manifested around him. Wait, Vegeta, it seems he may not require our assistance. Goku halted his actions. They beheld Mo Yuan with closed eyes, moving like a specter, effortlessly evading the one-star dragon's attack. This is impossible. The one-star dragon was left in shock, his jaw agape. What manner of anomaly is this? The one-star dragon had never encountered such a formidable opponent. In truth, he had only faced Mo Yuan. Undeterred by the challenge, the one-star dragon boldly advanced, unleashing a tempest of relentless assaults upon Mo Yuan. His fists, feet, and energy surged forth like a torrential storm, striking at Mo Yuan with reckless abandon. The one-star dragon nearly exhausted his entire repertoire of skills. Yet, it seemed as if Mo Yuan possessed a foreknowledge of his every move, evading each attack by the narrowest of margins. With each confrontation, the one-star dragon found his frustration mounting. Mo Yuan darted about like an elusive loach, slipping through his grasp despite the fact that his own speed far surpassed that of Mo Yuan. Logically, it should have been impossible to evade him. One-star dragon was utterly perplexed. How impressive! Wukong marveled at Mo Yuan's movements, unable to suppress his admiration. Even Vegeta had to concede that he was undeniably formidable. Nevertheless, this was advantageous for him. A smirk played on Vegeta's lips. for it meant he could prolong their fusion a little longer. Ma Yu was entirely absorbed in the endeavor of transcending the second dimension, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Were he to behold his current state, he would undoubtedly exclaim in awe at the mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. Compressing one's power is indeed a formidable challenge, especially when the aim is to condense it 100-fold. Yuan has expended a considerable amount of time managing to compress his power only to a mere double. In the boundless space, a continuous stream of energy emerges to replenish his consumption. The act of compressing power is fraught not only with difficulty, but also with peril. Each step must be taken with utmost caution. A moment's carelessness could result in catastrophic failure. Double, triple, tenfold. Fortunately, Yuan has created the boundless realm. Otherwise, absorbing such immense energy would be no simple feat. As time progresses, the energy within Yuan has been compressed to 100-fold. Yet, that formidable barrier remains utterly insurmountable. Showing no signs of yielding to a breakthrough, Yuan felt an inexplicable void within himself. The one-star dragon, consumed by an uncontrollable fury, had failed to lay a finger on him despite the prolonged confrontation. The flames of anger within him surged beyond containment. Super negative energy sphere. The one-star dragon raised both hands, a crimson energy sphere coalescing within his grasp. This sphere pulsated with intensity, swelling in size with each rhythmic throb. Before long, a colossal energy sphere, several times larger than the sun, materialized in his hands. The blood-red sphere, entwined with dark, ashen currents, exuded a terrifying aura of negative energy. With a deranged expression, the one-star dragon bellowed at Yuan, "This time, I shall see how you evade me. Perish." The energy sphere, akin to a crimson sun, bore an apocalyptic essence as it hurtled towards Yuan. Chapter 139, A Point of No Return. The overwhelming presence jolted Yuan awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a sunlight crimson energy sphere. What in the world is happening? Yuan could not help but curse. Could it be that this one-star dragon has gone mad? Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity about this scene. It was reminiscent of his last battle with Goku, where circumstances seemed eerily similar. Could it be that something extraordinary had transpired during this time? Had he unwittingly entered a state akin to the Ultra Instinct once more, driving the one-star dragon to madness? If that were indeed the case, then this Ultra Instinct is rather cunning. When faced with insurmountable challenges, it simply relinquishes control back to me? How impressive! How noble! To preserve your undefeated record, do you flee when confronted with an adversary you cannot vanquish? Ma Yu cursed at the silvery hue within his inner energy. After venting his frustration, he solemnly regarded the energy sphere looming above him. Engaging it directly seemed utterly unwise, and his willpower was nearly depleted. If he were to confront it head-on, it would likely spell his demise. As he gazed at the colossal energy sphere, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Ultimately, his gaze grew resolute, tinged with a hint of madness. Vegeta, Kakarot. Goku and Vegeta spoke in unison, exchanging a knowing smile. After years of camaraderie, a mere glance was sufficient to understand each other's intentions. Fusion. Without further ado, the two positioned themselves on either side, preparing to commence their amalgamation. Goku, Vegeta, please hold off on the fusion. I wish to try this on my own. Just as they were about to merge, Ma Yu suddenly communicated telepathically. Yuan. Goku opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from dissuading him. Vegeta, arms crossed and a smirk upon his lips, declared, "We must emerge victorious. Rest assured, the one standing at the end will undoubtedly be me," Ma Yu replied, his voice brimming with confidence. Yuan resolved to harness the power of the four-star dragon as an offensive maneuver to transcend his own limitations. It was a matter of either breaking through or perishing. Should he meet his demise, Goku and Vegeta would inevitably merge, thus obliterating the four-star dragon. However, since the four-star ball resided within his dimensional realm, reviving it would likely necessitate Goku's journey to Namek, where the Dragon Balls could be utilized to restore him to life. In Yuan's eyes, madness brimmed. The energy sphere, akin to a sun, rapidly approached. It evoked an uncanny sensation of a celestial body colliding with Earth. A tremendous sense of oppression enveloped Yuan entirely. "Haha, perish before me." The one-star dragon cackled incessantly, forcefully thrusting both hands forward, causing the energy sphere to accelerate abruptly. In an instant, it engulfed Yuan completely. Pain. Excruciating agony. It has been a considerable time since Yuan has endured such anguish. The last time he experienced such pain was during the activation of his bloodline. The terrifying energy nearly dissolved his flesh in an instant. Akin to snow meeting a searing heat, the corporeal form of Yuan was utterly vaporized, leaving behind only his core, a singular violet orb. The essence of Yuan, along with his formidable power, resides within this orb. Were he to summon his full strength to safeguard the core, enduring this assault would pose no challenge. Yet, Yuan is reluctant to do so. He offers little resistance, even choosing to draw this negative energy into the core. Harnessing this force, Yuan embarks on a quest to transcend his limitations. However, concurrently, the power of the one-star dragon begins to erode Yuan's core. This becomes a race against time. Should Yuan succeed in breaking through his constraints before the core collapses, not only would he survive, but he would also ascend to a second dimension, drastically enhancing his strength. Conversely, failure would mean his demise. The power of Yuan guided the negative energy, and the two forces converged to launch the first assault against the bottleneck. Boom. The collision of power made Yuan feel as though his very soul was vibrating. Under the immense force of the impact, the bottleneck remained utterly unyielding. However, Yuan did not succumb to despair. He had anticipated this outcome. Soon, he gathered himself for a second strike. Boom, boom. This time, he unleashed even greater strength, yet regrettably, it still bore no fruit. The third attempt. The fourth. With unwavering determination, Yuan continued to assault the bottleneck time and again, until at last, it exhibited a slight yielding. Yet, he felt no joy. For the majority of his strength had been depleted, and his core was severely damaged. The bottleneck had merely shown a hint of looseness. Nevertheless, the slightest sign of movement signified the glimmer of hope. As long as a sliver of hope remained, Yuan would resolutely refuse to surrender. In this predicament, he had no other choice left. He now had to gather all his strength for one final strike. Indeed, Yuan resolved to take a decisive stand. If he were to fail in this attempt to break through, he would lack the strength to challenge the bottleneck again. Furthermore, his core would completely dissipate. Success or failure hinged upon this singular moment. Let me break through. Within Yuan's heart, a tempest of fury surged. He unleashed all his power without reservation. Entwined with the negative energy of a solitary dragon, these two forces converged like an army of thousands, launching a formidable final assault upon the bottleneck. Boom, boom, boom. A profoundly intense shockwave threatened to shatter Yuan's very soul. Under the weight of his onslaught, the bottleneck gradually began to weaken, becoming increasingly fragile. Crack. The sound echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass, as fissures appeared upon the once invisible barrier. A surge of elation coursed through as he wielded his power with relentless determination. Striving to shatter the confines of this insurmountable barrier, his strength ebbed rapidly, and the fissures upon the threshold multiplied alarmingly. No. Why is this happening? As the last vestiges of his energy dissipated, found himself enveloped in despair. The threshold, marred with cracks, remained steadfastly obstructive. At this moment, felt utterly depleted. His strength was entirely expended, and his core had been eroded by negative energy to a mere size of a pinky finger. The moment his core vanished would herald his demise. Should he resign himself to fate? It seemed that, at this juncture, acceptance was the only option left. With his power exhausted, what else could he do but acquiesce? Countless thoughts urged to relinquish his struggle. After all, he could still be revived with the Dragon Balls. Why exert himself so desperately? No, Yuan refused to succumb to fate. If he were to acquiesce this time, he would likely do so again in the future. How many times can one truly accept their destiny? Is it plausible to expect a Dragon Ball to resurrect oneself with every demise? Latsili, Chinin, Tianlin. His beloved wife and children awaited his return. How could he possibly surrender? He still possessed a final reservoir of strength yet to be unleashed. The power of the soul. Yuan resolved to harness the power of his soul to execute one final assault. The soul is the essence of one's existence. If it suffers damage, it requires an extensive period for recovery. Should the soul dissipate, he would face absolute demise, with even the ordinary Dragon Balls incapable of resurrection. It seems only the Super Dragon Balls possess the capacity to revive one whose soul has perished. Nevertheless, despite this grave risk, Yuan unwaveringly chose this path. Gathering the essence of his soul, he prepared to embark on this ultimate endeavor, which indeed marked the last opportunity. Should he fail, his soul would endure significant injury. At that moment, a familiar energy surged from the depths of his core. Gazed in astonishment at the sudden surge of energy. This was not. I have heard from fellow authors that one should shamelessly request 5-star ratings and gifts from readers. However, being somewhat timid, I hesitate to ask for any gifts. I would be exceedingly grateful for any free offerings. Yet, I sincerely hope you could take a moment to bestow a 5-star review. Thank you all. I cherish you dearly. Chapter 140. The second dimension. Yuan was taken aback by the sudden surge of energy. Was this not the very essence of the purple vortex that had transported him to this GT world? Yuan had initially believed that the vortex which transported him to this realm had either vanished or relocated elsewhere. To his astonishment, the entirety of the vortex's energy was concealed deep within his core. Had it not been for the emergence of this energy, Yuan would likely have spent his entire life unaware of its presence within him. This energy was extraordinarily vast. Even when combined with the negative energy sphere of the one-star dragon, it paled in comparison. The violet energy transformed into a sharp arrow, piercing towards the already fractured bottleneck. Goku and Vegeta wore grave expressions, their fists clenched tightly. They could no longer sense Yuan's aura. The negative energy sphere of the one-star dragon continued its descent, casting a blood-red hue over the starry expanse. At last, he is dead. What a tenacious fellow indeed. The aura of Yuan has finally dissipated. The one-star dragon can now rest easy. As Yuan was struck, the one-star dragon felt a twinge of concern over what novel techniques he might conjure forth. A colossal sphere of negative energy erupted with a resounding explosion. The immense negative energy roamed freely, spreading throughout the cosmos. The planets traversed by this malevolent force were cloaked in a shroud of ashen gray. Subsequently, the vitality of these celestial bodies withered away at an alarming rate. Most terrifyingly, this negative energy did not diminish as it propagated. Rather, it grew increasingly potent, resembling an infectious disease that spreads from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. If this continued, it was likely that the entire galaxy, and perhaps even the entire universe, would succumb to the ravages of negative energy, ultimately leading to annihilation. The one-star dragon watched with exuberance as the negative energy consumed the world around him. This was the moment of greatest joy since his summoning. If one were to inquire about the benefits of world destruction for him, it might simply be that it brought him a sense of delight. However, unbeknownst to the one-star dragon, below him, a minuscule orb, scarcely larger than a speck of dust, was undergoing astonishing transformations. Yuan never imagined that he would transcend to the second dimension in such a manner. Just moments ago, that surge of purple energy effortlessly shattered the barrier. Concurrently, an enigmatic force, seemingly from nowhere, descended upon the core of Yuan, nurturing his soul and prompting a profound transformation. Yuan distinctly sensed that his soul was growing stronger. The wounds inflicted upon his core were gradually healing, just as Ryukong and Vegeta were poised to merge once more. They halted their actions yet again. How many times had this occurred? Perhaps for the third time. Each instance, they believed Yuan was at his limit. Ready to unite. Once again promises to astonish them, and this occasion proves no exception. This time, however, both Ryukong and Vegeta genuinely believed that had met his demise at the hands of the one-star dragon. To their astonishment, he not only survived but emerged with a terrifying enhancement of power. It seems that this time, the one-star dragon will be utterly vanquished by. Gazing at the orb radiating a brilliant purple light in the vastness of space, Ryukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles, sensing essence emanating from the orb. Furthermore, they could perceive that his energy was surging at an alarming rate. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. The one-star dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that would indeed succeed. Under the full force of his strike, had managed to transcend that barrier and step into the second dimension. I must stop him. It is imperative that I halt his progress. During the first dimension, had already pushed him to his limits. Now that he had entered the second dimension, the one-star dragon could scarcely fathom how immensely powerful had become. A barrage of crimson energy blasts erupted from the one-star dragon's hands. With a maniacal expression, he unleashed a relentless stream of energy blasts towards Core, akin to a Gatling gun. These blasts struck with precision against Core, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. An invisible energy shield completely envelops Core, deflecting all assaults. In no time, Core had returned to its normal state, and under the nurturing influence of this energy, it grew 100-fold stronger than before. Subsequently, physical form began to coalesce autonomously. Threads of energy emerged from the core, transforming into flesh and blood, thus reconstructing his corporeal body. The corporeal form of Yuan has also been enhanced 100-fold. His formidable heart beats with the ferocity of thunder, while his blood flows like quicksilver, each drop imbued with immense power. His bones, radiant as white jade, gleam with brilliance, and his skin and muscles have grown ever more resilient. Mo Yuan is now preoccupied with no other concerns, as he diligently integrates the energy of the violet vortex into his very bloodline. At last, Mo Yuan comprehends the source of his familiarity with this energy. It is because this very essence resides within his own soul. This energy is known as time. Mo Yuan speculated that the energy residing within his soul was a consequence of his spirit traversing through the fabric of time and space, thus acquiring a fragment of this essence. It was only now that he realized this energy of time exists on a higher plane, accessible only in the second dimension of the cosmos. As for Gudu, a member of Frisia's elite Jinyu force, he possesses the extraordinary ability to halt time, potentially due to a racial gift or his unique talents. However, it is evident that he has not fully harnessed his formidable capabilities, remaining as weak as a fledgling. The process of integrating temporal energy into his bloodline was remarkably seamless. The vast reservoir of time energy contained within the violet vortex was immense, and Mo Yuan successfully incorporated all of this energy into his veins. He has now gained the ability to wield the power of time. Moreover, this breakthrough has instigated subtle changes within the malevolent energy and spatial energy coursing through him. The dark essence now harbors a hint of shadowy purple energy, while the transparent spatial energy is imbued with a touch of pure white energy. Simultaneously, the augmentation of both energy types has escalated from 5-fold to 10-fold. The time energy, too, has been amalgamated with Mo Yuan's own essence, enhancing his strength 10-fold. When combined with the original 10-fold increase, Mo Yuan's vitality now surpasses that of an ordinary individual by a staggering 40 times. Furthermore, upon transcending to the second dimension, his vitality has experienced a 100-fold enhancement. It is crucial to note that these enhancements do not simply add, but multiply. Consequently, Mo Yuan's vitality stands in a remarkable ratio of 4,000 times greater than that of individuals in the first dimension. In addition to these remarkable transformations, there is yet another source of exhilaration for Mo Yuan. The ascension to Super Saiyan 4 has long cherished the form he yearns for, the most dashing transformation of all, the Super Saiyan 4. While his transformation is undoubtedly distinct from that of Goku and his companions, one must consider that even a gorilla, upon becoming human, exudes an undeniable charm. Thus, how could he, a divine dragon, possibly appear unappealing in human form? Though I have yet to witness Dragon Ball AF or the new era of Dragon Ball, I cannot help but find Reg Super Saiyan 5 somewhat lacking in aesthetic appeal. As for Gohan Super Saiyan 5, it seems merely a reimagining of Super Saiyan 4 with a change in hair color, devoid of novelty. Chapter 141. As Super Saiyan 4 outside. Explosions reverberated relentlessly. Within the protective embrace of the transparent energy shield, remained unscathed. As he opened his eyes, he felt the overwhelming power coursing through him 10 trillion. Upon entering the second dimension, his baseline combat power had surged tenfold, reaching a staggering 10 trillion. Moreover, the intensity of his energy had increased 100-fold. While it may appear that he had only grown 10 times stronger, in reality, he had become 1,000 times more formidable than before. With his current combat prowess, he could effortlessly vanquish a one-star dragon. After a prolonged barrage, the one-star dragon found himself gasping for breath. Surely, he must have defeated that individual, who was merely a novice in the second dimension. There was no way he could have survived. Yes, he certainly could not have survived, the one-star dragon reiterated. Though deep down, he was filled with uncertainty. Before stepping into the second dimension, Mo Yuan's power was merely 24 times weaker than it could be. However, upon entering the second dimension, his strength would at least multiply 100-fold. The one-star dragon fixated his gaze on the area where the explosion had just occurred. The detonation was far from over, with tremendous energy surging forth, engulfing a vast expanse in flames. After several minutes, the inferno finally subsided, revealing the very person the one-star dragon dreaded the most. Mo Yuan, transformed into his Super Saiyan form, stood unscathed in the void, as if he had never been at the epicenter of the explosion. Thanks to you, one-star dragon, I have entered the second dimension. I owe you my gratitude for elucidating so much. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding how to achieve this breakthrough, Mo Yuan remarked. Indeed, had it not been for the one-star dragon's explanations about dimensional hierarchies and the disparities between dimensions, Mo Yuan might have taken an interminable time to comprehend the method to transcend into the second dimension. The one-star dragon found himself rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from Mo Yuan. Currently, the power of Mo Yuan, when assessed according to the combat capabilities of the first dimension, has reached an astounding 100 quintillion. In stark contrast, The one-star dragon possesses a mere combat strength of 1.2 quintillion. To put it another way, in Mo Yuan's eyes, the one-star dragon resembles a slightly more robust ant. Yet, an ant remains an ant. No matter how formidable an ant may seem, it can be effortlessly crushed with a mere fingertip. The one-star dragon glared at Mo Yuan, eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness. Gritting its teeth and enduring the immense pressure emanating from Mo Yuan, the one-star dragon taunted, "If you possess true skill, then hand over the remaining Dragon Ball, and let us battle once more." Smiled faintly, remaining silent. The Lone Star Dragon continued to mock, "I wager you dare not. For you are well aware that you could never defeat me." Mo Yuan could not help but burst into laughter. The first Star Dragon glared with wide eyes and scolded, "What are you laughing at? I truly believe you possess remarkable talent. Last time you employed the tactic of self-sacrifice, and now you dare to engage me with provocative methods? It seems you endure quite a hardship within the Dragon Ball realm, don't you?" Mo Yuan had no intention of bestowing the 4-star ball upon him, for it was utterly unnecessary. Even if the 1-star dragon were to amplify his strength tenfold, he would still lack the capability to contend with Mo Yuan. It would merely be a waste of time. Upon realizing that Mo Yuan was not easily deceived, the 1-star dragon grew anxious. How could it be that he had so effortlessly received the Dragon Ball last time, yet now found Mo Yuan unwilling to part with it? The 1-star dragon could not fathom this change. Had Mo Yuan, after ascending to the second dimension, become more astute? He failed to consider a crucial fact. The reason Mo Yuan had previously given him the Dragon Ball was that he sought to break through, thus entrusting the ball to him. Now, however, that need had dissipated, for Mo Yuan had completed his ascension and was now vastly more powerful than the 1-star dragon. Regardless of whether the 1-star dragon possessed the Dragon Ball, he could not defeat Mo Yuan. Therefore, why would Mo Yuan feel compelled to relinquish the Dragon Ball to him? It would be an exercise in futility. To Mo Yuan, the 1-star dragon now held no value whatsoever. It was time to bid him farewell. Mo Yuan uttered words that instilled profound fear in the 1-star dragon. He then continued, "However, as a token of gratitude for aiding my ascension to the second dimension, I have resolved to present you with my latest form. This marks my inaugural transformation into this state, and you are the first to witness it." Internally, the 1-star dragon muttered in disbelief, "Am I supposed to feel honored?" As this was Mo Yuan's first metamorphosis, he needed to first assume his dragon form, then undergo the Super Saiyan transformation before reverting to his human shape. With a resounding roar, amidst the astonishment of the 1-star dragon and the distant onlookers, Goku and Vegeta, Mo Yuan transformed into a colossal purple dragon. Mo Yuan exercised a modicum of restraint, allowing his dragon form to grow only to a size comparable to that of the Earth's divine dragon. Had he maximized his transformation, it would likely have filled the entirety of this star domain. Subsequently, the violet-hued divine dragon was enveloped in flames of purple gold, while black lightning crackled around it, transforming the entire dragon into a resplendent shade of purple gold. The next and most crucial step was to revert to his human form. This time, in stark contrast to his previous experience, Mo Yuan sensed a marked difference. Previously, when he attempted to regain his human shape, it felt as though an insurmountable wall obstructed him. However, this time, the transition was seamless, smooth, and utterly unobstructed. The entire figure of Mo Yuan radiated a dazzling brilliance, obscuring his appearance, revealing only a colossal dragon-shaped silhouette. Gradually, this dragon-like apparition began to diminish in size, condensing from a length of 10,000 meters to a robust humanoid form standing 2 meters tall. As the luminous aura gradually faded, the true visage of Mo Yuan was unveiled. His long, light purple hair cascaded casually down his back, while 2 dragon horns atop his head elongated significantly. His deep violet pupils, unless observed closely, might easily be mistaken for black. Mo Yuan's upper body is bare, unlike Wukong and his companions, who were covered in body hair. Adorning his left shoulder is a sleek black pauldron, and his hands are encased in claw-like black gloves. An exaggerated dragon head belt obscures half of Mo Yuan's abdomen, revealing only 4 well-defined abdominal muscles. He dons black trousers and long boots, with a robust purple dragon tail trailing behind him. To illustrate, if Mo Yuan's Super Saiyan 3 form embodies a wayward young master, then his Super Saiyan 4 form represents a formidable war deity, exuding a presence that is even more chilling and domineering than before. Mo Yuan was astonished to discover that after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, the increase in his battle power was quite different from what he had anticipated. Initially, He believed that his Super Saiyan 4 transformation would merely stack with the boost he had experienced from his previous Super Saiyan 3 transformation combined with his beast form, differing only in appearance. However, upon completing the transformation, Yuan realized that his enhancement was not 250,000 times 5,000 multiplied by 50 equaling 250,000 as he had expected, but rather an astonishing 300,000 times. The additional 50,000 times of augmentation left him immensely satisfied with this new form. In his Super Saiyan 4 state, Yuan's battle power soared to an impressive 120 quintillion, a staggering hundredfold increase compared to the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon, paralyzed by fear, felt utterly weak and had long contemplated fleeing. Yet Yuan's overwhelming aura kept him firmly in place, rendering him incapable of mustering the strength to escape. Skillfully executed the sword technique, and a violet blade swiftly coalesced at his fingertips. With a decisive strike, the air blade pierced the chest of the one-star dragon, who gazed on in terror. The blade penetrated deeply, severing the life force of the one-star dragon. In the next moment, the energy erupted from the wound, obliterating the dragon's form in an instant, leaving behind only 6 orange Dragon Balls devoid of negative energy. Following the demise of the one-star dragon, the negative energy it had previously unleashed dissipated into the cosmos. Chapter 142. The anomalous Android 17 during the time of the battle between and the one-star dragon. Significant events unfolded on Earth. A colossal black hole manifested in the sky. Beneath this dark aperture stood a golden-haired youth atop a mountain, enveloped in black flames, his eyes glowing with an unnatural crimson light. This youth was none other than the android known as Android 17 in this realm. Unlike the Android 17 and 18 that was familiar with, these two were identical twins, yet their appearances were entirely dissimilar. And they bore no names, whether due to forgetfulness or another reason remained unclear. The flames surrounding Android 17 suddenly elongated like a chain, reaching into the depths of the black hole. Within that void, his fiery essence entwined with another force. Instantly, the vast black hole expanded further, shrouding the sky in ominous clouds, casting an apocalyptic shadow over the world. Humanity below was thrown into a state of panic, hastily gathering their belongings to flee the city, including the family of Krillin. With his hair now gray, Krillin carried an assortment of bags, accompanied by his youthful and beautiful wife and daughter, who resembled sisters, as they prepared to escape the city. However, their vehicle was ensnared in a traffic jam, unable to move due to the overwhelming number of fleeing individuals. "We're completely stuck." Krillin furrowed his brow, frustration evident. "Didn't I mention? If we could fly, we would have already departed." Android 18 gazed at the long line of vehicles on the road with a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated in the air. Both Krillin and Android 18 turned to witness the convoy behind them obliterated by an incoming energy blast. Android 18 looked upward, where a familiar figure emerged before her eyes, her twin brother, Android 17. With a manic expression, Android 17 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. "Die, you wretched insects," he shouted, filled with fervor. The violent explosion swiftly spread towards Klin's vicinity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Klin hurriedly scooped up his daughter and fled alongside number 18. Just as they distanced themselves, a shockwave obliterated their vehicle along with the neighboring cars. "Number 17, what are you doing?" Number 18 shouted furiously. "Long time no see." Number 17 replied with an expression of indifference, as if his recent actions were merely trivial matters. "What on earth is happening? You do not resemble your former self at all." Despite the long interval since their last encounter, number 18 immediately discerned that something was amiss with number 17. "Number 18, I have come to fetch you. Let us depart together." Number 17's eyes glowed crimson. "We are twin siblings. Let us annihilate the earth together." His voice carried an almost enchanting allure. Number 18's eyes began to shimmer red as well. "We are siblings. Her expression turned vacant, repeatedly uttering the phrase while slowly advancing towards number 17. "You must not go," Klin exclaimed, and in that instant, number 18 regained a flicker of her senses. "Do not go, number 18, you are my wife," Klin shouted at her. Interfered by Klin, number 17 scolded him angrily. "Enough of your prattle. Number 18 and I are both androids created by the esteemed Dr. Gero." Taken aback, Klin stared at number 17 in disbelief. "What did you say? Dr. Gero? Did you not despise him the most? Why do you address him as esteemed?" "Despise Dr. Gero? Esteemed?" A flicker of confusion crossed number 17's face. and he seemed to struggle internally. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "What are you doing? Number 17, come here quickly. You are me, and I am you." Number 17's eyes glowed red once more. Plin shouted, "Number 17, what is wrong with you? Enough of your chatter. Silence yourself." After a brief struggle, Android 18 unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Krillin. The wave pierced through his heart without hesitation, and, as expected, Krillin was once again killed. Witnessing Krillin's demise ignited a fury within Android 18, prompting her to engage in battle with Android 17. However, after years of neglecting her training, she ultimately fell victim to him, swiftly being overwhelmed. Dragging her severely injured body, she crawled to Krillin's lifeless form and placed her hand in his. "I love you, Krillin." With those final words, she exhausted her strength, closed her eyes, and succumbed to the darkness. In the depths of hell, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew were reluctant to depart, patiently awaiting Goku's arrival. They intended to trap him in hell before making their escape. However, despite the prolonged wait, Goku had yet to make an appearance. The two elderly figures were left in disbelief, their hair nearly turning gray with anticipation. What could be delaying Goku's arrival? Frustrated, Dr. Gero slammed his wine glass down. Watching Dragon Ball can be bewildering. These villains seem to live more comfortably in hell than Frieza did in heaven, even possessing the resources to create an Android 17 from the underworld. Dr. Mew calmly swirled his wine glass and stated, "Let us wait half an hour more. Should he not arrive by then, we shall take matters into our own hands. With both Android 17s fused, Goku shall stand no chance against him." Dr. Gero nodded, his expression brightening considerably. "Indeed, as long as my Super 17 is present, anyone who dares to obstruct us shall be sent straight to hell." "Precisely, Doctor." Mew produced another glass of wine and offered it to Dr. Gero. "Let us toast to our impending victory." Dr. Gero accepted the glass with a slight smile. "Cheers to our triumph." Suddenly, Goku in the cosmos received a telepathic message from the Kaioshin, informing him of the disturbances on Earth. "Vegeta, Ian, we must return to Earth immediately. I just received a message from the Kaioshin. It seems something has happened there." "What?" Upon hearing of the crisis on Earth, Vegeta could no longer remain still. Grabbing Goku by the collar, he demanded, "What has transpired on Earth? Is Bulma and Bra safe?" "Calm down, Vegeta. I will take you back right away." As Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form, he pressed his fingers against his brow, attempting to sense the unique energy emanating from Earth. Alas, he found himself in a predicament. Goku scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, realizing the distance was too great to detect the familiar aura from his home planet. What should he do now? In order to avoid any disturbance to the northern galaxy, Yuan chose a location far removed from it. Initially, he intended to employ instantaneous movement. However, upon witnessing Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he decided to summon him instead. To his surprise, Wukong was unable to locate the position. "Allow me to escort you back." Located the spatial node of Earth and promptly activated the teleportation. The three of them immediately vanished into the cosmos. Chapter 143, The Rapid Race of the Saiyan 4, Vegeta. Returned to Earth with Wukong and Vegeta. But the planet was in utter disarray. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks were engaged in a fierce battle against the fused Super 17. Xiaofang, Bra, and Biddy Lee also joined the fray. However, despite their combined efforts, they found themselves utterly powerless against Super 17. The more energy blasts they unleashed, the stronger he became. What was happening? Why did their attacks seem ineffective? Trunks was thoroughly perplexed. Particularly, Super 17 not only withstood their assaults without a scratch, but Trunks also sensed his own strength waning in comparison. Gohan, breathless and leaning on his knees, shared the same bewilderment. Yet, his foremost concern was the whereabouts of his father and Uncle Vegeta. He felt on the verge of collapse. Although he had once attained a mysterious transformation with the aid of the old Kai, amplifying his power 1,000-fold and making him the strongest individual at that time. The years of tranquil living had left him untrained, and he could no longer access that form. Only by resuming his training could he hope to regain his former prowess. In fact, his current battle power was inferior to what it had been over a decade ago. Training was akin to rowing against the current. If one did not advance, they would inevitably regress. Presently, Gohan's base battle power stood at a mere 5 billion. Even transforming into Super Saiyan 2 only augmented it to 50 billion. Meanwhile, Super 17, having absorbed their attacks, had escalated his power to a staggering 10 trillion. His absorption capacity could reach thousands of trillions. Even draining Super Saiyan 4 Goku would pose no difficulty for him. Bang, bang, bang. Super 17 approached the exhausted fighters, delivering a series of devastating punches. With each blow, they were sent sprawling to the ground, incapable of rising again. You worthless fools, utterly useless. Now tell me, where are Goku and Vegeta? Doctor. Meow sneered at the defeated group. What science? Aren't they all lying there, incapacitated? If my grandfather were to return, your fates would be sealed. Xiaofang, lying on the ground, seethed with anger. In her heart, Goku was an invincible being. There was no problem he could not solve. Humph. 17, kill them all. I refuse to believe that Goku and Vegeta won't return. Dr. Meow coldly commanded. Upon receiving Meow's order, Super 17 flicked his long hair back, revealing a cruel smile. He began to gather energy, unleashing a colossal golden energy wave from his hands. No, I don't want to die yet. I haven't even found a boyfriend. As Xiaofang contemplated the fact that she had never had a boyfriend, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Grandfather, she cried out, unable to contain her distress. The golden energy wave drew ever closer, and Xiaofang could already sense the ominous presence of death. Just as the energy wave was about to strike her, a crimson figure materialized out of thin air, shielding her from harm. With a swift motion, the figure deflected Super Android 17's energy blast, sending it soaring into the sky. Grandfather, sobbed Xiaofang, who, despite her grievous injuries, summoned the strength to rise from the ground and cling tightly to Goku's leg, weeping uncontrollably. Goku gently stroked her soft hair and reassured her, "It's all right, Xiaofang. Watch as your grandfather seeks vengeance." Meanwhile, Vegeta tenderly lifted his daughter Bra, who had been severely injured. Since Bra's birth, he had cherished her as his most precious treasure. Yet today, witnessing his beloved daughter in such a state filled him with an overwhelming rage. Kakarot, step aside. How dare this fiend harm my Bra? He will pay dearly for this. Vegeta's expression darkened ominously, his teeth grinding audibly. Hearing Vegeta's fierce words, Goku discreetly retracted his transformation, allowing Vegeta to take the lead. Understanding Vegeta's turmoil as a father himself, Yuan placed a reassuring hand on Vegeta's shoulder. "Fear not, Vegeta. I shall take good care of Bra," he said. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement before entrusting Bra to Yuan and advancing towards Super Android 17. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he felt an unsettling sensation and turned back to see Yuan tending to his precious daughter and the others. It seemed he had been overly suspicious. Vegeta had momentarily feared that Yuan might harbor ill intentions toward his beloved Bra, a thought influenced by his experiences with Bulma and the peculiarities of their lives. After all, phrases like "rest assured," "I will take care of your precious one" often triggered events that could attract unwelcome attention. If for Privy Two's thoughts, he would undoubtedly give him a stern reprimand. Setting aside the fact that he is already a family man with a wife and children, could never entertain any inappropriate feelings towards a childlike who was merely around 10 years of age. Moreover, it is crucial to note that, barring unforeseen circumstances, is destined to become his daughter-in-law in the future. Following treatment, swiftly regained consciousness from her stupor. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld strikingly handsome visage, perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences, and she could not help but succumb to a moment of infatuation. The usually headstrong young lady now resembled a bashful girl. Her cheeks flushed as she discreetly stole glances at. "Uncle, was it you who saved me?" she inquired. Gently shook his head, then gestured towards a direction, saying, "No. It was Vegeta who saved you." After Makwan attributed all the merits to Vegeta, he turned to provide treatment to others. Bra followed Makwan's gaze and beheld a figure that, though not particularly tall, instilled in her an overwhelming sense of security. "Father is so handsome. Go, Dad. You must teach this guy a good lesson." Fully recovered, Bra leapt from the ground, cheering for her dear father. Upon hearing Bra's praise, Vegeta felt a subtle warmth rise to his cheeks. He then lifted his head and puffed out his chest, feeling an invigorating surge of strength. This was his first battle against an enemy after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Armed with the power of Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta was confident that he could defeat this Super 17. With pride, he gazed at Super 17, raised his thumb towards himself, and declared, "I, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, shall make you pay dearly for bullying my precious daughter." Upon hearing this, could not help but shake his head. The words spoken indicated that Vegeta was destined for an unavoidable beating today. "Brothers, my mindset has crumbled. With only 2 days left, I suddenly realized that my efforts to meet the word count were in vain. Alas, it seems I shall not even receive the full attendance bonus of 600 yuan. What a loss." In Chapter 144, The Annihilation of Super 17, Vegeta remained enraptured by his daughter's praise, unable to extricate himself from its allure. It had been quite some time since he had heard such uplifting words from Bra. The last time, she had scolded him for being too old, prompting him to shave his beard in frustration. He reflected on why he had grown it in the first place, merely because Bulma had often chided him for appearing too youthful. Trunks, who had been healed by, cautioned his father, "Dad, be careful. This foe seems to possess some unknown means. Our attacks are ineffective against him. And I have an unsettling feeling that he grows stronger with each blow." Yet, Vegeta remained unfazed. To him, Super 17's power far surpassed that of Trunks and the others, making their inability to harm him merely a matter of course. Vegeta believed his own strength to be several times greater than that of this so-called Super 17. He could easily obliterate him with little effort. Super 17, maintaining an air of disdain, showed no signs of regarding Vegeta as a threat. This infuriated Vegeta, for he despised being looked down upon. The fact that Super 17 not only bullied his daughter, but also held him in contempt sealed the latter's fate in Vegeta's eyes. With a single blow, Vegeta declared, raising a finger with disdain, "It will take but one strike to shatter you into pieces." With arms wide open, he summoned a radiant energy, crackling with electricity. After gathering his strength, he brought his hands together. Final flash. Facing the immense energy wave unleashed by Vegeta, Super 17 did not flinch. Instead, he spread his arms wide to welcome the oncoming force. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal energy wave cleaved the earth asunder. Yuan stood at the back, watching the spectacle with keen interest. He truly did not expect that this individual from the Scion race would be quite impressive. Right from the outset, he initiated the process of recharging Super 17. Yuan did not disclose the weakness of Super 17 to Vegeta, primarily because he wished to witness the unfolding drama. To his surprise, Vegeta indeed played along, remained unfazed by the immense energy absorption of Super 17. For the creature's vulnerabilities were glaringly evident. In the original narrative, Super 17, who nearly drained the energy of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, was left severely crippled by a single Dragon Fist unleashed by the regular Goku. Ultimately, Super 17 was merely an elite adversary that could be vanquished within the span of 2 episodes. As the thick smoke dissipated, a seemingly unscathed Super 17 materialized before Vegeta. What transpired? This outcome was entirely unforeseen by Vegeta. He had anticipated that Super 17 would be obliterated by his blow. The muscles on Super 17's form bulged and contracted as if digesting something. Sweeping his golden locks back, Super 17 smirked disdainfully, proclaiming, "I have completely deciphered your technique." This taunt was laden with scorn, inciting Vegeta to clench his fists until they creaked ominously. Vegeta found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, having boasted of his prowess. He now faced an adversary in pristine condition following his attack. Under normal circumstances, this might have been tolerable, but today, Bra was present. He had intended to impress his daughter, only to find himself in a humiliating debacle. Vegeta was a tempest of anger, shame, and embarrassment, a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. "Damn it, perish!" he bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Countless energy blasts erupted from his hands, launching a comprehensive assault upon Super 17, employing his prince's fighting style. Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero observed from a distance, sharing identical expressions of amusement as they watched Vegeta unleash his fury upon Super 17. Attack. Continue your onslaught. The fiercer your assault, the stronger Super 17 becomes. Meanwhile, Goku, spectating with a contemplative demeanor, recognized an anomaly in Super 17's behavior. As the adage goes, the player is often oblivious while the spectator sees clearly. From his vantage point, Goku quickly discerned the truth and shouted, "Vegeta, cease your attacks. He is absorbing your energy." "What did you say?" Vegeta gasped in horror. Upon hearing Goku's warning, he hastily halted his offensive. Yet, it was too late. At that moment, Super 17 had already siphoned a substantial amount of energy, elevating his combat prowess from 10 trillion to 600 trillion, while Vegeta's maximum power hovered at a mere 800 trillion. Upon realizing that they were already aware of the capabilities of Super 17, decided to reveal his weaknesses to them as well. Addressed, urging him to persist in his assault. Although found the command somewhat perplexing, he complied, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon the formidable. This possesses a critical vulnerability during the absorption of energy. He is rendered immobile, presenting a prime opportunity to strike. Grasped the strategy instantly, transforming into in an instant, his aura coiled like a spring, ready to release. The eyes widened in alarm, sensing the impending threat as he continued to siphon energy. rendering him unable to move. Engaged in a brief series of warm-up exercises, then turned his gaze towards, a confident smile gracing his features. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, merging with energy blasts. The dragon fist erupted. In that moment, appeared to transform into a magnificent golden dragon. A thunderous roar resonated, echoing across the battlefield. The golden dragon pierced through S form, and in a single, decisive strike, obliterated him into fragments. With vanquished, the collective gaze shifted towards and the two former embodiments of arrogance now appeared utterly defeated. How could I have been so easily conquered? This is inconceivable. Struggled to accept the recent turn of events. In his mind, was invincible, destined to annihilate and his companions effortlessly. Yet, reality had unfolded in stark contrast to his expectations, leaving him in disbelief. Observing the grim situation, stealthily attempted to escape. "Where do you think you are going?" interjected, blocking his path with a mischievous glint in her eye. She had long harbored disdain for the two aged men, who had merely spectated and babbled during the battle, incessantly threatening the destruction of Earth and the eradication of all psiots. With a decisive maneuver, unleashed a Kamehameha wave, sending back to the depths of hell. Simultaneously met his demise at the hands of the unexpectedly appeared. Upon learning of his tragic fate, was engulfed in fury. Nevertheless, they still possessed the Dragon Balls. The Earth had suffered irreparable damage at the hands of, with countless lives lost. Fortunately, the Dragon Balls could restore everything to its former state. Chapter 145, Dragon God Salama. Retrieved the restored Dragon Balls. Subsequently, Goku summoned the Eternal Dragon and made 2 wishes. With the aid of the dragon, the Earth reverted to its original state, and those who had perished were resurrected. Upon the completion of the wishes, the Eternal Dragon did not vanish immediately. Instead, it gazed at Goku and proclaimed, "This shall be my final assistance to you. Henceforth, the Dragon Balls shall no longer exist in this world." After uttering these words, the dragon disregarded the astonished onlookers and turned its attention to, respectfully stating, "My lord, the Dragon God requests your presence." "The Dragon God? Are you referring to Dragon God Sarama?" Yuan was indeed taken aback. Although he had previously speculated that the Dragon God might still be alive, it had merely been a conjecture. Now, as he prepared to meet the Dragon God, a sense of unease enveloped him. The character of the Dragon God had only been alluded to in the Dragon Ball Super anime of his past life, never having made a physical appearance. However, it did feature in fan-made animations. He could not ascertain whether this Dragon God was akin to the one portrayed in those fan interpretations. If so, he might be in peril, after all. In the realm of fan works, the Dragon God was depicted as the foremost among the 5 evil deities, an entity intent on overthrowing the Omni King. Who could fathom the intentions behind the Dragon God's summons? Indeed, it was the esteemed Lord Salaman, for when the divine dragon mentioned the Dragon God, it was with utmost reverence, nodded and said, "Please wait a moment. Wukong, after this departure, we may never meet again." He embraced Wukong gently. "Take care, Yuan." Wukong did not say much more, for he could not ask to stay. However, in his heart, Wukong was profoundly grateful to. Without during this time, Earth would likely have faced dire consequences. He could hardly fathom how to resolve the situation with just a baby, let alone the formidable one-star dragon that had vanquished. The consequences of his absence were too daunting to contemplate. Then shared embraces with Trunks and Xiaofeng as well. After their brief farewells, prepared to depart with the dragon. Moyu cast a deep glance at the crowd before leaping atop the head of the divine dragon, addressing it with a simple command, "Let us depart." The dragon nodded in acknowledgement, and soon 7 Dragon Balls began to levitate from the ground, encircling the majestic creature. With Mayu aboard, the dragon soared towards the heavens. Perched upon its head, Mayu fell into contemplation. The Dragon God sought an audience with him, likely due to his presence altering the course of this world's history. Nevertheless, Moyu felt assured that the Dragon God would not take hostile action against him. Otherwise, there would be no need for his summons. He could simply eliminate him outright. And Mayu was confident in the Dragon God's capabilities. Furthermore, the dragon's demeanor towards him did not resemble that of an adversary. In the most ideal scenario, Yuan envisioned the Dragon God returning him to his rightful place. Of course, this was merely an aspiration. The specifics of what would transpire remained unknown until the moment arrived. As the divine dragon traversed through the clouds, a golden vortex of energy manifested above the misty expanse. "My lord, hold on tight. We are about to arrive at the Dragon Realm." The voice of the dragon resonated in Yuan's ears, interrupting his reverie. "The Dragon Realm? The name bore a resemblance to the realms of the Kaioshin and the god of destruction. It was likely that this dragon realm was indeed the dwelling place of the dragon god. Yuan grasped the dragon horn of the divine dragon, which then plunged into the golden vortex. As they traversed this radiant spiral, Yuan felt as though he were passing through a delicate membrane. Following a blinding flash of light, both Yuan and the divine dragon found themselves within a vast, resplendent palace of gold. At the center of the palace, upon a grand throne, sat a humanoid figure with golden skin, towering over 3 meters. Beside the throne stood several guards wielding long halberds, along with an individual holding a tome. Upon beholding this regal figure, Yuan experienced an inexplicable fondness, perhaps due to the dragon blood coursing through his veins. This individual appeared to be a middle-aged man, around 40 years of age, exuding an air reminiscent of an ancient emperor, radiating authority and presence. Lord Dragon God. The individual has been brought forth. The divine dragon bowed its head respectfully. The dragon god nodded lightly and replied, "Very well, you may withdraw." "Yes," responded the divine dragon. And then it soared out of the palace. Yuan meticulously scrutinized the dragon god, who in turn gazed back at him with keen interest. The two exchanged silent observations for an extended period, neither uttering a single word. At last, it was Yuan who could no longer contain himself. "Might I inquire? Esteemed dragon god, what brings you to seek my presence?" The dragon god, akin to a child reveling in the thrill of victory, replied with a smug satisfaction. "I was curious to see how long you could maintain your composure. Has it truly only been half an hour before you succumbed?" Yuan sensed that the dragon god seemed somewhat peculiar. Initially, he had presumed the dragon god to be a malevolent entity. However, upon encountering him in person, he perceived a figure of considerable authority. Now, he found the dragon god to possess a childlike innocence, one might say, a mischievous old rascal. "Speaking candidly, you, young one, have come to my domain and thrown history into disarray, compelling me, an elder, to toil relentlessly to rectify your mess. Were it not for your lineage of dragon blood, I would have long since dealt with you quite severely." The dragon god, Salama, grumbled with irritation, as if Yuan had committed some grievous offense. "My lord dragon god, in truth, we have been managing these matters, and you only just became aware of this situation today," spoke the individual holding the ledger with an air of significance. "Oh dear Mina, what are you doing? Am I not standing up for you?" The dragon god retorted angrily towards Mina. Yuan currently finds himself in a state of bewilderment. Can anyone elucidate the present circumstances? To those few guards wielding long spears, if you cannot contain your laughter, please feel free to express it. There is no need to stifle yourselves any longer. Just look at your hands, trembling to the extent that you can barely maintain a grip on your weapons. I appreciate the concern of the Dragon Lord, however. If you would kindly attend to some official matters, I would be immensely grateful. Mina resembles a weary employee, drained by an overbearing boss with no respite in sight, exuding an air that suggests, "Dare to insult me, and I shall resign at once." Upon the mention of official duties, the Dragon Lord immediately averted his gaze, whistling nonchalantly and mumbling to himself, "I never said I wouldn't attend to them. I simply forgot. My esteemed Dragon Lord, you have stealthily indulged in leisure for several million years, only to return today." Yuan sensed that Mina's resentment could almost lift the roof of the palace. "I shall deal with it tomorrow for certain. But for now, let us first attend to this young man's matters." The dragon god hastily redirected the conversation back to Yuan, unwilling to broach any official duties further. "Young man, how do you intend to compensate me for this?" The dragon god began, but suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him, causing him to shudder. He rephrased, "What about the tireless efforts of my subordinates these past few days?" Mina, with eyes gleaming like frost, nodded in satisfaction. The dragon god felt a pang of distress. Yet, Mina was his most capable aide, allowing him the freedom to indulge in leisure, for it was Mina who bore the burdens of their responsibilities. If Mina were to become irate and resign, the dragon god's days of ease would surely dissipate. Thus, for the sake of a more prosperous future, the dragon god resolved to endure. "Pray tell, what form of compensation do you desire?" As the dragon god spoke of recompense, Yuan found himself unexpectedly at ease. This indicated his significance to the dragon god. Those of value often enjoyed a prolonged existence. The dragon god stroked his chin in contemplation before gesturing for Mina to come closer. Understanding the unspoken cue, Mina leaned in. The dragon god, shielding his mouth with one hand, began to conspire. "Mina, this young man truly possesses potential. After a few million years of refinement, he should be able to assist you." Mina nodded in agreement, recognizing Yuan's commendable aptitude. which justified his ongoing support. Mina then leaned closer to the dragon god, whispering, "My lord, you are indeed correct. But if you must speak so loudly, there is no need to make it seem like we are plotting in secrecy, is there? Is that so? Am I speaking too loudly? Haha." The dragon god chuckled awkwardly, feeling a touch embarrassed. Yuan was momentarily taken aback by what he heard. This dragon god appeared to be somewhat unhinged. However, from their conversation, it seemed they intended to recruit him to assist Mina with her official duties in the future, clearing his throat to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. The dragon god turned to Yuan and said, "Young one, since you have overheard our discussion, I shall be direct. I ask you, are you willing to become an apprentice dragon god?" "I am willing." Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan acquiesced. Upon overhearing their loud conspiracies, he had already formulated his response in his mind. After all, it was merely a matter of serving as an apprentice dragon god. Wait a minute. An apprentice dragon god? At first, Yuan believed that the dragon god intended to take him under his wing, honing his skills for several million years before assisting Mina with affairs of state. However, what was the current situation? Why was he referred to as an apprentice dragon god? "My lord dragon god, did you perhaps misspeak? Did you just say apprentice dragon god?" Yuan inquired cautiously. The dragon god remained silent, fixing a neutral gaze upon Yuan. Internally, however, he was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, resorting to a communication technique he hadn't employed for millions of years. The dragon god pondered, "What should I do? Mina, does this lad truly harbor reluctance?" Mina replied, "Father, you must maintain your composure. Consider the blissful days ahead when you will no longer need to manage state affairs, even if you do not do it for yourself. Think of me. I've not had a proper rest for millions of years." She urged him silently to intimidate Yuan with his gaze. It must be resolute and unquestionable. This lad would surely not dare to refuse. He must persevere. Following Mina's advice, the dragon god fixed an unwavering and authoritative gaze upon Yuan. An overwhelming psychological pressure enveloped Yuan, making him feel immense strain. Mina continued to communicate telepathically, her excitement palpable, exactly like that. "Father, ask him once more. Are you unwilling? Remember, it must be delivered with force and a hint of threat, leaving him no room to decline." Mina envisioned her leisurely days ahead, free from the burdens of governance, and a feeling of lightness washed over her. After contemplating for a considerable time, the dragon god finally spoke. "Are you unwilling?" His voice resonated with an authority that brooked no denial. How could Yuan possibly refuse? Even if it meant becoming a subordinate, he would have no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he was now an apprentice dragon god. What does it mean to be an apprentice dragon god? It signifies taking the dragon god as a mentor and becoming the heir to the throne of the dragon god. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity. He is willing, undoubtedly willing. Hastily spoke, fearing that the dragon god might change his mind. What a joke. With such a formidable ally, even Beerus could be treated like a mere cat. Ha! Upon agreeing, the dragon god erupted into hearty laughter, a sound that resonated with the mirth of Mina and the guards beside him. Their joy was so infectious that began to doubt whether he had somehow been shortchanged. "Very well, you shall henceforth be the heir to the dragon god's throne. You may address me as your teacher, or, like the others, simply as father," the dragon god declared, his gaze towards brimming with satisfaction. "Father?" Yuan was completely taken aback. Could it be that this dragon god is the reincarnation of the Whitebeard? Yuan began to doubt whether he had entered the wrong theater. The dragon god, towering at over 3 meters, suddenly appeared beside him, making the 1.90 m Yuan appear as diminutive as a child in comparison. The dragon god patted Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Allow me to show you the realm of dragons. I shall explain everything to you along the way." With that, he began to lead Yuan out of the palace. What went unnoticed by Yuan was the dragon god, whose gaze occasionally flickered with guilt as it darted toward the rear. "Father," Mina's voice, laden with resentment, resonated like a wailing spirit from the depths of hell. The dragon god instantly froze, slowly turning around. At that moment, Mina appeared to emanate an aura of darkness, her eyes gleaming with a crimson light. "Father, why don't you focus on your duties here, while I take care of the rest?" Her voice was exceedingly gentle, yet it carried a palpable weight of grievance. With a flick of her wrist, a myriad of books cascaded from above, swiftly forming a towering mountain of tomes. These represent the official matters of the past 2 years. I only completed those from the preceding several million years yesterday. Surely, father, you would not wish to see your child labor so tirelessly, would you? Mina's tone remained soft, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, resembling a kind and beautiful neighborly sister. However, the dragon god could not suppress a shiver. He slowly retreated, managing a forced smile as he said, "This works too. This works too. I shall leave this young one in your capable hands while I attend to my affairs." The dragon god glanced back thrice. His eyes filled with longing as he looked beyond the palace. It was evident that he was truly reluctant to engage in his duties. As the dragon god resumed his place upon the throne to tackle his responsibilities, Mina, satisfied, approached Yuan and softly remarked, "Come. Let me show you around the dragon realm." Mina, a human female with pink skin, bore a striking resemblance to earthlings aside from her unique complexion. Like Yuan, she sported dragon horns atop her head and a dragon tail trailing behind her. Yuan observed all the individuals within the palace, including the dragon god. Each person bore these characteristics, with the only significant distinction being their skin tone. Chapter 147. Preparing to return home. Very well, Lady Mina, Yuan responded, subsequently walking alongside Mina towards the palace exit. "You may simply call me Mina, or you may refer to me as elder sister, as others do." Mina's voice remained as gentle as ever. "You must be quite perplexed as to why we refer to the dragon god as father. Am I right?" Yuan was indeed perplexed. Could it be that their relationship with the divine officer was akin to that of angels? Yet, if that were the case, why would he assume the role of a novice dragon god? Surely he could have chosen one of his offspring as his successor. Mina, with a soft and soothing voice, gradually elucidated the matter to Yuan. In truth, none of the inhabitants of the dragon realm had any direct blood relation to their father. We are all adopted by him across various timelines, and after taking us in, he bestows upon us the bloodline of the dragon clan, although there is no biological connection. In our eyes, he is akin to a father. He has always regarded us as his children, which is why he prefers us to call him father rather than Lord Dragon God. Others refer to me as elder sister because I was the first to be adopted by him. But how did you initially address the teacher as Lord Dragon God? Yuan found it somewhat odd to call a newly acquainted individual father. To provide the protagonist with a dependable ally, one must seek a protective figure, and who could be more protective than someone reminiscent of Whitebeard? Humph, that old rascal sneaked off to have fun for millions of years, leaving all the responsibilities to me. Why shouldn't I be upset about it? The mere mention of this topic ignited Mina as frustration. The two conversed as they strolled through the expansive dragon realm. The dragon realm was vast, comparable in size to several galaxies. It resided within the GT dimensional universe, a small universe existing independently of the 12 universes. This miniature universe was crafted by the dragon god himself. Although it stands apart from the 12 universes, it remains within the cosmic framework of the Omni King. The dragon god has yet to acquire the strength to transcend the Omni King's cosmic order. Mina only guided Yuan around the planet where the dragon god's palace is located. This planet alone surpassed the volume of the solar system. After their exploration, Yuan surprisingly encountered no other beings. Yuan could not help but inquire, "Sister Mina, are there truly no other inhabitants on this planet?" Mina nodded slightly. "Indeed. At present, aside from my father, myself, and a few guards, there are no others. My younger siblings are currently engaged in missions and have yet to return. I will introduce them to you when the opportunity arises. By the way, do take a moment to explore and select a suitable location to establish your residence." Yuan found a picturesque spot by the mountains and rivers to cast out the universal capsule. Mina gazed at the diminutive house emerging from the capsule, momentarily taken aback. To her, the house appeared remarkably small. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts further. Yuan found himself quite content with the surroundings, reminiscent of the environment back home on Earth. However, as he reflected on his home, a sense of melancholy washed over him. No, this cannot be right. Yuan suddenly realized that having the dragon god as his mentor made it quite simple to return home. "Sister Mina, let us hasten our return. I have a matter that requires the teacher's assistance." Yuan focused his mind's eye to pinpoint the location of the palace and attempted to use teleportation. However, Mina, sensing the spatial fluctuations emanating from Yuan, stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. This was the dragon realm, the domain of her father. How could one freely employ teleportation here? Mina spoke with a tone laced with pride. "Come, allow me to escort you back. In this realm, without my father's authorization, only the sovereign lord can move unimpeded." With that, Mina guided Yuan as they teleported back to the palace. They had already been away for several hours. At that moment, the dragon god was dozing upon his throne, surrounded by a mountain of books that showed no signs of diminishing, The number remained unchanged since their departure. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped Yuan. Crack. It hardened. Mina's fist had turned solid. Father. Mina's voice, though not loud, resonated with a palpable fury. Each word clenched through gritted teeth. The drowsy dragon god jolted upright from his throne, resembling a student caught daydreaming by the teacher. Mina, I am attending to it. I'm not slacking off, the dragon god mumbled without even opening his eyes. Mina pressed her forehead, feeling an overwhelming pressure in her head. Sighing in resignation, she finally conceded. Very well, father, let me handle this. My younger brother needs your assistance with a matter. In truth, Mina did not mind assisting her father with his duties. Her ire stemmed from the fact that the dragon god had been absent for millions of years. Really? The dragon god, whose eyes were half closed, suddenly widened them like brass bells, as if a spark of light ignited within. Instantly, he appeared revitalized. Mina felt a twinge of regret. Had she been too indulgent towards her father? I knew my dear Mina cared deeply for her father, always treating him with the utmost kindness, the dragon god exclaimed while dragging Yuan away in haste. So I shall entrust these tasks to you. In the blink of an eye, the dragon god had whisked Yuan away, leaving no trace behind. Mina shook her head in exasperation and took her seat on the throne, adeptly managing the affairs at hand. Before long, the dragon god had transported Yuan to a distant part of the palace. With a satisfied pat on Yuan's shoulder, he remarked, "Good lad. I knew I had not misjudged you. You've swiftly resolved a significant issue for me. Now, tell me, what do you require my assistance with? Master, could you return me to the 7th universe? I arrived here by accident, and my family must be quite worried," Yuan earnestly pleaded. A flicker of light flashed in the dragon goddess' eyes. "I can take you home, but do exercise caution upon your return." At this, Yuan felt a tumult of emotion swell within him. "Master, has something happened to my family?" he anxiously inquired. The dragon god chuckled and shook his head. "Something has occurred, but it is not a misfortune. Allow me to share with you the recent events in the 7th universe." Then, the dragon god touched Yuan's forehead, transmitting a fragment of memory into his mind. Images began to unfold like a film within his consciousness, the sinister waves of the dark intent, the rift in space. "Sister." As witnessed engulfed by the spatial rift, he could not help but cry out in alarm. Shortly thereafter, he beheld her floating within a resplendent white palace, the scene abruptly halting. "Master, where is my wife now? How is she? Is she unharmed?" "Rest assured." The dragon god reassured him. "Did I not mention that it is not a dire situation? She has fortuitously acquired the legacy of a powerful deity. That is a relief. A great relief." With the knowledge that was safe, finally felt the weight upon his heart lift. Chapter 148. Homecoming by the seaside. Two small figures sat upon the rocky outcrops. Typically vibrant, their little tails now drooped dismally against the stones. "Brother, I miss Mom and Dad," pouted, tears welling in her eyes. It had been 2 months since their father had vanished, followed by their mother's disappearance. This was the first time in her life that both parents were absent for such an extended period. Previously, they would be gone for only a day or two. And before she could even feel sorrow, they would return. Though also felt a profound sadness, he held back his tears and gently comforted. Sai stood a short distance away, unable to suppress a deep sigh. The two little ones had never cried or made a fuss in his presence. Had he not stumbled upon their distress today, he would have believed they had already moved on. Yet, it was evident that they had not moved on at all, merely concealing their feelings to spare him worry. "When will you both return?" Was aware of his disappearance into the energy vortex and how it had been swept away by the temporal rift. Both were missing, their whereabouts unknown. And even the divine dragon could not bring them back. However, as long as they remained alive, there was still hope for their return. Steeled himself, preparing to call the two children for dinner. Just as he was about to step outside, a golden circular light appeared not far from the little ones. Startled, swiftly employed high-speed movement, cradling and in his arms, watching the circle warily. "Uncle?" The siblings, still in a daze, found themselves embraced by. He gently set them down and instructed, "You two must leave this place at once." He did not dare underestimate the sudden appearance of the circle. "All right, Uncle." Chinin and Tianlin were also aware of the gravity of the situation. They agreed with a nod and prepared to take their leave. Just as they were about to depart, a familiar figure gradually materialized within the circle of light. "Father." Upon seeing this figure, Chinin and Tianlin were instantly filled with excitement. They soared into the air like two rockets, crashing into Yuan's embrace. Yuan cradled the two little ones in his arms. "I'm sorry, I returned late. My dear children, Mother, Qinyin suddenly unleashed the grievances she had accumulated over the past 2 months, her sobs rendering her words indistinct. Tianlin was even more distraught, gripping Mo Yuan's clothing tightly, tears streaming down his face like a gushing spring as he cried out loudly, his wails surpassing those of his sister, Qinyin. For days, he had suppressed his negative emotions while comforting Qinyin, and upon finally seeing Mo Yuan, he could no longer contain his feelings and erupted in a torrent of sorrow. Father knows everything. Mother is safe. Don't worry. I will surely bring her back. Listening to the children's cries, Mo Yuan felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. However, it was impossible to bring Lotzi Li back in the short term. Even with the power of the Super Dragon Balls, her return was unattainable. Moreover, Lotzi Li was not in danger. She merely needed an extensive period to accept the inheritance from that deity. Even he, upon returning, could not linger for long, only for 7 days. After that, his master, the dragon god, would send him into a secret realm, where he would be trapped for eternity unless he could ascend to the 3rd dimension. As night fell, after soothing the children to sleep, Mo Yuan sought out Lapis. Do you recall what you promised me? Sensing Mo Yuan's presence behind him, Lapis replied coolly. I regret to say, I have broken my promise. Broken your promise? The fury within Lapis could no longer be contained. He turned, striking Mo Yuan across the face. You vowed to take good care of her. Where were you then? Although aware that Mo Yuan had been caught in an energy vortex during that time, the fact remained that it was his sister who had been in peril, and Lapis's anger was entirely justified. Did not evade or defend himself. He resolutely absorbed the impact of Lapith's punch. However, neither of them anticipated that upon entering the 2nd dimension, S physical form had undergone a monumental enhancement, rendering him entirely different from his former self. After Lapith struck, he felt no pain, yet Lapith's hand, however, was swollen. Lapith's typical combat power was merely 40 billion. Wiles had ascended to a staggering 10 trillion. Most crucially, upon entering the 2nd dimension, even without harnessing his energy, one would need an attack exceeding 10 trillion in combat power to inflict harm upon him. Moreover, this 10 trillion combat power is measured within the context of the 2nd dimension. For those from the 1st dimension, the requisite power would need to be multiplied by 100. The excruciating pain radiating from his hand compelled Lapith to utter a curse, hurriedly administered treatment to him. After such an incident, S emotions stabilized. What else can be done? Hitting him is akin to striking oneself. So what can we do? Once calmed down, he inquired. Tell me, where have you been during this time? Then recounted his experiences of being swept into the energy vortex and arriving in a future timeline. He also informed about its current situation. So, Yuan are both on the verge of becoming deities? Suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. What on earth? Missing for 2 months. And both of you are becoming gods? Paused for a moment before responding. Moreover, I can only stay for 7 days upon my return. After that, I must return to the dragon realm, as my master will send me to a secret realm, and I may not be able to return for a while. I will need you to look after Ant. What? Grasped collar and questioned loudly, do you have any idea how distressed they have been during this time? They have only just started to feel better since your return, and now you tell me you can only stay for 7 days? I understand, but I have no other choice. However, I will leave a doppelganger to accompany and in my absence, could not refuse the dragon god. The secret realm would open in 7 days, and if he missed that window, he would have to wait 100 years to enter again. Thus, this was the only solution he could devise. The doppelganger would possess his own memories, and upon his return, he would be able to assimilate those memories. The doppelganger is merely an energy entity. Let's not dwell too much on that. It could be considered a form of companionship for the 2 children. The reason for discussing this with was primarily to seek his assistance in keeping this matter confidential. He would also strive to cultivate diligently, aiming to reach the 3rd dimension as swiftly as possible, so he could emerge from the secret realm. Very well. Reluctantly, agreed. Chapter 149, The Secret Realm in the following days. Mo Yuan accompanied the 2 children at all times, taking them on adventures and cherishing every fleeting moment. Yet, time is ephemeral. The span of 7 days seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Casting a lingering glance at his daughter, peacefully slumbering upon the bed, Mo Yuan gently closed the door. The hour was drawing near. It was time to depart. Mo Yuan conjured a doppelganger. Though it lacked the ability to transform, it possessed half of Mo Yuan's inherent strength, despite it being his own creation. Mo Yuan could not help but impart a solemn reminder. Take good care of them. The doppelganger replied earnestly, rest assured, my lord. As Mo Yuan activated the ring adorning his finger, a golden halo materialized before him. This ring, belonging to the apprentice dragon god. Granted Mo Yuan the ability to traverse through various universes at will, free from restrictions even within the realm of dragons. Stepping into the halo, Mo Yuan re-entered the realm of dragons. Upon his arrival, he immediately spotted the dragon god and Mina. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Master and Sister Mina. Mo Yuan addressed them respectfully. The dragon god waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We are all family here. There is no need for such formality." He then inquired, "Are you fully prepared? Once you enter this time, you will not be able to exit unless you reach the third dimension." Mo Yuan nodded resolutely. "I am fully prepared." "Very well. Since you are ready, then step inside," the dragon god replied, gesturing with a wave of his hand, whereupon a golden ring of light materialized. "Master, Sister Mina, may I trouble you to look after my family? If anything were to happen to them, I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Before entering, Mo Yuan made a heartfelt request to the dragon god and Mina. "Do not worry, my dear brother, your family is as dear to us as our own. Even without your words, both my father and I will ensure their safety," Mina assured him, her gentle demeanor capable of soothing any anxiety within. "Indeed, we shall take good care of them. So, you may proceed with confidence. Otherwise, if the portal closes, you will have to wait another century." The dragon god added without hesitation. With the assurance of the dragon god and Mina to look after his family, Mo Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was lingering too long inside, especially with the impending return of the god of destruction, Beerus, to Earth in a few years. If an unforeseen event were to occur, it would be too late for Mo Yuan to express his regrets. Mo Yuan learned from Mina that the dragon god was only slightly inferior to the Omni King in strength, surpassing even the high priest. Mina's power, too, was above all the angels. Beerus was merely a minor deity of destruction. Unless he were truly afflicted by a cat's illness, he would never dare to act recklessly. "I implore you." Mo Yuan deeply bowed, then resolutely stepped into the luminous circle. However, he did not notice the peculiar expression that flickered across Mina's face. "Father, if I am not mistaken, is this so-called secret realm not something you casually conjured? You mention it opens once every century and requires one to reach the third dimension to exit?" Mina fixed an incredulous gaze upon the dragon god. Hee. The dragon god revealed a somewhat mischievous smile. "Isn't this merely to put pressure on the lad? Without such a pretext, would he dare to leave his 2 children behind and devote himself to arduous training within? Rest assured, with us watching over them, no harm shall befall them, surely. Those 2 children could not possibly provoke the Omni King? Very well, as long as you are pleased." Mina could only shrug, raise his hands, and shake his head in resignation, silently feeling a pang of sympathy for Mo Yuan for a fleeting moment. Mo Yuan stepped into an entirely new realm. Simultaneously, an immense force descended upon him. Not of gravity, but rather akin to a formidable aura of authority. This pressure exerted its influence not only upon his physical form but also penetrated the depths of his mind and even his very soul. Mo Yuan understood that this was the disparity brought about by the dimensions. Upon entering the second dimension, he was no longer an ordinary person. He had transcended the mundane. Ordinary individuals remained unaffected here, whereas he was indeed influenced. This was due to his newfound ability to sense the presence of the divine. Although he could not yet be deemed a deity, he had gleaned from the dragon god that the second dimension merely bestowed a semblance of divine power, not true divinity. It was only upon entering the third dimension that one could be regarded as a genuine god. After stepping into the second dimension, he shed his mortal form and gained the ability to perceive the divine essence. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the more one feels insignificant. The reason only gods can sense the divine essence is, in fact, to safeguard ordinary beings. Otherwise, these deities would have to constantly restrain their aura. A mere hint of its leakage could potentially lead to the demise of countless ordinary lives. The second dimension is divided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and advanced, corresponding to combat powers of, and respectively. With each transition into a new stage, the body undergoes a transformation akin to the journey from the first to the second dimension. Both the body and spirit gradually ascend towards divinity. With each breakthrough, the body, longevity, and aura are augmented 100-fold, and the essence slowly evolves into divine energy. The second dimension, in essence, is the process of an individual metamorphosing into a deity. The aura within this secret realm emanates the divine essence of the 5th dimension. From this point forward, Mo Yuan shall cultivate within the divine aura of the 5th dimension. In the vast cosmos, the strength of the god of destruction resides within this 5th dimension. In truth, the Kaiashins also exist in the 5th dimension, however. They have only reached this realm by virtue of the divine authority granted by the Omni King, which is a mere exception to their limitations and does not confer them with comparable power. The divine authority bestows upon the Kayashans extended longevity and the capability to create life, yet in terms of strength, they must rely on their own cultivation. Conversely, the god of destruction attains the fifth dimension through personal endeavor, thus earning the right to assume the divine position of a god of destruction. This fundamental difference elucidates why the gods of destruction possess greater power than the Kayashans. The immense pressure enveloping Yuan renders even the slightest movement a formidable challenge. This secret realm is undoubtedly more intricate than it appears. Beyond the constant embrace of the divine aura of the fifth dimension, there exists a combat space. Upon entering this battleground, an opponent with identical combat capabilities to his own is generated. However, while he is subjected to the suppression of the divine aura during battle, the adversary created within the combat space remains wholly unaffected. Yuan was indeed captivated by this battleground. With hesitant steps, he ventured into this arena of combat. Within its confines, there was no fear of fatality, for death merely resulted in a swift teleportation from the space of battle. Yet, the sensations of demise and pain remained undiminished. As Yuan stepped into the battlefield, a shadow materialized within the space. This shadow bore no visage, yet its outline mirrored that of Yuan's own form. Its combat prowess was equally formidable, boasting an impressive power level of 10 trillion. Subsequently, as Yuan transformed into his Super Saiyan form, the shadow's combat strength escalated in tandem, amplifying 100-fold. It appeared that exploiting any glitches was no longer an option. Pondered silently, glancing around as he prepared to depart from the battle space. After all, he could barely walk, and engaging in combat seemed like a mere invitation to suffering. However, just as he was about to leave, the shadow before him stirred. Amidst furious exclamations, the shadow ruthlessly shattered him into fragments. Chapter 150, The God of Destruction. Beerus at the heart of Universe 7, a hairless, purple-skinned feline creature lay in deep slumber upon a circular bed. Suddenly, beads of sweat appeared on his brow, and his eyes flew open with alarm. Vegeta, if you dare not return for my birthday, you may as well never come back. Bulma fumed, clutching her phone. Yet, there was no response, for she was merely sending a message. Vegeta was currently out in space, far beyond the reach of any signal. A barrage of messages flooded through. This is infuriating. Bulma seethed, nearly hurling her phone in frustration. Goku, in his absurdity, had taken Vegeta to outer space to train at such a time. Mom, Bulma Andy, please don't be upset. I'll ask Uncle to help bring back Uncle Vegeta and Dad, Gohan reassured, attempting to soothe the two ticking time bombs. Recently married to Videl, Gohan had not joined Goku and the others in their training escapades. He quickly sought out Doppelganger and relayed the situation. At that moment, Doppelganger lounged on a reclining chair, sipping a beverage and basking in leisure. His children, along with Bu, frolicked with Goten, Trunks, and Bra. It was astonishing that Vegeta had forgotten Bulma's birthday altogether. The request to locate Goku and Vegeta was something had not anticipated. Over the years, Vegeta had been quite attentive to Bulma, never missing a birthday celebration. What could have caused him to forget the day? Had he truly changed? That seemed unlikely. Just as was preparing to teleport in search of, and the others, a sudden disturbance in the fabric of space manifested. In an instant, 4 ruggedly clad giants materialized upon the cruise ship. The quartet, visibly breathless, bore the unmistakable marks of a fierce confrontation. These 4 were none other than, and over the past few years, they had each transcended to the second dimension, with also achieving the same remarkable milestone. Surprisingly, the first among them to breach this threshold was neither Nor or his son, but rather, following the incident involving, had devoted himself to training with an intensity that surpassed even, resulting in his strength progressing at an extraordinary pace. The clone of Yuan had imparted the method for transforming into Super Saiyan 4 to Wukong and his companions. However, for reasons unknown, they were unable to achieve this transformation. One day, when Mina visited Earth, Yuan inquired and discovered that Super Saiyan 4 could only be realized under the unique rules of the time and space created by the Dragon God. In this realm, even with Bulma's machine that amplified the Blutz waves, she could not stimulate the tails of Wukong and Vegeta. Not even the transformation into an ape was possible, let alone into Super Saiyan 4. Upon witnessing the 4 of them, Yuan shook his head in resignation. It was truly relentless, even on his wife's birthday. Vegeta chose to prioritize his training. Vegeta, your beloved Bulma is on the verge of exasperation. Won't you go and console her? Yuan teased, raising his eyebrows at Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face flushed. He muttered under his breath, "Why say such embarrassing things?" and hurried off to find Bulma without looking back. Laughter erupted among the others as they watched Vegeta's retreating figure. "Dad, Mom is angry too." Gohan discreetly poked Wukong twice while he was laughing heartily, whispering in his ear. Although Gohan spoke softly, the individuals present were no ordinary folk, and each one heard him distinctly. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Wukong's expression changed dramatically. He awkwardly addressed the group. "My apologies. I must take my leave." And, much like Vegeta, fled in a hurry. The laughter intensified. "Whis, how much longer until we arrive?" The impatient Beerus, adorned in attire reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh, expressed his frustration. They had already been flying for over 10 minutes without reaching their destination. "Is it really so difficult to locate a few scions?" "Lord Beerus, we had located them, but they suddenly used instant transmission to depart. So we must fly for a few more minutes," Whis explained leisurely, holding his staff. "Oh? These scions not only defeated Frieza but can also utilize instant transmission?" Beerus expressed mild surprise, considering that even he could not perform such a technique. "Not only that, Lord Beerus, but they have also entered the second dimension," Whis remarked with an enigmatic smile. "How intriguing. It seems the so-called Super Saiyan God from my dreams may indeed exist." Beerus felt his interest thoroughly piqued. "Accelerate, Whis," commanded Beerus. "We're already at maximum speed, Lord Beerus." Whis retained his usual leisurely demeanor. As soon as Vegeta and the others returned, Bulma's birthday celebration officially commenced. Several scions began to voraciously consume food. Having depleted their energy during training outside and now desperately needing to replenish their reserves. Suddenly, Goku and the others paused in their feasting, their expressions growing serious as they gazed skyward. A formidable presence was approaching. Although this incarnation of Yuan was merely a fragment, it distinctly sensed the potency of this aura. It was immense. Even if they united their strengths, they would be no match for a mere finger of the opponent, the god of destruction, Beerus. Yet, the fragment of Yuan remained unfazed. After all, with a formidable ally at his side, Beerus was nothing to fear. He continued to indulge in the culinary delights of the banquet, for he was merely a manifestation, destined to vanish upon the return of his true self. Thus, he resolved to savor as many delicacies as possible during this fleeting time on Earth. Moments later, Beerus and Whis materialized on the cruise ship, though not through instantaneous movement. Their speed was such that it appeared indistinguishable from teleportation to the naked eye. The god of destruction, Beerus. Upon seeing Beerus's visage, memories surged in Vegeta's mind. Concurrently, the Supreme Kai communicated with Goku, imparting the terror that Beerus embodied and warning him to never offend the god of destruction. Those who had stepped into the second dimension could all feel the dreadful aura emanating from Beerus, although he had tempered his presence. The residual energy still instilled a sense of unease, particularly in Vegeta. He stood frozen, the fear within him vividly etched across his face. Beerus recognized Vegeta at once. After all, he had slumbered for 39 years, and the memory of treading upon King Vegeta felt as recent as yesterday. Naturally, he could identify Vegeta. "Vegeta. It has been quite a while," Beerus remarked, observing the familiar visage of Vegeta with a hint of nostalgia. "Vegeta, are these two your friends?" Bulma inquired. Being an ordinary person, Bulma was entirely oblivious to the aura surrounding Beerus, yet she could sense that something was amiss with Vegeta. "Hello, I am Bulma, Vegeta's wife." Bulma approached Beerus, extending her hand. Vegeta attempted to intervene, only to find himself utterly immobilized, unable even to part his lips. He could do nothing but watch helplessly as Bulma advanced. "Don't go. Hurry back." Vegeta could only fret inwardly, his mouth completely sealed shut. Out of the corner of his eye, Beerus casually glanced at Vegeta before extending his hand to shake Bulma's, politely stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Beside Beerus, Whis also displayed great courtesy, introducing himself. "I apologize for the earlier rudeness. I am Whis, and this is my master, Lord Beerus. Since you are friends of Vegeta, why not join us for a celebration? Today happens to be my birthday. You are both most welcome to attend." Bulma enthusiastically invited Beerus and Whis to her birthday party, leaving Vegeta utterly astonished. If he weren't currently restrained by Beerus, he would surely believe that the god of destruction was quite amiable. Not only Vegeta, but also Rappies, Broly, Goku, and Gohan, those who had transcended into the second dimension, found themselves equally paralyzed, unable to utter a word, except for Piccolo and Dandy. The others were led to believe that Beerus and Whis were genuinely Vegeta's friends. "Thank you for your kind offer. To be honest, I was immediately struck by the enticing aroma upon my arrival," Beerus remarked, savoring the delightful scents wafting through the air, looking utterly enraptured. He decided that matters concerning the super scion god could wait until after he had indulged in the culinary delights. Then come along with me, Bulma urged, taking Beerus by the arm to sample the exquisite dishes. Once Beerus and Whis departed, the overwhelming oppressive aura that had enveloped them dissipated. As control returned to their bodies, Goku exclaimed in astonishment, Vegeta, the god of destruction, Beerus, is actually your friend? God of destruction, Beerus? Apart from Vegeta and Dandy. The others were hearing of this deity for the first time. Goku had only learned of Beerus through the Kaishin's telepathic communication. Yes, just now, Asen communicated with me, warning us not to offend Lord Beerus, lest he destroy the Earth. However, since Lord Beerus is a friend of Vegeta, we needn't worry, Goku cheerfully asserted. Do not celebrate too soon, Kakarot. While I am uncertain why Lord Beerus did not deny our friendship, I must make it clear that I am not his friend. If we anger him, Earth will face annihilation, Vegeta solemnly cautioned the others. In an instant, Yuan was utterly terrified. I must swiftly inform the others. We must not offend Lord Beerus. With that, Yuan prepared to alert the others. Do not go, old son, Piccolo interjected, halting Yuan. Confused, Yuan gazed at Piccolo. Why not? Piccolo elucidated. Since Lord Beerus did not deny it earlier, it indicates he wishes to keep his identity concealed. If you reveal this to the others, it may inadvertently provoke Lord Beerus. What should we do then? If we accidentally anger Lord Beerus, Earth will be doomed. Wukong fretted, overwhelmed, and uncertain. Piccolo calmly pondered for a moment before stating, there are no other options left. We must stay close to Lord Beerus and ensure that no one else offends him. The assembled individuals appeared tense, their expressions grave. Suddenly, Vegeta noticed someone who seemed completely unfazed, lounging in a chair while sipping a drink. Hey, why are you so unconcerned? The one most likely to offend Lord Beerus is your Boo. Vegeta expressed, exasperated, as Boo was undoubtedly the most unpredictable among them. Relax, relax. Replied nonchalantly, Boo has always been well behaved, and with my daughter around, he won't cause any trouble. Vegeta, disinclined to engage further with it, decided it was better to keep an eye on the others to prevent any mishaps. He hurried after Beerus, with Wukong and Piccolo trailing behind. You seem utterly unperturbed, remarked, who had opted to remain beside rather than join them. Earth will surely be fine. Just enjoy yourself. Oh, recalled that had taken the dragon god as his master years ago, and suddenly felt at ease. He then leisurely reclined on a nearby chaise beside. Gently patted another lounge chair, reassuring Broly, there is no need for tension, simply indulge and enjoy. Lapis observed the group below, following Beerus like infatuated admirers, and inquired, why don't you inform them? With a mischievous grin, replied, don't you find Vegeta's current demeanor amusing? It's a sight rarely witnessed. Lapis, gazing at Vegeta diligently preparing takoyaki, mirrored playful smile. Broly, watching the two, began to perceive them in a different light. These two rascals, Beerus and Whis, seemed to have unlocked the door to a new realm. Compared to the culinary offerings on Earth, their previous meals paled in comparison to swine fodder. Just a single takoyaki left Beerus utterly enchanted. In an effort to please Beerus, Vegeta took it upon himself to prepare a large bowl of takoyaki. It appeared that Vegeta had secretly honed his culinary skills, for it was improbable that his inaugural attempt could yield such delectable results, surpassing even the dishes prepared by Bulma's hired chefs. While Beerus savored his takoyaki, Whis embarked on his own gastronomic adventure, sampling delicacies from every stall. Lord Beerus, I just encountered a delightful treat. Smooth and tender. Whis had tasted a plethora of offerings before returning to Beerus's side, where Beerus continued to enjoy his takoyaki. Smooth and tender? What is it? Beerus's curiosity was piqued. Whis pondered briefly, stroking his chin. It is a dessert known as pudding. Come, let us hasten. Beerus could hardly contain his excitement. Simply hearing Whis' description made his mouth water. Lord Beerus, please follow me. Whis led Beerus to the pudding stand. What? It's already been cleared out? Whis' eyes widened in disbelief. There had been plenty just moments ago. I sincerely apologize. Another patron has taken them all. The chef indicated toward the nearby Majin Buu. He is the one who took them. You may ask him for a couple. Following the chef's gesture, Beerus and Whis beheld a rotund figure of rosy hue indulging in pudding, with a table before him laden with an abundance of the dessert. Excuse me. Might you share 2 puddings with us? Chapter 152. The two little ancestors. Beerus gazed longingly at the pudding in Buu's hands, his mouth watering in anticipation. With his keen sense of smell, he detected the faint, sweet aroma wafting through the air. Upon hearing Whis' voice, Buu looked up and beheld 2 oddly dressed individuals. We apologize. We hail from a distant planet. Just as Whis was preparing to deliver a heartfelt and persuasive appeal, Bu, with a goofy grin, interjected, "Sure. Please help yourselves." Noticing Beerus's gaunt frame, it was evident he had not indulged in fine cuisine for quite some time, prompting Bu to generously offer them 2 puddings. Furthermore, having heard Whis mention their extraterrestrial origins, Bu, being a seasoned traveler of the universe, could empathize with the notion that alien delicacies were often less than appetizing. His heart swelled with sympathy for Beerus and Whis. Of course, Bu's primary motivation for sharing the puddings stemmed from what Chinin had imparted to him, that culinary delights are meant to be shared, not hoarded. "Thank you very much." Whis and Beerus expressed their polite gratitude. Finally, Beerus savored the pudding he had longed for. Observing the sheer delight on Beerus's face as he indulged in the treat, Bu became even more convinced of his initial thoughts. These two had indeed not experienced the pleasures of fine dining. Having devoured 1 pudding, Beerus was left yearning for more. His eyes fixated on the remaining puddings on the table. Yet, as a destroyer, he felt it was beneath him to request another. He could not bring himself to ask Bu for a second helping. Thus, he was resigned to watch Bu relish each delectable pudding. In the midst of Beerus's internal turmoil, a pudding was suddenly pushed towards him. To his astonishment, it was Bu offering him another. Beerus felt a flicker of gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, Bu's gesture was prompted by his perception of Beerus's hesitance and longing, leading him to envision countless scenarios in his mind. He imagined a little kitten, abandoned and wandering through the cosmos, surviving on scraps from trash bins, enduring a life filled with hunger and deprivation, yet possessing too much pride to ask others for food. Just like earlier, when it was Whis who had to request on his behalf. Surely, this was the reason Beerus appeared so emaciated: chronic hunger and malnutrition. Bu silently nodded in agreement with his own thoughts. If Beerus were to discover Bu's musings, he might unleash his destructive powers upon him. However, at this moment, Beerus regarded Bu as a rather admirable individual. Chinin, Tianlin, Bra, Trunks, Goten. Bu counted on his fingers and then set aside 5 puddings. Leaving the rest in the center of the table, his imagination ran wild, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Beerus. Puddings were something he could indulge in daily, alongside a plethora of more exquisite delicacies. Yet for Beerus, mere pudding brought him immense joy. Thus, Bu resolved to save 1 for each of his friends, intending to share the remainder with Beerus and Whis. "I shall reserve these 5 for my companions. Let us share the rest together." At that moment, Bu seemed to radiate a glow in Beerus's eyes. Goku, Vegeta, and the others, who had been trailing behind Beerus, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yay, Bu! We're back!" Chin exclaimed, skipping forward, followed closely by Tianlin and the others, all of whom were drenched and wielding large water guns. It was evident they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Upon seeing Chin and Tianlin, Beerus and Whis' eyes widened in astonishment. The unmistakable traits of the 2 children reminded them only of the dragon god Salama and his progeny. Whis, what is the meaning of this? Could they be the offspring of Lord Dragon God left on Earth? Beerus communicated telepathically to Whis. Earlier, when they had arrived on Earth, Yuan's avatar had been lounging in a chair, causing Beerus and Whis to overlook this detail. "Please wait a moment, Lord Beerus. I will investigate," Whis replied, brandishing his staff to examine Chin and Tianlin's information. However, he found it peculiar that he could not retrieve any data. Typically, he could access information on any being within the 7th universe. Yet these 2 children's past seemed entirely elusive, as if they had appeared from thin air. It was conceivable that their information was concealed by a formidable entity, suggesting they might indeed be the progeny of the dragon god. "Well, have you discovered anything?" Beerus inquired urgently. "Indeed, Lord Beerus, it appears these 2 children might truly be the offspring of Lord Dragon God. Otherwise, they possess a significant connection to him, as I have been unable to find any information regarding them," Whis responded. Upon hearing Whis' transmission, Beerus was startled and sprang to his feet. He regarded Chinin and Tianlin as if they were revered ancestors. Deep within, Beerus felt a sense of relief that he had not acted recklessly on Earth. Had he inadvertently harmed these 2 little deities, his existence as a god of destruction would surely have been jeopardized. The hierarchy of authority is indeed formidable. Although Chinin and Tianlin were merely potential offspring of the dragon god, they were not entities a mere god of destruction could afford to offend. "Bu, are they your new friends? I don't believe I've seen them before." Chinin inquired curiously, glancing at Beerus and Whis. "Indeed, they have traveled from a distant planet to Earth." Bu whispered conspiratorially into Chinin's ear. "They must not have had much to eat. Just look at Beerus, he appears quite famished. Upon hearing Bu's remarks, Chinin regarded Beerus and Whis with a hint of sympathy. Naturally, both Beerus and Whis overheard Bu's comments. Whis remained unfazed, but Beerus felt quite uncomfortable. He had initially thought Bu to be a commendable individual, only to find that Bu was pitying him. When did Beerus, the god of destruction, become an object of sympathy? Under normal circumstances, Beerus would have obliterated Bu without hesitation. Yet now, he found himself unable to voice his displeasure. After all, there were two little deities present. He dared not act recklessly. Should he accidentally harm or provoke them, his days of ease would come to an abrupt end. Moreover, it was evident that Bu had a close relationship with the two little deities. No aggression allowed. Observing Beerus's cowardly demeanor, Whis covered his mouth and laughed unabashedly. Chinin produced a universal capsule, and with a boom, a plethora of delicacies appeared. Proudly, she gestured towards Beerus and Whis, saying, "Come, feast to your heart's content. Do not hold back. Bu's friends are my friends, and these are culinary delights crafted by my father, truly the finest in the world." Tianlin also warmly encouraged, "Please indulge yourselves. If it's not enough, I have more." Chapter 153. I am the apprentice dragon god. Goku and Vegeta, hiding in the background, were drenched in cold sweat. Although Chinin and Tianlin bore no ill intent, they were actually pitying Lord Beerus. When did the god of destruction require the sympathy of others? The catastrophic image of Earth exploding loomed vividly in Vegeta's mind. It was over. Vegeta knelt despairingly upon the ground. Both he and Goku were correct in their assumptions. Beerus indeed detests being pitied by others, yet what he loathes even more is the insinuation that he is emaciated. Such remarks evoke memories of his insufferable brother, Kampa. Whenever they engaged in a quarrel, Kampa would invariably berate him as nothing but skin and bones. Rage coursed through Beerus, causing his entire body to tremble. "Lord Beerus, you must restrain yourself. If you seek to court disaster, please do not involve me. I shall do my utmost to prevent it for at worst. I shall only endure a severe beating, but I cannot guarantee your safety." Whis's telepathic message further exacerbated Beerus's irritation. Yet, he could not refute the truth in Whis's words. Wait. Suddenly, Beerus recalled something. What had those two little imps just said? Was it that the delectable dishes strewn across the ground were prepared by their father? If they were indeed the offspring of the dragon god, did that not imply that these culinary delights were crafted by the dragon god himself? A wave of astonishment washed over Beerus. The prospect of tasting the dragon god's creations was beyond his wildest dreams. Such a privilege was surely not afforded even to the Grand Priest. Even if they were not the dragon god's children, they were at least the offspring of his progeny, who were all no less than angels in their own right. A surge of exhilaration enveloped Beerus. What followed left Goku and Vegeta utterly speechless. With a gentle, albeit somewhat sycophantic smile, Beerus inquired of Chinin and Tianlin, "Children, is your father present here as well?" "Yes, my father is right above." Chinin pointed towards the upper deck of the cruise ship. Tianlin asked, "Do you need something from our father? I could take you to him." "No need. I shall go myself." Yuan had been closely observing the movements of the two children from above. Who are Beerus and Whis? One is a god of destruction, while the other is an angel even more powerful than a god of destruction. It was evident at a glance that Yuan was merely a projection, not his true self. The appearance of was unfamiliar to them, as they had never encountered him before. He was neither the dragon god nor one of his offspring. Could he possibly be a newly adopted child of the dragon god? Just as Beerus and Whis were enveloped in confusion, spoke up. "I am the apprentice dragon god." Regarded Beerus and Whis with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. What? The mere mention of the title apprentice dragon god caused their eyes to widen in astonishment, although in terms of power was vastly inferior to them. His status and identity as an apprentice dragon god commanded an overwhelming authority. After all, this title signified that was destined to become the dragon god, a being on par with the grand priest. In a certain sense, Whis could also be considered an apprentice grand priest, for should the grand priest ever choose to abdicate, one of his offspring would inevitably succeed him. However, Whis was well aware that even if one of them was to be chosen for the esteemed position of grand priest, it would most likely be their eldest sister, the grand priest's firstborn, Kes. In contrast, S' situation was different. Previously, Whis had believed that the dragon god would select one of his children to inherit his role, yet now stood as the sole apprentice dragon god chosen throughout history by the dragon god himself. The ascent of Yuan to the position of dragon god seems almost an established fact. Moreover, the fact that the dragon god has appointed an apprentice indicates that he is contemplating abdication. If all goes as anticipated, It will not be long before Yuan ascends to the throne of the dragon god. Upon learning of Yuan's identity, Beerus exhibited extreme humility. My lord Yuan, I was unaware of your presence here and may have caused offense. I beg your forgiveness. Beerus, somewhat anxious about whether his previous actions might have displeased Yuan, hastily apologized. Although he had not committed any grave misdeed that would jeopardize his life, he feared that if Yuan took issue with his earlier demeanor, he might still suffer some form of punishment. After all, those from the dragon realm are notoriously protective of their own, and any one of them would surpass Whis in strength. Whis himself would be unable to shield him from retribution. Lord Beerus, you are too courteous. Your presence on Earth is a blessing for us. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope you will overlook them, as this Earth is, in a sense, my homeland. You may simply call me Beerus. My lord is a title I do not deserve, Beerus replied, shaking his head in alarm. What a jest! The future dragon god calling himself my lord? Such folly could lead to dire consequences. If those from the dragon realm were to learn of this, he would be in grave danger. Haha. Yuan laughed heartily. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. You may call me Yuan, and from now on, we shall be friends. Beerus felt a surge of joy and eagerly nodded in agreement. Very well, from now on, we shall indeed be friends. Who would not desire to befriend the future dragon god? Vegeta, why do I get the feeling that Lord Beerus and Yuan share a rather unique relationship? Goku whispered to Vegeta. A unique relationship? It is far more than that. Clearly, Beerus is currying favor and flattering Yuan. Vegeta raged inwardly. The image of Beerus, once a proud and formidable god of destruction, had been utterly shattered in Vegeta's mind. The once lofty deity was now seen bowing and scraping before Yuan, resembling nothing more than a sycophant. It appears that the divine figure Yuan studied under years ago possesses a remarkable identity. Vegeta suddenly recalled the matter of Yuan's apprenticeship from years ago. At that time, he had thought little of it. The term dragon god was something he had only heard in reverse. He had never even encountered it in its proper context, nor had he heard of the Kais. He assumed it was akin to Earth's deities, merely a god of some minor planet. After all, during that period, even the so-called Supreme Kai had proven to be rather lackluster. In Vegeta's mind, only the god of destruction held true power, while all other gods were mere facades. However, it now appeared that this world was far more intricate than he had imagined, and the Kais likely harbored many unknowns. The god of destruction was not the ultimate being after all. Following Yuan's impressive display that astonished Beerus, Goku, and Vegeta, along with their companions, chose not to pursue Beerus any further. They no longer had to fear the destruction of Earth. In an instant, the atmosphere of Bulma's birthday celebration grew even more jubilant. Beerus and Whis savored the exquisite dishes prepared by Chinin, a culinary delight crafted by the future dragon god. Beerus relished the meal with great satisfaction, a moment he could boast about for a lifetime. Chapter 154, The Super Saiyan God. After the banquet concluded, Beerus finally remembered the purpose of his visit to Earth. His heart had been on a roller coaster ride today, nearly causing him to forget the matter entirely. He approached Vegeta to inquire about the Super Saiyan God. Unfortunately, Vegeta was utterly oblivious to the subject. Goku and Broly were even less informed, having spent little time on Vegeta's planet, leaving them quite ignorant of Saiyan lore. It seemed they had no knowledge of the Super Saiyan God. Shaking his head, Beerus prepared to abandon the quest, considering it merely a prophetic dream. As Whis had mentioned, the accuracy of his prophetic dreams was often quite low, and this instance appeared to be no exception. Why not consult Lord Yuan? Prompted Whis, illuminating Beerus's thoughts. Perhaps the dragon god's extraordinary abilities could indeed provide insight. Soon after, Beerus sought out Yuan to inquire about the Super Saiyan God, as nodded in response to the eager gazes of the crowd. He clarified that the so-called Super Saiyan God is a form attained by Saiyans once they ascend to the third dimension, a state that currently does not exist. However, there exist methods to enable its premature manifestation. What methods, one might ponder? Goku and Vegeta, more anxious than Beerus himself, were eager to transform into the Super Saiyan God described by Beerus. It is quite simple. If 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans channel their energy into another Saiyan, that recipient will gain the form of a Super Saiyan God ahead of time. 5. Goku began to count the Saiyans present. Myself, Vegeta, Broly, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Bra. Excellent. We have 7 Saiyans here, making it entirely feasible. Vegeta, seizing the moment, declared, Kakarot, let me go first. Goku retorted, no, it must be me. You lack the courage to confront Lord Beerus. Kakarot, you. Vegeta faltered instantly, acknowledging his own lack of bravery against Beerus, unless, of course, Beerus were to strike Bulma. Broly remained silent, devoid of any desire to contest. With no one else vying for the opportunity, Goku successfully secured the first position to transform into a Super Saiyan God, excluding Broly, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks formed a circle behind Goku, holding hands. Shortly thereafter, a golden energy enveloped them. Unconsciously, everyone transformed into their Super Saiyan forms. Infused with energy, Goku gradually lifted off the ground, followed by the five behind him. The golden energy coalesced into a dazzling column ascending toward the sky. Instantly, the world underwent a tremendous transformation. Golden clouds materialized above, swirling around the luminous column, casting a resplendent golden hue upon the realm. The once tranquil sea began to roar, as countless whirlpools erupted on its surface. After a moment, the five who had channeled energy into Goku were suddenly enveloped in a layer of blue energy. This blue energy gradually supplanted the golden, unleashing a force entirely distinct from before, radiating outward in all directions. Simultaneously, Goku's internal power underwent a significant transformation as the golden column slowly retracted back into his being. Observing the now dormant energies of the others, Bulma inquired, "Is that it?" "Not yet." Big's eyes were fixed intently on Goku, sensing an astonishing transformation in his aura. Suddenly, a blue light appeared at the center of Goku and his companions, rapidly expanding into a luminous pillar that soared skyward. This radiant column pierced the clouds above, subsequently spreading outwards. The colossal blue beam enveloped the entire cruise ship. However, it did not last long. Mere seconds later, it vanished. The once uniform clouds now bore a vast gaping hole, through which a breathtaking starry sky became visible. Yet the spectacle was not over. The clouds above cascaded down like a waterfall from the edges of the abyss, immersing everyone in a magnificent golden well. Such a resplendent sight left the onlookers in awe. Suddenly, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the heavens. Rain? Before anyone could react, hailstones the size of fists plummeted from the sky. Rain, hail, snow, scorching sun. Frigid winter, the cycle of day and night, thunder and lightning. Within less than a minute, they had experienced the full cycle of the seasons. Finally, only a dazzling golden light remained. Meanwhile, the individuals who had been channeling their energy into Goku were nearing the end of their efforts. Under the radiant glow, Goku and his companions began to tremble. The power within Goku was nearing its metamorphosis. As the other five poured their entire essence into him, Goku suddenly emanated a golden light, which then shifted to a vibrant red. He resembled a glowing red light bulb, his features obscured, leaving only his silhouette visible. The other five reverted from their Super Saiyan forms, gracefully returning to the ground. Beerus gazed at the figure enveloped in red light, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, this silhouette perfectly mirrored the one he had seen in his dreams. Goku was the Super Saiyan God he had been seeking. As the red light dissipated, a transformed Goku with crimson hair and eyes emerged. Though his internal power had not increased, the quality of his aura had ascended from the early stages of the second dimension to the early stages of the third dimension, a staggering enhancement of 10 million times. Settlement. After the second dimension transcends to the third, the essence of energy amplifies 1,000-fold. Simultaneously, Goku's aura became ethereal and elusive, imperceptible to ordinary beings. At this moment, Goku, in this form, had transformed his energy into that of a divine essence. However, this divine essence was merely a temporary endowment. Once the vital force infused within him was depleted, he would no longer be able to access this divine energy. His corporeal form still belonged to the realm of humanity and could not withstand the might of divine essence. Even when Goku subsequently transformed into a Super Saiyan God, it would merely augment his energy to the latter stages of the second dimension. Goku sensed that the energy within him had coalesced into a viscous liquid, each droplet brimming with boundless power. He could not help but exclaim, "How formidable! Is this the power of a Super Saiyan God? It is truly astonishing, Lord Beerus." Beerus, hands clasped behind his back, approached Goku, conversing as he walked. "Indeed, I suspect you are eager to engage, aren't you?" Coming to a halt before Goku, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle, he confessed, "To be honest, I feel the same." "Then let us commence." "Very well." In perfect synchrony, the two launched into the sky. After Beerus unleashed a torrent of galactic waters, Goku barely managed to engage him in combat for half an hour. The shockwaves of their battle reverberated throughout the cosmos, annihilating countless stars. Were it not for the enhancements bestowed upon Earth by my Yuan and Whis' deliberate protection, it would have been utterly obliterated. Chapter 155. I miss her boom. As Mo Yuan struck with a punch, the shadow before him shattered into fragments. Incredible! Mo Yuan gazed in disbelief at his own hand. Just yesterday, had he not employed his keen sight, he would have been unable to defeat the shadow, at best achieving a stalemate. However, after transcending to the third dimension, a single punch had vanquished the shadow. Admittedly, this was primarily due to the fact that the shadow possessed no more than the strength of the second dimension. Otherwise, defeating it would not have been so effortless. It had taken nearly 5 years. Mo Yuan has finally cultivated to the third dimension here. Upon breaking through to this realm, he has officially entered the domain of the divine. The aura within him has completely transformed into that of a god, rendering him imperceptible to mortals. Externally, there appears to be little change, save for a hint of silver sheen that now graces his formerly purple hair. Without close scrutiny, one would hardly notice any difference. His current form is akin to Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan god. However, Mo Yuan has fully embraced this state and shall not revert to his previous form. This state is, in essence, the true nature of divinity. It is merely that Saiyans possess the ability to enter this form through transformation at an earlier stage. Having attained the third dimension, this secret realm no longer offers substantial aid to his cultivation. It is time to depart. Mo Yuan activated the ring in his hand, and a familiar golden halo materialized. The thought of soon reuniting with his children filled him with exhilaration. Stepping into the halo, the scene before him transformed in an instant. He had returned from the secret realm to the dragon realm, finding himself within the palace of the dragon god. Oh, has it truly been less than 5 years? And he has ascended to the third dimension? As his father had said, "Little brother, you are indeed a prodigy." Just as Mo Yuan returned to the dragon realm, and before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, he heard Mina's voice. Looking up, he saw Mina seated upon the dragon god's throne, attending to official matters. Carefully, Mo Yuan inquired, "Sister Mina, has the teacher slipped away again?" Upon hearing this, Mina puffed out her cheeks, exclaiming in frustration, "Isn't it all because of you? That old man would rather dwell on earth, indulging in gluttony every day." The thought of the dragon god savoring delectable dishes on earth, while she toiled away with bureaucratic duties, made her grit her teeth in anger. What infuriated her the most was that he never brought her back any treats to reward her for her efforts. He would rush to earth with a smug expression and return with a protruding belly. She regretted bringing him delicacies during her last visit. It had rendered her unable to return to earth since. With a crisp crack echoing through the palace, Mina's pin snapped in her grip. Observing the veins protruding from her forehead, Mo Yuan felt it prudent to make his exit, lest he be caught in the crossfire. After all, as an apprentice dragon god, he was theoretically responsible for handling these affairs in the absence of the dragon god. "Sister Mina, I haven't been back in years. I must take my leave now. I shall visit again next time. Farewell." With that, he hastily activated his ring, and as the portal opened, he swiftly dove into it. "Humph." Mina scoffed at the vanishing Mo Yuan. "If it weren't for your feeble strength, do you think I would let you escape so easily? Just wait, in a few years, or perhaps a few million years, when your power is sufficient, I shall let you experience the burden of handling these tedious affairs daily." Unbeknownst to her, the pin in her hand had miraculously restored itself, and she began to jab it forcefully into the documents, as if they were her sworn enemies. Upon returning to the familiar realm of Earth, Mo Yuan anxiously patted his chest, still haunted by the memory. Sister Mina, in her fury, was truly terrifying. He decided to check on what the children were up to. Mo Yuan opened his spiritual eye, and his gaze instantly enveloped the entire Earth. Soon, he beheld his beloved children attending classes at school. Meanwhile, in his home, 2 figures, one golden and one pink, alongside his own doppelganger, were seated in the living room. Engrossed in a television show, with a plethora of takeaway boxes scattered across the table and floor, it appeared that the 3 of them coexisted in delightful harmony. However, it seemed that the dragon god had slightly diminished his stature, reducing his original height of approximately 3 meters to around 2 meters. Mo Yuan utilized the art of instant teleportation and returned to his abode. "Master." Mo Yuan respectfully inclined his body slightly towards the dragon god seated on the sofa. The dragon god waved his hand dismissively, his expression casual. "There is no need for such formality. The rules here are not so stringent." He then scrutinized Mo Yuan with keen interest, a satisfied expression gracing his features. He complimented, "Impressive. You have surpassed my expectations. I initially believed it would take you at least a decade to ascend to the third dimension. Yet it appears you have achieved this remarkable advancement from the initial stage of the second dimension to the third dimension in less than 5 years. The speed at which Mo Yuan cultivates is astonishing, even to the dragon god. He has never witnessed anyone with such rapid advancement in their practice. At this rate, it is likely that in just a few million years, Yuan could entirely usurp his position. One should not underestimate the span of a few million years. It took him countless millions of years to reach his current realm. The time has stretched so long that he has nearly forgotten how long he has existed. This remarkable progress is largely due to the immense benefits provided by his master's secret realm. Otherwise, such swift cultivation would have been unattainable. Yuan playfully flattered the dragon god. The dragon god chuckled, shaking his head, and teasingly retorted, "You little flatterer. Am I not aware of the efficacy of my secret realm?" Hee. Yuan brushed his hair, a hint of shyness gracing his smile. After exchanging a few words with the dragon god, he withdrew his doppelganger, subsequently absorbing all its memories. 6 months prior, Beerus had arrived on Earth. And due to his presence, the atmosphere had remained quite harmonious. Meanwhile, Goku, true to the original narrative, transformed into a Super Saiyan God through the collective energy of 5 Saiyans. 3 months ago, Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Lapis journeyed to the realm of destruction for training. Guided by Whis, who frequently visited Earth, Lapis had initially hesitated to join, troubled by concerns for Qin and Tianlin. However, with the sudden arrival of the Dragon God on Earth, he felt reassured and accompanied Whis to the realm of destruction. Gohan, on the other hand, chose to remain behind, anxious for his pregnant wife, Videl. Unlike Goku, who was fervently devoted to training, Gohan prioritized his family and friends above all else. After assimilating the memories of his doppelganger, Yuan approached the Dragon God, hesitating to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it. You need not be so distant with me," the Dragon God remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the television. Took a deep breath and then spoke. "Could you allow me to see my wife once more? I miss her dearly." Such a trivial request could hardly be denied by the Dragon God. With a gentle touch of his finger on Yuan's forehead, the ethereal white palace re-emerged in his mind. Within this palace, the figure he had longed for day and night floated gracefully, enveloped in pure white energy. Her cheeks were flushed, and she appeared to be in a deep and tranquil slumber. It would not be long before she awoke. Suddenly, the voice of the Dragon God resonated through the air. Hearing this, Yuan looked at the Dragon God with excitement. "Is it true? You are not deceiving me, are you?" The Dragon God affirmed with a nod. In a month or two, she would complete her inheritance, and at that time, she would naturally awaken. How wonderful! How wonderful! Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly at a loss for words. 5 years had elapsed, an entire half-decade, since he unexpectedly traversed into the GT dimension. Throughout this time, not a single day passed without him yearning for Latsili. If only he could hasten the clock forward by 2 months. In the realm of the destroyers, for figures clad in bulky attire reminiscent of space suits were diligently training in a clearing. These individuals were Goku, Vegeta, Lapis, and Broly. They wore specialized gear crafted by Whis to aid their training, which, under Whis's guidance, allowed them to constantly experience a heavy pressure, one that was demanding yet not immobilizing. To act, they needed to summon every ounce of their strength. Over the past 3 months, aside from assisting Whis with household chores, their focus had solely been on training. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly had all mastered the form of Super Saiyan God. Unlike Goku and Vegeta, Broly, as a legendary Super Saiyan, was influenced by the energy coursing through his veins. In his Super Saiyan God form, his aura transformed into the essence of the 3rd dimension. In contrast, Goku and Vegeta's energies only reached the strength of the 2nd dimension, making Broly's transformation 1,000 times more potent. Another distinction lay in Broly's Super Saiyan God form, characterized by his dark green hair rather than the typical red. Their transformations filled Lapis with envy. Initially, among the 4, Lapis's power was only slightly inferior to Broly's. Yet he surpassed Goku and Vegeta. Now, however, he found himself at the bottom of the hierarchy. Determined not to lag behind these Saiyans, Lapis trained with even greater fervor. While he may have temporarily fallen behind, he did not succumb to self-doubt, for he believed his potential was not far behind theirs. He was no ordinary individual. Since his breakthrough to the 2nd dimension, he had sensed a subtle transformation within his own energy. Over the 3 months of training in the Destroyer realm, this change had only intensified. Given time, he was confident he would match the prowess of these Saiyans. Gritting his teeth, Lapis's eyes gleamed with determination. Whis observed Lapis, drenched in sweat and fervently training, a mysterious smile gracing his features. How intriguing. It has been a while, everyone. A golden halo materialized. And then Yuan emerged from within it. Upon seeing Yuan, Whis greeted him respectfully, saying, "Lord Yuan, with a smile, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality, Weiss." Weiss shook his head with a smile, replying, "Please wait a moment, Lord Mu Yuan. I shall awaken Lord Beerus." "No need," Mu Yuan interjected. "I have merely come to observe them. Let Beerus continue his slumber undisturbed." Very well. Since Mu Yuan was not there to summon Beerus, Weiss was more than happy to allow Beerus a little extra rest. This way, he could savor the delectable delicacies he had brought from Earth all to himself. "Ah, Yuan, you have finally returned." Goku and the others, clad in attire reminiscent of astronauts, approached Mu Yuan with heavy steps. "Not bad. You've all advanced to the second dimension." Goku and his companions had indeed become far more formidable than depicted in the original tale. At this juncture in the original narrative, they had yet to reach the second dimension, as they were unable to sense even the divine aura. It was only through their transformation into Super Saiyan God that they could eventually perceive such divine energies. "Ah, Yuan, have you now ascended to the third dimension?" Goku, sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from Mu Yuan, was taken aback. This aura was exponentially more powerful than theirs, a sensation they had only experienced in the presence of Beerus. Even Broly, transformed into a Super Saiyan God, paled in comparison. Ma Yuan nodded with a smile. Upon witnessing this gesture, Wukong and the others displayed expressions of understanding. They had grown accustomed to Ma Yuan's astonishing pace of cultivation. If Ma Yuan were to claim that he had yet to reach the third dimension, they would be even more astonished. Mo Yuan excitedly said to Lapis, "Lapis, I bring you delightful news. Lazili will return in a month or two." Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, a look of surprise blossomed on Lapis's usually indifferent face. "Is it truly so?" "Indeed, it is true. My master assured me. There is no room for error." Mo Yuan affirmed with unwavering confidence. After all, it was the dragon god who spoke, so it must be accurate. "That is splendid, Ah Yuan. Your family will finally be reunited." Wukong expressed his joy for Mo Yuan. Vegeta silently posed a question. "So, where exactly has Lazili been? Why has her return been so prolonged?" They remained entirely unaware of Lazili's whereabouts, only knowing that she was not deceased. Elucidated, stating that she was engulfed by a spatial rift and swept into the cosmos, where she received the legacy of a deity. The notion of a divine legacy? Aside from the well-known Lapis, even Wukong, Vegeta, Broly, and the ever-surprised Whis were taken aback. Whis's astonishment stemmed from the fact that Razili had acquired her inheritance in a realm beyond the universe. In such a place, ordinary gods would struggle to withstand the chaotic currents of space without specialized tools. While he possesses the ability to traverse the cosmos, he too cannot linger in the void for extended periods. One must at least wield the strength of the seventh dimension to remain unscathed in that realm. The individual capable of bestowing a legacy in such a location undoubtedly possesses power that exceeds the seventh dimension. Within the entire realm of the Omni King, beings of the seventh dimension are exceedingly rare. Among the offspring of the Grand Minister, only the eldest sister, Kes, boasts such prowess, while the other angels are confined to the sixth dimension. Hence, you must intensify your training, for after receiving the inheritance, Razili's strength will undoubtedly rank at least in the third dimension, if not higher. S. Tone was imbued with immense pride. Upon witnessing this expression, could not help but remark, "Shouldn't it be you who strives to cultivate your skills? If we cannot prevail, so be it. It is truly shameful for you to be bested by your own wife." No. Mo Yuan shook his finger, his face devoid of any shame, instead radiating pride as he proclaimed, "I relish living off others." Chapter 157. Lazili awakens with a soft whimper. Lazili stirred from her unconscious state. Her dazed eyes struggled to find focus, and her mind was engulfed in chaos. A lengthy, intricate series of memories had intermingled with her own, rendering her momentarily incapable of discerning her true identity. Her personal recollections spanned merely 2 decades. While this new influx of memories extended over billions of years, it was akin to a single droplet of water falling into the vast ocean, creating not even the slightest ripple. In the face of such overwhelming recollections, Lazili's own memories appeared trivial by comparison. "Teacher, what is wrong with Lazili? Why does she seem somewhat disoriented?" Mo Yuan, perceiving Lazili's condition through the dragon god, grew anxious. The dragon god remained unperturbed, responding, "Do not fret. The inheritance is simply too vast for her to process all at once. She will recover in due time." Despite the dragon god's reassurances, Mo Yuan's heart remained in his throat, unable to find solace. Images flashed through Lazili's mind, resembling a slideshow. Within that immense memory, she was a girl named Surya. Surya's life mirrored that of a protagonist in a fantastical tale. Originally an ordinary little girl, her journey into martial arts transformed her existence. In merely a century, she ascended from a mere mortal to a deity, and over the course of billions of years, she evolved from an ordinary individual to a formidable being at the seventh dimension of the cosmos. Subsequently, Surya devoted countless eons to mastering the pinnacle of the seventh dimension. In the final fragment of her memories, she left behind a palace and her legacy beyond the cosmos. Then, the memory ceased. The overwhelming influx of recollections nearly suffocated Lazili's own memories, plunging her mind into disarray. Who am I? Am I Surya? No, that's not right. I am not Surya. Then who am I? Lazili clutched her head in anguish, her mind pierced by waves of pain as if countless needles were stabbing into her brain. Her face was pale, and beads of perspiration cascaded down her cheeks. The excruciating sensation in her head nearly rendered her unconscious. Sister, a familiar voice echoed in Lazili's mind, an incessant whisper that brought her an unexpected sense of tranquility, causing the agony to dissipate. Subsequently, vivid images surged forth from the depths of her memory like bamboo shoots after a rain. As she opened her eyes, clarity replaced the confusion that had clouded them. She had reclaimed her memories. Reflecting on the life of Saluya, Lazili felt a pang of nostalgia. Through Saluya's recollections, she could ascertain that after leaving this palace, Saluya must have ventured to transcend the eighth dimension. If all went as expected, it was likely that she had failed. The perils of breaking through the eighth dimension were immense. A moment's carelessness could lead to obliteration. Otherwise, the vast cosmos would not be limited to only two entities, the dragon god and the high priest, who had attained the eighth dimension. Having inherited Saluya's legacy, Lazili could now be regarded as her disciple. Little did Saluya imagine that her inheritance would be bestowed upon a mere mortal who had yet to ascend even to the second dimension. After all, Saluya had entrusted her legacy to a realm beyond the cosmos, accessible only to those who had mastered the pathways of space, at least fifth dimension beings. Those lacking such mastery would need to be at least sixth dimension to tread there. In this palace, Saluya had left behind a fragment of her primordial power, which encapsulated the memories of her life. Though this power represented a mere fraction of her essence, it was a burden heavy enough for Lazili to bear, nearly causing her to lose herself. This struggle stemmed primarily from Lazili's still nascent strength. For those capable of traversing the realms beyond the cosmos, the weight of Saluya's legacy would have been easily manageable. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although Lazili nearly lost her sense of self, she harnessed Saluya's primordial power to elevate her strength to the initial stage of the fourth dimension, combat power units, Jian, Zheng, Zai, with each minor tier amplifying 1,000-fold. It was time to return. She wondered whether he had come back. Lazili's gaze was profound and enchanting. After inheriting the legacy of Saluya, she had mastered the palace entirely. This magnificent palace was crafted by Saluya utilizing the principles of space, possessing the extraordinary ability to connect various universes. Through this palace, Lazili could traverse freely among the 12 universes, akin to the ring the dragon god bestowed upon Yuan. Suddenly, powerful arms encircled Lazili's slender waist from behind. Startled by the unexpected embrace, her delicate form tensed momentarily, and her eyes shimmered with a veil of mist, although she was unaware of how he had arrived. The familiarity of his embrace was unmistakable. "My love, I have come to take you home." Yuan buried his head in the nape of Lazili's neck, greedily inhaling her fragrance. Just moments after Lazili had regained her composure, the dragon god had transported the anxious Yuan, who was on the verge of despair. Had it not been for the concern that Lazili might inadvertently harm Yuan in her still fragile state, the dragon god would have summoned him much earlier. After all, their power levels were worlds apart, a chasm of difference that flattery could never bridge. Upon hearing Yuan's words, tears brimmed in Lazili's eyes, spilling forth like a torrential flood. "My love." Overwhelmed, she turned in his embrace and buried her head against his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Her tears soaked through Yuan's garments, each scalding drop pouring onto his heart like boiling water. Pain. Excruciating pain. It felt as though a great hand clenched around his heart, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Yuan gently patted Lazili's back, softly soothing her troubled emotions. After a considerable time, Lazili finally ceased her tears. Sniffling, she whimpered, "What on earth transpired during that time?" "That day, I was swept away by an energy vortex into another universe." Yuan gradually recounted his experiences over the years to Lazili, Lord Dragon God. At the mention of his apprenticeship under the Dragon God, Lazili could not help but exclaim, Having inherited the memories of Zaluya, Lotzi Li was naturally aware of the dragon god's existence, one of the two publicly recognized eighth-dimensional powerhouses in the entirety of the Omniverse, possessing the remarkable ability to create miniature worlds. It is no wonder that you were able to enter this palace so silently. It turns out that it was Lord Dragon God who facilitated your arrival. As spoke, the doubts within were dispelled. The dragon god of the eighth dimension could effortlessly transport an individual to this place. Let us return home and miss you dearly. She paused. Wait a moment. I have something for you. Grasped hand, a stream of white energy flowing through her fingers. After a brief interval, a white mark materialized in the palm of. This is the key to this palace. With it, you may enter at any time, from anywhere. This palace existed amidst the chaotic currents of space beyond the universe, where the power of space was dense, making it an ideal location for cultivation. Thus, she had no intention of relocating the palace. The two then utilized the palace's teleportation to return to the seventh universe. Chapter 158, The Great Dragon of Might. It's time to go to bed. It is already midnight. The little one stubbornly lingered in Ant's room, refusing to leave. No. Burrowed into the blankets, tightly embracing his waist. I want to sleep with mommy. Makwan stared with lifeless eyes. Lazili, cradling Chinin, looked at Makwan's ashen face and chuckled. All right, let her sleep here tonight. With his wife expressing such sentiments, Makwan had little choice but to acquiesce. Besides, it had been several years since Chinin had last seen Lazili. Beyond the sense of reluctance, there lingered a deeper fear. The fear that upon awakening, it might all have been but a fleeting dream. As turned off the light and reclined upon his bed, he found himself in close proximity to, yet a world apart. This disconnection was underscored by the presence of a large, illuminated bulb that loomed between them. Although the light had been extinguished, still perceived an unsettling brilliance emanating from the bed. Father, mother, in the midst of them, gaped with her mouth agape, chattering incessantly. She nestled her head into his ample bosom, encroaching upon territory that rightfully belonged to. Mother smells so delightful, she exclaimed, even issuing a taunting remark. How infuriating. The resentment within Yuan threatened to pierce the heavens, with the flames of jealousy raging fiercely in his eyes, almost spilling over. It's time to sleep. You have school tomorrow. Lotzi Li cooed soothingly to Chinin as she attempted to lull her to rest, casting a reassuring glance at Yuan. Mom. Chinin's voice suddenly fell to a whisper, imbued with a palpable sadness. What is it? Lotzi Li asked, her heart tightening as Chinin timidly lifted her gaze. Will you still be here when I wake up tomorrow? The apprehension reflected in her eyes was laden with more than just hope. It was steeped in anxiety. She feared that upon awakening, she might find her mother absent once more. Both Lotzi Li and Yuan were momentarily taken aback, unprepared for the depth of Chinin's fear. It appeared that over the years, Chinin had merely buried her longing for Lotzi Li deep within her heart, donning a facade of strength to mask her vulnerability. Yuan and Lotzi Li were filled with a wave of empathy. I promise you, my dear, that when you awaken tomorrow, I will be right by your side. Never to leave. Under the soothing words of Lotzi Li, Chinin visibly relaxed. She extended her delicate little hand. Let us make a pinky promise. A pinky promise it is. Lotzi Li smiled as she hooked her finger with Chinin's. A promise sealed, unchanging for a lifetime. Stamp it. After this charming ritual. Chinin's face brightened with joy. Now you can sleep soundly, can't you? Lotzi Li gently pressed her forehead against Chinin's, affectionately nudging her a couple of times. All set. Hee. Subsequently, Chinin planted a sweet kiss on both Yuan and Lotzi Li's faces. Good night, Daddy and Mommy. With a cheerful farewell, Chinin nestled a little lower, burying her head in the cherished spot that Yuan longed for. Faced with the fiery gaze of Yuan, Lotzi Li shrugged, conveying her inability to assist. She silently repeated the words of endearment in her heart. Yuan finally resigned himself to fate. Sleep well. Good night, my wife. After bidding good night to Lotzi Li, he reluctantly closed his eyes. Lotzi Li, stifling a laugh, softly replied, Good night, my husband. The bedroom fell into tranquility, with only the gentle sound of the three breathing. In the depths of the night, Yuan suddenly felt a gentle prodding at his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Lotzi Li delicately poking him with her slender, fair finger, twice upon his breast. In a hushed tone to avoid disturbing Chinin, inquired, What troubles you? Lotzi Li remained silent, her enchanting gaze fixated on Yuan. Her finger ceasing its playful prodding to gently glide over his chest, tracing delicate circles. The heartbeat of Yuan surged at an alarming rate. the blood within his veins coursing like a rushing river. Which official could withstand such a trial? Yuan gestured towards Qin, casting a meaningful glance at Li. Despite the enveloping darkness, their prowess rendered such an environment inconsequential. However, Li paid no heed to Yuan and continued to draw circles. Observing her demeanor, it became evident to Yuan what her intentions were. Very well. She would ignite the flames but leave the extinguishing to others, wouldn't she? How could Yuan possibly allow this little imp to continue her reckless antics? S gaze sharpened. Today, I shall subdue you, the enchanting fiend that disrupts the world. With a gentle touch, he pressed his finger against the little fairy's forehead, casting her into a deep slumber from which she would not awaken for some time. He then seized the little sprite and utilized teleportation to arrive in another chamber. The vastness of the house certainly showcased its advantages, allowing for a swift change of battleground at any moment. A fierce and strenuous battle was about to erupt in the face of the little fairy, whose strength had surged dramatically, exuding arrogance, unleashed all his power, even transforming his form. The confrontation was intensely balanced, with neither side willing to yield. Yuan was taken aback. If this continued, he might truly face defeat. It seemed he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. Given the circumstances, Yuan could no longer withhold his strength. The great might of the celestial dragon. Indeed, the great might of the celestial dragon deserved its reputation as a formidable demon-slaying technique, proving remarkably effective against the minor demoness. Once the great might of the celestial dragon was unleashed, the little demoness finally could not withstand it. Feeling as though her very soul was on the verge of being expelled from her body, Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his face. He had finally subdued this little sprite completely. The sky was now tinged with the first light of dawn. To prevent Qin from waking and finding no one around, Yuan carefully carried the exhausted little sprite to the bathroom for a thorough cleansing. Utilizing his own physical prowess, he dedicated nearly an hour to ensuring that the sprite was impeccably clean, inside and out. Upon returning to the bedroom, he noted that the little light bulb had yet to awaken. Gently placed back onto the bed and glanced at the time. It was already past 6 in the morning. Given the hour, he decided against returning to sleep and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. At 7 o'clock, rubbed her still dry eyes and sat up in bed. After a couple of minutes, her mind finally began to function. Mom. The moment her consciousness returned, immediately began searching for her mother. Turning her head, she noticed sleeping beside her. Curious, she observed that Wile's complexion was rosy and appeared quite healthy. There was a hint of fatigue etched upon her features. Was perplexed. Why did her mother always seem to be in this state every morning? Had they perhaps engaged in extra training again last night? After pondering for some time, still could not grasp the reason. However, it mattered little. As long as her mother was present, everything was well. Cautiously planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, careful not to wake her. With a heart full of joy, she rose and made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. As she exited the bedroom, she meticulously closed the door, ensuring not a sound escaped. Chapter 159. The essence of freedom and self-realization in the vast expanse of the cosmos, within a beam of light traveling at an unfathomable speed, were two figures strikingly reminiscent of Ant. One, resembling, was a young girl with blue skin and a silver ponytail. Beside her stood a portly version of. These two were none other than Sister, the angel of the sixth universe, and its twin brother, the destroyer of the sixth universe. Do not land too close. Maintain your distance. Create as much commotion as you can, preferably enough to terrify, grinned mischievously. Understood. Replied, somewhat resigned, yet complied with its request. After all, as a servant of the destroyer, it was her duty to obey his commands. And Vis are engaged in a battle. Vis effortlessly evades all of its attacks with simple shifts, making it seem less like a fight and more like a training session for. To Vis's astonishment, has mastered the ultimate freedom technique to such an exquisite degree. Indeed, has cultivated this technique to perfection within the dragon god's secret realm, as anticipated by. The energy that arises from the transformation of his vital essence manifests as the divine power derived from the ultimate freedom technique. During his time in the secret realm, refined this technique to an impeccable level. The flawless execution of the ultimate freedom technique does not merely augment combat strength directly, rather, it enhances the quality of the energy within. This enhancement is equivalent to a 2-stage increase in intensity. Consequently, once employs the ultimate freedom technique, the strength of the energy within him reaches a level akin to that of the upper echelons of the third dimension, effectively amplifying his power by a staggering millionfold. No wonder he has been chosen as the heir by the dragon god. This muses in admiration. This is the divine technique of the ultimate freedom technique. Many fifth-dimensional beings may find it challenging to fully comprehend it. Yet here is, having perfected it in the third dimension. A further advancement would lead him to the realm of returning to one's essence, a state achieved only by those of no less than sixth-dimensional prowess. Meanwhile, Wukong and his companions, clad in cumbersome training attire, practice while enviously observing the duel between and this. The ultimate freedom technique, is it? It appears remarkably formidable. Were it not for the constricting garments hindering his movements, Wukong would eagerly join the fray. A glimmer of intrigue flashes in Lapisa's eyes. The energy emanating from Yuan resonated harmoniously with the power within him. Could it be that he, too, could master the art of effortless ultimate intent? As Laplace contemplated the teachings imparted by Whis during this period, he reflected on the concept of separating the body from the mind, allowing the body to act autonomously. Unencumbered by cerebral control, achieving such a state is undoubtedly challenging. However, should he succeed, even Broly might find himself unable to contend with him. After engaging in combat for quite some time, Yuan found himself unable to land a single blow on Whis. Yet, he did not perceive this as a setback, recognizing the vast disparity in their realms. Nevertheless, Yuan was eager to discover the limits of his own capabilities. Yuan ceased his assault, standing still with his eyes closed. What is happening? Has it come to an end? Wukong and the others observed Yuan's stillness with some perplexity. Weiss gazed intently at Yuan, sensing another force within him. He was all too familiar with that power. But how could this be? The simultaneous emergence of these two forces was akin to the impossible fusion of water and fire. In the next moment, suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of dark purple flashing within his silvery gaze. Subsequently, a surge of ominous, violent dark purple energy erupted from within him. This energy gradually merged with the silver energy, intertwining until it harmonized completely, transforming into a silvery purple hue. This dark purple energy represented the divine technique of self-ultimate intention, which stood in stark contrast to the tranquil ultimate intention. The tranquil ultimate intention necessitates an inner peace, free from unnecessary emotions for its execution, while the self-ultimate intention thrives on extreme exuberance and fervor. These two contradictory emotions cannot coexist, however, in this instance, achieve the simultaneous application of both ultimate intentions. Under normal circumstances, these two states would be mutually exclusive, yet defied this logic. He did not require inner tranquility to activate the tranquil ultimate intention. The divine power generated from his life force coursed through his veins, enabling him to instantly enter a state of tranquil ultimate intention merely by harnessing that power. The self-ultimate intention, on the other hand, was derived from the evolution of malevolent energy into divine power. In the state of self-ultimate intention, could unleash the destructive skills characteristic of the god of destruction. The serene aura of tranquil ultimate intention fused flawlessly with the ferocious essence of self-ultimate intention, creating a unique and unpredictable energy that embodied both righteousness and malevolence. In this state, the intensity of energy within surged once more, directly breaking through the limits of the third dimension, reaching the initial strength of the fourth dimension. This equated to an astonishing enhancement of combat power by a factor of 10 billion. While this might appear to be a significant increase, it was still insufficient for him to contend with the fourth dimension, as his combat prowess remained at the initial level of the third dimension, merely a qualitative change without a quantitative one. Terrifying. Vados was nearly left speechless. He had never encountered such a formidable being capable of flawlessly merging tranquil ultimate intention and self-ultimate intention. For Beerus to grasp self-ultimate intention while simultaneously comprehending the tranquil ultimate intention was already an extraordinary feat. Many other gods of destruction could not even comprehend the tranquil ultimate intention. Vados couldn't help but marvel once again, acknowledging that was indeed the chosen heir of the dragon god. This innate talent was truly exceptional. After all, in all his time, Vados had never witnessed anyone achieve such a feat yet. Admiration aside, he remained unable to prevail. Half an hour later, nearly exhausted himself without landing a single blow on Vados, Yuan panted heavily, having exerted himself for half an hour. His body felt relatively unwearied, yet his spirit was weary indeed. At that moment, two formidable auras rapidly approached the realm of destruction. Everyone sensed it and looked up toward the sky. A streak of white light zipped across the heavens like a meteor. Boom, boom, boom. Witnessing the distant mushroom cloud, Whis shook his head in exasperation. Truly, It was always such chaos. The tremendous explosion startled Beerus from his slumber, causing him to leap from his bed and nearly bite his own tongue. Energy of destruction coalesced in Beerus's mouth and erupted against the wall, instantly creating a gaping hole. Clad in his nightgown, Beerus emerged, seething with rage, and bellowed at the unsuspecting Goku and his companions below. How many times must I say, do not disturb my nap? The invisible sound waves emanated from Beerus, nearly deafening Goku and his friends. Surely, Lord Beerus does not think we are responsible for this, Goku exclaimed in panic. Run! Lapis had already spotted the energy spheres forming in Beerus's hands. Beerus was still holding back. Though the spheres were numerous, their speed was sluggish, otherwise. Dressed in their training uniforms, they would have had no chance to evade. Moreover, Beerus's attacks were concentrated solely on Goku and his friends, allowing Yuan and Whis to remain unscathed in the distance. Chapter 160. Arrival of Kampa. Look at their panic. Kampa sneered, gesturing dismissively towards the source of the continuous explosions. Beerus, tremble and await my arrival. 2 minutes later, Kampa sat atop a fallen tree trunk, sweat pouring down his brow as he gasped for breath. Beside him, Vados held her staff elegantly, her posture poised and serene. You are far too corpulent, Kampa remarked, astonished that Vados could utter such a cold comment. Indeed, could it be that the blue skin was born from frost? Mind your tongue, Kampa admonished gruffly. Yet Vados remained unfazed. Let us hasten. At this rate, we shall never arrive, she said, casually beginning to walk, wholly disregarding the exhausted Kampa. With no other choice, Kampa trudged along behind her, his steps heavy. Who? Once a cat, he now felt as fatigued as a dog. Kampa regretted landing so far away. Wait, why am I walking? I can fly, damn it. Hey, Barros, why must you make me walk when you could simply fly? Are you deliberately trying to see me make a fool of myself? With a light chuckle, Barros covered her mouth, feigning innocence. I thought Lord Kampa was attempting to shed a few pounds. You, Kampa exclaimed, rendered speechless by indignation. There was no recourse. Barros was impervious to insults, and striking her was futile. Kampa could only swallow his frustration. As they conversed, they arrived at Beerus's doorstep. Kampa promptly sat on the ground, producing a large container of beverage and indulging himself. In mere seconds, he drained the entire container. Lord Kampa, you mustn't consume too much sweetened drink. Moderation is essential. Humph. After such a long walk, the calories balance out perfectly, Kampa retorted loudly. Barros, with one eye on her staff, remarked, that's not quite accurate. It only counts as 0 if you forego today's dinner and tomorrow's breakfast. Do not dwell on such trivial details, Barros. Barros shrugged nonchalantly. When knocking, it's best to make some noise, don't you think? With an air of bravado, Kampa concentrated a crimson energy sphere in his palm directed at the door. Behold, he shouted, preparing to blast the door open. Boom. Just then, the door suddenly exploded open from within, hurtling towards Kampa. In that critical moment, Barros enveloped herself in a protective energy shield and took flight. In this perilous instant, the isolated Kampa had no choice but to rely on his own strength. His corpulent form executed an impressive backward bend. Barros, having flown aside, couldn't he help but exclaim, what remarkable flexibility, Lord Kampa. The door flew past him, nearly grazing his abdomen, causing him to feel the wind sting against his belly. Once the door had passed, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, leaving Kampa in a state of confusion. Before he could comprehend the situation, a ghostly shadow emerged from within. Hey, Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Lapis, come out this instant. If you have the audacity to disturb my nap, then have the courage to face me. Dressed in pajamas, Beerus floated above, shouting down at the ground. Hey, Beerus. At that moment, Kampa called out to Beerus from his place on the ground. Over there. Upon hearing the sound, Beerus paid no heed to its source, nor did he glance to see who had called him. Instead, he unleashed a flurry of energy blasts. Although somewhat portly, Shosho demonstrated remarkable agility, executing a series of graceful, yet frantic maneuvers to deftly evade Beerus's energy orbs. Babidi nodded in satisfaction, secretly marveling at the evident progress in their recent training. Are you merely here to watch the spectacle? She mused. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared beside Babidi, none other than Whis and Yuan. A sly smile crept across Babidi's face. Such a performance was a rarity, and thus warranted a keen observation. At that moment, Babidi's gaze fell upon Yuan beside Whis. His striking features immediately evoked thoughts of the dragon god. And who might you be? She inquired. This is our first encounter. I am Yuan, the apprentice dragon god. I look forward to your guidance. Mo Yuan extended his right hand towards Bardos. The words apprentice dragon god momentarily stunned Bardos. She then reached out her hand and exchanged a brief handshake with Mo Yuan, saying, "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Bardos, the angel of the sixth universe, and also the sister of Whis. I look forward to your guidance." After this simple introduction, the three of them sidled aside to observe the unfolding spectacle. They were about to witness the annual grand performance featuring two gods of destruction as the stars and four mortals in supporting roles, aptly titled Beerus's Cat-Playing Chronicles. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by Beerus to entertain Kampa. When Kampa and his entourage arrived, they had not concealed their own presence at all. Even if Beerus were in the deepest slumber, he could not have failed to sense them. Otherwise, how could Goku and his companions, clad in training attire and moving sluggishly, have evaded Beerus's attacks? How could they have made it outside? Why was it that when Kampa prepared to blast the door, it was already blown open by Beerus moments before? And why did Beerus launch an immediate assault as soon as Kampa spoke? Every single one of these occurrences was no mere coincidence. They were the result of Beerus's meticulous planning. Mo Yuan suddenly felt a surge of pity for Kampa. The honest and simple-minded Kampa found himself surrounded by individuals brimming with malice, including Beerus and especially Beerus. It was truly a dismal situation. After a brief interlude, Beerus finally recognized Kampa with astonishment once Kampa had wiped his face clean. Soon, a group of individuals entered the reception room. During this time, Kampa also noticed Mo Yuan. And upon realizing that Mo Yuan was an apprentice dragon god, he seemed to transform into Mo Yuan's sycophant, constantly inquiring about his well-being. Even Beerus felt a sense of embarrassment on his behalf, covering his face and unwilling to glance at Kampa any longer. The long table in the reception room had been replaced by a square one, arranged by Whis, with Beerus, Kampa, and Mo Yuan seated, while the others stood nearby. "Speak. What brings you here? If there is no pressing matter, do not blame me for being ruthless," Mo Yuan inquired. Kampa, wearing an air of mystery, replied, "I have come here to let you experience the taste of irreversible despair." Beerus fixed a blank stare upon Kampa, who met his gaze with an expression of assured confidence. The atmosphere became decidedly sinister. Watch the two of them with great interest. "Bardos, present that item." "As you command." Bardos responded, then waved his staff over the table. A magnificent circular vessel gradually materialized upon the surface. Meanwhile, the expression of triumph on Xiangpa's face grew increasingly pronounced. Chapter 161. The contest. Mo Yuan observed Xiangpa with great interest, amused by the grand display he orchestrated merely to showcase a few bird eggs. He could not help but chuckle. As the vessel opened, it revealed several boiled eggs, each the size of goose eggs. These were the newly discovered eggs of the eastern bird, renowned for their exquisite taste that left one utterly speechless. Xiangpa confidently declared to Beerus. Whis chimed in, adding, "Moreover, their nutritional value is exceptionally high." With both hands cradling an egg, Xiangpa presented it to Mo Yuan, ingratiatingly saying, "Lord Mo Yuan, do have a taste." Received the bird egg and said to Kampa, "There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me by my name, just as you do with Beerus." Very well, Kampa replied, visibly taken aback, nodding repeatedly. He then distributed the remaining eggs among the others. Beerus scoffed disdainfully, his lips curling in contempt. The group began to peel the eggshells, revealing the tender, white interior. Chew. The flavor of this bird egg is as unremarkable as its appearance. It tastes just like an ordinary chicken egg. Mo Yuan had initially anticipated that the flavor would differ at least somewhat from that of an egg. Nevertheless, he found himself rather fond of boiled eggs, deeming their taste quite pleasant. "What do you think? Is it delicious?" Xiangpa inquired with eager anticipation. Not bad." Mo Yuan nodded, offering an affirming response. Instantly, Xiangpa's face lit up with joy. "This is the most delicious food I have ever tasted." Witnessing Xiangpa's blissful expression, akin to that of a simpleton, Mo Yuan felt an increased sense of pity. To think that the most delectable dish he had ever encountered was merely a boiled egg? A god of destruction, overseeing the fates of an entire universe, living such a meager existence. Surely, Xiangpa must be an honest and incorruptible deity of integrity, right? Bah. Beerus chewed a few times before spitting it out. He had long grown weary of that flavor, finding it devoid of any novelty. Ever since his visit to Earth, he could no longer stomach such tasteless boiled eggs. "Whis, bring that over," Beerus commanded. "At your service." Whis then conjured several buckets of instant noodles. As Xiangpa watched Whis pour boiling water over the noodles and produce an hourglass for timing, he couldn't help but mock. "What is this? Should we sprinkle the sand from the hourglass on top to eat it? Haha. In response to Xiangpa's jest, Beerus not only refrained from anger, but even felt a hint of amusement. The more Xiangpa laughed now, the more painful his face would be later. A few minutes later, as the sand in the hourglass trickled to an end, he lifted the lid, and an enticing aroma wafted through the entire space, igniting the appetite of all present. Sliced a soft-boiled egg brought by Xiangpa in half and placed it into his instant noodles. The egg, having absorbed the broth, offered a unique flavor, though it would have been even more delightful had it been a runny yolk. Noticing Mu Yuan's actions, Beerus inquired with curiosity, "Is it truly delicious?" "You might want to try it," Mu Yuan replied. "I find it rather enjoyable. The yolk, having soaked in the soup, no longer possesses the blandness it once had." Intrigued by Mu Yuan's words, Beerus imitated him, slicing a soft-boiled egg and adding it to his noodles. Upon tasting the broth-soaked egg, he was instantly captivated. The yolk had slightly melted, creating a rich texture akin to indulging in ice cream, and its aroma melded beautifully with the broth, producing an exquisite flavor. In stark contrast to the savoring Mu Yuan, Xiangpa lost all restraint after the first bite of the noodles. Despite reminding himself to limit his consumption, he devoured the meal ravenously, as though starved. In no time, he polished off an entire bowl of noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind, almost licking the bowl clean. Only after finishing did Xiangpa recall that this was a delicacy from Universe 7. Although he felt somewhat guilty, he feigned indifference, declaring, "It's nothing special." Beerus, unhesitatingly exposing him, retorted, "Yet you drank every last drop of the broth." With his ruse unveiled, Xiangpa exclaimed, "What on earth is this food?" "It's instant noodles." "Instant noodles? Where did you procure them?" "From a planet called Earth." Earth. At the mention of Earth, Beerus couldn't resist boasting. Not only this, the culinary delights on Earth are countless, abundant in variety. Instant noodles are merely a quick fix for hunger. Whis. We should have an Earth in our 6th universe as well. Find it for me. Beerus's statement left Xiangpa utterly unsettled. Instant noodles were the most delectable food he had ever tasted, yet on Earth, they were merely a quick meal, having never experienced true gourmet cuisine. Xiangpa struggled to fathom how exquisite Earth's culinary offerings might be. Fortunately, as the 6th universe closely mirrored the 7th, Earth should exist there too. However, before Xiangpa could revel in this thought, was delivered grave news. "Lord Xiangpa, our Earth in the 6th universe is now a desolate planet. Its inhabitants have perished due to foolish wars." "Ha!" Beerus laughed heartily. "What a pity, Xiangpa. The creators of superlative cuisine from Earth have succumbed to extinction in your realm." The schadenfreude of Beerus caused Kampa to seethe with rage. Kampa had initially planned to return to Universe 6 and indulge in the pleasures of Earth. Now, everything was lost, and he had to endure Beerus's ridicule. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Kampa, and he proposed, "Beerus, let us engage in a contest." "A contest? What kind of contest?" "A battle. If I emerge victorious, we shall exchange Earth." "What? You wish to fight me?" "Ha!" Beerus momentarily paused, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke, and he laughed derisively. Kampa bellowed, "I have not finished speaking yet. How audacious! You think you can defeat me, you gluttonous swine? Mind your tongue, you mere bag of bones." Suddenly, the entire space seemed to freeze, and the very air became dense with tension. Mo Yuan gradually rose and stepped aside, avoiding potential harm from the two brothers. Beerus and Kampa ascended onto the table, their formidable presence causing the entire God of Destruction realm to tremble. Goku and his companions had long taken refuge in a corner. Despite being twin brothers, Beerus and Kampa were as different as fire and water, invariably clashing whenever they met. Whis and Vados were accustomed to this dynamic. After a few exchanges, both Whis and Vados intervened simultaneously, preventing the skirmish from escalating further. Ultimately, Kampa managed to complete his earlier thought. Each universe would present 5 contestants, engaging in a wheel battle format, where the first to lose all their fighters would be deemed the loser. The stakes were the Super Dragon Balls and Earth. Beerus was initially reluctant to agree, as the matter held no advantage for him. Moreover, Kampa's Super Dragon Balls numbered merely 6. Without the 7th, possessing these 6 would be futile. However, he ultimately acquiesced under Goku's fervent insistence. Chapter 162. Unless you defeat me. The competition was scheduled for 5 days later. After finalizing the time, Kampa and Vados departed to prepare the battleground. "Lord Kampa, have you considered the implications? If we lose, those hard-earned 6 wish orbs." Vados' well-meaning caution fell on deaf ears for Kampa. "Did you see their movements? That fellow named Goku is slow, A contender of such caliber will be easily defeated. Soon, the Earth and its delicacies of the 7th universe will belong to our 6th universe. Kampa began to envision the delightful days ahead, indulging in countless bowls of instant noodles. Vados remained silent, a knowing smile gracing her beautiful face. Unlike the careless Kampa, she was acutely aware. Goku and his friends donned garments imbued with Whis' power, specifically designed for training. Although they had yet to attain godhood, they had already entered the 2nd-dimensional level. In the 6th universe, only Hit had reached such heights. She could already foresee Kampa losing both his dignity and his warriors. A giggle escaped Vados' lips. "What are you laughing at?" Kampa inquired. "You must have misheard." "I was not laughing," Vados replied, her expression grave. Kampa, puzzled, dismissed the matter and turned his thoughts to relishing the culinary delights of Earth. As for losing the competition? Impossible, absolutely inconceivable. He is merely afraid of defeat. Thus, he stipulated that deities cannot participate in the battle. Otherwise, should Yuan intervene? Who among them could possibly contend with him unless he himself engages? The most formidable threat has been eliminated. With the dragon soaring through the skies, how could he possibly lose? The participants from Beerus's side have been determined. They comprise the 4 individuals currently training in the realm of destruction, along with Goku's son, Gohan. Although this version of Gohan has not had his potential unlocked by the old Kai, rendering him incapable of entering the mysterious state, he has nevertheless attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Due to the recent birth of his daughter, he has been unable to dedicate time to his training, and thus has yet to master the Super Saiyan Blue form. Nonetheless, he is sufficiently formidable. While Goku and his companions ascended to the 2nd dimension in merely a few decades, leading them to believe it is as common as cabbage, it is not so easily achieved by mortals through sheer effort. Take Kaioshin, for instance. Despite living for millions of years without guidance, he remains at the 1st dimension level. It is doubtful that the entire 6th universe could muster 5 individuals of the 2nd dimension caliber. Yet, this group consists entirely of 2nd-dimensional beings. Beerus is now imbued with unwavering confidence in victory. 5 fleeting days passed by. A gathering of individuals convened at Bulma's residence on Earth. Whis produced a transparent cube the size of a shipping container, filled with fresh air. Otherwise, it is likely that many would succumb to asphyxiation before even reaching the battleground. Laughter and cheer filled the air, with no trace of anxiety. As if embarking on a joyful excursion. Even Chi-Chi brought along a barbecue, and the group savored grilled delicacies while on the move. "Papa, I want this, and this." All right, dear, I shall grill it for you at once." As soon as his daughter expressed her desires, Vegeta rolled up his sleeves and began to prepare. Before long, he presented a generous platter of skewers to Bra. "Thank you, Papa. You are the best." Holding the skewers prepared by Vegeta, Bra showered him with praise, making him feel elated beyond measure. "Papa, I'm off to play. Go ahead, but don't run too fast. Be careful not to fall." Vegeta cautioned with a paternal instinct. "Got it, Papa." Holding a large platter of skewers, Bra's sparkling eyes swiftly scanned the crowd. Soon, she spotted her target. Oni-chan. With agile steps, Bra hurried over. Upon hearing his sister's voice, Trunks turned around, only to see Bra rushing towards him with the platter in hand. "Slow down." He took a couple of steps to meet her, ready to catch her. However, a sudden gust of wind rushed by. It appeared that sometimes when a sister calls for her brother, it is not for him, but rather for an outsider. Like a swallow's returning to its nest, Bra dove straight into the arms of the open-armed Tianlin. Realizing the reality of the situation, Trunks looked on with a hint of melancholy at the two embracing. To be frank, a twinge of jealousy stirred within him. Bra had never lavished such affection upon him. Indeed, a wild brother is more fragrant than a domestic one. At that moment, Bra was feeding Tianlin with skewers grilled by their father himself. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Bra asked with eager anticipation. Tianlin savored the skewer. Noting its crispy exterior and tender, flavorful interior, it was indeed grilled to perfection. "It's delicious. You should try some." Tianlin offered the skewer to Bra. Chinin, munching on a skewer beside them, observed their affectionate exchange and teased, "Bra seems to adore my brother so much. How about I ask Dad to speak to Uncle Vegeta about a marriage proposal? Then you could become my brother's bride sooner." Bra blushed furiously at Chinin's words, burying her face in Tianlin's chest, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Deep inside, however, she was fervently nodding, wishing she could marry Tianlin right then and there. But her shyness held her tongue. "Eating won't silence your chatter," Tianlin remarked, shoving a handful of skewers into Chinin's mouth. Oh, are you feeling jealous? Meanwhile, on the other side, with a crunch, Vegeta crushed the seasoning bottle in his hand, his teeth gritting audibly. His eyes shot icy daggers at Tianlin. If looks could kill, Tianlin would be riddled with wounds, utterly lifeless. Vegeta, I see that Bra seems quite fond of my Tianlin. Perhaps we should arrange a time for them to get engaged? Yuan picked up Vegeta's skewer, gently shaking off the shards of glass before savoring it with delight. Vegeta, this skewer is quite exquisite. I never anticipated you possessed such culinary skills, he remarked after finishing the skewer, unable to suppress his admiration. The word engagement struck Vegeta's heart like a dagger. I find it quite agreeable, considering the strong bond between our families. Tianlin has grown up under my watchful eye, so I have complete confidence in entrusting Bulma to him. However, Bulma, standing beside Vegeta, wholeheartedly supported Yuan's sentiments. Vegeta was taken aback, utterly astonished that even Bulma wished for his precious daughter to marry that insufferable brat. This revelation filled him with a sense of betrayal from those closest to him. No, I shall protect my daughter myself. Humph. If he desires to marry her, he must first defeat me. Otherwise, I shall never allow Bulma to wed him. Yuan gasped in astonishment, gazing at Vegeta in disbelief. I can't believe you. Nearly 50 years old, would utter such shameless words. Humph. That is my sole condition. If he cannot meet it, he shall never marry my daughter. Vegeta's stance remained resolute. Unwavering in his conviction, Yuan found himself at a loss, ultimately leaving Tianlin to seek his own fortune. Last week, amidst joy, he had assumed that his work was nearly complete, only to be met with a deluge of tasks as the National Day holiday approached, forcing him into daily overtime. Upon the onset of the holiday yesterday, he succumbed to the lure of slumber, sleeping the entire day away. Chapter 163, the first round indulging in food and drink. They arrived at their destination before they knew it. The colossal Dragon Ball, akin to a planet, emitted a soft golden glow. Although they had been forewarned of the Super Dragon Balls' eyes, witnessing them firsthand left everyone utterly astonished. In comparison to the Super Dragon Balls, the Dragon Balls on Earth seemed no larger than mere specks of dust. Nestled between the 6 Super Dragon Balls was a planet nearly identical in size to a Super Dragon Ball itself. This celestial body had been designated by Kampa as the Planet of Nothingness, where the upcoming contest was to be held. On the planet, Kampa and Beerus had already prepared the arena and the audience seating. Simultaneously, they observed the competitors hailing from Universe 6, who appeared bizarrely diverse in form. Only one among them resembled a typical human. At Vegeta's request, the contestants were required to undergo a written examination before qualifying for the competition. This seemingly trivial test nearly disqualified both Goku and Broly, as they barely managed to answer 50 questions correctly. Had they not succeeded, they would have been barred from participating. Yuan had perused the questions, which were of such simplicity that even a first-grade student could answer them all correctly. In essence, they posed no challenge whatsoever. With a light flick of her wand, Beerus summoned the papers to their hands. With a cheerful demeanor, she announced, "Congratulations to all. You have successfully passed the written examination. You may now decide the order of participation, as the contest is about to commence." Aside from Goku and Vegeta, the 3 competitors, Ribrian, Gohan, and Broly, were indifferent to when they would take the stage. Thus, after a best-of-3 rock-paper-scissors match, Goku narrowly secured the privilege of being the first to participate. How vexing that he had drawn scissors! Vegeta, in a fit of frustration, smacked his own hand in dismay, filled with regret. He clearly discerned the abilities of those opposing him. Aside from Hit, who possessed the prowess of the second dimension, the others merely exhibited skills limited to the first dimension. Although Hit had subdued his aura, rendering his precise combat strength undetectable, Vegeta sensed that Hit's power would not exceed the initial stages of the second dimension. This implied that Hit's combat capability was at most in the trillions. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Goku alone could easily sweep away the 5 fighters from Universe 6, likely denying them any opportunity to even enter the fray. With a grin, Goku patted Vegeta on the back and said, "Apologies, Vegeta." A green-skinned alien stood confidently in the center of the arena, serving as both the host and referee for the combat tournament. Holding a microphone, he announced loudly, "The battle between Universe 6 and Universe 7 begins now." The representatives from Earth were poised to applaud when, unexpectedly, he continued, "Please, contestants, hold for a moment." The crowd murmured in confusion, wondering about the meaning behind his words. The host then declared, "First, let us all sing the cosmic anthem." At that moment, An alien resembling a penguin approached the center stage, microphone in hand. Instantly, everyone, including angels and destroyers, stood in unison, leaving the Earthlings in a state of bewilderment. The penguin-like alien raised the microphone to his lips and began to sing. The brief, yet powerful melody resonated with the vastness of the universe. Before the Earthlings could fully comprehend, the cosmic anthem concluded. Once the penguin singer exited the stage, the host swiftly proclaimed, "Let the match commence." He then called forth the participants for the first round. Representing Universe 6, we have the fighter Berta. As the host's voice faded, a yellow alien resembling a bear ascended the stage. Upon Berta's appearance, the audience from Universe 6 erupted in enthusiastic cheers, while the crowd from Universe 7 rallied even louder, outshouting their counterparts from Universe 6. "Focus on your performance," Beerus instructed Goku with an expressionless demeanor. "Understood." Goku nodded in acknowledgement. On the other side, Kampa regarded Goku's entrance with a disdainful smile on his plump face. Wasn't this Scion the very one who had been with Beerus during that time? As Kampa gazed upon Goku, the contestant from the 7th universe, a wave of relief washed over him. In Kampa's eyes, Goku, with his seemingly sluggish movements, stood no chance against Bardock. It was likely that within a minute, Bardock would emerge victorious over Goku. On the arena, Goku and Bardock stood opposed, the latter towering at 3 meters and over a meter wide, making Goku appear as a frail child in comparison. The two exchanged courteous bows. The announcer raised the microphone and proclaimed with fervor, "The match begins." No sooner had the words left his lips than Bardock propelled himself forward with tremendous force, resembling a speeding freight truck barreling toward Goku. A faint smile curled at the corner of Goku's mouth as he slightly shifted his body. Whoosh! Bardock's fist grazed past Goku's hair. Undeterred by the miss, Bardock unleashed a rapid flurry of punches, the speed rendering his hands nearly invisible to the audience. The velocity reached a point where it was beyond the capacity of the naked eye to discern. Under the barrage of punches, Goku appeared as a tiny boat tossed amidst turbulent waves, swaying as if intoxicated. It seemed as though he was unable to defend himself. However, Bardock's expression grew increasingly grave. He could not land a hit, not even brushing against Goku's clothing, let alone striking him directly. Assessing Bardock's strength, Goku estimated it to be around 20 billion in battle power. Such a level of force hardly piqued Goku's interest in wasting time in this encounter. With a focused gaze, he swiftly extended both hands. Sensing the shift in Goku's demeanor, Bardock's heart raced as he prepared to retreat. Yet, it was too late. Goku's hands clamped down like a vice, seizing Bardock's wrist with an unyielding grip. "Damn it," Bardock growled, straining to retract his hands. However, Goku's strength was insurmountable. He exerted all his might but found himself unable to escape the grasp. "Ah!" Bardock roared, his eyes wide with fury, a glint of determination flashing within. 2 beams of green light erupted from his eyes, aimed directly at Goku's face. Reacting swiftly, Goku released one hand, slapping the beams away. The rays instantaneously changed direction, shooting skyward. With a wealth of combat experience, Bardock seized the opportunity and launched another punch at Goku the moment he felt the release. Caught in a dual assault, Bardock believed this strike would surely connect. Just as Bardock's fist was about to collide with Goku, the latter suddenly crouched down. Bang! As Wukong evaded Bartamo's attack, he delivered a powerful punch to Bartamo's abdomen. Bartamo's wide eyes were filled with disbelief. He possessed a physique immune to physical attacks. How could this be possible? Yet, Bartamo could never have anticipated that while he could indeed withstand physical assaults, there was a limit to his immunity. He could only resist attacks of the first dimension. Boom! Bartamo's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed heavily in the center of the arena. Upon witnessing Bartamo fall, the referee promptly approached. After a countdown of 3 seconds, during which Bartamo remained unconscious, the referee swiftly declared the result. The outcome was determined. The 7th universe's contestant, Wukong, emerged victorious. What is happening? This fellow, seemingly so weak, managed to defeat Bartamo? Kampa was utterly perplexed. In his memory, Wukong was merely a sluggish weakling. Yet, this apparent weakling had single-handedly vanquished one of the 5 strongest contenders selected from the 6th universe with a single blow. Realizing that something was amiss, Kampa fixed his gaze on Wukong, attempting to sense the power within him. Damn it! How could this be? The immense disparity in strength allowed Kampa to instantly perceive Wukong's true prowess. Not only Wukong, but he also scanned the remaining 4 contestants from the 7th universe. To his astonishment, Kampa discovered that they all possessed second-dimensional power. "You cowards, pretending to be weak. led me to underestimate you. Kampa seethed with rage. Regret washed over him. He lamented that he had not even taken a moment to gauge the opponent's strength before making this decision. This was a monumental blunder. In their sixth universe, only Hit possessed second-dimensional strength. The others were mere mortals of the first dimension. Even if Hit could defeat Wukong, there were still 4 second-dimensional fighters on the opposite side. Relying solely on rotation battles would exhaust Hit. The thought of the 6 wish orbs he had painstakingly collected being handed over to that rascal Beerus ignited a furious fire in Kampa's eyes. What is this? Last time, we merely wore those cumbersome garments made by Whis, which prevented us from feigning weakness intentionally, Wukong argued. I don't care. You all are deliberately trying to deceive me and steal the wish orbs I worked so hard to collect. Kampa, his rotund body resembling a pupa, lay on the ground in a fit, throwing a tantrum. No way. Could it be that someone is unable to accept defeat and resorting to underhanded tactics? Beerus, with his finger in his nose, mockingly presented a disdainful expression towards Kampa. The old Kai, standing nearby, interjected with a sharp remark. Do not act like a petulant child. Do you still consider yourself a deity? Witnessing not only the impending defeat but also the scorn directed at him, Kampa felt an overwhelming fury, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to glance at the silver-haired woman seated elegantly on the sofa, her smile serene. Vados, you must be aware of their strength. Why do you not enlighten me? The narrowed eyes of Kampa glimmered dangerously. Vados, covering her mouth with a delicate hand, let out a soft, melodic laugh, responding with calmness. I presumed Lord Kampa had some secret weapon up his sleeve. Had it not been for the teasing glint in Vados' eyes, Kampa might have taken her seriously. How infuriating! In a fit of rage, he stormed to the back of the sofa, curling up in despair. He felt utterly exhausted. Surrounded by no allies, everyone seemed to harbor ulterior motives, particularly Vados, whose cunning nature was infuriatingly extreme. Had his strength permitted, he would have certainly dealt with her harshly. Lord Kampa, it appears you are harboring quite the troubling thought. A voice, gentle to the point of being unsettling, whispered in Kampa's ear. He was familiar with this voice, having heard it countless times over the years. Each time Vados spoke in such a tone, it signified impending misfortune. A chill ran down Kampa's spine as he, both angry and frightened, retorted, What thought? I do not know what you are implying. It is best that way, otherwise. I have noticed that Lord Kampa seems to be exceeding his weight limit lately and may require some special training, Vados said, her smile radiating warmth. Yet it sent shivers down Kampa's spine. Especially upon hearing the phrase special training, tears nearly brimmed in his eyes from sheer terror. Do not speak nonsense. I have been diligently working on my weight loss. I do not require special training, absolutely not. Ah, well then, she replied, her tone light yet ominous. For the sake of Kampa's dignity, this entire exchange was conducted through telepathy, leaving the others entirely oblivious to the unfolding drama. Yet, it was evident that the atmosphere surrounding Kampa, hidden behind the sofa, had transformed into an eerie desolation. This sense of desolation resembled the arrival of a harsh winter, where the northern winds howl, and one stands alone amidst a flurry of snow, heartbroken. The snowflakes danced gracefully as the cold winds howled. Kampa, seeing no hope of victory, had completely lost interest in the match. Ultimately, defeat was inevitable. The manner of losing had become inconsequential. His next opponent was the formidable Frost. On the competition board, the visage of Sun Wukong was connected by a beam of light to that of a figure who bore an uncanny resemblance to Frisia, save for the color scheme. Beside his image, the silhouette of Bardock, who had been vanquished by Wukong, had dimmed. Curiously, Wukong gazed upon this blue-hued version of Frisia. The Frisia from Universe 6 appeared quite gentlemanly, exuding an aura of approachability. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Wukong sensed something peculiar about Frost. That visage was truly repulsive. From the contestants' seats, Vegeta coldly regarded Frost and remarked, Your Excellency, what a pleasure. Frost, with utmost courtesy, returned the greeting. Wukong was somewhat astonished. Noting that even their voices were identical, Frost approached Wukong, extending his right hand. You performed admirably just now. It is an honor to compete against a warrior of your caliber. I look forward to your guidance. Likewise, Wukong replied, shaking his hand. After exchanging pleasantries, Frost moved to address the audience of Universe 7. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies of Universe 7, it is regrettable that we must stand as adversaries. However, this is merely a contest of combat, and I hope that in the end we may shake hands in celebration of our encounter. I believe this is achievable. Please watch our match with calm hearts. Thank you for your attention. With a confident smile, Frost delivered his speech as if addressing a gathering, concluding with a bow of appreciation. The audience from Universe 7 was left momentarily bewildered, taken aback by the stark contrast between him and the Frisia they knew. Observing the face that mirrored Frisia's, Bulma couldn't help but feel contemplative. Darling, what do you think gives him such confidence? I fail to see anything particularly special about him. Lazuli leaned against Moi, puzzled by Frost's unwavering self-assurance. She simply could not discern any potential within Frost that could possibly surpass Sun Wukong. Even if Frost were to unleash all the latent power within him, it would scarcely amount to a mere trillion in battle prowess. Even if Wukong stood idly by, Frost would not be able to inflict even the slightest scratch upon him. After all, there lay an entire dimension of disparity between them. That was the source of his confidence. Shared the visions he perceived through his heart's eye with. A soft chuckle escaped as she covered her mouth, hoping he would maintain such confidence in his laughter. Together, she exchanged playful glances at the figure on the arena. Chapter 165. The final form of Unbeknownst to, his little ruse had been uncovered. Standing across from with his hands clasped behind his back, he wore a confident smile, was acutely aware that he stood no chance against. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not penetrate the defenses of, while a single blow from could render him unconscious. This stark reality made the disparity between them abundantly clear. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, for he possessed a secret weapon, a venomous needle concealed on his right wrist. With this needle, he had vanquished numerous foes stronger than himself, and he believed would be no exception. A flicker of cold light danced in his crimson eyes. The good-hearted version of felt rather peculiar. In his innocent mind, since nothing amiss with, he merely felt a twinge of discomfort at the striking resemblance between his face and that of. With a dull thud, lounged languidly on the sofa, idly unleashing an energy blast that struck the suspended gong above. The match began. Upon hearing the gong's toll, the referee promptly announced the commencement of the battle and swiftly retreated to the sidelines. Casually assumed a fighting stance, his relaxed demeanor appearing to as a glaring weakness. With a derisive smirk, moved at high speed to confront. Swung his fist, only to miss entirely. Evading the strike, soared above, suddenly clamping his legs around his head. Then, he exerted all his strength. In his imagination, he envisioned spinning in midair for several revolutions before forcefully slamming him into the ground. However, the anticipated outcome did not unfold. Instead, he felt as though he had grasped a steel beam firmly anchored to the earth, unable to budge it no matter how hard he tried. Though it considered the possibility of a significant disparity between himself and, he never fathomed it could be so vast that he could not even shift him. Your strength. His calm voice resonated in his ears, instantly raising the hairs on his neck. Danger. Years of combat experience allowed him to instantly sense the looming danger. Frost swiftly withdrew his foot in preparation to escape, but alas, he was a moment too late. A large hand, akin to an iron claw, tightly grasped his ankle. Is this all you have? Sun Wukong seized Frost's foot and forcefully slammed it down. Boom! The arena, imbued with divine power, instantly yielded a small crater. At that moment, Frost felt as if his entire body were on the verge of disintegration, his internal organs jolted out of place. A mouthful of blood surged from his throat, trickling from the corner of his mouth. Frost gazed at Wukong in horror. One strike. Much like the encounter with Bartamo. A single blow had nearly eradicated his combat prowess. Unleash your full strength. I know you can transform. Assume your ultimate form, or you shall not withstand my next strike. How do you know I can transform? Frost pondered in confusion. Despite this being their first meeting, it was as if the man before him possessed an intimate understanding of his abilities, even knowing about his transformation. It is worth noting that few from the sixth universe were aware of his capacity to change forms. Because in our universe, there exists a being identical to you, with whom I have previously crossed paths. So that is the case. Frost silently exhaled in relief, initially fearing that Sun Wukong possessed some ability to see through him. Spitting out the blood from his mouth, Frost rose from the ground. Thank you for your suggestion. I shall confront you in my ultimate form. Subsequently, Frost tensed his entire body. A blue-purple aura erupted forth from within. With his roar, a column of blue-purple light surged skyward. Moments later, a Frost with an elongated head materialized before the crowd. This is my ultimate form. In the contestants section, Vegeta wore a disdainful expression. How dare he claim this as his ultimate form? What a fool. Bored by the sight of Sion's transforming, Beerus yawned, showing no interest in such a low-level transformation. Meanwhile, the beings from Kampa's side were astonished by Frost's transformation. It was their first time witnessing this form. However, their astonishment was fleeting, as Kampa, aware of Wukong's strength, harbored no belief that Frost could defeat him through mere transformation. This was a dimensional gap, not easily bridged. At that moment, the referee seemed to receive some information and began to elucidate Frost's transformation. According to the latest updates, Frost's transformation is referred to as assault form. To prevent the tragedies of war in the Sixth Universe, it is said that Frost utilized this assault form while leading a peacekeeping force to conflict zones. Frost, the contender, is dedicated to revitalizing the post-war region and providing assistance to children, having been awarded the Cosmic Peace Prize thrice. Oh, I hadn't anticipated he was such a noble individual. Xiang Pa, who had been crouching behind the sofa, began to regard Frost with newfound respect. I assured him that should he triumph in the contest, the adults would extend their support. Bato spoke in a monotonous tone, initially addressing a trivial matter. If he loses, will there be no support? Of course. How pitiful. Xiang Pa suddenly felt a surge of empathy. The god of destruction should not utter such sentiments, Bato's reminded. Not only Xiang Pa, but even the spectators from Universe 7 perceived Frost as a virtuous person, nurturing a flicker of hope for his victory. In this form, Frost's combat power had escalated from an original 2 billion to an astonishing 1 trillion. Such power is considered top tier in the mortal realm. However, in Goku's eyes, this level of strength was still woefully inadequate. He couldn't even muster the desire to engage in battle. Goku shook his head. I suggest you do not conserve your strength for the upcoming matches. Unleash your final form directly, for otherwise, you stand no chance of defeating me. Although I am uncertain as to how you know me so well, this is indeed not my final form. However, my reluctance to reveal it is not out of a desire to conserve strength. Since Goku had broached the subject, Frost felt it unnecessary to conceal his ultimate form any longer. His prior hesitation to transform was merely a test to ascertain whether Goku was aware of his final appearance. Now, he had discovered the answer. A blue-purple aura erupted once more, this time more colossal, nearly engulfing the entire arena. The blinding light dissipated, revealing a diminutive figure before all. It bore a striking resemblance to Frisia's final form, approximately 70 to 80% alike. Frost spoke slowly. Controlling the power of my final form is exceedingly challenging. On one occasion, I lost control and inadvertently killed a villain who did not warrant such a fate. Since then, I have refrained from using this form. Chapter 166. The exposure of the poisonous sting in this form, Frost's combat power surged fivefold, escalating from 100 billion to 500 billion. Goku sensed his aura and couldn't help but shake his head. He had anticipated that, in this ultimate form, Frost would attain a combat power that reached the second dimension. To his surprise, Frost's numerous transformations failed to yield a power that surpassed that of the Super Saiyan. The immense disparity in strength extinguished Goku's desire to fight, as the gap between the first and second dimensions was simply too vast. The most critical difference lay in the physical prowess. Upon entering the second dimension, one's body would undergo an epic enhancement. As long as one's combat power did not exceed his own, he would remain unharmed even without defense. In the original narrative, Goku, who had yet to reach the second dimension, was injured by a laser gun due to his excessive relaxation. Such a scenario would be inconceivable for the current Goku. Unaware of this significant disparity, Frost continued to boast, Goku, I believe you can withstand this form. Don't hold back, come at me. Out of respect for Frost, whom he considered a good person, Goku unleashed his aura. A white flame enveloped him, and a terrifying pressure bore down upon Frost like a mountain. This was still Goku restraining his aura, otherwise, Frost would have already collapsed to the ground. Impressive. Is this all your power? Sweat poured down Frost's forehead as he finally grasped the chasm separating them. Nevertheless, he was not without hope. As long as his secret weapon could strike Goku, even if just once, victory would be within reach. Frost roared in desperation, his blue-purple aura swelling dramatically, coalescing into a massive fireball. He braced himself against Goku's overwhelming pressure and, with a swift motion, lunged forward, his fist propelled by the raging flames. A colossal blue-purple fireball descended from the heavens like a meteor. Crash! Frost's ferocious assault was effortlessly intercepted by Goku. Goku grasped his fist as if it were merely a handful of cotton, rendering Frost's efforts futile as he could not advance an inch. Frost's eyes widened in fury, his aura surging once more. Though he appeared frantic on the surface, his inner calm was unwavering. He was searching for an opportunity, a chance to secure victory. Goku, with his left hand, pulled Frost's fist closer while simultaneously delivering a powerful blow to Frost's abdomen with his right fist. Boom! As the arena trembled, Frost was struck to the ground by a single punch from Goku. A gasp escaped his lips as he could no longer contain himself, spewing a mouthful of blood. He felt as though his internal organs had been reduced to mere pulp by Goku's blow. The searing pain made it exceedingly difficult for him to even rise. Observing the incapacitated Frost lying on the ground, Goku dissipated the aura surrounding him. You are a good person. I do not wish to harm you. It would be wise to concede. However, Frost did not appreciate the sentiment. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he painstakingly rose to his feet. Enduring the excruciating agony, I appreciate your kindness, but I shall not surrender. With unwavering resolve, he proclaimed, to ensure a world free from war. I must win this match and gain Lord Kampa's support. Such noble intentions moved even Kampa, who had been seated behind the sofa. Kampa could not help but emerge from his hiding place, taking a seat on the couch to attentively watch the contest. Though as a god of destruction, he was not meant to be swayed by human notions of good and evil. He found himself drawn to Frost, a man so devoted to the peace of the universe. Not only Kampa, but even the spectators from Universe 7, who were ostensibly adversaries, felt a flicker of compassion. Go, Frost. Please do not lose. Bulma shouted fervently towards the arena. Next to her, Krillin wore a puzzled expression, having been chastised by Bulma earlier when he attempted to cheer for Frost. And now you choose to play this role? In that moment, Frost resembled a valiant dragon slayer. Although he had yet to vanquish the malevolent dragon, he had garnered the support of all. Regardless of the circumstances, he refused to yield. Even as his legs trembled violently, he steadfastly resisted the urge to collapse. Since I have always taught the children this way, I must uphold my responsibility. With every ounce of strength, he delivered a feeble punch towards Goku. This was an opportune moment. Faced with such a feeble opponent, Goku was caught off guard. The enemy is most vulnerable when they are least prepared. And as Frost had anticipated, Goku merely raised his hand to deflect the weak blow. What a chance! A glint of determination flashed in Frost's eyes as, in an instant, a sharp spike emerged from a small opening on his wrist. He swiftly turned his fist, directing the spike towards Goku's palm. Goku, however, noticed the spike the moment it appeared. Surprised, he thought it unfathomable that someone as honorable as Frost would resort to such underhanded tactics in a duel. In a moment of bewilderment, Wukong found himself pierced in the palm by Frost's venomous spike. In that fleeting instant, Frost's heart brimmed with uncontainable delight. However, before he could revel in his triumph, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. To his astonishment, he realized that he could not penetrate Wukong's palm. This meticulously crafted poison dart, fashioned from an array of precious materials, had never encountered such an anomaly. In a desperate bid to ensure the dart pierced Wukong's flesh, he summoned the remnants of his internal energy. Boom! A radiant azure-violet aura flared to life once more, and under the immense force, Wukong's palm indented slightly against the spike. Impossible! In that moment, Frost could no longer maintain his composure. He fervently channeled his inner strength into his hand. Yet, Wukong's skin proved as unyielding as iron, resisting even the slightest breach. In contrast, Frost's venomous spike began to bend under the tremendous pressure. The sharp, tinkling sound echoed ominously. As Frost gazed at the diminutive spike on the ground, beads of cold sweat poured down his brow. What on earth is this? At that moment, the referee also noticed the poisoned dart on the ground and approached to retrieve it. He had distinctly witnessed the needle-like object fall from Frost's person. Cautiously, he prodded the tip of the dart. Despite the gentle touch, the spike effortlessly pierced his skin. Even the slightest break in the surface sent a wave of dizziness coursing through his mind. I'm going to faint. He could utter nothing more before collapsing to the ground. This sudden turn of events left the audience in a state of shock. Chapter 167, A Shift in Mindset. Frost. What is happening? With the situation escalating, Kampa could no longer remain hidden behind the sofa and emerged, vocally confronting the matter at hand. As the instigator of this contest, how could his chosen contestant engage in such blatant cheating? This act had utterly tarnished his reputation before the very deity he despised, Beerus. Kampa, engulfed in fury, gathered a swirling mass of destructive energy in his hands, demanding a satisfactory explanation, or else. It must be noted that Frost possessed an extraordinary fortitude. Had it been anyone else facing the god of destruction's inquiry, they would likely have crumbled to their knees in supplication. Instead, he remained composed, raising the hand that bore the poisoned needle and declaring, "This is not a weapon, but rather a part of my being." His demeanor exuded a sense of assuredness, as if he were merely stating an undeniable fact. No, that cannot be. At that moment, the referee, who had fainted from the poisoned needle, suddenly regained consciousness and refuted Frost's claims. It was evident that this place bore the marks of meticulous design, and it was certainly not a part of the body. Upon concluding his statement, the referee promptly announced the verdict. Frost was disqualified for foul play, resulting in a victory for Goku from Universe 7. As the dust settled, a chorus of cheers erupted from the audience of Universe 7, in stark contrast to the incredulous expressions on the faces of those from Universe 6. The Scion Kaba shouted in disbelief at Frost, questioning why he resorted to such underhanded tactics given his prowess. Meanwhile, sitting calmly on the couch, Beerus appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. This was hardly surprising, for it revealed Frost's true nature. Subsequently, Beerus unveiled the complete truth about Frost. The latter had orchestrated the invasion of planets through his underground organization, only to emerge as a hero by defeating the invaders, thereby amassing vast resources and establishing himself as a revered figure. "You are absurdly slanderous, Beerus." Frost, upon having his fa-aude shattered, did not exhibit fear or shame. Instead, he reveled in his pride. He instigated the war, quelled it himself, and subsequently acquired the desolate lands at a bargain, profiting immensely from the revitalization efforts. Frost raised his arms triumphantly above his head, exclaiming, "This is what I have invented, a potential commercial model." Upon hearing his words, could scarcely restrain himself from applauding. In comparison to him, appeared to be nothing more than a mindless brute. Had it not been for this competition, it seemed likely that could have lived his entire life as a hero in the sixth universe. Observing the fury of those around him, stirred by his actions, suddenly felt a dissonance within himself. Although he was well aware of his deeds, he did not harbor even the slightest trace of anger. It was as if those who perished at the hands of were not individuals, but rather inconsequential ants. Yuan was inexplicably gripped by fear of his own cold-heartedness, apprehensive that if he continued down this path, he would inevitably cease to be himself. "Darling, what troubles you? Why are you sweating so profusely?" Leaning against Yuan, Lotzi swiftly noted his unusual condition and gazed at him with deep concern. Yuan gradually regained his composure, only to realize that he was drenched in a cold sweat without even being aware of it. Once he came to his senses, he swiftly enveloped Lotzi Li in his arms, holding her tightly, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Although Lotzi Li was oblivious to the cause of his distress, she could sense the profound fear emanating from Yuan's heart. She gently stroked his back, offering solace as she reassured him, "Everything will be all right. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." Lotzi Li refrained from probing further, for she understood that Yuan would never conceal anything from her. Ma Yuan rested his chin upon Lazili's shoulder, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. As his restless heart gradually found solace, closed his eyes and, waiting for his heart to attain complete tranquility, slowly began to speak. "Sister, I have come to realize that I have changed. I have grown somewhat cold-blooded. I fear that one day I may suddenly disregard those around me, even you and the children." Upon hearing his words, discerned the root of the issue. Possessing the memory inheritance of, she understood far more than in many matters. This predicament is, in essence, a transformation of mindset brought about by ascension to a higher dimension. Once they entered the third dimension, they ceased to be mere mortals and became divine beings. The perspective of a deity diverges from that of humanity. While humans distinguish species based on appearance, considering those with similar visages as kin and others as outsiders, divinities perceive existence through the lens of dimensions, where appearances hold no significance. Only the hierarchy of dimensional realms. To a deity, ordinary humans are akin to ants in the eyes of humanity. Would a typical person mourn the death of an ant? Certainly not. The divine perspective mirrors this sentiment. Thus, it is understandable why entrusted the task of annihilating planets to. The role of a destroyer does not entail ridding the world of what humanity deems evil. The conflicts among humans appear to deities as mere wild animals engaging in predation and vying for territory, devoid of any moral dichotomy. The destroyer's sole objective is to ensure that the universe remains safeguarded from overpopulating beings that disrupt the balance. As for who perishes, whether they are virtuous or wicked, who truly cares? Just as humanity does not discern between good and bad rabbits when exterminating those that threaten ecological equilibrium, so too do the gods regard the matter. Even the benevolent Kaioshin has never regarded humanity as equals. He may pity them. Yet this sentiment is akin to the compassion one feels for cats and dogs, not an acknowledgement of humanity as kin. Thus, the divine is not devoid of emotion, rather. They allocate their affections to the appropriate entities. Lazuli collected her thoughts and gradually elucidated to Yuan the reasons behind his shifting mindset. After absorbing Lazuli's counsel, Yuan's anxious heart finally found solace. He remained indifferent to the opinions of others. What mattered most was that his feelings for his family and friends remained unwavering. Xiang Pa showed no mercy, ruthlessly obliterating Frost, who had brought him such humiliation. Witnessing Frost's utter destruction, Xiang Pa angrily retreated behind the sofa, seeking solitude. Meanwhile, sitting in the contestant's seat, Beerus was nearly stifled by yawns. To be honest, if it weren't for the desire to witness Xiang Pa's misfortune, he wouldn't even bother attending such a lackluster competition. However, the sight of Xiang Pa sulking behind the couch brought him a sense of delight. You foolish pig. I suggest you send all your contestants to face Goku. One by one is merely a waste of time. Beerus continued to taunt Xiang Pa, infuriating him to the point of nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Yet, he felt utterly helpless. He was acutely aware that even if they all joined forces, they could not defeat Goku, let alone the formidable contestants that followed. Spare me your faux kindness. It's merely a few wish orbs, and I can still afford to lose. Xiang Pa, though inwardly distressed, maintained his tough exterior. Ha! With a mouth like yours, even if the universe were erased, your words would still linger. Chapter 168. One game to determine victory, seeing that Xiang Pa was ignoring him. Beerus spoke again. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Let us settle this with one match. If your remaining fighters can defeat Goku, then you win this contest. How does that sound? Under normal circumstances, Xiang Pa would have vehemently opposed Beerus taking advantage of him. However, this time, his attention was entirely captured by the latter part of the statement. Are you serious? Xiang Pa regarded Beerus with skepticism. What kind of look is that? If you don't believe me, then forget it. It's as if I never spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiang Pa grew anxious. Wait. I didn't say I didn't believe you. Humph. Let us begin then. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted, Beerus remarked, turning to Goku to inquire. Are you ready? With a confident smile, Wukong reassured, rest assured, Lord Beerus. There are still 3 contestants left from Universe 6. They include the metallic being Magetta, resembling a robot, the Scion Cab, who bears a striking resemblance to Earthlings, and the legendary assassin Hit, who presents an aura of coldness and stoicism. Among them, Wukong found himself particularly intrigued by Hit, sensing that there was more beneath the surface than met the eye. Now, let us welcome the 3 contestants from Universe 6 to the stage. They are the metallic warrior Magetta, the Scion Cab, and the legendary assassin Hit. As the referee's voice echoed, the remaining 3 competitors from Universe 6 took their places. While Wukong had initially focused his attention on Hit, he couldn't help but cast curious glances at Cab upon hearing the referee identify him as a Scion. Cab's energy felt distinctly different from that of other Scions Wukong had encountered. Aside from Wukong himself, the other Scions from Universe 7 exuded a fierce and robust presence, each boasting impressive musculature. In contrast, Cab appeared rather frail, emanating an aura of malnourishment. You're a Scion too? But you look so thin. Cab smiled sheepishly. I've always been rather slender. Wukong inquired further, do the Scions from Universe 6 not have tails? Or did you, like us, have them removed? Tails. Cab seemed perplexed. The Scions from Universe 6 have never had tails. Ah? Then how can you transform into a great ape? Wukong asked, his curiosity piqued. How could a Scion possibly become a great ape? Cab's confusion deepened. Wukong explained succinctly. This is a unique ability of the Scions from Universe 7. Upon witnessing a full moon, they can transform into a great ape, amplifying their power tenfold. However, aside from those of royal blood, other Scions lose their sanity during the transformation, attacking indiscriminately anyone in sight. What? That sounds utterly perilous. If a full moon were to occur on Planet Salad, wouldn't it spell disaster for the entire planet? Cab expressed his concern, feeling a sense of aversion towards such a power. Haha. Wukong laughed heartily. That's precisely why we all had our tails removed, to prevent harm to the innocent. Cab nodded in agreement. contemplating that he too would have unhesitatingly severed his tail under similar circumstances. While Wukong continued to engage in casual conversation, Beerus grew increasingly impatient. He found such battles rather tedious, to the point where he felt drowsy. Let us get this started already. Enough with the chit-chat. All right, Lord Beerus. You truly lack any patience, Wukong muttered under his breath. If you can't handle it, why not let Vegeta take your place? I'm sure he would be more than willing to step in. Vegeta smirked. Lord Beerus is right. Kakarot, if you don't wish to fight, then descend at once. No. Please, Lord Beerus. I'll start right away. Just don't make me come down, I beg you. What are you waiting for? Begin at once. The tremendous roar of Beerus sent shockwaves through the ears of all present, leaving them in a buzzing daze. Quickly. Goku dared not linger in idle chatter any longer. Assuming a stance before the trio from Universe 6. Just before commencing, he couldn't resist advising Cabba, you should transform into a Super Saiyan right away. Super Saiyan. Cabba felt utterly foolish today. In the presence of the Saiyan from Universe 7, he felt like an imbecile, unable to grasp their words. You can't transform into a Super Saiyan? Goku gazed at Cabba in astonishment. In Goku's assessment, Cabba's battle power had already soared to an astounding 50 billion. It was noteworthy that he had transformed into a Super Saiyan merely with a battle power of 3 million, fueled by Krillin's anger. Yet Cabba, with his 50 billion battle power, had never even heard of a Super Saiyan, having witnessed Frost's transformation. Goku did not doubt that the Saiyans of Universe 6 were capable of transformations. The most probable explanation was that they had never tapped into the power of their bloodline. After all, they had cultivated their base forms to such formidable strengths without relying on transformations. In their universe, Saiyans were likely already among the pinnacle of their kind. So the thought of transformation never crossed their minds. Of course, it also remained a possibility that the lineage of the Saiyans in Universe 6 had been lost. Watch closely. Goku resolved to provide an impromptu demonstration. Immediately, a golden aura enveloped him, and a formidable energy surged across the arena. A powerful gust emanated from Goku, causing both Vegeta and Cabba to stagger back a few steps, while the referee was swept off the stage entirely. Initially calm, Hit suddenly felt a jolt of surprise. He had not regarded Goku as a threat, given that his own battle power was 1 trillion, a staggering 200 times greater than Goku's mere 5 million. Yet now, he sensed that the key to unlocking the potential that had eluded him for years was within reach. For he witnessed Goku, whose battle power had been a mere 5 million, ascend dramatically to 300 million upon transforming into gold. A remarkable increase of 60 times. Though it still paled in comparison to his own power, Hit sensed that Goku had yet to unleash his full potential. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Was this the Super Saiyan transformation? Cabba stared in awe at Goku, engulfed in golden flames. Indeed, this was the true power of a Super Saiyan, capable of augmenting one's battle power 60-fold. 60-fold. Gaby was left utterly astonished, speechless by the terrifying number before him. He had never witnessed such a formidable transformation. While the 6th universe harbored many races capable of metamorphosis, most could only amplify their power 2 to 10-fold. Transformations exceeding 10-fold were virtually unheard of. Should he master this transformation, they would be better equipped to safeguard the peace of the universe. With this thought in mind, Gaby completely forgot that he stood on the arena's battleground. He deeply bowed to Goku, earnestly beseeching him, "Please, Goku, could you teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan?" Chapter 169, Gaby's transformation on the vast arena, thus danced in the golden light. Goku stood at the center, facing Gaby, Vegeta, and Hit, all three appearing grave and poised. Gaby, remember that the transformation into a Super Saiyan is not merely an explosion of power, but a profound breakthrough within oneself, Goku said earnestly, his gaze unwavering upon Gaby. Anger and hatred, those negative emotions once sparked the power of Super Saiyans, but now, I wish for you to find strength in a pure desire to fight and a relentless pursuit of self-transcendence. Gaby inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he endeavored to calm his inner turmoil. He recalled his repeated frustrations in battle, the efforts he had made to protect his home, to grow stronger. Gradually, he sensed a force stirring within him. That's it, Gaby. Feel this power and let it flow through you. Goku's voice resonated in Gaby's ears, akin to a guiding light. Gaby's body began to tremble slightly, his hair gradually standing on end as a faint golden aura enveloped him. I can feel it, Gaby exclaimed with excitement. However, the light flickered and vanished, and his body returned to its original state. Dejectedly, He looked at Goku and said, "I still can't do it." "Don't lose heart, Gaby," Goku replied with a reassuring smile as he patted his shoulder. "This is just the beginning. The transformation into a Super Saiyan is no easy feat. It took me countless battles and trials to master it." At that moment, Magetta gulped down a cup of magma, steam billowing from his head with a sound reminiscent of a whistle. His massive form radiated intense heat. "Goku, let us get started." Gaby can observe and absorb the insights from the sidelines. It nodded slightly, a glimmer of combat desire in his eyes. "I too wish to witness just how strong you truly are." Goku's lips curled into a confident smile. "All right, let me show you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Goku's form vanished instantaneously from sight. Magetta and Hit were taken aback, immediately on high alert. Suddenly, they felt an overwhelming force approaching from behind. The two individuals swiftly turned around, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a golden silhouette. "Such incredible speed!" Magetta exclaimed. Goku appeared behind them, offering a gentle smile. "This is merely a warm-up." Gaby stood by, utterly astonished, fully aware of the chasm between his strength and that of Goku. However, this realization only intensified his resolve to grow stronger. "Observe closely, Gaby. This is the power of a Super Saiyan," Goku remarked, his golden aura igniting once more. His hair transformed into a brilliant gold, standing upright, while his eyes turned a striking emerald green, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring might. Magetta was the first to launch an attack, flames erupting from his hands as he charged at Goku. Unperturbed, Goku leaped gracefully, evading Magetta's onslaught with ease. He executed a somersault in midair and swiftly descended towards Magetta. With a resounding thud, Goku's fist struck Magetta's shoulder, the sheer force sending him staggering backward. Witnessing this, it activated his time manipulation abilities. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared behind Goku, his hand poised like a blade as he lunged at him. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Goku swiftly turned, blocking Hit's strike with his arm. "Your time abilities are impressive, Hit, but they fall short," Goku declared. Unleashing a fierce roar as his aura surged, electric serpents entwining around him as his golden hair lengthened and cascaded down his back. "Behold, Gaby. This form is Super Saiyan 3. A power increase of 400 times." In that moment, Goku's battle power soared from 300 trillion to an astounding 2,000 trillion. With a sudden burst of strength, he sent Hit flying away before charging at Magetta once again. Unyielding, Magetta concentrated all his flames into his hands and unleashed a colossal beam of fire toward Goku. Goku regarded the oncoming inferno with a disdainful smile, swiftly conjuring an energy sphere in his hands and hurling it at the fiery beam. Boom! The energy sphere collided with the fire beam in midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The tremendous energy wave sent dust swirling around, enveloping the entire training ground in a veil of smoke. Gaby watched anxiously from the sidelines, uncertain if Goku had emerged unscathed. After a while, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Goku standing before everyone, slightly dusted but entirely unharmed. "Incredible, Goku!" Gaby couldn't help but exclaim. Goku smiled at Gaby. "Did you see that? This is the power of a Super Saiyan. If you persist with unwavering determination, one day you too shall attain it." Gaby nodded resolutely. "I will strive with all my might." At that moment, Magetta and Hit charged at Goku once more. Knowing that their previous assault had not inflicted significant damage, this time, they were determined to give it their all. Goku observed the approaching duo, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Come on, let me see what other tricks you have." As Magetta and Hit launched their simultaneous assault, the flames of Magetta intertwined with Hit's powerful fists, both directed toward Goku. Goku deftly navigated through the barrage of attacks, his figure evading capture like a wraith. Bang! 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 Goku sauntered effortlessly amid their onslaughts, finding their strikes woefully sluggish. Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, he felt little desire to engage in combat. Perhaps it is time to bring this to an end. Goku surged forward, his fist imbued with formidable power, aimed squarely at Magetta's chest. Magetta attempted to evade, but it was too late. Thud! Goku's fist struck heavily against Magetta's torso, sending him hurtling through the air. Observing this, Hit immediately activated his time manipulation ability, appearing behind Goku and launching a punch toward his back. Sensing the impending danger, Goku swiftly pivoted, grasping Hit's wrist with precision. "Your time manipulation is of no use against me, Hit," Goku declared, forcefully tossing Hit aside. Both Magetta and Hit crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise yet finding themselves utterly drained of strength. Had their combat powers been somewhat comparable? Hit might have had the opportunity to gradually improve due to his unique physiology. However, with a disparity of twofold power, such growth was unattainable. I can't go on. Magata lamented. Hit nodded in agreement, gazing at Goku. Your strength is indeed formidable, Goku. Goku smiled and turned to Gabe. What do you think? I believe it is sufficient. Gabe replied resolutely. He then bent his legs, clenched his fists, and tensed his entire body to unleash his energy. A golden aura gradually ascended, and Gabe's aura intensified. Soon, his combat power surged from 50 billion to 2.5 trillion, albeit merely the first stage of 2.5 trillion. You have succeeded, Gabe, Goku expressed with satisfaction. Summary. A known individual within the Dragon Ball universe has transformed into a young cell with low combat power, now surrounded by formidable foes. Seeking assistance urgently amidst the menacing gaze of the Z-fighters, Yuan fixated on the strikingly beautiful blonde lady, scampering over to clutch her thigh. Sister, please. What initially began as a desire to cling to her leg unexpectedly morphed into grasping the thickest thigh of all.